This man possesses a century of cultivation and unparalleled martial arts, but he only needs to stay at home to acquire them. He was originally a master of success studies, and unexpectedly transmigrated to a cultivation world. For sneezing and offending the master, he was expelled from the ancestral home. This was also his first step to becoming a peerless master. Just as Chu Xian was praying to the heavens, the door suddenly opened. Chu Xian turned to look and saw a masked person standing at the door. Could it be an immortal? It turned out to be just Butler Pu, who came to deliver food, his head covered by a tablecloth. The butler set down the food, and also told Chu Xian that someone would come to deliver furniture later. This time, the master might be truly angry. You should stay here for a while. After the master calms down, we'll figure something out. Chu Xian, however, couldn't understand why his grandfather disliked him so much. It turned out all of this was due to Chu Xian's father. Chu Xian's father was the third son. In terms of talent, it was hard to find his equal in the entire Qin state. As the master's favorite son and the next family head successor, he defied the master in the matter of marriage. He married a common woman, and shortly after you were born, he took your mother and left the Chu family. To this day, there has been no news of them. Chu Xian looked helpless after hearing this. After the butler finished speaking, he went back to notify the servants to come and tidy up the courtyard. With the servants' tidying efforts, the house and furniture were all set in order. The servants hurriedly went back to report. Chu Xian looked at the tidied house, and his mood improved. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. After staying home for a day, the system rewarded the Jingang Buwai Shinggong. Who is speaking? Chu Xian was amazed by the voice he just heard. He only needed to stay at home to receive rewards, but if he left, the accumulation time would reset. After speaking, a golden light flashed, indicating today's reward had been distributed. Chu Xian felt like he had a strange dream and woke up to find a book of Jingang Buwai Shinggong beside him. Only then did Chu Xian realize it wasn't a dream at all. Jingang Buwai is a top-tier defensive technique of the Fanjing. Fanjing is the foundational realm, divided into body refining, qi gathering, and qi circulation stages. One must break through these to continue cultivating. Only by breaking through all of them can one transcend the Fanjing. This book was also a reward distributed according to his realm. Chu Xian decided to start cultivating, sinking his qi to his dantian, concentrating his spirit at a 0.3 cun and 2 fun on his dumai. As he practiced, Chu Xian lost track of time. The evening moon flashed by, and in a blink, it was dawn. Chu Xian found that after practicing all day, he felt more energetic. He picked up the second day's reward, a jukidan, and ate it. While eating, he wondered what the subsequent rewards would be. Congratulations, you have stayed home for 3 days. The system rewards a Huanying Bai. Chu Xian picked up the third day's Huanying Bai to examine it himself. Congratulations, you have stayed home for 4 days. The system rewards the cultivation technique Longmang Linquan. Chu Xian started practicing without hesitation. He thought, one offensive and one defensive, 2 great techniques are enough for self-protection. He needed to understand the history here, just in case. Just as Chu Xian was engrossed in reading, a voice suddenly came. It was Yunmei who came to deliver food. Chu Xian was very happy to see Yunmei. The two quickly came to the table. It turned out Yunmei came specifically to see Chu Xian. She told Chu Xian that in 2 days, she would go plead with their grandfather. Chu Xian, of course, wanted to continue staying here, but couldn't refuse Yunmei's kind intentions. Seeing a cheerful Chu Xian, Yunmei also felt relieved. As she left, she emphasized that she would definitely go plead with their grandfather in 2 days. Chu Xian looked helpless. You have stayed home for 5 days. The system rewards 1 year of cultivation. Chu Xian felt a surge of true qi in his body. It seemed he was about to break through. As the true qi swirled in the air, Chu Xian also entered a state of self-forgetfulness. True qi completely enveloped Chu Xian. Even though Chu Xian was panting from exhaustion, he still couldn't break through. However, he felt his spiritual power growing stronger. A closed door seemed to be getting closer and closer. Just as Chu Xian was puzzled, you have stayed home for 5 days. Congratulations on obtaining the secret manual, Maihun Shu. Chu Xian picked up the Maihun Shu. This was exactly a secret manual for practicing spiritual power. Chu Xian quickly learned the contents of the book. Seeing no one in the courtyard, he began to practice, releasing spiritual energy from his body to search. All things have a spirit. This technique can sense any living being. Even outside the courtyard, as long as his true qi could reach, he could sense flowers, birds, fish, and insects, flying creatures, and even lovers, which directly made Chu Xian dizzy.
It seems one shouldn't send things out recklessly. Just then, someone came to deliver food. Usually, 2 people delivered food. But today, only 1 person came. Chu Xian, however, sensed something wrong with the food. Through the basket, in the rice, there was actually a bone-devouring insect egg. Chu Xian realized someone wanted to harm him. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making you my first test subject. Chu Xian immediately asked, "Who sent you?" The servant said the chief steward arranged it. Chu Xian, of course, didn't believe the servant. He immediately used the soul art to control the servant. Indeed, the servant was easily controlled. Chu Xian asked again who was behind this. Unexpectedly, the servant came voluntarily. It turned out the servant was a cultist, wanting to control Chu Xian to claim credit. Although Shewangting is in Nanzhou, it doesn't belong to any country. The cult reveres martial power, disregards laws, and its members are usually aggressive and combative. Because of this ethos, the population there is small, but their strength is not to be underestimated. The Shewang lineage is especially terrifyingly strong. It is a threat to the entire Lanzhou. The evil cult has spread throughout various countries, mingling with the populace, making them hard to distinguish from ordinary people. Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief hearing it was a cultist, but also feared it was Shewangting's doing, so he asked again. It turned out the servant wanted to use Chu Xian to get a chance to control the Chu family, having been an undercover agent in the Chu family for many years, just for such an opportunity. Such a good opportunity, of course, would not be revealed to anyone. Just as Chu Xian was thinking about how to inform his grandfather, the control of the Mizong Shu suddenly loosened. The servant, taking advantage of Chu Xian's divided attention, resisted. Although he forcefully broke free from the Maihan Shu, he had also become insane. The servant quickly took out a spike from his fingertip and stabbed directly at Chu Xian. Chu Xian, protected by the golden bell shield, was not concerned. With Chu Xian's strength, he could easily deal with it, but that would expose his power and he would be recalled to the ancestral home. Unable to continue staying in the courtyard, Chu Xian could only dodge the servant's attacks. The servant shouted loudly. Chu Xian had to activate the golden bell shield and think of another way. Just when Chu Xian was in a dilemma, the sound of food delivery came from outside the door. It turned out to be 2 servants coming to deliver food. The 2 servants outside heard the quarrel inside, and quickly pushed open the door and rushed in. They saw Chu Xian in danger. When Chu Xian saw people from the Chu family arrived, facing the cultists' attack, Chu Xian immediately feigned fear and started to protect himself. Even the 2 servants felt Chu Xian's behavior was cowardly. The cultist chased Chu Xian desperately in the courtyard. Ultimately, he was successfully subdued by the 2 servants. Chu Xian then bumped his head against the wall, knocking himself unconscious. The 2 servants were speechless at Chu Xian. They left with the cultist. Chu Xian stopped acting. He opened his eyes and immediately circulated his true qi, using the Mizong Shu. True qi passed through the courtyard wall and pierced towards the cultist. The true qi, like a sharp blade, pierced the cultist's vital point. This way, Chu Xian's secret would never be known. On the 6th day, the system rewarded a Dixian Dan. This Dixian Dan was an essential aid for breakthroughs. It seemed it was time to break through. Meanwhile, in the Chu residence, the master was shouting curses. It turned out he was angry about Chu Xian's cowardly behavior. Fortunately, the Chu family had the eldest young master, Chu Qing. This day, Yunmei came to visit Chu Xian. Chu Xian was very happy, and the 2 ate at the table. Yunmei urged Chu Xian to be more careful in the future. Chu Xian, however, boasted it was just a minor thief. Yunmei then said she heard someone was chased by a thief and hit a wall. Chu Xian almost spat out his food, but in his heart, he was glad his useless persona was still intact. Yunmei then brought another piece of news. It turned out their grandfather was going to hold a family martial arts tournament. This tournament had no restrictions. Even servants and craftsmen could participate. Chu Xian didn't respond directly and called Yunmei over, giving her a wooden box. Inside the box were pills Chu Xian had collected. Chu Xian watched Yunmei leave with the pills. He thought that this martial arts tournament's real purpose must be to root out other cultist spies. And the pills he gave Yunmei were also system rewards, pills Chu Xian used for cultivating his spiritual system. Chu Xian also decided to go into seclusion to break through the Xian Pass. With the aid of the pills, Yunmei easily defeated her opponent on the stage. The referee immediately announced Chu Yun as the winner. The master was also very satisfied with Chu Yun's progress. Chu Yun bowed and stepped down. The next match officially began. Gardener Old Ding 2 versus the Chu family's eldest young master, Chu Qing.
Chu Xian, facing the gardener, chose not to use a weapon. Old Ding Tu turned out to be a cultist too, wanting to use this opportunity to cripple the Chu family's rising star.
Old Ding Tu no longer hid and directly launched an attack. The master recognized at a glance that Old Ding Tu was using an evil technique.
Unexpectedly, Chu Chung drew a sword with his finger and deflected the attack, catching the incoming blade. He looked at Old Ding Tu intently, asking about his unusual skill. Old Ding Tu was also shocked that Chu Qing possessed such high cultivation. Just as the servants were about to step forward to help, Chu Qing directly stopped them. Then, with a powerful palm strike, he hit Old Ding Tu's chest.
Old Ding Tu was knocked off the stage. The servants who came forward directly apprehended Old Ding Tu. Chu Qing won easily. Chu Yun also hurried forward to show concern. Only then did Chu Qing remember Chu Xian's warning. He decided to visit Chu Xian after the competition ended. Chu Xian, on the other hand, was breaking through again. The Xian pass of the mortal realm was also extremely difficult to break through. This month's reward has been generated. Tongchen Shu, a short manual. Please check. Seeing a new treasure, Chu Xian quickly went to check. It was actually an internal cultivation method for concealing one's aura. It could hide one's aura and merge with all things. Chu Xian immediately started practicing, but was soon awakened by Chu Yun. Chu Xian opened the door and saw Chu Yun. But unexpectedly, Chu Yun came to say goodbye. It turned out Chu Yun had broken through to the Xian realm and could go down the mountain to train. All of this was thanks to Chu Xian's pills. Chu Yun waved goodbye to Chu Xian. Chu Xian also smiled and waved goodbye, but thinking back to Chu Yun's departure, there would be no one to talk and eat with him anymore. In a blink, another day passed. Today's reward is the ability to transform spiritual energy into lightning, gathering it between the fingers, capable of stopping anything. Due to Chu Yun's departure, Chu Xian felt lonely and decided to practice all night tonight. But he didn't expect that at this moment, on the tree outside the wall, two people were quietly approaching. But at this moment, two uninvited guests arrived outside the house. The two were indeed coming for Chu Xian. The two quickly jumped down from the tree, easily leaping over the courtyard wall and into the yard. Chu Xian also heard the sound at this time. At this moment, Chu Xian was breaking through. If forcibly interrupted, his meridians would be completely destroyed. Helpless, Chu Xian could only focus on breaking through. One of them set up a spiritual net while the other entered the house to find someone. However, he found that the lights in the house were not yet extinguished. He could only approach slowly, but found the aura in the house flowing rapidly. The person who set up the spiritual net also rushed over. He learned that the useless Chu Xian seemed to be breaking through the Xian pass. He decided to use a poison dart to test if he was faking it. But he was stopped by his companion. The two came this time to capture Chu Xian as a hostage. If forcibly interrupted during a breakthrough, the best outcome would be becoming a fool, the worst, death. As the two were discussing, a gust of wind blew, and the lights in the house suddenly went out. The two felt something was wrong. The house suddenly became silent. They couldn't even sense Chu Xian's aura. The two simply kicked open the door. Standing at the entrance, they looked into the house, but heard a clap of thunder. This person was directly struck by lightning and lay stiffly on the ground. But Chu Xian's rebuke came from inside the house, yet his companion couldn't see who was speaking at all. With each rebuke, Chu Xian gradually revealed himself. The companion, however, was terrified, because he couldn't sense any aura from Chu Xian at all. Chu Xian stood calmly. He said it was just a small Tongchen art, and upon hearing Tongchen art, his expression was no longer calm. Since a spiritual net had already been set up outside, Chu Xian decided to let him see his true strength. With that, Chu Xian directly burst out with his full aura. After sensing Chu Xian's aura, the thug was directly stunned. Chu Xian exerted his strength and unleashed a full-power Longmang Lingquan. Facing Chu Xian's full-power strike, the thug died on the spot. Even the house was blown away. Chu Xian clearly hadn't expected his full-power strike to be so exaggerated. Facing the blood-splattered courtyard, cleaning up became a big problem. Ding dong! Repelled invaders. The system gives an additional reward, 1 Shilin Hua. It was the first time Chu Xian had heard of Shilin Hua. As the Shilin Hua broke through the soil before his eyes, sprouted and bloomed, then, one by one, it directly ate the two bodies. With the Shilin Hua's housekeeping service, Chu Xian was both amused and exasperated by the scene before him. The Shilin Hua started smacking its lips right in front of Chu Xian. Chu Xian then thought of using the Maihanshu to read the deceased's memories. Chu Xian placed his hand on the Shilin Hua's head, circulated his spiritual energy, and began using the Maihanshu. Sure enough, a scene appeared before his eyes.
It turned out the two wanted to sneak into the Chu family to release poison gas.
They chose the weakest defended ancestral land entrance.
And that entrance was precisely the courtyard where Chu Xian lived. Chu Xian secretly rejoiced that the poison gas was not released. He also casually rewarded the Shilin Hua with 2 immortal pills. As the Shilin Hua retreated, Chu Xian fell into deep thought.
This martial arts tournament had angered the evil cult. Their future retaliation might be even crazier. Have you seen how the handsome men and beautiful women of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of the Qin state, drink tea? Blowing on it mouth to mouth.
Just now, Chu Xian discovered that his Neijing had appeared. When it was the size of a small pebble, the system very timely rewarded him with a book on external defense.
An internal spirit cultivation, the Russian Shu.
It was just right for enhancing the cultivation of his Neijing.
Could it be that this system uses AI technology? Every arrangement is so scientific.
It even understands better than he himself which stage his cultivation has reached. It can always predict in advance. This Russian Shu, even when viewed from the Daijing, is by no means an inferior defensive art.
It's just right for guarding against the evil cult's retaliatory actions.
Patriarch, Patriarch! A carrier pigeon message from down the mountain. The scene changes.
Outside the Chu family's ancestral home, a servant looked flustered. What? Steward Su is all ready.
Chu Tianming looked astonished.
The servant continued to report, about 10 Chu family juniors have been injured or killed. The list is still being checked and compiled. Damn evil cult.
Committing crimes, unforgivable.
Old Master Chu clenched his fists. He said fiercely, this time, my Chu family will take the lead.
Uniting with the 3 great families of the Qin state to punish the evil cult. Let's see how long they can remain rampant.
Returning to Chu Xian's courtyard, Chu Yun's sweet voice called out. 13th brother.
Chu Xian got up, about to give a loving hug.
Yunmei, you're back so soon?
Yes, I missed 13th brother, so I came back early. Chu Yun had, at some point, already brewed a pot of tea. She brought it over, telling Chu Xian, don't be foolish.
What did you see down the mountain? Chu Xian, of course, didn't want to drink tea. He just wanted a loving hug. It'll be undrinkable if it gets cold. Quick, drink.
Chu Yun was seen holding the teapot, and poured the scalding tea directly onto Chu Xian's face.
Startled, Chu Xian cried out, Ma, die.
It turned out to be a dream.
Yunmei came to see me in my dream.
As the old saying goes, in dreams, there's only you and me, you can do whatever you want.
How come it turned into, wait, this wetness, what is it if not tea? Hey, who are you? First detection of depressive tendencies. Friendship reward, 1 Tianling cat to relieve stress. Nice try. Afraid I'm depressed, but not afraid I'll be scared to death?
Chu Xian, still shaken, muttered, but this fellow peed on my face on the first day.
Will it become a habit to wake me up like this every day? I need to train it properly. Looking at the feline before him, Chu Xian frowned. Look closely at this pebble-sized sandball.
In less than 2 days, it has become a small piece of land. This is Chu Xian's Neijing.
You think this is big enough?
In the infinitely expanding vast space, it is still like a drop in the ocean. Chu Xian searched this vast starry river, empty.
Damn, do you have to be so blunt? Just said there was nothing, what is this? Could there be UFOs in the Neijing too? And they came in a group?
Chu Xian was distracted by a patch of white unidentified objects.
After regaining his senses, Chu Xian found, it wasn't UFOs invading his Neijing.
It was reality reflecting into his Neijing. That feline was mercilessly scratching Chu Xian's face. Indeed, every cause has an effect.
My retribution has come. Nonsense, the dignified 13th young master, can I be bullied by a mere feline?
Chu Xian was seen holding the Tianling cat by the scruff of its neck, and gave it a verbal lashing.
This is my 109th warning to you.
Don't think that just because you look cute, and know how to act adorable, you can do whatever you want. From now on, when I'm cultivating, don't.
Before Chu Xian finished, the Tianling cat pointed to the bowl behind it, completely empty. So it's a foodie cat. Forgetting to feed it was my bad.
Sorry, after all, nobody's perfect, huh? Chu Xian awkwardly reached out to put food down.
Meow. An apology is enough? Let me teach you a lesson.
With that, it was a flurry of feline punches. With food, the Tianling cat finally stopped fussing, just wanting to be a beautiful cat. Chu Xian on the side exclaimed his admiration. With food, it truly won't even spare me a glance.
And it's supposed to be my reward. Clearly, it's retribution.
Knock, knock, knock.
A long unheard knocking sound. Hey, who is it? Servants never knock. I told them, just leave the food. 13th sister is even more of a sneak attack specialist. Her presence announced before she's seen. Surely an assassin wouldn't be audacious enough to announce themselves, right? Forget it, anyone who knocks openly can't be a bad person. Coming. A figure in green robes came into view. 13th brother, long time no see. Hope you've been well. Eldest brother. Chu Xian almost couldn't believe his eyes. He regretted, remembering Yunmei telling him before she left, that Chu Qing would find time to visit him. He quickly invited his eldest brother in for tea. I'm ashamed, eldest brother. I should have come to see you sooner, but I've been tied up with trivial matters. This time, if you hadn't discovered the cultist, the entire Chu family, over 300 members, would still be in the dark. Once it came to light, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Qing started with a barrage of praises. Chu Xian felt a bit embarrassed listening. Not at all, I didn't do much. Eldest brother, you flatter me. After some conversation, it turned out Chu Qing came this time to invite Chu Xian down the mountain together. As representatives of the Chu family, they would join Dezhou and Ziyu to exterminate the evil cult. Chu Cheng became more enthusiastic as he spoke. This way, while ensuring your own safety, you can also achieve merits. After returning, if grandfather is happy, he might even exempt 13th brother from his exile. But my cultivation level doesn't allow me to go down the mountain yet, right? Chu Xian, of course, was reluctant to leave this courtyard. That's not an issue. As long as 13th brother wants to go, eldest brother can plead with grandfather. Even making a military pledge is possible. Chu Qing patted his chest, assuring Chu Xian. I understand eldest brother's good intentions, but I still feel it's somewhat disgraceful. When I can truly go down the mountain, it won't be too late to redeem myself then. Chu Xian actually spoke such grand words. It made Chu Cheng blush, exclaiming his shame. I didn't expect 13th brother to have such lofty ambitions. I underestimated you, 13th brother. Still thinking of these little tricks to make excuses for you. With that, the two reluctantly bid each other farewell. Phew, finally over. The act was successful, no slip-ups. The moment the door closed, Chu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Walking on the path home, Chu Qing was still savoring 13th brother's words from just now. He lamented that he had indeed always underestimated him, unaware that a dark figure in the bushes was secretly observing all this. It's Chu Qing. No wonder those two lads never returned. So he was helping. After dealing with that waste inside, I'll come back for you. Have you ever seen a man who claims to be the world's #1 peeping Tom? He specializes in cultivating, the art of stealth, focusing on tracking and trickery. He even arrogantly boasts that if he wishes, no living being in the 3 realms can detect him. This secretly observing man is named Lu Chang. His cultivation has just reached the vicinity of the 3rd stage. Yet he has already become a deputy helmsman of the evil cult. Seeing Chu Qing walk away, he leaped out of the bushes. Perhaps he squatted too long. His jump was a bit off, and leaves rustled down. Despite this awkwardness, it didn't affect his cool landing pose at all. After all, no one around saw. Getting up, he began to scheme his little plots. Although that target in the courtyard is a bit of a waste, he is, after all, Chu Qiulua's son. If he dies, Chu Tianming, that old ghost, will surely suffer too, right? Besides, what if Chu Qiulua isn't dead and returns to the Chu family, and learns that his son was harmed by others because he was expelled by Chu Tianming, that old ghost? Could he still stay in the Chu family? I might even be able to control him, and make him carry poison smoke into the Chu family's ancestral home. Hee, delightful. This is truly a godsent opportunity. Move. Perhaps after resting for a bit, Lu Chang was seen leaping again, a white shadow streaking across, arriving in the courtyard. He was seen again, hiding behind a pillar, secretly. His current 3rd stage proximity is indeed not a cultivation level worth boasting about. It shouldn't even be the cultivation level of a deputy helmsman, but this is a peerless treasure for destroying corpses and eliminating evidence. Once summoned, it can immediately devour surrounding spirits. Truly an existence that eats people without spitting out bones. It's called Shi Hua. It's a homestay reward for this otaku. And this otaku is named Chu Xian. At this moment, he is sensing the Shi Hua that just swallowed the deputy leader's pre-death memories. There was that servant who put poison in the rice, and also the duo who trespassed at night last time, intending to release poison smoke, the show-off pair. And the last scene was, what's going on? How come the previous people went and there's no news?
So he decided to go see for himself. Seeing this, Chu Xian also looked embarrassed.
This fearsome evil cult is a bit too monotonous.
Even a figure at the helmsman level, adventuring in the Jianghu, only has skills like poison smoke.
A ding sound.
The reward has arrived.
Last time it was Shirling Hua.
This time, the reward was the Zhonghuan Yin. Returning to his room, closing his eyes, Chu Xian's Neijing reappeared.
That piece of land was getting bigger and bigger.
And irregular changes appeared.
Perhaps it's related to his recent mixed cultivation practices. But other than that, it was still empty. Does this mean his cultivation still has a lot of room for improvement?
But no matter what, he could clearly feel the enhancement of his spiritual power. Looking at the faintly visible Zhonghuan Yin in his hand, and the Yujian Shu placed on the table, these two new techniques he recently obtained, Chu Xian was lost in thought.
The Zhonghuan Yin couldn't be tested for now.
This Yujian Shu was an earth-grade technique. If he could enter the Daijing sooner, even if more evil cultists came, he could rest easy.
The road is long and arduous. I shall seek up and down. Let's hurry up and cultivate.
In a cave not far away, several evil cultists surrounded a bonfire, discussing why Deputy Helmsman Lu Chang hadn't returned yet. Some said he was discovered by the Chu family and killed. Another person said no signs of fighting were found at the Chu family.
Could he have defected? Impossible. Who among the evil cult would accept him? Besides, defection never ends well. Then, a white-bearded smart aleck spoke up.
He believed Lu Chang might be waiting for an opportunity, wanting to release poison smoke into the core of the Chu family. And the scar-faced man nearby didn't seem to understand the smart aleck's words. He directly clamored to report to Wang Ting, asking Wang Ting to dispatch experts. The beautiful woman with a graceful figure from earlier disagreed.
She felt that troubling Wang Ting for the mere Chu family, wouldn't it make them look very useless? In the future, Wang Ting would never value them.
All right. The evil cult leader, sitting calmly on the wall, spoke, notify Lu Chang. Tell him not to wait for an opportunity anymore, act immediately. Also, Chu Qing, the prodigy of this generation of the Chu family, is responsible for this operation against our evil cult.
Chu Tianming, that old ghost, definitely wants to use our evil cult to temper his descendants. Then I'll let him temper them well. Notify everyone to find Chu Qing's location.
I will personally take action and take his dog life.
The three accepted their orders and left. But they didn't know Lu Chang's specific location.
And he was acting alone this time, without any contact person.
They could only use this one-time signal pearl, and it was one way. They could confirm the message was sent, but couldn't receive a timely reply.
Brother Lu, if you receive the message, please act immediately. Soon, it was mealtime. Chu Xian exclaimed that today's meal was particularly sumptuous. He asked the servant if there was some joyous occasion. It turned out Chu Qing led the clansmen down the mountain, and their operation to exterminate the evil cultists was a great success. The master was especially happy today and was holding a banquet in the ancestral hall to celebrate.
Great success? So quickly?
This man possessed peerless skills, yet was content to be a rice bucket in the eyes of others, only because he had a stay-at-home system. As long as he didn't leave his house, all sorts of techniques and artifacts would come to him.
The man's name was Chu Xian.
He inadvertently overheard the food-delivering servant talking about their Chu families' operation to go down the mountain and exterminate evil cultists, which was a great success. But he always felt something was off. How could it be so fast? Still in that familiar cave, the smart aleck, having not received a reply, firmly asserted,
Deputy Helmsman Lu Chang should have already kicked the bucket.
Scarface quickly added a stab. That's good too, at least it shows he didn't actually betray us. The beautiful woman beside him, however, felt something was fishy, because until now, no battle had occurred at the Chu family's ancestral land.
At this moment,
the leader, Faceless Nan, came out to summarize, forget it. No need to worry about Lu Chang anymore. This joint suppression operation by their major families has caused our sect to suffer heavy losses, losing a stronghold. This is clearly a purge. The elder, overcome with emotion, couldn't help but pound the nearby stone wall. Half of these losses were caused by the Chu family.
It seems their strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Next, let's not take action against the Chu family for now. But what the Chu family has done, report it immediately to the Xiewang. Let Xiewang Ting deal with them.
Our spearhead can first turn towards other families. 3 days later, it was another rice bucket Chu Xian's rice bucket incident.
What? The He family was infiltrated by evil cultists?
Chu Xian quickly ate a piece of meat to calm his nerves. The servant beside him continued to describe the details. The He family's ancestral land was hit with poison smoke and poison fire. Not only were hundreds killed or injured,
but 1/3 of the family's territory was ravaged by the demonic cult.
The spirit fields were also ruined.
Chu Xian chewed the meat in his mouth thoughtfully. Just 3 days ago, they were celebrating at a banquet. This evil cult's revenge came way too fast, didn't it?
On the other side, at the Chu ancestral estate, a fast horse reported, the experts near the ancestral land have all returned.
Those further away are already on their way back.
Old Master Chu showed a gratified smile. Very good, but remember, we must strengthen patrols and sentry posts.
Our Chu family absolutely cannot repeat the He family's tragedy.
The servant continued to report, 15 new sentry posts have been added within the ancestral land. The ancestral home patrol team has also changed from 1 patrol every 3 shurchen to 1 patrol every 2 shurchen.
Only then did the newly arrived Old Master Chu relax. He quickly asked about his eldest grandson, Chu Xian. Where is he now?
It turned out the eldest young master had taken the lead in the suppression operation and had reached Bohuai County, relatively far from the ancestral land.
He is currently still on his way back and shouldn't encounter any accidents.
After all, he is accompanied by several Shujing elders from our ancestral hall.
Chu Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief.
But, the instigator of the evil cult suppression was clearly our Chu family.
Why didn't they come to trouble the Chu family, but attack the He family first? Could it be they've already come? Have you ever heard of a telepathic bond between grandfather and grandson?
Here, Chu Tianming was worried about the evil cultists, whether they had harmed Chu Xian. On the other side, Chu Xian was worried about the Chu family's ancestral land, wondering if it had also suffered retaliation from the evil cultists.
Don't worry, young master.
Most of the experts who went down the mountain have already withdrawn.
It won't be so easy to launch a sneak attack again. Moreover, this suppression operation yielded great results.
Those killed, captured alive, and those who fled. The scattered evil cult forces add up to over 60%. The evil cult's foundation in the Qin state has been shaken. The servant's confident voice echoed throughout the courtyard.
That's right, eldest brother is indeed formidable. It seems no one will come to disturb me anymore.
Realizing he misspoke, he quickly corrected himself. No one will infiltrate our ranks anymore.
Chu Xian's even happier words echoed through the valley. It seems this can temporarily come to an end.
In the blink of an eye, half a year passed.
Remember this beautiful cat?
He's now called Xiaohei.
You think he's doing pull-ups?
He simply failed to catch a bird and got stuck. At this moment, Xiaohei was glaring fiercely at his poop-scooping officer, Miao.
Clearly, I intentionally let it go. Xiaohei, don't be unconvinced.
Although I didn't open my eyes, in the past 6 months, I have reached the Shujing. I can sense movements within 100 li radius with my mind.
So, don't try to fool me.
Chu Xian, feeling smug, smiled back. He was about to strike a cool pose, but then he saw something he shouldn't have.
Through the main gate,
through the gust of wind, and then through a patch of forest, 2 sausages came into view.
Oh, my dear. If love is poison, you are my antidote. Without you, I would be doomed.
A greasy man was seen spouting nonsense, yet it made the woman exclaim, "You're so bad. I was originally a lofty iceberg, but you made me burn with desire." Seeing the woman before him falling for it, Sausage Man became even more pushy.
Another humph, annoying.
I was originally a bird startled by the twang of a bow, but you made me press forward fearlessly. What followed were some indescribable scenes.
Let's use this landscape painting as a substitute. Damn, is this expired dog food?
So cringy to watch, and nauseating to eat.
Last time it was monkeys, this time it's even more disgusting. Spare me, please. Look at this lone man and woman.
They were preparing to play poker in the wilderness, but they never imagined that a peeping Tom dozens of li away was observing their every move from a god's eye view.
The peeper was named Chu Xian.
The objects of his peeping were his 7th brother. Chu Xian, whose eyes were stinging, didn't have such a preference.
It was because the Maihanshu technique he obtained from staying home was not yet perfectly mastered, and he couldn't fully control it. An old
7th, knowing Chu Xian was in seclusion here, still came under his nose to disgust him.
Even a patient person couldn't bear it.
Gathering chi at his fingertips, a tree branch flew out with a snap.
Ouch!
Old 7th yelped and nearly lost his footing. And the beautiful woman, deep in emotion, thought it was some trick the man was playing. She excitedly shouted, "What are you doing? After looking around and finding nothing unusual, not wanting to spoil the mood, he quickly explained, "Hey,
Was it you who just made me taste the pain of love?"
After speaking, he pouted his lips. The beautiful woman, clearly deeply smitten, looked shy.
What?
She closed her eyes, ready to kiss.
At this moment, what could be more important than the matter at hand?
The woman verbally expressed shyness, but her body was very honest. Indeed, when a man is shameless, he is invincible.
The battle over there intensified.
There was no sign of stopping, despite the stinging eyes of the onlookers.
Hey, let our hearts be closer. Don't let this silk garment obstruct us.
Chu Xian, still disheveled, completely erupted, "I can't take it anymore.
You forced me."
A punch created 1,000 layers of waves, each wave stronger than the last. Seventh brother's buttocks were hit by a sudden wave of force, his chrysanthemum tightened, and a scream echoed through the valley.
Help! There's a ghost. It must be the evil cultists. I must have been betrayed by Heiyuelu.
Seventh brother ran back, clutching his torn pants. Chu Xian, finally at peace, gestured internationally towards old Seventh's retreating figure.
Pa! Scumbag!
Slumping onto the rocking chair, he felt like he had lost at least half his life.
He planned to sleep soundly. Meow.
Xiao Hei had, at some point, jumped down from the tree.
He taunted Chu Xian. That was a heavy blow.
The screams just now were truly heartbreaking to hear, and tear-jerking for the listener.
Hey, Xiao Hei, whose side are you on? The damage I suffered is no less than his, okay? Spiritual pollution, do you understand?
But when he fled, he mentioned Hei.
You Lu.
I think I saw it in a book.
It's a big deal. Why would he mention that?
The man hadn't stepped out of the courtyard for half a year. Every day, he either read, petted the cat, or slept soundly. And his strength, unknowingly, had progressed from the Fanjing to the Shujing.
The speed was arguably unprecedented. This otaku's name was Chu Xian.
Just now, he merged his spiritual will and spiritual power into the void, and fiercely taught a lesson to that seventh brother who was playing thrilling games under his nose. It was confirmed that he had indeed broken through to the Shujing. Chu Xian finally felt that within the Qin state, he had some ability to protect himself. With the various rewards he obtained from staying home, he wouldn't fear even a peak Shujing expert. You know, he was cultivating a Daijing level technique. The reward for staying home for half a year arrived, Tianji Daojing. A supreme Dao art, its grade even surpassed Daijing. Whether he understood it or not, he'd let the system comprehend it. Now, he wouldn't be bored when he had insomnia at night.
In a blink, it was rice bucket time again.
This time, however, he learned that the evil cult had suffered a major setback. After retreating into the shadows, they had caused considerable losses to the Chu family. Especially half a month ago, a Shujing elder of the Chu family was actually besieged and killed. And the reason for the siege was that the evil cult paid a hefty price to buy that elder's whereabouts from Heiyuelu and set up an ambush in advance.
Heiyuelu again. I'll take the opportunity to inquire. Is this Heiyuelu a pawn of the evil cult? Why would they betray us? Young master, don't you know? Heiyuelu is the most mysterious force in Lanzhou.
As long as you can afford the price, you can buy any intelligence from Heiyuelu, commission any task, purchase any treasure. Even if the Chu family knew it was Heiyuelu that leaked the elder's information, leading to him being besieged and killed by evil cult experts, they wouldn't dare to confront Heiyuelu. Heiyuelu is too strong, too mysterious.
Moreover, the Chu family also obtains necessary resources from Heiyuelu.
To purchase the whereabouts of a Chu family elder, the price the evil cult had to pay was definitely not small.
Heiyuelu has always been ruthless, their price is exorbitant. The Chu family also wants to buy evil cult intelligence, but the price is too high. It's simply not worth paying, otherwise they would have already wiped out the evil cult. Heiyuelu seems to intentionally raise prices to maintain a multi-party game. If one side completely wins, how can Heiyuelu continue to profit? Even in some war-torn lands, or behind certain disputes, there are shadows of Heiyuelu fanning the flames. Everyone knows Heiyuelu is ruthless, but because it's too mysterious, too powerful, spread throughout Nanzhou.
No one knows where its headquarters are.
No power or dynasty dares to destroy Heiyuelu.
Historically, there was a powerful dynasty that destroyed Heiyuelu within its borders.
But in less than half a month, that powerful dynasty became history, and Heiyuelu was rebuilt.
This organization called Heiyuelu is too despicable.
On one hand, it promised the Qin imperial family and the three major families
that as long as the money was right, it wouldn't accept commissions from the evil cult recently. On the other hand, it also frankly stated, if the price paid by the evil cult was high enough,
Lu would still accept their commissions.
Simply because it is too mysterious, too powerful, spread throughout Nanzhou. No one knows where its headquarters are.
No power or dynasty dares to destroy Lu.
These words weren't made up by the editor. It was the food-delivering servant who told Chu Xian. Chu Xian, in turn, tactfully expressed his concern about Xie Wangting. The news he received was that the Qin state had already commissioned Lu to monitor Xie Wangting's movements. Once Xie Wangting has experts attacking, they will receive intelligence immediately. Since the Qin state has a response plan, Chu Xian doesn't need to worry about Xie Wangting experts suddenly attacking.
Xie Wangting has many enemies. Once experts are deployed, even if the Qin state can't resist, they can request aid.
Chu Xian was more worried about Fei Lu's new dark move, taking from Qin state and then from Xie Wangting to seek greater profits.
Unfortunately, he couldn't help much himself. He'd better continue staying home and cultivating.
Chu Tianming seemed to have forgotten him. Apart from the food delivery person, no one else came. In the 7th month, Chu Xian's cultivation rose to the 3rd level of Shujing, taking Xushuan Dan daily, his cultivation speed soared.
Ding dong!
You have stayed home for 7 months.
Reward, Shao Wuxing Jinfa and a formation plate. It's actually a formation.
Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised.
He knew that in Nanzhou, formations were very rare. Those capable of setting up formations were undoubtedly Xinjing experts. And formation plates required Daijing cultivation to refine. According to Chu Xian's understanding, it was probably because Nanzhou was too backward.
After receiving the formation and the formation plate, Chu Xian mastered the method of setting up the Shaowuxing Jinfa
and refining the formation plate. He discovered it didn't require Xinjing cultivation.
With his current cultivation, he could also set up and refine formation plates. The lower the cultivation, the weaker the formation setup, and the weaker the refined formation plate. So, the reason Lanzhou lacked formations was indeed because it was too backward, or the lineage of formation arts was broken. There were 5 small flags on the formation plate, representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
Chu Xian set up the formation, enveloping the small courtyard. Without activating the formation, the small courtyard remained ordinary.
If the formation was activated, Chu Xian was confident he could trap or even kill even a Hujing expert.
Chu Xian's confidence grew a bit more.
As long as the intruder was not above the 4th level of Hujing, he had nothing to fear.
7 months.
The 1-year mark was approaching.
Chu Xian was full of anticipation.
The reward for staying home for a year would definitely surpass Beijing.
Above Beijing are Zuanjing and Tianjing. Chu Xian estimated the 1-year reward would be at least Tianjing level.
A few days before the 8-month mark, news that shook the Chu family arrived. Chu Qing was ambushed by 3 evil cult elders and 1 deputy cult leader.
Despite the Chu family elders' desperate protection, he was still severely injured. The Chu family lost a Shujing 3rd level elder. Chu Tianming was furious. Even in the small courtyard, Chu Xian heard Chu Tianming's angry roars.
Chu Qing was someone he was focusing on cultivating, the next successor to the family head. He performed exceptionally well in the operation to suppress the evil cult. Once Chu Qing matured, not only could he stabilize the Chu family's 5th position, but he could even take it to the next level. This voluptuous woman actually had evil thoughts about a useless young master,
truly worthy of being an evil cultist.
Just now, Chu Qing was ambushed.
Everyone's first thought was the intelligence sold by the sinister Lu.
After this incident, everyone around Chu Qing was heavily investigated
to see if there were spies from Lu. They couldn't do anything to Lu, but couldn't they kill a few spies? Chu Tianming left the ancestral home with a treasured artifact.
He personally took action against the evil cult. The clan-suppressing treasured artifact was not taken out.
It was needed to guard the ancestral home. With Chu Tianming's departure, the Chu family's defenses were upgraded again. Even Shujing elders were patrolling.
Chu Qing was severely injured, and also a prodigy of the Chu family, Chu Yun, deeply loved by Chu Tianming, was very likely to become the next target.
Chu Xian couldn't help but worry about Chu Yun. Chu Tianming personally took action. At this moment, the Chu family's ancestral land must seem like its most vulnerable moment to outsiders.
Chu Xian even suspected if it was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain.
But Chu Tianming wouldn't be so foolish.
Since he dared to leave the ancestral home, it meant the Chu family had experts of his level to hold the fort. The Chu family's ability to stand for so long without declining surely had its foundations, which Chu Xian just couldn't access.
Chu Xian raised his guard. With Chu Tianming leaving the Chu family land, evil cult experts were very likely to lurk in again.
As soon as night fell, Chu Xian activated the Shao Wuxing Jinfa. The courtyard looked no different, but once someone stepped in, they would be trapped. With the Shao Wuxing Jinfa, even if a battle occurred, it could ensure the commotion wouldn't spread outside. He wouldn't expose his strength due to the commotion of battle. After Chu Tianming left, how to deal with the evil cult was undoubtedly unknowable. Chu Xian naturally didn't know how things would develop either. You have stayed home for 8 months.
Reward, Xianxi Lingwang. The 8-month reward arrived. It was actually an Earth-grade item. Even a low-grade Earth-grade item was far beyond what a treasured artifact could compare to. Xianxi Lingwang was not an offensive Earth-grade item, nor a defensive one. It was an Imperial-grade item for binding and sealing.
With an Imperial-grade item in hand, Chu Xian's confidence grew even stronger. Even if a 7th-level Hajing expert attacked, relying on the Shao Wuxing Jinfa and the Qianxi Lingwang,
it was enough to make the opponent suffer. Chu Xian's imagination ran wild. Just like this, once trapped and sealed by the Qianxi Lingwang, unless the opponent also possessed an Earth-grade item. Otherwise, they couldn't escape. There would be enough time to recover consumed energy. Killing the enemy would naturally be no problem. A few more peaceful days passed.
On this day, 2 figures silently entered the Chu family's ancestral land.
The arrivals, 1 man and 1 woman, were both at the Shujing.
The second level, they were elders and experts of the evil cult. The woman had a voluptuous figure, but her face was colorful. Zhu Yan and Zhu Chang were ordered to wear the Xuxing Yi obtained at great cost and infiltrate the Chu family's ancestral land.
Soon, they arrived outside Chu Xian's small courtyard.
Over there lives Chu Qiuluo's son.
Yes. Zhu Yan looked at the small courtyard.
Suddenly, a perverted idea came to her.
Look quickly.
This evil cult girl with a lustful smile actually wanted to have the male lead's babies.
Her name was Zhu Yan.
Seeing Chu Qiuluo's son still single, a bold idea sprouted in her mind. This was her partner, Zhu Chang. He noticed Zhu Yan's expression gradually distorting, her gaze, filled with evil and perversion, and shivered inwardly.
What wicked idea is this woman up to now?
He hurriedly transmitted, "Don't worry about Chu Qiuluo's son.
Business is more important." "No, I have an idea now."
Zhu Yan's eyes grew brighter, the corners of her mouth curled up, her smile becoming more evil.
"Tell me.
If I were to bear Chu Qiuluo a monkey grandchild, and bear Chu Tianming, that old ghost, a monkey great-grandchild, what would happen?"
Just thinking about it is exciting. Zhu Chang's eyes widened. He felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, this woman is too damn evil. Zhu Yan's smile became increasingly perverted. Who would do this? Would Chu Qiao kill me? Or would he kill Chu Qiuluo's son? And Chu Qiuluo's grandson? What if one day, Chu Qiuluo returns? Zhu Chang shivered.
Just imagining the scene made him break out in a cold sweat.
If this really happened, the Chu family's face would be utterly lost. How would Chu Qiuluo react? And how would Chu Tianming view it? Damn, I don't know why, but he actually felt a little expectant. Business is important. Let's not create extra trouble. Although Zhu Chang was expectant, to avoid complications, he advised, "You don't understand. Since we're here, let's get Chu Qiuluo's son in our hands. If we're exposed, at least we'll have a hostage." Zhu Yan walked towards the small courtyard step by step. Will Heiyue Lu sell our movements as intelligence to the Chu family? With a hostage in hand, it seems we're indeed more likely to escape unscathed. Zhu Chang followed, worrying internally, those black-hearted Heiyue Lu, how could they possibly sell our whereabouts to the Chu family?
Zhu Yan sneered, only if the Chu family suffers a heavy blow, can their intelligence sell for a higher price.
Zhu Chang thought about it and agreed.
If not for Heiyue Lu secretly providing some intelligence support, the evil cult forces in Lanzhou would have been eradicated long ago.
The black-hearted Heiyue Lu, for maximum profit, had secretly stirred up countless troubles. However, Heiyue Lu was powerful, even Xie Wangting was wary of it. With that, the 2 figures leaped into Chu Xian's courtyard. This man doesn't understand how to cherish women at all.
The beautiful woman just wanted to have his babies, but he directly shot her into a hornet's nest.
The man's name was Chu Xian.
At this moment, he was sitting on a lounge chair in the courtyard, resting his mind. Knowing someone had trespassed, he was quite helpless.
More death-seeking cultists have arrived. If you want to cause trouble, can't you just bypass me? Why do you have to target me? Meanwhile, Chu Xian and Chu Chang smoothly entered the courtyard.
They saw Chu sitting on the courtyard lounge chair at a glance.
So handsome. Truly Chu Xiaolu's son.
Chu Yan's eyes lit up, her smile growing brighter.
Chu Xian frowned. This voluptuous, but hideously colorful-faced ugly woman, what kind of divine weapon was that?
Practicing evil arts has made people foolish. Little darling, come with big sister.
Big sister will dote on you well. I'll definitely give you a big, fat son. Chu Yan's smile gradually became perverted. She raised her hand to grab Chu Xian. Damn it!
Chu Xian was disgusted.
Goosebumps rose all over his body.
Old hag, die. He originally wanted to capture them and interrogate them, planting a soul imprint, to send them back to ensnare evil cult experts. But the moment Chu Xian opened her mouth, he was disgusted. Old hag, go to hell.
He raised his hand and pointed.
A bolt of lightning shot out from his finger.
Fan Lei Ji.
Pew, pew, pew. Lightning flashed around Chu Xian, and wisps of black smoke rose.
She was instantly riddled like a hornet's nest.
Chu Chang, beside her, only felt a chill rush to his head, and shivered all over.
Cold sweat dripped. Too terrifying. How old is he?
Even more terrifying than Chu Xiaolua back then.
Flee, must flee. Chu Chang cursed Chu Xian internally.
What perverted thoughts.
Now what? The mission isn't complete, and instead, she got turned into a hornet's nest. He moved, rapidly retreating. Boom!
For some reason, after a rapid retreat, the scene before him was suddenly one of desolate killing.
Gee!
He completely lost his sense of direction. The courtyard wall was clearly not far ahead, but no matter how he rushed forward, he couldn't get close.
Gulp!
Chu Chang swallowed hard, his heart sinking.
Formation. The Chu family has a Xinjing expert. How is this possible? Could it be that Chu Xiaolua has returned?
Thinking of that figure who dominated the Qin state, the most talented man in the history of the Chu family, perhaps even in the history of the Qin state, Chu Xian's heart sank. Chu Chang's heart kept sinking, like it would never reach the bottom.
No matter the situation, Chu Chang knew he was done for. Since that was the case, he would fight. Chu Chang's face flashed with determination.
Just as he was about to release the demonic smoke prepared for this trip, suddenly, a large hand grabbed him.
He couldn't resist. He was directly captured and sealed, unable to move.
Chu Xian sat on the chair, looking down at Chu Chang, who was lying on the ground. Chu Chang noticed Chu Yan's body, riddled like a hornet's nest, was currently being devoured by a strange little flower.
Soon, Chu Yan's body disappeared. He was terrified. That little flower seemed to be looking at him, eager to devour him.
The Chu family is very strange.
What the hell is that? Why is Chu Xiaolu's son so strong? Could it be the Chu family has been hiding its strength, plotting something big?
Coming to disturb me time and time again, you evil cultists are really asking for death, Chu Xian said coldly.
He didn't waste words.
A small seal appeared.
He directly used the Zhonghuan Yin on Chu Chang.
Chu Chang was horrified to find he no longer had any hostility towards Chu Xian.
He couldn't muster any thought of resistance or attack.
Clearly, he had all sorts of hostile thoughts in his heart. He was thinking of killing him.
What was going on?
Chu Chang was terrified, his thoughts clear, his consciousness awake, yet he had no hostility left. He had no will to resist. Even if the other party attacked and killed him, he wouldn't resist. He would even obediently offer his neck. Using the Zhonghuan Yin for the first time, Chu Xian was full of anticipation.
Through the imprint, he could sense Chu Chang's current state. This meant if someone with the imprint died, he could sense it. And he could know how they died. The peculiarity of the imprint, Chu Xian felt he could perhaps use the imprint as a medium to send a wisp of his spiritual will over. He didn't know if sending out a wisp of his spiritual will, leaving the small courtyard, would violate the stay-at-home requirement. Chu Xian just thought about it. He wouldn't risk sending his spiritual will out. If it violated the stay-at-home requirement, his stay-at-home record would be cleared. All this time staying home would be wasted, and he'd have to start counting from scratch. After planting the soul imprint on Chu Chang, Chu Xian asked him about his intentions for coming. The evil cult, in order to inflict losses on the Chu family, increased the stakes with each operation. This time, they actually brought a wisp of demonic smoke. Demonic smoke was different from poison smoke or poison fire. Once released, the contaminated area would be extremely difficult to cleanse. The cost required was more than 10 times that of poison smoke or poison fire. Moreover, if anyone below the Xianjing inhaled the demonic smoke, their consciousness would become chaotic, and they would fall into madness. If demonic smoke was truly released within the Chu family's ancestral land, there would undoubtedly be heavy casualties. One must know.
The servants in the Chu family's ancestral land were all carefully selected, possessing certain talents and clean backgrounds. Their loyalty was relatively high, worthy of cultivation. Once casualties were severe, it would definitely be a significant loss. Demonic smoke is refined from the corpses of demons, possessing a strong polluting power. Even evil cultivators, before breaking through to the Linjing, would not dare to easily come into contact with demonic smoke. Demons were a very ancient existence in Nanzhou. Only in certain ancient battlefields would a few demon corpses remain. Usually, only evil cultivators would collect demon corpses. The evil cult was truly ruthless this time. Chu Xian looked at Zhu Chang, and directly forced him, in the form of his own will, to order Zhu Chang to return to the evil cult's lair and release the demonic smoke. Ambush the evil cult experts, kill as many as possible. He must not reveal anything about the Chu family. After instilling his will, he let Zhu Chang leave.
Zhu Chang was devastated.
His consciousness was clear, his thoughts normal, but he couldn't resist that will from the unseen.
He was terrified internally, yet his expression showed nothing. Everything looked normal.
There was no sign of being controlled.
It's over. Zhu Chang knew he was done for.
The Chu family was too terrifying.
This gloomy meeting room was the evil cult's secret headquarters in Chu County.
This was already the third headquarters. The location was changed every so often.
It made some people complain. I joined the evil cult not to be a beast of burden.
Working like this is less comfortable than those righteous sects.
But there was no choice.
Besides avoiding the Chu family's investigation, it was also to avoid Heiyuelu.
Staying in one place for too long, it was easy to be detected by Heiyuelu.
They might sell the intelligence to the Chu family at a high price.
To avoid this situation, the headquarters changed location every so often. And only the chief helmsman, deputy helmsman, and a few elders knew the headquarters location.
They were all trustworthy, virtually guaranteeing the impossibility of Heiyuelu spies.
The seated Qin State evil cult deputy leader, Wang Tu, listening on the side, gritted his teeth. Damn it, you can discuss it privately, but I'm still here. Do you think I'm already dead? What Chu family?
Wait for Zhu Chang and the others to return, I haven't even finished speaking. Then he heard a cultist at the cave entrance report. The Qin State evil cult deputy leader
and the ZUS State evil cult guardian have arrived. Wang Tu looked annoyed. What wind blew them here? It turned out these two came specifically to congratulate helmsman Wang on his move. Another elder, who enjoyed watching drama, commented aside, nice words.
Isn't it just because they heard Zhu Chang and Zhu Yan
infiltrated the Chu family to release demonic smoke and came to wait for news?
TSK, a deputy leader and a guardian, such high officials, still have to personally come to hear news. The evil cult is indeed full of workhorses.
Quick, shut up.
Wang Tu waved his hand, but it was too late to stop them. It's unknown if it was intentional indulgence or something else. Anyway, it made the deputy leader and the guardian look awkward.
They praised helmsman Wang's subordinates for being so outspoken.
And such subordinates were rare nowadays, the kind where killing one means one less.
Wang Tu gave a helpless, bitter smile and said no more. Right? Helmsman Wang, there's still no news from Zhu Chang and Zhu Yan.
The deputy leader, indeed magnanimous, was the first to break the awkwardness.
Although it's been a while, but since Chu Qiuluo, that fellow, isn't here, there shouldn't be any major problems. But compared to them, I'm actually more concerned about why Lord Guardian of ZUS State is here. Lord Guardian, perhaps you could elaborate? It's a long story.
The Qin State is a situation of four-party governance.
In most cases, each manages their own territory. But our ZUS State is not like that.
The royal family of ZUS State is very strong, firmly controlling ZUS State. Therefore, they immediately concentrated a portion of their forces, and struck with lightning speed, annihilating one of our branch lairs.
The fourth-level Shujing helmsman and several elders were undoubtedly spared. All perished.
Because of this, I have come this time, only to retaliate against the Chu family, Brother Wang Tu.
How about we join forces and kill that old ghost Chu Tianming? Wang Tu snorted coldly. If the evil cult had the ability to kill Chu Tianming, would we still be hiding here and there?
The head of one of the three great families of the Qin State. His strength is half-step Hujing, carrying a treasured artifact.
Unless a Hujing expert takes action, who can kill him? The Qin State only has one Hujing first-level expert from the Qin clan. to kill Chu Tianming, unless experts from Wangting come. But Xie Wangting is not without opponents. Hudging experts cannot leave easily,
especially when the Xie Wang is in seclusion. Qin state, after all, is a bit remote and impoverished.
Wangting doesn't pay much attention.
If it weren't impoverished, Qin state's strength wouldn't be like this.
The ZUS state guardian, seeing Wang Tu hesitate, relentlessly induced. But with the strength of several people, even if he has an evil treasure, so what? There's still a chance to kill him. The ZUS state branch helmsman was his own younger brother. Because of the Chu family, he actually perished.
His heart was full of hatred.
Wang Tu said coldly, several people perishing together? This man is too arrogant.
On their first meeting, he directly wanted to drag the evil cult helmsman and deputy leader to perish together with his enemy, only because he wanted to avenge his own younger brother. He was eager and came prepared this time. A wisp of demonic smoke. Even if it couldn't kill the Chu family head, Chu Tianming, he would make him lose some flesh. And Wang Tu didn't indulge him.
Wait one more day.
If Xu Chang and the others don't return, we will evacuate this place. He worried this place had already been discovered by Heiyue Lu.
Chu Tianming was furious at the moment.
He might really pay a high price for this intelligence.
Once Chu Tianming attacked, how many of the people present could survive was unknown. He was almost certain Chu Tianming would definitely want to kill him first.
He was definitely the most dangerous among them. Elder Xu Chang has returned.
Speak of Xu Chang, and Xu Chang arrives. Why are you the only one back? Where's Xu Yan? What's the situation with the Chu family? Wang Tu frowned.
Xu Chang was devastated and hopeless deep inside. But he couldn't defy that will from the unseen. Helmsman, we discovered important intelligence. I specially returned to report.
Please, Helmsman, make a decision. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Xu Yan is lurking in the Chu family. What intelligence? Wait, Xu Yan is lurking? Her face reflects light at night.
Apparently, Wang Tu had no suspicions. Xu Chang glanced at the deputy leader, his expression hesitant. The deputy leader seems to have noticed something wrong with me.
Damn it, you have to notice my abnormality. Indeed something is wrong.
The deputy leader patted Xu Chang's shoulder. He said firmly, Helmsman, your elder Xu Chang definitely ate something bad.
Look, his face is all contorted. Quick, tell us the intelligence.
After you finish, go handle important matters.
You've all worked too hard. Xu Chang's face darkened upon hearing this. Deputy leader, you're too sinister. Relying on you, the evil cult is finished. Helmsman, the Chu family recently.
Xu Chang approached Wang Tu and the other, transmitting his voice,
while appearing to take something out. Boom!
Suddenly, a fierce gray light erupted.
Xu Chang attacked. He struck with all his might. Wang Tu was completely unprepared.
Half of his body was shattered, his spiritual will wavered. He was instantly on the verge of death. The sudden turn of events, everyone was stunned.
Look quickly.
To be such an awesome double agent, it has to be the man before us. And the one who executed this beautiful counter-espionage plan is our male lead, Chu Sun, an otaku who, as long as he doesn't leave his house, can get system rewards of various divine skills. Just now, Xu Chang, who had Chu Xian's soul imprint planted on him, involuntarily unleashed a full power strike, hitting the unprepared evil cult helmsman, Wang Tu, almost sending him to his grave, and also stunning everyone present. And the evil cult members, also affected by the demonic smoke, could only stand there dumbfounded.
Xu Chang, what are you doing?
The ZUS State Guardian's newly ignited plan for revenge had already gone up in smoke.
He roared hoarsely.
He could have silently hidden aside and escaped, but because of this, he immediately attracted Xu Chang's attention.
Then you can die for me. Xu Chang rushed over. The ZUS State Guardian couldn't dodge in time and was instantly severely injured, but did not perish. And Xu Chang, completely unrestrained, roared loudly, ha ha ha. What evil cult? What guardian? Can't even withstand one palm strike from me. Xu Chang, what madness is this? The Chu County branch is about to be destroyed by you. The guardian, knocked to the ground, still gritted his teeth.
Xu Chang of Chu County gave a comical smile, then gave an internationally friendly gesture.
Mere Chu County. In the entire Qin State evil cult, who can rival me? Ha, I am the lord of the evil cult. I am eternal and immortal.
Only I am qualified to become the lord of the Qin State evil cult.
What could the guardian say at this point? He couldn't win a fight.
He could only use his remaining strength to shout to the elders outside the cave, Xu Chang has gone mad.
Quick, kill him. As soon as the words fell, several figures rushed in from the door. Guardian, no need to panic. The 8 evils of Chu County are here to protect you. The leading old man was Zhu Chang's master. Naturally, he would play the emotional card. What about when Zhu Chang soiled his pants, and he personally changed them? When he first snatched a common girl upon adulthood, he accompanied him. Now, he repays kindness with enmity. Then don't blame him for disregarding past affections. The other 7 evils couldn't listen anymore. They advised him not to waste breath on someone whose death was inevitable. The old man made up his mind, preparing to deploy the Taoni Dajin, to capture that unfilial disciple. Before he could deploy the formation, a speck of golden light had already gathered at Zhu Chang's fingertip. Yo! A golden light shot straight at the old man. The old man was terrified. Damn! So much nonsense, still can't withstand a single blow. I've long had enough of your nagging. Finally, peace and quiet. Zhu Chang looked smugly at his former master, falling before him. The jaws of the evil cult members dropped, they were panicking. More panic than Messi losing 1:2 last night, scattering in all directions. He's already desperate, only attacking, not defending. Burning his lifespan to forcefully increase his cultivation. In the end, Wu Feilawada's leg-hugging king can't be fought head-on. Quick, retreat. Never underestimate this otaku who only knows how to take pills. Just now, Zhu Chang, on whom he had planted a soul imprint, single-handedly destroyed an evil cult branch lair. It made the heavily injured helmsman have to move for the 4th time. Truly, a man stays at home, and joy falls from the sky. Because Chu Xian stayed home and counter-killed the evil cult, the system directly rewarded him with 10 years of cultivation. Before he even finished stretching, Chu Xian exclaimed, "Zhu Chang is awesome. He actually did it." After the excitement, he couldn't help but recall that ever since he broke through the Shujing and reached the first level of Hujing, the speed of his strength increase had slowed down. At this rate, staying home for a year would probably get him to. He still felt it wasn't safe enough. Because to deal with Xie Wanting's experts, it probably still wasn't enough. But if strength isn't enough, use money to make up for it. Determined to rely on spending, Chu Xian, who wanted to become the #1 strongman in Qin State, how could he forget the boxes upon boxes of pills, rewarded by the system in his warehouse? Brother still has to eat them like rice, probably refers to him. He patted his round belly, and burped contentedly. Suddenly, oh no! Chu Xian frowned, as if facing a great enemy. He was seen quickly running to a corner of the courtyard, hand on the wall, and instantly vomited a waterfall. Could it be that these medicines have some incompatibility? Chu Xian, having recovered, pondered. Another waterfall. Damn, it's endless. Indeed, one shouldn't eat things carelessly, or speak carelessly. Haste makes waste. Chu Xian, having recovered again, decided to sleep soundly, and peacefully stay at home. After all, he should now be at a level similar to Chu Tianming. He could be considered one of the top experts in the Qin State. Chu Xian, lying down, thought of this and felt a bit bored. I wish more evil cults would come. The evil cults of Chu Jun, it's best if they all come. Food and lodging provided, and I'll even take care of the arrangements. Just how arrogant is this old man? He actually cursed the shopkeeper of Heiyuelu, the most mysterious organization in Qin State, until he was covered in filth. This old man is named Chu Tianming. As the head of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of Qin State, originally, their private meeting this time started quite politely, with mutual pleasantries. Long time no see, Chu family head. Shopkeeper 1 personally came out to greet me. This old man truly has a lot of face. Indeed, my foot. Do you know the Chu family is in trouble? If it wasn't for the intelligence you sold, I'd twist your head off. Chu family head, calm down. Shopkeeper 1, you sent me a message saying there was important intelligence concerning the Chu family. Chu Tianming knew further investigation would be futile. So he sat down and took a breath. Let's skip the pleasantries. Let's get straight to the price. Chu Tianming suddenly opened his eyes, frowning. Ha ha. Wan Chang laughed heartily. He praised Chu Tianming for being straightforward. Chu Tianming slowly picked up his teacup. Then one will not be polite. 1 million lingjin. With one word, tea sprayed out. Chu Tianming's eyes widened. Little brat, why don't you just go rob someone? The enraged Chu Tianming stood up on the spot, about to erupt. But Wan Chang was experienced. He calmly advised Chu Tianming not to rush, he could listen to half first, and pay if he thought it was worth it. This suggestion was very effective. No harm in listening. Demonic smoke, does the Chu family head understand?
After hearing these two words, Chu Tianming was already gritting his teeth in anger.
He was very clear about the dangers of demonic smoke.
He threw down 500,000 lingjin, letting shopkeeper Wan continue. It turned out Wan Chang had heard that an evil cult guardian recently came from ZUS state.
Yes, that's all.
The two were left looking at each other.
Note, this is not a freeze frame.
After a moment of silence, one told the other to continue speaking, while the other asked for more lingjin. Finally, after receiving the full 1 million lingjin from Chu Tianming, Wan Chang explained the whole story.
According to accurate information, the evil cult guardian specifically brought demonic smoke from ZUS state, and the evil cult in Chu County will launch a destructive attack on the Chu family. Look at his smug face. He absolutely wouldn't imagine that the accurate intelligence he spoke of had already been turned into ancient history by Chu Xian. Just this? Chu Tianming also felt this news was not worth 1 million at all. Did he think he was a fool?
But Wan Chang looked arrogant, as if he were the savior of the Chu family. The words aren't finished yet. If it were just this, he'd feel guilty even charging 300,000.
As everyone knows, the Chu family's defenses are tight. Mere two evil cultists are nothing to fear. But this time, it's no small matter.
The evil cult obtained 2 Chu Xian bangi. Hearing this, the fickle Chu Tianming's expression tensed again. It seemed, facing the Chu Xian bangi, he wasn't confident in his own defenses either.
After calming down,
Chu Tianming repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of this intelligence.
He received Wan Chang's affirmative answer,
and promised that if his intelligence was wrong, he was willing to compensate threefold. He also said that he happened to have a magic tool to deal with demonic smoke, and wanted to sell it to Chu Tianming. Hearing this, Chu Tianming suspected he had been tricked by the cunning Wan Chang again, but he couldn't show it. He grimly warned Wan Chang that if he found out that the Chu Xian Baoyi was sold by Heiyuelu, he would definitely make him unable to gesture with his 3 fingers in the future. The harsh words were laid down.
He waved his hand, ending this pleasant transaction. On the way back, Chu Tianming thought more and more that something was wrong. What damn just happens to have? That black-hearted Wan Chang is definitely playing both sides. But it was definitely too late to go back now. Wan Chang's plan was precisely this: selling 1 piece of intelligence for 2 prices. When this old man is free, Gao Di will definitely overturn this damn Heiyuelu. Just how awesome must one's self-control be to refuse the cohabitation request of this beautiful young girl before him? The girl's name was Chu Yun. She had just accompanied her grandfather, Chu Tianming, to Heiyuelu. Upon returning, she immediately came to 13th Pavilion, Chu Xian's residence. She told him about the intelligence her grandfather bought for 1 million. She heard that powerful evil cultists would soon come to Chu County to cause trouble. Seeing Yunmei happily playing with that beautiful cat, he couldn't bear to tell her his true level, fearing he would scare her. So he scratched his head and smiled foolishly. No wonder I've seen some shooting wolves near this shabby courtyard recently. Shu Yun continued to explain.
Yes, the chief steward has also been patrolling everywhere recently. I heard the evil cult obtained a room that can conceal movements.
Is that so?
Looks like I need to be more careful in concealing my aura recently, to avoid being discovered by the chief steward and causing unnecessary trouble.
But the elders patrolling the border actually need to use the shujing? And a magic tool for concealed movement? Could it be the Chu Xian bangi? That thing, those below the 3rd level of shujing can't detect it at all. Other than that, there's probably no other need for yellowing. Chu Xian, deep in thought, was startled by Yunmei's cry. 13th brother, what a surprise. Come back to the ancestral home with me. I'll plead with grandfather. Chu Xian, of course, didn't want to go back and see Chu Tianming's stern face. Besides, continuing to stay here would bring endless surprises and rewards. So he rejected Chu Xian's kind offer. Stop, I'm living very well here. Aunt Tang is also very comfortable. I'm not going back. Chu Yun thought it wasn't safe here. She wanted to insist, the evil cult is taking action. This place is so far from the ancestral home, it's definitely not safe. The master of Heiyuelu personally told grandfather. Chu Yun looked pitiful. Any man would soften, right? But our male lead is no ordinary man. His mind quickly raced, action? The evil cult's branch layers have all been blown up. What action can they still take? Seeing Chu Xian silent, Chu Yun thought he was moved by her sincerity. So she continued to exaggerate the danger. I heard a big shot from the evil cult brought Moyen to Chu County. That Moyen is vicious. With 13th Brother's realm, touching it means either death or crippling.
Hearing this, Chu Xian, who couldn't hold it in any longer, he spat out a mouthful of salt soda.
When did this happen? Shopkeeper Wan said it arrived today. No wonder even the chief steward came out.
Damn Heiyuelu, you should change your name to Heishin Moswan. If Shu Chang hadn't promptly blown up the Chu County branch lair, his ancestral land would now be covered in wolf smoke. Seeing Chu Xian staring blankly again, Chu Yun sat down on the lounge chair.
Indeed comfortable, Yunmei, what are you doing?
I'll stay here with 13th Brother.
I'm not going back. Shu Yun said innocently. Ah, little sister, you're a girl. What would it look like if you lived with me? Be good, go back to the ancestral home. 13th Brother is fine.
Shu Yun was still worried.
Then what if the evil cult people come, and the ancestral elder happens to be absent?
Looking at the shy Yunmei, Chu Xian said seriously, it doesn't matter, I will act. Hearing this, Chu Yun gave a polite smile. Then she stood up from the lounge chair.
13th Brother is getting more and more humorous.
I actually hope if something really happens, 13th Brother can honestly stay in a safe place.
And not act.
Afraid of exposing himself, Chu Xian quickly reduced his presence.
Just kidding, how would I dare to hide? I'm not even enough for the evil cult experts to warm up.
Yunmei, don't worry, I will definitely protect myself.
Can you go back now?
Having said all this, Chu Yun still told me with an arrogant look, no, I just want to stay here.
Because it's really comfortable here. 13th Brother, sigh. Headache.
On the other side, Chu Tianming, who had returned to the ancestral home,
immediately summoned the ancestral elders to discuss how to respond to the evil cult's possible upcoming attacks. Our current purely defensive stance seems too conservative. We need to lure the enemy deep. As long as any evil cultists enter the ancestral land, kill them without mercy.
We must let these bastards know our strength.
That
Patriarch, Little 13th is still living on the edge of the clanland.
Do you think?
Suddenly, an elder remembered Chu Xian, who was in a dangerous area. He then expressed his concerns to Chu Tianming. Speaking of that fellow, Chu Tianming unconsciously lowered his voice and said,
I've already asked that girl Chu Yun to fetch Chu Xian back. If he returns, there's no need to show him any kindness. It can also temper his personality. If he doesn't return, just keep a close eye on him. If he dies like this, it would only tarnish Chilua's reputation. Every day when you wake up, there's a girl with an amazing figure, saying good morning to you. What kind of experience is that? This girl with an amazing figure is named Shu Yun. Just now, she disregarded the male lead's feigned refusal,
and insisted on living in the same courtyard with him.
Good morning, 13th Brother. Morning, Yunmei. You're up so early.
Although I haven't seen any evil cultists for now, I still need to cultivate diligently.
Chu Xian didn't say it,
but he knew clearly in his heart, the Yunmei before him had cultivated diligently over the years and reached the second level of the Xianjing.
No wonder that old fellow doted on him so much.
As he thought, he casually tossed a book to Chu Yun, perfectly, just right.
13th Brother.
Chu Yun, startled, picked up the secret manual. She was shocked again.
Dadi Luo Jing. This is a Daijing cultivation technique. 13th Brother, you usually neglect your cultivation. Why do you have this kind of book? Hey, think about whose courtyard this is. My father used to live here. Chu Xian wouldn't tell the truth.
He casually made up an excuse to brush it off. Anyway, it was so Chu Yun could achieve twice the result with half the effort.
Just practice according to this in the future. This is a good thing my father left behind. Chu Yun didn't doubt it at all.
Then I shall respectfully obey. The Chu residence, however, was not so calm and peaceful. Outside the main gate, two elders were looking at gifts.
A figure paced back and forth. How many days?
3 days. Not a drop of water, not a grain of rice, hasn't even been to the latrine.
Truly worthy of being the family head.
This internal circulation is top-notch. The two were chatting animatedly, completely unaware of Chu Tianming's gradually solidifying expression.
At this level of cultivation, can't you two just use voice transmission? Do you think this old man is deaf?
Chu Tianming, who had stopped pacing, reprimanded the two until they were silent. But it's also possible they used voice transmission.
Damn it, either come quickly or don't come at all. What's wrong with this evil cult? So indecisive.
It turned out he was troubled by the news from Heiyuelu. as the family, at a critical moment of life and death for the family. Of course, he couldn't be careless. But 3 days, not even a fart for 3 days. Chu Tianming, stepping over the threshold, was still furious. Indeed, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief's coveting. Suddenly, Chu Tianming pointed to the sky and cursed, "Shameless villains. If you have guts, fight this old man face to face. What kind of hero hides and skulks? Elders above the Shujing, go out and see what's going on with that gang of slaves from the evil cult. Do you know what the consequences are after an intelligence agency sells a piece of false news? What will be the consequences?" As the most mysterious intelligence organization in the Qin state, Heiyuelu unexpectedly used an outdated piece of news to exchange for 1 million lingjin from the Chu family head. And the cause of this, the culprit who made this million lingjin news outdated, was this otaku before us. Just now, Chu Tianming was furious. The news he bought for 1 million lingjin, that the evil cult was about to infiltrate the Chu family's ancestral land to release demonic smoke, made him wait at home for 3 days. Not only did nothing happen, but he also lost face in front of his subordinates. The evil cult destroyed Heiyuelu? Shopkeeper Wan looked incredulous. The young man who came to report patted his chest and assured, "It's absolutely true. There was internal strife in the evil cult. A deputy helmsman named Zhu Chan committed insubordination. The original site was blown to smithereens. Let alone demonic smoke, even the ZUS state guardian lost half his life. It said Zhu Chang exploded, flesh and blood splattering all over the guardian. Now the guardian himself is also acting crazy. Perhaps the subordinate's report was too vivid." Shopkeeper Wan's face gradually darkened. Is the shopkeeper preparing to compensate the Chu family? The young man quickly changed the subject. Oof, compensation? Shopkeeper Wan smiled wickedly. Compensation is absolutely impossible. The error in intelligence is not only your fault and mine, but it also cost Heiyuelu its reputation. You don't want to be promoted in the future? Seeing the young man's hesitation, Shopkeeper Wan quickly added, taking a step back. Neither of us wants to lose our year-end bonus, right? The young man originally just came to deliver a message simply, but unexpectedly, it involved his career. He was at a loss for a moment. I heard Heiyuelu headquarters is laying off staff recently. After working for so many years, I have enough to live comfortably for the rest of my life. But you're still young. Shopkeeper Wan pressed on. Finally, the young man compromised. Shopkeeper, what should we do? Easy, the solution lies with you, with me. The young man pointed to himself, asking with a look of surprise. That's right. Although the intelligence was wrong this time, but if we use even more exciting intelligence to exchange with the Chu family, not only will we not have to compensate, but we can also restore our reputation. The shopkeeper patted the young man's shoulder seriously. The evil cult is dangerous, but I still need you to go one more time. The sooner the better. Looking at the shopkeeper's trusting gaze, the young man nodded doubtfully. And at this moment, Chu Xian was leisurely staring at the sunset, lost in thought. Chu Tianming, that old fellow, should soon know about the evil cult's situation. Heiyuelu will probably take action too. I am already at the Hujing. Chu Yun will also soon break through the Xianjing. It won't be easy for the evil cult to invade anymore. If I could control Heiyuelu, I could control everything. Unfortunately, there's no opportunity to get in right now. Lost in thought, someone came to deliver food. Young master, today's meal. Seeing this servant was somewhat unfamiliar, and his eyes kept darting around, Chu Xian knew in his heart. Understood, leave it there. Not simple. Besides the evil cult and Heiyuelu, how many other factions are there? Just what kind of news could make a man who hadn't used the latrine for 3 days as happy as a 70-something old man? The old man's name was Chu Tianming. As the head of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of the Qin state, a moment ago, he was still at his wits' end about the impending evil cult attack. His subordinates' cry, "Family head," startled Chu Tianming. Why so hasty? Did the evil cult break in? He suddenly turned around. It's you, Hua Zhilwan. No, no. This time it's good news. Great news. The subordinate realized he had caused a misunderstanding with the family head. He hurriedly explained. What? Did you find something? The old master's suspended heart relaxed a little. Family head, the evil cult's branch lair in our Chu county has exploded. When he said this, the young man's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Exploded? Chu Tianming's face actually contorted. Yes, husband and wife severed, legs crippled, corpses littered the courtyard, blood stained the walls.
Io, this kid has a way with words. Are you trying for the imperial examinations? Speak human language.
The young man quickly changed his words. This time, not only did we find traces of demonic smoke being released,
but also statistics of the helmsman, Yun Gong, and evil cult elders self-destructing. The evil cult definitely encountered an unexpected enemy.
Unable to resist, they barely retreated,
heavily damaging the evil cult's branch lair, and even defeating the evil cult.
To use a song by Jay Cho to describe Chu Tianming at this moment, was nothing but a little old man.
Do you have many questions?
In that case, this person must have extremely high cultivation.
And this way,
we no longer need to worry about the demonic smoke problem.
The young man finally spat it all out, extremely happy.
Hearing such news, the Chu family member's first reaction was definitely the same as the young man's,
a sense of relief.
But this old man snorted coldly.
Then he laughed like a pig. Ha ha, hey Yue Lu. Hey Xin Lu. Black-hearted Wan Chang. Let's see how you handle this. After taking a breath, he turned and invited the young man to accompany him to Yue Lu.
He just wanted to see how that shopkeeper Wan would change this threefold compensation.
On the other side,
the otaku Chu Xian was strolling around his courtyard.
He accidentally wandered to Chu Yun's door.
Through the door, he sensed Chu Yun was about to break through.
Just as Chu Yun came out for some air. How are you feeling, Yun Mei?
13th brother, your little courtyard is truly a place of excellent feng shui.
Cultivating here, I feel my realm advancement speed is much faster.
Fearing Chu Yun would make the excessive request to continue staying, Chu Xian quickly suggested that if she was going to break through, it was better to return to the ancestral home.
After all, breaking through here, he couldn't protect her.
But what Chu Yun got was, 13th brother can actually sense I'm about to break through.
She was overjoyed. Please, miss, I'm just low in cultivation, not without cultivation. When it's about time, go back. Breakthrough is serious business. Don't be willful.
Chu Xian said with a dejected expression. Right, the cultivation technique I gave you.
Don't let Chu Tianming, that old ghost, see it. Just thinking about him annoys me.
At this moment, Chu Yu was still immersed in the matter of the upcoming breakthrough. She readily agreed, got it, 13th brother.
So early in the morning, who is coming towards the small courtyard?
If someone, when you've been in prison for almost a year, proactively gives you a way out, offering you freedom, would you take it? Our male lead decisively chose to refuse.
The reason was simple. He's an otaku,
and by staying in this courtyard, he can continuously receive system rewards.
It's even better than cheating.
Just now, Chu Xian finally managed to persuade Chu Yun, who had been living with him for almost a month, to agree to move back to the ancestral home to break through her realm. But footsteps were heard from outside the door.
The visitor was none other than Chu Xian,
the Chu Tianming whom he always called Old Ghost or Old Thing. Just as he was wondering why the old thing had come, Chu Tianming spoke, "Scoundrel.
You don't even greet your elders?"
And Chu Xian immediately retorted, "If this scoundrel were to greet you, I'm afraid it would disgrace the Chu family's reputation." Chu Yun, beside him, was so shocked she broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed 13th brother was still resentful about being demoted here by grandfather just because he sneezed.
Rotten wood cannot be carved. Still so outspoken. I see you don't want to go back. Chu Tianming's brows furrowed in anger.
He gritted his teeth, but after seeing Chu Yun beside him, he suddenly burst into laughter.
You're about to break through this time, eh? Grandfather has sharp eyes.
It's all thanks to 13th brother.
Taking good care of me these days. Truly a good girl of our Chu family. After grandfather sits on the bone, the Chu family will have to rely on you. Grandfather is too serious.
I still have several older brothers ahead of me. If we are to rely on anyone, it should be my elder brothers.
The other few are all right.
If they were all like your 13th brother, the Chu family would probably be barbecued. If Chioluan knew what you've become, he would definitely regret being your father. Hearing this, Chu Xian could no longer suppress his emotions.
What an outburst.
It felt good for a moment, but he regretted it immediately.
Because, even if he only exposed that faint trace of aura, it didn't escape Chu Tianming's notice. Hudging expert. Chu Yun, of course, didn't know what just happened. She naively asked, what hudging expert?
Although it was only a faint aura, but that aura seemed to be the true chi fluctuation of a hudging expert.
Chu Tianming was instantly excited. Happy for no more than 3 seconds, the young man behind him retorted, "How is that possible? Within the borders of Qin State, besides you, there are no other hudging experts. Could it be?" Before the young man could finish, Chu Tianming waved his hand. Never mind, never mind. Perhaps it was my misperception. This aura vanished in an instant. I haven't seen a hudging expert for years. It's not surprising if I made a mistake, he said, then turned and transmitted to the young man. I know what you want to say. The expert who heavily injured the evil cult, but this is not something to be discussed in front of juniors. We'll talk later. Then, after a pause, Chu Tianming invited Chu Yun to accompany him to Fei Long again. Chu Yun readily agreed. After all, she still needed grandfather's protection during her breakthrough. As for you, you brat, admit your mistake and take 50. Then go back to the ancestral home. This elder had lowered his face to give Chu Xian a way out. But Chu Xian didn't fall for it at all, retorting again, I don't admit it. I'm quite well here. No need for grandfather to worry. Who can bear it? Chu Tianming snorted coldly, turned, and left. At this moment, the innocent Chu Yun hurriedly tried to persuade him, 13th brother, Uncle 52. Grandfather is already giving you a way out. But Chu Xian was as stubborn as a mule, unyielding. I don't admit it, sigh. It's just a pity that blood ties are there. Chu Tianming was ultimately still worried about this grandson. He ordered his subordinates, the enemy is currently unknown. Pay a little attention. Although this is rotten wood, this old man cannot let Sholua be without descendants. Look closely at this old man, he's currently extorting the most awesome intelligence department in Qin State, Heiyuelu. Just because not long ago, this old man just spent 1 million from Heiyuelu to buy a piece of false intelligence. Brother Guan, Heiyuelu's intelligence has made me suspicious for the first time. Chu Tianming, with a condescending look, got straight to the point. And this man with a bun is the back of Heiyuelu's shopkeeper Wan Chang's head. The intelligence cannot be wrong. It's just that the evil cult had an accident midway. Let's have another side view. How can the intelligence be wrong? What kind of trouble are those bastards from the evil cult stirring up? Chu Tianming, who was cheated out of 1 million, was not flustered at all at this moment. Now, not only did he want the black-hearted Wan Chang to spit it all out, but also to compensate him threefold. Let's see how smug he can be then. Brother Guan, Heiyuelu has always established itself on credibility. This time, the loss of intelligence, look. Wan Chang certainly knew, compensation was a small matter, losing Heiyuelu's credibility suffered. The punishment received would be even heavier. He hurriedly threw out another plan, Brother Chu. I have another piece of important intelligence concerning the evil cult here. 1 million lingjing isn't expensive, right? 1 million is no small sum. Is the evil cult worth it? It seems this is definitely going to extort a hefty sum from me. Wan Chang showed an awkward smile. How about this? Once Xie Wangting has any movements targeting Qin State or the Chu family, I will notify Brother Chu immediately, without delay. What, you scoundrel? If it weren't for your deceit this time, once Xie Wangting makes a move, were you planning to delay telling this old man? Chu Tianming immediately pointed out the flaw, questioning loudly. What else could Wan Chang do? He continued to smile foolishly, without losing his manners. How could that be, Brother Chu? Our Heiyuelu has always valued credibility. Just by this expression, one can know what he's thinking even without narration. I believe you, you scoundrel. You're a bad old man. But he still wanted to hear. The first deputy leader of the evil cult and 2 guardians have already arrived. Chu Ju. Wan Chang should also be like everyone else, I have seen through Chu Tianming's thoughts. He said smugly, he believes this intelligence is worth 1 million. Brother Chu, is this piece of intelligence worth 1 million? Chu Tianming frowned after hearing this. The first deputy leader's strength is at the 8th level of Shujing. Peak footwork also has 7th level Shujing strength. If they launch a surprise attack on us, the outcome is uncertain. Then what about the specific actions? Wan Chang smiled slightly. A complete profiteer. This is another piece of intelligence. Chu Tianming certainly wouldn't be easily fooled, and similarly sneered. Just this piece of intelligence about coming to Chu County is worth more than 1 million. Heiyuelu's intelligence is indeed a bit faster, but this old man can guarantee, within a day, our Chu family can also receive intelligence about them coming to Chu County, so you'd better stop beating around the bush. After all, this old man hasn't forgiven you yet. Seeing Chu Tianming insist, Wan Chang said no more and took out a map. This is their current hiding place. Thank you, Brother Wan. This old man will take his leave first. Chu Tianming waved his hand contentedly and turned to leave. Since we know the location, let's strike first. Catch him off guard.
Speaking of which, Chu Tianming and his group aggressively went to Heiyuelu, which dealt with both black and white. After a round of verbal attacks, they left. Because he was going to kill his ex-husband. Catch the evil cult in Chu County off guard. In a certain courtyard less than 100 li from the Chu family's ancestral home, Zheng Kuei, the first deputy leader of the Qin state evil cult, was meditating with his eyes closed. What happened with Portugal last night? They were actually overturned by the Koreans. This man, Gara, who was just 2 dark circles short of being him, was Dong Qian, the helmsman of Chu County. He whispered aside, "Leader, Zhu Cheng suddenly went mad. We don't know the reason. We just suspect it's related to the ZUS state guardian. But we don't understand their motive for doing so." Zheng Kuei, having recovered, thought of another woman at this moment. Is Zhu Yin dead or alive? Who killed her? The answer he got was Dong Qian's "I don't know." Because he really didn't have the energy to care about a minor elder like Zhu Yin. After all, their evil cult had suffered heavy losses this time. It's all because of this Chu family. The entire Qin state evil cult lost 1/5 of its strength. How did the Chu family discover someone was lurking? Still unknown. Perhaps it was intelligence provided by Heiyuelu. Zheng Kuei didn't quite agree with this guess. After all, Heiyuelu wasn't omnipotent. Moreover, given Heiyuelu's style, for greater benefits, it's impossible to easily sell intelligence that could destroy the other party. Then he patted Dong Qian's shoulder. He earnestly told them to prepare. Tonight, follow him to the Chu family's ancestral land to investigate. Dong Qian, however, worried about the numerous experts in the Chu family's ancestral land. Better safe than sorry. Zheng Kuei comforted him. Chu Tianming, that old ghost, has already left Zuding. Breaking into the Chu family is completely fine. Since I dare to go, this cult leader naturally has the confidence to retreat unscathed. Then he waved his hand. He tossed Dong Qian a purple glass bead. Tonight, you will accompany me to break into the Chu family. Dong Qian was also an experienced helmsman. He recognized this glass bead at a glance. It was an escape Lingqin, Dunkong Zhu. That's right. Even if surrounded by Chu family elders, as long as you're not instantly killed, you can escape. It's just that magical. Ha ha ha. Zheng Kuei turned back with an evil smile. As long as they can't keep us, breaking into the Chu family ancestral land and retreating unscathed, will surely put immense pressure on the Chu family. Look quickly. Someone else is preparing to bully this useless young master. It was a dark and stormy night. The useless young master Chu Xian, however, couldn't sleep. Only because this beautiful cat snored like thunder. And also unable to sleep, were the 2 burly men outside the door. Our target this time is to trespass into the Chu family residence. Remember, no need to enter, just break in and that's it. The speaker was Zheng Kuei, the first deputy leader of the Qin state evil cult. He was full of confidence for this operation. Only because the Chu family's only threat to him, Chu Tianming, was still haggling at Heiyuelu, asking about his own news. Like a poisonous old man, one dies, one is scattered. Ha ha ha. Accompanying Zheng Kuei was another person, Dong Qian, the helmsman of Chu County. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. This old bastard is terrible. Your strength is so stubborn, you say you're not afraid, but this helmsman doesn't have your ability. It's better to be cautious. Unconsciously, the 2 had arrived outside Chu Xian's courtyard. This should be Chu Chulua's son's residence, right? It should be. His son is indeed a bit useless, but he is Chu Chulua's son after all. If we control him, we might have an unexpected gain. You mean to recruit him into our cult? Superficial. 2 plans. First, control Chu Chulua's son and help him break through the Xianjing. Let him return to the Chu family residence and become a pawn of our cult. After a pause, Zheng Kuei continued. Second, recruit him into our cult, teach him evil arts, and turn him into a killing blade for our cult. Imagine Chu Chulua's son cultivating evil arts and becoming an evil cultivator, and slaughtering indiscriminately. This old man wants to see how the Chu family will deal with it. Based on the principle of enjoying drama without fear of escalation, Zheng Kuei felt happy just thinking about it. And Chu Chulua's son is in our cult. If Chu Chulua himself returns one day, we can even let his son go meet him. Let's see if Chu Chulua kills him or not. Ha ha ha. After hearing his own plan, Zheng Kuei couldn't help but let out an evil laugh. But, leader, what if Chu Chulua isn't dead? Seeing his son forced into the evil cult,
What if he goes mad and exterminates our evil cult? Dong Qian voiced his concerns. What are you afraid of? At worst, we flee. Can he kill his own son?
If he really kills him, then the culprit who caused his son to be captured by our cult and join the evil cult is Chu Tianming, that old ghost.
Imagine Chu Qiuluo returning. How impeccable.
Increasingly satisfied with his seemingly flawless plan, Zhang Kuwei put on an inscrutable expression.
Dong Qian, beside him, thought it made sense. Then hurry up and flatter him.
Leader is wise.
Go, capture Chu Qiuluo's son.
I want to, in front of the Chu family, take Chu Qiuluo's son away. Piss off this old ghost.
Tian Miao doesn't show its might. Do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? I've seen face slapping, but never this fast.
A second ago, he thought his plan was flawless. Who would have thought it was completely seen through by this bookworm in the courtyard?
Chu Xian sighed helplessly. What are you guys doing? Are all evil cultists sick in the head? Every time before causing trouble, do you have to target me first?
You do your thing. I won't leave this courtyard, nor will I interfere when I'm full and have nothing better to do.
But if you insist on seeking death, you can't blame me.
With that said, he silently released the Zhonghuanin. Recalling Zhu Chang, who was hit by the Zhonghuanin last time, was still just a minor elder.
Yet he single-handedly destroyed the entire Chu County branch.
Looking at this 9th-level Shujing fellow outside the courtyard, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a little excited.
And Zhang Kuwei and Dong Qian outside the courtyard, how would they know what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face?
Still looking like they were sure to win, walking with an arrogant gait.
Attack! Zhang Kuwei ordered. A golden formation instantly appeared beneath his feet. It looked dazzling. Not good. Zhang Kuwei's pupils instantly dilated.
His face became ferocious. It turned out that formation wasn't his. It was actually a trap set up by Chu Xian. Under the powerful pressure of the mechanism, Zhang Kuwei unconsciously stumbled.
No, even if I kneel, my posture must be handsome. I can't let Dong Qian see my awkwardness. Hudging. This pressure is definitely from a hudging expert.
The Chu family actually has a hudging expert.
Who is it?
Zhang Kuwei felt his mind begin to wander. His consciousness was also about to blur.
It seemed the Dunkong Zhu couldn't be activated either.
At this moment, a young face appeared before him.
Chu Xian. You're actually hudging.
Just one encounter, before Chu Xian even made a move, his own superior actually knelt on one knee. Dong Qian, beside him, was instantly stunned.
Leader.
He didn't get Zhang Kuwei's response, but heard a
meow. He probably didn't even see what it was. Dong Qian's face was fiercely struck. Invincible meow meow palm. Big meow, speak. Little meow, listen, don't interrupt. By the time Chu Xian looked over, Dong Qian was already foaming at the mouth, convulsing. Are your evil cult positions all bought? Why do you have to target me? Just because my father is Chu Qiuluo?
Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a little curious about this father he had never met, felt a trace of curiosity, just what kind of awesome figure he was.
To make the esteemed evil cult deputy leader and branch helmsman fight to be his servant. The man's name was Chu Xian.
He was a useless young master in everyone's eyes. Just now, two founders of the evil cult jointly barged into Chu Xian's courtyard, intending to recruit him, just because his father was Chu Qiuluo, a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in Qin State in 100 years.
But they never expected. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. Chu Qiuluo's son has a system. Merely the pressure from his realm made the two of them utterly defeated.
When experts fight, there's often no need for excessive fancy moves.
Seeing his defeated opponent trapped by the formation, unable to move,
Chu Xian was very curious about this evil cult old man's identity. After all, he was a 9th-level Shujing existence. He should be a big shot in the evil cult.
If he killed them, stronger experts would definitely be sent. Not because he was scared,
but simply because it was troublesome.
That old man wasn't idle either. Thinking that the pet cat raised by this person was so strong, then wouldn't the person's own strength be unfathomable? As he thought, Zhang Kuwei was already drenched in cold sweat. He definitely couldn't win a fight.
So he honestly told Chu Xian that he was the first deputy leader of the Qin State evil cult.
Oh, quite a background.
As long as I control him, I can stop the evil cult from harassing me.
And I can know the evil cult's plans in advance.
Feeling pleased, he comforted Zhang Kuwei, don't be afraid.
Chu Xian, wouldn't even hurt a chicken. So how could I kill you? Why does this sound so familiar? Right. Back then, this brat's father also said something similar. As a result, he slaughtered dozens of cultists in the blink of an eye. It seems anyone who says such things is not a kind person. At this moment, Dong Qian, lying on the ground feigning unconsciousness, couldn't hold back anymore. The first deputy leader is valuable, it's a pity to kill him. Doesn't that mean he's going to kill me? Young Master Chu, I am Chu Jun, the multi-talented master, and I am also valuable. Alright, you two don't need to fight anymore. This young master will treat you both equally. With that, Tu Zhonghuanin flew towards the two. The first command after being imprinted was to have Zhang Kuei lead the evil cult to calm down a bit. Don't always come to disturb the Chu family. And Zhang Kuei immediately stated, I will definitely restrain the cult. Whoever disobeys will be killed without mercy. Afterwards, he inquired about Heiyue Lu's background. According to Zhang Kuei, Heiyue Lu most likely possessed treasured artifacts for intelligence gathering. Otherwise, even some of their evil cult's secret operations wouldn't be hidden from them. Moreover, the strongest expert in Qin state was not the one from the Qin imperial family, but Heiyue Lu's garrison, a mysterious expert from the Qin state branch. Heiyue Lu, this faction, is indeed a bit interesting. Not good, this aura is Chu Tianming. It turned out that since Wan Chang last told Chu Tianming, the first deputy leader of the evil cult had come to Chu County with 2 guardians. Chu Tianming hadn't used the latrine for 3 days again. He searched according to the map for a full 3 days. Still, he hadn't even seen the shadow of the evil cult. So he went to demand an explanation again. Wan Chang, what's wrong with you? The intelligence is wrong again and again. This time, you must return the Lingjin. Chu Tianming, his anger value exploding, lashed out. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Chu, you must understand, Zhang Kuei is a living person. When you rushed over, he happened to have left. All intelligence has a certain delay, it cannot be real-time. Wan Chang argued seriously. Chu Tianming suspected it was the black-hearted Heiyue Lu that sold the intelligence about him going to kill the evil cult deputy leader. To the evil cult. But Wan Chang explained, he was very professional. Buyer's intelligence must be held for a day before being sold again. Besides, Zhang Kuei suddenly left. And his hiding place is not far from the Chu family's ancestral land. Don't you wonder where he might have gone? Reminded by Wan Chang, Chu Tianming felt like a ball, being kicked around. But it's better to believe it than not. Could it be they went to our Chu family? If this intelligence is wrong again, Brother Wan, you have to give me an explanation. Don't worry, how could the intelligence be wrong? Our Heiyue Lu has always been built on integrity, never false, never deceiving. Watching Chu Tianming's departing figure, Wan Chang didn't forget to throw in an advertisement. The first stop upon entering the Chu family's ancestral land was Chu Xian's courtyard. Since he had already sensed Chu Tianming heading this way, Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian naturally couldn't stay long. He gave them a reverse travel talisman and they hurriedly left. Chu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a while now, things can be stable. No more evil cultists will come to harass. Just as he was about to sleep soundly, the system prompted him that by staying indoors, he had subdued an evil cult expert. Reward, 10 years of cultivation in Tianjin Shinton. This is the legendary Tianjin Shinton that can kill enemies with a gaze. And his realm directly broke through to Hujing 8th level. I really hope more such experts can come. Just because you are in a good mood and recognize the value of an otaku, a system that rewards you with a divine artifact. Do you want it? This transmigrated otaku, Chu Xian, possessed such a system. Just now, Chu Tianming, after another fruitless search, again and again, aggressively came to Heiyue Lu to demand an explanation. Only because the intelligence provided by Wan Chang was distorted again. Shopkeeper Wan, do you think Chu is easy to bully? Or are you going to throw Heiyue Lu's reputation into the latrine? Chu Tianming's ugly expression seemed like he was about to swallow Wan Chang whole. Then you. He thought he was here to thank him for providing intelligence. Wan Chanlin Tayamadai. Chu Tianming didn't care if he was dazed or not. He took 1 million from himself. The 2 pieces of intelligence provided were both wrong. Last night, all the clan elders patrolled the ancestral land. Zhang Kuei's shadow didn't even appear. Wan Chang still refused to believe his ears. He repeated Heiyue Lu's founding slogan. Chu Tianming wouldn't indulge him and said bluntly, he neither found him at the provided hiding place, Zhang Kuei, nor did he find him trespassing the Chu family ancestral land at night. Didn't trespass your Chu family ancestral land? Are you sure this old man personally patrolled? What do you say? No more nonsense. Shopkeeper 1, the intelligence is wrong. Should the Lingjing be returned? Chu Tianming's patience had worn thin.
Wan Shang was always worried about the ducks flying everywhere.
Chu family head, please wait a moment.
I'll go verify the news.
Then he turned and questioned his subordinate, what happened to Zhang Kuei? Weren't they going to trespass the Chu family ancestral land at night? Did they chicken out at the last minute? Not necessarily. Where is Zhang Kuei now? The answer received was very straightforward and clear, I don't know. Wan Shang couldn't vent his anger in front of the client. Now, it all came out. Tell me you don't know. Making mistakes time and time again, do you still want to be rated as an outstanding employee? You only know how to threaten me with this. But I really don't know. Zhang Kuei clearly went towards the Chu family ancestral land last night, but we haven't been able to track his whereabouts until now. It's as if he vanished into thin air.
Then send more men to investigate for me.
Find out his movements as soon as possible.
After instructing his subordinate, Wan Shang felt a pang of regret. Zhang Kuei, that bastard.
Why didn't he just break into the Chu family ancestral land?
For now, I must first appease Chu Tianming.
I can't let things escalate. Otherwise, how will I get promoted and a raise at the end of the year? Brother Chu, why be angry? Look, I've already given instructions. We are currently tracking Zhang Kuei's whereabouts.
Chu Tianming, having calmed down considerably, knew very well there was no need, while the hidden danger of the evil cult was not yet removed,
to fall out with Heiyuelu shopkeeper 1. Zhang Kuei is cunning. Heiyuelu's intelligence has been wrong several times.
It caused my Chu family to be unable to eliminate him in time.
What do you think about this? Seeing Chu Tianming offer a way out, Wan Shang quickly made a promise, Zhang Kuei will not live. Since the Chu family has entrusted Heiyuelu to assist in eliminating Zhang Kuei, Heiyuelu will naturally assist the Chu family in eliminating him. Don't blame this old man for being talkative, ha. Zhang Kuei's own strength is not weak,
and he also carries the Dunkong Zhu.
It won't be easy to kill him. Shopkeeper 1, are you perhaps trying to brush this old man off?
How dare I, how dare I? I dare not say anything else, but as for the Dunkong Zhu, I am extremely familiar with it.
We just need to hold Zhang Kuei back after he activates the Dunkong Zhu.
It won't be difficult to surround and kill him.
Then I'll wait for Shopkeeper Wan's news. Chu Tianming cursed inwardly, I knew it was your doing.
At this moment, Zhu Quan, who was diligently reading scriptures at home, received a system reward notification. Because of your small action, Heiyuelu, which built its reputation on the truthfulness of its intelligence, experienced an intelligence error. Reward, Gushen Shui Jinyan Shu. Making Heiyuelu's intelligence wrong, only Zhang Kuei and the other came these 2 days.
Could it be intelligence about them? Chu Xian fought hard, no care. He gave them the reverse travel talisman. He just wanted to test Heiyuelu. It seems Heiyuelu isn't as awesome as the legends say. Not all intelligence can be investigated.
But this reward is quite good. Wushan Shu, a powerful secret art, can repair damaged divine souls.
It is an extremely powerful soul-type trauma recovery art. It belongs to the Shinfa level of secret arts.
And Jinyan Shu is also a secret art of the same level. It can make people speak the truth, similar to the ability of Yenshu Fazhui. Will becomes reality, a secret art that points directly to the great Tao of heaven and earth.
Ha, I got 2 secret arts at once. Indeed, staying home can actually accomplish many things. There are also many pleasures to be discovered.
Just as he finished stretching, the system reward sound rang again.
Because you are in a good mood. You have understood the meaning of staying home. Reward, Cheatsai Xingguang. Damn, my luck is off the charts. This is the legendary Cheatsai Xingguang.
Legend has it that whether it's an attack on the physical body, or an attack on the divine soul,
the Cheatsai Xingguang can withstand it. Wouldn't that make me invincible? Now I can finally stay home and cultivate in peace. Can you believe it?
This man once cut himself with a knife, just to cultivate a powerful technique.
Later, he actually restored his male organ with the Jianmagong.
But he was still disliked by the woman he loved, just because it wasn't as good as the original. Man, it was the Xie Ting in Chu Xian's hands.
The tragic life of the Xie, the male protagonist.
Holding the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy, Chu Xian would read such historical classics whenever he had time.
It turned out,
when Xie was young, in order to cultivate a powerful technique, he castrated himself.
Afterwards, he discovered The enemy's technique, which didn't require self-castration, was even stronger. He even married the woman he loved, Chu Xian. Even an ant can't bear it. That Xian's heart became unbalanced. He went mad, became twisted, and finally slaughtered 1,000,000 people, just to restore his male organ. And the Shuemagon, passed down to this day, was created by this Xian. In the end, relying on this powerful demonic art, he successfully restored his male organ and killed his enemy. He also seized the woman he once loved. As a result, that woman coldly and disdainfully said, "Compared to my ex, you're too soft. Utterly boring." At this point, that Xian went berserk on the spot and died just like that. Damn, that's killing someone with words. That Xian was truly tragic. Just as he was getting into it, Butler De Yi relayed Chu Tianming's order for this 13th young master to return to the ancestral home. What's wrong with this old ghost? Why suddenly ask me to return to the ancestral home? Could it be that old fellow went to find Wan Chang again to inquire about Zhang Kuei and the others' whereabouts? I expect Wan Chang, apart from being dumbfounded, would only answer "I don't know." After all, my reverse travel talisman is not to be trifled with. Since Heiyuelu couldn't even determine the evil cult's whereabouts this time, that old fellow probably still somewhat trusts this useless young master of mine. After all, I am Chu Cholua's biological son. I'm not going back. I'm living very well here. Chu Xian certainly wasn't willing to let all his efforts go to waste. After all, he had stayed home for almost a year. If he went back now, wouldn't his record of staying home for so long be wasted? Butler De Yi still thought Chu Xian was just worried about being punished after returning to the ancestral home. So he comforted him, "Don't worry, 13th Master. The family head said, he won't hold your past mistakes against you. You can return to live in the ancestral home. I already said I'm not going back. It's more comfortable living here." Chu Xian continued to insist, "I don't believe they can tie me up and take me back." All right then. The butler was also speechless. He could only go back and report truthfully to the family head. As soon as the butler left, the system notification sound rang. First, refuse to return to the ancestral home. Choose to continue staying. Reward, Wu Jinsha. Ha ha. Chu Xian was overjoyed. It was actually his favorite system random reward segment. One must know, Hujing is to spiritualize painting, while Jinjing is to comprehend true meaning. It requires extremely high talent and comprehension. This kind of wujinsha can help people comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth, and break through the Jinjing bottleneck. Chu Xian unceremoniously accepted it. After all, he was already at the 8th level of Hujing. He was about to step into the 9th level of Hujing. Jinjing was in sight. With wujinsha to comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth in advance, it could greatly shorten the breakthrough time. What else was there to say? Let's brew a pot first and taste it. This mouthful, why does Chu Xian feel like he's gained a lot of weight? After savoring it carefully, Chu Xian frowned. My god, I directly broke through to the 9th level of Hajing. Jinjin is just around the corner. Look quickly. What this man is pouring is not ordinary tea, but a cup of wujinsha that can allow one to directly break through realms. Look, this young girl just took a small sip, and the next second, her pupils dilated, exclaiming Yamadai. The man's name is Chu Xian. He just received the reward for staying home for 10 months. A low-grade earth-grade weapon, Xuanhua Lingai. The Lingdang contains Xuanhua, capable of burning heaven and earth. The smug Chu Xian was secretly rejoicing. Another earth-grade weapon. This system is too generous. So far, the worst has been Tianjin, right? Even the Xinfa realm, he had 1 foot in the Jinjing. Perhaps if I drink a few more cups of tea, I'll directly break through to the Jinjing. Just then, a familiar figure pushed open the courtyard door. 13th brother, I'm at the 3rd level of Xianjin. It's all thanks to third uncle's insights. This graceful young girl was the Yunmei Chu Xian had been thinking about. Third uncle is indeed a big shot who swept through the Qin state. 13th brother, you have to cultivate diligently. Being so lazy won't do. You can't lose third uncle's face. Chu Xian felt quite awkward listening. Hey, you don't understand. This kind of simple life is comfortable. Cultivating hard every day is so boring. Saying so, Chu Xian picked up the freshly brewed tea. Come on, Yunmei, try this tea. Shu Yun took the teacup and drank it all. The next second, Shu Yun's eyes widened. She felt immortal energy pervading her surroundings. 13th brother, this tea is delicious. It seems to have some other special effects too.
I feel much more energetic. Chu Xian couldn't quite say what was special, but her face flushed red. She exclaimed with delight. Seeing Yunmei radiant and unable to extricate herself, Chu Xian also smiled foolishly on the side.
This was left by my father. Naturally, it wouldn't be ordinary tea. The proud Chu Xian secretly resolved to let Yunmei drink wujincha every day in the future.
Breaking through to the Xinjing would basically be no problem. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yun, after waking from her tea, suddenly asked Chu Xian why she hadn't seen him leave the courtyard. Facing the goddess's question, of course, he couldn't tell her he was an otaku.
I'm cultivating. Chu Yun certainly didn't believe it.
Because she neither saw Chu Xian cultivating, nor did she see any improvement in his strength, so she pressed him repeatedly.
You don't understand, I cultivate the mind.
To tell you the truth, however high the new realm is, that's how high the realm is. Chu Xian feigned profoundness, but the innocent Chu Yun understood it as, 13th brother's new realm isn't high. That's why his strength is so weak.
Could this also be third uncle's cultivation method passed down? How strange. Yes. My father's secret technique.
It looks weak at first, but once you understand it, you can soar to the heavens.
Chu Xian saw his chance. Quick, take the opportunity. This method cannot be cultivated by just anyone. It's very demanding. That's why I don't return to the ancestral home. I'm so clever. With this excuse, no one will urge me to return to the ancestral home anymore, right? Chu Yun suddenly understood.
And said she would never force 13th brother to return to the ancestral home again, nor would she let anyone disturb Chu Sun.
Oh my god, this intelligence agency made a mistake again and again.
And it still dares to call itself number 1 in Qin State.
The intelligence agency that made the mistake is called Heiyuelu. This dorky-looking man is named Wan Chang.
He is the shopkeeper of the Heiyuelu Qin State branch.
Just now, shopkeeper Wan denied his intelligence for the third time.
Brother Chu, according to reliable intelligence, Zhang Kuwei is dead.
This hairy little old man is named Chu Tianming.
He is the head of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of Qin State. Ascending the tower for the 4th time, he was no longer the Wan Chang of before.
A naive fool who believed whatever was said. Are you sure? Who killed him?
And Wan Chang just spread his hands.
Heiyuelu's intelligence is never wrong.
Most likely killed by a non-Qin State expert. As soon as these words were spoken, even ghosts wouldn't know where he got his confidence. Nor did he feel ashamed. Facts proved, Wan Chang indeed didn't know shame. Because he was thinking, even if Zhang Kuwei wasn't dead, as soon as he appeared, Heiyuelu would kill him immediately. That way, Heiyuelu's intelligence would indeed be correct. So the threat is eliminated. Then, regarding Brother Chu's purchase of intelligence, I can personally accept 1 commission mission from Brother Chu, as personal compensation.
How about it?
Wan Chang smiled at Chu Tianming, hoping he wouldn't complain about him. After all, the year-end bonus was coming soon.
Wan Chang personally took action. Such treatment was rare. Chu Tianming's small eyes darted. It's a deal. Since Brother Wan has said so, then I won't pursue it.
However, this old man indeed has a matter to entrust to Brother Wan.
Can you investigate Chu Chilua's whereabouts? Don't worry.
I will, in my personal capacity, request Heiyuelu to pay attention to this matter.
As soon as there's news, I'll inform Brother Chu immediately. Thank you, Brother Wan. And just as Chu Tianming left, Heiyuelu received a report from a spy. Zhang Kuwei was not dead. He's still alive? Then where is he?
The masked man had learned his lesson this time.
He no longer just said I don't know. He calmly told shopkeeper Wan Zhang Kuwei had briefly appeared.
But they failed to kill him in time.
He escaped using some unknown demonic art.
Wan Chang, upon hearing this, was not flustered at all, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, he had not yet publicly announced Zhang Kuwei's news of death. He had only told Chu Tianming once, but he couldn't show it in front of his subordinates. Then he frowned. Continue to investigate his news for me. I don't believe he really disappeared.
Strange things happened again.
This man just picked up a pair of scissors, thinking of trimming the potted plants in the courtyard.
The system rewarded him with 10,000 Lingdian and 10,000 Qianjinden. This gardener's name is Chu Xian.
Just now, his cultivation partner, Chu Yunmei, ran to his room early in the morning, telling him she was almost at the 4th level of Xianjing. She planned to return to the ancestral home to prepare for breakthrough. Chu Xian was not surprised by Yunmei's rapid cultivation. Instead, he thought, once Yunmei broke through to the 4th level of Xianjing, Chu Tianming, that old fellow, would probably no longer entertain
thoughts of a marriage alliance with the Qin family.
Watching Yunmei's departing figure, he could only say dejectedly, "Be careful on the road." Chu Xian, rarely finding peace and quiet, casually grabbed a cultivation technique book, intending to cultivate peacefully until the sky turned dark.
Suddenly, Chu Xian realized something was wrong. This feeling was a breakthrough.
In the unseen, he spread his 5 fingers and could actually materialize things out of thin air. A translucent jade rabbit suddenly appeared beneath his palm.
Could this be the mark of the Jinjing? Below the Jinjing, it's almost impossible to detect.
This is something you painted with your spiritual power. Just as Chu Xian was in disbelief, the system notification dispelled his doubts. Father, you've broken through to the Jinjing while staying at home.
Reward, Pet Hantian Jinpeng. Another pet reward.
Its strength is indeed at the Jinjing, but this pet is so small.
I don't know when it will mature. Hantian Jinpeng is an ancient divine beast, possessing extreme speed.
It can soar through the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 netherworlds.
Meow. Tianmei Meow had long smelled the scent of food. It was fawning over its master on the side. Before Chu Xian could stop Tianmei Meow, Hantian Jinpeng had already responded with a cry.
Then, it instantly entered a battle-ready state, opening its blood-red maw, terrifying flames ignited behind it.
Tianmei Meow had never suffered such provocation. Unwilling to be outdone, it shook out blue flames. A great battle was imminent. All right, don't fight amongst yourselves.
Take him for a walk in the courtyard.
Familiarize yourselves with the environment. Chu Xian picked up the 2 little ones.
He ordered them to be good friends in the future. After sending the 2 cute pets out, Chu Xian confirmed he had broken through to the Jinjing. It seemed the evil cult was no longer a threat. Perhaps with a year's reward, he could directly break through to the Daijing. As long as he broke through to the Daijing, he would truly be fearless in Lanzhou.
Just thinking about it made him happy. Staying home is really good.
At this moment, a potted plant in the corner caught his eye.
Too messy. Looks like it's time for a trim. This kind of simple life is really comfortable. It's just missing a beautiful maid. How delightful. Not even 3 seconds of revelry, ding. Another random reward triggered. You trimmed the bonsai, feeling content. Happy mood from staying home. Reward, Wanling Dian and Wanqian Danjin.
This Wanling Dian records all the spiritual beings in heaven and earth, and natural treasures.
By thoroughly reading Wanling Dian,
one can recognize any spiritual being in heaven and earth, any natural treasure, even those already extinct. And this Wanqian Danjin is an alchemy scripture, recording countless pill formulas, and numerous alchemy methods throughout history.
Both are quite thick, just right for passing the time. This alchemy method, Chu Yun can learn it. Find a few pill formulas and put them in her cultivation notes.
After Chu Yun learns it, her status in the Chu family will surpass Chu Qing's.
Even not inferior to the family head. If Chu Tianming knew, he would definitely be even more reluctant to let Chu Yun leave the Chu family. Look quickly.
This man, worried about the girl so close, can't see her.
He raises his arm high and waves vigorously. The girl's name is Chu Yun.
She is the Yunmei in the mouth of the man opposite her. Just now, Chu Yun broke through the 4th level of the Xianjing. She came specially to thank Chu Xian. Chu Xian, however, appeared quite calm.
After all, with the boost from the Wuxincha he gave her, she couldn't slow down even if she wanted to.
But verbally, he still affirmed her.
Io, not bad. Broke through very quickly, huh? By the way,
I found some pill formulas left by father when I was rummaging through the bookshelf a few days ago.
I put them in your cultivation notes. Go take a look.
As a result, Chu Yun looked surprised.
This is a pill formula?
It actually has the alchemy method for refining Shuhadan and the pill formula.
If Shuhadan is refined, wouldn't grandfather have a chance to break through to the Hujing?
But since third uncle didn't pass down the alchemy method, Chu Xian saw Yunmei's concern. He blamed himself for being so careless.
Could it be that this alchemy method has a somewhat special origin? Should I learn it or not? Will it bring disaster to the Chu family?
Seeing Yunmei's increasing doubts, Chu Xian felt so tired.
Woman, oh.
I knew about the alchemy method long ago.
Father wanted me to learn it. I didn't learn it because I found it tiring. Yunmei, you can rest assured. There's absolutely no problem with its origin. Chu Xian was quite satisfied with his explanation, but alchemy methods are too precious in Lanzhou. We must be cautious.
If it leaks out and is coveted by powerful factions in Lanzhou, the Chu family will face annihilation.
Such a meticulous Yunmei. Chu Xian was also seeing for the first time. Before he could comfort her, Chu Yun emphasized again, especially if Xie Wangting targets us. The consequences will be unimaginable. I'd better learn it secretly. Then go out to gain experience and find a secluded place to refine pills. Could this be the change after breaking through the 4th level of Xianjing? Fearing Chu Yun would continue to press, Chu Xian quickly agreed, yes, be cautious. With that, Chu Xian handed Chu Yun a jade talisman. He said it was left by his father. He wasn't going out for training anyway, so he gave it to Chu Yun for self-defense. Afterwards, Chu Xian still felt uneasy. He contacted Zhang Kuei again through the Zhonghui Yin, asking him to secretly protect Chu Yun. Zhang Kuei's strength was at the 9th level of Shujing. Under the control of the Zhonghui Yin, he was absolutely loyal. Within Chu state, it should be stable. Okay, after arranging it, I can stay home in peace. Look closely. This is an unremarkable cave. Inside, there's a whole new world. The cave is located in ZUS state. Inside the cave, there's actually an underground palace. In the palace, there's an old man, analyzing the current situation for his subordinates with a gloomy expression. The current situation is that a guardian has fallen in Chu County, Jin State. This matter is inextricably linked to the Chu family. This arrogant old man is named Yuan Chong. He is the deputy leader of the ZUS state evil cult. Guardian Yu, didn't he perish in the internal strife of the Qin state cult? An evil cult expert looked puzzled. Although that's the case, but who knows the real situation? Besides, if not for the Chu family's sabotage, would our cult be in this state? Yuan Chong said fiercely. More than 10 elders of the ZUS state evil cult have fallen. Even the leader was severely injured and nearly perished. And the source of all this all started when the Chu family disrupted the evil cult's plans. Summon all the elders. This battle will naturally be blamed on the Chu family. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the outside of the palace was already teeming with people. Who will go and claim justice for our ZUI evil cult? Following Yuan Chang's order, the elders present were all discussing. The Chu family's overall strength, though not equal to ZUI state's, was not weak. And Qin state was not our territory. Rushing in rashly might lead to misfortune. An elder cursed. Indeed, our main target is still ZUS state. Many evil cult elders agreed, How can the Chu family matter be let go? Don't forget, the Chu family has disrupted our cult's plans for many years. Once Wang Ting can spare its hands, it will not spare the Chu family either. Are we to wait for Wang Ting's orders before acting? Yuan Chong snorted in dissatisfaction and continued to analyze. Besides, it's not necessary to fight the Chu family. I heard Chu Cholua's son was expelled from the ancestral home. Since we can't deal with the Chu family for now, why not capture Chu Cholua's son instead? That would be a slight relief. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder interjected. Chu Cholua's son has been expelled from the ancestral home. What's the use of capturing him? Foolish. Yuan Chong rebuked angrily. He is Chu Cholua's son, not some random cat or dog's offspring. Even if he's a waste, as long as he is Chu Cholua's son, then he has value. That's right. Besides, Chu Cholua might not be dead. If Chu Cholua returns one day, we can send his son to Wang Ting as a hostage. It will surely make him submit. The elder who had just questioned immediately changed his tune. In that case, then I shall make a trip. Everyone turned their gazes to a thin elder. Seeing that all the elders had no objections, Yuan Chang's gloomy face finally relaxed a little. Then it shall be entrusted to Elder Lu Yuan, who is most skilled in concealment. On the other side, Chu Xian, staying in his courtyard, was happily sitting on a lounge chair, sunbathing. He leisurely drank Wuzhen cha, joyfully awaiting the arrival of the 1-year deadline for staying home. Perhaps he was too idle. Chu Xian stretched his muscles and bones. Just as he was complaining that the evil cult hadn't made any moves recently, he suddenly received a barrier warning. An expert had invaded. What, the evil cult is here again? Although after breaking through to the Xinjiang, Chu Xian's confidence had grown considerably, but he still needed to be cautious. The intruder's strength was at the 3rd level of Shujing, belonging to the upper echelons, an elder-level figure. But why hadn't Zhang Kuei sent him a message? You would never imagine, this elder who volunteered to go teach a lesson to a useless young master was actually plotting to usurp power. The young elder's name was Lu Yuan. Although among the evil cult elders of ZUS state, his strength was not the strongest, he was the most skilled in escape and concealment.
Just now, Lu Yuan, who thought he was perfectly hidden, never expected to touch the Wuxing Jinfa set up by Chu Xian. The tranquil courtyard instantly filled with murderous intent.
Lu Yuan, however, did not notice.
He even felt that near Chu Xian's courtyard, there wasn't even a strong guardian. This made it convenient for him to cause trouble. Just as he entered the courtyard gate, he bumped into a frail-looking man.
"You are Chu Xiaoluo's son?"
"That's right." Chu Xian's face was written with helplessness.
"What's wrong with my old man? Why does everyone want to capture me?"
Before Chu Xian could strike a pose, Lu Yuan, without a word, lunged forward and reached out to grab Chu Xian.
"I'm looking for you." "Not good." The moment Lu Yuan's feet left the ground, his shoulders suddenly sank, and his head was hit hard. He was sent flying several meters. Lu Yuan, who had fallen to the ground, was greatly alarmed. Could it be that Chu Xiaoluo's son is just a decoy? "I've been ambushed." He looked up again. He saw a large python suddenly appear beside Chu Xian, and Chu Xian was looking down at Lu Yuan. "You are the evil cult's delicacy. I'm curious, is the identity of Chu Xiaoluo's son so desirable?" Lu Yuan, having recovered, didn't hear Chu Xian's question at all. He was completely immersed in his own world. A shujing demonic beast that can appear out of thin air? Could it be something Chu Xiaoluo left for his son? Since there's no one else around, it means I wasn't ambushed. I need to find a chance to capture him. Not talking, huh? It's fine. Chu Xian smiled nonchalantly. The large python suddenly opened its blood-red maw. In Lu Yuan's terrified gaze, it swallowed him in one gulp. Lu Yuan, drenched in cold sweat from fear, subconsciously raised his arm, wanting to block with his forearm. But the large python suddenly disappeared. And it appeared so suddenly. Could it be? Lu Yuan had a hair-raising thought. This is Huawu Weijin, a Xinjing expert's technique. The Chu family actually has a Xinjing expert. And so young. Looking at Chu Xian's handsome appearance, there was indeed a resemblance to Chu Qiu, Luo's shadow. You are Chu Qiuluo." A storm raged in his heart. What Chu Qiuluo and his wife exploring ancient ruins and disappearing was all fake? Or did Chu Qiuluo obtain a great opportunity and lied about disappearing to avoid being targeted by major forces? He even changed his appearance slightly. Discovering such a big secret, this is the rhythm of being silenced. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Cold sweat unknowingly broke out. Seeing Lu Yuan's cowardly appearance, Chu Xian was already laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "My name is Chu Xian, Chu Xiaoluo's son. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Come on, tell me which evil cult branch you belong to." Lu Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to show any negligence. "I am not from the Qin State evil cult. I am Lu Yuan, an elder of the ZUS State evil cult." Chu Xian was stunned. "You're from ZUS State? You came to Qin State's territory to capture me? What's the meaning of this?" Lu Yuan naturally didn't dare to hide anything. The ZUS State guardian died in Chu State. The deputy leader suspects the Chu family is behind it, so he sent me to capture you as a hostage. Chu Xian was speechless after hearing this. So that's what happened. Was Xu Cheng's counterattack last time that successful? Even a guardian from ZUS State was killed. Alright, since the evil cult of ZUS State has targeted me, then don't blame me for taking action. With that, Chu Xian planted a soul imprint on Lu Yuan and instilled a stream of spiritual power to ensure his will could output at its peak. Even a 9th level Shujin would not be easily killed. Then he issued the first order to Lu Yuan. Pretend to have obtained an opportunity and try to usurp power and counter-kill the evil cultists of ZUS State. Kill as many as possible. Maybe if he works hard enough, he could even severely damage the evil cult of ZUS State. This way, the pressure on the Chu family would be much smaller. Chu Xian's wishful thinking was working out perfectly. Watching Lu Yuan's departing figure, Chu Xian sighed to himself. This should allow him to stay home peacefully for a while. As long as he broke through to the Daijing, Xie Ting would be no threat. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan returned to the underground palace. A group of ZUS State evil cult elders gathered. "Where's the person? Didn't you capture them?" An elder looked at Lu Yuan and frowned. "Did you fail? Humph." Lu Yuan snorted coldly. "You are not qualified to order me around. What is Yuan Chong? From today onwards, I will take the position of cult leader." All the elders were stunned. Has Lu Yuan lost his mind? How dare he covet the position of cult leader? Who gave him the courage? Lu Yuan still arrogantly looked down on everyone present. Lu Yuan, have a great opportunity. Breaking through to the hedging is just around the corner. The position of cult leader belongs to no one but me. Who supports, who opposes? Just what kind of awesome confidence could make such a small elder dare to covet the position of evil cult leader? The young elder's name was Lu Yuan. Just now, after he arrogantly looked down on everyone, the faces of the elders instantly darkened. They all accused Lu Yuan of getting lucky, encountering an opportunity and his strength greatly increasing, causing him to become arrogant. How dare he covet the position of cult leader? Especially the several more powerful great elders, they only cursed Lu Yuan for being presumptuous. This is seeking your own death. Zheng Tu, who had a better relationship with Lu Yuan, hurriedly spoke. Lu Yuan, what are you saying? We are all brothers. But some jokes can't be made casually. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan showed no appreciation. Zheng Tu, you are a waste. For me to associate with you is simply an insult. Zheng Tu's face turned green with anger. Damn you, you brat, you're really getting arrogant. Who opposes, who supports? Lu Yuan continued to look down on everyone present. Supporters live, opponents die. The evil cult members were no pushovers. The evil cult elders were furious. Even the cult leader wouldn't dare say such arrogant words. What virtue or ability do you have? Do you think you are a big shot from Wangting? What if I object? Zheng Tu was the first to stand up and say angrily, very good. Then you can go die. Lu Yuan attacked directly. Boom! A slash erupted. He unleashed his ultimate move from the start. Zheng Tu never imagined that Lu Yuan would actually attack. Caught off guard, he could only hastily defend. Ka! An arm flew off. Then, amidst the blade light, it turned into a rain of flesh and blood. Lu Yuan, you're crazy. Luckily, an elder beside him intervened. Only then was Zheng Tu not directly killed. Good. You dare to defy me. You dare to stop me from killing. Die. Lu Yuan roared in anger, again unleashing his ultimate move directly. Damn it. That elder was furious and hastily defended. Lu Yuan had truly gone mad. The other elders were all shocked and angry. Lu Yuan, stop. Or don't blame us for being impolite. You are presumptuous. Lu Yuan roared in anger. Those who follow me live, those who oppose me die. You dare to oppose me? All of you, die. The evil cult elders were so angry they were about to vomit blood. Lu Yuan had truly gone mad. His arrogance, do you think you are the Xie Wang himself? Kill him. He's already mad. Quick, kill him. Zheng Tu clutched his wound. He said angrily, I'll kill you first. Lu Yuan roared. A powerful spiritual energy surged from the sword, instantly sweeping out. Zheng Tu fell to the ground. The elders present were all terrified. This power is so domineering. He truly encountered an opportunity. No wonder he's so arrogant. And he might already be affected by this power and starting to lose his mind. The bald elder, the strongest present, was also scared into a cold sweat by this terrifying power. He quickly called everyone to suppress Lu Yuan together. Lu Yuan, on the side, was not flustered at all. Under such continuous outbursts, his physical body finally couldn't withstand the Jinjin-level spiritual power. It actually began to emit a colorful aura. Die. Let's all die together. He roared to the sky. Lu Yuan actually rushed forward, his body swelling. It looked like he was about to self-destruct. Not good. The bald elder was terrified. Lu Yuan, you bastard, you're actually going to self-destruct. Boom! Spiritual power raged. The underground palace collapsed, thick smoke billowing. It's unknown how long passed. In the dust, Yuan Chong looked at the ruins of the underground palace, littered with corpses, and thought it was an attack by ZUS state experts. He hurriedly rushed in to rescue, but only saw the bald elder half paralyzed, leaning against the wall. Who did this? Where are the others? Not finding any enemies, Yuan Chang's face turned angry. Lu Yuan, that bastard, did it! The bald elder spat blood. He was really about to explode with anger. Lu Yuan? Yuan Chong was stunned. Lu Yuan has this kind of strength? Where are the others? All dead. Only I'm left. The bald elder took a breath, spitting blood as he spoke. Yuan Chang's mind buzzed. All dead? At least 70% of the elders are wiped out. Such heavy losses, how can we compete with other cults? The bald elder spat blood alone, looking at the stunned Yuan Chong. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it, don't just stand there. I think I can still be saved.
Only then did Yuan Chong snap back to reality, taking out a bottle of pills.
He continued to ask for the reason.
Quick, take the pills.
Tell me the whole process in detail. Look closely, that person is actually holding firecrackers. Just now, Lu Yuan, single-handedly,
caused the ZU State evil cult's underground palace to be filled with thick smoke, littered with corpses. You, without leaving your home, killed enemies thousands of miles away.
Reward, 10 years of cultivation plus Tianlei Shan. The sound of the foreign system rang out. Chu Xian was instantly invigorated. This counterkill was quite fruitful.
He received 10 years of cultivation. A surge of power and enlightenment emerged, his strength gradually increasing, from the first level of Xinjing to the third level of Xinjing. Indeed, the higher the realm, the slower the strength increase. 10 years of cultivation only raised him 2 minor realms.
Chu Xian examined the Tianlei Shan.
This was a one-time burst of spiritual energy, containing a trace of heavenly lightning power, effective against evil cultivators.
Once activated, the explosive power was enough to severely injure a first-level Xinjing expert. Chu Xian understood.
This was the Xuanhuan world version of a hand grenade.
He decided, if any more evil cultists came to harass him, he would stuff them with a few Tianlei Shan and let them counterkill.
Or just go directly to Xie Wan Ting and detonate them. After counterkilling the ZU State evil cult, Chu Xian felt, this time, he should be able to quietly stay home until the 1-year deadline arrived. The ZU State evil cult was already greatly weakened. They couldn't possibly send more people, right? Just as he was daydreaming, Chu Xian sensed Zhang Kuei had activated the soul imprint. It seemed there was a key to report. Chu Xian immediately became serious.
Could it be an expert from Xie Wan Ting attacking? Not long after responding, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. It was Zhang Kuei. Master, what key?
Chu Xian sat on the chair, drinking wuzhencha, and asked calmly. The soul imprint could transmit Chu Xian's will, but Zhang Kuei could only rely on the soul imprint
to transmit simple intentions, unable to communicate.
Therefore, the specific situation still required Zhang Kuei to explain in person.
Chu.
Master, Yuan Chong, the deputy leader of the ZUS State Evil Cult, and Lu Wang, the leader of the Qin State Evil Cult, have secretly joined forces. They are plotting for evil experts to raid Chu County, with the goal of killing Chu family experts. To Chu Xian's surprise, Yuan Chong didn't continue to seek revenge on him, but still blamed the Chu family. Once the plan was successfully implemented, the Chu family would surely suffer heavy losses. At least several Shujin stewards or ancestral elders would perish. Even Xu Cheng and Xu Yun would be in danger.
Chu Xian was speechless. Why are they causing trouble again? The Chu family cannot be in chaos.
No matter what, he is also a member of the Chu family. Besides, if the Chu family really suffered heavy losses, it wouldn't be good. It would affect his peaceful, stay-at-home life. Chu Xian pondered for a moment and ordered Zhang Kuei, find a way to leak the intelligence to the Chu family.
At the same time, reveal the evil cult's targets and operation time. The Chu family will naturally deal with it. Your mission is to protect Miss Chu Yun, understand?
Yes, Master.
Zhang Kuei respectfully replied. Chu Xian thought for a moment.
Xu Yun was learning alchemy now, she must be in great need of various spiritual herbs.
So he continued to instruct, you secretly collect various spiritual herbs for Chu Yun.
Heavenly treasures can be obtained by luck. In short, figure out a way to handle it yourself.
Yes, Master. Say it.
Chu Xian then took out to Xiandan, Delingdan, Xuanshudan, and other precious pills. He had Zhang Kuei find a way to sell them in exchange for spiritual herbs. To ensure Chu Yun was safe enough, Chu Xian condensed 2 large pythons in front of him. The 2 large pythons possessed the strength of 5th-level Hajin.
Although not sustainable, in the Qin state, they were considered invincible. When you approach Chu Yun later, 1 large python will naturally merge into her body. The remaining one will be for your self-preservation.
Thank you, Master.
Zhang Kuei was very excited.
With a spiritual power great python in his body, he didn't have to worry about his life being threatened at all.
Chu Xian tossed out another Xuanhadan. Strive to break through to the Hujing. Zhang Kuei left excitedly.
Xu Tianming had also half-stepped into the Hujing.
However, breaking through was not easy. With his current realm, 1 Xuanhadan would definitely allow him to break through.
But Chu Xian didn't plan to give him the Xuanhadan. This cheap grandfather had always disliked him. Every time he saw him, he felt annoyed. It's better to wait for Chu Yun to refine the Xuadan. If Chu Tianming broke through with it, Chu Xian's status in the Chu family would be even more unshakable.
This old man's talent isn't very good, Chu Xian muttered.
Otherwise, why his own father, Chu Qiulua, no one doubted he could break through to the Hujing, or even the Xinjing.
Could it be his father cultivated a stronger technique? Impossible.
If there was such a strong technique, his father wouldn't have passed it to the Chu family.
Chu Xian knew.
His father still had strong feelings for the Chu family. To be able to break through to Hujing with half-step Xinjing, and even break through to Xinjing, his talent was truly amazing.
Chu Xian sighed.
No wonder he could dominate his generation in Qin state,
hailed as the most talented in the history of the Chu family. Look quickly. This python's next action is simply outrageous. It actually burrowed into a girl's lower abdomen.
Just now, Chu Xian received the reward for staying home for 11 months,
an enhanced version of the Lianshan 2.
Coincidentally, his previous Lianshan 2, its effect had weakened considerably, almost losing its function. Chu Xian only looked at it for 2 or 3 seconds, and felt like he was about to be submerged, his head throbbing. The dizzying effect was very strong.
The enhanced Lianshan 2, even at the Daijing, would have some effect. But by then, he would probably be able to obtain an even more enhanced Lianshan 2. The low-spec Lianshan 2 was already obsolete. To Chu Xian, it was useless.
But in Nanzhou, it was definitely a top-tier treasure. On the other side, in Chu County, Chu Capital, Chu Residence, Chu Qing was working hard.
Last time, he was ambushed by the evil cult. He almost died. Thanks to timely activation of the Dunkong Zhu, he escaped with his life. Towards the evil cult, he hated them to the bone.
These days, he had mobilized the Chu family's intelligence system, secretly investigating the evil cult's strongholds. He wanted to eradicate the evil cult. He had also thought of buying intelligence from Heiyuelu, but Heiyuelu, that black-hearted evil cult stronghold, their intelligence was priced too high. He could only rely on the Chu family's intelligence system. Chu County belonged to the Chu family's territory, so their intelligence system was quite sufficient. However, due to the lack of detection-type spiritual qi or even treasured qi, it was difficult to detect the evil cult's important strongholds. At this moment, a steward rushed in.
"Young Master Qing, someone delivered a piece of intelligence." Xu Jin looked up. "Who sent it?" "Not the other 3 families, naturally not Heiyuelu either."
"I don't know who it is." The steward shook his head. Xu Qing took the intelligence and looked. His expression changed instantly.
"Please invite 4th uncle."
The steward hurriedly left.
Chu Qiuhai was Chu Tianming's 4th son.
His talent among his siblings could only be considered above average. Now, he had just stepped into the first level of Shujing.
"Qinger, what is it?" Chu Qiuhai hurried over.
Xu Qing handed over the intelligence.
After Chu Qiuhai finished reading, he said solemnly, "4th uncle, how credible do you think this is?"
"The credibility should be very high.
No matter what, we must be prepared. This matter is not something you or I can handle. I will return to the clan land immediately." Chu Qiuhai took the intelligence and hurried away.
And in a small village outside Chu capital, in a cave carved into a small mountainside, Chu Yan stared solemnly at the pill furnace, her whole body nimble. Even with a peculiar frequency, she remained calm. The pill furnace rose.
Xu Yun's heart skipped a beat.
The spiritual power frequency in her hand changed, and the pill furnace spun rapidly. The pill furnace lid opened. A wisp of crimson smoke rose from the pill furnace.
Within the smoke, several pills of varying sizes flickered.
Xu Yun raised her hand to catch them. 4 were ruined, 8 remained. 5 were ordinary shandan, but 3 had reached exquisite quality. The pills were round, smooth, and lustrous. The medicinal fragrance was subtle but persistent.
Xu Yun was overjoyed.
She silently summarized the pill refining process just now, identified the shortcomings, and would improve them in the next refinement. She had no more spiritual herbs on her. She needed to buy some spiritual herbs to continue practicing. When she could skillfully refine Shandan, the next step would be to refine Lingdan. Xu Yun had just walked out, when she suddenly saw a discolored large python rushing over. She was greatly alarmed, and before she could react, the large python merged into her body.
"No!"
Xu Yun hurriedly examined herself. She found an unknown power lurking within her body. It seemed to be that large python. Ji Yuan suddenly saw where the large python had emerged from. There was a small storage pouch.
Looking around, she didn't see anyone.
She picked up the storage pouch and looked. Inside was a pile of spiritual herbs. Not just the spiritual herbs needed to refine Xiandan, there were even medicinal materials for refining Lingdan.
Besides spiritual herbs, there were also over 1,000,000 lingjin. Xu Yun was shocked. Who gave me this storage pouch? Grandfather? Unlikely. He has no reason to secretly give it to me. Thinking of that unknown power lurking within her body, perhaps some senior discovered my pill refining, and specially left spiritual herbs to test me. Xu Yun felt she might have encountered an expert. Holding the storage pouch, she excitedly returned to the cave. She continued refining pills. Outside the cave, 2 figures were hidden. You stay here and protect Miss Chu Yun. I'll return to the cult. After Zhang Kuei finished instructing Dong Qian, he quietly left the evil cult. He was planning a surprise attack on Shu County. Zhang Kuei, as the first deputy leader, would surely grasp the entire operational plan. He needed to send reliable intelligence to the Chu family immediately. After all, Chu Xian, this big shot's leg, needed to be hugged tightly. The evil cult didn't matter anymore. Look, this man is opening his heavenly eye. This means that from now on, no matter who it is, no one will be able to hide their identity in front of him. Just now, Zhang Kuei came to the small courtyard again. After Chu Xian heard his report, he was slightly surprised. Xu Yun seemed to have quite a talent for alchemy. In such a short time, she could actually refine Xiandan. Very good. You continue to provide the materials needed for alchemy. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Not killing Zhang Kuei back then was indeed the right choice. Having a lackey to do things for him, and Zhang Kuei being able to become the first deputy leader of the evil cult. Besides strength, his abilities were naturally not bad. He then handed him a bottle of Xuanshu Dan. Also let Dong Qian improve his strength. After all, if his strength was too low, he wouldn't be able to do things for him. For the time being, these 2 lackeys were working for him, and there was no question of betrayal. Naturally, the stronger their strength, the better. 13th young master, our Chu family, together with the Yi family, took the initiative to attack and encircle the evil cult, returning with a great victory. The servant's excited report came from the courtyard. I heard the battle was incredibly fierce. The Qin state cult leader, Wu Wang, even used the cult-suppressing treasured artifact. The servant chattered on. But they still couldn't withstand the encirclement of the 2 great families. Lu Wang suffered heavy injuries and fled. The remaining evil cult experts were almost completely wiped out. Rice. Chu Xian took a large mouthful of rice. He thought to himself, if they had received intelligence in advance, and the Chu family still couldn't heavily injure the evil cult, then they would be truly useless. The accompanying elders perished, and the treasured artifact was damaged. The ZUS state evil cult was almost on the verge of annihilation. He suddenly continued to brag, while Chu Xian continued to eat. Excellent. For a short period, the evil cult will most likely be unable to cause trouble. You, without leaving your home, plan strategies, foiling the evil cult's conspiracy. Reward, Tianji Tanyuan Shu. The system's reward came suddenly. Chu Xian was overjoyed. This also meant the Chu family's great victory, the evil cult's disastrous defeat. Tianji Tanyuan Shu. To glimpse heavenly secrets, to explore the origin and history. After looking at the introduction of Tianji Tanyuan Shu, Chu Xian was shocked. This secret technique was too powerful. It could pry into the origin and history of living beings. It could even pry into their past lives. Of course, only if the past life was extraordinary could it be traced. Ordinary ones were not worth tracing. Mastering the Tianji Tanyuan Shu meant that no matter who, no one could hide their identity in front of Chu Xian. With one glance, he could know their origin and history, and even see their past lives. Opening his eyes, Chu Xian couldn't help but use the Tianji Tanyuan Shu, looking at the Tianmei Miao. Information floated in his mind. Tianling Mao, a wondrous beast of heaven and earth, possessing the might of a divine beast. Just looking a little, Chu Xian felt his spiritual will waver. A dizzy feeling came over him. He hurriedly ended the tracing. Tianmei Miao's origin was extraordinary. Trying to trace it consumed too much spiritual will. With his Shinjin strength, he couldn't support it at all. He only obtained a tiny bit of information. Chu Xian swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual will. He didn't continue to trace the Tianling Mao and the Han Tian Jinpeng. Their origins were introduced by the system. Besides, the Han Tian Jinpeng and the Tianling Mao were not ordinary creatures. Their level was too high. With Chu Xian's current strength, it was not enough to trace them. The Chu family's great victory. For a short time, the evil cult couldn't stir up trouble in Qin state. Chu Xian's days remained peaceful and calm. Half a month before the one-year deadline, someone Chu Xian didn't want to see returned.
Chu Yuan, the third among his peers, a fellow who greatly admired his father, Chu Xian. As early as 2 years ago, Chu Yuan had gone out for training. It was said he had already left Qin State. As soon as Chu Yuan returned, he came to Chu Xian's courtyard, looking like he was disappointed in him for not living up to expectations.
13th, look at what you've become. Are you worthy of third uncle? Chu Xian's mouth twitched.
The main reason his relationship with Chu Yuan was average was because he was too nagging.
He often looked at him with disappointment and lectured him. Can't you be a little more promising? Chu Xian was heartbroken. Third uncle and third aunt are missing. Haven't you thought of getting stronger to find third uncle and third aunt? You are too disappointing.
Chu Xian turned over, his back to him. Chu Yuan's hands trembled with anger. The person he admired most was third uncle, Chu Xian, and he had learned from Chu Xian since he was very young. His skills, it could be said, were all taught by Chu Xian. Seeing Chu Xian like this, he was truly about to go mad with anger.
You get up.
Chu Xian reached out and grabbed him.
Chu Xian couldn't be bothered with him and didn't move at all.
Third brother, you're using so much force.
Are you trying to kill me, so you can inherit my father's legacy?
Chu Yuan's hand paused. His face was unsightly.
You actually see me, Chu Yuan, like this? Not really. I just don't want you to disturb me.
Chu Xian turned around and looked at him.
Third brother, everyone has a different way of life. This is the way of life I've chosen. I think it's good. That's enough.
Besides, my old man didn't even manage me like this when he was around.
You, sigh. Chu Yuan pointed at him with a trembling finger, finally collapsing. Chu Yuan sat down beside him and took out a pot of wine. He silently took a few gulps. Chu Xian glanced at him. This fellow clearly had something on his mind. But he didn't ask. Among his peers, Chu Yuan's talent was the strongest.
Chu Tianming, though he favored Chu Qing, in terms of cultivation intent, he knew Chu Yuan was far behind. Chu Yuan could be said to be the strongest among his peers. His cultivation was at the first level of Lin Jin.
But Chu Xian discovered he wasn't cultivating the Chu family's techniques.
He didn't know if he had encountered an opportunity outside and cultivated other techniques, or if his father had taught him.
Chu Yan silently drank a few mouthfuls of wine and sighed.
13th, you want a life without conflict, you want to live this peaceful life.
Perhaps it's the right choice.
Chu Xian listened silently. He muttered to himself, Chu Laosan looks like he's about to give his last words.
Could something have happened?
Indeed, because he had recovered his past life memories, his previous relationship with Chu Xian was average. But Chu Xian genuinely cared about him.
If he could help, Chu Xian wouldn't mind lending a hand.
This mother and daughter are too tragic. Although they are Qin state princesses, the mother's marriage was broken off by Chu Xian.
Now, the daughter's marriage is broken off by Chu Xian's nephew, Chu Yuan. It's like they're cursed.
Just now, Chu Yuan silently told Chu Xian that he would be leaving in a few days.
When he would return was still unknown. He didn't even know if he would return.
But he would keep an eye on third uncle and third aunt's affairs. If there was news, he would have someone inform Chu Xian. Chu Yan said, taking out a small booklet. Although the Chu family's brothers and sisters are not very close, but for you to live peacefully, you should still cultivate this technique well.
And hand it over to grandfather. Your status in the Chu family will be much better. The booklet seemed to be missing a part.
The yellowed booklet was made of a special animal skin material that could be preserved for a very long time. This specially made animal skin material was usually used to record cultivation techniques and the like. Besides being able to be preserved for a long time, it could also store spiritual will. The words on it were all engraved with spiritual will, containing spiritual meaning.
Chu Yuan placed the small booklet in Chu Xian's arms.
He then took out a bottle of pills and placed it in his hand. He stood up and blessed, break through to the Shenjing soon.
Watching Chu Yuan's somewhat desolate departing figure, Chu Xian shook his head. He didn't know what was on his mind. Could it be a broken heart? Very possible. He picked up the small booklet and flipped through it.
It was actually a Di Jing, but it was incomplete, so it could only be considered a half Di Jing. Even so, it was still extraordinary.
One must know,
the Chu family relied on a half Jinjing to establish themselves in Qin state. Cultivating this half Di Jing for thousands of years, breaking through to Di Jing was hopeless, but breaking through to Jinjing was no problem. According to the records in the book, the reason Nanzhou had no land was because after a great war that swept Nanzhou, the earth veins collapsed. The rules were incomplete, thus unable to comprehend the Daijing. Chu Xian shook his head. This half-imperial scripture, he didn't care for it at all. The pills were just ordinary. Pills needed to break through to the Xinjing. Chu Xian also didn't care for them. They were far inferior to the Xiandan. Xu Yuan gave this cultivation technique to him, wanting him to rely on this technique to gain Chu Tianming's attention and increase his status in the Chu family, so he could continue to live a quiet and carefree life. He was quite thoughtful. I don't know what's on Chu Yuan's mind. It seems he wants to stay away. Could he have provoked someone powerful? Is the enemy seeking revenge? Not understanding, Chu Xian didn't pay much attention. At worst, he would let Zheng Kuei pay attention. If necessary, he would just step in and help. Damn! The day after Chu Yuan returned, Chu Tianming's furious roar came from the ancestral hall. Chu Xian, that old snake, is going to explode with anger. His first thought was that this matter was related to Chu Yuan. To be able to anger Chu Tianming to this extent, it seemed the matter was not small. Then let Tianmei Miao go to the ancestral home for a trip, to see what exactly happened. Even from this far away, Chu Xian could sense Chu Tianming's surging aura. He wouldn't be trying to kill Chu Yuan, right? That old man wouldn't be so cruel, right? Chu Tianming was about to go mad with anger. Chu Yuan wanted to break off the engagement. His fiancée was Princess Qin Kaiyu of Qin State. The party whose engagement was broken off was again the Qin family. Although Qin State was ruled by 14 families, the Qin family was, after all, the royal family of Qin State, the leader. Breaking off engagements time and time again, this was like rubbing the Qin family's face in the dirt. What made Chu Tianming even more furious, to the point of vomiting blood, was Qin Kaiyun's mother was the one whose engagement was broken off by his third son, Chu Qiuluo. Back then, after that woman caused a ruckus in the Chu family, she didn't marry out. Instead, she recruited a husband to marry into her family. Now, Chu Yuan broke off the engagement. How could the other party let it go? It might even cause a rift between the Chu and Qin families. I don't care who you like, you absolutely cannot break off the engagement. I will immediately arrange your marriage with her. Chu Tianming roared. Chu Yuan's father, Chu Qiufeng, was currently drenched in cold sweat. He lowered his head, not daring to look at his father. He also felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have let his third brother teach his son back then. What nonsense did he learn? He even learned to break off engagements. Didn't he get along well with Qin Kaiyun? They seemed to have a good relationship. Why did he suddenly want to break off the engagement? Chu Tianming was about to explode with anger. Once the Qin family found out about this, wouldn't they be furious? His third son broke off an engagement, and now his third grandson was breaking off an engagement. The one whose engagement was broken was the daughter of the previous victim. Simply incredible. Chu Yan, however, looked calm at this moment. I have already informed the Qin family. I have also told Kaiyun frankly. In my eyes, she's just a little sister. Pooh. Chu Tianming clutched his chest. He felt his blood surging, almost about to vomit. You. He pointed a trembling finger at Chu Yuan. For a long time, he couldn't speak. If he wasn't at the peak of Shujing, a half-step into the Hujing expert, he would probably have burst a blood vessel from anger. Grandfather, father, eldest uncle, today I am here to bid farewell. I am leaving the Chu family. Chu Yuan still looked calm. He knew he would face Chu Tianming's wrath, but he still had to return and inform them. Chu Qiufeng's expression was complicated. This son of his had been intelligent since young, admiring his third brother. In the end, he even learned to break off engagements. Chu Qichen, the eldest of the Chu family, also had a complicated expression. The Chu brothers had always had few disputes and a harmonious relationship. Ever since that incident with third brother Chu Qiuluo, the Chu family's atmosphere seemed to have been led astray a little. You are not allowed to go anywhere. I will immediately inform the Qin family to come for the wedding. Chu Tianming's roar almost echoed throughout the Chu family's ancestral land. As soon as the words fell, the chief steward hurriedly walked in. With a complicated expression, Old Yen, someone from the Qin family is here. Chu Tianming's expression changed. Who is it? It's Qin Pingxia and her daughter. What? Chu Tianming's face turned pale then green. That Qin Pingxia who almost became his daughter-in-law had brought her daughter to demand an explanation. What a talent! Chu Xian exclaimed. Truly worthy of admiring my old man. He even learned to break off engagements.
From so far away, he could hear Chu Tianming's roar. One can imagine how angry he was. If he wasn't a cultivator, he would probably have burst a blood vessel from anger. I don't know what will happen to Chu Yuan. Will he be imprisoned? Or forced to marry the Qin family girl? The question is that Qin family girl willing to marry? Are they all willing? Feudal oppression. Chu Xian shook his head inside. For a long while, Chu Tianming's roars were not heard. Could Chu Yuan have been locked up? Since Chu Yuan returned, he should know the consequences he would face, right? What kind of divine logic is this? Just because your father broke off my engagement, then you shall compensate with your son's marriage. Just now, in the vast Chu residence, a figure in red crossed the threshold. Qin Pingxia, her face pale, stepped into the Chu family's main hall, and behind her followed a beautiful young girl. She lowered her head slightly. Chu Bobo, is your Chu family breaking off the engagement? Qin Pingxia spoke. Absolutely not. Chu Tianming denied it outright. Whether the Chu family breaks off the engagement or not is the Chu family's business. But I, Chu Yuan, will not fulfill this engagement. Chu Yuan said calmly. You shut up. Chu Tianming roared. Grandfather, a forced melon is not sweet. Ask Sister Koyun. Does she like me? I like, a weak voice came. Then you. Chu Yan was completely flustered. Did you hear that? If you dare to disappoint Koyun, I'll break your legs. Chu Tianming continued to roar. He couldn't break off another engagement. If this precedent was set, cracks would appear in the four-family alliance. And the appearance of cracks would mean the four families were gradually becoming disharmonious. And Chu Yuan looked firmly at Qin Koyun. Don't be bound by the so-called engagement. You and I have only met a few times. How could you like me? I liked you the first time I saw you. Qin Koyun said with a slightly blushing face. It makes no sense. Do I have that much charm? Chu Yuan was a bit dazed. He took a deep breath. I already have someone I like. It's impossible between us. Enough. Qin Pingxia roared angrily. Do you think my Qin family's daughter is not good enough for your Chu family's son? Thinking of Chu Qiulua, she was about to go mad with anger. Now, her own daughter's engagement was also being broken off. Niece Pingxia, the matter of breaking off the engagement will absolutely not happen again. Lock him up and let him reflect properly. Chu Tianming said with a stern face, instructing the chief steward. Chu Yuan squinted and fumbled at his chest. Grandfather, father, eldest uncle, I, Chu Yuan, am not as talented as third uncle, not as gifted as third uncle, not as strong as third uncle. But my will for my beloved will definitely not lose to third uncles. None of you can force me. Chu Tianming was furious. Why don't you learn anything else? Just learn from your third uncle to break off engagements. Drag him down and lock him up to reflect properly. Chu Yu ignored the chief steward and looked at Qin Koyun instead. Sister Koyun, you are a good person. You can find someone better. Goodbye. When everyone saw clearly what Chu Yuan was holding, it was actually a Dunkong Zhu. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he disappeared. Only Chu Tianming was left, a bastard, but it was already too late. Bring him back. Chu Tianming transformed into a roaring emperor. Not a single good thing among the Chu family's third generation. Qin Pingxia looked coldly at the roaring Chu Tianming. She took a few deep breaths before speaking again. Chu Qiulua's son was driven out of the ancestral home by you? Chu Tianming's face darkened. I'll go take a look. Just how outstanding is the son Chu Qiulua fathered? As soon as the words fell, she turned and left with Qin Koyun. Chu Tianming was stunned. He didn't quite understand what she meant. He signaled Chu Qiuchang and Chu Qiufeng to follow, lest this woman go crazy when she saw Chu Xian and do something drastic. Soon, the courtyard door was pushed open. Qin Pingxia appeared in the small courtyard with Qin Koyun. Looking at Chu Xian, lazily lying on the lounge chair, her brow furrowed slightly, an inexplicable anger rising in her heart. You are Chu Qiulua's son, Chu Xian? Chu Xian looked up and glanced at her. Who are you, auntie? Sensing Qin Pingxia's full malice, her eyes wishing she could beat him up, he lazily spoke. What did you call me? Auntie? Qin Pingxia trembled with anger. You are of the same generation as my father. If I don't call you auntie, should I call you sister? Chu Xian stretched lazily. He yawned and said, you. Qin Pingxia took a few deep breaths. She turned to look at Chu Qiuchang and Chu Qiufeng behind her. Is your Chu family breaking off the engagement? Have you considered the consequences? Chu Qiuchang smiled bitterly. This matter is indeed our Chu family's fault.
But you've also seen, the person has already escaped. Whether we can capture him back is another matter.
Even if we force the marriage,
it wouldn't be fair to niece Kayun either.
Qin Pingxiao looked at Chu Xian.
Chu Qiolua has failed me.
Then let his son repay it. Damn! Chu Xian shivered. Auntie, how old are you? You even have a daughter. How thick-skinned are you, trying to rob the cradle? No wonder my father didn't want you. You impudent! Xing Tingxiao's face turned ashen, her aura exploding. The strength of a peak Shujing was fully displayed. Chu Qiuchang hurriedly flashed and stood between her and Chu Xian. He glared back at Chu Xian. What are you saying? Seeing Chu Qiuchang almost sweating under the pressure of her aura, Xing Tingxia retracted her aura. She took a deep breath.
Since Chu Xian is not to blame, then let Chu Xian marry my daughter.
Can you believe it?
This girl who looks harmless, her true identity can actually make the entire Nanzhou tremble.
Just now, Xing Bingxia retracted her aura. She took a deep breath.
Since Chu Xian is not to blame, then let Chu Xian marry my daughter.
As soon as the words fell,
Qin Kayun lowered her head, blushing, and said, that would be wonderful.
As long as he's handsome. Damn, so fickle? Just now she said she liked Chu Xian. In the blink of an eye, she likes Chu Xian?
Chu Qiuchang and his brother were both speechless.
I disagree.
Chu Xian raised his hand, indicating he was, after all, the male lead.
What right do you have to disagree?
Cheng Bingxiao looked at him coldly. Chu Xian said seriously, I am a waste.
If your daughter marries me, wouldn't that be ruining her?
A flock of crows flew by. How did you manage to say I am a waste these 4 words, so righteously? Where's your face?
Don't you want it anymore?
Marrying a waste, how will your daughter face others?
Do you still want your face?
Chu Xian continued to argue righteously.
Think about it.
You, the mother, were dumped by my father.
And yet you want your daughter to marry me, a waste. What will others think? They'll definitely think your daughter is unwanted, and can only marry a waste. Auntie, it's enough that you were dumped by my father. Do you want your daughter to bear the reputation of being unwanted, and only able to marry a waste? Humph.
Cheng Tingxia trembled with anger, her breathing heavy. She almost couldn't contain her anger. After cultivating her mind for over 20 years, today, her state of mind was about to be broken.
As she listened,
every word Chu Shui said wasn't about him being a waste, but emphasizing that she was dumped by his father.
Not a single good one among the Chu family's 3rd generation. Xing Pingxia gritted her teeth. Chu Qiuchang and his brother were drenched in cold sweat, fearing Qin Pingxia would suddenly erupt and attack.
With their strength, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Chu Xian, however, nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. After all, he wasn't the Chu family's 3rd son.
Makes sense. A waste is not worthy of my daughter.
Xing Tingxia said hatefully, you rejected the woman who offered herself.
Reward, Shiwu Xinhua. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. There's a reward for this too? Indeed, the system's random rewards can always be triggered unintentionally.
Xing Tingxia gave Chu Xian a deep look, turned around, and left without a word. Qin Kayun glanced at Chu Xian with a blush, her eyes full of regret. But she could only helplessly turn and follow.
Chu Xian frowned.
Qin Kayun acted like a good girl, but for some reason, he always felt something was off about her.
He immediately used the Tianji Tanyuan Shu. Qin Kayun's mother, Qin Pingxia. Father Hong Fei. Woyo Jihuan, Dio reborn. Currently in the recovery phase.
Outwardly docile, inwardly charming, very spicy, skilled in seduction, likes handsome men.
Chu Xian took a deep breath. Woyo Jihuan, Dio reborn. Once a Daijing expert, now in the recovery phase.
Docile appearance, very spicy heart.
This woman is not simple.
Besides, she likes handsome men. Chu Xian touched his face.
I am indeed handsome. No need to be modest about this.
No wonder she said she liked me.
Looks like Qin's state is about to change.
The future direction of the Qin family became full of variables due to Qin Kayun's appearance.
Is she a demon or a human?
Limited by his strength, he couldn't further investigate Qin Kayun's origin.
For example, how she was reborn into the Qin family, and for what reason. The demon soul is reborn.
I need to be wary of this girl. Although, it will take some time for her to fully recover. And to recover to the Daijing, it will probably take even longer. Thinking that Chu Yuan breaking off the engagement would incur Qin Kayun's resentment, being resented by a Dio was not a good thing. Chu Xian thought for a moment and decided to remind Chu Yuan. No matter what, he was genuinely sincere towards him.
He glanced at the Hantian Jinpeng and gave it a few instructions. The Hantian Jinpeng soared into the sky and disappeared over the horizon in an instant. With the Hantian Jinpeng's speed, finding Chu Yuan wouldn't be difficult. Check system reward, Shiwu Xinhua. An invisible flame appeared. Shiwu Xinhua. Burning heart, burning anger. Shiwu Xinhua was like the heart's angry fire. It could make people instantly furious. And in the angry fire, Beiti Wang could stir people's anger. Using anger as fuel, just a little bit of anger could ignite it. Once ignited, it could not be extinguished. Chu Xian marveled at the power of Shiwu Xinhua. And it was impossible to guard against. Who in this world doesn't get angry? To kill someone, just slightly angering the opponent can ignite the Shiwu Xinhua. Once ignited, it cannot be extinguished. Until they explode in anger. Killing without a trace. Those who don't know would think they exploded from anger. The dancer's angry attack, spiritual power chaotic, chi deviation. Exploding and dying is not impossible. Chu Yuan's matter seemingly didn't cause a big stir in the Chu family. Chu Xian, however, knew that the Chu and Qin families, more or less, still had some rifts. He could imagine. As Qin Kaiyun's imperial soul recovered and her talent was released, her strength would advance by leaps and bounds. The Chu family would regret more and more not marrying Qin Kaiyun. Unless Chu Yuan didn't return. Otherwise, he would definitely be disliked in the Chu family. Chu Tianming might even directly disown him as a grandson. Fortunately, all of this didn't have much to do with Chu Xian. He just wanted to stay home peacefully. Whether Qin Kaiyun's imperial soul recovered or not, she couldn't recover to the imperial realm in a short time, so she posed no threat to him. The one-year deadline was approaching. The reward would surely be generous. After all, for Chu Xian, it wasn't far off. Nanzhou had no emperor. This was already common knowledge in the Nanzhou cultivation world. And regarding the saying of Nanzhou having no emperor, whether in ancient texts or in legends passed down since ancient times, it was all about a great war causing the collapse of the earth veins, incomplete rules, and missing imperial lineage. However, with Qin Kaiyun's appearance, Chu Xian knew the reason Nanzhou had no emperor was probably not as simple as the rumors suggested. How did Qin Kaiyun come to be? Is she a native dio of Nanzhou, or an outsider? There was too little information about what lay beyond Nanzhou. Even ancient texts barely mentioned it. Several thoughts flashed through Chu Xian's mind. Currently, without entering the Daijing, some ideas cannot be implemented for now. And, Qin Kaiyun, this dio reincarnator, has already appeared. Are there similar situations in other parts of Lanzhou? Is Qin Kaiyun just special? Chu Xian was more curious about. Qin Kaiyun was a fox demon. Why was she reborn into the human race? What's the situation with her rebirth? Was it passive or active? From the fact that she maintained her demon soul state, for some reason, the possibility of active rebirth was very high. Chu Xian thought of Qin Pingxia, this woman whose marriage was broken off by his father. In the end, she recruited a live-in husband and gave birth to Qin Kaiyun. She even arranged Qin Kaiyun's engagement to Chu Yuan. Is there some reason behind this? She was dumped. Why was she still willing to let her daughter be engaged to the Chu family? And Chu Yuan was always taught by Chu Qiluo. He could be considered his successor. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more he felt there seemed to be some conspiracy afoot. Chu Yan broke off the engagement, and as a result, he came over, wanting to marry Qin Kaiyun to him. Isn't that too casual? The Qin family seems a bit off. I must remain stable. As long as my strength increases, no conspiracy or scheme can withstand my fist. What kind of evil cult etiquette is this? At such an old age, he actually has to kneel to such a young man, only because he provoked the male lead. Just now, Hu Quan, the heavily injured and unhealed ZUS state evil cult leader, looked at the decrepit, stooped Koan Wu before him, half a foot in the grave, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Koan Wu, with your lifespan nearing its end, after this matter is completed, I will personally offer the complete Shulingzhu with both hands. It will be enough to extend Brother Koan Wu's life by 10 years and increase the chance of breakthrough." Koan Wu stared at Hu Quan for a long time, and questioned Hu Quan in a hoarse voice, just to kill a few Chu family elders. You are willing to offer the Shulingzhu? Are you truly willing? Shulingzhu is refined from the essence of thousands of dancers, using a secret method. Bai is one of the treasures of evil cultivators, and the refining method of the Shulingzhu is only mastered by Xie Wang Ting. This is also the reason for Xie Wang Ting's numerous experts. Koan Wu's cultivation was at the peak of Shujing. He was an old-school Shujing evil cultivation expert.
Unfortunately, he couldn't break through to Hujing for a long time.
My lifespan is nearing its end, Hu Quan. My evil cult has fallen to such a state.
The source of all this is the Chu family of Qin state.
I can't swallow this anger. Hu Quan roared resentfully. The evil cult's years of planning were ruined in an instant.
He himself was severely injured.
Yuan Chong and the remaining 3 elders perished in Chu County. The ZUS state evil cult was on the verge of annihilation.
And the beginning of all this was when the Chu family exposed the spy and eradicated the Chu County evil cult.
The main target is Chu Qiulua's son.
As long as Qin Lai, Chu Qiulua's son, I have plenty of ways to retaliate against the Chu family.
Wu Quan gritted his teeth in hatred and took out the Xieling Zhu.
And Chu Qiulua's son, as revenge for my evil cult, I'd like to see if the Chu family will show great righteousness and destroy their own kin.
Seeing the cult leader so agitated, Kuan Wu agreed.
After all, he had been stuck at the peak of Shujin for too long, with little lifespan left.
This was an opportunity.
The Chu family's strength was indeed not weak, but with his methods and strength, as long as he didn't barge in recklessly and fall into a siege, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. Hu Quan raised his hand and waved, half a Shuling Zhu flew out.
After it's done, the remaining half will be offered. Kuan Wu caught the Shuling Zhu, gave Hu Quan a deep look, stooped, and turned to leave. The Chu family's strength was not weak. Chu Tianming's strength was no less than his. And with a treasured artifact in hand, if they were to fight, Kuan Wu was not confident he could defeat Chu Tianming. Besides, he was old after all, his strength slightly diminished.
But as long as he wasn't trapped by the Chu family, and besieged by experts above the 8th level of Shujin, he was confident he could escape. This trip was merely to capture Chu Qiulua's son, and kill a few Chu family elders along the way.
Just need to sneak into the Chu family's ancestral land, capture Chu Qiulua's son,
and on the way back, kill a few Chu family elders stationed in Chu County.
There was no difficulty at all. By the time the Chu family experts arrived, he would have long since returned to ZUS state and smoothly obtained the Shuling Zhu. Once he broke through to Hujing, what was there to fear from the Chu family experts? If the breakthrough failed, he wouldn't have many years left to live anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Kuan Wu revealed a sinister smile.
And on the other side, Chu Xian counted on his fingers.
Only 7 days left until the 1-year deadline. Time flies so fast. Unknowingly, I've been staying in this small courtyard for almost a year. In less than a year, from the Fanjing all the way to the Xinjiang, who would believe it if it got out? There are still 7 days until 1 year. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? No one will come to disturb me, right? Peacefully staying home and getting stronger, is there anything more pleasant than this?
Suddenly, Chu Xian sighed helplessly. Someone was approaching outside the small courtyard.
What's wrong with these evil cultists? Why do they always target me first every time they come to the Chu family? Kuan Wu arrived at the small courtyard.
He immediately sealed the surroundings, preventing any commotion from spreading. Even if the other party screamed their lungs out, no one would notice.
You are Chu Qiulua's son?
Looking at Chu Sun, who was sitting on a chair, watching him expressionlessly, he spoke, I am indeed Chu Qiulua's son.
But I just don't understand, why do you evil cultists always target me? Did my old man dig up your evil cult's ancestral graves?
Chu Xian sighed and said, Humph, this old man is not from the evil cult.
Just hired by the evil cult. Brat, obediently come with this old man. Kuan Wu smiled and raised his hand to grab Chu Xian.
Since you're not from the evil cult.
Chu Xian was surprised. Kuan Wu's strength was at the peak of Shujin.
It was just that his lifespan was short, and he looked like he was about to die.
He thought it was some hidden old undying monster from the evil cult. Ignoring Kuan Wu's grabbing hand, Chu Xian just said faintly, kneel. Thump. Kuan Wu knelt directly. Jinyan Shu, one word becomes true. Words become law.
Chu Xian, with 3rd level Xinjiang strength, used Jinyan Shu on Kuan Wu, who was at the peak of Shujing. Its power was like the laws of the Great Tao.
Kuan Wu had no power to resist at all.
As his strength increased, the power of Jinyan Shu had also increased.
It was no longer limited to making people speak the truth.
It could make people of lower realms than him achieve the effect of words becoming law.
Gulp. Cold sweat couldn't help but break out on Kuan Wu.
His spiritual power surged, wanting to stand up, wanting to escape.
Kneel properly. Don't think about escaping.
Chu Xian continued faintly.
As his words fell, Kuan Wu's surging ferocity subsided.
The thought of escaping had disappeared.
Drip, drip, drip. Cold sweat dripped. Koan Wu was terrified. What kind of strength is this? The legendary Daijing? He is Chu Xiaolua's son? Nonsense. The Chu family is terrifying. Koan Wu cursed Hu Quan internally. State your origin. What is your purpose? Chu Xian continued to use Jinyan Shu. Koan Wu opened his mouth and confessed everything. He was terrified. Why, with just one word from the other party, did he say everything? He didn't resist at all. After hearing Koan Wu's confession, Chu Xian was speechless. Are these evil cultists crazy? They're about to be wiped out, and they still won't stop, insisting on disturbing me. Could it be these evil cultivators, practicing evil arts, have damaged their brains? He glanced at Koan Wu. He had no intention of controlling him as a servant. Too useless. Stuck at the peak of Shujing, unable to break through. It showed how trash his aptitude was. If his aptitude wasn't too bad, with so much time accumulated, how could he not break through to Hujing? Waste has no use value. And his lifespan is short. He's about to die. Helping him break through is simply a waste of resources. Chu Xian didn't kill Koan Wu directly. Instead, he controlled him with the Zhonghuan Yin. Thinking of the Tianlai Shan rewarded by the system some time ago, he immediately took out several. He stuffed them all into Koan Wu, directly suppressing and controlling him. He had him carry the Tianlai Shan to Xie Wangting, Wangdu, to cause trouble. Kill as many Xie Wangting experts as you can. Go. Use the last moments of your life to shine brightly. It won't be a wasted trip to this world. Chu Xian waved his hand and sent Koan Wu away. Everyone knows firecrackers, right? This old man is actually the first person in history to play with firecrackers. Can you believe it? Just now, after Koan Wu left Chu County, he rushed all the way towards Xie Wangting. His heart was broken. The Chu family is terrifying. This trip is going to be cold. Just these few things Chu Xian gave me, I don't even know what they're for. Just told me to throw them in the face of anyone I see from Hujing. So easy? Koan Wu could never have imagined that when his lifespan was about to end, he would actually go to Wangting to cause trouble. That was the holy land in the hearts of Nanzhou evil cultivators. It was also the greatest strength of Nanzhou evil cultivators. No evil cultivator dared to provoke Wangting's authority. A day later, Koan Wu arrived at the capital of Xie Wangting. Even the gatekeepers of Xie Wang Palace were Shujing dancers. Although they were only at the first or second level of Shujing, this also showed the strength of Xie Wangting. All evil cultivators who broke through to Hejin must report to Wang Chang. Without orders, they were not allowed to leave Xie Wangting. This was Xie Wangting's rule. Any evil cultivator who violated it would surely die. Xie Wangting, though powerful, was not without enemies. Especially after the old Xie Wang went into seclusion, Xie Wangting became much more restrained, no longer invading outwards. Stop! The guards in front of Xie Wang Palace saw Koan Wu walking straight towards them, stooped. They immediately shouted. Koan Wu had thought it through. Anyway, he couldn't resist that wolf from the unseen. Since that was the case, he might as well go big. He was going to die anyway. But even if he died, he wanted to, in the history of Nanzhou evil cultivation. And even in the entire history of Nanzhou cultivation, leave a glorious name. Many years later, people would still remember an evil cultivator named Koan Wu, who bravely broke into Xie Wang Palace. Then he raised his head and smiled coldly. The holy land of evil cultivators in the world, no evil cultivator dares to violate its majesty. Today, I, Koan Wu, will charge into this holy land of evil cultivators. What did you say? The guard thought he was hallucinating. He actually wants to break into Xie Wang Palace? The guard's eyes widened. Is he crazy? Practicing evil arts has damaged his brain. Will I also become like this one day? You know, even reckless daredevils wouldn't dare to charge. Provoking the Xie Wang's authority, that's a fate worse than death. How cruel were the methods of evil cultivators. As evil cultivators themselves, they knew better than anyone. Koan Wu straightened his body, his aura surging. Peak of Shujin. His strength was fully displayed. Remember, my name is Koan Wu. Koan Wu no longer had any trace of old age. A golden bone knife appeared in his hand. The knife was like a rib. The person was like Voldemort. I want to burst forth with light in the last moment of my life. I want all evil cultivators in the world to remember, there was once an evil cultivator named Koan Wu who bravely broke into Xie Wang Palace. My name, Koan Wu, will forever be remembered in the history of Nanzhou. So what if I die? Koan Wu attacked. He struck with lightning speed from the start. The guard who was just shouting was only at the first or second level of Shujin, and he didn't think Kuan-Wu would really dare to attack. In his haste, how could he resist? He perished instantly. Boom! Kuan-Wu rushed towards She Gong. With one slash, he shattered the gate of She Gong. All of you, get out! Impudent! A powerful aura rose from within She Gong. Just as Kuan-Wu rushed into She Palace, several 8th-level Shujin guards rushed over. In the distance, several Hajin auras also rose, rushing over. Further away, the aura of a Xinjing expert appeared. Come get your life! At this moment, a Hajin expert had already arrived. A giant hand grabbed towards him, and a Tianlei Shan also appeared in Kuan-Wu's hand. He directly activated it and threw it. That Hajin expert's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly imprisoned it. He caught the Tianlei Shan thrown by Kuan-Wu with one hand. At the same time, he sensed a strong crisis from the Tianlei Shan, but it was all too late. Boom! Lightning rolled, its power astonishing. With a loud bang, a building collapsed. That Hajin evil cultivator perished directly in the lightning. Kuan-Wu continued towards the depths of the royal palace. Finally, he let out a roar, and self-destructed in She Palace. Ha ha! I, Kuan-Wu, will die with a bang. An evil cultivator who doesn't dare to break into She Palace is not a true evil cultivator. As an evil cultivator, even in death, one must break into the She Ting Holy Land once. Remember, my name is Kuan-Wu. The huge explosion attracted the attention of this purple-haired young man. He hurriedly asked his subordinate what happened. Reporting to Xie Wang, a peak Shujing cultivator with little lifespan left, with his cultivation, broke into the evil king's palace. He killed a Hajing guard and severely injured 2 Xinjing experts. The subordinate trembled, surprised at the end. He then let out a roar and self-destructed in She Palace. Before he died, he said, "Remember, my name is Kuan-Wu." The purple-haired young man was the current Xie Wang, Hanzi Xie Wang. In the princess's chamber, Xie Wang's face was ashen. The faces of the Xie Ting high-ranking officials were also unsightly. Bring his relatives and disciples to me. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Xie Wang roared. Throughout the generations of Xie Wang, no evil cultivator had dared to provoke their authority. He became the first Xie Wang to be provoked by an evil cultivator. He only felt his authority completely lost. Perhaps he is a loner, without even a successor. Someone reminded helplessly. What? Truly convinced by this old sixth. News of Kuan-Wu bravely breaking into Xie Palace quickly spread throughout Nanzhou, reaching the ears of every evil cultivator. There were many evil cultivators in the world. There were always a few crazy ones. Imitation was only a matter of time. People who cultivate evil arts are more prone to mental problems. After this incident spread, Kuan-Wu became famous. He instantly went from obscurity to great fame. Some evil cultivators with mental problems also wanted to become famous, so they would naturally imitate him. Xie Wang Ting's inviolable iron rule will be challenged. The current Xie Wang's face will also be slapped repeatedly. When Hu Quan heard this news, he was completely stunned. Cold sweat poured down. Kuan-Wu, that old bastard, is his brain sick? He really wanted to grab Kuan-Wu and roar, "I told you to go to Chu County to cause trouble, to capture someone. I didn't tell you to go to Xie Wang Palace to provoke them." What exactly went wrong? Why did Kuan-Wu suddenly run off to break into Xie Wang Palace? He didn't go to the Chu family. Did his brain malfunction on the way, and he ended up at Xie Wang Ting? Or did he encounter some stimulus at the Chu family? Hu Quan was covered in cold sweat. If this was known, that he had instigated Kuan-Wu to cause trouble at the Chu family, and as a result, he went to Xie Wang Palace and slapped Xie Wang in the face, he would be finished. Fortunately, when they plotted back then, only he and Kuan-Wu knew. There was no third party. Heiyuelu shouldn't know, right? Such a confidential matter, with no third party present, there's no possibility of a leak. Hu Xian muttered to himself, hopefully, Kuan-Wu, that old bastard, didn't leak intelligence to Heiyuelu. Otherwise, that group of black-hearted people will definitely take this intelligence to Xie Wang and extort a sum. He would recover from his injuries in a low-key manner. This matter has nothing to do with me. I haven't seen Kuan-Wu. Hu Quan decided to keep a low profile. He didn't want to be caught by Xie Wang. That fate would be worse than death. The Chu family is not right. Why is every incident related to the Chu family? Hu Xian felt the Chu family seemed to be hiding some big secret. After Kuan-Wu's incident, he didn't dare to continue targeting the Chu family for now. He would recover from his injuries in a low-key manner for now,
and plan again after his injuries healed.
He would not let the Chu family off. If not for the Chu family, why would he have ended up in such a miserable state?
The evil cult of Zeus state was almost wiped out. Xie Wangting would see all this as his incompetence.
If not for incompetence, why would it be like this? Chu family. Hu Quan gritted his teeth. He could have lived a carefree life relying on his looks, but he embarked on this irreversible path of staying home. Staying home for a year. Besides gaining some weight, there was an unexpected harvest. Just now, the furious Hu Quan took out a small black-red bead. He stared at the small bead for a long time, his eyes filled with indecision. This bead was something he discovered by chance in an ancient ruin, when he was still at the Xianjing. After years of searching and consulting ancient texts, he roughly understood the bead was a shuemazhu. It contained demonic blood. Once leaked, anyone below the Xinjing would be demonized. Once demonized, they would become demon slaves. Demons were the great enemies of the human race. Neither the righteous path nor the evil path allowed the existence of demons. Hu Quan's eyes flashed with a ruthless determination. He stared at the shuemazhu and put it away. Whether to implement the plan, he would decide after recovering from his injuries. Without leaving your home, with a single thought, shook Xie Wangting, and shocked the eyes of all evil cultivators in the world. Reward, 1 Gun Mijing. Chu Xian Yi Zhang, shook Xie Wangting, shocked the eyes of all evil cultivators in the world. Koan Wu, that old man, is quite capable. Check reward, Gun Mijing. Can, without leaving home, set up a Gun Mijing in Nanzhou, for fated individuals to obtain inheritance. This Gun Mijing was not something to be found, but for Chu Xian, to set up a Gun anywhere in Nanzhou. Anyone who obtains the Gun will surely be someone with great luck. The obtainer of the Gun Mijing will become Chu Xian's disciple, and as long as Chu Xian wished, he could instantly seize the inheritors' cultivation, and even control their life and death. Chu Xian looked at the ancient small palace in the system. As long as he had enough Gun Mijing, he could, without leaving his home, have disciples all over the world. And every disciple could not betray him. Even if a disciple truly wanted to defy him, he could reclaim their cultivation at any time. Of course, the inheritor of the Gun Mijing would not know that their life and death were in Chu Xian's control. Those who can enter the Gun Mijing are all those with great luck. Isn't this a protagonist character? Without leaving home, disciples all over the world. The behind-the-scenes cultivator of geniuses. A bit interesting. If any disciple dared to deceive their master and destroy their ancestors, he would instantly reclaim all their cultivation. He could even reward all their cultivation to other disciples. Wonderful. Chu Xian had the idea of setting up a Gun Mijing, but it wasn't suitable to set it up for now. After all, his strength was a bit too weak. The upper limit of the copied Gun Mijing wouldn't be high, so it wouldn't be very meaningful. Only 2 days left until the 1-year deadline. Chu Xian was thrilled. These 2 short days, nothing should happen, right? Time passed peacefully. The 1-year deadline was approaching. Whether he could break through to Daijing in a short time depended on the reward for staying home for a year. The longer he stayed, the richer the reward. You have stayed home for a year. Reward, Yushu Xianjin plus 100 years of cultivation. Cultivation technique and cultivation will be directly instilled. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Not only was he rewarded with the Xianjin Gongfa Jin, there was also a 100-year cultivation reward. Di Jin was no worry. He eagerly claimed the reward. Chu Xian comprehended the Yushu Xianjin. At the same time, 100 years of cultivation was being instilled. Xinjin 4th level, Xinjin 5th level, Xinjin 8th level. At this moment, it felt like breaking through a threshold. Boom! Chu Xian's physical body transformed, and his spiritual will was also transforming. The transformation was even more intense than when breaking through from Fanjing to Xianjing. The small courtyard remained peaceful and quiet. Not the slightest sound escaped. Chu Xian, sitting cross-legged, was undergoing an ultimate sublimation, stepping into a brand new world. Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A doubt, a human-shaped spiritual will, floated in his mind. Its appearance vaguely resembled Chu Xian. The fundamental sign of the soul breaking through to the Daijing was the transformation of spiritual will, condensing into a divine soul. After condensing the divine soul, even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the divine soul escaped, one could live again. The condensation and transformation of the divine soul continued. The transformation of spiritual power and physical body also continued. The power of the divine soul spread out, communicating with heaven and earth,
merging into heaven and earth. With the small courtyard as the center, it spread outwards. 100 meters, 1 li. The power of the divine soul continuously spread, merging with heaven and earth. A special domain gradually formed. Chu Xian experienced the enlightenment of breaking through to the Daijing. He saw certain rules between heaven and earth. His understanding of heaven and earth had a leap in improvement. It seemed he had already touched the true meaning of heaven and earth. It seemed that with a single thought, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth for his own use. It seemed that with himself as the center, he had constructed a new small world. Within this small world, everything was under his control. He was the master of this small world. The supreme law. As the divine soul continued to condense, Chu Xian could see more rules. In this vast world, the corner where he was seemed to have some incomplete rules. Vaguely, Chu Xian saw the rules of Nanzhou seemed to be broken in several places. Perhaps this was the true root of Nanzhou's lack of emperors. Due to incomplete rules, the power of the divine soul could not merge with heaven and earth. Unable to complete the true final step of breaking through to the Daijing, Chu Xian believed perhaps someone had condensed a divine soul, but because it hadn't merged with the rules, without that rule entering, the divine soul could not construct its own small world. Therefore, they hadn't completely broken through to the Daijing. They could only be considered half-D. The broken rules of Lanzhou seemed to be slowly mending and recovering. As the rules recovered, perhaps those with Daijing inheritance could break through to the Daijing. Chu Xian was an exception. He was not restricted by the flaw of Nanzhou's rules. Breaking through to Daijing was no problem for him. His divine soul power merged with, not the rules of Nanzhou's heaven and earth, but the heaven and earth of this vast world. It was a higher level of rules. The transformation of the divine soul was not over yet. The small world constructed with Chu Xian as the center was still in progress, and constantly expanding. 3 li, 5 li. Gradually, the power of the divine soul spread to the Chu family's ancestral home. At this moment, in Chu Xian's eyes, the Chu family's ancestral home had no secrets left. With his Daijing divine soul power, Chu Tianming and other Chu family experts naturally couldn't discover it. Chu Xian saw the depths of the Chu family's ancestral home. In the long forbidden area, several figures were in seclusion. Their auras were between Hujing and Shujing. Just a little bit more, and they could break through to Hujing. Chu Xian was puzzled. The Chu family's foundation actually had no Hujing? Were hidden experts suppressed by cultivation techniques, preventing them from breaking through to Hujing? Or was their talent too poor? Undeniably, talent was indeed a factor. The several ancestral elders in seclusion, none of them were weaker than Chu Tianming in strength. They were probably the Chu family's hidden trump card. The power of the divine soul continued to spread. The Chu family's ancestral land, 12 li in radius. The ancestral home was at the core. Guard residences, servant residences, steward residences, protected the ancestral home within. Finally, the power of the divine soul covered the Chu family's ancestral land. The small world Chu Xian constructed also covered the Chu family's ancestral land. At this moment, Chu Xian discovered the layout of the Chu family's ancestral land was actually a formation. At a critical moment, the Chu family could use this formation to unleash powerful defense and attack. This was the true foundation of the Chu family. Seeing this formation, Chu Xian understood the Chu family's ancestors still had some ability. Perhaps it was excavated from some ancient ruins. Perhaps the Chu family's ancestral land was itself an ancient ruin back then. The transformation of the divine soul was nearing its end. The construction of the small world was also nearing its end. The breakthrough continued. Divine soul transformation complete, small world construction complete. By then, he would have truly stepped into the Daijing cultivation world. Regarding the description of the imperial realm, one sentence summarized it: within the domain, I am the emperor, all laws are irreversible. This was the power of the imperial realm. Even if there were many Xinjiang experts, within the domain of an imperial realm expert, they were mere ants. With a single thought, he could determine the life and death of beings within the domain. An emperor's wrath, millions of corpses. At the core of the Chu family's ancestral home, several ancestral elders in seclusion suddenly had a special enlightenment in their hearts, as if inspiration struck. Suddenly, they broke through. In just an instant, they broke through to Hujing. The several ancestral elders opened their eyes, all astonished. How did we suddenly break through? And after breaking through, the aura didn't leak out. Looks like I can continue to stay in the Chu family. This man was only slightly surprised. Those few clan elders actually broke through. Just now, at the core of the Chu family's ancestral home, several ancestral elders in seclusion suddenly had a special enlightenment in their hearts, as if inspiration struck. Suddenly, they broke through. In just an instant, they broke through to Hujing. It should have been affected by the power of the divine soul. The several ancestral elders were all just a little bit away from breaking through. His divine soul power covered them, his domain power covered them. Just leaking a little bit of rule aura caused several ancestral elders to break through uncontrollably. The moment several ancestral elders broke through, Chu Xian discovered that at the core of the Chu family's ancestral home, there was a treasured artifact that seemed about to activate and absorb the auras of the several clan elders. He couldn't help but be curious. His divine soul power focused slightly, and he took a look. It was actually a treasured artifact for transmitting messages. It seemed to absorb the auras of Hujing experts, and then transmit them to a certain place. A bit interesting. The Chu family had no Hujing experts. Perhaps they deliberately suppressed breakthroughs, and the Hujing experts who broke through left. Regarding the secrets involved, Chu Xian was just an unliked collateral descendant. Naturally, he couldn't access them. He didn't care about these matters either, as long as it didn't affect his stay-at-home life. The power of the divine soul focused slightly, and sealed the treasured artifact's function of collecting auras. Du broke through to Daijing. Reward: Daluo Tianjing, Daluo Xinfa, Daluo Xianjing. After breaking through to the Imperial Realm, the system's reward arrived. It was actually the sequel to the Daluo Dijing. Chu Xian claimed the sequel to the Daluo Dijing. Related enlightenment continuously surfaced in his mind. Mastering two Xianjin level cultivation techniques, Chu Xian felt his foundation and strength become even more profound. Boom! Dijin's second level. Breaking through to Dijin's second level, 100 years of cultivation was also consumed. Chu Xian took a breath, feeling his strength. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Nanzhou had no emperor. He was now the only Dija in Nanzhou. Unless from outside Nanzhou, an expert at or above the Daijing came over. Otherwise, he had nothing to fear in Nanzhou. And even if from outside Nanzhou, an expert at or above the Daijing came over, they wouldn't necessarily come to the Chu family to find trouble with him. So now, no need to worry about Xie Wangting. If an evil cult came, he would slaughter one. And with his imperial realm strength, wanting to silently kill someone without a trace was incredibly simple. No need to worry about exposing himself at all. Meow. Tianling Mao jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing its head against his face. Little my heir, you should break through soon too. Tianling Mao was already at the 9th level of Hujing, about to break through to Xinjing. With its aptitude, breaking through to Daijing actually didn't require much time. Besides, as Chu Xian's cultivation improved, Tianling Mao's growth would also accelerate accordingly. Han Tian Jinpeng also flew over. Shi Lianhua extended a branch, a flower blooming on it, exceptionally beautiful. Before long, Han Tian Jinpeng and Tianling Mao both broke through to the Daijing. His confidence would be even stronger. Set a small goal. Break through to the Tianjing. Chu Xian warned himself not to get arrogant. Dijin's second level was nothing. Above Daijing, there was Zuanjing, Tianjing. Only by breaking through to Tianjing could he truly have enough confidence. Tianjing, in this vast world, was also a top-tier existence. Strive to break through to Zuanjing within 10 years. Chu Xian set a recent small goal for himself. After breaking through to the Imperial Realm, the cultivation speed was not as fast as before. Breaking through to Zuanjing within 10 years shouldn't be too much of a problem. If the system rewarded a few more cultivations, it could be achieved quickly. And, the Jiuan Mijing should also be utilized soon. The rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhou are slowly being repaired. Who knows when experts from other states will come to occupy the land. Nanqing Kaiyun, this Dio reincarnator, has already appeared. It can be foreseen that Nanzhou will not always maintain its current balance. However, there shouldn't be too much turmoil within 10 years. Breaking through to Zuanjing within 10 years, his confidence was still ample. Zuanjing was the transformation of domain power, the venerable among D. So called within the domain, I am the venerable. Even emperors would bow to a Zuanjing. In this world, it was also an absolute expert. Comfortable. Chu Xian stood in the courtyard, feeling joyful. After one's confidence was sufficient, life became more comfortable. Looking around the small courtyard, Chu Xian suddenly felt he lacked servants who could do things for him, or maidservants. Beautiful maidservants were pleasing to the eye, much better than Pui. Chu Xian looked at the Jiuan Mijing in the system space.
he couldn't help but have a thought. Why not take it out and temporarily place it in the courtyard? Placing it in the courtyard might attract some people with great luck. Men will be taken as disciples, women as maidservants. Chu Xian was tempted. He wanted to stay home, couldn't leave the small courtyard. He still needed people around him. Zhang Kuei and Dong Qian, who followed his orders and did things for him, were, after all, evil cultivators, not very well liked. Appearing openly, they could easily be killed. Besides, these two had average talent and low cultivability. They could only serve as errand boys. Thinking of this, Chu Xian took out the Jiyuan Mijing. The Jiyuan Mijing was an ancient small shop. Chu Xian did not activate the Jiyuan Mijing. He casually placed the small shop in a corner of the courtyard. Even if not activated, it should be able to attract people with great luck, right? Chu Xian was full of anticipation. You have stayed home for 1 year and 1 day. Reward, 1 Dixuan Dan. Unsurprisingly, on the second day, the Daijing cultivation pills arrived. Dixuan Dan. It was both a pill for breaking through the Daijing and a cultivation pill for the Daijing. System produced must be exquisite. After breaking through to the Daijing, Chu Xian's days became even more pleasant. Boredom did not exist. Feeling his strength grow stronger day by day, as long as he was happy in his heart, there would be no boredom. Chu Xian had Zhang Kuei come over. He inquired about Chu Yun. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun's alchemy talent was surprisingly good. In such a short time, she had actually started refining Lingdan. The failure rate was a bit high, but how long had she been learning alchemy? Chu Yun had already broken through to the 6th level of Xianjing. Thanks to the pills she refined herself. Chu Xian gave Zhang Kuei several portions of Lingdan and another alchemy technique. Zhang Kuei then passed them on to Chu Yun. And he provided Zhang Kuei with the spiritual herbs needed for alchemy. After all, as the first deputy leader of the evil cult, he was not lacking in resources. With cult leader Lu Wang heavily injured and recovering, Zhang Kuei had already taken control of the Qin State evil cult. After breaking through to Hejing, he was even the strongest in the evil cult. Chu Xian learned from Zhang Kuei that all evil cultivators who broke through to Hejing must go to Shewangting to serve. Without permission, they were not allowed to leave Shewangting territory. The purpose was to gather experts to deal with threats. Chu Xian directly sealed Zhang Kuei's Hejing aura, and there was a Nixing Fu. As long as he didn't go to Shewangting, no one could discover him. After breaking through to the imperial realm, Chu Xian no longer considered Shewangting a threat. Have you heard of this palm technique that descends from the sky? Those who have witnessed this palm technique have long since turned to dust, and the brothers of those who turned to dust would use their experience as capital for bragging. Just now, 2 Shujin guards at the entrance of Shewangting were gossiping with great interest. It had been a month since Koan Wu bravely broke into Shewang Palace, and the investigation this month had not found any evidence of a mastermind. All signs indicated that Koan Wu suddenly lost his mind and actually wanted to break into Shewang Palace. The final conclusion was that Koan Wu received aid. He's going senile and wants to become famous. Therefore, he came to break into Shewang Palace. And Koan Wu indeed became famous. Not only did the evil cultivation circle know about this ruthless person, who, before dying, had a go at breaking into the place always known as the evil cultivation Holy Land, the unchallengeable Shewangong. Even other major forces, and the entire Nanzhou cultivation world, knew about this ruthless person who bravely broke into Shewangong. At this moment, the guards were not particularly vigilant. Even if someone walked past Shewang Palace, they didn't care. After all, passing by the palace gate was a normal thing. Countless evil cultivators would come to take a look at the holy land of evil cultivators. An old man leaning on a cane approached Shewang Palace. The guard glanced at him and then looked away, paying no attention. The old man arrived at the palace gate and attacked without warning. Boom! The guards were caught off guard and didn't even have time to defend. They were directly recorded. The strength of a peach Eugene was fully displayed. After the old man struck the attacking gate, his figure rushed into Shewang Palace. At the same time, a roar sounded. Countless evil cultivators were shocked. Old man Fan Kai, today, I will charge into the holy land of evil cultivators. Experience the scenery of Shewang Palace. All the evil cultivators were terrified. What? Is he crazy? Old man Fan Kai is, in these thousands of years, the second evil cultivator to break into Shewang Palace. Death without regret. Ha ha. Fan Kai rushed into Shewang Palace. Bastard. A Zhenjin expert attacked. Ha ha. What kind of evil cultivator doesn't even dare to break into Shewang Palace? What kind of evil cultivator is unruly? In my life, I only admire Brother Kuan-Wu's courage. Fan Kai laughed heartily and rushed directly towards the Xinjing expert, self-destructing, not giving the opponent a chance to capture him. After learning the news, Shewang was furious. Among all generations of Shewang, he was the only one whose face had been slapped repeatedly. As a result, after Fan Kai, someone else came to break into Shewang Palace. 3 elderly evil cultivators from Longzhong rushed towards Shewang Palace. We, the 3 friends of Guishan, will also charge into Shewang Palace today. Death without regret. Ha ha, they all say Shewang Palace's authority is inviolable. It is both the holy land of evil cultivators and the overlord of evil cultivators. Today, we, the 3 friends of Guishan, have come to learn from all evil cultivators. Huaran was actually the 3 friends of Guishan. Why are they also breaking into Shewang Palace? Don't they want to live anymore? Don't you know? The 3 friends of Guishan have little lifespan left. Breakthrough is hopeless. The evil cultivators discussed among themselves. 3 friends of Guishan, impudent. The guards of Shewang Palace were furious. Everyone is coming to provoke us. Do you think the guards of Shewang Palace are trash? At this moment, a 9th-level Hujing guard captain attacked. Boom! Guishan Sanyu directly self-destructed. That guard captain was caught off guard and was directly struck by Guishan Sanyu. He was stunned. They directly self-destructed upon arrival? Are they crazy? Thereafter, for half a month, from time to time, evil cultivators would come to have a go at breaking into Shewang Palace. Bravely breaking into Shewang Palace became a trend in the evil cultivation circle. It seemed that if one didn't have a go at breaking into Shewang Palace, they wouldn't dare to call themselves an evil cultivator. At the beginning, only evil cultivators whose lifespans were nearing their end would come to have a go at breaking into. Later, even young, hot-blooded evil cultivators came to charge. The authority of Shewang plummeted. What kind of place do they think Shewang is? They can come as they please? Shewang was so angry he bared his 2 cute little canine teeth. Although, among those who broke into Shewang Palace, no one had survived so far, they all went with the determination to die. But for some reason, the friends of the Shewang Palace brave intruders actually felt greatly honored. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, So-and-so, who broke into Shewang Palace, is my senior brother. Got it? It's unknown when it started, but in the evil cultivation circle, everyone took pride in having a friend who broke into Shewang Palace. Only then did they have the capital to brag. Some people even instigated their friends to break into Shewang Palace. On this day, another person arrogantly headed towards Shewang Palace. A crowd of melon-eating cultivators gathered around to watch the excitement. My name is. Go die. Before he could say his name, a roar came from the depths of Shewang Palace. A giant, blood-red palm suddenly grabbed towards him. It directly crushed the opponent. The blood-red palm relentlessly moved towards the crowd. Some looked old and decrepit, seemingly about to die. Xiexio wailed, in the blink of an eye. More than 10 people were killed by the blood-colored palm. Quick, flee. The crowd of onlooking Xiexio were terrified in their hearts, scattering and fleeing. Xia Wang must be mad. The deadly blood-colored palm repeatedly struck down Xiexio. Xia Wang was almost exploding with anger. One after another, they came to provoke him, making himself the most disrespected Xia Wang in history. He was so angry he took action personally. He had thought Xia Wang personally taking action could intimidate the Xiexio. But it didn't work out. There were still those unafraid of death running to break into the Xia Wang gong. Let me tell you, don't be afraid. The one personally slapped to death by His Majesty Xia Wang, that was my brother. What, since it's your brother, my apologies, my apologies. Gradually, in the Xiexio circles, bravely charging into the Xia Wang gong and provoking Xia Wang to personally take action, became the greatest honor, the mark of a true hero. No one knew how this trend started. Xia Wang was so angry he was about to vomit blood, suspecting in his heart, could it be that a new Xiexio cultivation method has appeared? That makes people's brains go wrong after cultivating it? Otherwise, where did all these madmen come from? Kunwo Xia Wang gritted his teeth. The source of all this was caused by that little Xiexio named Kunwo. Look closely, this big cat is eyeing him intently, slowly walking towards the man. The next second, the man knelt on the ground with a thud. Dad, I am your son. All of a sudden, this big cat was completely baffled. The man's name was Ma Kong. Just a moment ago, Chu Xian was feeling down, the fated secret realm.
Had been in his small courtyard for nearly 2 months, and had not attracted anyone with great destiny.
Could it be that Nanzhou has no one with great destiny? Or are those with great destiny too far away, needing a long time to arrive? Ding, you stayed home.
An impulsive act caused a trend in the Xiaoxiu circle.
Reward, 1 Tianjing. The system's reward came suddenly. Chu Xian was stunned at that moment. An impulsive act caused a trend in the Xiaoxiu circle. What trend did it cause? Setting off fireworks for the new year? This matter must be related to Kunwu. But he didn't know what Kunwu had specifically done. How did it cause a trend? This is the disadvantage of having no intelligence. Such a big thing happened in Lanzhou, and he didn't even know. It's necessary to find a way to transfer Heiyulu over. Checking the Wan Tianjing. The Wan Tianjing can randomly connect to myriad domains, transmit items. Chu Xian was suddenly overjoyed.
It can randomly connect to various domains, and can transmit items. However, it cannot transmit living beings for the time being. It requires Chu Xian's strength to rise to the heaven realm, to be able to transmit living beings. Besides randomly connecting to various domains, currently, the Wan Tianjing can be used 3 times a day, to locate 3 places or living beings. After locating, you can check the located point at any time. And the mark of the Wan Tianjing can be placed on a living being. As the living being moves, the located place will also move accordingly.
Chu Xian couldn't wait to activate the Wan Tianjing. As spiritual power was input, ripples appeared on the surface of the Wan Tianjing. After a while, an image appeared on the mirror's surface: high mountains and dense forests. Beasts roaring. He didn't know which place it had connected to.
As the image moved, Chu Xian suddenly saw a human figure.
He froze the image at the position of the human figure, and zoomed in. Ma Kong was lying on the ground, panting, seemingly severely injured. Ma Kong, how are you?
A young man in black, gasping for breath, covered in wounds, squatted down to check Ma Kong's injuries. It seemed they had just experienced a battle. A cold light flashed. A knife stabbed into the chest of the young man in black. The young man in black's eyes widened, looking at Ma Kong with an expression of disbelief. Why, he couldn't imagine that his own companion would actually sneak attack him. He wanted to counterattack before dying, however, he had just experienced a great battle. His spiritual power was almost depleted. Ma Kong's knife strike had further disrupted his meridians and life force. Darkness was descending, his consciousness gradually blurring. Why, Ma Kong's face was contorted. Of course, it's to monopolize the treasure. Sorry, brother. Your talent is better than mine, but I can't. The blade twisted, directly ending the life of the young man in black. He reached out and took the young man in black's storage pouch, opened it and looked, joyfully put it away and was about to leave. Suddenly. A roar came from behind. Ma Kong's face changed drastically. Not good, it's the Tian Shahu. He got up and fled. However, he didn't get far. Behind him, a giant black striped tiger appeared. Ma Kong's face was pale, with a look of despair. He was only at the 9th level of the Xian realm. That Tian Shahu was close to or above the 7th level of the true realm. Suddenly, he saw in the void a mysterious halo rippling. Through the halo, he saw a figure bathed in divine light. Like a god, like a saint. Senior, save me. Plop. Ma Kong knelt down and said. Chu Xian hadn't expected that the first time he used the Wan Tianjing, he would encounter a scene of betrayal among brothers, killing for treasure. He activated the 7-colored divine light, his whole person bathed in divine light, like an immortal god. Don't panic, I'll teach you a method. You can easily leapfrog and kill the Tian Shahu. Ma Kong was overjoyed. Thank you, senior, quickly teach me the method. Chu Xian was bathed in divine light, his face unseen, his voice full of the demeanor of a peerless master. When the tiger pounces on you, hold your knife with both hands, slide under its belly, raise your knife and stab into its abdomen, disembowel it. Remember, for all demonic beasts, their abdomen is always one of their weak points. Ma Kong was stunned for a moment, looked back at the approaching Tian Shahu, wiped his cold sweat. Senior, will this work? Don't worry. No problem, it won't expect you to suddenly slide under its abdomen. As the saying goes, catch it off guard, attack its unpreparedness, you will surely kill it in one blow. Chu Xian gave him a boost of confidence. With me watching, how could it go wrong? Ma Kong, hearing this, calmed down. He secretly rejoiced. Senior is testing me. Yes, it must be so. He gripped the knife with both hands, turned to look at the Tian Shahu, his gaze determined. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Roar. The Tian Shahu saw Ma Kong not retreating but advancing towards it. It was instantly enraged. This was provoking its tigerish might. It charged fiercely. Ma Kong's heart pounded violently, his knife-holding hand trembled slightly, his legs also trembled slightly. Calm down, don't panic, Senior is watching. No problem, Ma Kong.
This is your opportunity, don't disappoint Senior. His gaze became firm, his knife-holding hand no longer trembled, his legs no longer trembled, watching the Tian Shahu charge. It was almost upon him, with a loud roar, holding the knife upwards with both hands. Suddenly, he slid towards the Tian Shahu. Ah! A paw slammed onto his body, which had just slid past, spun and flew outwards. The sound of breaking bones came from his body, immense pain struck. His vision blackened, he almost fainted. A mouthful of blood spurted out, bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Ma Kong coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, struggled to sit up, watching the Tian Shahu approaching step by step, his face was pale. Senior, save me, quick, save me, he roared in his heart. To hell with the slide, AI, Chu Xian sighed in disappointment. You've disappointed me too much, your knife-holding hand was unsteady, your slide wasn't fast enough, your timing was inaccurate. Senior, I know I was wrong, quick, save me, Ma Kong pleaded tearfully. It's too late, Chu Xian shook his head. I am tens of thousands of miles away from you, it will take some time for my power to reach you, but don't panic. I will teach you another method, it will surely save your life. What method, Senior? Quickly teach me, Ma Kong. Although he felt, this Senior's method seemed somewhat unreliable. Right now, he could only try anything in desperation. You kneel down to the Tian Shahu, kowtow, and call it Dad. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cub. You've already called it Dad, how could it have the heart to eat you? Chu Xian said seriously. Ma Kong was stunned. What the hell kind of method is this, is it really useful? Since ancient times, strong individuals have all suffered humiliation when they were weak. There was once a peerless expert, who suffered the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs when he was weak. So don't have any psychological burden, this is your only chance to live. I am very knowledgeable about tiger beasts. Vicious tigers don't eat their cubs is definitely not an empty saying, he had said so much. Ma Kong had no other choice but to believe. Seeing the Tian Sha who had already reached him, he immediately knelt down with a plop, roaring tearfully, Daddy, I am your son. The Tian Sha who, which had raised a paw, paused. Its tiger eyes widened. Ma Kong saw this and was overjoyed. Senior didn't lie to me, indeed, vicious tigers don't eat their cubs. Dad, I am your son, my name is Ma Hu. This man, constantly kowtowing, had just acknowledged a tiger as his father. He escaped death, but because of his glib tongue, he suffered a venomous swamp, turning into a pixelated mess. The man's name was Ma Kong. Believing Chu Xian's advice, he tearfully acknowledged the tiger as his father. The Tian Sha whose intelligence shouldn't be too low, right? I've already called it Dad, it should spare me, right? Ma Kong saw the Tian Sha who lower its raised paw, and his heart also relaxed, calling it Dad worked. The Tian Sha who slowly turned around, seeming to leave. Ma Kong's tears of joy streamed down. I'm finally alive, Dad, take care, Dad. Your son respectfully sees you off, Daddy. The Tian Sha whose body trembled, seemingly disgusted, with its back to Ma Kong. Its tiger tail curled up, whap, the tail whipped down hard, striking Ma Kong's head. His head instantly cracked open. Then the Tian Sha who lifted its hind leg, and continuously trampled Ma Kong's corpse, trampling it into a pulp. Roar, it tilted its head back and roared loudly, but the roar got stuck halfway in its throat. It widened its eyes, looking at the rippling halo above its head. A person bathed in divine light sat within the halo, unmoving. The Tian Sha who instantly became as timid as a cat, prostrating on the ground, its limbs slowly wriggling, trying to quietly crawl away. Where are you located? A voice came from the halo. The Tian Sha who roared, its spiritual will transmitted, Beizhou. Chu Xian was surprised. This time, the connection was actually to Beizhou. Feeling the consumption of spiritual power, he immediately cut off the spiritual power input. The image on the Wan Tian Jing disappeared. Activating the Wan Tian Jing consumes a lot of spiritual power. Below the Earth realm, one simply cannot activate the Wan Tian Jing. Even those in the Earth realm cannot sustain it for long. Chu Xian put away the Wan Tian Jing, swallowed a Di Xiandan, and silently recovered the consumed spiritual power. After his spiritual power recovered, Chu Xian input spiritual power again. The surface of the Wan Tian Jing rippled. Slowly, an image appeared. Splash. In the image, waves rolled. It seemed to have connected to some great ocean. Moving the image, he scanned the entire area connected by the Wan Tian Jing. All he could see were rolling waves. Not even a single fish was seen. Chu Xian was disappointed. The luck for the second connection wasn't very good. He didn't see anything. He actually wanted to connect with a strong person, to fool a strong person, anyway. The other party couldn't detect the depth of his strength. He was bathed in divine light, very deceptive, looking like an incredibly powerful expert. 1/3 of his spiritual power was consumed,
and no living beings appeared in the image, only rolling waves. The third time, it connected to a place filled with gray mist, a lifeless place. Ancient stone houses, gray-brown, appeared before his eyes. Similarly, no living beings were seen. Chu Xian frowned slightly. This place seemed a bit off. With a wave of his finger, a spiritual herb was tossed over. The spiritual herb descended. In that place, in just a blink of an eye, it was polluted to a gray-brown color. He continued to move the image. This seemed to be a small space. Could it be some secret realm, lifeless? It also seemed to be a burial ground. A larger stone house appeared in the image. The gray-brown stone house, the death chi was even denser. Moreover, the death chi was pulsating, as if someone in the stone house was breathing. Chu Xian zoomed the image closer to the door of the stone house. Suddenly, the door of the stone house opened. The image entered the stone house. Inside the lifeless stone house, a figure sat cross-legged. Its withered body was clad in a gray-brown, unknown robe. Death chi entered and exited its nostrils. Silvery white light flickered in its sunken eye sockets. Chu Xian, bathed in divine light, like an immortal, like a god, watched the unknown existence in the food. He was not flustered at all. The other party couldn't see through him, and it was even more impossible for them to follow the Wan Tianjing to attack him. Nor could they find him. Who are you, sir? The unknown existence in the food slightly raised its head, its gaze fixed on Chu Xian. I am inspecting the myriad heavens and realms, and happened to pass by here. This man, all skin and bones, once spent 10,000 years cultivating to the peak of the heaven realm. Now, however, he is mocked as a good-for-nothing, just because he has been trapped in this lifeless food for 100,000 years. Just now, Chu Xian told him, he was inspecting the myriad heavens and realms, and happened to pass by here. A majestic voice came from the divine light. The withered figure was silent for a moment, then a puzzled voice came out. Myriad heavens and realms? You don't know of the myriad heavens and realms. I've never heard of them. I only know of the 9 domains in 50 continents. Chu Xian's mind raced. 9 domains in 50 continents, it should be referring to the division of this world. Nanzhou, I wonder which of the 9 domains it belongs to. 9 domains in 50 continents are merely a remote corner of the myriad heavens and realms. It's nothing much, Chu Xian said profoundly. Bluffer, the more impressive, the better the bluff. The withered figure's body trembled, the silvery white light flickering in its eye sockets even brightened a bit. Clearly, he was shocked by Chu Xian's words. The 9 domains in 50 continents are actually just a remote corner of the myriad heavens and realms. Then how prosperous are the rich lands of the myriad heavens and realms? He did not doubt Chu Xian's words. This person before him was bathed in divine light, unfathomable, clearly an extremely terrifying expert. Even he couldn't see through the halo that connected them. You must know, the place where he was, even a heaven realm expert couldn't possibly connect to it. Chu Xian's opening words had bluffed the other party. He could sense that the withered figure was extremely powerful. Even though eroded by death chi, it was still incredibly strong. Far surpassing the earth realm, the other parties seemed to be trapped here, if unable to escape, constantly eroded by death chi. Perishing is only a matter of time. How to go to the myriad heavens and realms? The withered figure asked. Your strength is too weak. You are not qualified to know, Chu Xian blurted out. Impossible, the withered figure, Ren Changhe, refuted strongly. When I, Ren Changhe, was trapped here, I was already at the peak of the heaven realm. In the 9 domains in 50 continents, I was also a top-tier expert. How could I not be qualified to know? Chu Xian was secretly alarmed. Peak of the heaven realm, and this place, even trapped a peak heaven realm expert. It shows that it's extremely unusual, but bluffing, he was good at it. Moreover, if he could get a peak heaven realm servant, it would also be a happy occasion. With his current strength, to plant a soul imprint on Ren Changhe, there was only one way. Ren Changhe willingly accepts the soul imprint. To fool a peak heaven realm expert, naturally, one had to paint a big enough picture to make the other party feel that even if he was a peak heaven realm expert, he was actually just a small fry, peak of the heaven realm. Chu Xian sneered, a frog in a well. What you call the peak of the heaven realm, in the myriad heavens and realms, is merely the king realm. Perhaps you don't understand what level the king realm is in the myriad heavens and realms. Today, I'll tell you, it's equivalent to the harmony realm in your place here. Then let me ask you, the harmony realm juniors in your place here, are they qualified to participate in heaven realm matters? Ren Changhe was stunned. It's only equivalent to the harmony realm, then how strong are the myriad heavens and realms? No wonder the 9 domains in 50 continents are a remote corner. For a moment, Ren Changhe found it somewhat unacceptable. Shocked, right? Being shocked is good. Chu Xian chuckled inwardly, then asked again, how long did it take you to cultivate to this realm? Speaking of this,
Ren Changha regained his confidence.
He said proudly, "It only took a mere 10,000 years.
TSK, your aptitude is too poor, it actually took 10,000 years. Chu Xian shook his head inside. Do you know that in the myriad heavens and realms, cultivating to the king realm in 100 years, which is your heaven realm, is considered ordinary aptitude?
In the myriad heavens and realms, only reaching the heaven realm in 10 years can be called a genius."
Ren Changha's head was buzzing, he couldn't believe it. Impossible, 10 years to the heaven realm, how is that possible? He was once the renowned Changha Tianzuan. Cultivating to the heaven realm in 10,000 years shocked countless people.
Hailed as one of the most supreme geniuses of the 9 domains. Yet, he turned out to be just a piece of trash. He found it hard to accept for a moment. AI, a frog in a well, ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth, truly pitiful. Chu Xian sighed.
Senior, what is your cultivation level?
Ren Changha was silent for a moment, then said bitterly. He already believed Chu Xian's words. The first step of bluffing was successful. Chu Xian was silent for a good while.
So what if you know?
The gap between you and me is like the difference between the mortal realm and the heaven realm, Ren Changha gasped. Death chi surged into his mouth, choking him directly. It took a long time for him to recover, his heart grew excited. Perhaps this was his opportunity. I implore Senior to save me from this predicament. Chu Xian, looking profound and mysterious, stated, "This place is slightly special. For you, it is a mix of fortune and misfortune. If you can comprehend the mysteries within, you can break through your current bottleneck. Even Senior finds it special. Then it must be something extraordinary." Ren Changha smiled bitterly. "I have been trapped here for no less than 100,000 years, yet I have never been able to comprehend any mystery.
Instead, I am eroded by death chi. I'm afraid I'm not far from perishing, since it's dangerous. Why did you come to brave it? Do you know what this place is?" "I know.
Huang Guyu, Luo Shenku," Ren Changha said dejectedly. Before meeting Chu Xian, even though he was trapped here, he was still proud. A place that could trap him, Ren Changha,
could also trap any peak heaven realm expert in the world. Now, he was dejected. It turned out he had been a frog in a well.
In front of a true genius, he was just a waste. Chu Xian noted the names, Huang Guyu, Luo Shenku, one of the 9 domains.
He now knew one of the domains. Since we met by chance, it is fate. Let me give you some pointers. Chu Xian deliberately mystified. Death chi is not necessarily death chi, life chi can also be death chi.
To seek life from death, the cycle of life and death, can lead to the great Tao. You can escape, you can break through the bottleneck. Ren Changha muttered to himself upon hearing this. He fell into deep thought. He had been trapped here for 100,000 years, always unable to escape, always unable to comprehend.
What opportunity Luo Shenku held, where the opportunity lay.
To seek life from death, the cycle of life and death, Ren Changha muttered to himself.
He felt that Senior's guidance was the key to escaping, and also the key to breaking through the peak of the heaven realm. However, how to seek life from death, how to cycle life and death?
Senior, Chu Xian interrupted him before he could ask.
Comprehend well, don't try to know the answer before you've even comprehended it. What everyone comprehends is different.
Young man, don't be impatient, you must be able to hold your composure.
You've been trapped for 100,000 years, what can't you endure? I guarantee you'll be fine for 1,000 years, what's the hurry?
Senior's lesson is right, Ren Changha said respectfully.
Yes, what am I rushing for?
Even if compared to the geniuses of the myriad heavens and realms, I am a waste, but in the 9 domains and 50 continents, I am still the renowned Changha Tianzuan.
Not inferior to anyone. If even I cannot comprehend it, who else in this world can comprehend it?
Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ren Changha began to think. He began to comprehend the mysteries within. The first step of the bluff was successful. The next step is to solve the problem of death chi erosion. In this way, making Ren Changha a servant or a registered disciple will be no problem at all. Don't underestimate this barely clothed bald man. He only took 10,000 years to cultivate to the peak of the heaven realm. And even more arrogant than him is this man in the mysterious halo. He didn't hesitate to expend a huge amount of spiritual power to transport himself here, just to brag to the bald man. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just a moment ago, he successfully tricked this Ren Changha, who was 110,000 years older than him, into believing he had the ability to help him escape. Ren Changha calling him senior with every breath made Chu Xian ecstatic. Making him a servant might be a bit difficult, but a registered disciple shouldn't be a big problem.
The key is that when he plants the soul imprint, he won't have any rebellious thoughts. This is the key.
Otherwise, with his strength, even a slight rebellious thought would prevent the soul imprint from being planted.
Comprehend well. I will continue my inspection of the myriad realms. I hope you will have comprehended it by the time I see you again. Chu Xian flicked his 2 fingers, placing one of the Wan Tianjing's 3 positioning marks on Ren Changhe, respectfully sending off senior. Ren Changhe was extremely respectful. Noticing Ren Changhe had no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The Wan Tianjing's positioning mark, even a peak heaven realm expert couldn't detect it. Truly a product of the system, he snapped his fingers, cutting off the spiritual power input to the Wan Tianjing. The 3 uses for the day had been exhausted. Ding, you leapfrogged and fooled Ren Changhe, reward, Yin Yang He Xinjiang. As expected, it triggered the system's random reward. Chu Xian immediately checked the Yin Yang He Xinjiang. Peeking into the great Tao of Yin and Yang, the cycle of life and death, reversing death qi into life force. Transforming life force into death qi, the Yin Yang He Xinjiang, is a great art that directly leads to the great Tao of Yin and Yang. It can reverse death qi into life force, and also transform life force into death qi. If Ren Changhe cultivated this art, not only could he resolve the current crisis, but he could also break through his bottleneck, and even glimpse the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Chu Xian immediately received it. The insights of the Yin Yang He Xinjiang flooded his mind. After comprehending it, he couldn't help but marvel at the profound mystery of the Yin and Yang Tao, the transformation of life and death. Once cultivated successfully, his strength would be super strong, and it would be extremely difficult for him to perish. When he was fooling Ren Changhe, he had actually already prepared a method to resolve the death qi. After staying home for so long, the system had rewarded him with many secret arts. Among them was a secret art for refining death qi for one's own use. He originally planned to impart such a secret art, to increase Ren Changhe's importance in his heart, then find a way to make him accept being implanted with a soul imprint, etc. Now with this Yin Yang He Xinjiang, it's no exaggeration to say, taking Ren Changhe in is not a big problem. The key is to make him sincerely admire him, and without any reservations, open his mind, and accept the soul imprint without any resistance. This requires a process, and a reasonable excuse. As long as the soul imprint is planted, even if he discovers something is wrong, it will be of no use. Moreover, with the profoundness of the soul imprint, he wouldn't discover any clues. The Wan Tianjing entered a dormant state. It cannot be used again today. And he couldn't just go looking for Ren Changhe again so soon. He had to give him some time to comprehend. Chu Xian began to cultivate the Yin Yang He Xinjiang. His vibrant body suddenly became filled with death qi. It scared the Tianling Mao into a jump. Han Tianjing Pang and the Shi Ling Hua curiously gathered around. Death qi permeated. Chu Xian seemed as if he had been dead for countless years. Suddenly, this situation reversed, turning into vibrant life force. The cycle of life and death, reversing death into life, transforming into death. Chu Xian, while waiting for someone with great destiny to show up, he also used the Wan Tianjing to connect to various domains. Since it was a random connection, for several consecutive days, he didn't connect to any valuable place. It was either a desert or a great ocean. He didn't know how Ren Changhe's comprehension was going. Chu Xian suppressed the urge to peek. He quietly waited for the right time to go and fool him again. This man hasn't stepped out of his house in a year. Only because he has a stay-at-home system. The longer he stays home, the richer the rewards. Now his daily entertainment is to use a mirror rewarded by the system, to peek at the vast world outside this surrounding wall. After these days of random connections, just now, he finally made contact with another expert. That was a respected expert from 11 Zhou named Du Yuan. Chu Xian had become addicted to playing the role of a senior expert. He fooled the other party into a daze, and placed one of the Wan Tianjing's marks on Du Yuan. He could locate him at any time. Through the conversation just now, Chu Xian found out that the Nanzhou he was in belonged to the Beiyu among the 9 domains. Du Yuan was also from Beiyu. He didn't have much of a background. Currently, he is an honorary elder for a certain family in 11 Zhou. There was still one mark left on the Wan Tianjing. Chu Xian decided to use this mark cautiously. Once all 3 marks were used, if he wanted to locate again, he would have to retract 1 mark. But for now, neither Ren Changhe nor Du Yuan did he have any intention of retracting their marks, putting away the Wan Tianjing. Chu Xian prepared to go back to his room for a nap. Suddenly, he discovered someone had infiltrated the Chu family grounds. It wasn't a member of the evil cult. The intruder was only at the 2nd level of the true realm. But his set of stealth and concealment equipment, and the detection-type device in his hand, could be described as high-end and sophisticated. Even the Chu family couldn't produce such a set of equipment. The evil cult was even less likely to. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. An intelligence scout from Heiyulu, he was just worrying about not having a capable attendant to subdue Heiyulu for him, unexpectedly. An intelligence scout from Heiyulu delivered himself to his door. Is he scouting the Chu family grounds, figuring out the Chu family's defenses, drawing a map of the Chu family grounds, or was he commissioned by the evil cult? Chu Xian was puzzled. Are the people from the evil cult sick in the head? Why do they keep targeting the Chu family? Xiaogu cautiously scouted the Chu family grounds. Every time he infiltrated to gather intelligence, he was very cautious. Even though his stealth and concealment equipment was high-end, and the Chu family's defenses were slightly lax, he still didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He was not far from the position of an elite intelligence officer. On the way here, he kept thinking, after finishing this job, promotion and salary increase, then he could go back to his hometown to marry a beautiful and rich girl, and reach the peak of his life. However, while cautiously scouting, at the same time, he was also always prepared to instantly self-destruct his intelligence equipment and activate the void-escaping pearl to flee. Heiyulu intelligence discipline: every intelligence personnel must always be prepared to self-destruct their intelligence equipment. Under no circumstances should the identity of Heiyulu intelligence personnel be revealed. If necessary, they can self-destruct, scouting all the way. Xiaogu felt that the layout of the Chu family grounds was not quite normal. A large tree was planted alone on a small mound. There was also a guard who looked like a fool, standing on a tree branch, looking around, even more ridiculously. They even dug a trench. Walking and walking, a large mountain appeared before his eyes. The moment he saw the large mountain, Xiaogu was stunned. When did the Chu family grounds have a large mountain? Something's not right, but what exactly was not right? He couldn't say. Should he go around the mountain, or climb it? After a slight hesitation, Xiaogu decided to climb the mountain. He was very curious why there would be a large mountain in the Chu family grounds. He clearly hadn't seen any large mountain outside the grounds. And according to intelligence, the Chu family grounds were only about 12 li in radius. Chu Xian sipped his tea, watching from outside the courtyard. Xiaogu, squatting like a rock, smiled. The methods of an Earth realm expert. How could a mere true realm cultivator detect them? You don't think only Sun Wukong can draw circles, do you? Our protagonist can too, but the circles he draws can easily trap a high-level intelligence agent with max-level escape equipment inside. And they wouldn't even know it. Just a moment ago, in a certain cave in Ziyugua, Hu Quan looked uneasy because he had just been reprimanded by an envoy from the Xia wine court. His backer was very dissatisfied with his incompetence, even considering replacing the leader of the evil cult in Ziyugua. According to convention, after the evil cult suffered severe losses, the Wan court would allocate certain resources to rebuild the evil cult. To strengthen the evil cult, however, this time, no resources were given to him. It wasn't that the Xia Wan court didn't allocate resources to rebuild the evil cult, but rather they didn't quite trust his abilities, and didn't hand the resources over to him. If it were only this, it would be fine. What truly made Hu Quan uneasy was the trend and fad in the Xia show circle caused by Kunwu. Xia Wan was furious. He was about to go mad with anger. It is said that he is already investigating the origin of Kunwu's motives. He was very worried that the investigation would lead to him, even though it wasn't him who instigated Kunwu. However, the incident happened during the period he hired Kunwu. He couldn't argue his way out of it. Given Xia Wang's current state of near madness, he would rather kill the wrong person than let one go. Hu Quan was very scared. Hu Quan's hatred for the Chu family grew deeper and deeper. He could barely suppress it. He took out the Mo Shuizhu again to examine it. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Not long after, Wan Shang received a commission request, transferred from Ziyugua. It was actually the leader of the evil cult in Ziyugua who spent a fortune to have Heiyulu investigate the Chu family's defenses and terrain. The land map was very obvious. It was clearly to familiarize themselves with the Chu family grounds, to raid the Chu family. Wan Shang was very curious. Lu Wang, the leader of the evil cult in Qinghua, wasn't willing to spend so much to commission Heiyulu to scout the Chu family grounds. Why did Hu Quan, on the contrary, spend so much? What great enmity did he have with the Chu family? Never mind, never mind. Heiyulu accepts any commission. As long as the price is paid, since the commission was accepted, it must be completed. Heiyulu values its reputation. Wan Shang immediately issued an order, sending out an outstanding performer, Xiaogu, to investigate the situation of the Chu family grounds. But how could a mere true realm Xiaogu escape Chu Xian's discerning eyes? Thus, the opening scene occurred. Xiaogu thought he was scouting the Chu family grounds. In reality, he was squatting outside the courtyard like a rock, not moving at all. To outsiders,
he wasn't a person, but a rock.
Chu Xian didn't care about He Yulu's purpose in coming. He was now casting a long line to catch a big fish.
According to his understanding of He Yulu's rules, since they accepted the commission, they would definitely complete it. Otherwise, their reputation would be damaged, and their abilities questioned.
If one intelligence agent fell, then stronger intelligence personnel would be dispatched.
In this way, fishing down the line, he would eventually catch a big fish that satisfied him.
Chu Xian waited for the second fish to take the bait.
3 days passed.
The intelligence personnel had not reported back. Wan Chang frowned. Could something have happened? Or was the Chu family grounds heavily guarded inside and out, requiring more time to investigate thoroughly?
He Yulu's commission tasks are to be completed as quickly as possible. Only then can it display He Yulu's capability and strength. And as the Tower Master, the faster he completed commission tasks, the more outstanding his ability, giving him an advantage in ratings and faster promotion. So Wan Chang yesterday gave Xiaobu the order to return, regardless of whether the mission was completed or not.
Upon receiving the order, he must return to report progress. Something's wrong, Wan Chang frowned. What ability does the Chu family have to detain Xiao? Although he wasn't an elite intelligence officer, he was an old intelligence officer. He had carried out multiple infiltration and reconnaissance missions, left with no choice.
Wan Chang had to dispatch another elite intelligence officer to carry out the mission and incidentally investigate what exactly happened to Xiao Gu. What Wan Chang didn't expect was that client, Hu Quan, the leader of the evil cult in Zaiweguo, actually came in person. Brother Wan,
it's been so long since I commissioned your He Yulu. Still no results? Hu Quan said with a gloomy face.
Cult Master Hu, rest assured, when our He Yulu does things, one word, reliable, Wan Chang vowed confidently, just wait 2 or 3 days.
There will definitely be results. He Yulu has always been known for its efficiency. The Chu family is certainly not weak. But scouting the layout of their grounds, for He Yulu, shouldn't be a difficult task, right?
I hope Tower Master Wan can complete the task as soon as possible.
3 days, I'll wait another 3 days. If there are no results, I will cancel the mission, Hu Quan said in a low voice. Rest assured, Cult Master Hu, my He Yulu is renowned for its efficiency and reliability. You can wait at ease,
Wan Chang patted his chest and guaranteed.
Hu Quan quietly left. He didn't dare to stay in He Yulu.
This group of black-hearted people might sell him out to the Chu family,
or even to Ziyugua.
He still cautiously watched Hu Quan leave.
Wan Chang's expression suddenly turned unsightly.
He issued an order to the elite intelligence officer to return immediately and report the situation. If, due to the efficiency of the commission, the client cancels the commission, his abilities will be somewhat affected. Seeing that it was almost time for evaluation and promotion, at this time, being deemed lacking in ability, promotion would surely be hopeless. This shifty-looking man is currently squatting behind a bush, frowning deeply, as if brewing some major event. Everyone, guess what it is? The man's name is Wan Chang, a promising young man in the most mysterious intelligence agency. Just now, several veteran elite intelligence officers he dispatched consecutively have mysteriously disappeared, making him stomp his feet in anxiety. He still underestimated the Chu family. Wan Chang put on his equipment. Under the cover of night, he headed towards the Chu family estate. No one could stop him from being promoted to elite Tower Master. 30 years, he had been in the position of an ordinary Tower Master. For 30 years, only by becoming an elite Tower Master could he obtain more resources and raise his cultivation to above the 3rd level of the Harmony realm. Wan Chang was very confident.
He was a bronze-ranked intelligence officer, experienced.
He once, with 9th level True Realm strength, assassinated a 1st level Void Realm martial artist. He understood the Chu family's strength.
No one could stop him.
Today, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't stop this intelligence. I said it. With that, he leaped over the wall in a single bound, leaving only a dashing silhouette, but his coolness didn't last 3 seconds.
At this moment, Wan Chang himself didn't know what he experienced the instant he landed.
Right now, he was just begging for mercy. I'll tell you everything. Please, stop hitting me, Chu Jun, He Yulu Tower Master. Chu Xian looked at Wan Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling, and said with a smile, finally caught a decent fish. Yes, how could Wan Chang dare to have any thoughts of resistance?
Tell me, why did you come? Chu Xian had a plan in mind.
For now, control this Tower Master Wan Chang.
Intelligence-wise, it should be enough for now. Wait for the right opportunity.
To control the person in charge of He Yulu in Xinhua. Then, He Yulu in Xinhua would be under his control. When his strength grew, he could slowly lure in bigger fish. Wan Chang dared not hide anything. As for He Yulu's reputation, for a mere peak void realm martial artist like him. In front of an earth realm expert, there was no possibility of upholding his reputation obediently.
He recounted Hu Quan's commission in detail. Chu Xian was speechless. Does the Chu family have a feud with Hu Quan?
What the other party wanted to do, Chu Xian naturally knew.
Is there any recent trend among Xiexio?
Chu Xian was very curious.
That fellow Kunwu, what trend exactly did he cause in the Xiexio circle?
Recently, someone named Kunwu has been causing quite a stir,
forming a hive, leading some lunatics in the Xiexio circle
to take pride in bravely charging into the Xia Wanggong. Wan Chang detailed the events at the Xia Wang court. Chu Xian was suddenly speechless.
Damn, are those Xiexio out of their minds? They actually take pride in charging into the leader's office. This evil cult is truly evil. Have you ever heard of a unit that takes pride in charging into the leader's office?
The kind that rushes in and shoots wildly, even willing to perish together with the leader. This man looked bewildered. Presumably he had heard that such a unit actually exists in the world. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just a moment ago, the intelligence department elite, Wan Chang, who delivered himself to the door, willingly offered this explosive news. The unit is called the Evil Cult.
Nowadays, when out and about, if you don't have a friend who is charged into the Xia Wanggong, you'd be too embarrassed to brag. Indeed, Xiexio cultivating evil arts tend to damage their brains. Chu Xian planted a soul imprint on Wan Chang,
and also planted soul imprints on the other three controlled individuals. He let the other three leave, keeping Wan Chang to understand He Yulu's system and operations.
Although Wan Chang was just an ordinary tower master, he had a relatively good understanding of He Yulu's system and operations.
He was quite knowledgeable. He Yulu's tower masters are divided into ordinary tower master, elite tower master, bronze medal, silver medal, gold medal. 1 star to 9 stars, Wan Chang was just an ordinary tower master. Next stage, he wants to try to advance to elite tower master.
After your promotion, will you be the new person in charge of He Yulu and Qinghua? What are the requirements for promotion to elite tower master?
Chu Xian suddenly became interested. Performance, ability, or strength? Wan Chang said respectfully.
Who is above the person in charge of He Yulu and Qinghua?
Chu Xian seemed lost in thought. He Yulu's system can be said to be very meticulous.
It is divided into multiple departments, each with different responsibilities.
And above these numerous departments, there is a coordinator. Wan Chang was very confident about his promotion to elite tower master. As long as no accidents happen recently. Chu Xian then threw out a bottle of pills. This bottle of pills is for you.
It's enough to allow you to break through to the Harmony Realm in a short time.
Even to the 3rd level of the Harmony Realm, Wan Chang was already moved to tears of gratitude.
Thank you, Master. Do your job well, you won't be treated unfairly.
Chu Xian encouraged him. You can proceed as usual.
If you have any intelligence, send someone to deliver it. Understood. How should Hu Quan's commission be handled? Should we find someone to get rid of him?
Wan Chang cautiously made a throat-slitting gesture.
No need,
do not interfere with any of his actions. Also, give him the defense and terrain map. Chu Xian thought for a moment, and gave a terrain map of the Chu family grounds, for Wan Chang to give to Hu Quan. As long as Hu Quan acts, he will pass by his small courtyard. Actually, he was also very curious.
What exactly does Hu Quan, this leader of the evil cult in Ziyuhua, want to do?
He was already an Earth realm expert.
Naturally, he wasn't worried about any accidents.
Yes, Master, Wan Chang respectfully departed. Ding dong, you stayed home, silently, you secretly controlled He Yulu in Shu County.
Reward, Zimutong Sun Fu refinement method, the system's voice sounded. Zimutong Sun Fu. Chu Xian checked the information of the Zimutong Sun Fu. Look quickly, this man is actually the father of the walkie-talkie.
Only because he has a stay-at-home system. The system occasionally rewards him with some rare treasures. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just a moment ago, the system rewarded him with a set of Zimutong Sun Fu.
Chu Xian carefully read the instruction manual. The Zimutong Sun Fu is based on the Mother Talisman. Sun Talismans can be used for message exchange. This is a type of talisman used for communication.
Among them, the Mother Talisman is the main control talisman. It can receive messages from all Sun Talismans. It can control the information and movements of every Sun Talisman. Sun Talismans can transmit messages to each other.
One Mother Talisman can create at least 100 Sun Talismans. The higher the refinement level, the more Sun Talismans can be created.
The greater the communication distance. The lowest grade Zimutong Sun Fu can communicate with each other within 30,000 li.
High-grade Zimutong Sun Fu, communication within 1,000,000 li is unimpeded.
Chu Xian was very satisfied with this reward.
It was just right to refine it, to be used for He Yulu's intelligence transmission. With the Mother Talisman in his own hands, he could fully grasp the information of the Sun Talismans. Paired with a secret code, even if a Sun Talisman was obtained by someone else, he would know immediately, and Chu Xian pondered. He could set passwords for the Sun Talismans. Without a password, then even if one obtained a Sun Talisman, they couldn't use it. The Mother Talisman can locate the Sun Talismans. Based on what Chu Xian currently understood, Nanzhou does not have this kind of similar communication talisman or communication spiritual tool. Even He Yulu, known for its intelligence, uses still a special kind of invitation to transmit intelligence. Chu Xian thought of an even better way to obtain intelligence. Keep the Mother Talisman in hand, sell the Sun Talismans. People communicating with Sun Talismans would naturally be under his control, especially if sold to some major factions. They wouldn't know of the Mother Talisman's existence. Sun Talismans can be set to leave imprints on each other, only then can they communicate. In this way, imperceptibly, the entire sect's intelligence would be under his control. Chu Xian decided to refine his set to try out. More functions can be discovered during use, and the Zimutong Sun Fu can also be upgraded. To expand its functions, refining the Zimutong Sun Fu is not difficult for Chu Xian. But if it needs to be refined in large quantities, it's a bit troublesome. Therefore, Chu Xian had to consider again how to accept a disciple with superior talent to refine the communication talismans for him. Chu Xian had a grand plan for the Zimutong Sun Fu in his mind. Once successfully implemented, it would be equivalent to building a communication network, and he would control the main server of the communication network. In this way, he could know the affairs of the world without leaving his home. He knew the secrets of various sects. Chu Xian looked at the fated secret realm again. After such a long time, why hasn't it attracted any person with great destiny? I'm short of manpower. This youth in green was originally from Qingguo's most formidable intelligence agency. A promising young man with a limitless future, yet now he is willing to become a puppet for this good-for-nothing young master. Master, you were looking for me? The youth's name was Xiaogu. Currently, he is responsible for running errands for Chu Xian. Chu Xian spent more than 2 hours refining one Mother Talisman and 100 Sun Talismans. He gave a few Sun Talismans to Xiaogu, asking him to take them back to Wanchang, and explained how to use them. Xiaogu looked shocked. As an intelligence officer, he naturally understood the appearance of the Zimutong Sun Fu, what kind of role it would play in the transmission of intelligence. Chu Xian knew that, once the Zimutong Sun Fu was known to the higher-ups of He Yulu, it would attract attention. Therefore, he temporarily had no intention of widely using the communication talismans. For the time being, he only gave them to Wanchang and a few others, so they could send him messages in a timely manner. Only when his strength was sufficient would he make it public. He Yulu's waters were still a bit deep. Just with Earth Realm cultivation, Chu Xian felt it wasn't quite safe. He was worried about luring out the big fish in the deep waters prematurely. Xiaogu took the communication talisman and left. For the next few days, Chu Xian, while using the Wan Tianjing to randomly connect to other places, also occasionally chatted with Du Yuan, a respected expert. Moreover, he was from a humble background. If he could fool him, he would. Chu Xian greatly enjoyed the feeling of being a senior expert. As the two chatted more, Du Yuan would occasionally ask Chu Xian for advice on problems he encountered. Senior, I've recently encountered a matter that I can't resolve. I'd like to ask for Senior's guidance. 12. What is it? Chu Xian's current persona was that of someone who had been in seclusion for a long time, looking for someone to chat with. Seeing Du Yuan, if fated, he would offer some guidance. Junior, in 11 Zhou, there is a large family. Among the younger generation, there was once a genius. However, 3 years ago, he suddenly became half-crippled, his cultivation stagnated. Not long ago, his engagement was broken off. Chu Xian listened with a strange expression. That former genius of the large family, why does he sound like a protagonist template? Once a genius, now crippled and his engagement broken. Did he also shout something like, "Don't bully a young man for being poor"? And that genius's father, in order to treat his injuries, went out to search for medicine and disappeared. The genius suffered all kinds of humiliation in the family. Finally, 3 days ago, the genius suddenly erupted. He beat a certain genius who had bullied him to the ground. He even stole a batch of resources from the family, and arrogantly declared his withdrawal from that family. Currently, that family has issued a kill order. Anyone who kills the genius or captures him will be richly rewarded. Someone in Du Yuan's family was tempted and discovered the genius's whereabouts. But that genius, after all, came from a large family. The matter had a great impact. they couldn't make up their minds. So they came to ask Du Yuan, and Du Yuan was a loose cultivator. To be able to live until now, and cultivate to the respected realm, besides talent and opportunities, more importantly, he was cautious. Chu Xian also discovered that the genius was not simple. His rise is inevitable. Maybe he even has an old grandpa with him. From genius to suddenly becoming a cripple, and then suddenly erupting after suffering humiliation, he must have recovered his genius attributes, and his strength has further improved. People with protagonist halos like this don't die easily. Do not participate in this matter, otherwise, there will be a disaster of extermination. After a long pause, Chu Xian uttered a few profound words. Du Yuan suddenly gasped, Senior, how can you be sure there will be a disaster of extermination? From genius to cripple, then from cripple back to genius, there must be a secret. Know that every peerless expert has stepped on countless geniuses as stepping stones to kill their way out. You just wait and see. Those who participate in the encirclement will not have a good end. The more famous the genius participating in the encirclement, the more likely they will eventually perish or be crippled. Du Yuan took a deep breath. I will listen to Senior. I will stop them from participating. A few days later, Du Yuan became even more respectful towards Chu Xian. He was glad he had prevented the small family from participating in the encirclement. As Chu Xian had predicted, that genius swept through all directions. The geniuses of the major factions where Du Yuan resided, almost all perished. That genius, after killing people, disappeared without a trace. He declared that any faction that participated, he would retaliate against them one by one. Chu Xian became interested in that genius. He wondered if he should set up a fated secret realm in Beizhou. Perhaps the genius would come to the fated secret realm. He had a feeling that genius would soon become famous in Beizhou, rising rapidly, stepping on many geniuses to ascend. This little fatty is already Lanzhou's strongest expert, yet he still looks troubled. Only because he just learned that the respected disciple he subdued by acting mysterious, who is far away in Beizhou, is about to travel to Nanzhou. Senior, I plan to travel far in the near future. To prepare for the opening of the Jean Imogudi, Chu Xian was stunned. Du Yuan is going to participate in the competition for the secret realm's fated opportunity. A secret realm that even a respected expert like him is moved by, must not be simple. And just by its name, one knows it's not a simple place. It must be an ancient battlefield or something similar to Lanzhou. The Jean Imogudi will inevitably open within decades. Du Yuan looked solemn. Lanzhou suffered a great war in ancient times. The earth's veins collapsed, the rules are incomplete. Now the rules are recovering. Once the rules are restored, the Jean Imogudi will appear. Junior plans to go to Lanzhou in advance to make arrangements, so that when the Jean Imogudi opens, I can occupy some advantageous position. Then he sighed, Junior is just a loose cultivator. After all, I can't compare to those experts from large factions. If I don't make arrangements in advance, I'm afraid I won't even be qualified to participate. While Nanzhou has not yet been sealed off by the major factions, Junior will go to Nanzhou and lie low. Chu Xian heard this and suddenly became nervous. I just became Nanzhou's strongest. Now a respected expert is coming. Besides Du Yuan, do experts from other states also have this idea? That Jean Mogudi must be the cause of Nanzhou's collapsed earth veins and the incomplete rules from that human-demon war. The battlefield became a secret realm. Once it opens, it will naturally be extraordinary. Countless major factions will want a piece of the pie. Lanzhou is about to become turbulent. Chu Xian suddenly felt pressure. No, not yet. I can't let him come before I improve my strength. I must stop Du Yuan from coming to Nanzhou. Chu Xian quickly thought of a way. You wait a moment. I will check the situation in Lanzhou for you. After putting on a show, Du Yuan was deeply shocked. The senior's strength is heaven-defying. After a long while, Chu Xian finally spoke. Little Du, listen to senior's advice. Lanzhou's waters are deep, you can't handle it. If you want to gain an advantage, you still need to improve your cultivation. Du Yuan's expression froze. He cautiously asked, Senior, Lanzhou's earth veins have collapsed, the rules are incomplete, and inheritances are lost. There shouldn't even be any earth realm cultivators, right? Chu Xian sighed, as if mystifying, you foolish child. You are so dull, you only know the what but not the why. Let me ask you, the Yin and He of Lanzhou's earth veins. Why did the rules of collapse become incomplete? Of course, it was due to the struggle between experts. The Great War caused it, Du Yuan said without thinking. It's above the heaven realm. Du Yuan exclaimed, after all, no matter how many respected experts fight, they couldn't cause the Earth's veins to collapse and the rules to become incomplete. Only the legendary Heaven Realm experts could possibly do it. Indeed, Chu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although you are dull, you understand with a little guidance, you haven't reached an incurable state yet. In Lanzhou, a group of little Heaven Realm fellows are making plans. You, a mere respected one, can't wade into such deep waters. Listen to Senior's advice, you can't handle him. Du Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The layout of Heaven Realm experts, and it's a group of them. If I, a mere respected one, wade in, wouldn't I be reduced to ashes? What shocked him even more was, Heaven Realm experts, in Senior's mouth, were just a group of little fellows. It shows how incredibly high Senior's strength is, completely beyond imagination. Thank you, Senior. Du Yuan bowed deeply. If not for Senior's guidance, Junior might have gone and never returned today. It's alright, since we met. It is fate. I hope you focus on your cultivation, and don't have other thoughts. Today's fate ends here, we'll meet again if fated. He turned off the Luan Tianjing. Chu Xian didn't relax in the slightest in his heart. Although he stopped Du Yuan from coming to Nanzhou, he was not the only expert who knew this news. Other experts, maybe in some corner of Lanzhou, there is an Earth Realm expert, or even a respected expert, hidden. I must remain stable, and improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Besides improving cultivation, I also need to prepare some other backup plans, for example, Ren Changhe. Look closely, this man, hailed as one of the most supreme geniuses of the 9 domains. Once cultivated to the Heaven Realm in just 10,000 years, shocking countless people, the Changhe Tianzuan. Now, just by listening to the man describe it once, the profound and mysterious yin-yang he Xinjiang, he has already comprehended 30% of it. Yet he is still mocked by the man for having poor comprehension ability. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just a moment ago, he successfully fooled and dispelled Du Yuan's idea of coming to Nanzhou. But he himself is not sure if there will be other experts eyeing this Shanimo, Gudi. So now, besides improving his cultivation, he also needs to prepare some other backup plans. So he thought of Ren Changhe. If he could make him willingly accept the soul imprint, once Nanzhou changes, he can have him come to Nanzhou. After cultivating the yin-yang he Xinjiang, Ren Changhe's escape shouldn't be a big problem. His strength will also further improve, peak of the Heaven Realm, or even stronger. It will definitely be able to stabilize the situation in Nanzhou. So, he must fool Ren Changhe. Chu Xian no longer hesitated. He connected to the lifeless Luo Shenku where Ren Changhe was. Still in the stone house, the death qi on Ren Changhe was even denser. His whole person seemed even more withered, a bit wasteful. Bathed in divine light, Chu Xian sighed, AI. Dull talent, Ren Changhe's spirit lifted. He raised his head, saw Chu Xian bathed in divine light, and was extremely excited. As senior, he almost cried. He had been comprehending the cycle of life and death, transforming death qi into life force, but instead, the death qi erosion became more severe. He lost over 200 years of lifespan. He was so scared he didn't dare to continue comprehending, but he was unwilling to be trapped here and perish. He had recently been doubting his life. Was he really a supreme genius? Why couldn't he comprehend it? Junior's talent is dull. I cannot comprehend it. I implore Senior to guide me. Ren Changhe respectfully prostrated himself on the ground. His journey to the peak of the Heaven Realm, almost, sweeping through his peers, his invincible pride. At this moment, all turned into shame, without a trace of arrogance left. If not for feeling his talent was dull, and being embarrassed to ask to be a disciple, he would have kowed out and begged Chu Xian to accept him as a disciple. Chu Xian sighed deeply. Dull, he shook his head and sighed. Silent for a long while. Alright, after all, there is some fate, good. After a long while, Chu Xian finally spoke. However, the Tao is not lightly transmitted. Your encounter with me can be considered some fate. For now, I will accept you as a registered disciple. Are you willing? Ren Changhe was overjoyed, kowtowing repeatedly. Disciple is willing. A registered disciple is still a disciple, Chu Xian continued to remind. Although you are a registered disciple, you will eventually leave this realm to venture into the myriad heavens and realms, but your strength is ultimately too weak. You are not qualified. He paused for a moment. I will bestow upon you an imprint. It can exceptionally grant you the qualification to go to the myriad heavens and realms. You embed this imprint into your divine soul. Ren Changhe's eyes lit up with a green glint upon hearing this. Chu Xian said good night. He condensed a soul imprint and transmitted it through the Wan Tianjing. As for whether Ren Changhe would embed it into his divine soul, it depended on his choice. Although after planting the soul imprint, he would be unable to resist him in any way. He wouldn't even have a single bad thought. He would even need to act according to his will.
Ren Changhe looked at the object that appeared before him, a small, profound, and mysterious seal, without any hesitation. He directly integrated it into his divine soul. He was also a decisive person. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy, if he couldn't escape, how long could he live? He might as well take a gamble. Whether it was true or false, he would know soon enough. The soul imprint was integrated into his divine soul. As for why it felt wrong, he couldn't say, but at this moment, he seemed to respect this senior before him even more. He couldn't have any ill thoughts. Jian Renshanghe integrated the soul imprint into his divine soul. Chu Xian was overjoyed in his heart. He finally fooled him. He accepted a peak heaven realm disciple. Chu Xian felt the soul imprint in Renshanghe's divine soul. It was already branded into his divine soul, as if innate. Unless the divine soul collapses, and life and death are extinguished, it cannot be removed. It's stable. Ding dong, you stayed home, and accepted a disciple through reading. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Jia by Duanlian Shin Shu Zhongtian. Triggered the system's random reward. It actually rewarded 100 years of cultivation. Chu Xian was overjoyed. A few more rewards like this, and he would soon break through to the respected realm. The subsequent chapter of the Bai Duan Lian Shu reward has arrived. After cultivating the Bai Duan Lian Shu for so long, Chu Xian deeply understood the power of this divine soul cultivation method. Great, now breaking through to the respected realm is more than just hopeful. Chu Xian did not immediately claim the 100 years of cultivation and the Bai Duan Lian Shu Zhongtian. Instead, he imparted the yin yang he Xinjiang to Renshanghe. Claiming the cultivation and the Bai Duan Lian Shu requires some time to digest. At this time, cutting off the spiritual power input, ending the connection with Renshanghe. I'm afraid Renshanghe would think he met a scammer and collapse. Since you are my disciple, I will impart a great art to you. This art is called the yin yang he Xinjiang. Once cultivated, you can cycle life and death, reverse death into life, transform life into death, and glimpse the great Tao of yin and yang. Renshanghe respectfully kowtowed. Thank you, master. Listen carefully. Chu Xian's divine light shone even brighter, making him appear more majestic. Like an immortal god descending, every word, like the sound of the great Tao, was transmitted through the Wan Tianjing to Renshanghe. Yin Yang He Xinjiang, Chu Xian had completely comprehended it. Although his strength was inferior to Renshanghe's, in terms of comprehension, he was definitely 10 streets ahead of Renshanghe. Renshanghe comprehended the Yin Yang He Xinjiang. His heart surged with emotion. His choice was right. Indeed, opportunity had arrived. This Yin Yang He Xinjiang was profound and extraordinary, directly pointing to the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Chu Xian finished imparting the Yin Yang He Xinjiang and asked, "How much have you comprehended?" Renshanghe was instantly filled with shame. Replying to master, disciple is dull, and has only comprehended less than 3/10. This left Chu Xian speechless. Was Renshanghe's comprehension too poor? Or was the Yin Yang He Xinjiang too profound and abstruse? He didn't feel the Yin Yang He Xinjiang was that difficult to comprehend. Although the system directly infused it, allowing him to fully comprehend it, he himself didn't feel it was too difficult to comprehend. Even without the system's infusion, Chu Xian felt he wouldn't need too long to comprehend it himself. Renshanghe was at least at the peak of the heaven realm. Yet he only comprehended less than 3/10 to be able to cultivate to the heaven realm. How could one's talent be poor? Moreover, Renshanghe cultivated to the heaven realm in 10,000 years. He was very proud at that time. It shows that his talent was extraordinary. He was a supreme genius. This can only mean the Yin Yang He Xinjiang is even more profound and abstruse than he had imagined. This pitiful old man is no ordinary honest person. He was once a supreme genius of the 9 domains in 50 continents, almost sweeping through his peers, invincible, but now, he is trapped in a food permeated with death chi, for no less than 100,000 years. He still couldn't comprehend any mystery. Instead, he was eroded by death chi, and was probably not far from perishing. The old man's name is Renshanghe. Just a moment ago, Chu Xian successfully tricked him into becoming his disciple. He even imparted the Yin Yang He Xinjiang to him. Unfortunately, the old man's talent was too poor. He only comprehended 3/10 of it. He looked up and saw Chu Xian hadn't spoken for a long time. He felt even more ashamed, and his heart grew more uneasy. Master wouldn't regret taking me as a disciple, would he? He secretly decided he must cultivate diligently. He absolutely couldn't disappoint his master. I will first explain to you the mystery of refining death chi into life force for a good while, Chu Xian said, his tone revealing neither joy, anger, nor dissatisfaction. Thank you, master. Renshanghe felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Next, Chu Xian explained to Ren Changhe how to refine death chi into life force. It took a full half hour. For Ren Changhe to fully grasp it, you go cultivate then. Comprehend well. After explaining to Ren Changhe, by Chu Xian cut off the spiritual power input and closed the Wan Tianjing.
Being a teacher is really not easy.
Respectfully sending off master, Ren Changhe kowtowed for a long while, then raised his head. His gaze was firm. He too was once a supreme genius of the 9 domains and 50 continents.
Almost sweeping through his peers, invincible. I, Ren Changhe, do not belong to anyone. I will not disappoint master. Ren Changhe began to cultivate the yin-yang he Xinjiang. As long as the cultivation of refining death chi into life force is successful, he no longer had to worry about perishing.
Once the cycle of life and death cultivation is complete, escaping would be no problem at all. And his strength will also further improve. He even has a chance to break through to the legendary god realm. After Chu Xian closed the Wan Tianjing, he immediately claimed the reward. 100 years of cultivation poured in, boom, his cultivation began to increase. Earth realm 3rd level, Earth realm 4th level. In the end, his strength rose to the 5th level of the Earth realm. Chu Xian sighed. The higher the cultivation, the slower the cultivation speed. 100 years of cultivation only allowed him to break through 3 levels, claiming the middle part of the Bai Duan Lianshan Shu compared to the upper part. The middle part, besides adding methods for cultivating the divine soul, also added divine soul defense techniques and divine soul attack techniques.
Chu Xian immediately condensed a divine soul spear.
This spear does not harm the physical body, only injures the divine soul, making it impossible to guard against.
Thus, Chu Xian's divine soul defense and attack techniques were complete.
The enhanced version of the Lianshan 2 rewarded by the system last time, now no longer has much effect. Chu Xian would stare at it for several hours, before feeling slightly dizzy.
The speed of assisting divine soul cultivation was too slow. Chu Xian let out a long sigh. When will there be a new one?
After breaking through in cultivation, Chu Xian immediately used the Zimu Tongsun Fu to contact Wan Chang, notifying him to gather intelligence about the Zhan Mogudi, and whether any experts from other states had come to Nanzhou. At the same time, he asked him to pay attention to whether He Yulu had any earth, realm or higher strength experts who had come to Nanzhou.
Wan Chang's position in He Yulu was ultimately a bit too low.
Even if promoted to elite Tower Master, he would only control He Yulu's business in Qinghua.
He couldn't access higher-level intelligence, nor He Yulu's operations.
Chu Xian decided he needed to further expand his control within He Yulu. After Wan Chang is promoted to elite Tower Master and controls the Qinghua business, he will find a way to catch bigger fish.
Controlling He Yulu with ease is just around the corner.
A day later, Wan Chang sent a message. He did not know about the Zhan Mogudi. With his current authority, he couldn't find related intelligence in He Yulu's records. Xian was not surprised. Wan Chang's level in He Yulu was still too low. So he instructed him to quickly advance to elite Tower Master. At the same time, he also gave Wan Chang a soul imprint, asking him to find his superior, the Bronze Metal Tower Master. After all, 5th level Earth realm strength was still not enough security. He had to break through to the respected realm.
Fortunately, there was still some time before the Zhan Mogudi opened.
And for now, no experts from other prefectures would come over. He could still remain stable for a while. For the next half-month, Chu Xian spent more time cultivating, and secretly observed Du Yuan several times. He found that he had not left 11 Zhou. Only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. During this period, he once again connected with Ren Changhe, and explained the yin-yang he Xinjiang to him.
Ren Changhe was no longer lifeless. A strong vitality was born in his body.
His withered body was slightly fuller, but it was still far from complete recovery, let alone escaping. Now Wan Chang has also been promoted to elite. After Tower Master took control of Qinggua's business, he also contacted his superior, the Bronze Metal Tower Master, Yao Xiong, He Yulu Bronze Metal Tower Master, Wan Chang's direct superior. At this moment, he was standing respectfully before Chu Xian. In his heart, he was cursing Wan Chang thoroughly.
Last time Wan Chang met Yao Xiong alone, that wisp of Chu Xian's Earth Realm power forcefully suppressed Yao Xiong. He embedded the soul imprint into his divine soul, controlling Yao. After Xiong, Chu Xian had him come to Zhan Mogudi. Do you know? Chu Xian asked, replying to Master, this subordinate does not know.
Yao Xiong shook his head.
Indeed, the intelligence level of Zhan Mogudi is not low.
Even a Bronze Metal Tower Master is not qualified to access it.
After all, Zhan Mogudi is still in a hidden state.
Only when it is exposed will He Yulu need to follow up continuously
to open up this intelligence profit line. Only then can these tower masters access it. Chu Xian raised his hand and separated a wisp of Earth Realm power. I carry a soul imprint, let Yao Xiong carry it. To control his superior, that silver metal tower master. As long as they are not Earth Realm experts, they cannot resist. Having obtained this wisp of Chu Xian's power and pressure, Yao Xiong, carrying a wisp of Earth Realm power, left. His heart felt cold. He Yulu seemed to be in big trouble. With this person's eerie methods, unknowingly, he controlled the He Yulu Tower Master. Step by step, slowly encroaching on He Yulu, eventually, he is very likely to become the true controller of He Yulu, Fan Chao, He Yulu's Silver Metal Tower Master. Yao Xiong's superior. The resources controlled by a Silver Metal Tower Master far exceed those of a Bronze Metal Tower Master. Even so, still, he had no access to intelligence regarding the Zhan Imogudi. Fan Chao stood respectfully before Chu Xian. In his heart, he had already cursed Yao Xiong's 18 generations of ancestors for actually tricking him. Chu Xian further understood He Yulu's organizational structure. He Yulu is mainly divided into the Tower Master System, Logistics System, and Guard System. Among them, the Tower Master System is the main department, responsible for He Yulu's business operations. The Logistics Department is responsible for providing various resources for He Yulu, such as alchemy, Qi refining, etc. It is worth mentioning that intelligence personnel belong to the Tower Master's Guard System. The main responsibility is to guard the safety of He Yulu. It is a martial arts department specially cultivated by He Yulu. Among the three systems, the Tower Master has the greatest power. Power and strength are inseparable. The higher the level of the Tower Master, the higher the strength requirement. Otherwise, how to manage subordinates? Fan Chao is a Silver Metal Tower Master. His subordinates manage 3 Bronze Metal Tower Masters. Yao Xiong is just one of them. The entire Nanzhou has a total of 7 Silver Metal Tower Masters. He had not obtained any intelligence about the Zhan Mogudi. Chu Xian could only continue to take action. The next step is to control the Gold Metal Tower Master. Chu Xian similarly condensed a wisp of Earth Realm power. I carry the soul imprint, let Fan Chao go find his superior. That Gold Metal Tower Master, Fan Chao's thoughts were the same as Yao Xiong's. He Yulu is in big trouble, however, after planting the soul imprint, even if his mind was clear, and his thoughts lucid, he could not resist. He could only act as instructed. He Yulu was in big trouble. There are many things that can make a shut-in blush, but this shut-in before him never dreamed that the esteemed He Yulu Gold Metal Tower Master was actually a curvaceous, beautiful young lady. What surprised everyone even more was, he actually opened his mouth and praised the young lady's well-rounded aura. The man's name is Chu Xian, facing Bao Hongyan, who was like a true mirror insect. He was quite surprised. Fan Chao's superior, that Gold Metal Tower Master, was actually a woman. After a tactical cough or two, he got straight to the point. How many Gold Metal Tower Masters are there in Lanzhou? Replying to Master, 3. Bao Hongyan replied respectfully. But in her heart, she was already cursing Fan Chao. At the same time, she was also very shocked by Chu Xian's methods. With this young man's methods, He Yulu probably couldn't detect the abnormality in them. Unexpectedly, the Chu family produced such a figure. Simply terrifying, and he had actually extended his hand into He Yulu's inner sanctum. In that He Yulu, are there Earth Realm experts stationed in Nanzhou? This was a point Chu Xian was very curious about. Even a major Xieshou faction like the Xia Wine Court dared not offend He Yulu. If there were no experts stationed, it would definitely be impossible. There is a 1-star Tower Master stationed in Nanzhou. It is rumored that he is only half a step away from reaching the Earth Realm. Generally speaking, the experts of the Guard System are usually stronger. There might be Earth Realm cultivators. Bao Hongyan wasn't too sure either. Chu Xian thought for a moment. In the end, he dismissed the idea of controlling that single-minded Tower Master. What if the other party was an Earth Realm expert? Merely carrying a wisp of Earth Realm power to control someone unknowingly, I'm afraid it's not possible, once exposed. The current achievements can't be preserved either. Zhan Mogudi, do you know about it? A little. Bao Hongyan, this Gold Metal Tower Master, finally, had access to some intelligence about the Zhan Mogudi. According to Bao Hongyan, in ancient times, demons roamed the world, incredibly powerful. And the Zhan Mogudi was the battlefield in Nanzhou when the demon race invaded the Northern Realm in ancient times. It was precisely because of this great war that Nanzhou's earth veins collapsed, and its rules became incomplete. So, at that time, experts above the Earth Realm were all forbidden to leave. This is also the reason why Nanzhou currently has no earth. And the Zhan Mogudi back then
with the collapse of the Earth's veins and incomplete rules, was sealed in a torn space, according to calculations.
When Nanzhou's Earth veins recover, and the rules are perfected, the Jean Imogudi will reappear. In the battle against the demons back then, countless experts perished.
There must be many treasures and inheritances among them. Therefore, all major factions will send people in to investigate. Of course, it's still far from the reappearance of the Jean Mogudi, within 20 to 30 years.
It's highly unlikely that any major factions will set foot in Nanzhou.
Chu Xian breathed a slight sigh of relief. In 20 to 30 years, he still had enough time to become stronger.
But he couldn't relax his vigilance either. What if there are loose cultivators like Du Yuan, who sneak into Nanzhou beforehand? He immediately instructed Bo Hongyan to always pay attention to experts above the Earth realm appearing in Nanzhou.
Once there is intelligence in this regard, tell him immediately.
And casually gave Bao Hongyan a communication talisman
to maintain constant contact. With Bao Hongyan's status as a gold medal tower master, most intelligence about Lanzhou can be accessed.
Lanzhou is still very lively.
Incidents of killing for treasure also happen from time to time.
Incidents of small families being exterminated also occasionally happen once or twice. The political and xie battles happen almost every day. Chu Xian's peaceful days resumed. A month passed peacefully. The bored Chu Xian once again stared at the fated secret realm, Showdown, for a long while. After such a long time, why hasn't a person with great destiny come to the door yet? I want to take a disciple, take a maid, or something. Why is it so difficult? It's mealtime. Bu Yi came over with a lunchbox.
Chu Xian was surprised.
Why the change of person, and it's a woman?
The key is that the other party was actually disguised.
Concealing her female identity, Chu Xian was suddenly interested.
Tianji Tan Yuan Shu activated, Chu Xianer, 26 years old, Taiying Xian Ti.
Great destiny, from Zhongzhou. Su family's illegitimate daughter fled the Su family to escape an arranged marriage, mistakenly entered an ancient, incomplete teleportation array and arrived in Nanzhou.
Disguised herself and hid in the Chu family to evade pursuit.
The one with great destiny has arrived, and it's a woman. Chu Xian secretly rejoiced. The fated secret realm can indeed attract those with great destiny.
Su Xiao possesses the special physique of Taiying Xian Ti.
Her talent is extraordinary.
At only 16, she is already at the second level of the Void Realm.
In Nanzhou, that is an absolute top-tier genius. Su Xiao brought out the dishes, set them down, and retreated to the side. In her mind, however, she was thinking, will the Su family find her here? Nanzhou is certainly remote.
And this Chu family, in Zhongzhou, is just a small family. It doesn't attract attention. As long as I hide well, I shouldn't be exposed. In order to avoid exposure as much as possible, he deliberately chose this task of delivering meals. He had inquired clearly, the one living in the small courtyard was a useless direct descendant of the Chu family.
As his meal delivery servant, he didn't need to do anything else.
Just deliver meals on time. In this way, he would have more time for cultivation.
Su Xianer secretly hated her older sister.
Relying on her status as a direct descendant, she actually pushed the marriage contract onto her. And her detestable father actually agreed.
Su Xianer thought resentfully.
Suddenly, she felt a dazzling light before her eyes. 7-colored light shone. Chu Xianer, from the Su family of Zhongzhou. Illegitimate daughter of the Su family, fled in arranged marriage, mistakenly entered an ancient, incomplete
teleportation array and arrived in Nanzhou. Chu Xian's majestic voice sounded.
She looked up, her small mouth slightly agape, completely stunned. That rumored Chu family waste was bathed in 7-colored divine light, like an immortal.
Thud, the lunchbox in Su Xianer's hands fell to the ground.
She looked at Chu Xian in shock. Don't come over here.
This young master is lacking a maid. Are you willing? The young lady was originally the renowned eldest daughter of the Su family in Zhongzhou.
Merely because of her direct lineage, she was framed by her own sister. Her own father also turned a blind eye. Now, to escape an arranged marriage, she disguised herself as a man and hid in the Chu family. Only to deliver food to the good-for-nothing young master, as people called him, but she was publicly asked to be a maid. The young lady's name is Chu Xianer. Just a moment ago, her identity was easily seen through by this man, whom she had never met before, and he directly revealed her background.
Chu Xianer was extremely shocked. The one living in the small courtyard, isn't he the rumored useless direct descendant of the Chu family? What's going on? Who is he? This is your fated opportunity. You possess the special physique of Taiying Xian Ti, but the cultivation method you practice cannot fully utilize the characteristics of this physique. Under my tutelage, achieving the heaven realm will be a certainty. Chu Xian's divine light was vast, directly washing over. Chu Xian's disguise was instantly washed away, revealing her peerless beauty. Chu Xian was currently in a state of inner turmoil. Exposed, the key is, how did the other party know she came? Who is he? Being his maid, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Resist? How to resist? The other party is incredibly strong. What if she doesn't agree? Will he use force? Tying Xian Ti, Chu Xian sensed that her physique seemed somewhat special. But she didn't know what kind of physique it was. The other party revealed it in one sentence. He must be an extremely powerful expert. Is this a fated opportunity? For a moment, Chu Xian couldn't make a judgment. Being able to come here is due to your profound destiny. It is your fated opportunity. What are you hesitating for? Do you think this young master covets your beauty? Chu Xian, looking serious, was actually overjoyed in his heart. This girl is truly beautiful. No, I dare not. It's just, senior, Chu Xian was flustered. Don't think that because you are from the Chu family, being this young master's maid demeans you. No, Chu Xian pays respects to senior. Chu Xian gritted her teeth and respectfully kowtowed. Very good, don't call me senior anymore. Call me mister. The divine light around Chu Xian converged, revealing his true appearance. Yes, mister. Chu Xian raised her head, squinting at Chu Xian, so handsome. Her first thought was, if her fiancé was this handsome, why would she have run away from the marriage? Get up. Yes, mister. Chu Xian stood up, her heart in turmoil. Just a few days after arriving in Nanzhou, she had become someone else's maid. And Chu Xian, no matter how she looked at him, didn't seem like an old monster. He seemed to be only 25 or 26. You stayed home. Someone with great destiny came knocking. You accepted a maid, reward. Tying Chu Xian and a fated secret realm. A system voice sounded. Chu Xian was not surprised by this. Tying Chu Xian clearly matches Chu Xian's Tying Xian Ti cultivation method. It is the most suitable cultivation method for Tying Xian Ti. It can maximize the potential of the Tying Xian Ti. Looking at Chu Xian, this girl looked timid at the moment, and her eyes darted around, seeming to want to escape. Come here. Yes, Chu Xian's face paled. She moved her feet over. It's over, barbecue. Is it going to be that kind of thing? Is my innocence going to be lost? Since you are my maid, today I will impart a cultivation method to you. Chu Xian raised his finger and tapped it on her fair and smooth forehead. Chu Xian was startled and wanted to dodge, but she couldn't. A ray of light surged into her mind. A cultivation method appeared. Chu Xian's eyes closed involuntarily. She comprehended the cultivation method in her mind. Only after a full hour did she open her eyes. The aura on her body fluctuated. She had actually broken through to the third level of the void realm. At this moment, Chu Xian was very excited. She had no resistance to becoming Chu Xian's maid, not daring in the slightest, only feeling honored in her heart. That was a cultivation method above the legendary divine methods. Cultivating this method, even the heaven realm was not unattainable. Thank you, Mr. Chu Xian kowtowed. Very good. Chu Xian threw out a Zimuton Sun Fu and a bottle of pills. That was Xian Su Dan. Void realm cultivation pills. Cultivate diligently. I took you in as a maid to do chores. You can help organize intelligence and such. Chu Xian took it with a bewildered expression. He took her in as a maid, just to make her do chores. Wasn't he planning to do something? Mr. is so handsome. And so strong, I wouldn't resist. I will teach you a face-changing technique. Even a respected expert won't be able to see through you. Chu Xian taught Chu Xian a face-changing technique. Compared to the face-changing technique Chu Xian was currently using, it was several levels higher. Chu Xian was not lacking in cultivation methods and secret arts. He had all kinds. Regarding Chu Xian was very satisfied. She was beautiful, and her talent was outstanding. Very suitable for running errands. In the future, matters concerning Heiyulu could all be entrusted to her for running errands. It's just that her current strength is still a bit weak, but it doesn't matter. With her talent, plus cultivating Tying Chu Xian and he himself not lacking cultivation treasures, she can improve quickly. This is Heiyulu intelligence. Chu Xian looked at the message in the communication talisman and said with a shocked expression, Mister, are you a high-level member of Heiyulu? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Zhangzhou also has Heiyulu. And it seems to be quite strong. Not yet. I've only extended a hand towards Heiyulu. Chu Xian was puzzled. What does it mean to extend a hand towards He Yulu, mister? The Su family must have already commissioned He Yulu to investigate my whereabouts. Will I be discovered here? Rest assured, in this Nanzhou, He Yulu will not leak your information. Besides, you can also avoid exposure. Su Xian represented him. Some intelligence matters were entrusted to him. How would He Yulu dare to leak his information? Now that he has someone to do chores, he can relax a lot. Chu Xian had already decided to control the other two gold medal tower masters. Chu Xian was a low-key person. He didn't let Chu Xian change back into female attire. Dressed as a young servant, he looked handsome and refined. He was very annoyed. Chu Xian actually treated him as a servant for chores. The young lady originally thought that between her master and He Yulu, there was only some business cooperation. Unexpectedly, he was the mastermind behind the scenes, just a moment ago. Bao Hongyan, carrying Chu Xian's 2 wisps of Earth Realm power, and the Zhang Hanin, left Chu Xian. And Yihui didn't know who that voluptuous beauty was, or what she was going to do. Mister, who is he? After Bao Hongyan left, Chu Xian asked curiously. One of He Yulu's gold medal tower masters in Nanzhou. He Yulu gold medal tower master, Chu Xian was surprised. Then will he discover my true identity? We're on the same side. What are you worried about? Chu Xian casually gave him a communication talisman. In the future, you will be responsible for contacting him and transmitting messages. Organize the useful intelligence and tell me. Chu Xian was very shocked. Chu Xian, so silently, had taken control of Nanzhou's He Yulu. His methods were too bizarre. He suspected that Chu Xian might be, step by step, taking control of the entire He Yulu. As Chu Xian's errand running maid, Chu Xian indirectly controlled Nanzhou's He Yulu. At this moment, she completely relaxed. News of her being in Nanzhou would not be leaked. At the same time, she could find out through He Yulu immediately if the Su family had discovered her whereabouts, and if they had taken action. The days passed peacefully, in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian had been staying in the courtyard for almost 3 years. Although the quality is still a bit lacking, but it's much better than what Tian Dingshan produces. I didn't expect that Yun Mei, this girl's talent, is indeed here. On this day, Chu Xian was in the courtyard, staring blankly at the Sui Dan Chu Yun had sent. In the past 2 years, Chu Yun had returned several times, all to deliver pills to Chu Xian, and by the way, to look through the cultivation insights Chu Xian had prepared for him. Mister, something seems to have happened to the Qin family. Chu Xian handed over a piece of intelligence, Qin family incident. In Chu Xian's mind, the image of Qin Kaiyun immediately appeared. If something happened to the Qin family, it couldn't be unrelated to him. He glanced at the intelligence. The current Qin emperor of Qingua, the current head of the Qin family, had abdicated, seemingly forced to abdicate. Currently, Qingui is in a state where the old emperor has abdicated, and the new emperor has not yet ascended the throne. The Qin family is currently without a head. Is that all? Nothing more? Chu Xian was clearly not satisfied with this half-baked intelligence. Yes, more specific details of the incident. He Yulu also failed to investigate clearly. The Zhao family, the Yi family. The Chu family currently also doesn't know about the Qin family's change. Chu Xian realized. The situation in Qingui is about to change. Even the situation in the entire Nanzhou is about to change. Small countries like Dezhou and Ziyugua, I'm afraid they will be destroyed and unified. Earth Demon Reborn, Fox Demon Soul. Chu Xian felt uneasy. He didn't know whether you are human or demon in this life. The scene changed. To the Qin family ancestral land, all Qin family direct descendants and Qin family elders were all gathered in the ancestral land. On the altar stood a young girl. Her beauty was peerless. Her demure expression, however, carried a hint of ruthlessness. Those bright eyes flickered with an eerie light. Qin Kaiyun, she still looked demure. But the ruthless look on her face and her eerie gaze all indicated her difference. From today onwards, I am the Empress of Qingua, the head of the Qin family, who objects, who supports. Qin Kaiyun looked down at the Qin family members below. The entire ancestral land was silent among the Qin family members. No one objected, and no one supported. In the entire ancestral land, only 2 people were standing, the rest were prostrating on the ground. One of the 2 standing was Qin Kaiyun on the altar. The other was Qin Pingxia standing below the altar. The Zhanimo Di will open. This is the Qin family's opportunity to rise. Whoever disobeys me can stand up. As long as you can withstand one move from me, the position of Qin family head will be his. Still no one spoke. Since everyone supports me, then from today onwards, I call the shots in the Qin family, and I call the shots in Qingua. Qin Kaiyun's aura erupted. Her 9th level true realm strength was revealed. Now, listen to my command, each person offer a drop of essence blood. To open the Qin family altar, Qin Kayun ordered. Qin Pingxia immediately squeezed out a drop of essence blood. It floated towards Qin Kayun, he flicked his fingers and looked at the crowd with an arrogant expression. The rest of the people prostrating on the ground hesitated for a moment, then one after another squeezed out their essence blood. 5601 floating towards the Jitan, Qingqian waved her hand. 5602 all the essence blood gathered in her palm, forming a symbol. 5603 it sank into the center of the Jitan, radiance bloomed from within it. 5604 a towering phantom emerged from the Jitan. 5605 even though it was just a phantom. 5606 it exuded a powerful, oppressive aura. 5607 everyone present found it hard to breathe. All the Qin family members looked at the towering figure on the altar, phantom, their hearts shaken. 5610 the Jitan is a place protected by generations of the Qin Jia. 5611 legend says it was left by the Qin Ji as Xianzu, but the specific use of the Jitan, 5612 passed down to this day, no one knows anymore. 5613 now, it's only known that cultivating on the Jitan, 5614 makes it easier to break through bottlenecks, and cultivation speed is faster. 5615 and the foundation becomes more solid. This is also the Qin Jia's 5616 fundamental reason for always being stronger than the other three families. 5617 Kayun pays respects to Xianzu, Qingqian knelt on the ground. 5618 behind her, a white fox phantom appeared. 5619 also bowing its head in respect. The towering phantom. 5620 suddenly lowered its head to look at Kayun kneeling in respect, its eyes. 5621 suddenly burst with light, a spiritual will transmit it outwards. 5622 Kayun, you have finally come. Everyone in the Qin Jia was shocked. 5623 their hearts also burned with fervor. Could the Qin Jia's Xianzu still be alive? 5624 legend says the Qin Jia's Xianzu possessed world-defying strength. 5625 Xianzu, the Qin Jia has declined, Xinhua has long since fallen. 5626 Kayun is untalented, I wish to restore the might of Xinhua. 5627 Qingqian said in a low voice. The phantom raised its hand. 5628 and caressed Qingqian's head. 5629 it also seemed to be caressing the white fox phantom. 5630 but two beams of light shot out from the phantom's eyes. 5631 entering Qingqian's forehead. The phantom gradually began to dissipate. 5632 the descendants of the Qin Jia shall honor Kayun, await my return. 5633 the phantom disappeared. 5634 in the center of the Jitan, a vortex-like opening appeared. 5635 Qingqian stood up, the aura on her body fluctuated slightly. 5636 she had actually advanced further from the 9th level of Zhenjin. 5637 yet she had not broken through to the D realm, looking down at the Jitan. 5638 everyone, rise. These young lads could never have dreamed, 5639 that this distinguished, outwardly demure young lady on the stage. 5640 was a reincarnated earth demon, the soul of a fox demon. 5641 the young lady's name was Qingqian, just moments ago. 5642 with her command, the Qin Jia crowd finally stood up. 5643 looking at the woman on the Jitan, everyone had complex expressions. 5644 it wasn't hard to guess, she had some connection with the Qin Jia's Xianzu. 5645 the Qin Jia's heritage was broken, just now the Xianzu has bestowed the inheritance. 5646 to restore the glory of the Qin Jia, you all must cultivate diligently. 5647 Qingqian took out a blank booklet. 5648 inscribed the cultivation technique on it, and handed it to Pingxia. 5649 I will give the inheritance technique to Pingxia, she will teach it to everyone. 5650 by the way, recall the Qin Jia experts from Daqian, the Zhao Jia, He Jia. 5651 and Chu Jia were originally vassals of the Qin Jia. From today onwards, 5652 Qinhua will no longer be jointly governed by 4 families. No one dared to speak. 5653 Pingxia hesitated for a moment. 5654 Kayun, Daqian probably won't let the Qin Jia experts return. 5655 no matter, when I come out of seclusion, Daqian will agree. 5656 after Pingxia left, 5657 Qingqian entered the passage in the center of the Jitan. 5658 arriving in a small space, she sat cross-legged. 5659 and began to consolidate her cultivation. The white fox phantom appeared. 5660 her spiritual soul power began to spread out. 5661 she was a reincarnated earth demon,
to recover and break through to the D realm. 5662 was much easier for her than for others. 5663 however, trapped by Nanzhou's incomplete rules, 5664 she couldn't break through to the D realm. In this special space, 5665 there was a chance to break through to the Earth realm. 5666 but her accumulation was still insufficient, she couldn't break through in a short time. 5667 to increase her strength in a short period. 5668 there was only one way, rely on the fox demon soul. 5669 to construct the predictive power of the Earth realm, even if it's just a Wayu. 5670 it would be enough to make her the strongest among the half-Earth realm level. 5671 only in this way, 5672 would she be qualified to contend with the Dacian Empire. 5673 what kind of changes occurred in the Qinjia, no one knew. 5674 even the Hyuala only learned that the Qinjia had undergone changes. 5675 but the specifics, they couldn't investigate. 5676 Chu Xian didn't care about the Qinjia's changes. No matter how they changed, 5677 it wouldn't affect him. For now. 5678 he was still the most powerful figure in Nanzhou. 5679 at this moment, Chu Xian looked at the Hyuala. 5680 at a piece of intelligence about the Qinjia they sent. 5681 the Qinjia sent people to the Dacian Empire. 5682 to summon the Qinjia's experts. 5683 the Dacian Empire was the common suzerain of the Nanzhou states. 5684 and also the strongest force against the Zaiwangding. 5685 its control over the vassal states has never been relaxed. Other states, 5686 Hujing experts must go to Dacian to await appointment. 5687 without permission, they were not allowed to leave the territory of the Dacian Empire. 5688 to put it bluntly, they were hostages. The Qinjia dared to openly challenge them. 5689 it seems there's a good show to watch. Chu Xian was very curious. 5690 where did the Qinjia get the confidence to dare challenge the Dacian Empire? 5691 Ding Dong, your maid Chu Xianer, 5692 under your superb training methods, has broken through her realm. 5693 reward, 10 years of cultivation. Chu Xianer broke through. 5694 the system rewarded cultivation. Chu Xian was overjoyed. 5695 he claimed the reward and felt himself awaken again. 5696 10 years of cultivation were infused, his strength increased a step further. 5697 however, he didn't break through to Xuanjing. Chu Xian wasn't surprised. 5698 a 10-year cultivation reward wasn't enough to break the bottleneck. 5699 he had indeed discovered a possible way to rapidly increase cultivation. 5700 a way to rapidly increase strength. 5701 teaching Renchanga cultivation technique rewarded cultivation. Chu Xian, 5702 or breaking through to the Hujing also rewarded cultivation. 5703 so, taking disciples and training them is a shortcut to increasing cultivation. 5704 Chu Xian was overjoyed in his heart, finally discovering a 5705 method to rapidly increase strength. 5706 Sir, Chu Xianer poked her head out. 5707 excited and incoherent. 5708 Chu Xian certainly knew what this girl wanted to say. 5709 Congratulations, today is a great day for you to break through to the Hujing. 5710 But you still need to guard against arrogance and impatience, only then can you advance further. Oh. 5711 Chu Xianer's eyes widened, then how did he know? 5712 Is he that amazing? The woman had just ascended the throne as empress. 5713 And the next moment, she wanted to forcibly take handsome young men from the populace into her harem. 5714 Only because before her ascension, she was publicly rejected in marriage by a handsome man. 5715 And she was the reincarnation of a fox demon, born to be a candidate for the D. 5716 How could she swallow this insult? The woman's name was Kinkian. 5717 Ever since that day on the Jitan when she boasted, from now on. 5718 She wouldn't care about that Dacian, she cultivated in seclusion day and night. 5719 3 days later, a piece of news shocked Qinghua. 5720 And in a very short time, it shocked the entire Nanzhou. 5721 Kinkian ascended the throne, proclaiming herself the Dacian Empress. 5722 Qinghua was also renamed the Dacian Empire. 5723 No longer a vassal state of the Dacian Empire. 5724 In Nanzhou, the title of empire was not claimed casually. 5725 An emperor of the Dacian Empire. 5726 was once the last Daijing expert in Nanzhou, with profound foundations.
5727 its heritage was long-standing, how could Qinghua compare?
5728 and on the day Qingqian proclaimed herself empress, 5729 she personally went to the Dacian Empire. 5730 demanding the Dacian Empire release those imprisoned.
5731 that day, everyone knew. 5732 how powerful this Dacian empress was. 5733 she single-handedly suppressed the 10 great experts of the Dacian Empire. 5734 and forcefully defeated the contemporary Dijuan of the Dacian Empire, shaking Nanzhou. 5735 furthermore, while bringing back the Qinjia, Jiajia, Hijia, 5736 and Chujia experts from the Dacian Empire, on her way back. 5737 she clashed with the contemporary Shiwang of the Xiwangding. 5738 with formidable strength, she severely wounded the contemporary Shiwang. 5739 Nanzhou was shaken, the Dacian empress. 5740 was even hailed as the expert closest to the D realm in Nanzhou. 5741 Chu Xian reported while marveling. 5742 and she was only 25 years old. 5743 the Jiaojia who returned with Qingqian. 5744 Hijia, Chujia, and Hujing experts all stayed in the capital of Qinghua. 5745 and did not return to their own families. Hearing this news, 5746 Chu Xian just pursed his lips, he seemed to have expected it. 5747 this scene was bound to happen. 5748 but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the fox demon soul has awakened, huh? 5749 so quickly approaching the D realm. 5750 it seems the situation of Qinghua being jointly governed by 4 families is about to end. 5751 the Dacian empress is so domineering, so majestic. 5752 Chu Xian looked at the intelligence report with a look of admiration. 5753 Chu Xian glanced at her. Why, do you want to be an empress too? 5754 No, I just want to stay by Sir's side. 5755 Chu Xian said with a charming smile, you must remember, what empress, 5756 great emperor, are all empty titles, strength is what matters most. 5757 as long as you are strong enough, what empress, 5758 can't you suppress with a single hand? 5759 Sir is right. Chu Xian completely agreed. 5760 because her greatest wish, 5761 was to wait until the day her strength was formidable. 5762 returned to Zhongzhou and suppressed the Sujia with a single hand. 5763 and fiercely slapped the faces of those people. 5764 all those who had previously coveted her beauty would be killed. 5765 but it must be said, this young lady, or rather, old demoness, 5766 is still very domineering. 5767 Chu Xian looked at the intelligence about Qingqian and sighed in admiration. 5768 suddenly, Chu Xuan's expression became a bit strange, there's someone outside. Not long after, 5769 the main gate of the small courtyard was pushed open with a bang. 5770 a figure appeared, golden robe, phoenix crown, an exquisitely beautiful face. 5771 it was actually Qingqian. Qingqian, what are you doing here? 5772 Chu Xian looked surprised. Qingqian's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. 5773 looking at Chu Xian lazily lounging on the chair. 5774 her face showed solemnity. Chu Xian, I am now the Dacian empress. 5775 I want to marry you. Chu Xian looked shocked. 5776 marry Chu Xian? What was she thinking? Chu Xian was also stunned for a moment. 5777 marry me? Are you mistaken? Yes, Qingqian nodded. 5778 I am now an emperor, of course my harem cannot be empty. 5779 come quickly, let this king dote on you. 5780 after speaking, she lunged at Chu Xian with an infatuated look. 5781 stop, you want 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Chu Xuan's expression was odd. 5782 truly worthy of a reincarnated old demoness, she dares to think so boldly. No. 5783 Qingqian continued to shake her head, there are too few good-looking men. 5784 and your third brother has run off somewhere. 5785 currently, my harem only has you, oh. Won't you consider it? 5786 I'm doing you a favor, you won't get such a chance in the future. 5787 after speaking, she was about to kiss him. 5788 Chu Xian looked at the slightly predatory look she revealed. 5789 the muscles on his face twitched, he touched his face. 5790 inside, I don't deny I'm good looking. 5791 but I don't like marrying someone. I'm a grown man. 5792 What kind of marriage is that? You can't refuse.
King Qian smiled mischievously.
5793 I didn't expect you to be such a wild horse. No matter, if you agree. 5794 I can make an exception and give the Chu Jiao a larger fiefdom. If you don't agree. 5795 I can also capture you and take you back now. Chu Xian chuckled lightly.
5796 Seven-colored divine light bloomed from his body, a supremely majestic voice sounded.
5797 Chu Xian lightly spat out the word, scram. True words become law.
5798 Thump, King Qian knelt down, her Weiyu disappeared. 5799 The white fox phantom vanished, her expression was horrified.
5800 To be suppressed by a single word, what kind of strength was that? 5801 King Qian knelt on the ground, her pretty face pale. 5802 Looking pitiful, without any trace of an emperor's might. 5803 Chu Xian looked smug, looking down at her. 5804 Light flowed in his eyes. Daqin Empress, who gave you the courage? 5805 To dare be impudent in front of me? 5806 The woman was once the white fox demon pet of the ancient Daqin Emperor. 5807 With a 9th level D realm cultivation. 5808 Yet, in that protracted war between humans and demons, 5809 she fell while leading her clan to safety, 5810 causing her spiritual soul to flee. 5811 In this life, she was reborn into the Qinjia, the woman named King Qian. 5812 Now she's extremely arrogant. 5813 Just now, King Qian, who had been empress for less than a day. 5814 In order to expand her harem. 5815 Found Chu Xian, who had broken off their engagement 2 years ago. 5816 But she didn't know that Chu Xian was already at the D realm. 5817 9th level cultivation, a cross-level suppression. 5818 Directly made King Qian kneel in public. Kaiyun knows her mistake. 5819 After being crushed by strength, the empress. 5820 was completely obedient to Chu Xian. 5821 Get up, you are, after all, the Daqin Empress. 5822 King Qian stood up, her head slightly bowed. 5823 Looking demure. 5824 Just like when Chu Xian first saw her. 5825 Without a trace of the Empress's majesty. 5826 So, the three of them came to the tea table. Come, have some tea. 5827 Let me ask you, do you know about the Zhanma goody? 5828 How could Chu Xian miss the chance to question someone who personally experienced? 5829 The human-demon war? Nanzhou became barren. 5830 Its earth veins collapsed, its rules incomplete. 5831 All because of the Zhanma war. But about this war. 5832 Chuxuan's understanding was very limited, he hadn't obtained from Hyula. 5833 more records about this battle. 5834 Now that King Qian, an eyewitness, was here. 5835 He naturally had to understand more about the Zhanma war. 5836 King Qian remained silent for a long while, recalling memories from her past life. 5837 Actually, I'm not too clear either. Afraid Chu Xian would misunderstand her for hiding something. 5838 She hurriedly explained, I was just a demon. 5839 I really don't know much. Tell me what you know. 5840 Chu Xian leaned back in his chair, resuming his lazy posture. 5841 He could never have imagined. 5842 That King Qian's previous life was a little white fox. 5843 She was the Daqin Emperor's greatly beloved demon pet. 5844 Often by his side. Emperor was a title for Zuanjing experts. The venerable among D. From King Qian's past life, her master, the Daqin Emperor, who was also the Qin family's immortal ancestor. 5847 Was a renowned expert in ancient times. 5848 His strength was unfathomable. She vaguely remembered that before the Zhanma. 5849 Emperor Qin once said very angrily, traitors to the human race, 5850 traitors must be killed. 5851 Later, after leaving some magic treasures for her, 5852 He hurriedly left with his experts, seemingly to do something. 5853 Only that time, King Qian was left in the Qinjia ancestral land. 5854 He even prepared some backup plans for King Qian. 5855 As well as the method to open the Jitan in the Qinjia ancestral land. 5856 The demon clan invaded, human experts resisted one after another. 5857 But the Daqin Emperor's figure never appeared. 5858 Before the Zhanma, the Daqin Emperor and other experts, 5859 were already rumored to have fallen. 5860 At this time, the Daqin Empire was already in turmoil.
5861 The new Daqin Emperor couldn't stabilize the situation, with the demon invasion. 5862 The Daqin Empire thus perished. 5863 The descendants of the Daqin Emperor were almost all killed. 5864 King Qian protected some of the Qinjia descendants, hiding them in the ancestral land. 5865 She also fell while resisting a certain demon expert. 5866 Fortunately, thanks to the soul fragments prepared for her by the Daqin Emperor. 5867 Her spiritual soul escaped, allowing her to reincarnate and sneak into the Qinjia ancestral land. 5868 Reborn into the Qinjia, in Qinpingxia's womb. 5869 You know what happened after that. Speaking up to here, 5870 King Qian closed her eyes shyly. 5871 Chu Xian looked at her with a cool expression. 5872 It matches the results of my Tianji Tan Yuan, she's not lying. 5873 It seems I don't need to act, she really just came for me. 5874 Then, before the emperor left, besides treasures, 5875 Did he not leave any words? 5876 The demon invasion back then was too sudden. 5877 It caught the human race off guard, it seems humans had traitors. 5878 Who colluded with the demon race? King Qian looked at the cup of tea on the table, 5879 and slowly said, Emperor Qin perhaps fell. 5880 Trying to stop the human traitors from colluding with the demon invasion. All questions asked. 5881 King Qian, as a person, doesn't cause trouble, nor is there a need to kill her. 5882 Chu Xian waved his hand, you can go now. 5883 Go do what you need to do, just don't disturb me. 5884 Also, don't reveal today's events to anyone outside. 5885 Yes, yes. King Qian hurriedly stood up, twisting the sash of her dress with both hands. 5886 And asked in a low voice, Can I still come here to see you? 5887 Chu Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. 5888 He couldn't help but think about King Qian's 5889 preference for good-looking men. 5890 Is she coming to see me? Go on. Chu Xian waved his hand. 5891 King Qian narrowed her eyes. 5892 Chu Xian didn't answer, she took it as tacit permission. Yes, 5893 I will take my leave now. King Qian respectfully bowed. 5894 And only then left the small courtyard. After seeing King Qian off, 5895 Chu Xian picked up the communication talisman and contacted Beio Hongyan. 5896 Checked the information on the ancient Daqin Emperor of Nanzhou. 5897 Understood, your subordinate will investigate immediately. Beio Hongyan replied respectfully. 5898 3 Gold Badge Pavilion Masters. 5899 Chu Xian decided to focus on cultivating Beio Hongyan. 5900 To help her advance to a 1-star Pavilion Master. The other 2 Pavilion Masters, 5901 Their talents were not as outstanding as Beio Hongyan's. More importantly, 5902 Those 2 were rough men, not as good-looking as Beio Hongyan. 5903 3 days later, 5904 Beio Hongyan sent information about the Daqin Emperor. 5905 With her status as a Gold Badge Pavilion Master. 5906 The information she found was not much. 5907 There was no introduction to the Daqin Emperor's strength. 5908 Regarding the Daqin Emperor, there were only a few simple sentences of introduction. 5909 The once-in-a-millennium Emperor of Nanzhou, the only emperor to unify Nanzhou. 5910 And make all sects and forces in Nanzhou bow before him. 5911 Although it was just a few short sentences of introduction, 5912 One could understand the Daqin Emperor's power from it. Chu Xian suspected. 5913 That the ancient Zhanmo War was probably a conspiracy. 5914 A conspiracy to overthrow the Daqin Empire. 5915 King Qian said that there were human traitors who colluded with the demon invasion. 5916 Catching the human experts off guard. 5917 It's probably true. 5918 is for whether the human experts were really caught off guard. 5919 That's debatable. At least some people had premeditated it. 5920 They weren't really caught off guard. 5921 Only those experts who did not betray the human race. 5922 were truly caught off guard. Looking at it this way, 5923 The waters in Nanzhou are indeed a bit deep. Chu Xian wasn't flustered. 5920 For the Zhanmo Goody isn't going to open that quickly anyway. 5925 By the time the Zhanmo Goody opens, 5926 His strength will at least be at the Tianjing. 5927 Sir, dinner is ready. Just as he was lost in thought, 5928 Dinner time arrived. Foodie. 5929 Foodie Soul, let's see what delicious food we have today.
5930 Sir, something happened. Let Xiaoge tell you. 5931 This old man who poops in the outhouse with his face outwards. 5932 would never have dreamed that the now famous Empress of Qinghua, 5933, almost became his granddaughter-in-law. The old man's beautiful dream, 5934, was completely shattered 3 years ago by Chu Yuan's no interest. Shattered is shattered, but his own family was also miserably neglected. 5936 So he got angry. The old man's name was Shishinming. 5937 He was the Chu Jia clan leader. Just now. 5938 The delivery boy brought a message. Originally, he was to summon 5939 and the Chu, 3 families to completely become vassals of Qinghua and hand over their territories. 5940 To accept the Qin imperial family's fiefdom. 5941 Unexpectedly, King Qian suddenly changed her mind. 5942 The Zhao Jia and He Jia handed over their territories and accepted fiefdoms. 5943 Only the Chu Jia, surprisingly, their Chu commandery was not taken back. 5944 Nor was there any mention of the Chu Jia becoming vassals. Furthermore, the Chu Jia's hygiene experts, 5,945 brought back from the Dacian Empire. 5946 were allowed to return to Chu commandery. Whether this was good or bad for the Chu Jia, 5947 was currently unknown. 5948 Not having to hand over the territory they managed for thousands of years, 5,949 Not having to bow down as vassals, might be a good thing. 5950 But King Qian's sudden change in attitude also made the Chu Jia feel awkward. 5951 These strange actions, in the eyes of outsiders, 5,952 were signs of dissatisfaction with the Chu Jia. 5953 Excluding the Chu Jia from the core of Qinghua, 5,954 even directly not acknowledging it as part of Qinghua. The old master. 5955 was also furious now. 5956 He believed it was Chu Yuan's annulment of the marriage that offended the empress. 5957 Chu Xian, of course, knew the reason, and silently started eating. 5958 From the main house, Shishinming's roars could be heard again. 5959 This infuriates me. Quickly, bring that bastard Chu Yuan back to me. 5960 This unfilial descendant, what kind of situation is the Chu Jia in now? 5961 And he still hasn't returned. Chu Yuan must be brought back to apologize to the empress. 5962 The Chu Jia's current situation was very awkward. 5963 Having lost the alliance with the other 3 families, 5,964 If they encountered a strong enemy, they would have nowhere to seek help. 5965 Shishinming's expression was grim. 5966 He also needed to break through to the Hujing as soon as possible. At the same time, 5967 The Chu Jia commissioned a task from Hyula. 5968 To capture Chu Yuan and bring him back. Capturing Chu Yuan and bringing him back, truly interesting. 5969 Wan Chang immediately reported this information to Chu Xian. 5970 Chu Xian couldn't help but shake his head. If Chu Yuan really returned, 5971 he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Shishinming would scold him to death. 5972 Give orders to Wan Chang, reject this commission task. 5973 Afterwards, Shishinming's roars were heard from the ancestral home again. 5974 Chu Xian was even worried that this cheap grandfather of his, 5,975 might die from a burst blood vessel due to anger. 5976 The next letter is even more exciting. 5977 Now, the annexed territories of Qinghua have intertwined forces and are unstable. 5978 Evil cultivators and unknown experts frequently cause trouble. 5979 Several experts sent by Qinghua to garrison areas have been killed. 5980 The turmoil at the border didn't last long. 5981 Suddenly, Xinjiang experts appeared to garrison the Qinghua border. 5982 And killed many troublemaking martial artists. 5983 Zhu Jianshan actually intervened to help. The Dacian Empire and the Zaiwangting, 5984 both looked grim. Qinghua was rising too fast. 5985 King Qian, this empress, was even more formidable, 5,986 almost about to step into the D realm. 5987 If not for the profound foundations of the Dacian Empire and the Zaiwangting, 5988 they might have been annexed by her. Behind her, there was unexpectedly the support of Nine Sword Mountain. 5990 Or perhaps cooperation with Zhu Jianshan. 5991 Chu Xian looked at this intelligence report. 5992 Zhu Jianshan's intervention could be said to be expected. 5993 King Qian's father, the man who married into the Qin Jia, 5994 was actually the great elder of Zhu Jianshan, Hongfei. 5,995 100 years ago, he was the top prodigy of Chu Xian. 5996 but Hongfei's age, 5997 was more than enough to be Qin Pingxia's father. 5998 could this be the magic of love? 5999 what's even more surprising is, 6000 it's said that no one in the Qinjia knew, 6001 that Qin Pingxia's live-in husband. 6002 was actually the great elder of Chu Xian. 6003 considering Qin Qian was born from Qin Pingxia's womb. 6004 it's not hard to know, Hongfei's marriage into the family. 6005 was actually arranged by Qin Qian. 6006 Qin Qian's fox demon soul lingered in the Qinjia ancestral land. 6007 it must be that when Qin Pingxia was cultivating in the ancestral land. 6008 she received Qin Qian's instructions. 6009 Chu Xian was a backup plan of the Duqin Emperor. 6010 or perhaps a force that supported the Duqin Emperor back then. 6011 Chu Xian's heritage is very ancient. 6012 even older than the Dacian Empire. 6013 it has been passed down since before the Zhanma. 6014 it's getting more and more interesting. Chu Xian looked at the intelligence. 6015 and couldn't help but sigh, the waters in Nanzhou are indeed a bit deep. 6016 he decided, once his strength improved. 6017 he would let Du Yuan come to Nanzhou for a trip, to stir up the waters of Nanzhou. 6018 after Renchang escapes. 6019 let this registered disciple also come to Nanzhou to stir things up. 6020 when he was trapped, he was already at the peak of Tianjing. 6021 having cultivated the yin-yang he Xinjiang, reversing death to life. 6022 his strength will inevitably advance further. No matter what game is being played in Nanzhou. 6023 flipped the whole damn board. Without leaving home, 6024 flipped the game board with one hand. 6025 flipping such a big chessboard. 6026 the system's reward should be substantial, right? Thinking this way, 6027 Chu Xian felt delighted. You all can scheme as much as you want. 6028 I'm waiting to flip it. By the way, the hidden space beneath the ancestral home. 6029 it's also time to investigate it thoroughly. With that said, 6030 his spiritual soul probed into the space beneath the Chu Jia ancestral home. 6031 last time when he broke through to the D realm, Chu Xian didn't probe deeply. 6032 as expected, the Zhao and He family's sudden surge in strength. 6033 was clearly due to activating some inheritance and foundation. 6034 since both Zhao and He families have it, how could the Chu Jia, 6035 not have it? His spiritual soul power probed into that space, appearing. 6036 he saw clusters of power floating in the space. 6037 as well as stored precious artifacts, there were half-D weapons. 6038 and even 1D weapon. 6039 this was the foundation passed down by the Chu Jia ancestors. 6040 according to records, the Chu Jia ancestral home was an ancient ruin. 6041 the Chu Jia rose by excavating these ancient ruins. Probably back then, 6042 someone guided the Chu Jia ancestor to this ancient ruin. 6043 Chu Xian hesitated for a moment, but did not activate the Chu Jia's foundation. 6044 when Chu Yun returns, let him activate it. 6045 his spiritual soul power retracted, Chu Xian paid it no more mind. 6046 what has this infamous youth actually experienced? 6047 you probably can't even dream of it. 6048 is the contemporary son of fortune in Nanzhou. 6049 not only was he cheated on by his childhood sweetheart. 6050 he was also stepped on by his childhood sweetheart's new lover. 6051 and mocked as trash. 6052 and the kind of trash that's too smoky even for lighting a fire. 6053 just now, within the heavily guarded Qin Imperial Palace. 6054 the Empress Qin Qian. 6055 was listening to the Imperial Uncle report on the current, increasingly, 6056 complex situation. After a brief period of calm, 6057 undercurrents surged again, evil cults acted continuously. 6058 even though Qinghua dispatched numerous experts, 6059 they still couldn't eradicate the evil cults. 6060 but as Qinghua's foundation was continuously activated, 6061 experts became more numerous, the overall situation gradually stabilized. 6062 it returned to the initial situation where evil cults hid. 6063 and were continuously eradicated by the major forces of Qinghua. 6064 a group of cockroaches with undying ambitions. 6065 tell the front line not to only focus on the evil cults. 6066 Dacian has also planted many spies in our Qinghua. 6067 we must also pay more attention to them.
6068 King Qian certainly knew Qinghua had risen too quickly, 6069, and could only stabilize the situation temporarily.
As for these spies, 6070, they were not easy to completely remove. Once I establish a firm foothold, 6071, that will be the time for an all-out attack. 6072, it will also be the death knell for those cockroaches. 6073, Your Majesty, your subject also has matters concerning the Chu Jia to report. 6074, our clan and the Chu Jia have intermarried for generations, and are also old friends. 6075, if we exclude the Chu Jia at this time, I'm afraid, Qinpingshan's tone, 6076, was complex. Back then, when Chu Qiyuo broke off the engagement, 6077, seeing his sister Qinpingxia's sad and angry face, 6078, he was so angry he wanted to throw Chu Qiyuo into prison. 6079, King Qian was also rejected by Chu Yuan, he was furious too. Alright. 6080, there's no need to drag the Chu Jia into this, just maintain the old friendship. 6081, let the Chu Jia manage Chu commandery themselves. 6082, just treat it as an ancient noble family of Qinghua. 6083, King Qian's tone was exceptionally calm. 6084, also, don't interfere with the Chu Jia anymore. 6085, Qinpingshan sighed inwardly. 6086, he didn't know what King Qian's intentions were. 6087, if she wanted to exclude the Chu Jia, she might as well expel them. 6088, but she wanted to maintain the old friendship, yet not let the Chu Jia submit. 6089, it seemed to favor the Chu Jia, but in reality, it alienated them. 6090, he didn't know what King Qian was thinking. 6091, could she still be thinking about Chu Yuan? 6092, King Qian had already made her decision, he couldn't change anything. 6093, although King Qian was young, her strength was profound. 6094, she looked like a docile girl, but was actually ruthless. 6095, if anyone dared to defy her, their end would not be good. 6096, and at this moment, King Qian's gaze was calm. 6097, in her mind, the image of that small courtyard appeared. 6098, and in that small courtyard, that good-looking, 6099 and powerful, mysterious man. The Chu Jia's waters run a bit deep. 6100, on the other side, the isolated Chu Jia, 6101, could only continue to stay in Chu commandery and develop slowly. 6102, occasionally, Shushanming's roars could still be heard. 6103, heavens, why do you treat my Chu Jia like this? 6104, Chu Xian couldn't be bothered with the Chu Jia's affairs. 6105, he didn't need to rely on the Chu Jia anyway. 6106, as long as they didn't disturb him, it was fine. 6107, after a series of events, the people of the Chu Jia, 6108, seemed to have forgotten about him, this useless direct descendant. 6109, he, on the other hand, continued to stay in his small courtyard. 6110, amusing himself with the Wantian Shenjing. Little do. 6111, you need to change that habit of smacking your lips when you eat. 6112, he would also take time to guide Renchang Xinyang. 6113, he Xinjiang. Old man, you're doing it wrong. 6114, you have to do it like this, and then like this. Even 6115, the Han Tian Jinpeng and Tian Meimiao he raised earlier, also quietly broke through to the D realm. The 3-year period is approaching, but Chu Xian was somewhat frustrated. 6118, why hasn't a greatly fortunate person appeared yet? 6119, could it be that greatly fortunate people are so rare in this world? 6120, in the evening, Chu Xian was drinking tea when suddenly his expression shifted. 6121, outside the Chu Jia ancestral land, 6122, a 16 or 17-year-old youth had a self-mocking expression. 6123, a dagger hung from his belt, he carried a jar of wine. 6124, drinking as he walked towards the courtyard. 6125, trash, I am trash. 6126, I'm the kind of trash that's too smoky even for lighting a fire. 6127, the youth looked dejected, somewhat drunk. 6128, mumbling to himself, his feet unsteady against the wall. 6129, his clothes were dirty, torn in many places. 6130, a sword hung at his waist, he looked very down and out. 6131, for trash like me. 6132, how could I be worthy of a heaven's favored daughter like her? 6133, it was all my wishful thinking, I am just trash. 6134, the most useless trash in the world. The courtyard gate was pushed open. 6135, Dingyue staggered in. 6136, leaning against the wall, he took several large gulps of wine. 6137, Chu Xuan's mouth twitched, damn it. 6138, it seems every greatly fortunate person starts off as trash. 6139, the youth was only at the first level of the Xianjing.
6140 yet he could barge into the Chu Jia ancestral land. 6141 and reach here without anyone noticing.
6142 This luck is truly impressive.
Chu Xian woke up from her cultivation, 6143 and walked out of the Chen Kuan space.
6144 Frowning, she looked at Dingyue. Where did this wild brat come from? 6145 Sir, leave it to me.
Just as she was about to expel the person, 6146 Chu Xian waved his hand, telling her to stand aside.
6147 Dingyue shook the wine jar. No more wine?
He looked at Chu Xian sitting there, 6148 and then saw Xiaoxi. 6149 Chu Xian, dressed simply and beautifully, straightened up.
6150 He staggered a few steps over. Big brother, do you have wine here? 6151 Let me buy some.
He fumbled in his clothes, 6152 but found no money, so he unfastened the long sword from his waist. 6153 placed it on the table and said, I have no money on me. 6154 I'll trade this useless sword for wine.
6155 I won't need it anymore anyway. 6156 This sword of yours is a Xian artifact, aren't you losing out by trading it for wine? 6157 Chu Xian asked with a smile.
Big brother, I'm a piece of trash.
6158 What's the use of having a good sword? 6159 Dingyue sat dejectedly on the ground. 6160 Do you know what trash means? I am trash. 6161 Look at me, he. I can tell. 6162 You are indeed trash.
Chu Xian nodded.
6163 You reek of trash from head to toe.
6164 If you said you weren't trash. 6165 Even the roaches in my courtyard wouldn't believe it.
Dingyue cried.
6166 Anyone can tell he's trash. 6167 Being expelled wasn't unjust. You're not only trash. 6168 You're also trash who got dumped by a woman. 6169 Chu Xian continued to fan the flames from the side.
How do you know? 6170 Dingyue was shocked.
Not only do I know this, 6171 I also know you were dumped by your childhood sweetheart.
And
6172 Your childhood sweetheart's new lover even stepped on you. 6173 Telling you to take a piss and look at yourself. Where did you get the courage?
6174 To think you were worthy of a heaven's favored daughter. You are truly miserable. 6175 Dingyue was utterly shocked. How do you know? 6176 Who exactly are you?
7-colored divine light bloomed from Chu Xian's body, 6177 bathing him in divine light, like an immortal, like a god. 6178 I am the guiding light for lost young maidens. 6179 The savior of trash throughout the myriad worlds.
6180 Meeting me is the greatest fortune of your life.
6181 Young man, kneel, kowtow, and become my disciple. 6182 Dingyue looked at Chu Xian bathed in divine light. 6183 completely stunned.
The savior of trash?
6184 That's right, the savior of trash. Chu Xian's voice seemed to come from the great Tao.
6185 Vast and boundless. Dingyue struggled internally. Is it real or fake? 6186 Has he really encountered a fortuitous opportunity? Can he really rise?
6187 Finally, he gritted his teeth, his gaze firm, and knelt with a thud. 6188 He kowtowed and said, Dingyue pays respects to master.
Very good. 6189 From now on, you are a disciple under me, Chu Xian.
6190 As long as you respect your master and uphold righteousness, I guarantee you'll be reborn.
6191 And reach the peak.
The divine light around Chu Xian retracted. 6192 He looked at Dingyue with great satisfaction.
6193 He finally accepted a disciple.
As for Dingyue's talent, 6194 he was very optimistic.
Truly worthy of being a greatly fortunate person. 6195 Perhaps he is the son of fortune of Nanzhou. 6196 Chu Xian saw Dingyue's origins and talent clearly.
6197 Dingyue, abandoned disciple of Zhu Jianshan, possesses 6198 Supreme Sword Dao talent, Tianxin Jianmai.
Because the Jianmai is unopened.
6199 His meridians are blocked. Cultivation is extremely slow, considered trash.
6200 Abandoned by his childhood sweetheart. You, without leaving your home. 6201 Had the contemporary son of fortune of Nanzhou come to be your disciple. 6202 You accepted your first disciple. 6203 Your first disciple with Supreme Sword Dao talent. 6204 Reward, Tongtian Jianjue. The guess was actually true. 6205 This guy Dingyue is the contemporary son of Fortune of Nanzhou. 6206 Hehe, I found a treasure. The youth was originally the contemporary son of Fortune. 6207 Possessing supreme sword Dao talent, yet because his Jianmai was unopened. 6208 His meridians were blocked, cultivation was extremely slow, and he was regarded as trash. 6209 He was even abandoned by his childhood sweetheart. 6210 It seems Zhu Jianshan's fortune isn't strong enough. 6211 It couldn't keep the son of fortune. Ding Yue's rise is inevitable. 6212 Just now, Chu Xian was staring at the youth before him. 6213 As if he had found a priceless treasure. Master, can you really make me stronger? 6214 Ding Yue knelt on the ground, his face full of anticipation. 6215 Do not doubt your master. Chu Xuan's gaze was stern. 6216 Do you think my title savior of trash is for nothing? 6217 Let alone you being trash, even if you were a pile of dung. 6218 Your master could turn you into gold. 6219 Ding Yue's mouth twitched. If he really was a pile of dung, 6220 he'd rather die. Chu Xian carefully examined Ding Yue. 6221 His meridians seemed somewhat blocked, 6222 narrower than ordinary martial artists' meridians. 6223 Although he was at the first level of Xianjing, 6224 he might be at the very bottom of the first level of Xianjing. 6225 You possess supreme sword Dao talent, Tianxin Jianmai. 6226 But your Jianmai is unopened, your meridians are blocked, hence your cultivation is difficult. 6227 Ding Yue, today is your day of nirvana. 6228 As Chu Xian spoke, he raised his hand and pointed a finger towards Ding Yue's brow. 6229 Tianxin Jianmai, open for me. With a boom, 6230 Ding Yue felt a vast power. 6231 Surge into his body. Crack, something seemed to have been unblocked. 6232 Vaguely, he had some inexplicable insights. 6233 His original first-level Xianjing cultivation was also soaring wildly. 6234 Third level of Xianjing, fifth level of Xianjing. Ding Yue closed his eyes. 6235 And subconsciously sat cross-legged on the ground, his aura surging. 6236 Powerful streams of energy flowed through his body. 6237 His meridians were no longer narrow, but became sharp and clear. 6238 Previous insights regarding Sword Dao. 6239 At this moment, suddenly soared. 6240 His cultivation actually reached the first level of Lingjing. 6241 And in his mind, there appeared, 6242 many previously incomprehensible Sword Dao insights. 6243 Even the most ordinary sword techniques. 6244 He could comprehend countless variations. 6245 Master is simply too awesome. Looking at Ding Yue who was getting into the groove, 6246 Chu Xian was very satisfied. Ding Yue. 6247 Master has also transmitted the Tianjian Ju into your mind. 6248 Comprehended well in there. With that said, he waved his hand, 6249 and moved Ding Yue into the Qiankuan space. Inside the Qiankuan space, 6250 Su Xianer looked shocked. Ding Yue's strength was increasing rapidly. 6251 In a short time, he had already risen to the first level of Lingjing. 6252 The aura on his body became increasingly sharp. 6253 It wasn't known if it was an illusion. Ding Yue sitting cross-legged on the ground. 6254 Seemed like a sword plunged into the earth. 6255 Was Ding Yue's talent too astonishing? 6256 Or were Sir's methods too heaven-defying? How long has it been? 6257 He actually broke through from the first level of Xianjing to the first level of Lingjing. 6258 Your disciple Ding Yue, under your guidance, his cultivation soared rapidly. 6259 Breaking through to the Lingjing. 6260 Reward, 100 years of cultivation. The system's voice sounded. 6261 Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. Ding Yue truly deserved to be Nanzhou's son of fortune. 6262 This 100 years of cultivation came at the right time, helping me break through the D realm. 6263 And step into Zuanjing. Zuanjing, in the cultivation world, regarding Zuanjing. 6264 There is a saying, within my domain, I am supreme, even emperors bow. 6265 Zuanjing is a further sublimation of the spiritual soul. 6266 And thus a transformation of the domain's power. A D-realm martial artist's domain. 6267 To martial artists below the D-realm, is an irresistible force. 6268 They have no power to resist,
left to be ravaged and slaughtered by D-realm experts. 6269 within a D-realm martial artist's domain, 6270 even numerous Xinjiang experts cannot resist. 6271 facing a D-realm expert, their strength is no different from an ant's. 6272 and the power of a Xuanjing domain is a step further. 6273 the core of Xuanjing lies in communicating with the rules of heaven and earth. 6274 the domain evolves into rules constructed by oneself. Because of this, 6275 the power of a Xuanjing domain can suppress a D-realm's domain. 6276 even a D-realm cannot resist it. 6277 the cultivation world usually calls Xuanjing martial artists D-Xuan, Emperor Venerable. 6278 for this reason. Chu Xian's spiritual soul power continuously condensed, 6279 then spread out, his domain power expanding, continuously extending. 6280 the domain power covered a radius of 50 li, 6281 far exceeding the Chu Jia ancestral land. 6282 the Chu Jia experts had no idea, 6283 that they were within a domain. Rules began to derive within the domain. 6284 Chu Xian entered a profound state of rule comprehension. 6285 he did not communicate with the rules of heaven and earth. 6286 Nanzhou's rules of heaven and earth are incomplete, by rights. 6287 it's impossible to break through to the D-realm, let alone Xuanjing. 6288 Chu Xian was different. 6289 he directly skipped Nanzhou's rules of heaven and earth. 6290 and directly communicated with the rules of the Great Tao. Because of this, 6291 his domain was much stronger than that of martial artists of the same realm. 6292 it's no exaggeration to say, when Chu Xian was at the 9th level of D-realm. 6293 his domain power was not inferior to that of a first-level Xuanjing martial artist. 6294 now, dealing with anyone below the 6th level of Xuanjing is effortless. 6295 Chu Xian's foundation was already profound, the cultivation techniques he practiced were more advanced. 6296 he had countless secret arts, and his spiritual soul was stronger than ordinary martial artists. 6297 his domain power did not communicate with the rules of one world. 6298 but with the rules of the Great Tao. Truly worthy of being the system's chosen one. 6299 Little Nanzhou is completely under control. You stayed home and stayed home, 6300 and broke through to Xuanjing, your strength advancing further. 6301 Reward, Shangshi Guanghuan, Hantian Xinxiang. The system's reward has arrived. 6302 Double happiness, extremely satisfying. 6303 Check Shangshi Guanghuan, can help people comprehend. 6304 Enlightenment, can enhance aptitude. Shangshi Guanghuan is very impressive. 6305 When teaching cultivation techniques or giving lectures, activating Shangshi Guanghuan. 6306 can help people quickly comprehend the mysteries of the techniques. 6307 It can make people enlightened. 6308 Infrequently being under the Shangshi Guanghuan's radiance. 6309 Aptitude can be improved. It really provides what's lacking. 6310 With this halo, Chu Xian's 6311 Savior of Trash title is no longer just a boast. 6312 He can turn trash into geniuses. 6313 System products are indeed awesome. Let's look at Hantian Xinxiang. 6314 Hope it's a powerful offensive ability. 6315 Hantian Xinxiang, its might can shake the heavens, shatter the Great Tao, break domains and laws. 6316 After reading the introduction, Chu Xian was amazed. 6317 Truly a divine ability produced by the system, its power is immense. 6318 The peerless Hantian Xinxiang, its might is unmatched. Once unleashed, 6319 It's as if possessing the power to shake the heavens. 6320 A mastered Hantian Xinxiang can shatter the Great Tao. 6321 And its most basic power can also break domains and laws. 6322 Claiming the Hantian Xinxiang, Chu Xian slightly narrowed his eyes. 6323 Behind him, a figure that seemed to possess the might to shake the heavens, 6324 emerged. The divine image's features were unclear. 6325 Yet it gave a feeling of supreme majesty. 6326 Boom. The aura vibrated, 6327 ripples appeared in the surrounding space. 6328 The Zhoutian Qiankuan formation activated, concealing all of this. 6329 The Qiankuan space enveloped the surroundings, any commotion in the small courtyard. 6330 could not be transmitted outside.
The Hantian Xinxian continuously grew larger. 6331 In the end, the divine image was hundreds of meters tall, like a pillar supporting the sky. 6332 Its pressure dominating all directions. Chu Xian was very satisfied with the Hantian Xinxian. 6333 Once the divine image appears, it can awe countless people. 6334 One look and you know it's incredibly awesome. Only super powerhouses possess it. Paired with the 7-colored divine light, it's definitely a great tool for showing off. 6337 Chu Xian immediately took out the Wantian mirror. 6338 It's time to guide Renchang, this registered disciple. 6339 7-colored divine light bloomed, his entire person bathed in divine light. 6340 The divine light even seemed to spread out. 6341 Faintly enveloping the divine image as well. 6342 Making the divine image even more hazy, more mysterious and powerful. 6343 Old man, how have you been lately? 6344 At this time, Renchang no longer looked like a dried corpse. 6345 He looked full of flesh and blood. 6346 His body was no longer lifeless. 6347 But full of vibrant vitality, his hair had also grown out. 6348 At this moment, Renchang was extremely excited inside. 6349 Master came to see him again. Looking up, 6350 He was instantly awed by the sight and prostrated himself on the ground. 6351 What is that? Is that Master's true form? 6352 So domineering, so powerful. Your vitality is full. 6353 You have already recovered to your peak. Are there still things you don't understand? 6354 Chu Xian put on the full air of a master, his voice filled with majesty. 6355 Giving a sense of vast heavenly might. Disciple is foolish. 6356 There are still things I don't understand. Renchang said shamefully. 6357 Chu Xian happened to put on the Shengshi Guanguan to test its effect. 6358 Don't be discouraged, Master will enlighten you now. Speak. 6359 What is it that you don't understand? Renchang was already weeping profusely. 6360 Master is truly a heaven-gifted talent. 6361 And someone like himself, who claimed to be a supreme prodigy, 6362 in front of Master, was probably just a bundle of useless wood. 6363 It was also thanks to Master's favor. 6364 That he wasn't trapped to death in this Luoshan coup. 6365 Chanha, don't lose focus. What time is it now? 6366 If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. 6367 Pay attention to the lecture. Saying this, he began to explain, returning to simplicity. 6368 It's really like this. After explaining the cultivation technique to Renchang for a while, 6369 Chu Xian had his fill of teaching and encouraged him again. 6370 Telling him to comprehend it well and strive for further improvement in cultivation. Then, 6371 He closed the Wantian mirror. 6372 Leaving an old boy to cry alone. Master, he truly is. 6373 The man, every day, had to cultivate a strange technique. 6374 That could make himself bigger, and bigger still. 6375 Those who witnessed it were stunned. 6376 How could there be such a heaven-defying technique in the world? 6377 Even this well-traveled female ghost, 6378 developed some unspeakable thoughts, clamoring. 6379 To entrust her physical body to the man. 6380 The man's name was Chu Xian. Just moments ago, 6381 He successfully used the Hantian Xinxiang rewarded by the system. 6382 To make his image incredibly large, thereby posing as a great expert. 6383 Annoying Renchang, a Tianjing expert. 6384 After closing the Wantian mirror, Chu Xian felt it wasn't complete. 6385 He connected to Du Yuan again, wanting him to also witness. 6386 His own heaven-defying divine ability. The image rippled. 6387 Du Yuan was surprisingly not in his small family shrine. 6388 But in a valley, and his aura was slightly disordered, clearly. 6389 He had just fought a battle. Opposite Du Yuan, 6390 stood two men in green robes, both Suanjing experts. 6391 Their strength was comparable to Du Yuan's. 1 against 2, ha. 6392 No wonder Du Yuan looked slightly disheveled. I already said. 6393 This is a beautiful misunderstanding. 6394 I did not come to save Xiuliang, Du Yuan said with a composed face. Xiaoliang? Chu Xian was stunned. 6396 Isn't this the son of a prominent family in Shizhou?
6397 Du Yuan had once consulted his opinion, 6398 on whether to participate in capturing that 6399 guy with the protagonist halo.
6400 How did Du Yuan get involved with Xiaoliang?
The two men in green robes, judging by their stance, were both here to hunt Xiao Liang, their strength at the second level of Zuanjing. Du Yuan's strength was also at the second level of Zuanjing, fighting 1 against 2. Du Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage and suffered some losses. Chu Xian was slightly surprised, although Du Yuan was a rogue cultivator. He had once obtained a great opportunity, and the cultivation method he practiced was not inferior. Even if the two men in green robes came from a faction with a long heritage, Du Yuan shouldn't have been unable to cope. Having known Du Yuan for so long, Chu Xian understood Du Yuan's matters quite well. He had once killed an enemy a minor realm above him. It showed that Du Yuan's strength was very formidable. In the past, he could also be considered a genius-level figure. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xian suddenly realized Du Yuan, the second-level Zuanjing expert, was still using a low-grade D weapon, while the two men in green robes were using mid-grade D weapons in their hands. Already 1 against 2, with the opponent's weapons being superior, Du Yuan naturally suffered. The Shao family's affairs.
You, a mere rogue cultivator, dare to interfere? If it truly doesn't concern you,
surrender yourself. Once my Shao family investigates clearly, they will naturally release you, one of the men in green robes said with a cold snort. Du Yuan's face was grim. If he truly surrendered, death would be certain. Shizhou is not solely dominated by your Shao family.
Although I am just a rogue cultivator, you should think clearly. Are you really going to push someone to their death?
A fierce glint flashed in Du Yuan's eyes.
Although Shizhou is not solely dominated by the Shao family, it's not for a mere rogue cultivator like you to provoke.
The two men in green robes sneered, their figures moved, about to strike. Suddenly, a halo rippled above Du Yuan's head, a 7-colored radiance shone out. Little friend Du, long time no see, what is that? The two Shao family elders' hearts skipped a beat, their figures froze, staring uncertainly at the halo appearing above Du Yuan's head.
Where did this master come from? And what kind of heaven-defying method is this? Even the legendary Tianjing experts couldn't do this, right? And Du Yuan was overjoyed. It was Senior who came to chat with him. With Senior's power, resolving his crisis would be effortless. Senior, Junior Du Yuan has encountered a little trouble. Could Senior perhaps lend a hand?
Chu Xian's figure appeared. A boundlessly majestic figure bathed in divine light. A single glance was enough to deeply awe one. That figure seemed as vast as the heavens, powerful beyond compare.
Is that so? Those are just 2 ants. Du Yuan was shocked internally. Is this Senior? Too powerful. The Shao family elders were even more shocked, their hearts trembled. It's over, we're toast. A Tianjing expert knows a rogue cultivator, and we've become ants? Too terrifying, they immediately thought of retreating. Du Yuan's mouth twitched. I can't even beat 2 ants. Doesn't that make me worse than an ant? For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Those 2 ants, do you think they have any chance of escaping before this venerable one? Chu Xian moved the Wantian mirror, arriving above the heads of the 2 Shao family elders.
The Shao family elders, who were about to flee, trembled, a look of terror on their faces. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? We too had no intention of being Du Xian's enemy.
That halo just hovered above their heads, at such close range, they could feel that Boundless might even more. They only felt their legs go soft, almost unable to stop themselves from kneeling.
Chu Xian was very satisfied with the Shao family elders' reaction.
The Hantian divine statue was indeed awesome. Through the Wantian mirror, his power and aura seemed even more boundless.
Is that so?
Absolutely true, Senior. The purple-robed elder beside them also hurriedly chimed in.
In the presence of Senior's such divine power, we 2 ants would never dare to lie.
The 2 beauties also dared not act rashly. Chu Xian looked down at the 3 from an absolutely superior position.
Little Du, are these 2 telling the truth?
The Shao family elders immediately looked at Du Yuan, their eyes full of pleading.
And they blinked repeatedly, indicating they could compensate.
Du Yuan thought for a moment. Killing the Shao family elders would inevitably offend the Shao family.
As a rogue cultivator, he couldn't quite handle it. He would have to live a life of fleeing pursuit again. He couldn't always rely on Senior. He couldn't greedily expect Senior to help again and again.
After this deterrent, the Shao family, realizing he had a powerful backer, wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Senior, this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. Du Yuan was indeed cautious, having known him for so long. Chu Xian understood Du Yuan's personality quite well. If he could avoid offending people, he would try his best not to, so that's how it is. This venerable one happens to be too lazy to act. Crushing 2 ants would dirty my hands too much. Chu Xian, relying on the fact that they couldn't see through him, continued to bluff. Du Yuan felt like crying but had no tears. Senior considers crushing the Shao family elders as dirtying his hands. They are 2 little ants, and what about himself? He couldn't even beat ants. Luckily Senior wouldn't feel that looking at him would also be dirtying his eyes. Alas, I am still too weak. Only at this moment did Du Yuan deeply realize, without Senior's protection, even as a Zuanjing, he was destined to be a small ant, then little Du. These 2 ants, how do you say they should be dealt with? Chu Xian looked at Du Yuan with a serene expression. Senior, don't let this misunderstanding dirty your hands. Since these 2 ants have also realized their mistake, sparing their lives is not out of the question. After speaking, his tone changed. Du Yuan instantly put on a pitiful look. I just want a little compensation, to make up for the trauma to my young heart. That will be enough. The Shao family elders felt very uncomfortable. Usually, it was only them who called other low-level martial artists ants, repeatedly calling them ants. Who knew it would be their turn to be humiliated as ants? The feeling in their hearts was hard to describe. They wanted to resist, but looking at that boundlessly majestic figure, they didn't even dare to have a single bad thought. Yes, we are ants, it would dirty Senior's hands. At this time, they had to admit defeat. Chu Xian was not surprised by Du Yuan's decision. In that case, those 2 ants, hand over everything on you to little Du. Consider it compensation, then you can scram. Although the Shao family elders were heartbroken, they dared not resist in the slightest, let alone bargain. This unknown expert was too powerful. Even if not above the Tianjing realm, he was definitely a terrifying existence at the peak of Tianjing. More likely, above Tianjing. Without a second word, they took off their storage bags and threw everything, including their D-weapons, to Du Yuan. Wiping away cold sweat, they fled at the fastest speed of their lives. As if afraid Chu Xian would go back on his word, fleeing tens of thousands of miles in one breath. Only then did they stop, panting heavily. Too terrifying. What kind of expert was that? An old hidden monster from Shizhou? Or an expert from outside Shizhou, or even outside the northern region? Unimaginable. The Shao family elders looked at each other, both feeling like they had survived a disaster. Thank you, Senior. Du Yuan knelt on the ground with a thud. Senior saved Du Yuan from dire straits. I know my aptitude is low, my strength is weak as an ant. But I also have the heart to repay Senior for saving Du Yuan from suffering. I am willing to be a slave, a servant, to do some trivial things for Senior. Du Yuan gritted his teeth and kowtowed respectfully on the ground. Chu Xian was increasingly satisfied with Du Yuan. His character was pure and good, his mind meticulous. Taking him in would save a lot of trouble. He could be nurtured. More importantly, Du Yuan was quite loyal and righteous. You have a good heart. You have a good heart. Chu Xian pretended to ponder for a moment. Well then, meeting his fate, you shall be my errand boy in this realm. Du Yuan was overjoyed. Du Yuan pays respects to master. You, without leaving your house, with your glib tongue, tricked a Zuanjing servant. Reward, Zian Fenchen Ju, Jia Yin Lin Jue. The system's random reward was triggered. Chu Xian closed the Wantian mirror. His whole person felt refreshed. A second-level Zuanjing servant. Apart from Ren Changhe, the most powerful subordinate he had. His throat was almost hoarse from talking. It wasn't in vain. The Wantian mirror still had one more use. While he was happy, he would randomly connect once, try his luck. See if anyone with deep fortunate encounters appeared where the Wantian mirror connected. Chu Xian didn't mind giving the other party some opportunity. He had too many secret techniques, cultivation methods, and treasures. The screen flickered. An underground cave appeared. Chu Xian was a little surprised. It actually connected directly to an underground cave. The power of the Wantian mirror lay in this: ignoring space, ignoring obstacles, it could connect directly, moving the screen. Chu Xian saw a figure sitting cross-legged inside the cave. It was a young man who looked to be 21 or 22, with bloodstains on his body, his aura chaotic. He was seriously injured. At this moment, he was healing, his cultivation at the 3rd level of Hujing. At his age, to be able to reach the 3rd level of Hujing, he was definitely a genius. His lifelong cultivation method was also at the divine method level. In terms of talent, he was no less than Chu Xian. Moving the screen to the man, why does this kid look more and more familiar? Seeing the other person's face clearly, what a coincidence, that man was actually Shao Liang. The abandoned son of the Shao family, a major family in Shizhou. Could he be the son of fortune of Shizhou? Today's last chance to use the Wantian mirror actually connected to him. Just then,
On a jade pendant hanging around Xiao Liang's neck, light flashed, a figure floated out. It was a graceful figure. Although it looked somewhat illusory, one could still tell that figure was peerlessly beautiful, a stunning beauty. Let's call her a Piao for now. More importantly, this was actually the weakened divine soul of a Tianjing expert. Chu Xian was speechless, he had actually guessed it. This Xiaoliang fellow indeed had the aura of a protagonist. What he carried with him, though not an old grandpa, was a powerful and stunning beauty. If one could choose, perhaps all men would choose the stunning beauty, not an old grandpa. Master, Xiaoliang opened his eyes. A Pao also spoke, if Master makes a move 2 or 3 more times, I will fall into a deep sleep. You must leave Shizhou as soon as possible. Yes, Master, I will leave Shizhou as soon as possible. Xiaoliang gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Xiao family, I will definitely get justice, cultivate well. Strength speaks, as long as you break through to Tianjing, the Xiao family will naturally honor you, a Pao comforted. Master, don't worry, I will definitely cultivate to Tianjing within 1,000 years. And help you reconstruct your physical body, Xiaoliang said with determined eyes. Hearing this, Chu Xian began to mutter to himself, 1,000 years to Tianjing, if Xiaoliang could really cultivate to Tianjing in 1,000 years. Ren Changhe, known as the top genius of Zhouyu Wushizu, achieving Tianjing in 10,000 years, would seem a bit like a beam. However, given his status as the son of fortune, it's not impossible, 1,000 years to Tianjing. How could it be possible? A Piao shook her head, 100 years to Daijing, 1,000 years to Zuanjing, 10,000 years to Tianjing. Is already the top genius of Zhouyu Wushizu. Besides, Tianjing is a heavenly chasm, countless peak Zuanjing experts, who were once top geniuses, have been stuck before it for tens of thousands of years, wanting to break through to Tianjing, without great fortunate encounters. No matter how strong the talent, don't even think about breaking through within 10,000 years. Xiao Liang was stunned for a moment. Tianjing is actually so difficult. But don't be discouraged, with my guidance, and your excellent talent and profound luck, breaking through to Tianjing should not be a problem. A Piao comforted Xiao Liang, her eyes distant, as if reminiscing about something. In my generation, there was once a person who achieved Tianjing in 10,000 years, almost sweeping through all peers invincible, single-handedly charging into the demon domain. Fought his way in and out 3 times and retreated unscathed. Now, he has probably fallen. Xiao Liang's heart surged with excitement, a look of longing on his face. Master, who was that person? That was 100,000 years ago, the Changhe Tianzuan who shook Zhouyu Wushizu, old Ren Changhe. Chu Xian was startled. This beautiful A Pao was actually from the same era as Ren Changhe, Xiao Liang. He truly has the protagonist's halo. The beautiful divine soul he carries is an ancient expert, and listening to a Piao's tone, that Ren Changhe fellow was very impressive back then, not just bragging. Master, I will definitely be like Changhe Tianzuan, and shake Zhouyu Wushizu, Xiao Liang said with a determined face. This young man's perspective is too small. That Ren Changhe fellow now considers himself a failure, yet he still takes him as a role model. It seems necessary to correct him a bit. This young man's perspective needs to be broadened. Zhouyu Wushizu is just a remote corner of the myriad heavens and myriad realms. As for whether the myriad heavens and myriad realms exist, that's not important. Tricking him hard is what's important. Master believes in you. A Piao was very gratified. Lianger, after you leave Shizhou, head to Nanzhou. The laws of heaven and earth there are incomplete. Daijing experts will not easily set foot there. Moreover, the Zhanma Valley is about to open, which will further restrict experts above Daijing from going. You go to Nanzhou. Firstly, to avoid the Xiao family, secondly, also to seek great fortunate encounters. Yes, Master, Xiao Liang nodded. Just as he was about to continue healing, a Piao was also preparing to return to the jade pendant. Just then, above their heads, a halo rippled, 7-colored divine light shone down. Master was greatly shocked. Xiao Liang looked at the halo in alarm. His first thought was, could the Xiao family ancestor have come to kill him? But on second thought, that's not right. The ancestor hasn't appeared for 10,000 years. He might even be dead. And he was also his descendant. Given the ancestor's stature, there was no reason to kill him, this exceptionally talented descendant. A Piao was even more shocked. What kind of technique is this? It seems even Tianjing experts don't possess it. He hadn't sensed any spatial fluctuations, meaning the other party was not nearby. Even a Tianjing expert couldn't traverse space over long distances. Who on earth was this person? Chu Xian heard that Xiao Liang's destination was Nanzhou. He was moved. This fellow might be the son of fortune of Shizhou in this era. Taking him under his wing, having another errand boy wouldn't be bad. It was time to show himself and bluff a bit. Today, he was in a particularly good mood. Then he would bestow a fortunate encounter upon this master and disciple.
Chu Xian immediately revealed himself, a figure of majestic heaven-shaking might, bathed in divine light. Do not panic. This venerable one patrols the myriad heavens and myriad realms, seeking those with predestined affinity.
Do not make pointless guesses. Piao dared not hesitate in the slightest. Immediately, she bowed and saluted. Junior Lu Piao pays respects to Senior.
I unintentionally offended just now. I hope Senior will forgive me.
Piao's heart trembled. Myriad heavens and myriad realms. Why had she never heard of it? One must know, she was a Tianjing expert. Not some ignorant young martial artist.
She knew too many secrets of this world. If she hadn't heard of it, it was definitely a great secret. Junior is ignorant and ill-informed. I don't know what the myriad heavens and myriad realms are.
Lu Piao respectfully asked for guidance. Xiao Liang knelt down directly.
Xiao Liang pays respects to Senior. It was too shocking. That figure was deeply imprinted in his mind, just sitting there. He exuded an aura that could shake the heavens.
What kind of terrifying expert was this? You are polite, you are polite.
Chu Xian acted cultured. Seeing you two look tired, and this young master is still injured, I don't blame you for being cautious.
Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Junior has always lived in Zhouyu Wushizu. I have never seen such a transcendent existence as Senior.
Nor have I ever heard of the myriad heavens and myriad realms that Senior speaks of.
I wonder if Senior could enlighten us.
Lu Piao, seeing that Chu Xian had no hostile intent, breathed a sigh of relief. You little girl, your strength is too weak.
It's normal that you don't know. Chu Xian began to bluff.
Even Ren Changhe, that fellow, could be bluffed silly, let alone Lu Piao, this Tianjing expert far inferior to Ren Changhe.
When bluffing Ren Changhe, Chu Xian didn't even have the Hantian divine statue.
Now with the Hantian divine statue, his bluffing was even more convincing, believing himself to be a terrifyingly powerful expert. The myriad heavens and myriad realms encompass everything, and this Zhouyu Wushizu where you reside, I have not yet visited.
Could you explain it to this venerable one in detail? Chu Xian asked, feigning ignorance.
He felt that the waters of Zhouyu Wushizu were probably quite deep.
Although Tianjing was already a top-tier expert, above Tianjing, there was still the legendary Xinjing. Would Zhouyu Wushizu not have Xinjing? Junior naturally knows, Zhouyu Wushizu, the human race has 5 domains, the demon race 1 domain, the monster race 1 domain, and 1 domain is a chaotic domain where all races are mixed.
And among the 9 domains, only the Huanggu domain is full of mystery. It is rumored that the Huanggu domain is larger than the other 8 domains combined.
Many Tianjing experts have explored the Huanggu domain, but they could only stay in the peripheral areas, and countless have fallen. The Huanggu domain is the only unknowable land.
It is rumored that only those at the Xinjing can enter. And only in the Huanggu domain can one break through to Xinjing, all alone. It is rumored that only the Huanggu domain has Xinjing.
And it seems for some reason, Xinjing experts do not leave the Huanggu domain. Lu Piao briefly described Zhouyu Wushizu.
Chu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. So the Huanggu domain is where the truly deep waters lie. No wonder, even a formidable figure like Yuan Changhe
fell into the Luotian grotto in the Huanggu domain.
Since the Huanggu domain is unknown, then the path to the myriad heavens and myriad realms should be placed in the Huanggu domain. Those vanished Xinjing experts all went to the myriad heavens and myriad realms. Only those at Xinjing are qualified to go to the myriad heavens and myriad realms. Thinking this, Chu Xian spoke, little girl, what you know is ultimately only the surface. Since we've met, it's also fate. This venerable one will give you a little hint.
Lu Piao was speechless. She was a Tianjing expert 100,000 years ago.
Yet he called her little girl. However, this senior has probably lived for who knows how many years. Given his age, calling her little girl wasn't wrong. Please enlighten me, senior. Zhouyu Wushizu in the myriad heavens and myriad realms is merely a desolate corner. The Xinjing you speak of are merely insignificant beings.
This venerable one could wipe out countless of them with a single breath. Lu Piao's divine soul trembled. Her entire being was dumbfounded. Was the legendary Xinjing so insignificant?
Wiped out with a breath, and countless of them. Although she had doubts, she also felt that this unknowable existence might be telling the truth, and Zhouyu Wushizu was actually just a desolate corner of the myriad heavens and myriad realms.
Then how powerful and vast must the myriad heavens and myriad realms be?
One must know, within Zhouyu Wushizu, no one knew how vast the Huanggu domain was.
How many secrets were hidden? What about the myriad heavens and myriad realms then?
At this moment, Lu Piao felt her understanding had been overturned.
Not a bit of an expert's awareness.
She felt how insignificant she actually was. Xiao Liang's mind was also buzzing. He had just taken Ren Changhe as his role model. His goal was to shake Joyu Wushizu. Well, to be precise, it was actually just to shake the 8 domains. After all, the Huanggu domain was too mysterious to shake. In an instant, he felt that his grandiloquent words just now were small in scope.
So I was a frog in a well.
Chu Xian was very satisfied with Lu Piapiao and Xiao Liang's reactions. Look, their divine souls were shaking from shock. They were scared, right?
That's right, young people, your perspective needs to be broader. Taking Ren Changha as a role model, what kind of perspective is that? That fellow has been bluffed silly by me. He's currently deep in self-doubt, thinking he's a failure.
The road to the myriad heavens and myriad realms lies in the Huanggu domain. Young man, work hard. Chu Xian encouraged him in the capacity of a senior expert.
Lu Piapiao's heart trembled. So the mysterious Huanggu domain was the path to the myriad heavens and myriad realms. No wonder it was always rumored that the Huanggu domain had Xinjing experts. But Xinjing experts did not leave the Huanggu domain.
So they actually went to the myriad heavens and myriad realms. At this moment, Lu Piapiao felt like she had been a frog in a well before. Not knowing how high or vast the sky was. Thank you for your enlightenment, senior.
Lu Piapiao was very excited. I know. Many Tianjing experts painstakingly sought a great secret they could not obtain. Little girl, you are polite. Chu Xian looked very gratified.
This venerable one observes that you are in a soul state, somewhat weakened.
Lu Piapiao suddenly became excited. Could Senior be about to help her reconstruct her physical body?
For an expert like him, reconstructing a physical body was merely a wave of the hand. Turns out she was overthinking. Chu Xian had treasures to reconstruct physical bodies, but he wouldn't give them to her for no reason. Since you are in a soul state, it is both a calamity and a fortunate encounter.
Whether it is a calamity or a fortunate encounter, it all depends. Lu Piapiao was a bit disappointed. But on second thought, since Senior said it was both a calamity and a fortunate encounter, she knew what the calamity was, but what was the fortunate encounter? Lu Piapiao respectfully said, Junior is dull-witted. Where does the fortunate encounter lie? I implore Senior to guide me again. Well, this venerable one will guide you a little. Whether you can gain anything depends on your comprehension and fortunate encounters.
Chu Xian spoke. You are already in a soul state. The calamity is naturally losing your physical body, the soul losing its vessel.
And the fortunate encounter also lies in the soul. How does the soul condense? The soul is the root, the source of all enlightenment. Use the soul to comprehend the rules of the great Tao. Draw the rhythm of the great Tao into the soul, then the soul transforms. The soul transforms. The great Tao rhythm transcends a realm of heaven and earth. The soul is heaven and earth. It is also the rules. Within your soul, all rules are under your control. Chu Xian spoke a few profound sentences. Of course, it wasn't just nonsense. It also had some basis. To summarize a point, it is to use the soul to draw in Tao rhythm, using Tao rhythm as a shadow. The soul entrusts itself to the rules of heaven and earth. Where the power of the soul covers, the rules within that range are in his hands. To put it bluntly, it was to trick Lu Piapiao. The soul can integrate into the rules. Controlling the rules in this state allows for better comprehension of the great Tao. Lu Piapiao fell into deep thought, her heart shocked. Truly worthy of being senior, the soul can draw in Tao rhythm, be entrusted to the rules. But how to draw in Tao rhythm? The Tao is everywhere. How to comprehend it? Lu Piapiao had no clue. No comprehension at all. Just as she was about to ask, Senior seemed to know her thoughts. He said lightly, the Dharma is not lightly transmitted. The Tao is everywhere.
A flower, a blade of grass, are all Tao. A drop of water, a Dan, are also Tao. Calm your heart and slowly comprehend. Meeting is fate. Well then, this venerable one will gift you something to restore your soul. It's just that your realm is too low. This venerable one doesn't have a treasure suitable for you. This bottle of soul-nourishing liquid is barely acceptable. It just so happens you can use it. 1 drop can restore your soul's consumption. I'll give it to you. Saying that, a small bottle appeared in Chu Xian's hand. Of course, things are not given for free. To ensure Lu Piapiao wouldn't lose control, Chu Xian secretly planted a soul seed imprint in the soul-nourishing liquid. Then he tossed the bottle, sending it over through the Wantian mirror. Thank you, Senior. Lu Piapiao was extremely excited. You know, having lost her physical body, the consumption of her soul was the hardest to recover. As long as she could recover her depleted soul, her confidence would greatly increase. Even when facing an expert who had just entered Tianjing, she had the confidence to escape. She poured out a drop of soul-nourishing liquid. Translucent and colorful, it fell into her palm and was slowly absorbed. It looked like a seal, very mysterious, right? It must be very shocking. Senior's treasure is indeed extraordinary. Once it enters the soul, how could any bad thoughts arise?
Chu Xian was secretly pleased. One drop of soul-nourishing liquid taken, the consumed soul was continuously nourished, continuously recovering. At the same time, her favorability towards Senior skyrocketed. Not even a single bad thought could arise. Lu Piapiao had no suspicion at all, only gratitude. The man gave himself a title that sounded very high-end. Eternal, indestructible, peerlessly handsome, great virtue, supreme sage, first great Tao, venerable of all heavens and myriad realms. The man's real name was Chu Xian. Just now, with his glib tongue, he turned to Tianjing a Piao into his little fangirl, a Piao. Her former idol, kowtowing on the ground, was a little anxious. Senior seems to have forgotten about me. Is it because Master is beautiful? So Senior only has eyes for Master. Ignoring his own existence, although Master obtaining a fortunate encounter also meant it was his fortunate encounter, but he wanted Senior to directly give him a great fortunate encounter. Senior is truly a peerless expert, a world-shaking master, with heaven-defying methods. Unique in heaven and earth, respects the old and loves the young. Xiao Liang looked up pitifully. You little fellow, are you playing idiom solitaire with me? Chu Xian shook his head and chuckled. Young man, just speak your mind. It's all right, Senior, to tell you the truth, my master and I are currently being hunted. Although Master has received your guidance, she cannot protect Junior at all times. Junior also wishes for your guidance, so that I can secure my life in the future, be self-reliant, and not trouble Master all the time. I can also protect Master. Good kid, knows how to respect the teacher and value the Tao, self-improvement without cease. Given time, you will surely become a great talent. Saying that, he tossed a small booklet over. A small book casually created by this venerable one countless years ago. I'll impart it to you. This is a secret technique of stealth and concealment created by this venerable one. A mere divine method level. Remember, what suits you is the greatest. Brothel. Xiao Liang was overjoyed. He caught the small booklet that floated down. Upon looking at it, he was instantly shocked. A divine method level stealth and concealment technique. Once this technique is cultivated, even a Tianjing expert would not be able to discern his identity. Senior is too powerful. A small book casually created by him is actually at the divine method level. Thank you, Senior, for this technique. Xiao Liang respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Such a polite young man. Chu Xian was greatly pleased. Cultivate hard, this venerable one will not disturb you further. He had bluffed enough, his goal was achieved. It was time to leave. Junior respectfully requests Senior to reveal your honored title, so that Junior may engrave it in my heart and remember Senior's great kindness and virtue. Lu Piapiao suddenly kowtowed. Honored title? Chu Xian was intrigued. Speaking of which, he had already bluffed several people. He couldn't possibly not even have a title, right? And he would continue to bluff. Who knows, one day, these people he bluffed, or those he took as ordinary disciples, might meet each other. It would be good to have some recognition. So leaving a title was very necessary. Since he was going to leave a title, it naturally had to be one that sounded like a super big shots title. Chu Xian thought and thought. Seeming to fall into deep contemplation, after a long while, he said with a hint of emotion, slowly, I don't even know how long ago it was. The experts of the myriad heavens all called me eternal, indestructible, peerlessly handsome, great virtue, supreme sage. First great Tao, venerable of all heavens and myriad realms. The name is a bit long. That's roughly the title. Lu Piapiao and Xiao Liang listened, stunned, not quite understanding but impressed. Awesome, Junior Lu Piapiao, thank you, great virtue, supreme sage, first great Tao. Venerable, for your bestowal. Lu Piapiao, after a moment of being stunned, kowtowed on the ground. Kowtowing 3 times, Xiao Liang quickly followed suit. You have a good heart, you have a good heart. Chu Xian was very gratified. We'll meet again if fate allows. If fate allows, this venerable one will bestow upon you a fortunate encounter. After speaking, Chu Xian closed the Wantian mirror, respectfully sending off the great virtue, supreme sage, first great Tao, venerable. Lu Piapiao and Xiao Liang said respectfully, their hearts filled with excitement. At the same time, they prayed to meet this senior again, and receive the great fortunate encounter he bestowed. Chu Xian closed the Wantian mirror, and the system's voice sounded. With your glib tongue and clever planning, you invisibly tricked a Tianjing disciple. You came up with a super resonant title, reward, soul inscription Tao method. Indeed, this bluff of his triggered the system's reward. Chu Xian had gradually figured out some patterns for triggering system rewards. Checking the system's reward, soul inscription Tao method. The soul can be entrusted to the great Tao, relying on the great Tao to exist. It can mobilize a portion of the great Tao's power for its own use, determined by the strength of the soul realm. A wisp of soul can be entrusted to the great Tao.
This is a very powerful secret technique, the soul entrusted to the Great Tao.
Theoretically, as long as the entrusted Great Tao does not collapse, the soul will not be extinguished, and
it can mobilize a portion of the Great Tao's power for its own use. However, the strength of the mobilized Tao power is related to the soul realm. This method is usually only used when the physical body perishes. To completely entrust the soul to the Great Tao, one can also use this method to temporarily entrust oneself to the Great Tao, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. This is also a life-saving secret technique. Entrusting a wisp of soul to the Great Tao, if one perishes, one can recover through that wisp of soul, avoiding complete annihilation, a very powerful secret technique. System products are indeed awesome. Chu Xian felt refreshed, having stayed home for so long. Today was the most refreshing day. He casually took out a sword, a divine artifact level 1. He threw it in front of Dingyu in the Qiankuan space.
Disciple, master is happy today, this sword is gifted to you.
Dingyu looked at the precious sword stuck in front of him, his face full of shock. Upon closer inspection, the precious sword seemed to have a spirit, with rules swirling around it. Its sharpness was restrained, quite extraordinary. More importantly, this sword could actually be integrated into the Dantian,
constantly nourished by spiritual energy. Weapons that can be nourished in the Dantian are definitely not ordinary D weapons.
They all have certain characteristics, special materials, rare treasures that can be continuously enhanced through nourishment. He always felt this sword was far more than just a D weapon.
Master is too extravagant. At this moment, Dingyu was moved to tears.
Just after becoming a disciple, Master gifted him such a precious treasure, a kindness as heavy as a mountain.
Akin to rebirth, this is a divine weapon, a precious sword. You can't use it now, Chu Xian reminded.
This silly boy probably doesn't know yet, though Dingyu didn't recognize its worth. Chu Xian certainly did. After all, she came from a major family in Zhengzhou. She had seen many D weapons. She had even seen Tian weapons. This sword, whether in terms of rules or charm, was far superior to Tian weapons. Naturally, it was a divine weapon.
Chu Xian looked envious. Never mind, she had been a maid for so long, diligently.
All sorts of miscellaneous, dirty, and tiring chores, she did them to Chu Xian's satisfaction.
Yet, he hadn't given her any treasure so far. And Dingyu?
Shortly after becoming a disciple, he received a divine sword.
Chu Xian stood aside, feeling sour.
Looking aggrievedly at Chu Xian, "Sir, you're biased. Little Ding's divine weapon, I want one too." "Alright Xianer, don't be impatient.
This long whip is gifted to you, you too should cultivate diligently inside. Don't be lazy, okay?"
Chu Xian waved his hand.
A snow-white long whip was thrown in front of Chu Xian.
The long whip was snow-white, with rules swirling around it. One could faintly sense the icy power it contained.
"Thank you, sir." She happily took the long whip and returned to the Qiankuan space to cultivate.
Chu Xian lay on the chair, squinting, continuing to comprehend the Great Tao.
Counting the time, there were only 10 days left until the 3-year period.
Now that he had broken through to the first level of Zuanjing, it was time to completely take control of the Nanzhou Heiyue Tower.
The true person in charge of the Nanzhou Heiyue Tower was that mysterious Yixing Luzhu. It was time to meet him.
A day later, Bao Hongyan arrived. That Yixing Luzhu was not easily met. Even if he was a gold-plate Luzhu, unless there was a major matter, or the Heiyue Tower encountered something
that even a gold-plate Luzhu couldn't resolve, he would appear.
So Bao Hongyan also had no way to meet the other party in a short time. Chu Xian didn't even show his face.
He waved his hand and threw a pill to Bao Hongyan.
"This pill is greatly beneficial for Daijing cultivation. I believe he will meet you." Bao Hongyan looked at the pill in his hand, marveling in his heart.
Such a perfect Daijing pill, even the Heiyue Tower didn't have it.
"Yes, master, I will definitely complete the mission." Just half an hour later, that mysterious Yixing Luzhu stood respectfully before Chu Xian. "Sir is truly a divine being, knowing that my Shoubei's lifespan is short. You specially bestowed upon me a perfect Daijing pill, helping me break through to Daijing. Extending my remaining life, Xiaobei will definitely serve sir with all my heart and strength." Looking at the little old man before him, Chu Xian couldn't help but be speechless. That useless pill, he was about to let it expire. That pill was just considered payment for him doing things for himself. Chu Xian probably never dreamed that the superior of the gold-plate Luzhu, the one controlling the entire Nanzhou intelligence network, the Yixing Luzhu of Heiyue Tower, was actually this man outside the door, an old man who sought his help just now. Chu Xian used an almost expired pill to lure the little old man over the mountains. The old man's name was Lao Guitai. First, he inquired about matters concerning the Zhanma Valley.
The things he knew were far more numerous than what Bao Hongyan and the other two knew. For example, the Zhanma Valley, where in space was it trapped? In that battle back then, how many major factions in Nanzhou perished? And the sect locations of these major factions also fell into space during the Great Battle. With the recovery of Nanzhou's laws of heaven and earth, they will gradually reappear in the world, and some ancient ruins were actually the territories of certain factions or major families back then. Because of the Great Battle, they fell into the void of space. The gradual recovery of the laws of heaven and earth, only then did these ancient ruins that fell into the void of space get squeezed out, reappearing in the world. Regarding that Great Battle, Lao Guitai had seen snippets in the records of Heiyue Tower. It seemed there was a conspiracy to overthrow the Diqin Empire. He hadn't learned the specifics yet. After all, he was only a one-star Luzhu. He couldn't access higher-level secrets yet. His direct superior was his senior brother, an expert at the third level of Li Jin, the two-star Luzhu of Heiyue Tower, located in Beizhou. Where is the headquarters of Heiyue Tower? Who is the true controller? Mao Guitai knew nothing. What Chu Xian gained from Mao Guitai, the most valuable information, was about the major factions in Nanzhou, the 3 sects and 2 kingdoms. They were actually major factions in Nanzhou back then. After the Great Battle, Nanzhou's laws of heaven and earth collapsed. Their main forces were forced to leave Nanzhou. So what currently remained in Nanzhou could actually only be considered branches guarding their homeland. This old man is quite something. If not for his poor aptitude, I really would have wanted to take him in. After Lao Guitai left, Chu Xian sighed to himself. The 3 sects and 2 kingdoms are not simple. Their foundations are deep. Qin Kaiyun's newly established Diqin Empire. How can it contend with the Diqin Empire? Chu Xian didn't think deeply about it. As long as it doesn't affect him, it's fine. The 3-year period is about to arrive. Time passed peacefully. Su Xianer was cultivating hard, working hard to return to Zhongzhou for revenge sooner. Ding Yu continued to consolidate his cultivation after breaking through. Han Tian Jinpeng and Tian Meimiao were still bickering and playing. One couldn't tell at all that they had Daijing cultivation. Yesterday, Xu Tianling's roar came from the ancestral home again. Xu Xian couldn't help but sigh, the fellow in Chu Garden. Thankfully he wasn't in the Chu family, otherwise, even if not dead, he'd lose a layer of skin. He had almost become the Chu family's sinner. You've stayed home for another 3 years, keep up the good work, continue staying home. Reward, Wan Fa Daoi, Soul Chasing Dao Bao. The reward for the 3-year period was actually a set of clothes and a bao. Chu Xian immediately took out the rewards. First, that ancient, light blue bao appeared in his hand. Fine lines were engraved on the bao's body. Distributed regularly, Dao rhythm lingered. Those fine lines seemed like individual great Daos. The bowstring existed between reality and illusion, not a physical entity. It looked like a great Dao. Chu Xian saw that this bao was definitely not simple. Checking the information of the soul-chasing Dao Bao. The soul-chasing Dao Bao uses the power of the great Dao as its arrow, rules as its arrow. Every arrow is a peak strike, ignoring distance, ignoring space. After reading the information of the soul-chasing Dao Bao, Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. He finally had the ability to, without leaving home, kill enemies from afar. The soul-chasing Dao Bao, in terms of cultivation, at its weakest, uses the power of heaven and earth rules as arrows. If cultivation is strong enough, it uses the power of the great Dao as arrows. Every arrow shot is a peak strike. And it ignores space, ignores distance. Most importantly, by planting a soul-chasing imprint on the enemy, even if the enemy hides in some space, some secret realm, it can still shoot and kill them. And if the cultivation is strong enough, one might even just need to silently chant the person's name in their mind. The soul-chasing Dao Bao then can lock onto the person in the mind within the great Dao and shoot them dead. No need for a soul-chasing imprint to lock on, no need to even meet. Just silently chanting the name of the person you want to kill, and it can lock onto them from within the great Dao. No matter how far apart, it can shoot and kill the opponent. Simply terrifyingly powerful, though the soul-chasing Dao Bao is unreasonably strong. Chu Xian, at his current stage, couldn't yet silently chant a person's name and lock on to shoot them, no matter how powerful the weapon. It still needs strength to support it. Chu Xian, at his current stage, either uses a soul-chasing imprint to lock onto the enemy, or captures a wisp of the enemy's aura, or other ways to locate the enemy. Only then can he ignore distance, ignore space, and shoot people dead. And if the locked person's strength is too strong, they can also resist it. After all, the power of the shot arrow is also related to one's own cultivation. With Chu Xian's current first-level Zuanjing cultivation, wanting to shoot and kill a Tianjing expert is definitely impossible. Chu Xian played with the soul-chasing Dao Bao for a while. Very satisfied, he put it away. In the future, even if he stayed in his courtyard, he would have a chance to strike. There are many ways to locate an enemy. The soul-chasing imprint is just one of them. Once locked by the soul-chasing imprint, it cannot be removed. It's considered a matching set for the soul-chasing Dao Bao. Chu Xian decided to teach the locating method to those who need it, like Dingyu. Chu Xianer, if the two of them encounter an unbeatable expert outside and need his help to rescue them, they can use the soul-chasing imprint to locate the enemy. He could immediately discover and shoot the opponent. The reward for the 3-year period is already so amazing. What about the 5-year period? Or even the 10-year period? Chu Xian was full of anticipation. Meanwhile, somewhere in Nanzhou, Chu Yan stood on a small hilltop, staring at a rippling cave entrance in front. An ancient ruin was about to manifest there. Every ancient ruin meant an opportunity. It was just a matter of the size of the opportunity. One would never return empty-handed. Of course, some ancient ruins also posed certain dangers. Chu Yan had just broken through to the 4th level of Lin Jin. At his age, he could be said to have outstanding talent. Chu Yan could already refine high-quality Shuhua pills. With his Lingjing cultivation, he could actually refine pills that even Shujing martial artists and even Hujing martial artists could use. Such talent was very rare in Nanzhou. I wonder how the Chu family is doing now. They wouldn't make things difficult for 13th brother, right? He also knew a little about the Chu family's situation. He sighed inwardly. Thankfully Chu Yuan wasn't in the Chu family. Otherwise, after exploring this ancient ruin, I'll go back to Chu Commandery. After waiting another day, the ancient ruin finally opened. It seemed to be a medicine garden. Chu Yun was overjoyed. But he still entered cautiously, wary of possible dangers. A day later, Chu Yun returned with a full harvest. There was Bailing Jun, which specialized in strengthening ancient constitutions. There was Qianxing Shuelian, which could extend life and expel poison. 13th brother, I'll use all of these on you then. I'll give you a good supplement. Suddenly, Chu Yun smelled a peculiar scent. Then he looked ahead. Not far away, his eyes lit up. It was a small plant with rose-red petals and green leaves. Chu Yun was instantly overjoyed. It was actually the legendary and rare, spiritual medicine that could enhance a martial artist's talent and aptitude. Xuanqing grass. Unable to contain his excitement, he went forward and plucked the Xuanqing grass, carefully taking out a jade box to store it. With this Xuanqing grass, 13th brother will definitely be able to cultivate to Xianjing, Linjin, or even higher realms. When Chu Yun saw the Xuanqing grass, his first thought was to give it to Chu Sun to consume. After picking the Xuanqing grass, all the aged spirit medicines in the small medicine garden had been harvested. Chu Yun was preparing to return to Chu Commandery. Little girl, you stole my family's spirit medicine, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Chu Yun's expression changed. He turned to look. A man with a dissolute posture, a lecherous smile, a young man, was walking from the entrance of the ancient ruin. This man was too playful. Any girl he fancied, with a gentle tap of his finger, would immediately be imprisoned, for him to do as he pleased. The man's name was Song Pang. At a young age, he had already learned to bully girls, only because he was the young sect master of Zhoujian Mountain. Just now, Chu Yun was planning to return fully loaded, but was stopped by the man. Little girl, you stole my family's spirit medicine. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? What, your family's spirit medicine? Ancient ruins are for those with fate. Chu Yun's expression changed. Warily, she took a step towards the entrance of the ancient ruin. Who said it's an ancient ruin? This is clearly my family's medicine garden. The young man flashed and blocked Chu Yun's path. And you are mine too, roar. Chu Yun attacked directly. She was no naive fool. Though she hadn't experienced killing for treasure herself, she had heard plenty about it. The other party clearly had ill intentions. Wanting to kill for treasure, scoundrel, take this palm. Yo-ho, little lady is quite feisty, but this young master likes it. The young man raised his hand and thrust out with a staff, blocking Chu Yun's attack. Chu Yun attacked repeatedly. Although she was 2 minor realms lower than the young man, her strength was not inferior in the slightest. After all, what she cultivated was the Daluod scripture. The young man's expression changed slightly. He was actually forced back tens of meters for a moment. Little hussy, just wait until I catch you. Chu Yun took the opportunity to escape from the ancient ruin. Bah, shameless lecher, truly disgusting. Quick, stop him. Chu Yun had just escaped to the entrance of the ancient ruin. A tall, middle-aged man suddenly appeared, blocking her path, his spiritual power projection covering all directions. Chu Yun's expression changed drastically. It was actually a Xinjing expert. Little beauty, run, why aren't you running? The young man chased after her with a grin.
Chu Xian's heart sank, a Xinjiang expert. The Chu family couldn't afford to offend him. At this moment, she could only pin her hopes on that mysterious senior to help. Hand over the Xuanqing grass, and this young master won't make things difficult for you, and I can even marry you as my wife. This is your great honor. The young man smiled very happily. In your dreams, you're not worthy. Chu Yun gritted her teeth and glared at him. How am I not worthy? Do you know who I am? The young man straightened his back. Listen up, this young master is Song Pang, the young sect master of Jiujian Mountain. Young sect master of Jiujian Mountain? Chu Yun looked skeptical. The young sect master of Jiujian Mountain, one of the 3 major sects in 2 kingdoms, only has this much strength? Song Pang became angry from embarrassment. What do you know? This young master is consolidating his foundation. Hand over the Xuanqing grass. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame this young master for not playing by the rules. Even if you really are the young sect master of Jiujian Mountain, don't even think about it. Chu Yun's gaze was firm. The Chu family couldn't afford to offend Jiujian Mountain, but the Xuanqing grass was too important. It was key to whether Chu Xian could break through to the Xinjiang, Lingjin realm. Catch him, Song Tang roared. He knew that if he did it himself, let alone catching her, it was questionable whether he could even win. The middle-aged man willed it, spiritual power projection, immediately closed in, capturing Chu Yun, trapping her in a purple bubble. Chu Yun was greatly alarmed. At this moment, her entire body felt weightless, her cultivation completely gone, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This young master still says the same thing. Hand over the Xuanqing grass. This young master won't make things difficult for you, and will even favor you. This is a joyous occasion that many women dream of. Song Pang pouted, about to kiss her. If you dare touch me, I'll commit suicide on the spot, even if my soul dissipates. I will never let you succeed. Chu Yun used all her strength, but still couldn't move. Yo, sharp-tongued. Wait until I use a little trick. You'll have to obey whether you want to or not. Song Pang gave the middle-aged man a look. Hold him still. Just then, a figure appeared silently. With a casual strike, he broke his spiritual power handprint, and even gave that man who bullied Chu Yun a big slap. The newcomer had a cold face, dressed in black, wearing a mask. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be an ordinary. But the opponent's cultivation was at the 3rd level of Xinjiang. Who are you? How dare you offend my Jiujian Mountain? Song Pang clamored from the side. Jiujian Mountain, what's that? The masked man sneered contemptuously. Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Her reliance was that mysterious senior. The masked man who appeared before her should be that senior's servant. A servant having Xinjiang cultivation, that senior's strength must be even greater. Thank you, senior. Chu Yun cupped her hands in salute. Without even looking at Song Pang, she quickly left. This was the 2nd time the masked man had appeared. Chu Yun had also encountered a crisis before. It was the masked man who appeared, protecting her, claiming to be under his master's orders. Secretly protecting her, he was a man of few words. Therefore, Chu Yun didn't talk much and left directly. She secretly made up her mind. She must study alchemy hard, cultivate hard, and strive to gain the senior's approval as soon as possible. As long as she gained the senior's approval, everything she did today would not bring disaster to the Chu family. Instead, the Chu family would have another powerful backer. Listening to the senior's tone, he clearly didn't care about Jiujian Mountain's threat. It showed how powerful the senior was. Chu Yun once suspected that the mysterious senior was an expert from Tianding Mountain. The masked man denied it, and was disdainful of Tianding Mountain. So Chu Yun had a bold idea. The mysterious senior was very likely an expert from outside Nanzhou. Perhaps a Daijing expert. Otherwise, how could he not thank Tianding Mountain, not fear Jiujian Mountain? Song Pang watched Chu Yun leave with a grim face. His bodyguard couldn't beat the other person. But the Xuanqing grass was related to improving his aptitude. He was unwilling to give up just like that. Let's go. He quickly rushed back to Jiujian Mountain with his bodyguard, Chu Xian, after reading the intelligence about Chu Yun from Heiyue Tower. Chuckled softly. Young sect master of Jiujian Mountain, given his status, he's just a failure. Xuanqing grass, indeed a good spirit medicine, but it's useless to him. In terms of aptitude, who can compare to him? A spirit medicine that can enhance talent and aptitude. No wonder the young sect master of Jiujian Mountain was so keen, determined to get it. Although he was the young sect master, due to his aptitude in cultivation, in Jiujian Mountain, many geniuses probably looked down on him. With his meager talent, it's absolutely impossible for him to take over Jiujian Mountain. Jiujian Mountain is a sect, not a family. Besides, even if it were a family, if the head of the family's son is too useless, it would be extremely difficult for him to take over the family. Even if he did take over, the family wouldn't last long. he would be driven out. Chu Xian was already on her way back to Chu Commandery. With Zhejian Mountain's capabilities, it wouldn't be too difficult to find out Chu Xian's identity. Before long, the sect master of Zhejian Mountain would come to their door with his son. Chu Xian was actually looking forward to them coming to his door. Zhejian Mountain, if there are no accidents, should have some connection with the Dichin Dizun, right? The game of Zhanma Valley, I'll also join in and play. Place a chess piece in Zhejian Mountain, stir things up at a critical moment. Master, I have consolidated my cultivation. Dingyu stood respectfully before Chu Xian. His eyes filled with respect and admiration. Master was too powerful, too mysterious. He casually threw him a divine sword, Chu Xian acknowledged. He glanced at Dingyu and fell into deep thought. He had a childhood sweetheart, although she cheated on him, Dingyu might still have some lingering feelings. He might even be thinking, once his cultivation improves, he would think about winning back his childhood sweetheart. The possibility of reconciliation, though not too high, but if his childhood sweetheart acted coy, acted cute, and affectionately said, the reason she fell for someone else was actually to test him, to stimulate his potential, that she actually still had feelings for him, and wouldn't marry anyone but him, Dingyu, this fellow, would he be moved and reconcile? Continue to lick his childhood sweetheart's boots? This won't do. My, Chu Xian's, disciple, absolutely cannot be a simp. Dingyu, before this, with his meridians blocked, the experts of Zhejian Mountain did not discover his hidden talent. They only thought he was a failure, Tianqing Jianmai, rare in the world. Not everyone could discover his supreme sword talent, knowing that Dingyu's meridians were blocked. Cultivating blocked meridians, he would be even less valued. No one would carefully examine his talent because of this. Now that Dingyu's meridians are cleared, Tianqing Jianmai activated, his sword talent unparalleled, would Zhejian Mountain still let him leave? They would definitely try every means to keep him. Dingyu had already acknowledged him, Chu Xian, as his master. He would absolutely not return to Zhejian Mountain, however, Zhejian Mountain would not sever ties with him either. They would definitely try every means to get his childhood sweetheart back to his side, and by the way, also get some treasures from him, Dingyu's mysterious master. Befriending a powerful expert. So Dingyu absolutely cannot be a simp. He must completely forget his childhood sweetheart. Chu Xian had a plan in mind. The hot-blooded young man couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. To become a sword immortal famous throughout the ages actually required abstaining from women. The young man's name was Dingyu, as the son of fortune of Nanzhou, yet because his meridians were blocked, he was originally nicknamed Young Master Failure. Thanks to Chu Xian's guidance, now his meridians are cleared, Tianqing Jianmai activated. His sword talent unparalleled, becoming a peerless expert is just a matter of time. At the same time, Chu Xian worried that Zhejian Mountain would try every means to win him over, continue to let him be a simp. So he came up with a plan. Your sword talent is excellent. You have the opportunity to walk the path of the Supreme Sword Dao. But if you want to walk the path of the Supreme Sword Dao, you must see through the three views of the Sword Dao. Dingyu's expression was solemn. Master, what are the three views of the Sword Dao? Chu Xian didn't answer immediately, but continued to ask, do you know, why are there so few Supreme Sword Dao experts in the world? Why are countless Sword Dao cultivators mediocre and fail to display any of the Sword Dao's power? Dingyu was puzzled. Why would Master ask this? The seniors of Zhejian Mountain are all very strong in Sword Dao. Their combat power is very fierce, rarely encountering opponents of the same rank. However, since Master asked this, perhaps the Sword Dao experts in his eyes are different from his own understanding. Or perhaps Zhejian Mountain isn't actually strong, it's just that his realm is low, and his strength weak, so he feels they are strong, after thinking for a long time. Because their demonic power is insufficient, their Sword Dao cultivation insufficient, their Sword Dao talent too poor. No, Chu Xian shook his head. It's because they only cultivate the Sword Dao. Ordinary Sword Dao. They haven't walked the path of the Supreme Sword Dao. Throughout countless ages, countless people with outstanding Sword Dao talent have appeared. Among them, there were even those with talent greater than yours. But in the end, they couldn't truly step onto the Supreme Sword Dao. They became ordinary sword cultivators with slightly stronger strength. That's all. Dingyu fell into deep thought for a long time. A flash of inspiration in his mind. I know, Master. It's because they haven't seen through the three views of the Sword Dao. Chu Xian gave him a look that said, you can be taught. Let me ask you, do you want to become a powerful, somewhat famous sword cultivator? Or do you want to become one who has stepped onto the Supreme Sword Dao, a sword immortal famous throughout the ages? Although he didn't know how powerful a sword immortal was, Dingyu couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Master, I want to be a sword immortal famous throughout the ages.
I want to step onto the supreme sword Dao. Ding Yu's face was firm. You have this determination, master is very gratified. Chu Xian nodded in gratification, the groundwork was almost laid. To step onto the supreme sword Dao, you must see through the three views of the sword Dao. Master, I will definitely see through the three views of the sword Dao. Please tell me, master, what are the three views of the sword Dao? Ding Yu's blood boiled, his gaze resolute. Chu Xian stood aside listening, feeling very confused. Three views of the sword Dao? Never heard of it. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Ding Yu's reaction. His new flavor was very good. Master believes you can definitely see through the three views of the sword Dao. Listen carefully, the first gate of the supreme sword Dao. Forget your beloved. Ding Yu was completely stunned. The first gate of the supreme sword Dao. Forget your beloved. Why forget your beloved? That graceful figure appeared in his mind. Chu Xian was also stunned. What did a beloved have to do with sword cultivation? Chu Xian spoke so seriously, he thought it was some incredible sword Dao bottleneck. It was actually to forget one's beloved. Do you understand the meaning of the first gate of the sword Dao? Do you know why countless sword cultivators cannot step onto the supreme sword Dao? They can't even see through the first gate. How can they talk about the supreme sword Dao? Chu Xian was not surprised by Ding Yu's reaction. Please enlighten me, master. Ding Yu's eyes were slightly dazed. Forget his beloved, he had to forget her. If he didn't forget her, he couldn't step onto the supreme sword Dao. Ding Yu, who possessed the Tianqin Jianmai, had a special obsession with the sword Dao. You have someone in your heart. Where is your sword? Chu Xian's voice was like the sound of the great Dao. Seven-colored divine light bloomed on his body. A halo appeared behind his head, shining upon the surrounding prosperous age halo. Looking at Master bathed in seven-colored divine light, Ding Yu's spirit trembled. He felt that every word Master said was truth. Where is it now? Ding Yu muttered to himself, can they coexist? Lacking confidence, he asked cautiously, how can they coexist? Since they coexist, is your sword still unique? Is your sword still pure? Ding Yu's head was buzzing. Yes, how can coexistence be singular? But that graceful figure in his mind, yet it pulled at him, forgetting, how easy is it to say? Let me ask you, if your beloved's relatives and friends want to kill you, will you act or not? If one day, your beloved falls for someone else, and comes to kill you, can your sword still pierce out? If one day, your beloved falls into enemy hands, and they use this to threaten you, what will you do? Chu Xian's voice was like a rainbow, questioning his very soul. With fetters in your heart, where is your sword? How can you still be dedicated to the sword Dao? And how can you step onto the supreme sword Dao? Chu Xian squinted at Ding Yu. Ding Yu's face was pale. His whole body swayed. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer, how to choose. Between his beloved and the supreme sword Dao, how should he? You should know, your beloved will only bring you harm. Chu Xian saw that the fire was almost ready. He directly gave him a heart-wrenching blow. Boom. Ding Yu's head was buzzing, filled with, your beloved will only bring you harm. This sentence. On Zhuojian Mountain, being reprimanded by Long Yan, stepped on, slapped, kicked away, surrounded by cold mockery. That pretty face, from the initial charming smile, to cold, disdainful glares, and sneering contempt. And being humiliated in every way by those around her, she never once looked at him. Ding Yu panted. Drenched in sweat, his face pained and contorted. Chu Xian just watched him, as the son of fortune of Nanzhou. If he couldn't even pass this test, he would be too useless, unworthy of being his disciple. If he didn't help him overcome this emotional hurdle, Ding Yu would sooner or later be betrayed by his childhood sweetheart, cruelly. Chu Xian watched Ding Yu silently from the side. He looked so conflicted and pained. Clearly, his beloved had caused him considerable harm. More than 10 minutes later, Ding Yu gradually calmed down. The apologetic meaning in his mind was no longer gentle and beautiful, but cold and ruthless. Thinking of all the past events, Ding Yu suddenly realized he had always been hurt. Master was right, a beloved will only bring harm. His gaze gradually firmed, looking at Chu Xian. Master, I understand, you can be taught. Chu Xian was gratified. As his eldest disciple, how could he be a simp? Please enlighten me, master, what about the second gate of the sword Dao? Chu Xian still squinted. Supreme, the second gate of the sword Dao. See a beauty and not be distracted, have a sword soul in your heart. Ding Yu is somewhat fierce. Why is it related to women again? Chu Xian's spiritual power condensed into a person, with a rough face, looking big and burly. The person condensed by spiritual power stood with Chu Xian. Who did you look at first? Who did your attention lean more towards?
Chu Xian asked. Dingyu looked over, puzzled. At first glance, it was naturally Chu Xianer, played by little Saida. His attention also leaned more towards Chu Xianer. After all, a peerless beauty, as long as it's a normal man, his attention would be more on the beauty, its sister Su. Chu Xian said meaningfully, "You were distracted by the beauty, right? Disciple, think about it, when you're fighting someone, and a beauty appears, either posing seductively or extremely enchanting, if you get distracted, what will be the consequences? In some illusions, boundless beauty, countless beauties, if you get lost in them, where will your life be? Why is it women, beauty, heterosexual attraction? The great Tao of heaven, this is a great trial." Dingyu had already imagined the scene, himself holding a long sword, confronting an enemy. Suddenly, behind the enemy, a stunning beauty, posing seductively, extremely enchanting. Would he not be something? Given his current state of mind, he would definitely be distracted. Definitely have his attention diverted. Once distracted, it meant death. Thinking of this, Dingyu instantly gasped, "Master's words are all truths, Master. I will definitely see through the second gate as soon as possible." That's right. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Dingyu's performance. The second gate, see a beauty and not be distracted, have a sword soul in your heart. What is a sword soul? Everyone's comprehension is different. This you need to comprehend yourself. Yes, Master. It is said that a teacher for a day is a father for life. Then have you ever seen someone persuade their son not to be close to women? Just now, Chu Xian looked at Dingyu and spoke of the third gate of the Supreme Sword Tao. No woman in your heart, draw your sword and you can slay gods. Dingyu's blood instantly boiled again. No woman in my heart. Draw your sword and you can slay gods. I, Dingyu, will definitely step onto the Supreme Sword Tao. Draw my sword and slay gods. Disciple, you must remember, women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Chu Xian solemnly instructed, Master, I know. I will definitely see through the three views of the Supreme Sword Tao. Truly step onto the Supreme Sword Tao. Dingyu's gaze was resolute. Whatever, beloved, get lost. I, Dingyu, am a man who will slay gods. Chu Xian looked greatly pleased. Disciple, you have such a firm belief. Master is very gratified. These three views of the Supreme Sword Tao are also three states of mind of the Sword Tao. Forget your beloved, see a beauty and not be distracted, no woman in your heart. This is the secret of the Supreme Sword Tao. Those without great perseverance, those whose Tao heart is not firm, cannot achieve a perfect state of mind, cannot see through the three views. Yes, Master, I understand. Dingyu nodded, paused. Master, actually, the three views of the Supreme Sword Tao contain the principles of the Great Tao. Especially the gate of no woman in your heart, actually means to stop the heart like still water. Nothing can move it. Nothing can disturb it. The sword is in the heart. I don't know if disciple's comprehension is correct. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. You are truly a talent. Your comprehension is absolutely correct. Disciple has such comprehension. Master is very gratified. You must remember, women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Yes, Master. Dingyu's face was solemn and serious. Master will now impart to you the Sword Tao. Chu Xian raised a finger and pointed. The upper part of the Tongtian sword art was directly imprinted on Dingyu's spiritual will. Dingyu still had to see through the three views of the Supreme Sword Tao. So the Tongtian sword art was taught in three parts. Besides, if Dingyu finished cultivating the upper part, he would probably already be at Tianjing. Dingyu was immersed in comprehending the Sword Tao. Tianjing Jianmai was activated. His whole person became sharp, like a drawn sharp sword. More than 10 minutes later, Dingyu opened his eyes, kowtowed on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. Thank you, Master, for imparting the Dharma. Go cultivate. Chu Xian waved his hand and said. Master, Dingyu stood up, his expression firm, his gaze sharp. Returning to the Qiankuan space, he sat cross-legged before the divine sword. Forget your beloved, forget your beloved. Dingyu constantly admonished himself inwardly. He must forget his beloved, must see through the first gate of the Sword Tao. The Sword Tao Master imparted to him was incomparably powerful, far beyond what Jiujian Mountain could compare to. He definitely couldn't disappoint Master's high hopes. Dingyu's mind constantly replayed the past with his childhood sweetheart, from innocent playmates, to disdain and neglect, estrangement, to the final mockery and humiliation. You're just a failure, how are you worthy of me? Dingyu, although we grew up together, that was when I was young and ignorant, now I'm grown up. My eyes aren't blind, it's impossible for us, don't be delusional. You're just passing by? Who are you kidding? You're here to harass me, right? To disgust me, right? Dingyu, for the sake of our past relationship, can you please get lost? He had also let go before.
stopped looking for that person, but they would always occasionally meet. Every time, he was humiliated, despised. Dingyu constantly recalled his past encounters, constantly hypnotizing himself. She was an unworthy person. Master was right, a beloved will only bring harm. Forget your beloved, Dingyu, can do it. Her memories are ruthless, why should I keep thinking about her? Dingyu sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed. Over and over, he examined his inner heart. To forget that person, Chu Xian did not care how Dingyu forgot his beloved. His goal had been achieved. His disciple would not become a simp. He activated the Luantian mirror. Connecting to Renshangha, greetings, master, Renshangha respectfully kowtowed. No need for formalities, Chu Xian's voice was vast. As if coming from the great Tao, Renshangha looked up. His soul was instantly invigorated. His respect for master grew even deeper. Bathed in divine light, yet Tao rhythm lingered around him. The robe he wore seemed to be woven from the great Tao. How strong is master exactly? Renshangha was deeply shocked. Using the great Tao as a robe, what kind of expert could achieve this? Are there any points of confusion? Chu Xian asked. Yes, Renshangha looked ashamed. To this day, I still haven't fully comprehended the Yinyang He Xinjiang. Chu Xian was speechless. More than once he suspected Renshangha had fallen from grace. Was he really a top genius back then? But his reputation was very resounding. The name Chenghe Tianzuan shook Zhou Yu Wushizu. He shouldn't be a nobody. Why, after such a long time, has he still not fully comprehended the Yinyang He Xinjiang? Is it because the Yinyang He Xinjiang is too profound? Even Tianjing experts find it difficult to comprehend. Renshangha voiced his doubts. After Chu Xian explained it to him, he then asked, in this world where you reside, are there any 1,000-year-old Tianjing experts? Yes. Although Renshangha didn't know why Chu Xian asked this, perhaps it was to urge himself on, or perhaps he wanted to find someone with even greater talent than himself, to represent master's inheritance in this world. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, 100 years to Daijing, 1,000 years to Zuanjing, 10,000 years to Tianjing. These are the top geniuses. Normal cultivation speed. There are always special circumstances surpassing this top genius's cultivation speed. Renshangha continued, some old monsters, due to various reasons or special circumstances, reincarnated through secret techniques, due to the accumulation of their previous lives and comprehension. Recovering to Tianjing in 1,000 years is not impossible. Xian couldn't help but think of Qin Kaiyun. He cultivated to the half-D realm in such a short time, relying on the accumulation and comprehension of his previous life. However, most martial artists cultivated this way have weaker strength. Their foundation is relatively shallow, and after fully accepting the inheritance, they need to spend a long time polishing their foundation. Otherwise, they cannot advance further. Renshangha was disdainful of this type of martial artist. He beat around the bush, saying that back then, with one hand, he killed several such so-called geniuses. Chu Xian understood his meaning. It was nothing more than fear that he would compare him to this kind of genius. Renshangha's meaning was nothing more than that. Although this kind of martial artist cultivated quickly, they were like embroidered pillows, not practical. There was also another special situation. That is, obtaining a great opportunity, entering some special secret realm, cultivating in the secret realm for 1,000 years. But only 1 year had passed after coming out. If you count the cultivation time in the secret realm, it's actually not short. I heard that such secret realms exist in the Huanggu domain. Unfortunately, disciple Yuan Bo had no fate to encounter it. Renshangha sighed regretfully. It's just a small-time secret realm, nothing much. Chu Xian's tone was very grand. He said nonchalantly, truly worthy of being master. Renshangha marveled. He understood everything he needed to. He explained Renshangha's confusion. Chu Xian should leave. Zheli encouraged Renshangha a bit. As this venerable one's disciple, you should uphold this venerable one's name. Renshangha immediately kowtowed on the ground, his face full of excitement. Master was finally willing to tell him his name. It meant he had already acknowledged him as his disciple. Listen carefully. Chu Xian's voice became solemn. The experts of the myriad heavens all address this venerable one as eternal, indestructible, peerlessly handsome, great virtue, supreme sage, first great Tao, venerable of all heavens and myriad realms. Renshangha listened, stunned, not quite understanding but impressed. Master is so awesome. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Renshangha's reaction. After a few more words of encouragement, he closed the Wantian mirror. Next, Chu Xian connected with Du Yuan. Du Yuan had already returned to the small family that enshrined him. Low-key as always. Honored one, since you are already walking under this venerable one's banner, You are also considered a person under this venerable one's banner. I will bestow upon you cultivation methods and divine weapons. Chu Xian passed the Xian Fencheng Ju to Du Yuan, and also bestowed the Yanling Jue upon him. Du Yuan was overjoyed. His choice was indeed correct. The cultivation method bestowed by Senior was far superior to the cultivation method he had obtained by chance back then, by more than 100 times. With this cultivation method, Gu Yuan was confident that even Xinjing was not impossible. Yanling Jue was actually a divine weapon. A divine weapon, the entire Shizhou might not even have one. Chu Xian threw him a few more bottles of Zuanjing cultivation pills. Enough for Du Yuan's strength to soar in a short time. With his current second-level Zuanjing strength, he was still a bit too weak. Fortunately, there was still a considerable amount of time before the Zhanma Valley opened. Enough for Du Yuan to raise his strength. Tianjing was impossible. Zuanjing 8th or 9th level, with the assistance of pills and the power of Xian Fencheng Ju, it was still achievable. Du Yuan's talent was not bad. The remaining chance for Wanti and Mirror, Chu Xian randomly connected. Once again, it connected to a vast ocean. No living beings were contacted. In the following days, Dingyu was still at the first gate of the Sword Dao. Su Xianer was also cultivating diligently. 13th brother, I brought you a treasure. Chu Yun returned. The first thing she did was run to Chu Xian's small courtyard. The woman originally wanted to rely on her own strength to crush the male lead, forcing him to submit to her, but she never expected that the male lead was no longer the 13th brother she knew. Without coercion, the woman did something he was unwilling to do. She even stuffed the treasure directly into his mouth. Just now, the moment Chu Yun returned to Chu Jun, she ran to the small courtyard she had been longing for. Not much had changed here. The Qiankuan space was concealed by Chu Xian. Chu Yun naturally couldn't discover it. Proudly, she took out an umbrella-shaped spirit medicine with 7 leaves under the umbrella, and handed it to Chu Xian. 13th brother, this is a spirit medicine that can enhance talent and aptitude. Hurry up and eat it. Chu Xian reached out and rubbed her head. Little girl, you're thoughtful, such a precious spirit medicine. You thought of me first, I didn't dote on you for nothing. Xuanxin grass, indeed a good thing. But your 13th brother doesn't need it, you eat this. Chu Yan's eyes widened. 13th brother, you know about Xuanxin grass? Chu Xian smiled mysteriously, of course I know. Hurry up and eat it. 13th brother doesn't need this. How could he not need it? Chu Yun was a little anxious. 13th brother, don't worry, even if you break through, I can still let you continue living in the small courtyard. I won't let anyone disturb you. Chu Xian chuckled, I don't want anyone to disturb me. No one can disturb me, no. 13th brother, you must eat the Xuanxin grass. Chu Yun pouted, deciding to play hardball, forcing the Xuanxin grass down Chu Xian's throat. Unable to break through to Xianjing, unable to continue raising his cultivation, his lifespan would eventually be very short. He wasn't young, he was already white-haired. 13th brother was already white-haired. Chu Yun used her spiritual power, thinking she had Chu Xian under control. She stuffed the Xuanxin grass into his mouth, but for some reason, the Xuanxin grass in her hand, uncontrollably, was stuffed into her own mouth, and instantly dissolved, swallowed into her stomach. Chu Yun was dumbfounded. Looking at Chu Xian's teasing smile, her eyes widened. A look of disbelief on her face. 13th brother. Your 13th brother's Dao is in this courtyard. I don't need any treasures. Chu Xian chuckled, I understand. Chu Yun suddenly jumped up excitedly. She hugged Chu Xian's neck from behind. Learning that Chu Xian was not a failure, and that his strength was even greater than her own, Chu Yun was very excited. Sitting beside him, she chattered about her experiences. Thing 13, brother, let me tell you a secret. A very powerful senior has taken a liking to me, and is testing me. Once I pass the test, senior will accept me as a disciple. Then we'll have a big backer. That senior is very likely from outside Nanzhou. Very likely a Daijing expert. Chu Xian listened silently, chuckling inwardly. The senior you're talking about is right in front of you. Chu Yun stayed in the small courtyard for 2 days. Zhali went to look through those cultivation insights, and found new alchemy methods and pill formulas. She was somewhat puzzled. These pill formulas and alchemy methods, what connection did they have with that mysterious senior? That mysterious senior seemed to be because of these alchemy techniques she cultivated, that he favored her, that he tested her. Chu Xian again attributed these to his father, Chu Qiluo, falsely claiming that perhaps his father had some connection with that mysterious senior. Chu Yun felt it made sense. After memorizing the new alchemy techniques and pill formulas, Chu Yun returned to the ancestral home. Before leaving, she sighed. If third brother comes back, it might be very miserable. Chu Xian agreed.
So much time had passed, every now and then, he could hear Chu Tianming's roars.
It showed how angry Chu Yuan had made people. Chu Yun returned to the ancestral home.
She wanted to gain a new status and position in the Chu family. Since 13th brother liked peace, then it was necessary for her to increase her influence, so that 13th brother could live comfortably. Regarding Chu Xian's strength, Chu Yun didn't mention a word. A day later, Chu Xian was in the courtyard. He heard Chu Tianming's laughter coming from the ancestral home. Ha ha ha, how can my Chu family be willing to lag behind others? Chu Tianming broke through to Hujing. After consuming the Shuhua Dan refined by Chu Yun, the other three peak Shujing elders also broke through successively.
Chu Yun's status in the Chu family instantly skyrocketed,
surpassing the future head of the family successor, Chu Qing, becoming the treasure in the eyes of all the Chu family elders.
They get a, Chu Qing was very helpless. His status had already dropped to second place. However, he wasn't unhappy at all. In fact, he was very happy.
Chu Yun gave him many pills, which could quickly break through cultivation levels, increase strength, and could also be sold.
Chu Xian looked at the space beneath the Chu family ancestral home.
It was time for the Chu family's foundation to be opened.
The Chu family's strength couldn't always lag behind others,
being left further and further behind by the other three families.
The Chu family members' mentality would probably collapse. The Chu family's foundation would naturally be opened by Chu Yun.
The D weapon inside would also automatically acknowledge Chu Yun as its master.
With Chu Xian's strength, letting Chu Yun open the Chu family's foundation was naturally not a problem, and Chu Yun wouldn't even discover that someone helped her open it. Chu Tianming and the other Chu family elders were busy collecting various spirit medicines
to give to Chu Yun for alchemy, deciding to invest heavily in nurturing Chu Yun.
On this night, with a loud bang, a house in the ancestral home collapsed underground. A small space suddenly appeared.
All the Chu family experts were shocked. Chu Tianming rushed towards the small space, while instructing the Chu family elders to seal off the Chu family ancestral land.
No one is allowed to go out. Yuner, where are you? Chu Tianming was extremely anxious.
Chu Yun was just refining pills in that house,
rushing into the ruins with a few elders. A black hole appeared, a faint light emerged. As soon as they entered, they discovered something was wrong.
This seemed to be an ancient ruin. Looking around, first was a stone tablet, with lines of words engraved on it. Chu Tianming immediately searched for Chu Yun's whereabouts. Suddenly, a ray of light attracted everyone's attention. In the center of the ancient ruin, a small dao, rippling with spiritual light, floated. A vast pressure swept over
Chu Tianming, and everyone else's expressions changed drastically.
Then they went into a frenzy. A D weapon. It was actually a D weapon. It's just that this D weapon was currently floating above Chu Yun's head.
Chu Tianming and the others instantly became nervous. The D weapon slowly descended.
It actually landed in Chu Yun's hand voluntarily. Finally, it even merged into Chu Yun's body. The D weapon acknowledges its master. It's voluntarily acknowledging its master. This sword D weapon shows Chu Yun as its master. Chu Tianming and the others were all stunned. Quick, look at those things. One of the elders pointed to the floating clusters of inheritance power,
and the ancient texts and swords placed on an altar.
Chu Yun was fine. Chu Tianming focused his attention on the stone tablet.
At this sight, his whole body trembled with excitement. This is the foundation left by our Chu family ancestors. Everyone in the Chu family went crazy with joy.
And looking at Chu Yun, it was as if looking at a precious treasure.
The D weapon left by the Chu family ancestors, voluntarily acknowledging Chu Yun as its master. What did this represent?
They naturally knew the Chu family's rise depended entirely on Chu Yun. Chu Yun still looked bewildered. She didn't know why she suddenly appeared here. And a small knife even acknowledged her as its master. And it was integrated into her dantian, currently being nourished. Yuner, this is the foundation left by our Chu family ancestors. How did you get here?
Chu Tianming asked excitedly. I seem to have heard some sound, as if someone was calling me.
I answered, and then I came here, Chu Yun said blankly.
Good, good, the rise of the Guochu family is hopeful. Chu Tianming was overjoyed.
Indeed, Chu Yun was the destined person of the Chu family.
The descendant chosen by the Chu family ancestors for this opportunity. This is the inheritance of Xinjing power.
A Chu family elder who had returned from the Deqin Empire looked at a cluster of power inheritance, extremely excited. The Guochu family is about to rise, everyone knew at this moment.
Why did the Zhao family and He family produce Xinjing experts so quickly?
It was because their family foundations had been opened. Third uncle, you should break through to Xinjing as soon as possible.
Chu Tianming looked at that elder. That elder was currently the strongest in the Chu family.
now that the situation in Nanzhou is turbulent.
The Qin kingdom is no longer the Qin kingdom of before. The Chu family's relationship with the other three families is different from before. A Xinjing expert must appear as soon as possible to prove it. Only if the Chu family has a Xinjing expert to prove it, can the Chu family be considered somewhat powerful. Good, with this inheritance, I will definitely be able to break through within half a month. At the same time, the Chu family elders all tacitly avoided mentioning the D weapon. The D weapon is on Chu Yun. This is a top secret of the Chu family. Once leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let alone Chu Yun's meager strength, even the entire Chu family couldn't protect the D weapon.
How many factions in the entire Nanzhou have? The Qin family has a D weapon. They knew that Qin Kayun, this empress, had extraordinary strength.
Who would dare to challenge his master?
The Zhao family and He family, if there are no accidents, also have D weapons. But whether they are still in the hands of the two families, or have returned to the Qin family, is unknown.
The matter of the Chu family's D weapon must absolutely not be leaked.
Fortunately, those who entered the Chu family foundation were all several elders. This matter could be kept secret, and the D weapon voluntarily acknowledged its master, and was integrated into Chu Yun's Dantian. As long as Chu Yun didn't actively reveal it, no one could discover it. Chu Tianming instructed Chu Yun,
telling her not to leak the D weapon. Grandpa, I know.
Besides, with my strength, I can't use it anyway.
Chu Yun nodded solemnly.
He understood the importance of the D weapon, and had already made a decision in his heart. Give the D weapon to Chu Xian. He couldn't let Grandpa and the others know. I gave the D weapon to 13th, Chu Yun thought silently. The Chu family foundation was opened, the entire ancestral land was sealed off. The three Hujing experts of the Chu family began to inherit the Xinjing power inheritance. Currently, only 3 of them had sufficient cultivation to inherit the Xinjing power.
Look carefully, this outwardly well-behaved and cute girl actually has a small knife hidden in her body.
And this seemingly ordinary small knife is actually a D weapon capable of shaking the entire Nanzhou. The girl's name is Chu Yun. 1 second she was refining pills in her room, the next second, this D weapon voluntarily acknowledged her as its master, and was integrated into her Dantian. Chu family elder Dingzhu Chu Yun told him not to leak the D weapon, and the day after coming out of the Chu family ancient ruin, Chu Yun came to the small courtyard, looking at Chu Xian mysteriously. 13th brother, I inherited a Chu family D weapon. Little girl is indeed full of fortune, she is the cornerstone of the Chu family's rise. Chu Xian chuckled and looked at Chu Yun.
13th brother, I want to give you the D weapon, I can't use it.
And it feels very dangerous on me. Chu Yun's small face was serious, chattering about how dangerous the D weapon was. If anyone found out, he would be in mortal danger, etc.
Chu Xian looked at him amusedly. Chu Yun spoke so seriously, it was nothing more than worrying that he wouldn't accept the D weapon. 13th brother, you must help me, the D weapon is yours. Don't tell anyone, okay?
Chu Yun finally said seriously. Alright, Chu Xian nodded. Chu Yun was overjoyed. Indeed, 13th brother was afraid she would be in danger.
He would definitely accept the D weapon.
Immediately, he wanted to take out the D weapon.
But the D weapon in his Dantian didn't move at all.
After trying several methods in succession, he still couldn't take out the D weapon. Suddenly, his small face paled. 13th brother, the D weapon can't be taken out.
This means the D weapon completely acknowledges you as its master. It will even protect you at critical moments, just keep it.
Chu Xian smiled and rubbed his small head. The D weapon carried Chu Xian's power. Not only could it help Chu Yun with her cultivation, it could also save her life at critical moments.
With Chu Xian's current first-level Xuanjing cultivation, no expert within the Daijing realm could harm Chu Yun. And Chu Xian left a soul-chasing imprint on the D weapon.
He could use this to locate and kill enemies with the soul-chasing Dao Bao.
Alright, Chu Yun couldn't take out the D weapon.
She returned to the ancestral home dejectedly. After returning to the ancestral home, she racked her brains again, trying every means, but still couldn't take out the D weapon. Only then did she give up.
The Chu family was exerting all its strength to strive for improvement. Suddenly, a piece of news came. All the Chu family elders were shocked. Song Yiming, the sect master of Jiujian Mountain, and his wife Song Pang
came to the Chu family to propose marriage, his wife Song Pang to marry Chu Yun, and they came aggressively, not in a friendly manner, to propose marriage.
Directly threatening. If it were before the Chu family foundation was opened, the Chu family elders might have considered whether to curry favor with Jiujian Mountain.
The Chu family foundation opened, inheritance D weapon acknowledged Chu Yun as its master.
How could they let Chu Yun marry the son of Jiujian Mountain?
Besides, the other party came aggressively, directly threatening. which made it even more unacceptable for the Chu family. Chu Yun was the hope for the Chu family's rise. Given the current situation, even if Chu Yun had someone she liked, the Chu family elders wouldn't agree to him.
Besides, they could only recruit a son-in-law. What to do? One of the elders looked at Chu Tianming with a grave expression. We can only ask the Qin family for help. Chu Tianming's face was grim. The elders were worried. Would the Qin family help? You know, currently, the relationship between the Qin kingdom and Zhejian Mountain is unusual. Would they offend the sect master of Zhejian Mountain for the Chu family?
But things had come to this. There was no other way, only to ask the Qin family for help.
Chu Yun was refining pills in the Chu family ancient ruin,
and didn't know the situation outside. And Chu Xian had already learned from Heiyue Tower's intelligence about Song Yiming bringing his son to the Chu family. The other party was unhurried, applying pressure step by step. The accompanying Zhejian Mountain disciples were taking control of one city after another in Chu Commandery.
Although they didn't attack or injure anyone, the meaning of their threat was self-evident. They're finally here. With a thought from Chu Xian, the entire Chu family ancestral land was within his domain. He also wanted to place a few chess pieces in Nanzhou, the game of Zhanma Valley. He was still interested. The opening of Zhanma Valley concerned the situation of the entire northern region. Many powerful factions were involved. The sect master of Zhejian Mountain was the chess piece Chu Xian wanted to place here with the Diqin Di Zun.
He placed a chess piece in the Diqin Di Palace. Qin
Kaiyun looked at the Chu family's players.
Shening didn't give an answer. Qin Pingshan opened his mouth several times, but then closed it again. Qin Kaiyun's thoughts, he couldn't guess. Whether to help the Chu family or not, was all in Qin Kaiyun's single thought. No one could sway it. This land has its own master. Qin Kaiyun waved her hand, letting Qin Pingshan retreat. Qin Pingshan sighed. Qin Kaiyun's status was becoming more and more prosperous. He was probably about to break through to Daijing. After Qin Pingshan left, Qin Kaiyun instructed the screen behind her, inform Zhejian Mountain, if Song Yiming dies, replace the sect master, and pretend nothing happened. The person behind the screen was clearly stunned.
Song Yiming died, shouldn't they seek revenge? How could they pretend nothing happened? Besides, did the Chu family have the ability to kill Song Yiming?
After a long while, he finally replied, yes. Chu Commandery sighed. Song Pang was restless. Father, let's go directly to the Chu family.
What if the Xuanqing grass is eaten? Song Yiming was unhurried. Panger, are you sure that girl is an alchemist? Certain, absolutely certain, and her alchemy talent might not be weak.
Song Pang nodded hurriedly. Although his talent was a bit lacking, he wasn't a brainless second generation.
To stabilize his position in Zhejian Mountain, he had tried every means.
What Zhejian Mountain lacked most was alchemists, so the first time, he wanted to obtain the Xuanqing Chao and the beauty, relying on himself being the sect master of Zhejian Mountain. In the future, his position will only become more stable, and the sect master's position isn't impossible to vie for. But his father was taking his sweet time, almost driving him mad with anxiety.
Even if he eventually married Chu Yun, without the Xuanqing grass, he couldn't improve his talent and aptitude. What sect master position could he even fight for?
Compared to Song Pang's anxiety,
Song Yiming indeed knew that being anxious was useless.
After so many days, the Xuanqing grass had probably already been used. He was now considering not Song Pang, this son of his, but if Chu Yun truly had outstanding alchemy talent, he would now have to consider how to cultivate his grandson. At the same time, Song Yiming was also waiting for the Qin family's reaction.
Before reaching the Chu family's territory, if the Qin family made no statement, then this trip would be smooth.
If the Qin family intervened, they would face some setbacks. The Qin family had close ties with Hong Fei, the great elder of Nine Sword Mountain. Moreover, the Qin state in Nine Sword Mountain seemed to have some connection. Even he, the sect master, didn't know much about it. That was something directly controlled by a few old undying figures of Nine Sword Mountain, matters he had no right to interfere with. Although he was the sect master, he was not the strongest in Nine Sword Mountain after all.
In this world, strength ultimately speaks.
Arriving at the Chu family's territory, no one from the Qin family appeared.
Song Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was smooth.
Chu Tianming and a group of clan elders stood before their territory, staring at Song Yiming and his son with ugly expressions. The Qin family had not responded at all, clearly not intending to help. Thinking of the relationship between the Qin state and Nine Sword Mountain, Chu Tianming and the others felt dejected.
The sect master of Nine Sword Mountain, a true expert of the Jin realm. What did the Chu family have to resist him? So far, the Chu family didn't even have a Jin realm expert. The Chu family's foundation had only recently been activated. Even the clan elders who had received Jin realm power infusion had not yet broken through to the Jin realm. Chu Xian also received the news and hurried over. He thought he should ask that mysterious senior to intervene. Facing the Chu family members, Song Yiming paid them no mind at all. Without even a single person at the Jin realm cultivation level, what could they use to resist him? Besides, he was the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain. Becoming in-laws with him was a great blessing for the Chu family. He just couldn't quite understand why the Chu family was unwilling. On second thought, his heart burned with excitement. The Chu family was reluctant to marry Chu Xian off, and even used this to curry favor with him, the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain. There was only one reason: Chu Xian's alchemy talent was unimaginably good. Concerning the rise of the Chu family. "Dad, it's him." Song Pang saw Chu Xian rushing over, excitedly pointing at Chu Xian, his eyes blazing. "Little beauty, you can't escape my grasp." Song Pang was extremely excited. Song Yiming suddenly roared angrily and slapped Song Pang across the face. "Shut up! Don't blink." This might be the most dangerous moment for Chu Xian since he started staying home. This demon expert who emerged from the demon bead, his soul was actually still at the peak of Jin realm cultivation. He didn't take Chu Xian seriously at all, and upon opening his mouth, demanded Chu Xian kneel and serve him. Just now, Song Pang, who had been slapped by his own father, was completely stunned, clutching his swollen face, looking dazedly at his old man. He didn't understand why his father suddenly hit him. The Chu family members were also stunned. Song Yiming, however, was terrified at this moment, his whole body trembling slightly, even his legs were shaking, and felt weak, almost unable to stop himself from kneeling on the ground. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Song Pang looked aggrieved. Slap. This time, Song Pang was directly thrown over the shoulder. Song Yiming roared angrily, "Hitting you? Is Miss Chu someone you can covet?" Song Yiming roared and slapped Song Pang again. "Why don't you take a piss and look at your own sorry state? Are you worthy of Miss Chu?" Chu Tianming and the others were dumbfounded. What was wrong with the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain? Why was he beating his own son? Look, his face was so swollen, if he kept hitting him, he'd turn into a pig's head. Seeing this, Chu Xian seemed to remember something. It must be that mysterious senior who intervened, warning the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain. Even the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain had to yield. That senior was too powerful, definitely at the D realm. Song Pang's entire body was being rubbed on the ground by his old man. His face was so round and swollen, his features were indistinguishable. "Help! Help! My dad's gone crazy." Song Pang struggled and cried for help, his voice muffled. He was terrified. His old dad might have gone crazy. If he didn't stop, he felt he might die. But no one noticed Song Yiming's forehead was covered in cold sweat. A terrifying pressure descended upon him, and it never dissipated. Song Yiming dared not stop, and could only grit his teeth and strike harder and harder. This pressure was 100 times stronger than those old undying figures from Nine Sword Mountain, 1,000 times. He panicked. He could only personally discipline and berate his own son. He was saving himself, trying to save himself, and also save his son. He thought of many things. No wonder the Qin state didn't incorporate the Chu family into the Qin family, didn't take the Chu family as vassals. It was all because the Chu family was hiding a great terror. Shortly after he stepped into the Chu family's territory, a mysterious and terrifying pressure fell upon him. The warning was clear. Chu Xian was speechless. Was there something wrong with the Nine Sword Mountain sect master's brain? "I was just putting pressure on you, warning you not to be presumptuous. And what was the result?" This guy frantically beat his own son, and verbally humiliated him to the extreme. Chu Xian highly suspected that son might not be his biological son. Everyone in the Chu family was completely dumbfounded. Originally, towards Song Pang who wanted to marry Chu Yun, they were extremely angry and disgusted. But now, looking at that guy beaten beyond recognition, they couldn't help but feel pity. What a pitiful fellow, to be tormented like this by his own father. Seeing Song Pang's miserable state, Chu Yun even felt it was unbearable to watch. Especially since Song Pang was still incoherently begging for help, struggling to raise his hands, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Help, save me." Crack. His hand was broken. That cracking sound, when the Chu family members heard it, their hands couldn't help but tremble. The Nine Sword Mountain sect master, has his poetic madness acted up? Should we stop him? What if he goes crazy and attacks us? No one can beat him. If you keep hitting him, he'll die. Chu Yun couldn't help but cautiously speak up. Song Yiming instantly cast a grateful look at him. That slight pressure receded. He kicked Song Pang. Still not thanking Miss Chu?
Song Yiming picked up Song Pang, his face full of sincerity. Miss Chu, don't worry. This piece of shit will not appear before you again. This bastard, I'll take him back and discipline him properly.
At this moment, Song Pang was overwhelmed with gratitude. Chu Yun's pretty face flushed red.
He was so miserable, all because of her.
And yet he had to thank her. It was quite embarrassing, but Song Yiming couldn't muster a single ill thought.
Instead, he was filled with respect and goodwill towards the person behind the scenes. It must be because that senior showed mercy, that's why I feel grateful, that's why I have good feelings towards him.
Song Yiming thought to himself.
He didn't feel anything was wrong at all. Unknowingly, he had been implanted with a soul seed by Chu Xian. Chu Xian didn't let him notice, nor did he release any will. Therefore, Song Yiming didn't know that he was already under someone's control. As long as his mind was not disturbed, Song Yiming would not notice that he had already been implanted with a soul response. He merely mistook it for Chu Xian showing mercy, so he felt respect and goodwill.
Song Yiming, this chess piece, Chu Xian had placed it. When to activate it,
whether to activate it, was still unknown.
The sect master of Nine Sword Mountain, his status and position were not low. With a stomp of his foot, Lanzhao would tremble.
Though not the strongest in Nine Sword Mountain, his status and position were not low.
At a critical moment,
he could also play a significant role. Subsequently, Song Yiming withdrew all the Nine Sword Mountain disciples. Chu County once again returned to the Chu family's control.
Daqin Imperial Palace.
Qin Kaiyan looked at the intelligence in her hand, her face full of disbelief.
Song Yiming actually didn't die?
It's just that his son looked beaten beyond human shape, but in reality, for a cultivator, he wasn't injured that severely. As long as the foundation wasn't damaged, it was all superficial wounds.
That handsome 13th young master of the Chu family, is he so soft-hearted? Qin Kaiyan's eyes lit up.
Could I perhaps go see him? He even showed mercy to the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain. He definitely wouldn't make things difficult for me, right?
The Chu family elders felt as if they were in a dream.
They had thought it was a great crisis for the Chu family, and were very pessimistically prepared to accept Chu Yun being forced to marry Song Pang.
Who would have thought it would end like this?
The sect master of Nine Sword Mountain suddenly went crazy, frantically beating and humiliating his own son, beating him beyond human recognition.
Was it a moral collapse, or a distortion of fatherly love, that led to this tragic scene? Chu Tianming always felt that Song Yiming's sudden fit of madness might be related to Chu Yun. But how could that be? He would have to ask privately.
You all say, could it be the deterrence of that empress?
A clan elder chimed in.
He had been brought back by Qin Kaiyan from the Daqin Empire. He had personally witnessed the power of that Daqin empress.
Impossible, right?
That empress is indeed powerful, but the sect master of Nine Sword Mountain wouldn't be so fearful
as to do something so crazy, would he? Chu Tianming expressed his doubts.
Besides, the relationship between the Qin state and Nine Sword Mountain was extraordinary. The experts stationed at the Qin state's border were still primarily from Nine Sword Mountain. Based on this relationship, no matter what, he wouldn't treat the Nine Sword Mountain sect master like this. And it's even more impossible for him to be so arrogant towards Nine Sword Mountain for the sake of the Chu family.
It's hard to say.
If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it's impossible to imagine that empresses might. That clan elder's expression was serious, extremely solemn. Hearing him say this, Chu Tianming and the others became suspicious. Could it really be the empress's secret intimidation? She still remembers old feelings, still thinking about Chu Yuan.
Chu Yuan, that bastard. Thinking of Chu Yuan, Chu Tianming couldn't help but roar again. Chu Yun stuck out her tongue. Third brother is not here anyway. If he comes back one day, it will be tough.
The matter of the Nine Sword Mountain sect master forcing marriage was like a farce. It ended without causing much stir. Those with good sources of information only knew that the Nine Sword Mountain sect master came aggressively and ended up carrying his son, beaten beyond recognition, back to Nine Sword Mountain. What exactly happened was not very clear. They only knew that Song Pang was beaten by his own father, beyond human recognition.
Many guessed it might be the deterrence of that Daqin empress.
Ziyue Prefecture of the Daqin Empire, formerly Ziyue State, now Ziyue Prefecture of the Daqin Empire.
In a certain mountain forest,
a desolate figure walked into a damp, dark cave. His eyes were filled with hatred, and there was a hideous scar on his face, running from top to bottom, across his entire face. It was clear that the injury from this scar almost took his life.
Hu Quan, once the leader of the evil cult in Zua state, was now down and out.
There was still an evil cult in Zua prefecture, but Hu Quan was not the leader of the Zua prefecture evil cult, nor was he one of the higher-ups. Instead, he was a marginal figure. Almost everyone had forgotten him, this leader of the Zua state evil cult. Other cult leaders, after stepping down, would always go to Xie Wang Ting to cultivate, becoming a member of Xie Wang Ting, even if just a pawn. Only he was expelled, abandoned. The root of all this was that the Zua state evil cult was almost completely wiped out. He, the leader, was extremely incompetent, making his backer a laughingstock among his peers.
Hu Quan was unwilling. Hu Quan was resentful.
He had thought of retaliating against his backer, however, the other party was too strong, with many subordinates.
How could he, at the mere peak of the Su realm, retaliate?
After much thought, the root cause of his downfall was all because of the Chu family.
Thus, his resentment towards the Chu family grew stronger and stronger, almost to the point of losing his sanity.
Recently, he was robbed. It had always been him, the evil cult leader, who committed murder and robbery.
When had he ever been robbed? Hu Quan was injured.
He felt his future was bleak.
Looking in the direction of Chu County, Hu Quan gritted his teeth. If not for the Chu family, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state?
The cause of everything lay with the Chu family. Hu Quan then thought that once he activated the demon blood bead, causing the Chu family to be contaminated and demonized,
and be exterminated by numerous powerful forces, his name, Hu Quan, would surely spread throughout Nanzhou.
Hu Quan felt the internal injuries in his body. He wouldn't live much longer. Even in death, he would drag the Chu family down with him.
Hu Quan made a decision.
He began to recuperate from his injuries, then rushed to Chu County. He had to hide himself and silently enter the Chu family's territory
to activate the demon blood bead.
The demon blood would contaminate the Chu family,
causing the Chu family to demonize. Anyone who demonized would be killed.
To be attacked by all sides was the iron rule of the human race. No power was an exception. Even Xie Wang Ting, upon discovering a demonized person, would kill them immediately. Finally, he arrived at Chu County,
gazing towards the Chu family's direction. Action tonight. This is Hu Quan's final madness.
After the Chu family experienced Son Yiming's forced marriage ceremony, they further realized the importance of strength. Everyone was holding back a surge of energy, fully dedicating themselves to arduous cultivation, to contribute to the rise of the Chu family. The defense of the ancestral land returned to normal. A guard captain from a neighboring area led Fan Jing guards patrolling the ancestral land. Outside the Chu family ancestral land,
a figure silently arrived.
Hu Quan's face was ferocious, his eyes filled with a crazed look. In his hand, he held a bead. At this moment, the bead seemed to be melting, turning crimson red, as if fresh blood was flowing inside. If one looked closely, one would find within that dark brown blood a faint figure. The demon blood bead was already activated. In a quarter of an hour, it would turn into demon blood filth, polluting the entire Chu family. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over. Hu Quan hadn't even reacted when he felt his body being lifted, and in the next moment, he appeared in a small courtyard. Chu Xian frowned, looking at Hu Quan. This guy, for so long, ever since obtaining the Chu family map he provided, had made no move. He had almost forgotten about him. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly appeared, and something was very wrong. Looking at the demon blood bead in Hu Quan's hand, he sensed a powerful polluting aura from within, as well as dense demonic energy. The blood of a demon, a condensed blood bead, and it wasn't ordinary demon blood. This guy, without a sound, suddenly wanted to bring something ruthless to the Chu family. Hu Quan was terrified. How did he get here? He had no power to resist. What kind of strength was this? But it was all too late. The demon blood bead was already activated. The other party couldn't stop it. Hu Quan became smug. Swallow him. Chu Xian waved his hand, letting the spirit-devouring flower swallow Hu Quan. As for the demon blood bead, naturally, it was swallowed together. For the spirit-devouring flower, demon blood was a great tonic. It was not affected by the pollution of demon blood. The spirit-devouring flower's roots instantly spread and engulfed Hu Quan. In a short while, Hu Quan disappeared from the world. But that demon blood bead was thrown out. Whoosh! Suddenly, the demon blood bead erupted with a powerful aura. A figure with short horns on its head, ears pricked high, and a ferocious face emerged. The spirit-devouring flower was directly thrown aside by the opponent. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed.
A demon expert's soul. He waved his hand. The Zhoutian Qiankuan formation covered the area, concealing the small courtyard from the outside. A great battle was imminent. Chu Xian and Ding Yu were alarmed by the powerful demonic might, both opening their eyes. A demon's soul. Chu Xian exclaimed. Had ha! This eminence has finally emerged. Human brat, kneel.
The demon soul then looked at Chu Xian, smiling even more wickedly.
Human girl, you're quite pretty. Kneel and relieve this eminence's urges. If I'm pleased, I'll preserve your consciousness. Peakshan realm, or perhaps this half-step Tian realm soul. At his peak, he was probably a Tian realm demon expert. Chu Xian's face turned pale. Such a powerful demon soul, can Sir handle him? Kid, that fine skin of yours? This eminence wants it. The demon soul looked at Chu Xian, cackling as it pounced. It wanted to seize Chu Xian's body. Oomph, insolent.
Chu Xian snorted coldly, raising his hand and pressing down. Profound runes spread, forming a special domain. If it were a Tian realm expert, I might have some reservations.
Just a mere soul, what are you being so arrogant for here?
Never be fooled by this red elf's sunny and handsome appearance. He was the one who invaded Beiyu Nanzhou back then, in that human demon war that changed the fate of the Nanzhou continent for thousands of years.
A Tian realm demon who didn't even perish.
Just now, facing the demon's aggressive pounce, Chu Xian snorted coldly,
raised his hand and pressed down.
Profound runes spread, forming a special domain.
The Feng Tian gene method. Manhwa instantly felt his power was sealed in an instant.
His domain power couldn't be unleashed either. What shocked him even more was, all his powers, including various secret techniques, were nullified. He even felt his soul was gradually losing its thoughts, losing consciousness.
How is this possible? Who exactly is he? Why is he so powerful? Could it be that this place isn't Beiyu Nanzhou? Manhwa was terrified.
He could only watch helplessly as his soul was continuously compressed.
I am unwilling. I am unwilling, ah! I even escaped the war of invading Nanzhou with my life, yet I will die here? Why am I not in Nanzhou? Why? Who brought me away from Nanzhou?
Manhwa roared inwardly, wanting to struggle, but it was all useless. In Chu Xian's shocked gaze, that immensely powerful demon, Manhwa, was suppressed by Chu Xian with a mere wave of his hand. Just by raising his hand and pressing down, he compressed and suppressed Manhwa.
So effortlessly, easier than swatting a mosquito. Chu Xian was deeply shaken.
Sir's power was beyond imagination.
Chu Xian looked at Manhwa, compressed into a ball in his palm.
He was curious if Manhwa was related to the demons from the first battle of Zhanma Valley.
Just a wisp of soul was so powerful. At his peak, he wouldn't be considered weak even among Tian realm experts, right? Should he directly kill him? Chu Xian hesitated.
Such a powerful Manhwa, it would be a bit of a waste to kill him directly.
But to seal him, he would have to personally suppress him. This world didn't seem to have Buddhism.
Otherwise, if he converted this Manhwa, turning him into his loyal servant.
With Chu Xian's current strength,
the success rate of planting a soul response in Manhwa was not high. After all, Manhwa's realm was much higher. Chu Xian frowned, pondering how to deal with Manhwa.
This was very likely a demon who invaded Nanzhou back then. An expert would surely know the secrets of the Zhanma battle, especially regarding news of human traitors.
Precisely because of this, Chu Xian didn't want to directly kill Manhwa. Just as Chu Xian was preparing to cut Manhwa, dividing him into several pieces, to weaken Manhwa's power and then control them one by one,
the system's voice rang out.
Suppressing a Tian realm Manhwa with one hand.
Reward, Sanchur Buddhist Sutra, Jingshur Liuli Pagoda. Tian realm Manhwa? Sure enough, even the system identified him as a Tian realm Manhwa.
This showed that this Manhwa, at his peak, was a Tian realm expert.
Chu Xian checked the rewards.
The Sanchur Buddhist Sutra was a cultivation treasure of Buddhism, divided into the past Randang Sutra, the present Rulai Sutra,
and the future Mile Sutra.
The three sutras contained numerous Buddhist divine abilities in cultivation, talismanic power. It had a converting effect. After looking at the Sanchur Buddhist Sutra, Chu Xian hesitated for a moment.
He still received the infusion. Mastering Buddhist techniques didn't mean he was really a monk.
He just treated it as cultivating an additional path. After comprehending the Sanchur Buddhist Sutra, a vast Buddhist light rippled from Chu Xian's body. The Buddhist light fell upon Manhwa, and a sizzling sound was heard. Manhwa seemed like snow-meeting fire, constantly melting.
Ding Yu and Chu Xian stared blankly. Chu Xian at this moment gave off a solemn, vast, soul-cleansing, sacred aura. That golden glow seemed to contain some mysterious power. Looking at Manhwa in his hand again, Chu Xian already had a way to deal with him. With a flip of his palm, a small 3-story pagoda appeared, the Jingshi Liuli Pagoda. A Buddhist treasure, it can purify the world's filth, purify demonic energy, and transform all filth into pure Buddhist power. It can also suppress all demons and monsters. Chu Xian threw Manhwa into the first layer of the Jingshi Liuli Pagoda. Go in and reform yourself properly. Waiting for Manhwa to be converted, by then, he would have one more loyal Buddhist disciple under him. And one converted from a demon, no less. Chu Xian couldn't help but ponder at this moment whether to spread the Buddhist methods. Buddhist Dharma had a powerful restraining effect on demons. Once it spread, demons would frantically counterattack, right? They might even want to eat him alive. Better wait until his strength was greater, and decide based on the temporary situation. Staying at home, not stepping out, spreading talismans, becoming a patriarch, the system's rewards should be good, right? Thinking this, Chu Xian was tempted. However, spreading Buddhist cultivation methods required suitable candidates. At least their talent couldn't be poor. Spreading Buddhist methods was temporarily unfeasible, he could only wait for the right time. Chu Xian glanced at the shocked Chu Xianer, and Dingyu waved his hand, don't make a fuss. It's just a small Manhwa. Chu Xianer took a deep breath. Sir's strength is beyond imagination. Even such a powerful Manhwa was easily suppressed. His strength must be at least Tian realm, right? Dingyu was even more excited. Master is indeed formidable. I must cultivate diligently, strive to break through the first gate of Kendo as soon as possible. He felt he was about to break through the first gate of Kendo. In his heart, the figure of his childhood sweetheart, this beloved, was already gradually blurring. Dingyu believed that before long, he could completely forget his past, escape the sea of love suffering, and dedicate himself solely to Kendo. Master was right. Only by breaking through the 3 gates of Kendo can one step onto the supreme path of Kendo. Dingyu's gaze was firm. After suppressing Manhwa, the peaceful days resumed. Chu Xian listened to Chu Xianer every day, read about interesting events happening across Nanzhou. Let me out! Damn it! In the first layer of the Jingshi Liuli Pagoda, Manhwa was bound by golden chains of light. Buddhist light enveloped him, constantly eroding and converting him. The surging demonic energy in his body was suppressed within, unable to erupt. Manhwa was shocked. He was a Tian realm soul, his demonic power beyond imagination. That vast golden light could actually suppress him. The suppression of any kind of power is actually not absolute, it's even mutual. When did the human race develop such a powerful and mysterious force? Too terrifying. Manhwa was terrified. He was very worried. If this continued, he would definitely be tormented by that chanting, losing himself. Amidst the complex chanting, he currently only understood one sentence: lay down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha on the spot. Good. Let me out, human brat. Do you want to start a war between our 2 races? My demon race is strong. Once war begins, your human race's 5 domains may not be safe. Manhwa continuously roared threats. In the end, he chickened out. Let me go, please, I beg you. I can't take it anymore. Please stop that sound. I'm going to collapse. Grandpa, I'll even call you Grandpa. Spare me. I'll acknowledge you as master, be your servant, okay? Master, just spare Manhwa. In the end, Manhwa was actually crying and calling him master. Chu Xian looked at the begging Manhwa, unmoved. After this period of erosion, 1/3 of Manhwa's demon soul had turned into a Buddhist soul. It shone with golden light, majestic and solemn. He looked like an enlightened monk. Converting a demon expert into a Buddha, just thinking about it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Looking at the half-demon, half-Buddha Manhwa, Chu Xian couldn't help but have some new ideas. If he turned the demon race into a Buddhist race, what would happen? Just thinking about it was exciting. This meant he would directly control a strong race, or even create a new race. From then on, there would be no demon race in the world, only the Buddhist race. If he truly accomplished this feat, the system's reward would definitely be beyond imagination. One step at a time, no rush. After Manhwa is converted, he could learn about the demon race's situation, then slowly plan. Thinking that not long after, he would have a devout Buddhist disciple under him, Chu Xian was excited. How about after Manhwa is converted? He wouldn't be called Manhwa anymore, but Fachuo, the first Buddha in this world. Manhwa was still crying and begging for mercy. He felt like he was going crazy.
The erosion of the vast golden light was secondary, that chanting was the truly terrifying part.
Ordinary chanting.
Perhaps one could seal their five senses, not listen, not hear, and block out interference. However, this chanting of scriptures was implanted directly into the soul. It was impossible to block or exclude.
Simply terrifying.
Chu Xian even suspected that Buddhist conversion was achieved by constant nagging and chanting, making people collapse.
And then they are converted? Who the hell can stand that?
Having a voice buzzing in one's ear incessantly, let alone chanting that emerged directly from the soul's consciousness.
Manhwa's pleas were useless.
Over time, for some unknown reason, Manhwa would occasionally blurt out a line or two of Buddhist scripture. It was a completely subconscious act. He knew his thoughts and consciousness were beginning to be affected. Occasionally, he found himself lowering his gaze and chanting Amitba.
Too terrifying.
The man, merely because he stepped in with his left foot first, was slapped to death by Xia Wang. And the aloof Xia Wang, merely because of a glance, was so frightened he knelt on both knees.
Just now,
in the main hall of the Shewang Palace, the current Xia Wang sat on his throne, his expression grim.
Ever since being severely injured by Qin Kaiyun,
his temper had become much more volatile. Originally, Xia Wang, who gave the impression of being cold and deeply scheming, after the trend of storming the Shewang Palace occurred, the impression he gave changed to irritable, impulsive, and easily angered. After being decisively defeated by Qin Kaiyun, this impression deepened. And every day he wore a dark face, as if someone had planted Hulunber on his head.
Xia Wang's attendants were extremely cautious every day, not daring to breathe too loudly, fearing that some movement,
or a slightly louder breath, would displease Xia Wang, and they would be slapped to death. Even when entering, they had to consider whether to step in with the left foot or the right foot first. Not long ago, an unlucky fellow encountered Xia Wang when he was in an extremely bad mood, and came to report something.
As a result,
Xia Wang said, "How dare you step in with your left foot first? Die."
He was slapped to death.
It was tragic. Now, if Xia Wang was in an extremely bad mood, the attendants wouldn't even go to report things, fearing they would be slapped to death by Xia Wang because of the left or right foot issue.
Is Chu County truly not under Qin state's jurisdiction? Did the Qin family really exclude the Chu family?
Is this true?
Xia Wang asked coldly. Reporting to your majesty, this matter is true. There is no trap or conspiracy.
Standing below was Chang Dianfeng, one of the 108 evil scholars of Shewang Ting. In Shewang Ting, apart from Xia Wang's lineage, there were 10 great evil marshals, 36 evil generals, and 108 evil scholars,
representing the peak experts of Shewang Ting. Xia Wang frowned and pondered. Chu County was located within the Qin state, its geographical position excellent.
If we secretly infiltrate Chu County and control the Chu family, then we will have another hidden card to counter Qin Kaiyun.
Compared to Song Yiming, how is your strength? Xia Wang looked at Chang Dianfeng. Slightly inferior, Chang Dianfeng answered truthfully. Song Yiming's marriage proposal failed, indicating that the Chu family had some substance.
Chang Dianfeng, after all, was only an evil scholar, not even an evil general. Naturally, he was no match for Song Yiming.
It's better if I go personally to be safe.
Xia Wang nodded, not surprised by this.
Xia Wang quietly left
the Shewang Palace, personally heading to Chu County in the Qin state. After a few days of investigation, he confirmed that there was no possibility of an ambush in Chu County. There were no strong individuals, not even at the He realm. The Chu family seemed to have withdrawn their forces, entering a dormant period. They appeared very low-key. Night fell, Xia Wang began to head towards the Chu family's ancestral land. Since the Qin state rejects your Chu family, then come and join my Shewang Ting.
Xia Wang sneered coldly.
He came this time to silently gain control of the Chu family. Operating at night made it less likely to be exposed. In the room, Chu Xian yawned, about to go back to his room to sleep.
With his strength, there was no issue of being tired or not.
But he was used to looking at the soul tempering diagram, cultivating his soul power, and slowly drifting into sleep.
This was life.
Suddenly, outside the Chu family ancestral land, a figure silently appeared. It was actually a half-step D-realm expert. Although much weaker than Qin Kaiyun, he was considerably stronger than Song Yiming.
Moreover, a hidden evil path power lurked within this person.
He was undoubtedly an evil cultivator. Chu Xian had a ridiculous thought.
This guy, could he be that Xia Wang from Shewang Ting? Personally taking action against the Chu family? How about I bring him over to help me sleep?
Ha ha ha.
Xia Wang merely glanced at the small courtyard ahead, intending to continue forward. However, as his figure moved, the scene before his eyes changed. He appeared in that small courtyard. Before him was a handsome young man, sitting on a reclining chair, leisurely and carefree. Gulp! Xia Wang swallowed, feeling his scalp tingle. His muscles tensed instantly. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. What does this mean? Where am I? Chu Xian yawned, glanced at the terrified Xia Wang. You're Xia Wang, right? Xia Wang's body trembled. This person seems to be cursing me, but why don't I dare to get angry at all? What realm is this, to have such means? To bring me, a half-stepped realm, here without my knowledge? What to do? Should I beg for mercy? I am Xia Wang, wouldn't begging for mercy be too shameful? Why don't you answer? Seeing Xia Wang standing there, Chu Xian asked coldly. In an instant, Xia Wang's mind raced. With a thud, he knelt on both knees. Bowing his head, this lowly one is indeed Xia Wang. This lowly one deserves to die. Just now, observing Sir's magnificent figure, I couldn't help but feel admiration, and forgot to answer Sir's question. And it must be a guidance from the unseen that led me to Chu County to visit Sir. I want the truth. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. The dignified Xia Wang, the contemporary Xia Wang, sneaking around late at night to visit Chu Tianming? That old man? You're kidding me. Xia Wang trembled all over. This lowly one was ignorant of his own limitations, vainly attempting to control the Chu family, to stab the Qin state. Senior, please spare my life. My life is important. Dignity, whatever. I don't care. Xia Wang comforted himself thus. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes, silent for a long while, then asked, seeing as you're somewhat honest, answer my 3 questions truthfully, and I'll consider sparing your life. Yes, yes, yes. This lowly one will certainly tell all he knows, and speak without reservation. Xia Wang clasped his hands, speaking respectfully. First, do you know of the Duchin Emperor? Xia Wang was taken aback, not knowing why the other party asked this. But he dared not conceal anything, nodding repeatedly. Organizing his thoughts, this lowly one doesn't know much. It is rumored that the Duchin Emperor once unified Nanzhou, and established the Duchin Empire, the largest nation in the northern region. To Chu Xian's surprise, he had thought Xia Wang would know more. Turns out, he didn't know much either. Unable to get much information about the Duchin Emperor, Chu Xian asked again, second, what do you know about Manhwa Valley? Xia Wang was very flustered. He didn't know much about these ancient secrets. What if the other party felt he was worthless, and slapped him to death? Cold sweat dripped from Xia Wang's forehead. He dared not raise his hand to wipe it, remaining bowed, not daring to breathe too loudly. It is rumored that Manhwa Valley was the battlefield where the ancient demon race invaded Nanzhou, and a great war erupted. Because all participants were Tian realm experts, the battlefield collapsed into the Nanzhou spatial rift. Thus, the earth veins collapsed, and the rules are incomplete. But there's news that in 20 to 30 years, Manhwa Valley will open. After speaking, Xia Wang nervously peeked at Chu Xian. Chu Xian closed his eyes, seemingly in thought. It seems this Xia Wang, indeed didn't know much about the events of that year. Then, are there other experts in your Xie Ting? Chu Xian pondered, whose scheme is Xie Ting a part of? Besides me, there is also my uncle. But he is in seclusion year-round. Xia Wang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to answer honestly. With the other party's terrifying strength, if he really wanted to destroy Xie Ting, they couldn't resist. It was better to confess honestly. Chu Xian understood. That would be the old Xia Wang, the strongest in Xie Ting. There were even rumors outside that he had successfully broken through to the D realm through some secret technique. Then let's give him a double soul response, and collect the old Xia Wang along the way. He had asked what needed to be asked. Chu Xian waved his hand, a force entered Xia Wang's body, simultaneously planting a soul response in Xia Wang. All right, you can go. This eminence bestows a gift upon you. Take it back and show it to your uncle as well. Yes, yes, master's reward, Xia Wang said respectfully. His heart was in turmoil. He had been controlled just like that. Even more tragically, his mind was clearly lucid, his consciousness clear. Yet he couldn't resist that unseen will. And towards this young man before him, he was actually filled with respect and goodwill, unable to harbor any ill thoughts. Xia Wang left. Chu Xian didn't force Xia Wang to go and trick the old Xia Wang. There was no need. Let nature take its course. Not even D realm, not worth Chu Xian's attention. Controlling Xiao Wang was just a preparatory measure. Perhaps it could be useful for the Jianma Valley situation. Can you believe it? That once terrifying Xiewan Palace has now become a popular check-in spot for martial artists, a trending attraction. Even the guards are openly offering group deals, and there are several packages to choose from. Just now, Xiao Wang left the Chu family ancestral land, finally breathing a sigh of relief. His life was finally saved. However, Master is truly too good to me. Even now, I can still feel his concern for me. So I must thoroughly implement Master's rectification policy, and absolutely not fail Master's earnest teachings. It's just that from now on, he, Xiao Wang, is someone else's servant. It's all Chang Dianfeng's fault for his poor intelligence gathering, causing me to personally come to the Chu family and nearly lose my life. Xie Wang Ting is too weak, and all those evil cultivator bastards are angering me. Hurry home and start rectifying. Xiao Wang had just returned to Xie Wang Ting. When he saw people planning to storm the Xie Palace, he nearly exploded with anger on the spot. If it weren't for these bastards constantly storming the Xie Palace, fiercely provoking his authority, causing him to become irritable, he wouldn't have fallen at the hands of the mere Chu family. Thinking this, Xiao Wang looked at the surrounding evil cultivators, and felt that this group of people was utterly detestable, deserving death. The rectification of Xie Wang Ting would begin with this group of bastards. On the other side, the number of people storming the Xie Palace increased. The guards of the Xie Palace also became numb. Seeing someone storming the Xie Palace, they merely dealt with it symbolically, with no intention of killing. Nowadays, storming the Xie Palace has become a must-do activity for evil cultivators visiting the capital of Xie Ting. Little Liang, why hasn't your Xiao Wang appeared recently? Could it be that the Daqin Empress just beat him up, and he's sulking now? I was hoping to use Xiao Wang's hand to become famous again. Ha 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 ha. In the crowd, a rebellious-looking man was arrogantly bragging. The business-savvy guard immediately told him, "That's not a problem, I have a way." The man immediately became interested. "Good brother, quickly tell me. My cousin was just killed by Xiao Wang last month. The next day, his home was filled with banners. Now he's even been named a model evil cultivator of the immortal realm. I want that too, bro. That's too easy. Get a package." The guard blurted out, clearly having sold such packages many times before. The man was stunned. What? Packages? There are packages? Ha ha ha, we've been professionally leading tours for many years. Brother Lu, let me show you the flyer first. The guard then pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. Falling into the heroic assault on Xie Palace nanny-level package. The man's small eyes darted around. Is this really okay? Brother Lu, look at this package A. Xie Palace half-day tour, 2,000 spirit crystals, comes with free snacks. The guard, seeing the man was tempted, hurriedly introduced, Brother Lu, now look at this package B. Xie Palace Evil Scholar Full Escort Tour, 8,000 spirit crystals. Brother Lu, you know the status of an evil scholar here. That's definitely prestigious when word gets out. After hearing about package B, the man was already dancing with joy. The guard suddenly looked serious, but this last item, I must speak to you seriously about it. Regarding the fee. The man listened excitedly. Why do you care so much? Package B is already like that. Wouldn't package C be even more amazing? Stop dawdling. Hurry up and tell me, little brother. Money is no object. Alright, Brother Lu, listen carefully. Storming Xie Palace Ultimate Package C. View Xiao Wan's previously used foot basin for 5 minutes. Can use soul power to commemorate. Fee, 500,000 spirit crystals. Also includes a pair of chopsticks once used by Xiao Wang. Limited spots, first come, first served. The guard became more excited as he spoke. Perfect. A very perfect package. Simply flawless. It's practically tailor-made for me. Just as the man was about to pay, a loud bang. The powerful aura terrified all the evil cultivators, their faces paling. Xiao Wang has made a move. What's going on? Xiao Wang actually made a move. A small group in the crowd felt something was wrong, and frantically scrambled, wanting to get away from this place of trouble. Xie Palace, you think you can come and go as you please? And leave whenever you want? An invisible force twisted everyone together. The onlooking crowd, seeing Xiao Wang even kill the guards, their faces all changed, but it was too late. A giant dark purple energy ball crashed straight towards the crowd. The terrifying aura made it impossible to look directly. Before they could see clearly,
They were sent flying dozens of meters by the pressure surrounding the purple sphere.
When the halo of light dissipated, Xia Wang appeared. That terrifyingly powerful energy ball was actually Xia Wang. His half-step realm aura was fully exposed. You bunch of ants and worms, what do you take my Xia Wang palace for? A public toilet? Ignorant rats. Colluding internally and externally. Do you even have me, Xia Wang, in your eyes?
Xia Wang sneered, clenched his fists, and fiercely exerted his power.
He suddenly roared, "You all deserve to die."
The half-step realm aura erupted, and he struck towards the crowd with a raised hand.
Boom! Instantly, a dozen evil cultivators perished. The others were terrified and wanted to flee, however, Xia Wang was enraged. How could he let them escape? His domain spread out at this moment. A sharp, dark sword emerged from the ground, instantly slaying dozens of people. Your Majesty Xia Wang, what are you doing? Everyone panicked.
Facing the crazed Xia Wang, no one here could resist. In just a short moment, more than half were slain.
Is this a slaughterhouse? Xia Wang, his own people. An evil marshal was pressed to the ground, prostrating himself. His terrified pupils filled with fear. No, I must quickly go to the palace and report. Xia Wang, he's gone mad. The scene shifts to the east courtyard of Shewang Palace.
A young man with pink long hair and a devilish aura was humming a little tune.
A figure flew over rapidly. Young Lord Xia Wang, His Majesty Xia Wang is indiscriminately slaughtering. Our high-level evil cultivators have suffered heavy casualties. If we don't stop him, I'm afraid our Shewang Palace will. Little Xia Wang glanced at the person. What's the use of finding me? Go find someone who can suppress my dad.
Biao never dreamed that this seemingly delicate pink-haired young man was actually a brutally violent pervert. Since the following plot is too gory, Biao and this adorable pink-haired little evil king will be frightened for everyone. The little evil king just took a quick glance, and the scene shifts to the entrance of an catacomb deep within the evil king palace.
This cave mansion is precisely where the old evil king undergoes secluded cultivation. Reporting, Your Majesty old evil king, the evil king has gone mad, indiscriminately slaughtering evil cultivators outside the palace and our own people. High-level evil cultivators have suffered heavy casualties. If you don't intervene, our evil king pavilion will be doomed.
An evil marshal, clinging to a sliver of hope, knelt before the platform.
It's getting more and more outrageous.
A hoarse and majestic voice came from the catacomb.
Looking at the family's inherited pink hair, one knows this person is the old evil king.
He is a member of the evil king lineage, his identity being the evil king's granduncle. He has been obsessed with cultivation his whole life, but the world's rules are incomplete, and he has never been able to break through to the emperor realm.
He wanted to leave Nanzhou,
but was prevented, so he had to go into seclusion to seek a breakthrough by other means. He has no children his entire life, so he passed the title of evil king to his own nephew. He didn't expect such an absurd thing to happen shortly after he went into seclusion. The catacomb door opened, and gusts of wind swept in.
That evil marshal shivered and cowered in a corner. A towering figure walked out.
A ferocious aura surged forth. The old evil king had come out of seclusion. The old evil king looked up at the battle outside the royal palace and snorted coldly. More and more outrageous. He was furious. With a move, he left a large crater in the ground, and he had already appeared outside the royal palace.
Ha 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 ha. Reorganizing the evil king pavilion will start with you ants and vermin.
Over here, the evil king was on a killing spree, completely unaware of the old evil king above him.
Stop. The old evil king roared angrily. A powerful pressure descended from the sky, and everyone stopped. The evil king's expression changed drastically. The old evil king was out of seclusion. It was completely beyond his expectations. Nephew, look what you are doing.
The old evil king looked at the devastated evil king palace, furious, instantly transforming into a roaring emperor. The evil king, however, calmly tossed the ant in his hand aside. By order of the Lord, I am reorganizing the evil king pavilion.
His eyes were full of justification.
The old evil king beside him was stunned.
My evil king pavilion has dominated Nanzhou for thousands of years. When did we ever have a lord?
Seeing his uncle looking confused, the evil king quickly pointed to his own forehead.
Look at my memory.
I was just busy reorganizing the ants and forgot to tell you, uncle.
The Lord also gave me a gift, and said to let me show you when I got back. Look at my forehead. Forehead? The old evil king was even more confused. Could this guy's brain really be fried?
Who would have thought that a clear, blood-red rune would suddenly appear on the evil king's forehead?
It's a soul seed mark. The old evil king's body trembled. A dazzling light blinded him, making it impossible to look directly. In just an instant, a soul seed mark was planted into his divine soul. The evil king looked at the old evil king. The old evil king also looked at the evil king. The two of them were silent for a long while. "Uncle, how do you feel?" The evil king spoke first. "Pretty good." "Then why did you slaughter the experts of the royal court?" The old evil king asked casually. "I want to reorganize the royal court." The evil king's face was serious. The old evil king was silent for a moment, his two hands clasped tightly together. These various evil marshals, evil generals, and evil warriors had a bad premonition. Again? And even the old evil king supported it. Then who could restrain the evil king? Everyone foresaw that the days to come might not be easy. Dark clouds cannot completely obscure the stars. It was late at night, but the evil king palace was brightly lit, and the sound of voices was deafening. Lying on the bed, Chu Xian was leisurely picking his nose. He originally thought that after the evil king pavilion, Dakian would come to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, there was no movement, which was a bit disappointing.
Now, all major forces are waiting for the Jianma Valley to open. Chu Xian looked up, his eyes gleaming.
The rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhou are recovering.
And as the rules are repaired, the cultivation speed of Nanzhou warriors has also gradually increased. Dingyu is indeed the child of destiny of contemporary Nanzhou, and with the terrifying talent of the Tianqing Jianmai, he is now at the third level of the Void Realm. These two little pets have also greatly increased their cultivation. Tianmei Miao is at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, Han Tian Jinpeng at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. And Ran Lao's understanding of Yin Yang He Xinjiang has also made considerable progress. His strength has taken a step forward. Although he hasn't reached the divine realm, he is not far off. Seeing everyone making progress, Chu Xian also felt he needed to break through again. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of being a teacher. The 5-year period has arrived. Chu Xian was extremely excited, waiting for the system's reward. You have stayed home for 5 years and enjoyed the pleasure of staying home. Reward, 1 portable small world. A portable small world. Chu Xian was stunned, followed by ecstasy. A small world, this is not comparable to a Qinkuan space. The system really understands me, knowing what I lack and sending it. The portable small world can grow. An entrance can be opened in the real space, and can also be closed at any time. The time difference with reality can be adjusted. It needs spirit veins or Dao luck to nourish various cultivation resources, rare treasures, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chu Xian was thrilled and immediately claimed the reward. The first thing he thought of was that with the small world, he could cultivate strong individuals in a very short time. Because here, he can adjust the time difference with the real world. Meaning, staying in the small world for a year, only a day would pass in reality. System products are indeed awesome. It seems Dingyu and Chu Xian can be elevated to the true realm in a very short time. Chu Xian actually transformed into a creator. Not only can he create everything here, he can even control time. Just now, the reward for staying home for 5 years arrived as scheduled. It was actually a portable small world. The small world is rich in resources, with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The spiritual energy is even denser than in Nanzhou. Cultivation speed is faster. Chu Xian called Chu Xian and Dingyu out from the Qinkuan space. This is a small world. Go in and cultivate. Chu Xian and Dingyu were extremely shocked, looking at the shimmering, fiery little ball, their eyes wide. There's a small world inside? Where did this small world come from? World-honored one, this is making a fuss. How can you cultivate the supreme sword Dao, if a mere small world makes you lose your composure like this? If a peerless beauty who has captivated ages were before you, what would you do then? Xian He scolded. Dingyu was immediately ashamed. His state of mind was ultimately too immature. He lost his composure so easily. Master is right to reprimand. Chu Xian was in a good mood. Scolding disciples is also a pleasure. Go on in. 1 year inside is but a day in reality. Strive to break through the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Dingyu chuckled, and quickly entered the small world. Chu Xian's rosy little mouth gaped open, her face full of shock as she followed him in. In the small world, there is a giant tree, situated on the highest peak of this world. The giant tree looks very ordinary, not at all like a spiritual plant or treasure tree. Chu Xian introduced to the two of them, it's called the Pingfan tree. It is the most precious treasure in the small world. This tree has only one unique feature: it is indestructible. Whether it's Earth-grade weapons or Heaven-grade weapons, even divine weapons or Tao artifacts cannot destroy this tree. Weapons made from its wood will be exceptionally sharp, and no Tao artifact can destroy them.
Chu Xian actually cared a lot about this tree.
After all, it's currently the most precious treasure in his small world. In fact, if used properly, the pingfan tree is still very powerful. Don't look at this tree being thousands of meters tall, it's actually still a seedling and hasn't fully grown.
Even as a seedling, it still possesses the characteristic of being indestructible.
Chu Xian already had a premonition that she could soon break through to the Emperor realm, and even break through to the revered realm.
Master is too awesome, isn't he? What realm is he at, exactly? Such heaven-defying things seem to come wholesale.
With such an opportunity, I must seize it tightly. After breaking through to the revered realm, I'll return to Zhongzhou to suppress the Su family, and fiercely slap those bastards in the face. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more excited she became, wishing she could immediately return to Zhongzhou to take revenge.
Chu Xian's mouth twitched. What is this girl doing? Dreaming of a powerful rise and slaughtering in all directions? Young people's state of mind is just poor. Chu Xian's pretty face blushed, and she whined coquettishly, "Master." Chu Xian ignored her coquetry. Only by being detached from external things can one reach the peak. Motivation is good, but one must not be too attached to desires. Understand?
Yes, Master.
Chu Xian looked at Chu Xian with a resentful expression, but the two little ones are gone. They went to make friends.
Chu Xian showed a motherly smile and looked into the distance.
8,972.
These two little ones haven't seen such a vast grassland in a long time.
Completely disregarding their emperor-level status, they were like children at a playground. The little cuties on the grassland didn't yet know what heaven and earth were. Looking at the two of them with bewildered faces. The next second, 8978.
Seeing this, the three parents were too embarrassed to speak, breaking out in a cold sweat.
You two little ones. Chu Xian could no longer remain calm.
His eyes blazed with the fire of unmet expectations. With a roar, "Stop it, both of you."
The next second, he was holding a bird in his left hand and a cat in his right. I just let you two go down to have fun and make friends. Why are you bullying and hurting others? You two need to be more amicable. The demonic beasts and spirit beasts in here are no match for you two. You can play around, but no dirty tricks, understand?
Chu Xian earnestly educated the two emperor-level pets.
Finally, he didn't forget to remind them, you are the big brothers here, you must protect your little brothers, understand?
Seeing this, the two behind him couldn't stop laughing.
Chu Xian didn't even turn his head. You two shouldn't gloat either. Cultivation is the right path. But the next second, he was overcome by physiological needs.
He turned his head to look at the two of them. But before cultivating, we still need to fill our stomachs.
Ding Yu quickly chimed in. That's right, that's right.
Master, I've long noticed your sheep here are quite fat.
That sturgeon isn't bad either.
Master, Chu Xian also wanted to order. As soon as her voice fell, the two of them flew towards the food they had already set their sights on.
You two, hurry up. I'm all ready, glutton.
Chu Xian took out his portable chopsticks and bowl, urging them on. The scene changes.
Three fat figures are lying on the grass, constantly burping. You are enjoying the cozy time at home, and have realized that staying home can also be a luxurious enjoyment. Reward, a complete compendium of delicacies. Time Phantom triggered a random system reward.
Chu Xian, who was lying flat at this moment, could only give the system a big thumbs up.
Perfect. 9,010.
What terrifying strength is this, to actually be able, with a vermilion bird charging from the front,
and a white tiger ambushing from behind, in such a desperate situation, to single-handedly repel two divine beasts? Could it be the legendary reincarnation of the yellow dragon? The man's name is Chu Xian.
Relying on the generous rewards obtained from the stay-at-home system,
in just 5 short years, he has already become the #1 expert in Nanzhou.
Just now, after Chu Xian had a hearty meal in the small world he created, he unexpectedly triggered another random reward from the system. A complete compendium of delicacies and a set of time phantoms. Chu Xian checked the complete compendium of delicacies and directly gave it to Chu Xian. After all, as a maid, the quality of her cooking skills would affect his own happiness index. Then, he eagerly checked the time phantom. Time phantom, a technique of the great Tao of time, can parasitize the great Tao of time,
leaving a phantom in reality. The phantom is indistinguishable from a real person.
After Chu Xian finished reading the information about the time phantom, he immediately gasped.
Too powerful.
Directly parasitizing the great Tao of time, and communicating with reality through a phantom, means no one can hurt him,
unless they can strike their attack into the great Tao itself. Even divine realm experts do not possess such a secret technique. Chu Xian's heart pounded violently. Claim time phantom.
A hazy light of time enveloped him.
Chu Xian himself fell into a mystical state.
His body swayed slightly, seeming to have detached from the flow of real time, leaving only a phantom in reality.
Though called a phantom, it was indistinguishable from a real person.
Chu Xian comprehended the time phantom, this great Tao technique.
Although he couldn't use it now, he could indeed try to create a low-spec version of the time phantom. It shouldn't be a big problem.
For example, how to make his attacks faster within his domain, or how to delay an enemy's attack, and so on. Chu Xian started pondering as soon as he thought of it, how to create a slight change in time within his domain, such as speeding up attacks, delaying enemy attacks, or even freezing an enemy for an instant.
After several days of hard thinking, he finally had a clue. However, he needed to test it.
So, he called out Tianmei Miao and Han Tian Jinpeng, letting the two pets use their domain power to fight against him. Chu Xian suppressed his cultivation to the earth realm.
Tianmei Miao's domain
is that of the white tiger, one of the four divine beasts, very ethereal, primarily containing a spatial attribute, as well as the ability for extremely fast shuttling.
Han Tian Jinpeng's, on the other hand, is vast and majestic, a domain of overwhelming pressure,
also possessing extreme speed.
After several days of exploration and confrontation, Chu Xian finally figured out how to use time techniques to affect enemies within his domain. Chu Xian's eyes flashed, and an arcane light appeared on his body, sweeping past the golden blade unleashed by Han Tian Jinpeng.
The blade, which originally spanned the heavens, paused for a moment,
and in that very moment, Chu Xian already had one hand on its neck. The arcane light appeared again, sweeping over Tianmei Miao.
Tianmei Miao, who was originally pouncing rapidly, seemed to be affected by some rule. Its figure paused, and its attack also halted for an instant.
Chu Xian dodged the attack. The victor was decided. Time phantom is indeed awesome. Just a phantom tired out the two little ones. I am indeed a genius of all ages. Chu Xian was extremely excited. His wild laughter echoed through the valley.
Next, the scene shifts to Dianjun of Qinghua.
They say Dianjun is rich in medicinal herbs. How come I haven't found any good ones? I can only pick some ordinary ones for now.
Chu Xian arrived within Dianjun, and was searching for spirit herbs in a large mountain.
Suddenly, two figures approached from a distance.
"Young lady, don't be anxious, take your time searching."
One of the men in black exuded a chillingly evil aura. He was a powerful evil cultivator.
"Young lady, I mean no harm, I simply want to make friends."
Just by looking at that head of pink, flirtatious hair, and the slightly pale face with a hint of evil charm, one could guess. If there were no surprises, he was the one whose back view was briefly shown, the little evil king, known for his cruelty and perversion.
Seeing Wang Gui beside him, with his chest exposed and a look of disbelief, Chu Xian immediately became vigilant.
However, she was not afraid. She had a true expert protecting her in secret.
The Chu family originally wanted to send He Jing, an ancestral elder, to protect her.
However, after learning that Chu Yun had a true expert secretly protecting her, they did not arrange for an expert to follow. "Excuse me, please." Chu Yun walked forward with confidence. "Young lady, please."
The man in black very gentlemanly stepped aside, making a please gesture.
Wang Gui was dumbfounded. What's going on? Has the little evil king changed his ways? So much personality. I like it. From today onwards, I want to be a pure person, a kind person.
The little evil king looked at Chu Yun's back,
his face serious. The ruthless little evil king actually wants to be a kind person? Wang Gui suspected he was hallucinating. He felt that the little evil king might have a problem with his brain. This brutal fellow actually developed feelings for a woman.
You know, he didn't even know how many delicate beauties he had torn apart, scattering their flesh and blood into the water to feed the fish. Such a pervert with deviant tastes, who had destroyed countless beautiful women, was actually being so polite today, which was a first.
Is he planning some new trick to satisfy his evil amusement?
"Young lady, please wait." The little evil king suddenly called out to Chu Yun, who was about to leave. With a teleport, he appeared in front of Chu Yun, blocking her path.
"I am the little evil king, may I know the young lady's name?" 9122.
The young man thought that because he came from an alchemy aristocratic family, he could casually manipulate some small families in Nanzhou. He never expected that his first battle would be against the newly risen Chu family, perfectly demonstrating what it means to show off one's skills before an expert. And the reason the Chu family was able to rise so quickly was inseparable from one person, Chu Yun.
Just now,
Chu Yun went up the mountain alone to gather herbs and unexpectedly encountered the perverted little evil king, who had destroyed countless beauties. She initially thought the little evil king was up to some new trick to satisfy his evil amusement, but she never expected that he had actually developed feelings for her, and that's why he was acting like a simp, transforming into a socially awkward person. And Chu Yun was also full of helplessness.
I don't want to talk to you at all. Please stop pestering me, okay? Young lady, you are an alchemist, right?
I have spirit herbs here, all for you. The little evil king took out a large handful of precious medicinal herbs and offered them with both hands. Watching the little evil king running around Chu Yun, eagerly trying to please her, Wang Gui felt that he shouldn't be following so openly. If one day the little evil king found him an eyesore, things would not go well. Chu Xian, seeing this, was also full of question marks. According to rumors, the little evil king was an extremely brutal and mentally perverted fellow. Should he make him disappear from Chu Yun's side? On second thought, so what if the little evil king has ill intentions? He's not even at the emperor realm, what can he do? The emperor-grade weapon in Chu Yun's body contains his power.
Moreover, the emperor-grade weapon has a certain spirituality and will automatically protect its owner.
Besides, Chu Yun is not a child anymore, she has her own judgment. So, the scene shifts to outside the city gate of Chujun. A desolate figure of a young man staggered along. His face was dirty, and there were some residual bloodstains on his tattered clothes. Desolate and wretched, though only 15 or 16 years old, his eyes were already filled with determination and unyielding spirit.
Finally reached Chujun. I heard that the Chu family is in a marginal position in Xinhua. Although I am a low-level alchemist, for the current Chu family, I can also be considered a help. The Chu family controls the land of Chujun and does not lack resources, but they lack alchemists. This time, I must seize the opportunity.
The young man muttered to himself. My path to rising starts here. Having made up his mind, the young man strode towards the city gate of Chujun. The guards at the city gate looked at this dirty and very desolate young man, and couldn't help frowning.
Stop. Who are you?
I am Wang Luo, an alchemist, here to seek refuge with the Chu family. The young man clasped his fists and said respectfully. Another guard leader came out upon hearing this, and frowned immediately.
You are an alchemist? Do you have any proof? Wang Luo then took out 2 spirit pills. These are the pills I refined. They can serve as my proof to enter the city.
Seeing this, the 2 guards couldn't easily stop him. After all, no one would dare to deceive the Chu family like this. Whether he could refine pills or not would be known soon enough. It was just that seeing Wang Luo's dirty appearance, their impression of him greatly diminished. They immediately had no good feelings for this young man. But after Wang Luo went in, the 2 of them actually started betting on whether he would be hired by the Chu family. You are the alchemist who came to seek refuge with my Chu family, young master Wang Luo? Chu Tianming heard that an alchemist from an alchemy aristocratic family had come from afar, and was overjoyed, personally coming out to greet him.
It is indeed me.
I heard that the Chu family is recruiting talents, so I came to seek refuge, Wang Luo said proudly. In the Wang family of Beizhou, he was a failure, an outcast who was expelled. In a barren land like Nanzhou, especially for a small family force like the Chu family, he was definitely an alchemy genius.
Then, may this old man take a look at the pills refined by young master? After all, with Miss Chu Yun, an alchemy genius, externally recruited alchemists don't need too much attention.
Perhaps they even need to guard against the other party stealing the Chu family's alchemy techniques and pill formulas. Chu Tianming naturally had to be cautious. This is the spirit pill I refined, and the success rate is about 15%.
Wang Luo still
took out that spirit pill which he regarded as a top-grade product, and showed it to everyone. He was, after all, from an alchemy aristocratic family.
Wouldn't a small family in Nanzhou be easily impressed?
Wang Luo couldn't help but imagine the Chu family members, after seeing the pills he refined,
looking shocked and joyful, welcoming him in as a guest of honor.
The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Such spirit pills are too common in my Chu family. Yuner, that little alchemy genius, has already cultivated many talents for my Chu family.
Alchemists like young Master Wang are not few in number.
Seeing how destitute he looks, I should give him some spirit crystals and send him off. How could the young man know that Chu Tianming was thinking the exact opposite of him? Seeing you look so destitute, these few spirit crystals are to help you out. Young Master Wang, please find another place. After saying that, Chu Tianming threw a few spirit crystals to Wang Luo, and waved his hand, saying, "You."
Wang Luo was stunned,
then immediately filled with anger.
"Just because I look destitute, you look down on me?
In that case, I'll teach you Chu family a good lesson right here." He had already planned to refine a furnace of pills on the spot, to shock this group of country bumpkins from the Chu family,
and let them witness Wang Luo's abilities.
He deliberately did not change his attire, still looking so destitute, precisely so that when he successfully refined the pills, he would shock all the Chu family members.
He then took out an alchemy furnace.
A fire ignited, spiritual power stimulated the fire crystal stone, and flames surged. The furnace body was already entirely red hot. He took out a few spirit herbs, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. These were the few spirit herbs he had left, but he had no choice.
Gamble big, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle.
Add the herbs. His expression was focused. He began to refine the pills.
Aoyuan Shui, Tiandan can be made.
He wanted to refine a bottle of Tiandan pills. Soon, more and more people gathered around to watch, including more than a dozen members of the Chu family's alchemy team. They heard that a young man claiming to be an alchemist had come to seek refuge with the Chu family.
Everyone was very curious, and came over to observe. Seeing so many people watching, Wang Luo smiled faintly. It was finally his time to perform. Prepare to be shocked.
He seemed to see the Chu family's senior members treating him as an honored guest,
leading him into the ancestral residence.
He was already starting to ponder what conditions to propose.
First, alchemy materials are essential.
The Chu family must collect the materials he needs. Once the materials are gathered and his physical defect is resolved, he will soar to the heavens.
Wang Luo was in a cheerful mood,
but his expression was extremely focused as he continued to refine the pills. It started very smoothly.
However, in the later stages of alchemy, Wang Luo only felt a stuffiness in his chest and a sharp pain in his meridians.
His spiritual power circulation was impeded, and his body seemed to be lacking something, making it impossible to proceed according to his planned alchemy technique. Damn it, just as I mentioned the physical defect, it had to act up at this moment. His whole body ached as if being burned by fire, his face flushed red, and beads of sweat dripped continuously.
Wang Luo
gritted his teeth and persisted. At the same time, he adjusted his alchemy technique, changing the more profound alchemy method
to a common alchemy technique. He couldn't help but start panting. Endure it, I absolutely cannot fail. Wang Luo gritted his teeth and persevered, enduring the burning pain in his body. He steadily performed the alchemy technique. This furnace of pills must succeed.
Just then, among the Chu family members watching, a direct descendant of the Chu family from the alchemy team shook his head and said, "His alchemy ability is a bit trash.
It's just refining spirit pills. Does he need to struggle so much? Look at him, face red and eyes bloodshot.
He's clearly about to reach his limit.
He's just forcing himself to save face. Right, if it were me, even if I couldn't succeed in refining, I wouldn't be red-faced and panting like an ox. No good, his stamina is too poor." Another member of the alchemy team chimed in, "Yeah, his endurance is poor.
His alchemy path has reached its peak. He has no cultivation value." The remaining members of the alchemy team then chimed in agreement.
Chu Tianming was lost in thought. So, he's an alchemy failure, huh? FAI failure?
Hearing the sounds of shaking heads and sighs around him, the sounds of ridicule, the sounds of negation, those words failure pierced his heart like daggers. In the Wang family, in Beizhou, he was considered a failure. He originally thought that by accidentally coming to the impoverished Nanzhou, to a small family like the Chu family, he could be impressive for once. In the end, he was still mocked as a failure.
Poof!
The pill furnace exploded.
Wang Luo spat out a mouthful of blood.
His mentality collapsed. The spirit pills that were about to be successfully refined. He couldn't maintain his composure, his spiritual power became chaotic, and the pill furnace instantly exploded. The pills were ruined.
Wang Luo
collapsed to the ground, his eyes lifelessly looking at the sky. At this moment, he wanted to cry.
Why did heaven torment him so?
It gave him supreme alchemy talent, yet made his body have an unknown defect, preventing him from displaying his talent.
Good heavens, that spirit pill even made the alchemy furnace explode. This person is a fraud, right? Trying to scam food and drink from the Chu family. He's also a pitiful person. The members of the Chu family's alchemy team all shook their heads and sighed. Alright, everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see.
In the large courtyard, only Wang Luo remained, his face ashen.
9304.
Chu Xian never dreamed that what set this hot-blooded youth ablaze wasn't actually luxury cars and beautiful women, but his own techniques.
The hot-blooded youth's name was Wang Luo.
Just now, after failing to show off and getting slapped in the face instead, he staggered wretchedly towards this small courtyard.
Chu Xian leisurely waited. The second disciple has arrived.
The Tianji Tanyuan Shu was activated, and Wang Luo's origins were laid bare.
He couldn't help but feel speechless. Why are all children of fortune outcasts?
On second thought, perhaps it's precisely because they are children of fortune,
and their family's foundation is insufficient to bear the child of fortune's luck, that they become expelled outcasts.
Wang Luo, the contemporary child of fortune of Beizhou, a descendant of the alchemy aristocratic Wang family, born with Danmai,
possessing extremely high alchemy talent.
Due to being poisoned in his youth, it accidentally caused his Danmai to be severed. Despite having excellent talent, because of the severed Danmai and physical defect,
he is unable to exert it.
Danmai, like Dingyu's Tianqin Jianmai, belongs to a special talent, and is also a special physique, rare in the world.
Therefore, even the alchemy aristocratic Wang family did not discover Wang Luo's innate Danmai.
Otherwise, they would have tried every means to reconnect his Danmai.
What a tragic fellow. Moreover, Chu Xian also saw that Wang Luo was crushed in an alchemy duel,
causing the Wang family to feel he had disgraced the Wang family, the face of an alchemy aristocratic family, and expelled him.
This itself was a plot against him, designed by his fiancée and someone who was preparing to cuckold him.
The engagement was successfully broken.
Truly worthy of being a child of fortune,
he unexpectedly came to Nanzhou, and even more so, to the Chu family.
Wang Luo walked dejectedly and saw a small courtyard.
His footsteps paused, hesitating inwardly, wondering whether to stay in the small courtyard. Using the excuse of repaying the Chu family's gift of spirit essence to refine some pills for the Chu family, and thus gain a foothold in the Chu family, slowly searching for a way to resolve his physical defect.
Just then, a voice entered his ears. Young man, do you feel lost about your future? Do you feel that life has lost its direction?
Destitute and downcast, expelled, abandoned, reduced to a failure.
Are you resigned? Have you ever thought about rising up, making those who once looked down on you unable to reach you? Wang Luo's body trembled.
He looked towards the small courtyard.
Senior, who are you? This venerable one
is known as the guiding light for lost young maidens, the savior of failures in all heavens and myriad realms. Young man, as long as you are a failure, encountering this venerable one, you will make those who once abandoned you unable to reach you.
Wang Luo looked astonished.
He felt that this senior seemed somewhat unorthodox. He swallowed, his heart pounding. Senior, I became a failure because of a physical defect. No matter what the cause, as long as you are a failure, here with this venerable one, you can be saved, you can be reborn. Chu Xian's voice was ethereal, as if drifting from ancient times. Wang Luo was shocked, his heart pounding with excitement. He had encountered an unimaginably powerful expert.
A great opportunity, a heaven-sent opportunity. Wang Luo hurriedly entered the small courtyard. Junior Wang Luo pays respects to senior. Upon entering the small courtyard, he bowed, kowtowed, and knelt. Become my disciple.
Wang Luo slightly raised his gaze, only to see a seven-colored divine light shining, a majestic figure seated on a chair.
Wang Luo knew that the turning point of his destiny had arrived.
This was his great opportunity.
Disciple Wang Luo pays respects to master. Thump. Wang Luo was so shaken that he knelt directly. Thump, thump, thump.
Wang Luo kowtowed 3 times forcefully, his forehead red and swollen.
You stayed indoors, and the child of fortune from Beizhou traveled far and wide to come to you. Reward, Shukong Tianhua, Shukong Shenhua Ju.
Because you unexpectedly took in a disciple, Wang Luo, the system's reward has arrived.
Moreover, the rewarded cultivation technique is the most suitable for Wang Luo. Rise. From today onwards, you are the second disciple under this venerable one. Wang Luo looked up and rose.
He saw Chu Xian lazily sitting on the chair. There was no 7-colored divine light, no majestic figure. The scene just now seemed like an illusion. Chu Xian called Dingyu, who was in seclusion, and Chu Xian out from the small world.
This is your senior brother. Dingyu introduced Wang Luo to the 3 of them. Chu Xian was surprised. Another disciple? She sized up Wang Luo.
Although he was only at the 6th level of the profound realm, and looked very destitute, she showed no contempt.
To be noticed by master meant his talent was extraordinary. Chu Xian looked at Wang Luo.
You were born with Danmai, but were injured in your youth, causing your Danmai to be severed, thus limiting your alchemy cultivation.
Wang Luo's body trembled, his fists clenched tightly. He muttered, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." He finally understood that his body's defect appeared in infancy.
Thinking of that scene from his childhood, he was filled with hatred.
This enmity must be avenged.
I have a pill that can reconnect your severed Danmai, and also a treasure.
That can reconnect your severed Danmai.
Chu Xian said seriously.
Even your master can personally act to reconnect your severed Danmai.
However, the reconnected Danmai
will no longer be the innate Danmai you were born with, but a postnatal Danmai.
While such aptitude is rare,
it is ultimately inferior to the innate Danmai. Wang Luo's eyes turned red.
His hatred for the perpetrator who secretly poisoned him intensified.
He was born with innate Danmai. After reconnection, it would only become postnatal Danmai. How could he be reconciled?
Chu Xian continued, this venerable one possesses Shukong Tianhua, which can allow you to reconnect your severed Danmai. Not only can it preserve the quality of your innate Danmai, it can even take it a step further. However, reconnecting the Danmai with Shukong Tianhua is like being burned by fire, as if suffering the cruel torture of fire. It takes 49 days to complete the reconnection. Only then can you refine the Shukong Shinhua for your own use.
If your will is not firm enough,
and you cannot endure the suffering of being burned by the heavenly fire, your will collapse, and your Tao will perish. Of course, if you can endure the torture of burning, and refine the heavenly fire, the benefits are needless to say.
Make your choice. Wang Luo's gaze was resolute. Master, I choose Shukong Tianhua to reconnect my Danmai. He then took a deep breath.
Master, I, Wang Luo, will either soar to the sky and dominate the world, or perish in this world.
I will never be content with a mediocre life.
Good, junior brother, I support you.
Ding Yu clapped and cheered. Chu Xian nodded.
In that case, as your master, I will impart to you the Shukong Shinhua Ju.
With a point of his finger, the first part of Shukong Shinhua Ju was transmitted to Wang Luo.
Wang Luo's eyes were slightly closed,
comprehending the cultivation technique in his mind.
He was deeply shocked.
Too powerful. What level of cultivation technique is this? Wang Luo was extremely excited.
His choice was correct. It was indeed his great fortune. A floating flame appeared in Chu Xian's hand. The flame seemed to have no temperature, yet one could sense the flame's terrifying warmth.
When spiritual will touched the flame, it was instantly incinerated.
Looking at Wang Luo, Chu Xian confirmed again, you can choose one more time.
This fire is no ordinary thing. Both Ding Yu and Chu Xian's expressions became grave.
The Shukong Tianhua was too terrifying.
Just a wisp of its aura could incinerate probing spiritual will. Wang Luo was only at the 6th level of the Xian realm. How could he refine it? How could he endure the burning star? Moreover, what Chu Xian held was not the complete Shukong Tianhua,
but just a separated wisp.
The entire Shukong Tianhua was not something Wang Luo could refine, let alone reconnecting the Danmai.
Even if he touched a wisp of its aura, Wang Luo wouldn't even leave ashes behind.
Wang Luo's gaze remained resolute. Master, I choose Shukong Tianhua. One look was enough to know the extraordinariness of Shukong Tianhua. If he missed such a divine fire, how could he, Wang Luo, rise strongly? How could he avenge himself? How could he trample the Wang family of Beizhou underfoot?
How could he make that woman who humiliated him and broke off the engagement unable to reach him, filled with regret?
Good. Then use this fire to reconnect your Danmai.
Chu Xian waved his hand, directly sending Wang Luo into the small world. You shall refine the heavenly fire in this small world.
Wang Luo was shocked. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a small world.
As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in spirit herbs. Don't daze off, concentrate and prepare to reconnect your Danmai. Chu Xian's voice entered his ears. Wang Luo came back to his senses,
took a few deep breaths, and sat cross-legged on the ground.
Chu Xian waved his hand, and that wisp of Shukong Tianhua flew out, landing on Wang Luo. Wang Luo screamed, instantly engulfed by the flames. His face contorted in pain, but he still held onto his will, circulating the Shukong Shinhua Ju, continuously refining the Shukong Tianhua, taming it, incorporating it into his body, and reconnecting his danmai.
The flames contracted, entering Wang Luo's body. Chu Xian turned and walked away, unable to bear watching any longer.
That guy's clothes were gone.
As the flames contracted, his naked body would surely be exposed. Wang Luo felt like he was in an endless inferno. Several times, he was about to give up. However, thinking of the humiliation he had suffered, hatred made him grit his teeth and persevere. I, Wang Luo, will definitely make those who once looked down on me, mocked me, abandoned me, and humiliated me, only able to look up to me, unable to reach me. With this belief, Wang Luo persisted without wavering.
Chu Xian paid close attention to Wang Luo's condition. As a child of fortune, he should be able to endure this bit of hardship, right? Whether he could obtain the system's cultivation reward depended on whether Wang Luo could subdue and refine the Shukong Tianhua.
Once he subdued and refined the Shukong Tianhua, Wang Luo's strength would soar.
It would probably jump an entire major realm, directly breaking through from the 6th level of the Xian realm to the 6th level of the Ling realm. Such a rapid breakthrough, and refining the Shukong Tianhua, the reward given by the system should not be low, right? 9,492. People who have lived in the countryside should not be unfamiliar with these two things, but the man before them wanted to rely on these two things to dominate the entire family and reach the pinnacle of life.
The man's name was Wang Luo.
Just now, consumed by fire, he let out series of screams, making Chu Xian beside him unable to bear watching.
Chu Xian watched for a while. The scorching aura on Wang Luo was already subsiding.
His contorted face gradually became peaceful. His aura began to rise. The danmai had already been reconnected. As expected of a child of fortune, he indeed subdued and refined the Shukong Tianhua. Wang Luo's body surged with Shukong Tianhua, the scorching flames enveloping him, turning his entire being into a ball of fire. His cultivation level had also broken through to the Ling realm. Your disciple, under your guidance, rapidly broke through cultivation realms, and with great perseverance, subdued and refined the Shukong Tianhua.
Reward, 100 years of cultivation, the complete Baiduan Lianshan Shu.
The system's reward has arrived. 100 years of cultivation.
Indeed, as long as one takes in a child of fortune, and they rapidly break through cultivation and overcome tribulations, the system's rewards will not be low.
Chu Xian claimed the 100 years of cultivation. His revered realm 4th level
began to break through.
With the reward of 100 years of cultivation, Chu Xian broke through to the revered realm 6th level.
The Baiduan Lianshan Shu was finally fully rewarded. This is an extremely powerful divine soul technique. 100 times tempered divine soul, eternal and indestructible. A divine soul cultivated with the Baiduan Lianshan Shu, even if only a wisp remains,
can survive for a long time, rise again, and restore the physical body,
returning to the peak. Chu Xian is currently only at the revered realm 6th level, but his divine soul power is no weaker than that of a revered realm 9th level.
Even in terms of the resilience of his divine soul, it can already compare to the divine soul of a heaven realm expert.
This shows the power of the Baiduan Lianshan Shu.
After Chu Xian received the complete Baiduan Lianshan Shu, he discovered that this divine soul grand technique integrates offense and defense.
The application of the divine soul is extremely profound, including methods for divine soul avatars, divine soul life substitution techniques, and so on. Most divine soul secret techniques Chu Xian couldn't use.
And the divine soul life substitution technique is simply using a part of the divine soul to die in place of the main divine soul,
which hides and deceives the enemy's perception.
Wang Luo broke through to the 6th level of the Ling realm in one go, and only then did he stop. After consolidating for a few days, he excitedly returned to the small courtyard and knelt respectfully before Chu Xian,
kowtowing 3 times.
Disciple thanks Master for the grace of rebirth.
Without Chu Xian, there would be no Wang Luo today.
In his heart, Chu Xian was his god.
You have such great perseverance, Master did not misjudge you. Chu Xian was very gratified.
After all, he contributed 100 years of cultivation to him.
He's a good disciple. Wang Luo was expelled by the Wang family and had his engagement broken.
Suffering great humiliation, he held a grudge in his heart, and was determined to slap them back in the face. And alchemists are very sought after.
With Wang Luo's talent, refining divine pills is only a matter of time. By then, countless people will seek his help, including many beautiful women. The possibility of Wang Luo becoming a simp is not high.
Chu Xian felt it was still necessary to remind him, to instill some correct values in him.
As a disciple of Chu Xian, how can he be a simp?
When he takes a female disciple, he must also remind her not to be willing to die for a man.
Thinking of this, Chu Xian admonished Wan Luo, the path of alchemy is full of endless temptations, flattery, fawning, rare treasures, and temptations. Among them, beauty is the hardest to guard against. Wang Luo listened respectfully. This is master teaching him the Tao. You must remember, with no woman in your heart, alchemy naturally becomes divine. You must remember. Do not be tempted by beauty, do not be moved by beauty, do not let your heart be stirred by beauty. If your heart is moved by beauty, your heart is no longer dedicated to the Tao of alchemy, then your Tao of alchemy will also come to an end. Since ancient times, those infatuated with beauty, those obsessed with emotion, have all ultimately died due to emotion, died due to lust, and vanished from the world. You must remember this. Wang Luo's heart tensed, and he said solemnly, Master's teachings. Disciple will engrave them in his heart, and always remember, with no woman in my heart, alchemy will naturally be divine. I will never be tempted by beauty. Teachable indeed. Chu Xian was greatly gratified. Wang Luo understood his heart better than Dingyu. Look, he instantly grasped the main point. With no woman in his heart, alchemy naturally becomes divine. You walk the path of alchemy and have refined the Shukong Tianhua. Alchemy will naturally be effortless, and your combat power will not be weak. As a disciple of this venerable one, your strength cannot be weak. Chu Xian said, taking out an alchemy furnace and a cattail leaf fan. Since you can refine the Shukong Tianhua, you can naturally obtain this furnace and fan. Acknowledge them as your master, and I will bestow them upon you. Both the alchemy furnace and the fan are of divine weapon grade. Thank you, master. Wang Luo was extremely excited. A divine artifact alchemy furnace. The Wang family's ancestral alchemy furnace was merely a semi-divine artifact. Even so, it allowed the Wang family to stand firm in Beizhou, becoming one of the super-large clans. Chu Xian threw out another booklet. This is the Wanshan Danjing and Wanlingdian. Wan Luo opened the booklet and saw the characters and pictures on its scroll with his thoughts. Just a cursory glance, and he was shocked by the alchemy techniques and pill formulas inside. Moreover, the booklet itself is a treasure. Such a small booklet, how much content is recorded on it? Only a great technique could inscribe such a treasure. After passing the Wanshan Danjing and Wanlingdian to Wan Luo, Chu Xian, as usual, taught him the method of refining the 9 paths of adversity, and several secret techniques, including the Butong Russian Gong, a defensive grand technique. 9601 Chu Xian said without exaggeration, 9602 just by relying on these secret arts he passed on. 9603 they were almost invincible among those of the same rank. 9604 absolutely the ones with the highest combat power among cultivation powers. 9605 the Bai Duanlian Shinshu was now complete. Chu Xian thought for a moment. 9606 and decided to pass the preliminary chapter of the Bai Duanlian Shinshu to Su Xianer, 9607 Dingyu, and Wang Luo. 9608 today, I will teach you a powerful soul technique, cultivate it well. 9609 he had no use for these soul secret arts himself. 9610 in the future, when the three of them went out to adventure, they might find it useful. 9611 Su Xianer and the other two were shocked, this soul technique was too powerful. 9612 they felt that Chu Xian's strength was unfathomable, just like Xianaoyu. 9613 after sending the three back to the small world to continue cultivating, 9614 Chu Xian took out the Wantian Jing and inputted spiritual power. 9615 the Wantian Jing randomly connected to a place, ripples of light shimmered. 9616 the screen showed high mountains and ancient trees. 9617 the Wantian Jing had connected to a hillside. 9618 a stunningly beautiful woman was walking alone through the forest. 9619 what a valiant and heroic, peerless beauty. 9620 Chu Xian's gaze fell upon the woman. 9621 she was wearing a tight-fitting, smart outfit. 9622 her face was exquisitely beautiful, yet possessed a heroic aura. 9623 that innate heroic spirit seemed to be born with her. 9624 perfectly blending with her stunning features. 9625 giving her a unique charm. 9626 looking at her cultivation, it was Emperor Realm 3rd level. Suddenly, 9627 Chu Xian noticed the woman didn't seem very old. 9628 only appearing to be in her 20s, with profound cultivation. 9629 for powerful martial artists. 9630 their appearance could be kept young indefinitely. 9631 however, their actual age 9632 could not be concealed from stronger individuals. 9633 Chu Xian was much stronger than her. 9634 with one glance, he discerned the woman's approximate age, so young, 9635 yet she had already broken through to the Emperor Realm 3rd level.
9636 True realm practitioners in their 20s were not uncommon, 9637 almost a standard for top prodigies. 9638 however, an emperor realm practitioner in their 20s, 9639 apart from certain special opportunities, no prodigy. 9640 could break through to the emperor realm at this age. 9641 Chu Xian couldn't help but think of special circumstances that could defy the standard of reaching emperor realm within 100 years for prodigies. 9643 instantly, for that heroic woman. 9644 he developed a strong interest. 9645 Luoying, from the Ranwang Shijia of Dongyu Zhangzhou. 9646 the Luojia clan's current top prodigy. 9647 Human King bloodline, the reincarnated body of the Deqin Dizuan, Qining. 9648 reincarnated with the Ranwang Daobing, under the Tenji Tanyuan Shu. 9649 the woman's identity and origins were revealed one by one. 9650 damn, she's the reincarnation of the Deqin Dizuan. 9651 the Deqin Dizuan was a woman? Impossible, the one who unified Nanzhou. 9652 the peerless figure who established the Deqin Empire. 9653 was actually a woman? Something felt a bit off. 9654 Chu Xian took a deep breath, intending to probe further. 9655 but he couldn't determine Qin Ying's gender. 9656 the Tianji Tanyuan Shu was being interfered with. 9657 interference from the Ranwang Daobing within Qin Ying's body. 9658 Chu Xian was currently only at the honored realm. 9659 the Tianji Tanyuan Shu ECAS 9660 was not yet strong enough to ignore the interference of the Ranwang Daobing, Dongyu Zhangzhou. 9661 Qining had actually reincarnated in Dongyu Zhangzhou. 9662 and into the Ranwang Shijia, the Luojia clan. 9663 did Qin Kayun know about the Ranwang Shijia? 9664 that was a truly top-tier power. 9665 those who could be called human kings were all peerless figures who led the human race to rise. 9666 unifying a domain, peerless existences. For some reason, 9667 Chu Xian had a gut feeling something was off. 9668 he marked Qining with the last imprint of the Wantian Jing. 9669 Chu Xian then closed the Wantian Jing. Today was an unexpected delight. 9670 the Wantian Jing had actually connected to Qining. 9671 an important figure from the Zhanma Gudi. 9672 also a key person in his plans. 9673 the other party had actually reincarnated. 9674 and reincarnated into the Ranwang Shijia of Dongyu. 9675 could he be planning to use the power of the Ranwang Shijia to return and seek revenge? 9676 to rise again? Chu Xian quickly sent a message to Bao Hongyan, 9677 asking him to inform Qin Kayun to come to the small courtyard. 9678 regarding Qin Ying's gender. 9679 Chu Xian felt it necessary to ask clearly, the great Deqin Dizuan. 9680 was actually a woman? The scene shifted to the Deqin Imperial Palace. 9681 Qin Kayun was cultivating. 9682 Your Majesty, Pavilion Master Bao has sent a letter. 9683 Have you ever seen the motherly Deqin Empress? 9684 Bowing and scraping? Even reduced to being a maidservant. 9685 Just now, inside the Deqin Imperial Palace, Qin Kayun was cultivating. 9686 Your Majesty, Pavilion Master Bao has sent a letter. 9687 A maidservant walked in and said respectfully. Qin Kayun frowned slightly. 9688 Bo Hongyan, the gold medal pavilion master of Heiyuelu, raised her hand. 9689 took the message from the maidservant's hand, opened it, and read it carefully. 9690 Her smiling face instantly changed, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. 9691 Why did he want to see her? Chu Xian was indeed good-looking. 9692 But he was also terrifying. Qin Kayun dismissed the thought. 9693 She wasn't a love-struck fool, nor was she a masochist. 9694 Knowing there was danger, why would she eagerly run over? 9695 Wasn't being an empress enjoyable? Why run over to bow and scrape? 9696 Even be reduced to a maidservant? She wasn't the Deqin Dizuan. 9697 However, Qin Kayun read the letter several times, biting her lip. 9698 She waved her hand to dismiss the maidservant, feeling uneasy. 9699 Chu Xian wanted to see her. Qin Kayun dared not ignore him. 9700 Nor dared she refuse, if she refused to go. 9701 What if he came to the Deqin Imperial Palace himself? Qin Kayun gritted her teeth. 9702 Changed out of her imperial robes, and put on casual clothes. 9703 she reverted to that obedient, shy girl persona. 9704 and silently left the imperial palace.
9705 heading to the Chu family estate to meet Chu Xian, looking all obedient.
9706 with a rather shy expression. 9707 yet unable to hide her inner apprehension. Qin Kayun.
9708 Chu Xian didn't beat around the bush. Did Qin Dizuan? 9709 Qining, male or female?
Qin Kayun was stunned. He called her here.
9710 just to ask this question?
Of course, he's male. 9711 Qin Kayun answered honestly.
9712 the Dizuan is a peerless, great man.
9713 although he had his suspicions, now that it was confirmed. 9714 Chu Xian was quite shaken.
Damn, only these two words.
9715 could express his current mood. Qining was a man. 9716 and now he had reincarnated as a woman.
9717 no wonder she possessed such a heroic aura. 9718 was it an accident during reincarnation? 9719 or did Qining intentionally reincarnate as a woman? 9720 it was most likely an accident, he wondered. 9721 had Qining recovered his past life memories? 9722 if he had, how would he be feeling? 9723 Chu Xian couldn't help but imagine such a scene in his mind.
9724 Qin Ying's former brothers. 9725 charged back when the Zhanma goody opened. 9726 only to find their former big brother.
9727 had become a valiant and heroic, peerless beauty. 9728 that feeling was probably indescribable. What was even more terrifying? 9729 what if his former brothers fell in love with him? What then? 9730 he couldn't think about it anymore. 9731 if he thought further, the picture would get a bit messy.
Chu Xian shook his head. 9732 and banished certain inappropriate images from his mind. At this moment, 9733 Chu Xian's interest in Qining skyrocketed. 9734 his interest in the Zhanma goody affair also grew immensely.
9735 Qin Kayun was completely bewildered. What was wrong with Chu Xian? 9736 why did his expression become so strange after asking about the Dizuan's gender? 9737 do you have anything else? If not, I'll head back. 9738 Chu Xian took a deep breath, calming his chaotic thoughts. 9739 you are in charge of the Qin Empire. 9740 are you preparing for Qin Ying's return?
His backup plans are not working. 9741 Qin Kayun closed her mouth, not saying a word.
9742 not afraid of me anymore?
Chu Xian's tone became heavier. 9743 Qin Kayun's delicate body trembled slightly, yet she bit her lip. 9744 I will not betray the Dizuan, you pet demon are quite loyal. 9745 Chu Xian smiled, he didn't make things difficult for Qin Kayun. 9746 nor did he plant any kind of control on her. 9747 to obtain Qin Ying's secrets about his plans. Besides, Chu Xian believed 9748 Qin Kayun was just a small pawn in the grand scheme.
9749 she wouldn't know too much, certainly not the core details.
9750 I am not a pet demon, I am now a descendant of the Dizuan. 9751 Qin Kayun remained stubborn. Chu Xian waved his hand. 9752 alright, you can go back. When Qin Kayun meets Qining in the future, 9753 and finds out the majestic Dizuan in her heart.
9754 has become a woman, I wonder what she will think.
9755 the Zhanma goody affair is becoming more and more interesting. 9756 after Qin Kayun left, 9757 Chu Xian eagerly opened the Wantian Jing, 9758 connecting to the imprint on Qining. 9759 the scene was still on the cliff, Qining was still sitting cross-legged. 9760 her lips were tightly pressed, her expression blank. 9761 her bright eyes carried a fierce look. 9762 a figure flew over, landing on the cliff. 9763 the newcomer was dressed in snow-white robes, looking very flamboyant. 9764 Emperor Realm 9th level cultivation, judging by his age, 9765 he was over 200 years old, at this age in the cultivation world. 9766 he was definitely a young man. 9767 over 200 years old with Emperor Realm 9th level cultivation, without a doubt. 9768 he was a prodigy of exceptional talent. 9769 cousin, the Lian Jiang you've been searching so hard for. 9770 your cousin has found it for you. The man in white took out a small jar. 9771 but Qining just gave a coldum. 9772 as soon as he opened his mouth, he sounded like an old bootlicker. 9773 Chu Xian watched the show from the side, not afraid of escalating things, grinning from ear to ear. 9774 The man in white, however, was overjoyed. 9775 He placed the jar beside Qin and was about to sit down beside her. 9776 A gaze as sharp as a knife shot towards him. Cousin. 9777 This Lian Zhang, I went through countless hardships. 9778 Fought hundreds of battles to get it. 9779 Cousin just wants you to be a little happier. 9780 The man in white wore a bootlicker-like smile. 9781 Cousin, can you give me a smile? 9782 Just one smile and I'll be content. 9783 Zhu Yuan Bai, get lost. Qin suddenly stood up. 9784 Her eyes filled with killing intent, but the man clutched his chest. 9785 Looking infatuated, cousin, you're so captivating even when you're angry. 9786 It makes cousin's heart flutter so much, shameless, shameless. 9787 Qin was almost exploding with anger, her chest heaving violently. 9788 Zhu Yuanbai's eyes widened, staring intently at her. 9789 At that magnificent and undulating chest, you, go die. 9790 Qin let out a delicate shout, humph, a large halberd appeared in her hand. 9791 With the force of a thunderbolt, it smashed down towards Zhu Yuanbai, swish. 9792 Zhu Yuanbai fainted. 9793 and was already 100 meters away, fleeing in haste. 9794 Cousin, you look so charming when you're angry. 9795 Qin angrily swung her halberd. 9796 Sweeping in all directions, the cliff directly collapsed. 9797 After a long while, Qin finally calmed down. 9798 Looking down at her own body. 9799 Her heart broke once again. 9800 To think that I, Qin, an 8-foot strapping, fine man, 9801 have been reduced to a woman, truly pathetic and shameful. 9802 Detestable, hateful, can you believe it? 9803 In ancient times, a renowned peerless expert. 9804 For the Qin Dizuan who unified Nanzhou, now. 9805 Has become a valiant and heroic, peerless beauty. 9806 The Dizuan's real name was Qin. 9807 The moment he emerged from his confusion at the age of 18. 9808 He happened to be bathing. 9809 As his hands rested on his firm chest, he was filled with emotion. 9810 The plan finally succeeded, I finally survived, wait a minute. 9811 The feeling in his hands wasn't right, he looked down. 9812 Qin Ying's mentality collapsed, where is my manly physique? 9813 How did I become a woman? What exactly went wrong? 9814 Why did I reincarnate as a woman? He let out a furious roar. 9815 But what he heard was a delicate, crisp sound. 9816 His own voice, once like a booming bell. 9817 Where did that thunderous roar go? From now on. 9818 There would only be delicate shouts, delicate rebukes, delicate curses. Qin held her halberd. 9819 Her eyes filled with sorrow. 9820 She picked up the Lian Jiang that her cousin Zhu Yuanbai had brought. 9821 Qin murmured to herself, I still lack a powerful body cultivation technique. 9822 Back then, the Qin Dizuan's, domineering physique was unparalleled, invincible in battle. 9823 He led a group of brothers to unify Nanzhou. 9824 Although the Runhuang Luojia clan didn't lack powerful cultivation methods, 9825 none of them were what he excelled at. 9826 He still preferred the wildly domineering style of his past life. 9827 Those domineering cultivation methods and combat skills. 9828 Fortunately, his talent in this life was not weak. 9829 He could cultivate the Luojia clan's ultimate techniques. 9830 To compensate for this shortcoming. 9831 The Runhuang Shijia, Luojia, was renowned in Dongyu. 9832 It was the #1 family in Dongyu, producing prodigies for generations. 9833 And in this generation, Luoying was undoubtedly the first. 9834 At a young age, she was already an Emperor Realm 3rd level expert. 9835 Moreover, her combat power was unparalleled, wielding a halberd, she swept through peers, invincible. 9836 It's just that she was too cold, known as the Ice Mountain Beauty, Luoying. 9837 The Luojia clan estate. 9838 was far beyond what a small family like the Chu family could compare to. 9839 Ancient grand halls were everywhere, covered by formations. 9840 Heavily guarded, even the gate guards were true realm martial artists. 9841 And in secret, there were Emperor realm experts overseeing. Chu Xian sighed with emotion. 9842 The human king family, their ancestors had led the human race to rise. 9843 Peerless experts who unified a domain. 9844 Or turned the tide when the human race was in peril. 9845 Leading the human race to rise, expelling other races. 9846 Only such accomplished experts. 9847 would be called human kings, respected by all. 9848 Every human king was bound to be a peerless expert. 9849 Otherwise, how could they lead the human race to rise, how could they turn the tide? 9850 Qining returned to the Luojia clan. Along the way, guards and servants. 9851 All bowed in salute, greetings, third miss. 9852 She was ranked third in this life. Qining kept a stern face throughout. 9853 Not even replying, every time she heard the title third miss. 9854 She couldn't help but clench her fists. 9855 In the Luojia clan, she was considered a rather reclusive individual. 9856 Qining suspected that the reason she became a woman in this life. 9857 was probably related to the Runwang Daobing. 9858 This Daobing was left behind by a human king of the Luojia clan. 9859 Speaking of which, 9860 he had some connection with the Luojia human king in his past life. 9861 Otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained the human king's. 9862 Daobing, just as he returned to his small courtyard, a beautiful madam. 9863 walked over with a look of doting affection. 9864 Inger, you are already the first among your peers. 9865 Don't push yourself too hard, don't ruin your body with cultivation. 9866 I know, Qin Ying's expression was very stiff. 9867 Facing her mother from this life. 9868 He still didn't know how to interact with her, you child. 9869 You are a girl, why are you cultivating body techniques? 9870 Our Luojia clan has many divine methods, which one isn't stronger than body cultivation? 9871 Don't ruin your body, listen to mother's advice. 9872 Stop practicing body cultivation, okay? Mother Luo persuaded gently. 9873 I will not give up, Qining said with unusual determination. 9874 Inger, why do you insist on body cultivation? 9875 Mother Luo said, holding Qin Ying's hand, look at this skin. 9876 Look at your figure, so many girls envy you. 9877 Why do you insist on body cultivation? 9878 What if you ruin your body? 9879 Qining was internally collapsing. 9880 I don't want this tender white skin. 9881 I don't want this alluring figure, I want to be a tough guy. 9882 Damn it, this is so depressing. 9883 Mother Luo nagged and persuaded for a long time. 9884 Qining remained silent throughout, towards her mother in this life. 9885 She was completely helpless. 9886 Mother, do you know if there's any way in the world? 9887 To turn a woman into a man? 9888 Qining suddenly asked. Mother Luo was stunned. 9889 After a long pause, her face changed drastically, a look of terror on it. 9890 Inger, don't scare mother, why? 9891 Why would you have such a thought? 9892 You were born a girl, why change into a man? It's over, it's over. 9893 Could she have gone mad from cultivation deviation? Mother Luo was terrified. Quick, someone, grandmother. 9894 A few figures silently appeared before them. 9895 Quickly, ask the family head to return, quickly, call the great elder over. 9896 Inger might have suffered cultivation deviation. 9897 Looking at her terrified mother. 9898 Qin Ying's mouth twitched violently. Mother. 9899 I haven't suffered cultivation deviation. Qining looked desperate. 9900 I was once an incredibly domineering man. 9901 I just want to restore my former unparalleled dominance, that's all. 9902 The Luojia family head and the great elder rushed over. 9903 They thoroughly examined Qining, fearing she had truly suffered cultivation deviation. 9904 At the same time, the matter of Qining wanting to be a man. 9905 was top secret, absolutely not to be spread. 9906 Fortunately, only a few of them knew. 9907 So there was no fear of it spreading. Chu Xian stroked his chin. 9908 Woman to man, wouldn't a sex change operation do the trick? 9909 But then he remembered this was a cultivation world. 9910 A martial artist's cultivation concerns the great Tao, Yin and Yang are predestined. 9911 Reversing them invites disaster, meaning. 9912 If a woman forcibly turns herself into a man. 9913 She would be rejected by the great Tao, and even face calamities. 9914 Ultimately, she wouldn't be able to comprehend the Great Tao. He then closed the Wantian Jing. 9915 Because he had been focusing on Qining for so long. 9916 His spiritual power consumption was a bit high. 9917 He quickly swallowed a few pills to recover. For the following period, 9918 Chu Xian spent most of his time focusing on Qining.
9919 He wasn't even interested in the intelligence from Heiyue Lu anymore.
9920 He didn't even let Chu Xian read out unimportant intelligence.
9921 Those things happening in Nanzhou. 9922 How could they be as interesting as Qin Ying's daily life? Qining once again. 9923 Ran to the Luojia clan's scripture pavilion to look for body cultivation techniques.
9924 However, the techniques she could find were all relatively gentle. 9925 All body cultivation techniques suitable for women, if cultivated. 9926 Besides strengthening the physical body, her figure would become even more alluring. 9927 And possess even more feminine charm, not even a single fierce. 9928 Explosive body cultivation technique could be found. 9929 Ever since he heard she had the idea of becoming a man. 9930 The Luojia family head had hidden away all those fierce. 9931 Attribute body cultivation techniques, especially 9932 placing techniques prepared for women's body cultivation. Things like water soft body or 5-grain snake body and so on. 9934 Just as she returned to her courtyard. 9935 The old bootlicker Zhu Yuanbai came to curry favor, cousin. 9936 This is Bing Qing. It has miraculous effects for body cultivation. 9937 It can also whiten the skin and make one charmingly fragrant. 9938 Qin Ying's fists clenched tightly. 9939 Her face flushed red, her body trembling slightly with anger. 9940 Damn it, I want something that's not skin whitening. 9941 Or charmingly fragrant, I want something fierce, domineering, mighty, and unyielding. 9942 Get lost. Qining roared. 9943 Cousin, don't be angry, this really can whiten your skin. 9944 And make you charmingly fragrant, Zhu Yuanbai's eyes. 9945 Never left Qining, cousin. 9946 You're so enchanting even when you're angry, it makes me so obsessed. 9947 Cousin, will you marry me? Or I can marry you. 9948 The child can take your surname, or I can take the child's surname. 9949 As long as you agree, this is an ultimate simp. 9950 Chu Xian was speechless. This guy named Zhu Yuan by 9951 was the king of simps. Qin Ying's face turned ashen with anger. 9952 Her delicate body trembled, her chest heaving violently. 9953 Zhu Yuanbai's eyes were wide open, as wide as they could be. 9954 Not even blinking. Damn it, spit. 9955 I will kill you. Qining swung her halberd. 9956 And madly attacked Zhu Yuanbai. 9957 How tragic, to think I, Qining, an 8-foot, fine man, 9958 mighty and extraordinary, have been reduced to a delicate woman. 9959 In the past, every time I opened my mouth, it was I, your father, but now. 9960 Every time I open my mouth, I almost subconsciously want to say I, your mother. 9961 She was in a very gloomy mood, very afraid that one day 9962 she would truly think of herself as a woman. 9963 And then fall in love with some man. The thought of this scene. 9964 made Qining shudder with disgust, swinging her halberd, chasing Zhu Yuanbai. 9965 All the way out of the Luojia clan, Qining was truly driven mad with anger. 9966 The damn man dared to confess to her, I'm a man too. 9967 Chu Xian watched with great interest. Qining chased Zhu Yuanbai all the way. 9968 Seemingly not stopping until she killed him, he closed the Wantian Jing. 9969 Chu Xian couldn't help but think. 9970 Qining had always wanted to find a powerful body cultivation technique. 9971 He felt he had overlooked the importance of body cultivation. 9972 His physical body was naturally very strong. 9973 And didn't need deliberate body cultivation. 9974 Besides, he had comprehended many body cultivation methods. 9975 In terms of physical strength, no one in the same realm could compare. 9976 Chu Xian was thinking of his two disciples, Dingyu and Wang Luo. 9977 is his disciples. 9978 They naturally had to be strong in all aspects. 9979 How could they lack body cultivation? 9980 It was time to teach them body cultivation methods. 9981 Do you like muscular beauties? 9982 The kind of cute girls, if you like them. 9983 Pick one and post it in the comments section. 9984 Accompany Biao as he explains it slowly for you. Moi moi moi. 9985 Moi moi. Just now. 9986 Chu Xian found two body cultivation methods more suitable for Dingyu. 9987 and Wan Luo, so we call them out. 9988 Today, I, your master, will teach you two great body cultivation arts. 9989 Ding Yu and Wan Luo were overjoyed, they considered their physical strength. 9990 Within the same rank, there were few who could compare, if they cultivated. 9991 The great body cultivation art specially taught by their master. 9992 How terrifyingly strong would their bodies become? Sir, what about me? 9993 Chu Xian, who was beside them, asked eagerly, You don't need it. 9994 Your Taiyin Shen body is already extraordinary. 9995 Besides, do you want to train yourself into a muscular beauty? 9996 Chu Xian glanced at her, then forget it. 9997 When Chu Xian imagined herself with bulging muscles. 9998 She shivered violently. Chu Xian then condensed true qi in his palm. 9999 And transmitted a body cultivation method into Ding Yu's mind. 10,000 I, your master, bestow upon you the Qiong Tian Jianti. 10001 It perfectly suits your talent and aptitude, once this art is mastered. 10002 Your body will be like a vast ocean, impervious to divine sword arts. Chu Xian turned. 10003 Facing Wang Luo, I, your master, bestow upon you the Julian Shenti. 9 nines return to 1. 10004 Your body will undergo 9 transformations, upon mastery, divine weapons will hardly harm you. 10005 Thank you, master, the two of them respectfully kowtowed 3 times. 10006 You must know, the body cultivation techniques Chu Xian taught 10007 were based on their different talents and focuses. 10008 These great body cultivation arts were all system rewards. 10009 Each one was extraordinary. After teaching them the body cultivation arts, 10010 he sent them off to continue cultivating. 10011 He himself lay in the courtyard, continuing to observe Qi Ning. 10012 He was considering, 10,013 whether to teach Qi Ning a great body cultivation art. 10014 There was a very fierce great body cultivation art. 10015 Exactly the kind Qi Ning was longing for. 10016 If she successfully cultivated it, 10017 Qi Ning might turn into a muscular beauty. 10018 But when he thought of Qi Ning, valiant, heroic, beautiful, and refined, 10019 yet with bulging muscles. 10020 Chu Xian couldn't help but get goosebumps. 10021 It's better to continue observing Qi Ning for a while. 10022 At the very least, he needed to figure out 10,023 what exactly happened in that battle at Zhanmagudi. 10024 Thinking of this, Chu Xian looked towards the Jinshi Liuli Ta. 10025 Manhwa had not yet been completely converted, but it was close. 10026 This top demon expert participated in that battle back then. 10027 He should know many secrets. 10028 On the other side, Qi Ning had been chasing Zhu Yuanbai for 3 days. 10029 Seemingly to the death, Zhu Yuanbai was scared. 10030 Not because he feared Qi Ning could kill him, 10,031 but because he saw Qi Ning seem genuinely angry, 10,032 angrier than ever before. 10033 He was afraid Qi Ning would ignore him from now on, never see him again. 10034 And stop accepting his gifts. Cousin, I was wrong. 10035 It was cousin's fault, please stop chasing cousin. 10036 I'll go find a great body cultivation art for you right now, okay? 10037 Cousin, I will definitely find a very, very strong, 10038 Very, very fierce kind of great body cultivation art for you. 10039 Qi Ning Stop chasing, alright, you said it, if you can't do it, 10,040 Don't ever appear before me again. 10041 Zhu Yuanbai finally breathed a sigh of relief, and promised, definitely. 10042 Cousin, I will definitely do it, watching Zhu Yuanbai leave. 10043 Qi Ning sighed, looking up at the sky, how tragic, Qi Ning, have fallen so low. 10044 For a great body cultivation art, I actually resorted to using my beauty to charm someone. 10045 Qi Ning didn't return to the Luojia clan, staying in the Luojia clan was uncomfortable. 10,046 servants and maids, whenever they met, would call her Miss this and Miss that. 10047 It made him feel very aggrieved. Qi Ning planned to find a place to cultivate. 10048 to improve her strength as soon as possible. The opening of the Zhanmagudi in Nanzhou was not far off. 10049 That great battle caused the battlefield to fall into a spatial rift. 10050 With the restoration of the rules, the battlefield will reappear. 10051 Those people from back then should also appear one by one. 10052 The things in the Zhanmagudi, 10,053 must absolutely not fall into the hands of enemies. 10054 Suddenly, two figures in black robes soared out, holding sharp swords. 10055 They came with ill intent, both at the Emperor Realm 5th level. 10056 Qining frowned, glancing at the newcomers. 10057 She didn't speak. Whenever she could avoid speaking, 10,058 She tried her best not to. In her past life, she liked to let out a roar. 10059 To intimidate enemies. For this, she specially cultivated a roaring technique. 10060 In this life, she didn't like to roar anymore. As soon as she roared, 10061 it sounded delicate, she couldn't stand it. 10062 The men in black also said nothing. A flash of a sword, 10,063 Their domains unfolded, they leaped several meters into the air. 10064 Using a sword technique that descended from the sky, they fiercely attacked Qining. 10065 Qining held her halberd, her eyes glinting sharply. 10066 Her domain power unfolded. Boom, the halberd swept out, empowered by her domain. 10067 One strike repelled the black-robed men's attack, she frowned. 10068 Who were these people assassinating her? Old enemies from back then? No. 10069 No one knew she would reincarnate into the Runwan Luojia clan. 10070 Then, were the attackers enemies of the Luojia clan? 10071 The Runwan Luojia clan was renowned in Dongyu, and its status was transcendent. 10072 Which power would dare to attack the Luojia clan? 10073 Besides, she hadn't offended anyone. 10074 Qining analyzed inwardly, but her halberd attacks were fierce and unparalleled. 10075 Although she was 2 minor realms lower, she was not at a disadvantage at all. 10076 Wherever the halberd pointed, it created a domain, domineering and unmatched. 10077 Chu Xian watched intently throughout, unable to help but sigh. 10078 Qining was a perfect match for that great body cultivation art. 10079 From her fighting style, it was clear. 10080 Qining was a fierce and unmatched person. 10081 And her use of domain power, 10082 had reached an extremely high level. 10083 Qinying's use of domain power, 10084 had already surpassed the comprehension an ordinary Emperor Realm practitioner should have. 10085 Reaching a very high level. 10086 Even ordinary honored realm experts couldn't grasp it like this. 10087 Domain power could actually be split. 10088 Part of it attached to the halberd, attached to the attack. 10089 Part of it enhanced herself, not like ordinary Emperor Realm. 10,090 experts who centered themselves and expanded their domain power. 10091 Enveloping the enemy or confronting the enemy's domain power. 10092 It seemed scattered, yet it was more focused. 10093 And its power was stronger. Chu Xian watched this battle. 10094 Gaining new insights into domain power. 10095 So, domain could be used like this. 10096 He really lacked combat experience. 10097 Qining had gradually suppressed the enemy. 10098 Throughout the entire process, she hadn't spoken a word. 10099 The men in black also said nothing, occasionally exchanging glances. 10100 It was clear they were anxious. 10101 They hadn't expected Qinying's strength to be so formidable. 10,102 fighting across 2 minor realms. 10103 She had suppressed their combined attack. 10104 Qining frowned slightly. The battle had reached this point. 10,105 Yet no guardian expert from the Luojia clan had appeared. 10106 Were they testing her? 10,107 Or had they been lured away? She couldn't continue to stall. 10108 Immediately, the halberd struck down from the air. 10109 The domain power surrounding her suddenly condensed, like a great mountain. 10110 Following the halberd's descent, it smashed down violently. 10111 Boom, the two men in black desperately defended. However, Qining struck again and again, each strike's power superimposed on the previous one. 10114 After 3 consecutive strikes, the men in black already 10,115 could not withstand the violent impact. 10116 Their domain power showed signs of collapsing, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. 10117 Qin Ying's gaze was icy. 10118 A violent aura surged, the halberd struck down repeatedly. 10119 Her domain power became increasingly solid with each strike, 10120 gradually taking the form of a halberd. 10121 It was as if a great halberd was cleaving down. 10122 The black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure sent flying. 10123 Qin Ying's even more ferocious attack followed closely. 10124 If this strike landed, 10125 The black-robed man would either die or be severely injured. Just then, 10126 A cold light suddenly appeared, as if stabbing out from nothingness. 10127 Aiming for Qin Ying's back, not good, danger. 10128 The girl was about to enter a berserk mode at the slightest disagreement. 10129 She seemed to have forgotten she was now a woman. 10130 Once the berserk mode was activated, all her clothes would instantly explode. 10131 Her body exposed. Ah Pao probably wouldn't be in the mood to commentate today. 10132 Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qin Ying remained calm, letting out a cold snort. 10133 She backhanded a punch, fiercely smashing towards the incoming cold light. 10134 Humph, mere parlor tricks, the cold light was knocked away. 10135 However, more cold lights stabbed from all directions. 10136 An intense sense of crisis enveloped Qin Ying. 10137 She couldn't bother with those two black-robed men. 10138 She retracted her halberd, her domain enveloping all directions. Just then, 10,139 A cold light suddenly appeared on her back. 10140 The distance was so close, Qin Ying's expression changed. 10141 She twisted her waist, hastily dodging, but she was a step too late. 10142 Her clothes were torn. 10143 A bloody gash appeared on her tender white skin. Qin Ying was furious. 10144 Her entire aura surged, a violent aura swept in all directions. 10145 She was about to unleash her berserk technique, but then she suddenly froze. 10146 Her berserk aura stagnated, not continuing to rise. 10147 At this moment, Qin Ying felt extremely frustrated. She was now a woman. 10148 She couldn't fight naked. She possessed a powerful berserk technique, 10,149 yet she couldn't use it, a miscalculation. 10150 She should have found a top-grade treasure armor in the family and worn it, 10,151 to avoid exposing her body when using the berserk technique. 10152 Qin Ying 10153 had already fallen into an encirclement. 10154 black-robed men formed a formation, surrounding her in the middle. 10155 The two black-robed men who first attacked to attract her attention. 10156 had now put on cloaks and fled. 10157 Qin Ying coldly glanced at the four black-robed men. 10158 Their figures were elusive, like assassins ready to hide at any moment. 10159 Assassins skilled in the art of assassination, and each one 10160 was at the Emperor Realm 3rd level. 10161 It seemed like a meticulously planned killing trap. Qin Ying frowned. 10162 She pondered if this was related to Zhu Yuanbai. 10163 Could it be him? Did he deliberately set up this trap? 10164 To play the hero saving the damsel in distress at the end? The thought of this possibility. 10165 made Qin Ying feel terrible. I hope I'm overthinking it. 10166 Otherwise, I'll chop you sooner or later. Qin Ying gritted her teeth. 10167 The black-robed figures began to fade. Qin Ying snorted coldly. 10168 In her past life, when she rose to power, she encountered countless assassinations. 10169 She had even faced situations several times more dangerous than this. 10170 How to deal with such assassins skilled in concealment. 10171 Qin Ying was very experienced. 10172 Just as the assassins were about to conceal their figures, Qin Ying lunged. 10173 She charged towards one of the assassins. 10174 The halberd struck fiercely, but her figure had already vanished from the spot. 10175 The other three, at the moment Qin Ying attacked, 10176 also concealed themselves. 10177 Mere parlor tricks. Humph, Qin Ying snorted coldly. 10178 Who couldn't conceal their figure? Back when she was rising, 10,179 facing countless assassinations, she was also skilled in methods of concealment. 10180 Qin Ying continued to charge forward, her halberd sweeping in all directions. 10181 Even though she couldn't see the enemy, she kept attacking. 10182 Boom, dust billowed, trees turned to powder, the earth cracked. 10183 Amidst the billowing dust, Qin Ying's figure disappeared. 10184 Quite some skill, Qin Ying was indeed not an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator. 10185 In an extremely short time, she had determined a favorable position. 10,186 concealed her figure, and hidden her aura. 10187 Chu Xian watched with great interest, his eyes shining with golden light. 10188 Tianji Shintong, whether it was Qin Ying or the assassin's hiding spots. 10189 Nothing was hidden from his eyes. 10190 After a while, the assassins couldn't hold back any longer. 10191 The four assassins all revealed themselves, exchanging glances. 10192 Could it be that Qin Ying wasn't hiding nearby? 10193 But had used a secret technique to escape? 10194 Very possible, the assassination had failed, just as the assassins were about to leave. 10195 At the moment they relaxed, Qin Ying attacked. 10196 The halberd suddenly thrust out. This strike 10,197 could be said to have reached Qin Ying's peak. Boom. 10198 The targeted assassin had no time to defend. 10199 And was killed by a single strike, his soul fled. Qin Ying succeeded with one strike. 10200 Her second strike, the halberd swept towards the second assassin. 10201 Directly heavily injuring the opponent, before the opponent could hide. 10202 She pounced, delivering a second strike. Qin Ying launched a strong counterattack. 10203 She destroyed the physical bodies of two assassins, only their souls escaped. 10204 And their souls were also severely damaged along with their bodies' collapse. 10205 The other two assassins fled, after succeeding. 10206 Qin Ying also quickly left. The situation was unclear. 10207 She didn't want to fall into danger, Chu Xian sighed. 10208 As expected of a reincarnated old monster, her methods were brilliant and ruthless. 10209 The two assassins seemed to have escaped with their souls, 10,210 but in reality, Qin Ying had already used a secret technique. 10211 To obtain their soul auras. 10212 It seemed she planned to find the assassin's lair. 10213 Qin Ying was assassinated. 1021 For the Luojia clan was furious, the old bootlicker Zhu Yuanbai was even more enraged. 10215 He hunted down assassins everywhere, determined to find the mastermind. 10216 To avenge Qin Ying, Dongyu Zhangzhou was in turmoil. 10217 There was even a great battle between Heaven Realm experts, the Runwang Shijia. 10218 The Luojia clan's might was once again displayed. 10219 With domineering and formidable strength, 10,220 They directly killed a Heaven Realm expert. However, 10221 The ultimate mastermind still couldn't be found. 10222 They only managed to dismantle that assassin organization. 10223 They didn't even know the purpose of assassinating Qin Ying. 10224 Seeing the power of the Runwang Shijia, Chu Xian felt motivated. 10225 With his current honored realm 6th level strength, 10226 He was still too weak after all, even the Heaven Realm. 10227 was nothing much. 10228 After all, above the Heaven Realm, there was the legendary Divine Realm. 10229 And above the Divine Realm, there were even stronger realms. 10230 The scene shifted to a month later. Ding Yuan Wan Luo 10231 had been cultivating in the small world for over 30 years. 10232 Their strength had improved tremendously. One was at True Realm 9th level, 10233 at True Realm 8th level, Su Xianers. 10234 Strength had improved even more, reaching the peak of the True Realm. 10235 She was accumulating for a breakthrough to the Emperor Realm. 10236 Chu Xian didn't plan for them to break through in the small world. 10237 To the Emperor Realm. 10238 After all, the small world was just a small world. 10239 Ordinary cultivation was fine, but breaking through to such a major realm. 10240 It was still better to do it in the real world. 10241 Chu Xian began to construct a special domain in the Qiankuan Kongjian. 10242 Directly bypassing the Nanzhou's world rules. 10243 In drawing upon the rules of the Great Tao, he used the Shinhan Jido Fa 10244 to draw the rules of the Great Tao, the rules of the Great Tao. 10245 Making the rules in the Qiankuan Kongjian complete. 10246 could directly communicate with the rules of the Great Tao in the Qiankuan Kongjian. 10247 To break through to the Emperor Realm,
One day, Chu Xian was bored. 10248 He picked up an important piece of intelligence from Heiyuelu. 10249 and started reading. The Baishangshan ancient ruins are about to appear. 10250 Baishangshan, an ancient supreme great power. 10251 once had heaven realm experts, but was destroyed in a great war. 10252 The sect fell into a spatial rift. The intelligence described 10253 a recently appeared ancient ruin in Nanzhou. 10254 It seems the Baishangshan ancient ruins are about to appear. 10255 Once an incredibly powerful sect. During the war against demons, 10256 The sect fell into a spatial rift, its legacy severed. 10257 Now, as the world's rules recover, 10258 The Baishangshan sect's ancient ruins have appeared. Chu Xian took a look. 10259 and his interest was immediately piqued. 10260 The appearance of the Baishangshan ancient ruins meant opportunities. 10261 A great sect that once had heaven realm experts. 10262 fell into a spatial rift. 10263 Its sect ruins should have some legacy left behind. 10264 How could the major powers in Nanzhou not be tempted? 10265 Chu Xian continued reading the intelligence, the three kingdoms and three sects of Nanzhou. 10266 Already had experts heading towards the Baishangshan ancient ruins. 10267 Waiting for the ruins to fully open. 10268 To enter and compete for legacies and treasures. Such a powerful ancient ruin. 10,269 There must be earth-grade weapons inside. 10270 And it's not out of the question that there might even be heaven-grade weapons. 10271 It seems the waters in Nanzhou are starting to boil. After reading the intelligence, 10272 Chu Xian muttered to himself alone. 10273 How could he be absent from such a major event? 10274 Chu Xian slammed the intelligence report on the table. 10,275 Deciding to get involved. Perhaps it would trigger a system reward. 10276 After all, exploring ancient ruins. 10277 He might inadvertently trigger a system reward. 10278 Although he couldn't leave the small courtyard, he had disciples. 10279 Dingyu, True Realm 10280 9th level, even a half-emperor might not be his match. 10281 The power of the Tongtian sword art, killing enemies across realms was not an issue. 10282 Moreover, Dingyu's sword Dao talent was top-notch, 10,283 perfectly compatible with the Tongtian sword art, making his strength even greater. 10284 Wang Luo was only at True Realm 1st level, so he wouldn't join the fun for now. 10285 Besides, he was busy refining pills and body cultivation. 10286 There was another, most important reason. 10287 Dingyu was the son of destiny of Nanzhou, the treasures in the ancient ruins. 10288 might just be tailor-made for him. 10289 This was also his stage to become famous and show off. 10290 It was time for Dingyu, the son of destiny of Nanzhou. 10291 To show his capabilities, Chu Xian then called Dingyu out. 10292 and handed him the intelligence report. 10293 Little Yu, go run a small errand for your master. 10294 Dingyu glanced at the intelligence, a bright light flashed in his eyes. 10295 He was tempted. 10296 From his childhood sweetheart's betrayal, to the humiliation at Zhoujianshan. 10297 And finally being directly expelled. 10298 Disappearing from public view, disheveled and dejected. 10299 He had always held his breath, cultivating hard, constantly getting stronger. 10300 Wasn't it all to slap them back in the face? 10301 To make those who looked down on him then unable to reach him now. 10302 How long had it been since he was expelled? 10303 He was now a True Realm 9th level cultivation. His sword 10304 comprehension was so high, it was no exaggeration to say. 10305 Probably no one in Zhoujianshan could defeat him. 10306 Unless an Emperor Realm expert intervened, Zhoujianshan was famous for its sword Dao. 10307 It was the #1 sword Dao sect in Nanzhou. 10308 And he, this abandoned disciple of Zhoujianshan, would use his sword Dao. 10309 To rub Zhoujianshan's face in the dirt, just thinking about it was exciting. 10310 He had been waiting for this moment, now the opportunity had come. 10311 The Baishangshan ancient ruins have appeared, 10,312 All major powers in Nanzhou are participating. 10313 All famous experts in Nanzhou will appear. He, 10314 Dingyu, wanted to, in front of all the major powers in Nanzhou. 10315 Rub Chu Xian's face in the dirt, the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao. 10316 You felt he had almost seen through it. 10317 It was time to test 10,318 His Sword Dao. I will follow Master's instructions. 10319 Ding Yu said respectfully, go, with your strength. 10320 Nanzhou has few opponents. Chu Xian nodded. 10321 Sword cultivators are unyielding, you were once expelled. 10322 It's time to make a name for yourself. 10323 And reclaim your dignity, the major powers of Nanzhou. 10324 Will inevitably restrict some people from participating in the Baishengshan ancient ruins. 10325 As a rogue cultivator, you will surely face obstacles. All obstacles. 10326 Are like clay chickens and pottery dogs before absolute strength. 10327 I, your master, won't arrange anything for you. 10328 Rely on yourself to enter the Baishengshan ruins. Chu Xian wanted 10329 Ding Yu to show off and dominate in the Baishengshan ancient ruins. 10330 Sweeping away all opposition, as his disciple, making a name for himself. 10,331 Sweeping away all opposition, proved he taught well. 10332 Would it trigger a system reward? 10333 The probability is very high, yes, master. Ding Yu was extremely excited. 10334 Chu Xian continued to instruct. 10,335 The treasures in Baishengshan might be quite ordinary. 10336 But we can't let others get them. If you encounter them, fight for them. 10337 You decide as you see fit, rest assured, master. 10338 As long as this disciple sets his sights on it, no one can take it away. 10339 Ding Yu said solemnly, Baishengshan is located in the northern part of Nanzhou. 10340 In the center of a continuous stretch of barren mountains. 10341 This place was once the sect location of Baishengshan, in a great battle. 10342 The Baishengshan sect fell into a spatial rift, the surrounding mountain peaks. 10343 Under the constant erosion of the battle's residual power, 10344 became barren, devoid of plants, as time passed. 10345 The residual power of the battle dissipated for nearly 100 years. 10,346 before grass and trees gradually grew. Even so. 10347 The vegetation was sparse, and the spiritual energy seemed chaotic. 10348 The area for 10,000 li around was desolate and uninhabited, just a month ago. 10349 A phantom of ancient ruins suddenly appeared in the barren mountains. 10350 It immediately attracted attention, according to records. 10351 This place was once the sect of Baishengshan, a powerful sect. 10352 The ancient ruins of a sect were about to appear, naturally shaking Nanzhou. 10353 Countless powers came, all wanting to obtain great opportunities. 10354 The few mountain peaks closest to the ancient ruins. 10355 had already been surrounded by various major powers, among them, the weakest. 10356 had at least true realm third-level experts stationed. 10357 A group of rogue cultivators gathered not far away, discussing. 10358 Waiting to watch the excitement, and incidentally see. 10359 If there was any chance to pick up some leftovers. 10360 Currently, among the most powerful 3 kingdoms and 3 sects in Nanzhou. 10361 Only Prodigy had yet to arrive. 10362 Prodigy was also the only incredibly powerful 10,363 all-female sect in Nanzhou. Their cultivation techniques were very mysterious. 10364 No power dared to ignore the existence of Prodigy. 10365 Therefore, even though no one from Prodigy had arrived yet, the major powers 10366 had tacitly left a mountain peak for them. 10367 It's estimated that once Prodigy arrives, things will officially begin. 10368 Each mountain peak was not far from the others, nor were they large mountains. 10369 They were just the closest to the Baishengshan ancient ruins. 10370 As for the quotas to enter the Baishengshan ancient ruins. 10371 They hadn't been decided yet. 10372 Only after the experts from Prodigy arrived. 10373 Would the major powers begin discussions among the current 3 kingdoms and 3 sects. 10371 Kingdom's name no longer matched its reality. They didn't even have a true realm 9th level expert. 10375 The mountain peak occupied by the Dechen Empire was not far from the Qin Kingdom. 10376 Everyone naturally heard what Lu Pingfeng said. 10377 On the Qin Kingdom's mountain peak, Qin Changfeng's face was unsightly.
10378 however, he showed no weakness, sneering at Lu Pingfeng. 10379 You don't need to be sarcastic, so what if you have 3 half-emperors? 10380 Weren't you still defeated by our Dechin Empress? 10381 Lu Pingfeng's face darkened. I won't argue with you. 10382 He then looked towards the Shewang Ting. 10383 Evil King. In the past, Nanzhou only had 2 kingdoms and 3 sects. 10384 Now there's an extra kingdom. Do you think we should do something? 10385 This was a direct indication of wanting to ally with Shewang Ting. 10386 To target the Qin kingdom. Everyone looked at the evil king. 10387 Only to see the evil king proudly tilting his head. 10388 Dismissing Lu Pingfeng with disdain. My Shewang Ting has always been righteous. 10389 We disdain ganging up on others. To hell with you. 10390 Everyone present cursed inwardly. Evil cultivators talking about righteousness? 10391 What a joke. Could he be any more shameless? 10392 Those words sounded like they came from his backside. 10393 There was also a simple beauty of a missing brainstem. 10394 Qin Chanfan breathed a sigh of relief. 10395 It was a good thing the evil king's brain had a problem. 10396 He wouldn't ally with the Dechin Empire. At this moment, 10397 A voice came from the sky. Elder Qin, long time no see. 10398 Everyone looked up. It turned out that Yuan Bing from Jiujianshan had arrived. 10399 The one speaking was not sect master Song Yiming, 10,400 but a young man, standing proudly. His heroic and handsome face attracted the attention of many young women present. Xia Wang exclaimed in admiration for Ing Jiankong, the top prodigy of the Jiujianshan area, truly lives up to his reputation. Dechin now probably just relies on Jiujianshan to keep up appearances, right? Lu Pingfeng snorted, and the onlookers immediately burst into an uproar. True Realm 9th level, huh? He's only about 50, right? I heard he wouldn't even accept the position of sect master, solely pursuing to become the true strongest. Many people looked at that proud, standing figure, discussing animatedly. Among the Jiujianshan group, there was a beautiful figure whose gaze never left Ing Jiankong. It's brother Jiankong. He's finally here. The leader of Tianding Shan was also a half-emperor realm cultivator, looking very old. His beard and hair were gray, like a waterfall. That beautiful figure followed behind him, saying with an infatuated look, Grandpa, the great treasure of the Baishongshan ruins, will surely fall into brother Jiankong's hands, right? Perhaps. After the ruins, I will arrange your marriage with Jiankong. I'll leave it all to Grandpa. The woman blushed. I heard that on Jiujianshan, he's very close to a junior martial sister. The old man frowned slightly and said, Grandpa, I know. Brother Jiankong didn't hide it from me. If there is, there is. At most, she'll be a concubine. Brother Jiankong is so powerful, it's normal for many women to admire him. Marrying a concubine is no big deal, she can serve me. The woman didn't care at all. The old man said no more. You are indeed magnanimous. The space vibrated. Everyone's eyes turned to a stretch of dilapidated buildings gradually appearing. At this moment, the ancient ruins looked like a mirage. The full opening of the ancient ruins was not far off. Everyone present widened their eyes, quietly waiting for the moment to witness a miracle. What can make men temporarily put aside their hatred, besides beautiful women, is more beautiful women, right? Just now, the sword bone ruins were about to open. Xia Wan was the first to grow impatient. Why haven't the women from Pilhua Ge arrived yet? No one else dared to speak. Pilhua Ge was not to be trifled with. After all, those women were rather petty, and it was easy to be resented by them. Only Xia Wan was fearless, even cursing. The women of Pelhua Ge are just desperate for men, dawdling. If they don't come soon, don't blame this king for catching a few young wenches another day to have some fun. This person is probably an idiot, right? The others continued to mind their own business. Let Xia Wang curse alone. Anyway, Xia Wang's relationship with Pelhua Ge was very poor. He, Xia Wang, was not afraid of offending people. They had no deep hatred for Pelhua Ge. If they could avoid offending them, they would. That group of women was truly not to be trifled with. Being petty was also true. Oh, look, when did an extra person appear on Pelhua Ge's mountain peak? Suddenly, everyone looked towards the mountain peak reserved for Pelhua Ge. A figure was seen holding a sword, leaning against a large tree, sitting lazily in the middle of a pink ocean. His aura was only at the first level of the Xian realm. In the eyes of many experts, he was like an ant.
Just such a weak person actually ascended Prodigy's mountain peak. Wanting to occupy a mountain peak alone? Who gave him the courage? Dingyu made a grand entrance, attracting everyone's attention.
He held a sword, sitting on an unoccupied mountain peak, oblivious to the surrounding gazes. He had suppressed his cultivation to the first level of the Xian realm, looking very weak, as if anyone could crush him.
On a nearby mountain peak,
a figure soared into the air towards Dingyu. "Kid, this is not the place for you.
This is the territory of the Prodigy fairies. An ant like you here is an eyesore to the fairies.
Come with me and await the Prodigy fairies' judgment." The newcomer was a middle-aged man, at the true third level of the realm.
Such a cultivation level
was considered the weakest among the surrounding major forces. He raised his hand to grab. A large spiritual power hand ruthlessly grabbed towards Dingyu. Just when everyone thought Dingyu's fate would be tragic, a flash of light appeared. The middle-aged man who attacked
didn't even have time to let out a scream. His body split in two in mid-air, dying on the spot. "Honey?"
Everyone's eyes narrowed, including the half-emperor experts present.
That sword light was too fast.
They hadn't paid much attention to this side just now. Therefore, even the half-emperor experts didn't know where that sword strike came from.
Then, everyone turned their gaze to Chu Xian. That mountain peak was next to Chu Xian. Could it be that an expert from Chu Xian had acted? Ing Jiankong's pupils constricted, a look of disbelief on his face.
Then he sneered, "Haha,
that sword strike was from Dingyu. Interesting.
It seems he obtained some opportunity, and his strength has increased."
Ing Jiankong chuckled. But trash is ultimately trash. Relying on a small opportunity to become stronger, he can only stop here. Dingyu sneered mockingly. A piece of trash who only reached true realm 9th level at 50? He looked up coldly at everyone present. He sneered, "Do you think I, Dingyu, have obtained a great opportunity, and want to come and snatch it?"
Ing Jiankong had never suffered such humiliation.
He instantly flew into a rage. Do you think I, Dingyu, am not worthy to speak to you like this?"
As he spoke, Dingyu tightened his grip on the sword in his hand.
"I'd like to ask, are you worthy? My, Dingyu's, opportunity is my master. In my master's eyes, you are nothing but trash. Trash is not worthy of my master's attention.
I, Dingyu, came today to make a name for myself.
I promised my master, none of you can stop me." Arrogant, insolent, and domineering. It made everyone present look unsightly.
But no one intended to make a move, all were pondering. Who exactly was the master Dingyu spoke of? To be able in such a short time to cultivate a true realm 9th level expert, it showed how strong he was. Just as tensions were high, flower petals floated down from the sky.
Colorful petals scattered down, disappearing upon landing. Everyone's spirits lifted. The people from Prodigy had arrived. Looking again at Dingyu, who occupied Prodigy's mountain peak, many people perked up. It seemed there would be a good show to watch.
In the distance, a graceful figure approached through the air. As she walked step by step, beautiful flower petals accompanied her, fluttering down. The petals were a manifestation of spiritual power, not real petals.
This was a Prodigy technique, and also Prodigy's usual entrance style. The newcomer had a graceful figure, an elegant posture, and unparalleled beauty. "It's Prodigy's saintess, Han Meng." Many people exclaimed. Especially some young martial artists showed expressions of admiration.
Even Ing Jiankong, who had just been publicly humiliated, couldn't help but his eyes brighten as he looked at Han Meng.
Indeed, she was like a fairy, ethereal and refined.
Han Meng walked step by step, her smile charming.
Hearing the surrounding flattery and words of admiration, the smile on her face became even more charming. She walked step by step towards the mountain peak where Dingyu was. That was Prodigy's mountain peak. Although there was already a person there, and his strength was not weak, she only thought that it was to curry favor with Prodigy. Someone helping to occupy the mountain peak. Perhaps it was one of her, Han Meng's, pursuers. Dingyu's brow furrowed. Watching Han Meng approach step by step, his heart grew heavy. What is she trying to do? Deliberately attract my attention? Smiling so brightly, is she trying to confuse me? This woman is detestable. She must be trying to disturb my mind, to make me fall for her, then fall in love with her, and thus disrupt my breakthrough of the second stage of seeing through the sword path. Han Meng had just set foot on the mountain peak. Dingyu looked over with icy eyes. "Woman, stay away from me." Han Meng almost died of anger. "Don't even think about disturbing my sword heart. You can't confuse me." My heart only has the sword, there will be no you. Give up. What a character. Ah ha 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 ha.
The girl dressed up meticulously, her entrance accompanied by flower petals.
She thought she would stun everyone
and charm countless martial artists. But she never expected a complete straight man to ruin the atmosphere, and even tell her to get lost.
The girl's name was Han Meng. Just now,
she had just set foot on the mountain peak, when Ding Yu looked over with an icy gaze.
Woman, stay away from me. Han Meng almost died of anger.
The flower petals fluttering down with her, even paused because of this.
The surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Ding Yu.
The first person to dare speak to Han Meng like this. And also the first male martial artist to tell Han Meng to get lost.
You told me to get lost? Han Meng was furious.
Tao Huaji had let her arrive first, precisely to display her grace, precisely to charm countless martial artists. In fact, she had already achieved it. The moment she appeared, countless male martial artists were captivated by her graceful figure, captivated by her peerless beauty.
But unexpectedly, at the last moment, the entire atmosphere was ruined.
Ding Yu's gaze was sharp,
staring directly at her.
Vicious woman, don't even think about disturbing my sword heart.
You can't confuse me. My heart only has the sword, there will be no you. Give up. Han Meng almost coughed up blood from anger. Who the hell is vicious? Who the hell wants to confuse you? You.
Han Meng's aura flared, her delicate body trembling with anger. Her fair fingers pointed at Ding Yu, a murderous intent rising in her sword. She was the saintess of Prodigy, exceptionally talented, peerlessly beautiful. How many men had fallen at her feet, willing to go through fire and water for her?
When had she ever been scolded like this? Get lost. You can't seduce me.
If you don't get lost, don't blame my sword for being merciless.
Ding Yu's eyes were icy, staring fixedly at Han Meng.
This woman dressed so ostentatiously, deliberately came to his mountain peak.
She must have ill intentions. If not to seduce him, what other purpose could there be? You wouldn't have thought, right? I, Ding Yu, have already seen through the supreme second stage of the sword path.
Seeing beauty without distraction, with a sword soul in my heart.
You can't disturb my sword heart. Han Meng was about to go mad with anger. She came to seduce him? This is my Prodigy's mountain peak.
This person must die. Seeing Han Meng being scolded like this, many people were angered.
Many people were moved. This was a good opportunity to curry favor.
Before others could act, Ing Jiankong stepped forward. Ding Yu, a mere Jiujin Shan traitor, a piece of trash, dares to act wildly here? I, Ing Jiankong, would like to see what ability you, this traitorous trash, possess.
Saintess Han, no need to be angry.
I, Ing Jiankong, will deal with this insolent fellow for you. Ing Jiankong landed beside Han Meng, looking coldly at Ding Yu. Ding Yu, kneel down and kowtow to Saintess Han, beg for her forgiveness, and I will spare you.
Han Meng calmed down a little.
Seeing Ing Jiankong stand up for her, she felt a bit better. She was still quite popular.
Look, even the top prodigy of Jiujin Shan stood up for her.
Ding Yu looked at Ing Jiankong with disdain, and let out a snort, then laughed.
Ing Jiankong, your sword path is only a so-so. Standing up for a completely unrelated woman, what kind of sword path are you cultivating?
Ing Jiankong, I originally thought your sword path realm might be acceptable.
Now I see, it's just trash. To actually stand up for a woman who tried to seduce me. I, Ding Yu, am ashamed to be associated with you. Master was right.
There are thousands upon thousands of sword cultivators in the world, but few can enter the supreme sword path.
Ding Yu looked proud and aloof,
as if grieving for the lack of a kindred spirit in the world of swords.
Han Meng's delicate body trembled with anger again.
Her fair fingers pointed at Ding Yu.
Still mentioning me, you little brat. Today, I must, Ding Yu, don't be so arrogant.
Before Han Meng could finish her sentence, Ing Jiankong drew his sword. The sword's hum echoed through the sky, his aura instantly becoming sharp. His entire person seemed to transform into a sword of slaughter. Everyone was shocked. Ing Jiankong truly deserved to be Jiujin Shan's most outstanding prodigy in thousands of years. His comprehension of the sword path had reached such a level.
Although he was only at the true realm 9th level, ordinary half-emperors might not be his match.
I, Ing Jiankong, would like to experience what is so extraordinary about your, Ding Yu's, sword path.
Draw your sword. Let me give you a dignified defeat. Han Meng retreated.
Once a great battle started, being so close, she would be affected. Ding Yu still held his sword.
looking coldly at Ing Jiankong. Fury surged in Ing Jiankong's heart. Ding Yu's contemptuous attitude ignited his raging anger. As the top prodigy of Chu Xian for thousands of years, since he began cultivating, he had always been invincible at the same realm. No one had ever defeated him at the same realm. Killing enemies across one or two minor realms was not new to him. And Ding Yu? To be so contemptuous of him, not even drawing his sword. Arrogant. Ing Jiankong took a deep breath, calming the anger in his heart. The sword trembled, cold light blooming. A sharp aura swept over the mountaintop. The few plants and trees turned to dust. A sword light formed in the space between heaven and earth. All the experts present felt a chill in their hearts, their eyes fixed on Ing Jiankong. His sword was too strong. Everyone marveled at Ing Jiankong's sword strike, truly worthy of being from Nanzhou's #1 sword sect, Chu Xian's top prodigy in thousands of years. With this one sword, even the half-emperor experts present dared not underestimate it. Ding Yu was doomed. Both at the true realm 9th level, their strengths were worlds apart. No matter how strong Ding Yu's sword path was, could it surpass Chu Xian? That was Nanzhou's #1 sword Dao sect. Suddenly, the experts felt a faint, very brief flash of sword light. In an instant, Ing Jiankong's powerful sword light had shattered. His peerless sword strike vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze blew past. The experts felt a sharpness in the wind, as if it would slice them in half. It was a trace of scattered sword intent. Dead silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes, in disbelief at the scene before them. Ing Jiankong lost. His sword-holding hand hung limply at his side, blood gushing from his shoulder, dyeing his clothes red. The expression on his face was dazed. He seemed unable to accept this result. In contrast, Ding Yu, his eyes were calm, standing proudly, as if he had just crushed an ant. Among the experts, he stood tall, looking down on everyone. Look closely at this man with bloodshot eyes. As the #1 swordmaner in Nanzhou continent, Chu Xian's top prodigy in thousands of years, he was currently staring intently at the great sword in his hand, about to use Chu Xian's divine sword technique that descends from the heavens. The one sword. The man's name was Ing Jiankong. Don't look at his current smugness and arrogance. Who would have thought, just half an hour ago, he was kneeling before Ding Yu with a dazed expression, simply because he hadn't clearly seen how that sword strike was executed, and he had already lost. Ing Jiankong's lips trembled, his face filled with disbelief. After a long while, he finally raised his head and stared at Ding Yu. I lost? Impossible. You must have used some secret treasure. Ha ha. Ding Yu sneered contemptuously. Can't afford to lose? Then try again if you have the guts. The 600-month-old child threw a tantrum, stubbornly asking, can you withstand a single sword strike from me? As soon as the words fell, a sword light flashed. Before Ing Jiankong could react, a sword was already at his throat. Fast, so fast he couldn't react. In an instant, Ing Jiankong's face turned ashen. He had truly lost. Lost to a traitor of Chu Xian. What a joke that he, a former piece of trash, had defeated him. He, Ing Jiankong, would become a laughingstock. Ding Yu, stop. Suddenly, an angry female voice came from Chu Xian's peak. Ding Yu remained unfazed, not even turning his head. He paid no attention to that angry shout. At this moment, he understood even more profoundly how true the three views of the supreme sword path taught by his master were. If you don't forget your sweetheart, how can you become stronger? Sweethearts are just obstacles. Ding Yu stared at Ing Jiankong. Do you know why you lost to me? Why? Ing Jiankong looked at him with a blank expression. Because of her. You have a woman in your heart. Ding Yu mercilessly pointed at his own childhood sweetheart. The two of them were stunned on the spot. What nonsense is this? What does it have to do with women? Could it be because Ing Jiankong snatched his childhood sweetheart? Ding Yu sheathed his sword, looking at Ing Jiankong with disdain. Women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. This is the gap between you and me. This is why you cannot comprehend the supreme sword path. You have a woman in your heart. You have a woman by your side. Your heart is not only concerned with the sword, so it's slow, not sharp enough. Therefore, you are bound to lose. Ding Yu held his sword in a reverse grip, looking down at him. Ing Jiankong was silent for a moment. He had concerns in his heart because Han Yingmeng was nearby. When he attacked, to avoid involving her, he couldn't unleash his peak strength. It's possible. Thinking this, Ing Jiankong turned to look at Xiao Huang. Stay away from me. I'll try again. Xiao Huang's pretty face turned red with anger. Ing Jiankong, what do you mean? Are you implying I'm in the way? Bastard. Ing Jiankong ignored her. The most important thing now was to quickly recover his consumed energy and heal his injuries. Ding Yu just watched him, waiting for his second move. He had no intention of killing Ing Jiankong. Killing him had no meaning. He wanted to become a huge rock in Ing Jiankong's sword path, making him resentful yet helpless. Clearly hating him to the core, yet unable to do anything, becoming his inner demon. Every time he thought of him, this piece of trash he once humiliated had already left him far behind. No matter how he chased, he was always out of reach. Living in constant torment, living in self-mockery and self-pity. After half a day, Ing Jiankong's injuries had mostly healed. His strength returned to its peak. Ing Jiankong once again drew his sword, his aura condensed but not released. His entire person was like an unsheathed sharp sword. Ding Yu, this time I won't be easily defeated by you. Ing Jiankong was full of confidence. Ding Yu still looked at him with contempt. A gentle breeze blew past. The mountain peak where Ding Yu stood was suddenly filled with a murderous intent. It was Chu Xian's one sword. Including Lu Pingfeng, all the half-emperor experts present had solemn expressions. Ing Jiankong was condensing his sword intent to perform Chu Xian's ultimate technique, the one sword. The one sword only strikes once. After that one strike, the user enters a weakened state, requiring some time to recover. But this sword strike is extremely powerful. At the same realm, no one has yet been able to block Chu Xian's one sword. Moreover, Ing Jiankong at this time was continuously accumulating power, refining his sword intent. The longer he accumulated, the greater the power of this sword strike. It was not comparable to the one sword unleashed in battle. This was a true peak duel. In contrast, Ding Yu still held his precious sword, standing proudly, with a disdainful attitude. Ing Jiankong's power accumulation reached its peak. Sword intent condensed, his entire being exuded a sharp sword intent. Ding, you dare to underestimate me so? You will pay the price. Ing Jiankong raised his sword and pointed. The surging sword intent and aura instantly condensed into one sword strike. As the sword struck, heaven and earth seemed to be split apart. Chu Xian's one sword was too powerful. Moreover, Ing Jiankong had accumulated power for so long, integrating his sword will into one, reaching the peak of his sword strike. Everyone stared intently at Ding Yu, wanting to see how he would receive this sword strike. Ding Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Well struck. As soon as his words fell, Ding Yu was already tens of meters off the ground. The air was torn open. A terrifying aura struck directly at the edge of that one sword. The sound of the sword's hum resonated through heaven and earth. Ding Yu attacked. Endless killing intent suddenly filled this space. Before the crowd could see clearly what happened, Ding Yu had already pierced through the one sword, disappearing from everyone's sight. At the same time, it actually started raining in the sky. A rain of swords, drizzling down, like raindrops, tiny swords floated down. The knowledgeable experts present, all their faces changed drastically at this moment. Sword intent materialization. It was actually the legendary sword intent materialization. What kind of sword Dao realm was this? Legend has it that every sword cultivator who reached sword intent materialization was an invincible existence at the same level. Looking through Lanshao's history, among all the handed-down classics, only one was recorded. An expert who cultivated to the stage of sword intent materialization. That person was the founding ancestor of Chu Xian, a peerless expert who awed the northern region and was unmatched. On the large mountain peak, only Ing Jiankong was left, looking up bewilderedly, shouting, "Ding Yu, where are you? Come out." Suddenly, his face changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. His pupils gradually dilated, his lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't speak. In the sky, countless sword intents converged above Ing Jiankong's head. A hollow voice sounded, "You lost." What everyone present could never have dreamed of was that after several thousand years, someone in Lanshao continent had once again comprehended the state of sword intent materialization. And he was once a disciple of Chu Xian, but was expelled. The current Chu Xian traitor, Ding Yu, had already sheathed his sword. He appeared very relaxed from beginning to end. He defeated Ing Jiankong with a single sword strike. Ing Jiankong, on the other hand, knelt on one knee, his long sword planted on the ground, supporting his body from falling. He had lost again. Lost so cleanly and decisively. Blood gushed from his shoulder. The injured spot was where Ding Yu's first sword strike had landed. Without the slightest deviation. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The top prodigy of thousands of years was defeated effortlessly by an outcast. It was like a slap, fiercely striking Chu Xian's face. Dingyu looked at the ashen-faced Ding Jiankong, feeling incredibly refreshed. Your pride has been trampled, hasn't it? Feeling bad, right? Losing to me, this Chu Xian outcast, feeling ashamed, right? Do you know why you lost? Dingyu looked down at him. Dingyu, if you want to kill, then kill.
No need for more words. Ding Jiankong's lips moved slightly, not answering directly, maintaining the last shred of a martial artist's dignity.
Kill you? Are you worthy? Dingyu sneered. Someone like you who doesn't understand the sword path at all is not worthy of me killing. After speaking, a surge of sword intent erupted from Dingyu, soaring into the sky. In an instant, Dingyu seemed like a peerless divine sword standing between heaven and earth, its edge invincible. Everyone's expression changed in horror. What terrifying sword intent was this? What level had his sword Dao realm reached? It even made people suspect he had the strength to defeat an emperor. I, Dingyu, am destined to slay gods. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a small stepping stone. Dingyu's arrogant voice echoed around. Everyone fell silent. Ding Jiankong collapsed to the ground, his entire body losing strength. He had lost all will to fight. From now on, Dingyu became an insurmountable mountain in his heart. Chu Xian sat in the courtyard, fiddling with the Wantian, Jing. He wondered how Dingyu was doing. What a pity! He couldn't see the situation at the Baishangshan ruins. Was Dingyu on a killing spree? Was he rubbing Chu Xian's face in the dirt? Why hasn't the system reward been triggered yet? If only there was a treasure that could broadcast live. Unfortunately, all the marks on the Wantian Jing had been used up. Otherwise, if imprinted on Dingyu, he could still see Dingyu's situation. Although the visible range was limited, at least it would be a live broadcast. As Chu Xian was lamenting, suddenly the system's voice sounded. Your disciple Dingyu, whom you taught without leaving home, crushed a top prodigy with one sword strike in front of the Baishangshan ruins, shocking all the experts. Reward, Kuitin Jing. System reward triggered. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Initially, he scared Xiaoyu to prevent him from becoming arrogant. With his true realm 9th level strength, this result was not surprising. His guess was indeed correct. An outstanding disciple meant he taught well, and could trigger system rewards. He immediately checked the reward item. Kuitin Jing can spy on all things in heaven and earth, track all things, ignoring space and distance. The Kuitin Jing was a very powerful treasure. Apart from not being able to transport items, it was practically Wantian Jing 2.0 upgraded version. It could also track targets, simply a peeping, an exploration divine mirror. Right, let's quickly see how Xiaoyu is doing now. Chu Xian took out the Kuitin Jing and began to fiddle with it, wanting to spy on the situation at Baishangshan. After a while, the image appeared. At first glance, Chu Xian thought he was seeing a mirage. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Baishangshan sect, the scene of it gradually emerging from space. Because it hadn't completely escaped the collapsed space, it looked like a mirage. Adjusting the viewing angle, the small mountain peak in front of the Baishangshan ruins appeared in the frame. Then he saw Dingyu occupying a mountain peak alone, and not far from Dingyu, a young man slumped on the ground. That should be Dingyu's enemy, that top prodigy from Chu Xian. Only about 50 years old, already at the true realm 9th level. His talent was indeed remarkable. His strength must also be very strong. Unfortunately, he was no match for Dingyu, destined to become Dingyu's stepping stone. Dingyu's voice came through, looking at Chu Xian since its founding, the only one who truly counts as a character, is the founding ancestor of Chu Xian alone. The rest are not worthy of my, Dingyu's, attention. You horse, such an arrogant fellow, it's a pity he's not an evil cultivator. Xia Wang sighed. Why is he everywhere? Everyone was speechless. Which evil cultivator is as arrogant as this Dingyu? The successive prodigies of the Xia Wangting, which one dared to boast about Chu Xian, saying only the founding ancestor was worthy of their attention? The old man from Chu Xian had a gloomy expression, staring coldly at Dingyu. Brat, how arrogant. My Chu Xian, is it for a traitor like you to comment on? Old ghost, if you're not convinced, come and fight. If I can't defeat you in 3 sword strikes, I, Dingyu, will be your father. Dingyu showed no fear, so what if he's a half-emperor? He was not afraid. His Qiangtian sword body was already somewhat accomplished, and the Tongtian sword art was even more powerful. Even a half-emperor could be slain by his sword. The so-called half-emperor, was also within the true realm category. As long as it wasn't the emperor realm,
he was not afraid at all. The old man from Chu Xian's face turned livid with anger.
However, he ultimately did not make a move.
He had no confidence at all, and might even be defeated.
The Baishangshan ruins were about to open. Chu Xian could not afford to lose.
Coward, if you don't dare, then stop talking nonsense.
Don't disturb my rest.
Ding Yu glanced at the other party contemptuously, leaned against a large tree, preparing to rest. In the Chu Xian group, a woman came over and helped Ding Jiankong up, looking at Ding Yu with hatred.
Ding Yu, don't go too far. Get lost.
Ding Yu cursed.
Where the hell did I go too far? Not breaking your man's fifth limb is already showing mercy. What are you looking at?
I'm someone you can't afford to offend. The woman was furious, but she didn't curse back like before. She helped Ding Jiankong up, took out a pill, and treated his wounds, while encouraging him, Brother Jiankong, don't be discouraged.
You won't lose to him. He just got a little lucky, and obtained some opportunities. As long as you get opportunities in Baishangshan,
you can definitely surpass him. Seeing Ding Jiankong surrounded by beauties,
Ding Yu wasn't envious at all.
Instead, he looked at Ding Jiankong with disdain.
You're finished.
Women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. You will never catch up to me.
After speaking, he watched the two leave. Han Ningmeng's beautiful eyes sparkled.
Her posture was graceful, flower petals swirled around her, fluttering down. Like a fairy emerging from flowers, devastatingly beautiful, charming many martial artists present. She walked through the air step by step, as if dancing in the sky, arriving at the mountain peak where Ding Yu was.
That young Master Ding.
Her voice was soft and captivating.
Get lost. Woman, stay away from me.
Or I'll draw my sword. Unexpectedly, Ding Yu was not polite at all, directly roaring.
Han Ningmeng almost died of anger.
Bastard, bastard.
Wherever Han Ningmeng, went, wasn't she always the center of attention? Who had ever scolded her like this? Who dared to scold her? And now?
Ding Yu had scolded her repeatedly.
This was too much. Fine, I wish you an early death. Can you believe it? The dignified left chancellor of the Deqian Empire actually made a decision on his own
to betroth both the Deqian princess and his own young daughter to the same man simultaneously.
The man's name was Ding Yu.
Just now, convinced that women would only affect his sword-drawing speed, he once again publicly
rejected the advances of the much-admired Han Ningmeng.
Seeing this scene, Chu Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Had he perhaps misled Ding Yu too much?
If this continues, this guy is destined to be alone for life. According to the normal development of a protagonist with luck, this saintess from Prodigy should be fawning over him, right?
And now,
she was driven mad by Ding Yu, this man of steel. Good, I admire a prodigy like Brother Ding Yu, who doesn't bow down to women.
Women? Just grab them and have fun. Talking about love is a waste of time. Xia Wang greatly praised this.
The experts of Prodigy and other female cultivators all glared angrily at Xia Wang.
Find a chance to kill him. Little brother Ding Yu, my Xia Wangting needs an enforcer like you. Why don't you come to my Xia Wangting to enforce the law and uphold justice? Xia Wang confidently tried to recruit Ding Yu.
The group of evil cultivators from Xia Wangting suddenly felt a chill.
Mad, Xia Wang is truly mad. To actually recruit Ding Yu to the Wangting to uphold justice. Damn it, where does our Wangting have justice? We are a nation of evil cultivators. We don't talk about justice.
The other experts all twitched their lips.
Xia Wang, this bastard, might really have a problem with his brain. Otherwise, he, an evil cultivator, would actually invite Ding Yu to uphold justice. So, aren't you afraid he'll kill all the experts in your Xia Wangting? Lu Pingfeng initially thought so too. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Xia Wang was indeed old and cunning.
He actually used the name of upholding justice to lure Ding Yu over, to become an expert of Xia Wangting.
One Ding Yu
was probably worth more than the 10 great evil marshals.
Thinking this, Lu Pingfeng couldn't sit still anymore. Don't listen to this evil cultivator's nonsense. Little brother Ding Yu, I am the left chancellor of the Deqian Empire. How about coming to my Deqian Empire?
Lu Pingfeng directly stated his conditions, showing his regard for Ding Yu, and the Deqian Empire's respect for Ding Yu.
Little brother Ding Yu,
our Deqian Empire's little princess, is a national beauty with an inner talent truly exceptional. In terms of beauty, she surpasses Saintess Han Ningmeng. As long as little brother joins our Deqian Empire's National Academy,
I will marry the little princess to little brother. Also, this old man has a young daughter, also a national beauty, proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her dancing skills even surpass Saintess Han Ing Meng. She is also willing to marry up to you. Little brother, with one on each arm, two beauties who surpass Saintess Han Ing Meng. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Also, if little brother has any requests, feel free to ask, whether it's spirit stones or pills, or heavenly treasures, even emperor-grade weapons are possible. Little brother only needs to join our De Qian Empire, and any condition can be met. Lu Pingfeng was very confident. No one could refuse such generous conditions. Beauties and status, all provided. Such peerless beauties, how many could refuse? The experts present were all shocked by the conditions Lu Pingfeng offered. Especially his offer to marry his daughter to Dingyu, and saying it was marrying up. It meant that as long as Dingyu agreed to join the De Qian Empire, his status would be even higher than his, the left chancellor's. The people from Zhoujianshan looked extremely unsightly. Qin Shangfang was even more anxious. Once Dingyu joined the De Qian Empire, and restrained some of Zhoujianshan's experts, then the Qin state would face the gradual encroachment of the De Qian Empire. Then the prestige of De Qin would be in danger. Han Ing Meng was about to go mad with anger. She glared furiously at Lu Pingfeng. Bastard, your daughter is prettier than me? Your De Qian Empire's little princess is also prettier than me? Everyone wants to step on me, right? Do you really think I'm good-tempered? Dingyu looked at Lu Pingfeng, his face gradually turning grim. Marrying the princess to him? Marrying his daughter to him? What a sinister villain. To actually attempt to seduce him with beauties, to disturb his Tao heart, to force his supreme sword path, to make him a person who degenerates for beauty. Marrying his daughter and the little princess, if something happens, should he stand up for them or not? Clinging to him all day, how could he cultivate the sword path? Even having children would further tie him down, and even be used to threaten him. With attachments in his heart, how could he see through the three views of the supreme sword path? He firmly remembered his master's teachings. The third stage of the supreme sword path, no woman in the heart, drawing the sword can slay gods. The more Dingyu thought about it, the more he felt Lu Pingfeng was sinister and cunning, ostensibly recruiting him, but in reality, trying to use beauties to corrupt his Tao heart, to destroy his ambition to reach the peak of the sword path. Immediately, he snorted coldly, "Old thief, don't even think about disturbing my Tao heart. I, Dingyu, only have the sword path in my heart, no women. Wanting to harm me with beauties? Dream on." Lu Pingfeng was stunned for a moment. It was this old man who was rash. Little brother, my apologies. While apologizing verbally, his nose was actually crooked with anger. He offered to marry off a princess, and even his own daughter. And what was the result? Not only did the other party not appreciate it, but he even thought he was trying to harm him. Is this guy a lunatic? An ignorant brat? When the ruins open, I don't believe I can't scheme you to death. Seeing this, Han Ing Meng felt a bit better. She looked at Lu Pingfeng with schadenfreude. Serves you right for trying to step on me. Looking at Dingyu again, she couldn't help but feel a trace of affection. This guy is really consistent. But she didn't know if his consistency was right. Chu Xian rubbed his head, lost in thought. Had he perhaps misguided Dingyu? This guy, he's not just a straight arrow man anymore. No, when he comes back, I need to persuade him again. I can't let him go to extremes. Look closely, how badly has this man been exploited? Thin lips, prominent cheekbones, sunken eye sockets. Could he have gone to northern Myanmar and had his kidneys taken? Just now, the various bigwigs of Zhoujianshan had been thoroughly trampled by Dingyu. The other forces had no intention of seeking trouble with Dingyu. No one wanted to make an enemy of such a prodigy with limitless potential. Besides, they really might not be able to beat him. After some commotion, things finally quieted down. Everyone was waiting for the Baishangshan ruins to open. Several major forces began to discuss the issue of entry quotas. Not everyone was qualified to enter, especially rogue cultivators, were almost all excluded, unless their strength was sufficient. Small forces naturally also had difficulty obtaining quotas. Dingyu did not participate in these quota discussions. Regardless of whether he was included in the quota, he would definitely be able to enter. No one could exclude him. Whether it was Zhoujianshan, Pelwaji, or De Qian Empire, these three forces that had direct conflicts with Dingyu, or the other several forces, all understood that Dingyu alone was a major force. He could not be excluded. Rogue cultivators were mostly excluded.
So some rogue cultivators set their sights on Dingyu, wanting to make a breakthrough through him and obtain an entry quota.
Since Dingyu seemed to dislike women, those who went were all men.
Several rogue cultivator experts urged Dingyu to fight for a quota, lavishing him with praise, saying he occupied a mountain peak alone and was a major force. Why couldn't he get a quota? It was clearly looking down on him. But Dingyu angrily retorted, "If you want a quota, fight for it yourself.
Get lost. If you bother me again."
The rogue cultivators, seeing Dingyu's anger,
could only leave dejectedly. Dingyu snorted coldly. He wasn't stupid. They wanted to use him as a pawn?
They were thinking too much. Chu Xian did not continue to watch and closed the Kuwaitian Jing. The truly exciting part was when the Baishengshan ruins opened.
He had a premonition. Dingyu had offended many experts as soon as he appeared, and would definitely be besieged. Especially Jianshan would not let him, this great threat, continue to grow. Although Dingyu only thought of shaming Jianshan, making Jianshan lose face for expelling him, he had no intention of destroying or killing Jianshan experts. The Jianshan experts didn't think so.
They worried that after Dingyu became strong, he would kill them all.
He instructed Bao Hongyan to notify him when Jianshan opened.
He then stopped paying attention. It would still take some time for the ruins to fully open.
No hurry. Time flowed like water, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Baishengshan ruins had not yet opened, but Chu Tianming's roars came from the ancestral home.
It had been a long time since he heard this familiar roar.
Chu Xian took a look.
It turned out Chu Yuan had returned.
But he looked haggard, very dejected and dispirited.
Beside him was a sturdy little boy. He twitched his lips. After being away for a few years, he came back with a son. Such a scene, for some reason, looked inexplicably familiar.
Chu Yuan's wife wouldn't happen to be from a prominent family, and then faced opposition, and was now taken back by her family, right?
That's why Chu Yuan was so dejected. Thinking that Chu Yuan had once hidden in some ancient ruins, it was very likely such a cliché situation.
Chu Tianming was roaring. The other Chu family elders all glared at Chu Yuan resentfully.
His situation in the Chu family was extremely awkward. Fortunately, Chu Yun accompanied Chu Yuan back. Otherwise, he might have been expelled before even reaching the ancestral home. Chu Yun's status in the Chu family was, after all, extraordinary. Therefore, Chu Tianming was only roaring angrily, and didn't expel him.
Chu Yun's attitude towards Chu Tianming and other Chu family members showed no reaction.
He seemed very dejected. His strength was already at the first level of the He realm, truly worthy of being the most talented in this generation of the Chu family.
Not long after,
Chu Yuan appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard.
13th, third brother, can I ask you for a favor? Chu Yuan looked haggard,
as if he had lost his soul. Chu Xian looked at the little boy beside him. He looked to be 5 or 6 years old, holding a wooden knife, fiddling with it in his hand.
Half of his attention was on that wooden knife. Chu Xian sighed inwardly.
He knew what Chu Yuan wanted to ask him. Thinking of this personal disciple of his old man, who often looked at him with disappointment, was now so haggard and dejected. He had lost his former spiritedness. Last time he came back, he even deliberately left him a half-step emperor scripture, precisely to increase his weight in the family. He had indeed put a lot of thought into him.
Tell me, what do you want me to do?
Chu Xian sighed. What a spirited person he once was, now so dejected, all because of love. His own old man was also like this.
Truly worthy of being his old man's personal disciple. He even learned to break off engagements perfectly.
Now he was so haggard because of love. Chu Yuan stroked the little boy's head. This is my son, Chu Pingfan.
I want to ask you to help me raise him.
Just let him live an ordinary life. Pingfan, call him 13th uncle.
Chu Pingfan looked up at Chu Xian. 13th uncle. Good boy.
Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan. Sturdy and simple looking, appearing dull, giving a clumsy impression.
One look and you could tell he wasn't a smart kid.
His talent also seemed very average. Perhaps because of this, he was named Pingfan, ordinary. Chu Yuan's wife was taken away by her family members, but Chu Pingfan was not taken.
It was probably because of his talent. If his talent was outstanding, no prominent family would abandon him.
After entrusting Chu Pingfan to Chu Xian, Chu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He began to briefly recount his story. As expected, Chu Yuan's wife was the daughter of a prominent family. They fell in love and had Chu Pingfan. Then, experts from the woman's prominent family came. They forcibly took her away. The reason they didn't kill Chu Yuan was because his wife pleaded desperately.
I'm going to Dongzhou. I will show them that I, Chu Yuan, am never inferior to anyone in my life,
Chu Yuan said with a determined gaze. Third brother, take care. I will raise Pingfan to adulthood. Chu Xian sighed and patted Chu Yuan's shoulder. A hidden power was placed within Chu Yuan's body.
Consider it a life-saving trump card for him. As long as he doesn't encounter a Tian realm expert, this power is enough to keep him safe.
Chu Pingfan stopped playing with his saber, looking seriously at his father Chu Yuan.
Are you leaving Fanner? Chu Yuan ruffled his head. Dad is going to find Mom. Fanner be good and listen to 13th uncle. Understand? Chu Pingfan nodded his little head. Chu Yuan left. He was leaving Nanzhou for Dongzhou.
Chu Pingfan stared seriously outside the Xiaoye gate. He didn't speak for a long time, tightly gripping the wooden saber.
Chu Yan arrived. Pingfan, did you miss Auntie? Chu Yan picked up Chu Pingfan, asking dotingly.
Treasured thought, Chu Pingfan nodded his little head. 13th brother. Third brother, Chu Yan felt a bit upset. Everyone has their own path. Perhaps this is his path, Chu Xian sighed. Chu Yan put down Chu Pingfan, ruffling his little head. Transmitted sound to Chu Xian, third brother, Pingfan's talent is a bit. Chu Xian chuckled. I will find materials to refine pills that enhance talent. He glanced lovingly at Chu Pingfan. Talent isn't everything.
Chu Xian beckoned for Chu Pingfan to come over. Looking at this somewhat clumsy-looking little boy, Chu Xian lowered his head and asked, Pingfan, do you like sabers very much?
Aha, I like them.
Chu Pingfan nodded. Why do you like them? Because sabers are very domineering. I like domineering things. Don't you like swords?
I don't like them. Chu Xian ruffled his head.
He didn't continue asking.
Chu Yun recounted her experiences traveling and training outside. She especially mentioned the little evil king, this simp following behind her with a look of disgust.
13th brother, that guy is very bad.
So I tricked him out of all his things. And refined lots of pills, Chu Yun said proudly. Taking out bottle after bottle of pills. 13th brother, these pills are for you. Chu Xian pushed the pills back to her. I don't need pills.
He mourned silently for the little evil king. Why be such a simp? Simping until you have nothing left. Chu Yun learned the little evil king's identity from the Heiyue Tower,
and his character and personality, which is why she was so angry.
Trying every method to empty out the little evil king.
Considered it venting her anger.
Chu Yun then returned to the ancestral home. After a few days,
Chu Pingfan had adapted to life in the small courtyard,
occasionally staring blankly towards the courtyard gate. More often, he was holding that wooden saber, practicing strokes.
Waving it around, Chu Xian didn't let him enter the small world. Chu Pingfan wasn't an adult. If he were to enter the small world's time could only be adjusted to match reality.
The time difference in the small world, due to its special nature, doesn't increase one's age.
Even if Chu Pingfan stayed inside for decades, he would still be a child.
Pingfan, come here.
Chu Xian beckoned to Chu Pingfan, who had a taut little face and a serious expression, while waving his wooden saber.
13th uncle, Chu Pingfan ran over.
Chu Xian ruffled his little head. Pingfan, how about 13th uncle teaches you saber practice?
Okay, thank you, 13th uncle.
Chu Pingfan's eyes lit up authentically. Chu Xian flipped his hand. A wooden saber slightly taller than Chu Pingfan appeared in his hand.
The wooden saber looked unremarkable, a very ordinary saber, and it wasn't aesthetically pleasing at all.
The Pingfan saber was made by Chu Xian from the Pingfan tree in the small world, breaking off a branch and crafting it from indestructible Pingfan wood. Only Chu Xian, the master of this small world, could break it off and craft a wooden saber. Here, this saber is for you. Chu Pingfan hugged the wooden saber with both hands.
Looking very happy, Chu Xian saw his expression. He sighed inwardly. Everyone thinks he's clumsy and has poor talent.
Who would know that Chu Pingfan is actually a rare talent of the extreme Dao? Pay attention, this little boy who looks dull on the outside actually has an alchemy master tailor making earthgrade pills for him daily. Just to give him medicinal baths, temper his physical body, everything. Just because he is the extreme Dao boy favored by Chu Xian. Just like the comments and messages from you esteemed viewers, a Biao reads them all very carefully and seriously. Next,
a Biao will narrate in the way everyone likes.
The slow boy's name is Chu Pingfan. Chu Xian, regarding this dull-looking nephew, still held high hopes for him. After all, the men of the Chu family are never too bad.
Passion must be focused on the Dao.
Like Chu Pingfan's passion for the saber, and also, he held determination inside, wanting to prove he wasn't stupid.
Wanting to make his parents proud.
The Tianji saber scripture could finally be used.
Due to its demanding cultivation, there hadn't been a suitable candidate. Even Chu Xian himself couldn't guarantee that he could unleash the full power of this technique. But Chu Pingfan was a natural talent of the extreme Dao. Chu Xian had no doubt, if he cultivated the Tianji saber scripture, his strength would be immense, his potential no less than Dingyu's, or Wang Luo's. After all, extreme Dao methods don't have specific grades. Their power depends on the cultivator. Looking at Chu Pingfan, hugging the Pingfan saber with that happy expression. Chu Xian liked this little nephew more and more. He was only 6 years old. Under his guidance, breaking through to the Emperor realm before age 20 was absolutely no problem. An Emperor realm expert at 20. Couldn't say the only one in history, but definitely as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. An Emperor realm under 20. Appearing under his own guidance, the system's reward would definitely be generous, worth looking forward to. Pingfan, 13th uncle will pass the saber scripture to you. Thank you, 13th uncle. Chu Pingfan looked excitedly at Chu Xian. Chu Xian raised a hand and pointed, passing the Tianji saber scripture to Chu Pingfan. Chu Pingfan slightly closed his eyes, comprehending the saber scripture appearing in his mind. After half an hour, he opened his eyes and looked at Chu Xian. 13th uncle, I really like this technique. I will definitely cultivate diligently. Chu Xian didn't expect him, at such a young age, to be so obsessed with cultivation. Although he held determination inside, solely wanting to make his parents proud, he couldn't, because of cultivation, lose some of the fun childhood should have. Pingfan, cultivation also requires a balance of tension and relaxation. You can't fall into extremes because of your strong will. Chu Xian was enveloped in a prosperous age halo. His voice seemed to break through heavy fog, reaching deep into the soul, soothing the trauma in Chu Pingfan's heart, restoring the childlike innocence appropriate for his age. Chu Pingfan fell into comprehension, waiting until Chu Xian finished speaking. He raised his head, his eyes clear. 13th uncle, I understand. I will definitely cultivate well and play well too. Chu Xian was very relieved. Chu Pingfan still looked reserved, still giving off a clumsy feeling, but without that previous deep, pent-up feeling. Good, then starting today, you will nurture the saber. Chu Xian ruffled his head. Nurturing the saber is the first stage of cultivating the Tianji saber scripture. It's also the first step into the extreme saber Dao. While nurturing the saber, one looks unremarkable, just an ordinary person. But once the saber nurturing succeeds, one will soar instantly, reaching an extremely high realm. This is the specialty and power of the Tianji saber scripture. Chu Xian greatly anticipated the day Chu Pingfan succeeded in nurturing the saber. What level would he reach? Void realm? Or unity realm? Or even the true realm? That's likely impossible. This major realm, for cultivators, is like a heavenly chasm. It cannot be reached just by succeeding in nurturing the saber. Chu Xian, in order to maximize the possibility of enhancing Chu Pingfan's physical body, increasing the efficiency and upper limit of saber nurturing, took out many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, giving Chu Pingfan a medicinal bath every day, even instructing Wang Luo to specifically refine earth-grade medicinal baths to temper Chu Pingfan's body. Starting from childhood using earth-grade medicinal baths to refine the body. Even the direct descendants of human king noble families don't get this treatment. Not everyone possesses gentle effect, earth-grade medicinal bath formulas that children can soak in. Chu Pingfan's daily life, saber nurturing cultivation were all handled by Mr. Su and Wan Luo. The two were always puzzled, with such ordinary talent, could it be that master wants to directly enhance his talent? Wang Luo also found some heavenly materials. He refined a pill that could enhance talent and aptitude. This was the highest grade pill he had refined so far. It cost Wan Luo considerable effort. Seeing Chu Pingfan, he thought of himself. Back then in the Wang family, he received similar treatment. Not very welcomed. Pingfan, come out of the small world. Wang Luo beckoned to Chu Pingfan, Uncle Wang. Chu Pingfan ran to him, hugging the wooden saber. Eat this pill. Looking at the pill halo in Wang Luo's hand, a clearly extraordinary pill. Chu Pingfan didn't immediately take it. Instead, he looked at Chu Xian. Chu Xian glanced over. Eat it if you want, just treat it like candy. Chu Pingfan is an extreme Dao talent. These aptitude-enhancing pills are useless to him, just to comfort. Chu Pingfan happily took the pill, popped it in his mouth and chewed. He had eaten many pills. They all tasted good, eaten directly like snacks. Whether it was Chu Yun or Wang Luo, the pills they refined for him were relatively mild. The medicinal power would nourish slowly. So even though Chu Pingfan wasn't even at the fan realm yet, he could eat these pills. Wang Luo stared at Chu Pingfan for a long time, a look of confusion on his face. Why was there no change at all? There was nothing wrong with the pill, he refined. When encountering something he didn't understand, naturally he asked his master. Master, why did Pingfan show no change? Chu Xian answered profoundly. His Tao is different from yours. Different from the countless martial artists in the world. You will understand later. Wang Luo didn't press further. Instead, he asked about cultivation problems. Chu Xian, having found some peace, checked the Baishang mountain ruins again. Most of the ruins had almost been revealed. Just a little bit more, and from the collapsed space, a crack would open, beginning its return to the world within 3 or 4 days. The Baishang mountain ruins were about to open. Chu Xian glanced at Dingyu. He still occupied a mountain alone. Extremely arrogant, having no contact with any faction. And those old men, unsurprisingly, were planning to surround and kill Dingyu when the ruins opened. But Chu Xian wasn't worried about Dingyu's safety. How could the child of destiny of Nanzhou be killed so easily by others? Suddenly, Chu Xian looked towards the Jingshi glazed pagoda. The sound of chanting came from inside, closing the sky-peaking mirror. Chu Xian looked at Motuo inside the Jingshi glazed pagoda. At this moment, Motuo was undergoing a transformation, his whole body enveloped in Buddha light. His head became bald, long eyebrows drooping, appearance solemn and dignified. Looking just like an accomplished monk, he had already been converted. Chu Xian was overjoyed, converting a Tian realm demon. And very likely the first Buddha between heaven and earth. Just in case, Chu Xian still condensed a soul-planting seal, taking the opportunity to implant it into Mo2O's soul. Mo2O's transformation continued, his strength also climbing. The strength of his soul was also increasing. Buddha light shone brightly, he lowered his head, hands clasped together. The sound of chanting echoed continuously, becoming more and more like an eminent monk, increasingly resembling the image of a legendary Buddha. At a certain moment, the Buddha light bloomed, the chanting stopped. Then the Buddha light retracted into his body. My Buddha is merciful. Mo2O immediately stood up, hands clasped. Kneeling before Chu Xian, greetings, my Buddha. Chu Xian's heavenly god visage condensed, slightly modified, becoming solemn and dignified. All right. With a wave, he moved Mo2O out of the Jingshi glazed pagoda. You stayed home and converted the world's first Buddha. Reward, 24th grade Tao Lotus, Buddha Profound Scripture, Demon Subduing Treasure Staff. 7 Treasures Kasaya, 100 Years of Cultivation. The system's reward arrived. As expected. Mo2O being the first Buddha, the reward was extremely generous. And it could be bestowed upon Mo2O. Chu Xian looked at Mo2O. His voice grand and majestic, enter my Buddhist gate. I bestow upon you the Buddha Profound Scripture, the Demon Subduing Treasure Staff. The 7 Treasures Kasaya. Thank you, my Buddha, for the reward. Mo2O cowed out excitedly on the ground. Chu Xian raised a finger. The Buddha Profound Scripture entered his soul. The 7 Treasures Kasaya and the Demon Subduing Treasure Staff were also bestowed. Mo2O put on the Kasaya, holding the treasure staff. His long eyebrows trembled with excitement. Your original name was Mo2O, having now converted. The mundane connections of the secular world are unrelated to you. From now on, your name is Namo Buddha. Chu Xian renamed Mo2O again. Since he was converted in Nanzhou and is the world's first Buddha, let's just call him Namo Buddha. Thank you, my Buddha, for bestowing the name. Namo Buddha cowed out again. Look quickly at this man. He's practicing that technique again that makes him bigger. Only because he has a stay-at-home system. And it rewarded him with a small world. Here, he is a god. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, with a single wave of his hand, he sent the Buddha into the small world. Go and refine your golden body. Diligently cultivate Buddhist Dharma, a blinding light. Stabbed into the small world, making Wang Luo shout, Dahu! What chow? Who are you? Namo Buddha? The two spoke, completely misunderstanding each other. Both looked at each other blankly. Wang Luo's heart sank. Who is this person? His strange clothes, the treasure staff in his hand, are all divine artifacts. Or even above divine artifacts, he was lost in thought. Another Umitba. Namo Buddha sighed uninterestedly and leaped away. Went to find his own place to cultivate. Watching Namo Buddha's receding figure, Wang Luo quickly contacted his master, expressing his confusion. A Tian realm expert? The power on him is very strange. Powerful and vast, a type of power never heard of before. Who exactly is he? Hearing this, Chu Xian just chuckled. Namo Buddha, under master, a Buddha, could he be a senior brother? Facing such crushing strength, Wang Luo asked tentatively, is he or isn't he? His Tao is different from yours, Chu Xian said mysteriously.
He greatly enjoyed using this overlooking posture to answer his disciples' questions. Chu Xian didn't say more.
Waiting for Namo Buddha to refine his golden body. He would ask about the demon invasion of Nanzhou back then, some matters concerning the Battle of Jianhua Valley. Claiming the 100-year cultivation reward, Chu Xian's strength began to climb. Breaking through to the 8th level of the Zun realm, one step closer to the Tian realm.
Just as he was enjoying the pleasure of increased strength, Bao Hongyan sent a message.
The Baishang mountain ruins were about to open. Chu Xian took out the sky-peaking mirror. Started paying attention to the opening of the Baishang mountain ruins. He just wanted the novelty of exploring the ruins. Treating it entirely like watching a movie. Rumble. Space vibrated. The Baishang mountain ruins became clearer and clearer. Everyone who had obtained a spot watched the ruins with solemn expressions. Dingyu looked towards the soon-to-open ruins, expressionless. Still holding his long sword. Seemingly unaware of the malice from experts like those of Nine Sword Mountain. Rumble. Space vibrated, suddenly splitting open a gap. The sect ruins of Baishang Mountain returned from the collapsed space. The ruins opened. Enter.
Nine Sword Mountain's old man letting Jiankong and several other Nine Sword Mountain experts.
Charging towards the ruin entrance first, Nine Sword Mountain, Xiaowang Pavilion, Pilhua Pavilion, expert after expert entered. Han Ingmeng looked at Dingyu, still standing proudly on the mountain peak.
As if possessed, she sent him a message, "Be careful. Nine Sword Mountain and the Deqian Empire want to kill you." Message sent.
She immediately regretted it. Why remind this bastard? If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been belittled repeatedly. Dingyu glanced unexpectedly at Han Ingmeng. What did this woman mean? A kind reminder? Or wanting to gain his favor through this? And then get close to him? Dream on. Don't even think about disturbing my Dao heart. After Pilhua Pavilion entered,
Dingyu's expression shifted, and he headed towards the ruin entrance.
So what if half-emperors want to kill him? He stepped into the ruins.
A huge, damaged statue appeared before his eyes. The statue was broken, half its head missing. One arm was lost. Clearly destroyed in the great battle back then. Dingyu saw the name on the statue's base, Baishang, the founding ancestor of Baishang Mountain. The sect was also named after him. Baishang, also in Nanzhou's ancient history, was a famously powerful expert. Unexpectedly, the sect he founded had already been destroyed. The entrance to the ruins was also the entrance to the Baishang Mountain sect. The location was clearly a huge plaza. Destroyed in the great battle, pitted and uneven everywhere. The plaza was paved with golden jade stone, inscribed with formations. Ordinary Emperor Realm experts couldn't leave a mark. Even so, the plaza was destroyed. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures suddenly appeared in 4 directions. Surrounding Dingyu in the middle, half-emperors. The 4 half-emperor experts were the Nine Sword Mountain Old Man, Lu Pingfeng, the Hongsu Old Man, and that rogue cultivator. In the distance, many people stopped to watch. For half-emperor experts making a move, no matter how strong Dingyu was, he ultimately wasn't Emperor Realm nor a half-emperor. It was almost a certain death situation. Really not going to intervene? Pilhua Pavilion's beautiful woman spoke. She didn't think Dingyu could survive against 4 half-emperors. Even if he luckily escaped this time, he would surely be severely injured. Inside the ruins, he would also certainly die. Several major factions joining forces. How could a lone Dingyu possibly resist? Han Ingmeng shook her head. No need. We don't have a major feud with him. Even if I'm annoyed at him, I wouldn't take risks for this. At this time, the evil king's disdainful voice came from afar. Ganging up on the few, despicable people, this king refuses to associate with you. Everyone was speechless. You, an evil cultivator, are talking about rules and justice now? It seems the evil king's brain really has a problem. The experts of the Xiaowang Pavilion were very helpless. Afraid the evil king would provoke several factions to join forces. That would be troublesome. Xiaowang Pavilion had always had a bad relationship with Pilhua Pavilion, and was also an enemy of the Deqian Empire. If they provoked Nine Sword Mountain and Tianding Mountain to act, their situation wouldn't be good. Lu Pingfeng glanced coldly at the evil king. Evil king, do you want to fight injustice and help him? Behind the evil king, the evil marshals and evil generals immediately tensed up, afraid the evil king would impulsively decide to help Dingyu. The evil king spat disdainfully, sneering, although I, the evil king, am righteous, I am not someone who likes to meddle in others' business. I just despise you all. Dingyu scanned the surroundings. Not afraid at all, his gaze disdainful towards the half-emperors. Just a bunch of trash who couldn't break through to the emperor realm. Such arrogance. That rogue cultivator half-emperor snorted coldly. Dingyu held his sword, his posture cold and proud. His gaze turned to that rogue cultivator half-emperor. This young master has the capital to be arrogant.
How arrogant can this young man possibly be? Attracting the only 4 half-emperor experts present to join forces, wanting to put him to death.
The young man's name is Dingyu, originally the useless young master of Nine Sword Mountain. Not only was he cuckolded by his childhood sweetheart on his head, planted the Hulunberg grassland,
he was also framed and expelled from the ancestral home. Later, he accidentally became the male lead's disciple.
From then on, he started a soaring cultivation path. Just now, Dingyu, stepping into the ruins, said everyone present was trash, making that rogue cultivator half-emperor gnash his teeth. Such arrogance.
Dingyu held his sword, his posture cold and proud.
His gaze turned to that rogue cultivator half-emperor.
Your Excellency, as a rogue cultivator, reaching this realm wasn't easy. Do you also want to seek death?
Young man, don't be too arrogant. That rogue cultivator, seeing he couldn't win against Dingyu verbally, also lost his composure. Since you seek death,
I, Dingyu, will kill you first.
Dingyu looked at him calmly. That rogue cultivator's heart jumped, then he comforted himself.
Just trying to intimidate, I am a half-emperor. How could 4 half-emperor experts aiming to kill be counter-killed by him? Tianding Mountain, I, Dingyu, am curious, when did I ever offend you? Tianding Mountain?
Dingyu looked at the gray-bearded old man, puzzled.
Ing Jiankong is my grandson-in-law.
The gray-bearded old man snorted. Ha, I understand. So it was to stand up for your useless grandson-in-law.
Dingyu had a look of disdain. No wonder Ing Jiankong is such trash.
His mind is full of women, it'd be strange if he wasn't trash.
Courting death.
The gray-bearded old man was furious. With a clap, a blue flame surged out, transforming into fiery crows,
sweeping towards Dingyu, covering the sky. Dingyu sneered, Old man, your fire is far worse than my junior brother's. The sound of battle erupted.
The great battle erupted, sword light swept in all directions. Sword intent like raging waves, the world filled with killing intent. The surrounding onlookers all paled in shock. Dingyu's swordsmanship was strong, exceeding expectations.
I, Dingyu, am someone who aims for the peak of swordsmanship. How can a few trash half-emperors like you possibly stop me? Today, Dingyu will slaughter half-emperors.
Dingyu's sword light swept out. Sword intent surged, his body surrounded by a river of sword intent.
Rolling towards the 4 half-emperors, his figure moved.
Only a flash of cold light was seen in the world. That gray-bearded old man was injured in the blink of an eye. Blood spurted from a wound on his shoulder. Sword intent ravaged his body. His expression changed drastically. That sword strike was too fast,
too strong. He actually failed to block it completely. His figure retreated madly. Block him. The terrified rogue cultivator half-emperor, pale with fright, found his legs wouldn't obey him now.
Watching Dingyu charge straight towards him, he hurriedly called for help. Lu Pingfeng waved his folding fan.
Sharp moon blades swept towards Dingyu.
The gray-bearded old man quickly stopped the bleeding, also joining the group intercepting Dingyu. The 3 lined up. The battle was imminent. The 9 Sword Mountain old man struck first. A sword thrust out, instantly reaching Dingyu's back.
Said I'd kill you, I'll kill you, no one can stop it. Dingyu only slightly dodged the 9 Sword Mountain old man's sword,
completely ignoring the attacks of the Hongsu old man and Lu Pingfeng.
Sword falls to the horizon.
The sword edge seemed to tear the sky. In an instant, it reached the horizon.
Endless sword intent condensed into this single strike.
The rogue cultivator half-emperor's face changed drastically, trembling uncontrollably. The precious saber in his hand slashed out fiercely. He felt a fatal crisis. That sword strike was too strong.
He had a gut feeling he might not be able to block it.
His domain would be shattered. Ever since becoming a half-emperor, it was the first time he felt such an intense crisis.
His essence blood burned, unleashing his peak saber strike. Intending to block that sword strike, can't block it, little trash.
A killing intent flashed in Dingyu's eyes. You asked for this. After speaking, Dingyu actually left his own back completely exposed to the gray-bearded old man, Lu Pingfeng, and the 9 Sword Mountain old man's sharp sword intent. In his eyes, there was only the rogue cultivator who stuck his neck out. Dingyu was directly hit by the 9 Sword Mountain old man and the gray-bearded old man. His shoulder was also pierced from behind by a sword strike, but his sword light seemed to tear space, flashing past.
Dingyu's body landed far away.
While the rogue cultivator half-emperor's domain shattered, his body was directly sliced in two. A half-emperor had fallen.
The onlookers were all silent in horror.
Dingyu, under the siege of 4 half-emperors, at the cost of receiving significant injuries, killed 1 half-emperor.
Dingyu coughed twice, sneering, half-emperor, so amazing?
Said I'd kill you, I'll kill you, serves you right for overestimating yourself. The remaining three all had grave expressions. One of the four half-emperors had fallen. Dingyu was certainly injured significantly, but not to the point of being critically wounded and losing the ability to resist. The three felt their hearts pound wildly. They moved forward again, surrounding Dingyu once more. They must kill him while he's injured, otherwise the future trouble would be endless. Dingyu held his long sword, looking at the three with an untamed expression.
Sneering, I can kill one more. Which of you wants to die?
Lu Pingfeng saw Dingyu's gaze turn towards him. His heart immediately jumped, feeling some regret. He shouldn't have participated in the siege. The Nine-Sword Mountain old man's gaze was heavy. You two tie him down for a moment. After speaking, his aura began to gather, seeming to be brewing a big move. Lu Pingfeng and the gray-bearded old man felt relieved.
Tying Dingyu down for a moment wasn't a big problem. Could it be its Nine-Sword Mountain's ultimate technique? The unique sword technique executed by a half-emperor expert. Its power was far beyond what Ing Jiankong could compare to. Nine-Sword Mountain's unique sword?
Dingyu sneered, not anxious at all, showing no sign of facing a life-or-death crisis. He directly took out pills to heal. Popping 3 pills into his mouth, feeling it wasn't enough, he popped another 3 pills in. He has Earth-grade pills.
Pay attention. Earth-grade pills, rare even in the entire Nanzhou, the man actually treats them like snacks.
Besides showing off in front of a few old geezers, even when facing the publicly acknowledged goddess begging pitifully,
he had to show them off first. The man's name is Dingyu.
Just now, facing the siege of 4 half-emperors, at the cost of only superficial injuries, he killed 1 half-emperor. Afterwards, he took out several more pills to recover stamina. And it was precisely this action that made the gray-bearded old man exclaim involuntarily, he has Earth-grade pills. The Nine-Sword Mountain old man's momentum paused for a moment. Looking at Dingyu in shock, Lu Pingfeng wasn't much better.
Earth-grade pills, even the Deqian Empire didn't have many.
Refining Earth-grade pills was also extremely difficult.
Dingyu actually swallowed 6 directly. Such a fuss over nothing.
Dingyu looked contemptuous. Like looking at country bumpkins, aren't they just Earth-grade pills?
This stuff isn't valuable. My junior brother refined a pile of them.
As Dingyu spoke, he even took out a medicine bottle, poured the pills into his palm. Several round, top-quality pills with pill halos
lay quietly in his palm. Damn.
Mid-grade earth pills. The gray-bearded old man lost his composure, exclaiming again. Low-grade earth pills were already extremely precious.
Let alone mid-grade earth pills. Even his Tianding Mountain didn't have many mid-grade earth pills in total.
Looking again at the earth pills in Dingyu's hand, all were top quality among mid-grade earth pills, truly trash. Making a fuss over mere mid-grade earth pills.
Dingyu put the pills back in the bottle. See? I have quite a few earth pills on me. Don't you want to kill me even more now?
Hurry up and attack that old trash from Nine-Sword Mountain.
Hurry up and use your unique sword.
I'll just wait here for you. Lu Pingfeng regretted it inwardly. He shouldn't have gotten involved. Dingyu looked battered, but actually hadn't suffered very severe injuries. Besides, after taking the earth pills, his injuries were healing rapidly. He had returned to his peak state again. The Nine-Sword Mountain old man's expression was gloomy, staring at the arrogant Dingyu.
Saying nothing. Still continuing to gather power. Wasn't he just called an old thief? Wasn't it just losing face? What did that count for?
Now look, he had completely offended Dingyu to death. He had a premonition. He couldn't kill Dingyu anymore. Even more terrifying was, what kind of expert was Dingyu's master? But things having reached this point, the only option was to kill Dingyu, this great threat, with all his might. Suddenly, the ruins trembled slightly. In the distance, a beam of light shot towards the sky.
Ha ha ha.
The evil king's wild laughter could be faintly heard. A treasure appeared. And it was highly likely obtained by the evil king.
Not good. Quickly explore the ruins. Han Ningmeng's expression changed as she spoke.
Immediately, she stopped paying attention to the siege of Dingyu,
leading the people of Prohua Pavilion towards the depths of the ruins. Dingyu saw, someone got the treasure? How could that be allowed?
Although the treasures in the ruins might not necessarily catch his eye, he couldn't let others benefit. He, Dingyu, had come.
How could he return empty-handed? Not playing with you old trash anymore.
This young master is going treasure hunting. After saying that, his figure flickered. Leaving an afterimage behind, he was already 1,000 zhang away. His figure then vanished without a trace, his speed so fast, Lu Pingfeng and the gray-bearded old man couldn't block him in time. At this moment, all three's expressions changed drastically. Dingyu had escaped. Easily escaping from the hands of 3 half-emperors. His escape speed was so fast, and concealment technique completely beyond imagination. The scene shifts to the depths of the Baishang mountain ruins. Inside a ruined palace lies a damaged corpse. A saber was stuck in the damaged corpse. The evil king pulled the saber out. The moment the saber left the corpse, the ruined palace began to shake. A beam of light burst from the saber.
Emperor weapon. And it's a peak emperor weapon.
The evil king laughed wildly with excitement. Chu Xian, through the sky-peeking mirror, saw this scene of the evil king obtaining the emperor weapon.
Couldn't help but be speechless. The soul-planting seal doesn't affect intelligence, right? Why does it feel like the evil king is a bit off? Seems like his brain really has a problem. Could it be that cultivating evil techniques really messes with your brain?
A mere emperor weapon, Chu Xian naturally didn't care much. He looked at the damaged corpse.
Roughly judging, the opponent should have been Zun realm strength when alive.
And a martial artist with a powerful physique, remembering from the Heiyue Tower the information obtained about Baishang Mountain.
Baishang Mountain was a sect specializing in body tempering.
Even though severely destroyed in the Great Battle, countless treasures still remained, especially damaged emperor weapons, and various materials suitable for body tempering, etc.
And in a certain medicinal field, grew many precious spirit herbs, including many spirit herbs extremely rare in Nanzhou.
Dingyu immediately found the oldest medicinal field. His speed was extremely fast. Arriving first, even though remnant restrictions guarded it, he broke them directly. After long ages passed, the unmaintained restrictions had long lost most of their power. With a wave of his hand, boxes used to hold heavenly materials and earthly treasures all floated around his body, quickly picking spirit herbs. He wanted to bring spirit herbs back for his junior brother Wang Luo
to practice alchemy with back home.
Chu Xian saw Dingyu picking spirit herbs first, and his luck was excellent. The largest, oldest, most treasure-filled medicinal field, he discovered it first. For Dingyu, he didn't lack techniques or secret manuals. Emperor weapons didn't even catch his eye.
Spirit herbs were naturally the first choice.
No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were in the small world, the old, slow-growing ones were consumed.
Replenishing them required considerable time.
So being able to supplement from outside the small world, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Dingyu had picked about half, when a graceful figure drifted over.
Han Yingmeng.
Dingyu directly drew a line with his long sword, drawing a circle at the edge of the medicinal field. This is mine. Dare to take one step in, don't blame me for being impolite.
Wang Luo's alchemy consumes a lot of spirit herbs. Those earth pills he had were all refined by Wang Luo. Coming to the ruins wasn't easy, especially such a high-level ruin. If he didn't bring back a pile of alchemy materials, how could he justify eating so many pills? This isn't your home, finders keepers. Han Yingmeng got angry just seeing Dingyu.
And he was being so domineering. She stepped forward to enter the medicinal field.
Dingyu raised his sword to strike, then had another thought. What if fighting destroyed the spirit herbs? Sword art, activate. Dingyu shouted, hey. His precious sword flickered, instantly transforming into dense sword lights.
Each sword light resembled a real precious sword. All sword lights instantly stabbed into the ground around the medicinal field.
Directly sealing off the medicinal field, Han Yingmeng's slender jade hand waved.
A flower petal flew out, striking the sword light. However, such a powerful strike actually failed to break the sword light. Her expression changed slightly.
Dingyu's strength was actually so formidable. You're causing destruction.
After I finish picking the spirit herbs, I'll kill you, Dingyu said viciously.
Han Yingmeng's pretty face flushed red with suppressed anger,
cursing Dingyu thousands of times in her heart.
Ultimately, she didn't dare to attack again. She finally understood. This bastard Dingyu had absolutely no heart for cherishing beauties.
After Dingyu finished picking the spirit herbs in the field, retracting the sword light and about to leave, Han Yingmeng hurriedly spoke. Dingyu, I want one eternal youth flower. Dingyu finished picking herbs, didn't even glance at her, completely ignoring her, making Han Yingmeng grind her silver teeth secretly.
Did she really have no appeal at all? She just didn't understand. Why did Dingyu just ignore her beauty? Why should I give it to you? Dingyu took out an eternal youth flower. Holding the eternal youth flower, eyeing her sideways, Han Yingmeng took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down.
If it were any other young male martial artist in the ruins, obtaining the eternal youth flower, forget her asking. Even if she didn't ask, they would probably immediately run over eagerly to offer it to her. But this bastard Dingyu completely ignored her.
Han Yingmeng gritted her teeth, a pained look flashing across her face, took out a jade bottle, poured out a pill onto her fair white palm. I'll exchange one earth-grade pill for it.
Dingyu looked at the earth pill in her palm, low-grade earth pill.
And among low-grade earth pills, it couldn't even be considered top quality.
Pills of this grade, Wang Luo stopped refining them long ago. He, Dingyu, had also developed higher standards.
He didn't even look twice at it, silently took out a bottle of pills,
poured the pills onto his palm, conspicuously displaying several mid-grade earth pills.
And they were top quality among mid-grade earth pills.
That thing in your hand.
I wouldn't even glance at it if it were thrown on the ground. Use it for exchange?
Han Yingmeng widened her beautiful eyes, her face full of shock.
She finally understood now, the gray-bearded old man exclaiming earth pills
wasn't because he found earth pills in the ruins, but exclaiming that the earth pills in Dingyu's hand were too luxurious.
Han Yingmeng's eyes turned red. If she weren't unable to beat Dingyu,
she couldn't resist attacking and robbing him. She originally thought one earth pill could be exchanged for the eternal youth flower,
only to find out she was the clown.
Blushing, she put the pill away.
What do you want in exchange? Dingyu didn't even care for earth pills. What else could she offer in exchange?
If it were another man, she might have other methods.
However, this bastard Dingyu, she had absolutely no way to deal with him.
Dingyu put away the pills.
You are the saintess of Pyuhua Pavilion, right? You don't lack spirit herbs, do you? Take them out. If there's anything worth looking at, I'll exchange it with you. Han Yingmeng took out the spirit herbs she carried.
Every stalk was a precious, rare spirit herb,
just lacking a bit in age.
Dingyu had just picked a pile of spirit herbs. How could he possibly value her few herbs? Barely acceptable, perhaps. Dingyu glanced at Han Yingmeng. As the saintess of Pyuhua Pavilion, she still had some treasures. A few stalks were quite special, relatively rare spirit herbs. Reaching out, he took all of Han Yingmeng's spirit herbs, tossed the eternal youth flower in his hand to her.
Fine, I'll take a loss and trade with you. Han Yingmeng was overjoyed, hurriedly and carefully putting the eternal youth flower away. You, a Pyuhua Pavilion saintess, are too poor.
Truly a pauper. Dingyu gave her a disdainful glance. His figure flickered and he left, continuing to explore the ruins.
Han Yingmeng's face turned livid with anger. Too much of a bastard, too detestable. She wished she could punch him to death.
Inside the Baishang Mountain ruins, battles over treasures occurred constantly. Chu Xian observed the Baishang Mountain ruins through the sky-peeking mirror.
Up to now, nothing had appeared that could make him take a second look. Dingyu's harvest wasn't bad though.
The child of destiny of Nanzhou truly had extraordinary fortune.
Exploring the ruins could be described as smooth sailing. Treasures others couldn't discover seemed as if they were waiting for Dingyu to appear.
After watching for half a day, Chu Xian closed the sky-peeking mirror. Didn't continue paying attention. The exploration of the ruins couldn't be completed in just 1 or 2 days.
Some places still held lingering baleful aura from the great battle.
Even restrictions with considerable power. Dangers still existed. Meanwhile, in the small world,
Namo Buddha's speed of refining his golden body was much faster than expected. The refining of his golden body was already complete. Greetings, my Buddha. This outwardly well-behaved little cutie was actually the great elder of the demon clan,
and from the most powerful branch of the demon clan.
Thousands of years ago, he already possessed 8th level Tian realm cultivation.
Yet now he willingly submitted to Chu Xian, even converting to Buddhism. Becoming Nanzhou's first Buddha, little cutie's Dharma name, Namo Buddha. Just now, he, having already refined his golden body,
clasped his hands and kowtowed before Chu Xian. Greetings, my Buddha. Chu Xian nodded.
Let him sit down. Tell me about the ancient war of demons. Chu Xian was excited inwardly, finally about to touch upon the core of the war of demons.
The secrets, including whether there were human traitors, luring the demon clan to invade Nanzhou. Yes, my Buddha. For Namo Buddha, his demon identity was already in the past. He was now a Buddha, not a demon. Back then, a human expert entered the demon domain and found us.
Chu Xian lay on the reclining chair, listening intently with narrowed eyes.
Back then, the demon clan invasion of Nanzhou was indeed caused by human traitors. As Namo Buddha narrated, Chu Xian gained some understanding of the demon clan and the demon domain. Demon clan is a general term. There are actually many branches.
There are also many demon clan factions. The branch Namo Buddha belonged to was the most powerful one. He was the great elder of this branch.
8th level Tian realm cultivation. One day, a human expert entered the demon domain,
found the upper echelons of the demon clan,
claiming he could help them invade the northern region's Nanzhou.
After occupying Nanzhou, they could use it as a base to seize the territory of the northern region. The demon clan leadership was tempted. But when the demon clan experts invaded Nanzhou, they discovered it was actually a conspiracy.
Some human expert wanted to use the demon clan's hand to split
the Great Qin Empire, throw the northern region humans into chaos, and seize great destiny from it.
It targeted both the northern region humans and the demon clan. Chu Xian frowned. A conspiracy targeting both humans and demons? Could it be a plot planned by other races?
No, the northern region has no human king. It was a plot planned by a human expert.
Namo Buddha shook his head. The northern region has never produced a human king. Chu Xian knew this. You mean, there was once a human expert who wanted to become the northern region's first human king? Using the demon clan invasion as a pretext?
The human king struggle was to prevent Qining from becoming the human king.
Namo Buddha replied, My Buddha, Qining was only one side of the human king struggle. Chu Xian hadn't expected the secrets of the War of Demons would actually involve the northern region's human king struggle. Who was the other side? A human divine realm expert. Namo Buddha's brows furrowed tightly. Seemingly still shaken, somewhat fearful. Chu Xian was shocked inwardly. It actually involved a divine realm expert. Able to contend with a divine realm expert. Could it be that Qining, at his peak, was a divine realm expert? Peak Tian realm, approaching the divine realm, Namo Buddha slowly narrated.
Regarding the secret of the Nanzhou invasion back then, according to my demon clan's intelligence, in the human king struggle at that time, the human race had a divine realm expert. In order to advance his cultivation further, he plotted the demon clan invasion of Nanzhou. Then aiming to scheme against the northern region humans, his ultimate goal was to strike powerfully when the northern region humans were in peril, turn the tide, ascend to the human king's supreme position, using the great destiny of the northern region's first human king to break through the divine realm, reaching a higher realm. The result? Qining discovered that divine realm experts plot. To prevent the human race from falling into peril, he resolutely made plans and acted.
Uniting some experts from the northern region, they jointly ambushed the invading demon clan experts.
Furthermore, using the destiny from unifying Nanzhou, he refined it into a destiny treasure, which fell into the collapsed space during the Great Battle. Not just Nanzhou, Shizhou, Beizhou,
Dongzhou, and Zhengzhou also had experts rise up and take a portion of each region's destiny, refining them into destiny treasures. Sealed within the space, directly ruining that human divine realm expert's plot.
Eventually, a divine realm expert from the demon clan acted.
That human divine realm expert also acted. Under one battle, both fell. The battlefield collapsed further into space. Nanzhou, because its destiny was refined into a treasure and sealed within space, caused Nanzhou's earth veins to collapse.
The laws of heaven and earth became incomplete, leading to the current barren state. Chu Xian swallowed his saliva. He had once bluffed Chu Yuan that the waters in Nanzhou run deep, never expected it would turn out to be true. The waters in Nanzhou really are deep. In Jianma Valley lies the northern region's 5 destiny treasures? You all were plotting for the northern region's destiny treasures? Chu Xian roughly understood the situation in Jianma Valley.
Involving the northern region's destiny treasures, he asked directly. Yes, my Buddha, Namo Buddha didn't dare to hide it.
It is said whoever obtains the northern region's 5 continents' destiny treasures will gain the northern region's destiny upon them, will have the chance to vie for the northern region's human king supreme position. So even though the demon clan's divine elder fell in the great battle, his soul reincarnated, he will also participate in the struggle when the valley opens.
Numerous thoughts flashed through Chu Xian's mind, simultaneously considering the major powers of Nanzhou. Which party do they each belong to, wanting to compete for the destiny treasure? Is there a cultivation restriction? Yes, my Buddha, Namo Buddha nodded.
Emperor realm and above cannot participate. Exceeding the emperor realm, the destiny treasure will not recognize a master. Chu Xian understood.
Any person with great destiny starts from weakness. When cultivation reaches a certain height, experts have their own destiny. The destiny treasure will not recognize them as master. Or it could be considered their potential is limited. The destiny treasure grants no blessing. Perhaps this is also a limitation of the Great Tao's rules. Unsurprisingly, the competition for the destiny treasure will unfold among children of destiny like Dingyu. Even the destiny treasure is very likely to fall into their respective hands, the 5 continents of the northern region. The children of destiny from 3 continents are connected to him. If he could gather the children of destiny from all 5 continents under him, Chu Xian's heart was moved. Even personally cultivating the first human king of the northern region. Such an achievement, the system's reward must be extremely generous. Chu Xian made a decision in his heart. No matter what, the 5 continents' destiny treasures cannot fall into the hands of the human divine realm, or the demon clan divine elder. The northern region human king struggle must be within his control. The one ascending to the northern region human king supreme position must be one of his own.
And he would be the manipulator behind the scenes, the human king's teacher. To control the situation in Manhwa Valley, one needs sufficient strength, even the divine realm is not enough. To control it well, there are still 34 years until Manhwa Valley opens, time is relatively abundant. After understanding the secrets of Manhwa Valley, Chu Xian sent Namo Buddha off to cultivate. Having mastered the Buddha profound scripture, he recovered his peak strength. His aptitude and talent were both enhanced. The gate to the divine realm had opened for him. Chu Xian selected some Buddhist methods from the Three Ages Buddhist scripture, passed them to Namo Buddha, to help him break through to the divine realm before Manhwa Valley opens. This way, he would have a divine realm errand runner under him, better able to control the entire situation, secretly pleased for a long time. Realizing he hadn't contacted Du Yuan for a long time, it was time to have him come lie low, come to Nanzhou to await the opportunity and make arrangements. The Wantian mirror mark on him should be retrieved for emergencies. Immediately took out the Wantian mirror. Contacted Du Yuan, Your Eminence, Du Yuan respectfully said. You may go to Nanzhou and await opportunities. Remember not to expose yourself. Chu Xian gave him a few more instructions, at the same time, transmitted a communication talisman to him. When in Nanzhou, if needed, someone will send him a message. Ended the connection with Du Yuan, retracted the mark. Thus, one mark on the Wantian mirror was freed up. It was time to bluff someone again. Time to meet Qining. 7-colored divine light stimulated the heavenly god visage to appear. Myriad laws Tao robe, entwined with the great Tao's rhythm. At a glance, a supreme existence surpassing the divine realm. In the Wantian mirror connection image, Qining was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on a cliff. Her beautiful brows tightly furrowed, looking quite worried. Qining had already broken through to the 4th level of the earth realm. Suddenly, ripples spread out in the air. Qining quickly stood up, gripping the Daqin. Could it be assassins? This is still Luo family territory. Who would dare come here to assassinate her? Able to break through the Luo family's defenses and sneak in. The ripples spread, an image appeared. Looking at the suddenly appearing image, Qining was shocked, her beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth slightly agape. Chu Xian saw Qining's current appearance, couldn't help but twitch his lips. The thought that this peerless beauty was actually a man always gave him a strange feeling. Even though her expression at this moment was so beautiful and alluring, he found it hard to look directly at the venerable, hazy figure of the heavens. Bathed in 7-colored divine light, the great Tao entwined around his body. What kind of expert is this? Qining was extremely shocked. Divine realm experts are far inferior to the mysterious person before her. Luoying, greetings, senior. Qining was an old monster after all. The famously powerful Great Qin Emperor quickly calmed down. Respectfully saluted, Luoying? Chu Xian chuckled lightly. Are you Luoying or Qining? Qinying's expression changed. How did the other party know his identity? He had reincarnated. Countless ages had passed since his previous life. After such a long time, and relying on the human King Dao seal, logically, no one should be able to discern his identity. No one knew he would reincarnate, the Luo family. Who are you? Little child, don't be nervous. This venerable one can see through anyone's origins and background at a glance. Chu Xian chuckled lightly, very much in the style of a senior expert. Meeting is fate, encountering this venerable one is your great fortune. Qining took a deep breath. The other party could see through his origins at a glance, completely ignoring the obstruction of the human King Dao seal. It showed the opponent's strength, definitely in existence above the divine realm. Dare I ask, senior, are you the Luo human king? Luo human king? Chu Xian chuckled. That little fellow, I met him many years ago. He's a talented little fellow. Qinying's heart jolted. The Luo human king was just a little fellow, in his words? Senior, you are this venerable one? Chu Xian seemed lost in thought, paused for a moment. I don't remember how many ages ago it was. Countless little fellows called me eternally indestructible, perpetually immortal, peerlessly handsome, greatly majestic and virtuous, supreme holy, first great Tao venerable of the heavens and myriad realms. Looks so awesome. Qining listened, stunned, looking at that majestic figure woven uniquely from the heavenly great Tao, unable to raise the slightest shred of doubt. As an expert who once comprehended the great Tao, only then could one deeply realize how terrifying that uniquely woven great Tao figure was. This man who stayed home for 5 years has a special habit. Waking up, any girl he encounters, he makes an exception to accept as a nominal disciple. The otaku's name is Chu Xian. What Chu Xian never dreamed of was the girl he encountered this time upon waking was actually not a real girl. The girl's name is Qining. Just now, after listening to Chu Xian's rambling boasts, she looked at that majestic, hazy heavenly figure uniquely woven from the great Tao. She couldn't harbor the slightest doubt. After all, he had also been a peak Tian realm existence, nearly comprehending the great Tao, while the figure before him, directly wove the great Tao into robes worn on his body. From this, one could see what a terrifying existence this was. Great opportunity. Xin Ying's heart beat fiercely against his will. Xin Ying greets the peerlessly handsome, greatly majestic and virtuous, supreme holy senior. Xin Ying decisively kowtowed. Chu Xian was very satisfied with his performance. Very decisive, directly kowtowed. This venerable one woke up after a nap. That you could encounter this venerable one can be considered fate. I'll make an exception and accept you as a nominal disciple. Are you willing? Xin Ying paused. Nominal disciple? His talent was so strong, and he possessed human king bloodline, yet he was only accepted as a nominal disciple? Chu Xian saw his confusion. Do you feel slighted? I wouldn't dare. Xin Ying hurriedly replied. Xin Ying greets master. Xin Ying hurriedly and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Nominal disciple it is then. Senior didn't accept him as an inner disciple. It must be because his own talent was insufficient. Being a nominal disciple of such an existence is also a great opportunity. Since you have entered my tutelage, do you have any requests? Chu Xian asked. He was quite curious whether Xin Ying would directly ask him to help him ascend to the human king position and kill his enemies. Master, disciple lacks a great body tempering art. Xin Ying immediately thought of the great body tempering art he always lacked. No other requests? Chu Xian looked at him meaningfully. Like the scheme you personally laid out? Xin Ying's heart jolted. Master is too terrifying, he even knows this. Replying, Master, I, Xin Ying, have never relied on others' power in my life. Within the same realm, I lose to no one. What belongs to me, I will personally reclaim. Vengeance I will also personally take. Xin Ying's gaze became incomparably domineering, truly worthy of the great Qin Emperor. The peerless hegemon who unified Nanzhou indeed possessed extraordinary boldness. Chu Xian was very gratified. You possess such boldness and responsibility. Teacher is gratified. Since you entered my gate, teacher will ensure fair contention within the same realm. There will be no situation of the strong bullying the weak. Victory or defeat depends on you. Xin Ying was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Within the same realm, he never lost to anyone. This time, in the struggle for the destiny treasure, his only worry was that human divine realm expert. If those above the emperor realm cannot interfere, then what did he, Xin Ying, have to fear? He would definitely reclaim the destiny treasure and kill his enemies. This is your fate, Chu Xian said calmly. You want a great body tempering art? This venerable one has countless, but they are all too strong. You cannot cultivate them. Even the so-called divine realm in your words lacks what it takes to cultivate them. You are even less likely to be able to cultivate them. Bluffing again? Of course, boast as impressively as possible. Xin Ying was shocked. Great body tempering arts that even the divine realm cannot cultivate? What kind of powerful techniques are those? Chu Xian pondered for a moment, then spoke. This venerable one has 3 techniques from unknown ages. Casually created minor body tempering arts. They are a bit trashy, but they happen to suit your current realm for cultivation. Xin Ying's mouth twitched. Trashy minor body tempering arts? Just happen to suit his cultivation? The minor body tempering arts master spoke of should be very powerful, right? These 3 minor body tempering arts are 3 Zhang Golden Body Art, 100 Battles Demon Body, Dragon Battle Tyrant Body. Choose one. The first 2 were just ones Chu Xian took out to make up the numbers. What he wanted to pass to Xin Ying was the Dragon Battle Tyrant Body, believing Xin Ying would also choose this body tempering art. After all, he had always been looking for a domineering body tempering art. Dragon Battle Tyrant Body, just hearing the name is domineering enough. Upon mastery, it can stimulate ferocious dragon might. Furthermore, it can condense dragon armor onto the body, impenetrable by divine weapons. Master, I choose Dragon Battle Tyrant Body. As expected, Xin Ying didn't hesitate at all, immediately chose Dragon Battle Tyrant Body. Upon mastery, this art grants dragon might. Dragon armor protection is just SOSO. Chu Xian raised his hand, tossed a small booklet over. The booklet was him using the Prosperous Age halo to inscribe the Dragon Battle Tyrant Body technique. Reading the booklet allows direct comprehension of the technique. As for how much is comprehended, depends on the level of talent. Xin Ying was extremely excited, taking the technique booklet. Thank you, master. Chu Xian nodded. Since you are my disciple, you should know. The 9 regions are but a corner of the heavens and myriad realms. What does a mere northern region human king count for?
Even the human king of the 9 regions human race is nothing.
You must remember to cultivate diligently, arrive in the heavens and myriad realms soon. Whether the northern region human king or the 9 regions human king is merely a necessary path in your cultivation. Only by stepping into the heavens and myriad realms is it the starting path to becoming a true expert.
Qining was shocked. Heavens and myriad realms. Cultivate well, do not slack off.
If one day you can step into the heavens and myriad realms, teacher will make an exception and accept you as an inner disciple.
Chu Xian's majestic and vast voice gradually faded, the light circle disappeared. The image also vanished. Qining remained shocked. The 9 regions are but a corner of the heavens and myriad realms?
He felt he seemed to have discovered some incredible secret. Could it be?
Those vanished experts all left the 9 regions? Went to the heavens and myriad realms? Qining was extremely excited.
Qining, will definitely go to the heavens and myriad realms.
Become the Venerable One's inner disciple.
Northern region human king, Qining, will definitely become it. And I will also become the first human king of the 9 regions human race. Only then will I be qualified to become Master's inner disciple. At this moment, Qining blood surged with passion, regaining the ambition he had when unifying Nanzhou. Only after a long while did his excited heart calm down.
Miscalculated.
Qining suddenly sighed. He actually forgot to ask Master just now if there was a method to change a woman's body back into a man's body, without being rejected by the great Tao. He wanted to return to being the tough man of his previous life.
Chu Xian stretched lazily. Accepted Qining, passed him the dragon battle tyrant body, broadened his horizons. His entire mood brightened. The human king must be his own disciple, pointless for anyone else to compete. Need to increase strength quickly.
Otherwise, when the time comes, insufficient strength will mean inability to control the whole situation.
Chu Xian is not far from the earth realm. About to break through, next is Dingyu, then Wang Luo.
Glanced at Chu Yun, he was cultivating in the Chu family ancestral land.
Immediately guided him into the small world. Quickly raise his strength to the true realm.
The Chu family should also produce an emperor realm expert. Suddenly, a message came from the communication talisman, sent by Bao Hongyan.
A great battle erupted in Baishang Mountain, many experts fell. An ancient emperor's soul revived. The ancient emperor's soul revived. Is it a remnant soul of a Baishang Mountain expert? Or a remnant soul of an invader?
Chu Xian took out the sky-peaking mirror
to observe the situation in Baishang Mountain. A fierce battle was erupting in Baishang Mountain, and it was a rare joint effort by several major half-emperor experts. On a patch of ruins, a somewhat illusory figure floated in mid-air. Every strike was incredibly powerful. On the battlefield, there were already several true realm martial artists' corpses. Blood refinement soul technique. The evil king roared angrily, raising a hand to grab.
The blood on the ground surged up. His whole body seemed bathed in blood mist.
The rolling blood mist formed chains, sweeping towards the remnant soul. Quick! Bind him!
Wait for this king to refine his soul. The 9-sword mountain old man, Lu Pingfeng, the gray-bearded old man, Pilhua Pavilion's beautiful woman, all had dark faces, attacking continuously, but intentionally or unintentionally allowed the evil king's blood mist chains
to fail to completely lock the remnant soul. This is an earth realm divine soul.
Even if it's a remnant soul, and already weakened, but if the evil king refines it, at the half-emperor cultivation level, he will definitely advance further, getting closer to the emperor realm. His strength will surpass theirs. Whether Lu Pingfeng or the other 3 didn't want to see the evil king triumphant. I, the evil king, am always righteous. You few despicable people. Actually not working together wholeheartedly against this guy. Instead, wary of me at every turn, truly despicable. Hey! The evil king cursed, the dead earth soul let out a roar. Light bloomed, erupting with a spiritual power attack, instantly attacking the evil king. Not good. The evil king's expression changed.
The opponent burned a portion of his divine soul power, unleashing a divine soul attack.
Divine soul attacks are notoriously hard to defend against.
The evil king didn't dare be careless, raising a hand to grab. The true realm martial artist corpse originally lying on the ground instantly disintegrated, turning into blood mist. Bang!
The blood mist churned, as if boiling, forming a rolling river of blood, defending in front of him. The evil king simultaneously retreated rapidly.
The dead emperor's soul seemed intent on a desperate fight. Divine soul power burst forth with brilliant light.
In the blink of an eye, it shattered, turning into 4 beams of light, attacking Lu Pingfeng and the other 3 respectively.
Not good. The 4's expressions changed drastically, retreating madly. The 4 divine soul attacks instantly broke through the encirclement. The divine soul power originally attacking the 4 suddenly merged. The divine soul body recondensed. Lu Pingfeng and the other 3's expressions changed. Tricked. The opponent actually used a secret technique to split his divine soul, making a fake desperate attack to force them back, then recondensing the divine soul. Once the Emperor's soul escapes the ruins, it wouldn't be good for any of them. Currently, Nanzhou has no emperor. The one from Heiyue Tower can be ignored if the opponent doesn't interfere in Nanzhou's affairs. This emperor's soul, leaving the ruins, whether possessing some expert's body, is like a knife hanging over their heads. Could lose their top position anytime. After the emperor's soul recondensed, it turned into a stream of light, not escaping, but charged straight towards Dingyu. Your body is mine. The man likes making popcorn, but he never uses corn. Instead uses little trash, one punch, one little crunch. Bang bang bang. Just now, an ancient emperor's soul actually revived in the Baisheng mountain ruins. The 4 nominally strongest experts on the Nanzhou continent joined forces, but still couldn't handle the ancient emperor's soul before them. Even nearly got wiped out. At the critical moment, the ancient emperor's soul made a feint. A stream of light charged straight towards Dingyu, actually intending to seize Dingyu's body. Lu Pingfeng and the others' expressions changed drastically. Once the opponent seized Dingyu's body, he might instantly recover Emperor realm strength. Everyone present would die. However, it was too late to stop him. Dingyu watched coldly as the Emperor's soul charged, showing no intention of dodging. A mere weak remnant soul wants to possess my body? Ridiculous. Quick, run! Han Yingmeng said anxiously. Her figure moved and rushed over. With a wave of her hand, 100 flowers drifted down, directly enveloping Dingyu. Attempting to help Dingyu resist the Emperor's soul. Woman, don't meddle. Dingyu glanced at Han Yingmeng, a look of displeasure. Afterwards, the Emperor's soul charged straight into Dingyu's body. It's over. Han Yingmeng looked desperate. At this moment, Dingyu focused intently, silent. His whole body stood motionless on the spot. Around his spiritual will were massive sword mountains, exuding intense sword intent. These sword mountains firmly guarded his spiritual will in the center. The moment the Emperor's soul charged in, it fell into the encirclement of numerous sword mountains. Every sword mountain was incredibly solid. How is this possible? The Emperor's soul was shocked. How could the opponent's spiritual will be like this strange? In the Emperor's soul's view, even though his divine soul was weak, devouring a martial artist's spiritual will should be easy. This one's body was strong, and he wasn't a half-emperor, hadn't condensed a divine soul form. Possession shouldn't be difficult. Who would have thought, just entering, he'd fall into the encirclement of numerous sword mountains? The intense sword intent oppressed him, his divine soul almost shattering. Dingyu saw the earth soul enter, immediately activated the 100 refinements divine art, simultaneously activated the immovable mountain technique, determined to crush the earth soul and completely refine it. The Emperor's soul was shocked. Ordinary true realm martial artists could never refine a divine soul, let alone a conscious divine soul. But Dingyu, who cultivated the immovable mountain technique and 100 refinements divine art, could actually crush and refine the Emperor's soul. Rumble. Attacking crazily, sword mountains crumbled under the assault. However, more sword mountains continuously pressed in, seemingly endless, escape. Must escape. The Emperor's soul was horrified. He just couldn't understand why a true realm martial artist's spiritual will would be so terrifying. Finally, after losing 2/3 of his divine soul power, the Emperor's soul finally escaped. Want to escape? Can you? Dingyu sneered. Soul-slaying sword. Endless sword mountains surged out, instantly setting up layer upon layer of sword mountains around his body. At the same time, the sword light in his hand bloomed, emitting a faint sword intent. From the earth soul charging into Dingyu's body to its battered escape, only took an instant. Han Yingmeng and the others discovered in horror. The Emperor's soul reappeared, looking extremely battered. Appearing with it were those massive spiritual pressure mountains. Everyone was shocked by Dingyu's methods. What secret technique is this? Its power is too immense, actually suppressing an earth soul with 9th level true realm cultivation. A sword light flashed, the earth soul was directly cut in half, and under the surging sword intent, it continuously crumbled. Then, endless sword mountains pressed down, instantly crushing the earth soul. The soul-slaying sword targets and slays divine souls. Such swordsmanship is undoubtedly extremely powerful. The 9-sword mountain old man's face grew darker. Based solely on this sword strike, Dingyu had already surpassed him. Sword mountain swept, carrying the divine soul power back. Dingyu's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha. His whole body felt light and airy. Too much divine soul power, almost stuffed himself. He crazily circulated the 100 refinements divine art, continuously refining and compressing the divine soul power, strengthening his own spiritual will. At the same time, relying on the refined divine soul power, continuously condensing sword mountains, increasing the scale of the sword mountains. Dingyu blared contemptuously at the 9-sword mountain old man, sneering, "Want to fight? Come on." Very arrogant. Very conceited, the 9-sword mountain old man was somewhat tempted. Dingyu seemed to have a problem at this moment. It seemed the divine soul power invasion caused his spiritual will to surge wildly, leading to a loss of control. His gaze shifted to the gray-bearded old man, then shifted to the evil king in Manhwa Pavilion's beautiful woman. "What are you looking at? This king disdains ganging up, don't think this king will act." The evil king looked disdainful, not lingering, he left directly. "If you don't act, I'm leaving." Dingyu sneered coldly, turned and left. Lu Pingfeng and the other two exchanged glances, ultimately gave up the idea of attacking, thus it ended. Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Dingyu truly deserves to be the child of destiny of Nanzhou. His gains were truly great, the emperor's soul was refined. His spiritual will became even stronger, almost reaching the limit of the true realm. He was one step closer to the earth realm. Once he breaks through to the earth realm, his divine soul will be even stronger. Just as he was about to close the sky-peaking mirror, he suddenly discovered deep within the Baishang mountain ruins an aura emerged, an aura approaching the earth realm. There's a living person in the Baishang mountain ruins? How is that possible? So much time has passed, even for the earth realm, lifespan should have run out. Roar! Suddenly a violent roar came, attracting everyone's attention. A figure flew out vomiting blood. Someone's in the ruins. The evil king flew out vomiting blood, his face changed drastically, roaring madly. A burly figure soared up from the ruins. White hair draped over his shoulders, face resolute. Looking only about 26 or 27 years old. Wearing white robes, a large mountain embroidered on his chest. His aura was incredibly powerful, almost reaching the first level of the emperor realm. Several evil marshals and evil generals hurriedly acted to catch the flying evil king. The white-robed youth walked over step by step, suddenly raised a hand and punched towards a treasure-hunting passerby in the distance. That true realm expert who was digging for treasures in the ruins was instantly killed by the punch. Now, everyone's expression changed drastically. All gathered together. The white-haired youth said coldly, "Put everything down." Can you believe it? Baishang Mountain, sealed in a spatial rift for thousands of years, actually had a handsome man living inside its ruins all along. The onlookers were instantly dumbfounded. You know, even Emperor Realm experts don't have infinite lifespans. Moreover, the conditions in the ruins are harsh, no sunlight all day, completely lifeless, yet the handsome man could survive. And his strength showed no signs of decline, even easily crushing a group of half-emperor experts. The handsome man's name is Bai Shaokong, the young sect master of Baishang Mountain. Just now, the major factions inside the large ruins were digging up big treasures, planning to take them home. But were taught a lesson by Bai Shaokong. Had no choice but to leave some treasures behind and plan to retreat. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Qin State's Qin Changfang, entrusted by the Qin State Emperor. Greets young Master Bai on his behalf. Please, young Master Bai, come to Qin State for a visit. Then lowered his voice. My emperor specifically instructed. Please, young Master Bai, hurry, there are important matters to discuss. The evil king and others' expressions changed. What does this mean? The great Qin Empress knows of Bai Shaokong's existence? The Qin State Emperor. Bai Shaokong's brow furrowed, seeming to think of something. Yes, my emperor. Cannot come personally, please forgive him, young Master Bai. Qin Changfang said respectfully. Bai Shaokong nodded. Then looked at the crowd preparing to retreat. But these ants. Before finishing, he suddenly frowned deeply. Someone else is here? Turns out it's Dingyu. He was the last to arrive. Glanced at the crowd at the ruin entrance, walked towards the entrance on his own. So this is inside the ruins? It's nothing special? The harvest from this trip was quite rich, time to go back. Stop. Bai Shaokong's face darkened. The opponent actually didn't give him face? Is there something? Dingyu, with swift steps, had already arrived half a step in front of Bai Shaokong. Looked sideways at the white-haired youth before him. Leave behind all your gains from Baishang Mountain, otherwise. Bai Shaokong was angry. And Dingyu's sideways glance at him was still full of contempt. You think you're worthy? Dingyu scoffed, continued forward, die. Bai Shaokong suddenly attacked, thrusting out a punch, startling Dingyu. What chow? Despicable person, sneak attacking me. Fierce. Watch my sword. Dingyu thrust his sword, sword light flashed. Swish swish swish. Dingyu's expression changed slightly, feeling a strong threat. After blocking the punch with 3 consecutive sword strikes, his figure had already retreated 1,000 meters. Ignorant rat. Arrogant. Bai Shaokong stepped forward step by step. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, a battle-intent surging figure enveloped Bai Shaokong, martial intent manifestation. At this moment, Bai Shaokong was covered by a 3-zhang figure, as if sheltering him within. His fists burst forth with intense martial intent fluctuations. Chu Xian, through the sky-peaking mirror, saw the strength Bai Shaokong currently displayed. His eyes glinted, seeming to have seen through Bai Shaokong. A bit interesting, before Baishang Mountain was destroyed, did they leave all their foundation to him? Bai Shaokong punched out, his power like raging waves, surging endlessly, intense battle intent crushed down. On Dingyu, sword intent surged. The power of the sky sword physique was displayed at this moment. Sword intent formed a rushing river, carrying sword light, surging upwards against the wave-like power. One strike after another. Dingyu's gaze was resolute. One strike after another, each faster than the last. The surging sword intent was constantly condensing, seeming about to form a tangible long sword of intent. Intent manifestation? No wonder he's arrogant. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Shaokong's eyes. Step forward, punched out. Another step forward. Then punched out. Punch after punch. His power surged more violently. Dingyu's attacks continuously shattered. His figure also continuously retreated, often needing 3 or even 4 sword strikes to withstand the danger of one of Bai Shaokong's punches. And as Bai Shaokong continued attacking, the pressure Dingyu felt grew increasingly intense. Even the hand holding the sword was trembling. The surging sword intent began to waver, seeming about to completely shatter any time. Dingyu continuously retreated. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his aura slightly disordered. He ultimately lacked some realm. The crowd of experts watched this battle, all with grave expressions. Especially the half-emperor experts present, even more grave and conflicted. They were already half-emperors. Just needed Nanzhou's laws of heaven and earth to recover, and they could break through to the earth realm, almost reaching the limit beneath the earth realm. However, facing Bai Shaokong and Dingyu, they were lacking by more than just a step. Bai Shaokong had truly reached the limit beneath the earth realm, almost comparable to ordinary first-level earth realm experts. And Dingyu? Still at 9th level true realm, presumably hadn't cultivated to the limit yet his strength surpassed theirs. Is this the gap in talent? The two powerful forces collided, creating a terrifying aura. Lightning flashed and thunder roared above Baishang Mountain, winds surged, seeming about to destroy everything, in the eye of the storm. Bai Shaokong punched out one after another, like a leisurely stroll, as if not exerting full effort. In contrast, Dingyu continuously retreated. The surging sword intent showed signs of shattering. What a formidable Baishang Mountain young master! Someone who can pressure me has finally appeared. Fighting him to the death will definitely test my supreme swordsmanship, even breaking through in battle. Anger him. Make him use his full power. Dingyu suppressed the fear in his heart, sneered, the great young master only has this much skill? This is just the appetizer, just whetting the appetite. Bai Shaokong gave a wicked smile, then squatted down, lowering his center of gravity, stepped forward, grabbed the void with his hand. The power he punched out actually retracted back, then punched out again. The terrifying power was like raging waves, surging endlessly. Intense battle intent gathered, ready to strike. Bring it on! In Dingyu's terrified pupils, a trace of excitement actually flashed. Readied his blocking stance, prepared to receive that terrifying strike. A punch lashed out, sounding like roaring thunder. A circle of vibrating ripples appeared in the air. The power materialized, like a great mountain, crushing towards Dingyu. Dingyu gripped his sword with both hands. His messy hair flew about. His entire aura reached its peak state at this moment. Sword intent condensed on the sword. A piece of trash who barely survived from ancient times. I, Dingyu, despise you. I, Dingyu, am a man who will slay gods. How could I lose to you? Killing intent flared in Bai Shaokong's eyes. He hated most when others said he barely survived. Arrogant rat. Die. Bai Shaokong's killing intent surged, Baisheng Divine Fist. With Bai Shaokong at the center, the spiritual energy within 100 meters instantly vanished. Rules faintly appeared, merging into the spiritual energy. Rules merged into spiritual energy condensed on the fist. Divine soul power also condensed on the fist. This was an extremely extravagant punch.
With less than Earth realm cultivation, he condensed rules, condensed powerful will, too strong, this punch. Enough to match a strike from ordinary first-level Emperor realm experts. Bai Shaokong currently had martial intent manifestation, making this punch's power even greater. Victory or defeat is decided. The increasingly strong power suddenly collapsed. Ding Yu's river of sword intent, the power had no obstruction. Instantly slammed into Ding Yu's chest. Ding Yu flew back vomiting blood, leaving a long trail on the ground, crashed heavily among the cypress trees, motionless. As the child of destiny of Nanzhou, upon disagreement, he actually wanted to rob the Baisheng Mountain young sect master's family treasures. Unexpectedly, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed wantonly by the young sect master.
The man's name is Ding Yu.
Just now, he, who was sent flying by Xiaokong's punch, lay motionless on the ground. Don't play dead. This little bit won't take your life. Bai Shaokong looked coldly towards where Ding Yu was sent flying.
Damn, discovered. Ding Yu, emitting white smoke all over, muttered to himself, and indicated, can't I rest for a bit? The next second, his legs sprang up. He suddenly got up, standing steadily. Just warming up.
Ding Yu shook the dust from his head, instantly recovered 80% of his power. Seeing this, Bai Shaokong stretched his arms and fists again, looking unsatisfied, eager to move.
Kid, satisfied just now?
Ding Yu wouldn't show weakness, even wanted to anger this handsome guy of unknown strength before him.
Replied easily, just a sprinkle. Yo-ho.
Your ability to act tough isn't small.
Bai Shaokong sneered. Then see if my sword is acting tough.
Only saw Ding Yu's long sword in hand ignite with blood-red flames. Seemingly unable to bear the thirst, without much nonsense, fiercely thrust towards Bai Shaokong. Take this. At this time, on the Baisheng Mountain Plaza, only saw one red, one white, two dazzling auras violently colliding.
Couldn't see the figures clearly, is that all? Seems your sword is just average. You too, the fight isn't satisfying, since it's like this. Then let's decide life and death in one move.
Saying that, the two simultaneously gathered power, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. At this moment, Ding Yu was in a mystical state. Under the pressure of this punch, there was a chance to break through the bottleneck. His swordsmanship realm would rise again. The talent of the heavenly star sword vein had extremely strong comprehension of swordsmanship. Ding Yu was also aiming, amidst the crisis, to find the opportunity to break through the bottleneck. Now the opportunity had come. Ding Yu felt an intense crisis, a life or death crisis. The divine sword within his body trembled, about to leave his body to help, suppressing the trembling divine sword. Under the life or death crisis, the sword in Ding Yu's hand trembled. Sword intent surged, all along, always just a little bit short of the swordsmanship realm he could break through. At this moment, it seemed to be shattering. In his heart, there was no life or death. No fear, only the sword. Between heaven and earth, only the sword in his hand. Ding Yu's heavenly heart sword vein talent was fully unleashed at this moment, under the life or death crisis.
In an instant, he broke through the bottleneck.
His comprehension of the heaven-reaching sword art rose to another level. I have a sword that can reach heaven.
The young man transmitted, as if carrying an unyielding, forward-pressing will.
Sword light suddenly bloomed. Between heaven and earth, only this sword was seen. A peerless sword strike.
One sword reaching heaven. The sword light only flashed. The incomparably mighty punch instantly broke in two. The power was collapsing. Roar!
The light dissipated, the power collapsed. Everyone watched in shock as the precious sword naturally drooped. Ding Yu, leaning against the mountain, ragged. Even though he looked completely exhausted at this moment, even severely injured, yet he had blocked that terrifying punch. As he stood up, cracks appeared on the precious sword in his hand. The precious weapon, close to an earth weapon, actually couldn't withstand the sword strike Ding Yu just executed.
Directly snapped apart. Did he die? The Empress merely smiled and greeted him, hello.
The young man narcissistically thought the beauty was after his body. All because the man's master was the Empress. An eternally unreachable great terror threatened the Empress, bluffing the young man. The young man's name is Ding Yu. Just now, he trespassed into someone else's ancient residence, crazily digging for treasure, and even wanted to spar martial arts with the ancient residence's owner. The kind where one move decides life or death, but due to the two's exceptional talents, and being evenly matched, after the ultimate move versus ultimate move, Bai Shaokong grunted, looking shocked and disgusted at his own fist. There was a bloodstain there, even if just a shallow wound. If it were a martial artist of the same realm, he could still accept it. But the one who broke through the Baisheng divine fist with one sword strike and injured him was only a 9th level true realm martial artist, who hadn't even touched the earth realm. You deserve death. Looking at Ding Yu, Bai Shaokong was enraged.
And there was that tiny shred of jealousy, actually able to injure me? He has some skill, this person absolutely cannot be left alive. Otherwise, once he grows, he will be a great enemy. Bai Shaokong had to admit a fact.
Once both sides were at the same realm, the losing side would definitely be him. He gathered Baisheng Mountain's final foundation within himself, fused with martial intent manifestation to possess such immense strength.
And the opponent? Look how young he is. Too monstrous. In this era, could he really be so pathetic? Just having revived and returned, he was already being surpassed in talent. How could Bai Shaokong accept this? Especially thinking of Ding Yu repeatedly mocking him as trash who barely survived. His heart almost twisted with anger. Ding Yu suddenly straightened up, bursting into laughter. Ha! I finally broke through the supreme swordsmanship's second stage. Ding Yu was very excited, completely ignoring Bai Shaokong's angry gaze. He even cupped his hands in thanks. This ancient trash, thank you for your help. I, Ding Yu, broke through the supreme swordsmanship's second stage ahead of schedule. Since you attacked me this time, I won't hold it against you. Bai Shaokong exploded with anger, his originally cold face twisted due to anger. You deserve death. Don't think you'll live to leave Baisheng Mountain. Bai Shaokong roared, his face contorted. Fiercely swung a punch towards Ding Yu's face. Ding Yu, rest in peace. Ding Yu wasn't afraid at all. After swallowing the Emperor pill, he had already recovered 80% of his strength. Sighing inwardly, Wang Luo's pills are really effective. Fighting, he couldn't beat Bai Shaokong, but escaping was no problem at all. Only saw Ding Yu leave 2 afterimages on the spot. His real body had already vanished without a trace. Not playing with you anymore. I'm going back. Bai Shaokong was going crazy, his eyes full of disbelief. This is the legendary divine level escape art, Crescent Moon Phantom? When did he use it? Rat. Don't run if you have guts. Come back here.
In the ruins, Bai Shaokong's powerless hysteria remained, while Ding Yu flew far away without looking back.
That idiot is probably furious. If it weren't for just breaking through the bottleneck now, foundation unstable, I really wanted to go back and meet him again. Ding Yu recalled the duel just now, seeming somewhat unsatisfied, but thinking back carefully, there was still a trace of fear. To be honest, that idiot is really strong. In the entire Nanzhou, besides Master, he should be the strongest person. Don't want to think about unhappy things. I've already successfully broken through the bottleneck. Going home now to report the good news to Master.
Ding Yu had just landed. A beautiful figure appeared on a mountain peak at the ruin entrance. Majestic and domineering, yet effortlessly elegant. Looking closely, it was actually the great Qin Empress, Qin Kayun. Just as the two faced each other, Qin Kayun remembered she had once been in Chu Xian's small courtyard and seen Ding Yu once. Knowing the one before her was connected to that great terror, currently, she couldn't afford to offend him, so she smiled and greeted Ding Yu. Ding Yu glanced at Qin Kayun in surprise, just feeling this woman seemed somewhat familiar. Could she be here to disturb my sword heart? Humph. I won't let you succeed. Going home to consolidate cultivation and report the good news to Master is the proper business. His figure flew off. After escaping several li, his figure vanished without a trace. Watching Ding Yu's receding figure, Qin Kayun was puzzled. Why is this person acting so weird? Forget it, never mind. Better hurry into the ruins to find Bai Shaokong first. From the ruins came Qin Changfang's meek voice. Young Master Bai, calm down. My emperor instructed. Before finishing, he was interrupted by the furious Bai Shaokong. You. Get up. Block me again and I'll punch you twice. Changfang, why such a clamor? Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Changfang finally sighed in relief. Her Majesty has come. Bai Shaokong looked towards the sound, only feeling that figure seemed familiar. Turns out it's her. Young Master Bai, long time no see. Why the long face? Unhappy to see me? Qin Kayun took 3 steps as two, arriving before Bai Shaokong. If it weren't for that treasure-digging maniac named Ding Yu. Ding Yu? I saw him just now. Do you two have a conflict? Qin Kayun didn't know what just happened in the ruins, asked with a confused look. More than just a conflict. Don't worry about it first. Tell me which direction. I'll dare to go kill him right now. Bai Shaokong's gaze was firm, gritting his teeth. Stealing my treasure and playing tricks on me. If I catch him, I'll scatter his ashes. Old Bai, listen to my advice. The person behind Ding Yu, we can't afford to offend. You should calm down quickly. Qin Kayun took off her own headdress, advising Bai Shaokong to be calm, spreading her hands. A look of fear on her face. After all, that great terror she had witnessed couldn't be offended. The two of them together couldn't offend him. Completely not on the same level, not even in the same dimension. The man claims to be Qin State's #1 pretty boy. all sorts of cheesy pickup lines come readily, and our infatuated, wronged little evil king, to take a shortcut, actually became his disciple, finally experiencing close contact with the goddess. Just now, Qin State Empress Qin Kayun thought of that unaffordable great terror, could only advise Bai Shaokong to be calm. Hearing this, Bai Shaokong calmed his angry emotions, frowning. Who was behind him?
It's better young master Bai doesn't know.
Qin Kayun shook her head, didn't say much. The evil king and Lu Pingfeng, afraid Qin Kayun would act, didn't linger, left directly. Bai Shaokong clearly had ties with Qin State. Both realized, Qin State, with Bai Shaokong this expert as support, will truly become one of the 3 kingdoms and 3 sects of Nanzhou.
The Baisheng Mountain Ruins chapter came to a close.
The biggest winner was undoubtedly Dingyu, followed by Qin State. Bai Shaokong became Qin State's guardian expert. Chu Xian felt, as the opening of Zhanma Valley approached, some schemes would gradually emerge. After a peaceful month, Chu Yun broke through to the 9th level of the True Realm. Chu Xian sent him out of the small world, breaking through to the 9th level of the True Realm. Chu Yun became the Chu family's true #1 expert. His confidence greatly increased. He went out adventuring again. Especially hearing about ruins opening, he wanted to find heavenly materials like the Xuanqing grass. To improve Chu Pingfan's aptitude, after leaving the Chu family land, Chu Yun looked back in the direction of the small courtyard, muttering to himself that 13th brother seemed quite formidable. At the 9th level of the True Realm, he still couldn't see through Chu Xian's true strength. In a city in Ziyue Commandery, Qin State, within a courtyard pavilion, little Shu King, draped in a black robe, looked dashing and elegant. Appearing like a handsome young master, devoid of his usual evil aura and cruelty, he was conversing with a pretty boy dressed in white. Wang Gui stood outside the pavilion, looking at little Shu King, who resembled a righteous young master. His heart was breaking. Little Shu King hadn't been normal since meeting Miss Chu Yun. He hasn't been quite normal since. Today, he even came to visit this #1 playboy of the Qin State.
It's over, the Wang Ting is finished.
Wang Gui was filled with despair for the future of the evil king's court. It turned out that little Shu King of the Liang Ting was consulting with the renowned master of romance in Ziyue Commandery,
asking how to please women. Brother Xie, it's not popular to call girls baby anymore. It's too common, too cheesy. What should I call her then? Bao, you know. Don't just look at the one-word difference, it's completely different from gold. Little Shu King, looking enlightened, asked again, Brother Tai, what sweet nothing should I say to a woman to please her? You've asked the right person. Brother Tai immediately perked up. See the fish in the water, what do you think of? I see it. What does it have to do with sweet nothings? Braised, steamed, or stewed in a big pot? Little Shu King was puzzled. No. You must use everything you see and think to express your sincere feelings for her. Brother Tai continued, Your Highness, do you know why I love to eat fish? Because my love for you is undying. Little Shu King's eyes lit up, a flash of inspiration in his mind, as if a skylight of inspiration had been opened. Brother Tai is truly a good teacher and friend. I understand. Little Shu King was suddenly full of fighting spirit, wishing he could see Chu Ying immediately and speak 10 or 8 lines of sweet talk. At this moment, Wang Gui helplessly transmitted a message, Your Highness, Miss Chu has appeared in Ziyue Commandery. My Yin Bao, Brother Tai, farewell, I'll visit again another day. Little Shu King eagerly took his leave. His heart had long flown to Chu Yun. Chu Yun was searching for spiritual herbs when a figure rushed over quickly. Her brow furrowed, Little Shu King. From afar, Little Shu King's voice arrived, as always, in a tone full of deep affection. Bao, I just had a fall. Why did I fall? Because I want to sleep with you. Chu Yun exploded with anger. She waved her hand and struck out with a palm. Little Shu King, this bastard is courting death. Go to hell for me. Chu Xian looked at the intelligence about Chu Yun from Heiyue Tower with a strange expression. Little Shu King has truly turned into a simp. I don't know where he learned it from, a mouthful of strange, cheesy pick-up lines. Even after Chu Yun broke his leg once, he still wasn't afraid. In the blink of an eye, it was time to rest. Chu Xian thought about having a lottery draw before bed. What if he found a child of fortune? He took out the Wantian mirror and inputted spiritual power. An image appeared. Connecting to a forest of towering ancient trees, Chu Xian felt helpless. Just as he was about to close the Wantian mirror, he suddenly noticed under an ancient tree, a person was slumped, covered in a dark brown liquid. That was demon blood. Looking at the person again, not very old, but already at the 3rd level of the True Realm cultivation. A dense demonic aura emanated from his body. Although he looked almost human, if one looked closely, one could tell that the other person was not human, but a demon. Chu Xian thought about the information regarding the demon clan. Among the demon clan,
The demon clan with the most outstanding talent and the most noble status are the Tianhua clan, who look no different from humans. It is said that among the demon clan, those who can break through to the god realm and the demon domain, only the Tianhua clan can, therefore the Tianhua clan is the overlord of the demon domain. A member of the demon clan, the Tianhua clan, could I have really found a treasure? Chu Xian became interested and immediately used the Tianji Tanyuan technique. Mo Wantian, a member of the Tianhua clan, was despised by the Tianhua clan for possessing human bloodline, suffered humiliation, and finally, unable to bear it, was sentenced to wander the demon domain from the Tianhua clan. The ancient demon bloodline hidden within his body is currently in the awakening stage. Due to the awakening of the ancient demon bloodline, he is uniquely favored by the fortune of the demon domains heaven and earth. Chu Xian secretly rejoiced. Mo Wantian, this kid, could he be the child of fortune of the demon domain? Although the Tianji Tanyuan technique did not show that he was the child of fortune of the demon domain, it did show that his ancient demon bloodline was awakening, and thus he was uniquely favored by the fortune of the demon domains heaven and earth. At this moment, Mo Wantian sat cross-legged under the ancient tree, took out a large jar filled with refined demon blood.
Mo Wantian dipped his hands into the jar. With a crackling sound, the demon blood was fiercely absorbed, absorbing the demon blood from the jar. Mo Wantian, whose aura was already chaotic and weak, the clothes on his arms burst open, revealing blood-red runic imprints, like burn marks, sizzling. Mo Wantian stood up in pain, his eyes tightly closed. He roared at the sky, Tianhua clan, I will definitely return. I will let you know that I am the true demon. I want to cultivate the strongest demonic arts in the world. Young man, your vision needs to be broader. Demons don't necessarily have to cultivate demonic arts. Only thinking about cultivating demonic arts will narrow your path.
Chu Xian felt it was necessary to correct Mo Wantian, to broaden his horizons and let him realize that demons cultivating Buddhist techniques is truly a path with a limitless future. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are still just of the Tianhua clan. How can you trample the Tianhua clan underfoot? Can turning demons into Buddhas achieve that? Transform the entire Tianhua clan into a Buddhist clan, then Mo Wantian would be a Buddhist big shot. This is the right path. The Hantian divine statue appeared, seated on the 24-grade Tao lotus, Wanfa Daoi, the great Tao entwined, in order to fool Mo Wantian. Chu Xian deliberately emitted Buddhist light. At this moment, his appearance was solemn and majestic. Amatba, Mo Wantian was about to leave. Suddenly, a vast and sullen voice that penetrated the soul appeared. With the appearance of this voice, Mo Wantian's restless heart actually calmed down. Looking up, he was shocked in his heart. What kind of powerful existence was that? Even the divine elders of the Tianhua clan were far inferior. Young man, the demonic path has no future. I see that you have considerable wisdom. Cultivating Buddhism offers a limitless future. Are you willing to convert to Buddhism? Buddha, Mo Wantian was stunned, racking his brains. He couldn't think of which power in the Joyu 50 states was Buddhist. Should I become his disciple? This senior seems very powerful. But I've never heard of any Buddhist sect. If it's weak, wouldn't it ruin my great future? Thinking of his ancient demon heritage, he was inclined to resist. Senior, please forgive me. Mo Wantian, as a demon, is dedicated to cultivating the demon clan's heritage and has no intention of cultivating other techniques. Mo Wantian gritted his teeth and said. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that he looked so awesome. Yet this kid was unwilling to become his disciple. You're narrowing your path. A man must defeat a version of himself every day, just to find his own weaknesses and break through his true limits. To enhance his combat experience, the young man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, Chu Xian, in order to subdue this demon clan member before him, the child of fortune, not only used the divine artifact Hantian divine statue, but also wrapped himself in Wanfa Daoi, yet was still rejected. But Chu Xian wasn't flustered at all, tricking people? He was best at it, young man, to meet his fate. I see that you have considerable wisdom, so I made an exception to accept you as my disciple. The demonic path has no future. Young man, don't narrow your path. The reason Mo Wantian didn't become a disciple was none other than feeling that Buddhism was a sect with no future. Plus, he had the ancient demon heritage and felt his future was limitless. Joyu is but a remote corner of the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. Residing in a remote corner, how can one know the vastness of heaven and earth? Your demon clan's ancient demon, placed in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, is merely of lower middle tier. How can it compare to me? Buddhist Dharma is the true path. It is where your talent lies. Don't miss this opportunity. Mo Wantian's heart trembled. Myriad heavens and myriad worlds, ancient demon Fap in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, is merely of lower middle tier. He was somewhat moved.
Could Buddha really be so powerful, and ancient demons so insignificant? Dare I ask, Senior, what are the myriad heavens and myriad worlds?
That is a boundless expanse of countless worlds, with innumerable strong individuals. The so-called God realm in Joyu is merely barely capable of reaching the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. Young man, joining my Buddhist sect is your true path.
The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are your journey. The small demon domain and the Tianma clan are just stepping stones. Buddhist Dharma is boundless, compassion is limitless. No matter how strong your Tianma clan is, they are still demons, but what if you become a Buddha?
Converting demons to Buddhas, you will be the founder of the Joyu Buddhist clan. Not just a talented junior of the demon clan, Chu Xian smiled faintly, guiding Mo Wantian into the mindset he had set up. For an ambitious person like Mo Wantian, whether to be an ancestor or a reserve talent, the choice is naturally self-evident.
Mo Wantian's heart trembled, he was moved, it made sense.
No matter how strong he was just a junior of the demon clan. At best, he was a top prodigy of the demon clan.
But what if he founded a clan? Senior, you said Buddhist Dharma is boundless, how about its wonders? Mo Wantian wanted to try
to compare Buddhist Dharma with his ancient demon power, which was stronger and which was weaker. Chu Xian waved his hand, and a stream of Buddhist power was transmitted.
Mo Wantian didn't immediately kowtow and bow.
It was clear that he was very confident in his ancient demon heritage, and possessed a strong sense of vigilance. Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. This small bit of Buddhist power, if compared to your demonic power, can defeat your demonic power. Mo Wantian was full of vigilance. After sensing that vast and solemn power was only at the second level of the true realm, he then heaved a sigh of relief. His demonic power surged, and he directly threw a full-strength punch.
However, when Mo Wantian's demonic power struck the Buddhist power, a sizzling sound was emitted, and the demonic power was continuously dissolving, completely suppressed, as if it had met its nemesis. Mo Wantian was extremely shocked. He could see that this stream of Buddhist power was just ordinary second-level true realm power. There was no special power hidden within. And his own bone demon power was stronger than ordinary demonic power, even Tianma power. Even so, it was suppressed by a stream of Buddhist power across realms. If it were other demonic powers, there would be no resistance at all. Buddhist Dharma is too powerful, what a blow. Ordinary Mo Wantian was also a decisive person. He immediately knelt down and became a disciple. Disciple Mo Wantian pays respects to master, Amitba, well said, well said.
Chu Xian chanted a Buddhist phrase, entering my Buddhist sect, one must observe the precepts.
Remove the 3,000 worldly afflictions. Yes, master. Mo Wantian knelt respectfully on the ground.
Chu Xian waved his hand, and a stream of power was transmitted. With a swipe over Mo Wantian's head, his hair fell silently,
revealing a large bald head. As for the other Buddhist rules and precepts, Chu Xian didn't impart them, those rules and precepts. Let Mo Wantian comprehend them himself from the Buddhist Dharma. Since Mo Wantian had already become a disciple and was a monk, how could he not have a monk's robe and a staff?
Chu Xian temporarily refined a monk's robe and staff, and a begging bowl, and passed them to Mo Wantian. You have just entered my Buddhist sect, your cultivation is low, this introductory monk's robe, staff, and begging bowl are bestowed upon you.
Mo Wantian received the monk's robe, staff, and begging bowl, his heart trembled.
It was actually at the heavenly soldier level, and possessed many wonderful uses far exceeding ordinary heavenly soldiers. This was merely the standard equipment for initiates. Chu Xian's reaction to Mo Wantian was not surprising at all. It was his first time personally refining an artifact. He was quite satisfied, having refined a heavenly soldier. And according to his own design, he added many wonderful uses. Although he had become a disciple, he had not sincerely converted to Buddhism, nor did he have any awareness of being a monk. He had merely cultivated Buddhist techniques. This wouldn't do. Chu Xian needed a true Buddha. Immediately, he chanted sutras for Mo Wantian to Buddhistically convert him. He was converted to Buddhism for the sake of the Buddhist clan he was founding. He himself had also put in a lot of effort. He could only use his identity as a Buddha to convert Mo Wantian, this little demon, as the sutras were chanted. Profound and mysterious runes floated through the Wantian mirror, enveloping Mo Wantian. Gradually, Mo Wantian sat cross-legged on the ground, palms together, eyes lowered, chanting sutras alone. Buddhist light emanated from his body. The ancient demonic power in his body was gradually being converted, transforming into Buddhist power. Praise be to my Buddha. Mo Wantian put his palms together and kowtowed on the ground, becoming a devout Buddhist disciple. Arise, Chu Xian let out a breath, finally having brainwashed Wantian. Oh no, successfully converted him. Just looking at Wantian's appearance, although he had the demeanor of a monk, for some reason, he always felt that this fellow had a bit of a demonic nature, muttering to himself.
Could it be that when I was converting him earlier, I added some foolish words and led him astray?
Hopefully, nothing will go wrong. You have a great vow, converting demons to Buddhas, taking the first step in establishing the Buddhist clan.
Reward, Buddhist scriptures. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Chu Xian was startled. This could trigger a system reward?
He selected a few scriptures mainly used for converting people to good and spreading faith, scriptures for edifying believers. Using the method of the Shangshur halo, he inscribed them on a small booklet, and passed the scriptures to Wantian, letting this fellow
use the methods and power in the scriptures to spread Buddhist dharma in the demon domain and convert believers. Wantian piously and fervently received the Buddhist scriptures, and kowtowed again to his father.
On the ground, Chu Xian then encouraged Wantian, embedding the Wantian mirror's mark into his body, then closed the Wantian mirror. You have accepted a demon clan child of fortune and converted him to Buddhism. Reward, Opportunity Secret Realm, Trial Secret Realm, another reward. And Chu Xian noticed that before the demon clan child of fortune on the system, the word was used,
meaning there was more than one child of fortune in the demon clan.
He eagerly claimed the rewards. First was the desired secret realm. Chu Xian was already very familiar with this. There was also a trial secret realm. This was the first time it appeared.
From the name, one could roughly guess the function of this secret realm.
The trial secret realm can completely replicate oneself to challenge oneself, find one's own weaknesses, and overcome oneself.
To break through true limits.
The trial secret realm contains various perilous situations and experts of all realms, practitioners of various techniques, either group siege trials
or solo trials against strong experts. Chu Xian checked the functions of the trial secret realm and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a system product, truly exquisite.
Currently, he was lacking trials. Now with the trial secret realm, he could trial to his heart's content, no longer worrying about his lack of combat experience. He could also let Dingyu and the others improve in the trial secret realm, so they wouldn't lack combat experience. More importantly, in the trials, one wouldn't be truly injured or die. Chu Xian claimed the trial secret realm, thought for a moment, and decided to set up the trial secret realm within the small world.
As soon as the trial secret realm was set up, Chu Xian eagerly chose a one-on-one combat trial.
His strength was the same as his own, 9th level of the true realm, to test his own strength.
The battle didn't last long, about 1 minute. Chu Xian killed the opponent. So my strength is indeed invincible in the same realm. The strongest 9th level true realm cultivator in the history of Joyu couldn't last a minute against me.
Chu Xian suddenly felt a bit inflated.
He chose the next trial realm, 1st level of the heaven realm, just an ordinary 1st level heaven realm expert.
Chu Xian wanted to see if he could cross a major realm to defeat a 1st level heaven realm martial artist. You know, the true realm and the heaven realm are a heavenly chasm apart. The gap between them is much larger than that between the true realm and the emperor realm. The battle erupted. Chu Xian used all his techniques, various secret arts and divine abilities. The great battle lasted for an hour. Chu Xian finally used the time illusion to severely injure the opponent, but the price was that he was killed. The gap between him and the heaven realm was too large.
He, the strongest 9th level true realm cultivator in history, couldn't even defeat a 1st level heaven realm expert.
He wanted to break through his current strength limit. He needed to find his own weaknesses and shortcomings in combat. For the next 3 days, Chu Xian challenged himself in the trial secret realm. Every battle, he discovered his own weaknesses and shortcomings.
In the next battle, he would make up for them.
However, the replicated him would also make up for the weaknesses and shortcomings, thus, wanting to defeat himself and break through the limit. The difficulty was imaginable. 10 days, Chu Xian spent 10 days, to finally have an ultimate sublimation in battle. Unleashing his most powerful attack, successfully killing himself, at the moment of breaking through himself. Chu Xian suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. I should have broken the record. The first existence to kill a heaven realm expert while being in a lower realm. Chu Xian was extremely excited. He had a new understanding of his own strength. Next, Chu Xian underwent various trials in the secret realm, increasing his ability to deal with various dangerous situations, various attacks, and various combat environments. Look closely, there are always people better than you, and heavens beyond heavens. The young man before us, beaten to a pulp, was actually the one who, not long ago, single-handedly dominated the Baisheng Mountain ancient ruins. With his own strength, he withstood the combined attack of 4 half-emperor experts, and then defeated the last young sect master of Baishan Mountain, who embodied all its defenses, and even completely disregarded the great Qing Empress, the child of fortune, Dingyu. He didn't expect. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, just now, his master, Chu Xian, obtained the trial secret realm as a stay-at-home reward. After playing by himself for a month, Chu Xian became inflated. He had overcome all sorts of dangerous situations. It's no exaggeration to say, his combat experience is definitely top-notch. You stay at home and overcome various dangers in the trial secret realm, accumulating rich combat experience, reward, myriad battles, enlightenment. It actually triggered the system's reward. Chu Xian was slightly surprised, claimed the reward, myriad battles, enlightenment. It is a kind of combat consciousness, as if innate, possessing the ability to deal with various battles, possessing super strong combat awareness. Chu Xian felt his combat experience soar once again. It's no exaggeration to say that, in terms of combat experience and combat awareness, probably no one can compare to him. After comprehending the myriad battles enlightenment, Chu Xian no longer needed to go for trials. He is the person who understands combat best in the world. No one understands combat better than me. Chu Xian sighed, opened the trial secret realm. A new area suddenly appeared in the small world, filled with mystery and Dao rhyme, bringing Dingyu, Wang Luo, and Su Xianer as his disciples. He opened the trial secret realm. You can go for trials to improve your combat experience, even overcome yourselves and break through yourselves. After briefly introducing the trial secret realm, Dingyu and Wang Luo were overjoyed, and after thanking him, went to the trial secret realm for the first time. Sir, can the trial secret realm invite people for trials? Can it forcibly invite people to fight? Su Xianer asked coquettishly. After breaking through to the emperor realm, Su Xianer's temperament became even more charming and moving. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. What do you want to do? I want to beat that bastard Dingyu to death. Su Xianer gritted her teeth. In reality, it's impossible to beat Dingyu to death. But in the trial secret realm, it's possible. Anyway, you don't really die. But one can truly abuse Dingyu over and over again. That guy is too abominable. How dare he place a wooden dummy next to himself? Every time he opens his eyes, he looks in her direction. To test if his sword Dao realm has broken through, whether it's stable after passing the second gate, and whether it's constantly improving. At first glance, the attention is on Su Xianer, or on the wooden dummy. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Dingyu, this kid, has really been led astray. I must lead him astray again, otherwise, if this continues, it's easy to fall into extremes. Alright, if you want to fight him, I'll make it so he can't refuse. Chu Xian nodded, agreeing. After Su Xianer entered the small world, Chu Xian called Dingyu out. I must set him straight. How is your comprehension of the 3 gates of swordsmanship? Master, I feel I have already seen through the second gate of swordsmanship, and I'm consolidating it, Dingyu said excitedly. I believe I will soon reach the state of no woman in my heart, and with a drawn sword, I can slaughter gods. You've entered a misunderstanding. Chu Xian spoke. Dingyu's heart skipped a beat. Since Master said he had entered a misunderstanding, then he must have entered a misunderstanding. Please, Master, enlighten me. You avoid women, reject women, and don't let women get close to you. This is a mental block. It's only because you're afraid that women getting close will disturb your heart. Your method of seeing through the 3 gates of swordsmanship is wrong. Dingyu was startled, recalling his situation at Baishan Mountain. Wasn't it rejecting Han Yin Meng, not letting her get close? Because of a lack of confidence, afraid she would affect him. In the end, he still couldn't manage to look at beautiful women without getting distracted. Chu Xian looked at Dingyu's thoughtful expression. Continued, seeing women as women, seeing women not as women, having women around, but no women in the heart. This is the correct realm. Saying this, he called Su Xianer out. Look at her, is she a woman? Dingyu looked up. Although Su Xianer was dressed as a young maid, her face was pretty. At a glance, one could tell she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. She is a woman. Are you still looking at her as if she isn't a woman? Chu Xian's words directly stumped Dingyu. He didn't know how to answer. She clearly was a woman. Could she not be a woman? He was very confused. He always felt that Master's words contained profound wisdom. Alas, he was dull and couldn't comprehend it. Chu Xian raised his hand and pointed outside the courtyard. Looking from here, in the distance was a hazy mountain peak. Look, isn't that a mountain? Yes. After getting Dingyu's affirmative answer, Chu Xian's same enigmatic question came again. Look again, is that still a mountain? Dingyu was stunned. That is a mountain, but since Master asked this way, there must be a deep meaning. Answering that it is a mountain should be incorrect. He didn't know how to answer and remained stunned on the spot. Seeing mountains as mountains, seeing mountains not as mountains, seeing mountains still as mountains. These three realms, these three realizations, Chu Xian slightly closed his eyes,
profoundly saying, seeing mountains as mountains, seeing mountains not as mountains.
Seeing mountains still as mountains, Ding Yu muttered to himself. That is, seeing women as women, seeing women not as women, seeing women still as women. Master, I understand. Ding Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if awakened from a daze, a look of joy on his face. Looking at Chu Xian, you are not a woman, right? You are not a woman, you are the wooden figure I carved. You are wood, wood is you. In my heart, you are not a woman, but you are also a woman. Master, I truly understand. Ding Yu clasped his hands and said respectfully.
Chu Xian looked at the energetic and spirited Ding Yu, his mouth twitched again.
He always felt that he seemed to have gone astray again. Never mind, anyway, he won't enter an extreme state now.
This really infuriated Chu Xian. Ding Yu, come, let's have a little spar, huh? With a flick of her long whip, she entangled Ding Yu, pulling him into the small world, directly entering the trial secret realm.
Ding Yu's miserable screams came from the trial secret realm.
Chu Xian was already in the Emperor realm. How could Ding Yu be her opponent?
You know, Chu Xian's talent was no weaker than his, and she cultivated the Taiyin Xuxianju. Her strength was much greater than that of ordinary Emperor realm cultivators.
Tell me what kind of person I am, a piece of wood, go to hell. In my eyes, you are not a woman, go to hell, even though you are a woman. In my eyes, you are no different from a wooden figure. Go to hell, Sister Sue, stop hitting, it'll be the same even if you hit more.
I've understood, I've reached the state of seeing women as women, seeing women not as women. Next step, I will break through to the state of no woman in my heart, and with a drawn sword, I can slaughter gods, Ding Yu wailed. While muttering, I believe that in Master's eyes, you are also a wooden figure, no different from a wooden figure. Completely ignoring Chu Xian's gloomy face, as soon as these words were spoken, Chu Xian, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, directly exploded. So angry, in the trial secret realm, Ding Yu was really beaten to a pulp. Again, he pulled Ding Yu into the secret realm, and then beat him up again. Master, save me, Sister Sue, she's crazy. Ding Yu begged for mercy. He felt that Chu Xian at this moment was terrifying. Chu Xian sighed, next time, don't randomly fool your disciples. Ding Yu was led astray again, hopefully Wan Luo won't be led astray. Sir, Chu Xian looked at Chu Xian pitifully. Do you see me as a wooden figure too? Chu Xian's mouth twitched, he said seriously, don't listen to Ding Yu's nonsense.
You really don't see me as a wooden figure? Chu Xian looked at him with suspicious eyes. Ding Yu is foolish, are you foolish too? Chu Xian sighed exasperatedly, I knew it, that bastard Ding Yu is too abominable. He really is a transmigrated otaku, he's read too many wuxia novels, right?
The man, bored, personally started creating a cultivation technique. And the first sentence of the first page is that familiar phrase, to practice this technique, one must castrate oneself with a swing of the blade. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, he took the trial secret realm he was tired of playing with, and generously let his disciples try it out, and in the following time, Ding Yu and Wang Luo were both training in the trial secret realm. Chu Xian would also go to the trial secret realm to train once every day. The rest of the time, she still stayed by Chu Xian's side, organizing intelligence, cooking delicious food, and playing with Chu Pingfan. From time to time, she would drag Ding Yu into the trial secret realm and beat him up. Although Chu Pingfan still looked like an ordinary person, seemingly not even at the mortal realm, however, he had been nurturing a blade. He still looked dull and clumsy, not like a clever child. Chu Xian had been constantly monitoring his progress in nurturing the blade. Within Chu Pingfan's body, a special kind of fortune was already breeding. Namo Fachuo also often came to listen to Chu Xian expound Buddhist scriptures. Chu Xian passed some Buddhist scriptures from the Buddhist canon to Namo Fachuo, letting him cultivate on his own and comprehend new Buddhist dharma and divine abilities. Buddhist dharma is boundless, you can comprehend it yourself. The trial secret realm. You should also enter it for some trials, to master Buddhist dharma and divine abilities. Chu Xian said finally, yes, my Buddha. Namo Fachuo respectfully bowed and entered the small world. He used to be a demon, cultivating demonic techniques and secret arts. Now, after becoming a Buddha, he had never used his lifelong Buddhist dharma. It was a good opportunity to hone it in the trial secret realm. Ding Yu and Wan Luo were very curious about Namo Fachuo. It was a power they had never heard of, since Master said Namo Fachuo's path was different from theirs, yet they were from the same school, therefore. The two of them called Namo Fachuo, Buddhist senior brother. They were very curious about Namo Fachuo's strength. How strong was he exactly? Ba. Namo Fachuo chanted a Buddhist phrase and pushed with both palms. Buddhist light bloomed. In an instant, countless palms, densely packed, struck out.
instantly shattering the trial opponent, an 8th level Heaven Realm demon expert.
So strong, Ding Yu and the other two looked shocked, truly feeling that when Namo Fachuo attacked, it was like the might of heaven. This was a Heaven Realm expert.
Chu Xian silently watched Namo Fachuo's trial.
As the trial progressed, his application of Buddhist Dharma became increasingly skillful.
After the Zhanma Valley event ends, let Fachuo return to the demon prison, to be Mo Wantian's supporter in spreading Buddhist Dharma. Converting demons to Buddhas, Chu Xian had a plan in mind.
In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Ding Yu's cultivation had reached its peak, his foundation had also accumulated enough. It was time to break through to the Emperor realm.
He sat cross-legged in the Qiankuan space, preparing to break through.
And at this time, Chu Xian was breaking through to the Emperor realm, 2nd level, breaking through to the Emperor realm.
For Ding Yu, it was a matter of course. Whether it was accumulating foundation or comprehension, it was enough.
Your disciple Ding Yu, under your guidance, has cultivated rapidly, breaking through to the Emperor realm. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. As Ding Yu broke through, the system's reward also arrived. Chu Xian claimed the reward, 100 years of cultivation poured in. His strength increased further, getting closer to the Heaven realm. As expected, it wasn't enough to break through to the Heaven realm.
Chu Xian's current cultivation could be called half Heaven realm.
Next, it would depend on Wan Luo's breakthrough to the Emperor realm and the reward that followed. Chu Xian assessed Wan Luo. Even after his breakthrough, it wouldn't be enough for Chu Xian himself to break through to the Heaven realm.
Cultivation still relies on oneself.
After all, the Heaven realm is a heavenly chasm. More than half a year after Ding Yu broke through to the Earth realm, Wan Luo had also accumulated to his limit and was about to break through to the Earth realm.
In the Qiankuan space, Wang Luo sat cross-legged. A flame floated above his head, the Shukong Tianhua.
With the appearance of the Shukong Tianhua, Wang Luo's entire person, in an instant, seemed to transform into a flame. Chu Xian watched for a while,
then stopped paying attention, instead contemplating his own cultivation.
He estimated that the reward of 100 years of cultivation would probably not be enough to break through to the Heaven realm, as expected. Your disciple Wang Luo, under your guidance, has cultivated at divine speed. Breaking through to the Earth realm, reward, 100 years of cultivation, claimed the reward. 100 years of cultivation poured in, his strength slowly increasing. He was one step closer to the Heaven realm. However, he did not break through to the Heaven realm. Originally, by relying on his own cultivation, it would take about 10 years to break through to the Heaven realm, now shortened to 5 years. Whether he could break through to the Heaven realm before the 10-year period arrived, would depend on Chu Pingfan. Or triggering the system's cultivation reward, he took out the Wantian mirror, connecting to Mo Wantian. Chu Xian felt that
the one most likely to trigger the system reward was Mo Wantian.
Now, Mo Wantian's strength had already risen to the 6th level of the true realm.
This showed his extraordinary talent and aptitude, worthy of being one of the children of fortune in the demon domain.
Every once in a while, Chu Xian would connect with Mo Wantian to explain Buddhist scriptures to him and resolve his cultivation problems. Among the Buddhist precepts, originally, one shouldn't eat meat, but Chu Xian didn't make any restrictions on eating. He never felt that this Buddhist sect he created would be very serious.
Although so far, Mo Wantian was still relatively serious, a serious monk, for some reason. Chu Xian always felt that Mo Wantian would go astray one day.
Every time he saw Mo Wantian, he felt he seemed to carry a bit of demonic nature, his bald head shining, his features rather delicate.
Master, disciple, may I change the staff to a blade? Chu Xian was startled. Change the staff to a blade? Mo Wantian, this fellow, was stimulated and had murderous intent. Why do you want to change to a blade?
Master, disciple often feels that the world's people are too greedy, their hearts are evil. I wish to forge a blade of precepts. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow.
Does Mo Wantian have great talent for Buddhist Dharma? This is enlightenment. I am gratified by your enlightenment.
Then I shall bestow upon you a precept blade. He took out a heavenly soldier-level blade. Chu Xian refined it, adding some new functions, transforming it into the appearance of a precept blade. He transmitted the precept blade to Mo Wantian. Thank you, Master. Mo Wantian, when did Buddha receive the precept blade? Ended the connection with Mo Wantian.
As for when he would trigger the system reward, Chu Xian also didn't know.
He just felt that he had a better chance. Chu Xian pondered, what other methods were there that could more easily trigger the system's reward? He suddenly thought, the opportunity secret realm rewarded for recruiting Mo Wantian hadn't been set up yet. If he set it up now, who knows when someone with great fortune would enter the secret realm and trigger the system's reward. But what kind of opportunity should be placed inside? Chu Xian struggled with the opportunity.
What kind of cultivation technique would be good to leave in the secret realm? He had countless cultivation techniques and secret arts. The lowest must be a divine-level cultivation technique. A cultivation technique that cannot reach the divine realm. What kind of great opportunity is that? Perhaps even a cultivation technique above the divine level should be placed. Chu Xian thought for a moment and took out a small booklet. Just right, to enhance a cultivation technique with the Shangshur halo and inscribe it. Suddenly, a mischievous thought surfaced in his mind. Add a little something, he muttered to himself, slightly closed his eyes, and began, based on this cultivation technique, to deduce a new cultivation technique according to his idea. The benefit of mastering many cultivation techniques and secret arts is that one can piece them together, add one's own ideas, and deduce and combine them into a new cultivation technique. He inscribed the cultivation technique and secret art, then applied a technique to conceal the cultivation technique itself. One needs to follow the requirements to unlock the cultivation technique. He gave the cultivation technique a name, written on the cover, Bixia Jing, Chu Xian on the second page of the secret manual. Wrote 8 large characters. To practice this art, swing the blade and castrate yourself. In the lower right corner of the 8 large characters, he added a small note, sever the root and eliminate thoughts. With great perseverance, cultivate this supreme art. Looking at the 8 large characters on the secret manual, Chu Xian thought to himself, surely no one would be so foolish, after seeing this page, to directly swing a blade and cut themselves. He left a blank page. On the third page, he wrote, if one does not self-castrate, one can still achieve success in cultivation. Similarly, in the lower right corner, he added a small note, without experiencing the mortal world, how can one temper one's mind? The peerless experts of old all underwent great tribulations, severing roots and ending desires. Those who cultivate this art are fools. Chu Xian thought for a moment. On the fourth page, he wrote, if the root is already severed, a fool indeed, a dunce. If the root is not severed, with a sound mind, great achievements are certain. On the fifth page, he wrote, kowtow now, kowtow 3 times loudly, the technique will reveal itself, after setting up the secret manual. Chu Xian couldn't help but mutter again, surely no one would swing a blade and cut themselves just by seeing the first page. Probably not. Last episode, many handsome guys private messaged me. In the end, did anyone swing a blade and castrate themselves? A piao, like Chu Xian, didn't care. Of course, in case some fool really did cut himself, to encourage the other party to cultivate diligently, Chu Xian also included in the secret manual information that upon mastering the cultivation technique, one could regenerate the 5th limb. Thus, even if a fool really cut himself, in order to restore the 5th limb, he would naturally cultivate diligently, harder than anyone else. As for other heavenly treasures that can regenerate organs, the other party would surely go searching for them. And such heavenly treasures are very rare and scarce, not easy to find, and also require great strength to obtain. Chu Xian also considered, what if the one entering the opportunity secret realm was a woman? She would probably ignore the self-castration requirement and continue reading. If she didn't continue reading and missed the technique, it can only be said that her opportunity was insufficient. The secret manual was ready. Chu Xian then prepared weapons. Firstly, a divine weapon is a must. Without even a divine weapon, what kind of great opportunity is it? For the Bixia Jing, he prepared a unique weapon, embroidery needles. Each embroidery needle was attached to a thin thread, a total of 9,000. This is a set where the higher the cultivation, the more embroidery needles one can wield. This set of embroidery needles belongs to the heavenly soldier level. As for divine weapons, he left 2 slender daggers. Besides the heavenly soldier, Chu Xian also left a set of earth soldier level embroidery needles, and a slender dagger. Weapons prepared. Next are medicinal pills and the like. Firstly, medicinal pills for healing. After all, the person with great fortune entering the secret realm might have been injured while being pursued. Therefore, healing pills are essential. The lowest grade is earth pill. Wang Luo refined quite a few. Chu Xian directly took several bottles. All kinds of healing pills were there, including those for healing soul injuries. Even soul injuries can be healed. Healing spiritual injuries and trauma is even more trivial. Chu Xian checked again. After confirming there were no omissions, he put all the prepared items into the opportunity secret realm. Holding the opportunity secret realm in his palm, Chu Xian looked around, pondering which direction to send it. As the rules of heaven and earth in the southern continent recover, passage to other continents will be restored. Moreover, some people who have offended enemies and are being hunted usually flee into the vast mountains. Let's place it at the border with the eastern continent. Chu Xian made a decision. With a wave of his hand, the opportunity secret realm soared into the sky and disappeared over the horizon.
After the opportunity secret realm is activated, it can, according to Chu Xian's will, be placed in the corresponding location, without needing Chu Xian to personally go there, or send someone to set it up. In the vast mountains bordering the eastern continent, this place is full of restrictions and dangers. Demonic beasts roam freely, a stream of light shot from the sky, instantly reaching the vast mountains bordering the eastern continent.
The stream of light descended, an ancient palace appeared fleetingly, blooming with dazzling brilliance, after falling to the ground.
It vanished in an instant. Deep in the mountains, near the eastern continent border, there exist ancient residual restrictions and formations. However, none could stop the descent of the stream of light. Apart from a few demonic beasts that discovered this stream of light, no one else noticed. Some demonic beasts came to investigate,
but found nothing.
After Chu Xian set up the opportunity secret realm, he could only wait for some greatly fated person
to enter and obtain the great opportunity he left behind.
He was not far from the heaven realm. In the following time, Chu Xian focused on cultivation.
Occasionally, he would also go to guide Mo Wantian. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Mo Wantian was a bit off.
Clearly a monk in plain robes, untouched by dust, with an ethereal temperament, yet faintly exuding a demonic aura. And while reciting Buddhist scriptures, he would also mumble some of the things Chu Xian had tricked him with. Occasionally, he would look as if he had a sudden realization. Who knows what he actually realized?
This monk is not quite right. Did he misunderstand some of my words?
Chu Xian muttered, looking at Mo Wantian's appearance. He was probably going to go astray again. He shouldn't have said those things back then.
Just fooling him.
Looking at Dingyu again, that fellow, although no longer extreme, was still not quite right. He was afraid of being beaten, and dared not use Chu Xian to train his mind and improve his sword Dao realm. Instead, he carved several female statues, placed them around his training area. Occasionally, he would mutter, seeing women as women, seeing women not as women, seeing women still as women. I kind of understand. Chu Xian felt heartbroken. This disciple was hopeless. He shouldn't have tricked him so hard back then. What was even more heartbreaking was that recently Wan Luo had also been led astray. Dingyu, once inspired, asked Wan Luo to refine an illusion pill for him.
After swallowing it, illusions abounded, using this to temper his mind.
Seeking to break through the third gate of swordsmanship, when the illusion disappeared, he had a serious expression. A woman actually appeared in his illusion. I am indeed still not strong enough. Wan Luo, influenced by him, actually also swallowed an illusion pill and refined pills in the illusion to improve his state of mind, intending to achieve no woman in his heart, and reach the divine realm of pill refining, but he failed in pill refining. And it was a very familiar earth pill. For this, he came to a conclusion. It was all because his illusion was filled with too much beauty.
If his illusion was entirely about pill refining, how could he fail?
Chu Xian felt tired. Damn it, two hot-blooded bastards in an illusion. It would be abnormal if beauties didn't appear.
Unless they castrated themselves, forget it, let them mess around. Chu Xian couldn't be bothered anymore.
He secretly warned himself not to blindly fool his disciples next time.
Master, I have a doubt.
After training with illusion pills for a while, Dingyu and Wan Luo found Chu Xian, looking very dejected. What doubt do you have?
Chu Xian was speechless. Damn, is this a demonic obsession? Master, every time I enter an illusion, women appear. How can I break this illusion?
Dingyu said solemnly. Master, me too, Wan Luo echoed from the side. You have a mental block, too obsessed with having or not having. Chu Xian could only continue to fool them. Intention is nothingness, no intention is existence. Just as truth is false and falsehood is true, it all depends on the heart. Obsessed with existence or non-existence, truth or falsehood, how can your thoughts be clear?
How can you concentrate on cultivating the great Tao? Dingyu and Wan Luo fell into deep thought.
After a long while, Dingyu suddenly spoke. Thank you, Master. I understand. Wan Luo also followed suit. Thank you, Master. I also understand. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. He didn't know what these two disciples had actually understood. Time flies, the 10-year period is getting closer and closer.
Xu Yun returned a few times during this period.
His goal is to break through to half-emperor. After all, one cannot directly break through to the emperor realm in Lanzhou. One can only break through to half-emperor. He is still young, after all, it's not hopeless. So Chu Yun isn't anxious to break through to the half-D realm. He's considered at the peak of Lanzhou's power, for the time being.
He's satisfied for now. Chu Xian didn't immediately help Chu Yun break through to the D realm.
His accumulation isn't enough, and the opportunity for a breakthrough hasn't arrived.
Mo Wantian has already broken through to the Jin realm.
Zhou Zhong has started to wander the demon domain. There's been no news from Xiaoliang.
He probably hasn't entered Nanzhou yet. Chu Xian isn't worried about whether Xiao Liang can enter Nanzhou. With Lu Piapiao, a Tian realm expert, present, entering Nanzhou shouldn't be a big problem.
Besides, Xiao Liang has cultivated the reverse tracking, contact method he taught, which can completely evade detection. On this day, Chu Xian looked at Panchi, Chu Pingfan sitting in the Qiankuan space.
Pingfanmu's wooden saber lay horizontally on his lap.
Chu Pingfan's eyes were slightly closed, his tender face still looked dull. He still looked rather clumsy. In a blink of an eye, Chu Pingfan is 9 years old, and his blade nurturing is about to complete 3 years.
The current Chu Pingfan is already on the verge of mastering blade nurturing, about to soar. Look closely, this little boy who looks simple and honest on the outside
has been diligently cultivating for 3 years, yet he's not even at the Fan realm's initial stage. Meanwhile, his senior brothers have long since broken through to the D realm. Who would have thought that in a single day, he would break through the Fan realm? Xian realm, Ling realm, Su realm, He realm, all the way to the Jin realm. The little boy's name is Chu Pingfan, and just now, Chu Xian sensed that he was on the verge of mastering blade nurturing.
About to soar.
The aura around him was also faintly revealing itself.
Su Xianer, Ding Yu, and Wang Luo all realized Chu Pingfan's extraordinariness.
That inexplicable aura gave them a feeling of immense power, an indomitable will, as if reaching an ultimate state. Especially Chu Pingfan's wooden saber, it actually faintly glowed, and its edge became sharper.
Even more strangely,
it seemed to have merged with Chu Pingfan. It still looked like a wooden saber, but Su Xianer and the other two knew this wooden saber was extraordinary. Although its name is Pingfan Dao, Ding Yu once tried to strike the wooden saber with an emperor weapon. However, the wooden saber was completely undamaged, not even a small nick. If Chu Pingfan had cultivation and could wield this wooden saber, Ding Yu had no doubt the emperor weapon would be shattered by the wooden saber. Recognizing the wooden saber's extraordinariness, Ding Yu even asked Chu Xian for a wooden sword.
This wood is not suitable for you.
So far, only Pingfan can use a weapon made from this wood. Hearing Chu Xian's reply, Ding Yu could only dismiss the thought.
Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan. It has been 3 years since Chu Yuan left.
The power left in Chu Yuan's body has not been activated, meaning Chu Yuan hasn't encountered fatal danger and is still alive.
Perhaps his situation is not good.
Chu Pingfan actually held a lot of resentment in his heart.
Witnessing his parents being separated, his father leaving home for his mother's sake, how could he not be angry?
He wanted to fight for his parents' dignity and reclaim his own. He still remembered what that person said: "You are disgracing yourself, being with such trash.
Look at what garbage you've produced. I've never seen such a useless person. This is a stain on our family's bloodline." Some fluctuations appeared on Chu Pingfan's face. "Calm your mind," Chu Xian said softly. Chu Pingfan's expression returned to calm.
The aura around him became sharp and extreme. The wooden saber lying across his lap suddenly floated up. On the ordinary wooden saber, a domineering, sharp, and indomitable momentum swirled, and it was gradually strengthening.
In the Qiankuan space, an aura of the great Tao permeated down, infusing into the wooden saber and also into Chu Pingfan's body. Fan realm, Xian realm, Ling realm. 3 years, blade nurturing complete, a transformation begins. Chu Pingfan's aura started to rise.
In a short while, he stepped into the Xian realm, then the Ling realm.
Su Xianer and the other two wore expressions of shock. What kind of talent is this? What kind of cultivation method is this?
Originally, they thought Chu Pingfan was about to transform and step into the Xian realm. But after stepping into the Xian realm, he then stepped into the Ling realm, and there was still no sign of stopping.
Su realm, He realm, all the way to the Jin realm. Su Xianer and the other two were already stunned. Nurturing a blade for 3 years, and instantly breaking through to the Jin realm. If word of this got out, the entire 9 territories would be shaken, right?
And Chu Pingfan is only 9 years old. Finally, Chu Pingfan broke through to the 3rd level of the Jin realm, before stopping. Your nephew, Chu Pingfan, under your guidance, entered the path of extremes, instantly breaking through to the Jin realm, becoming, in history, the 9th Jin realm martial artist under the age of 10. Reward, 300 years of cultivation. You have guided the 9th under 10 Jin realm martial artist, in history. The first 9-year-old extreme path cultivator to enter the Jin realm in history. Reward, Aurora technique. With Chu Pingfan's successful breakthrough, Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. The system's reward exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Chu Pingfan was actually, in history, the 9th Jin realm martial artist under the age of 10. And he was, in history, the first 9-year-old extreme path cultivator to enter the Jin realm.
Indeed, breaking records yields more generous rewards. Chu Xian didn't claim the cultivation reward immediately. Instead, he claimed the aurora technique. This is a speed technique. It can transform one into a beam of aurora, instantly traversing thousands of miles. Moreover, at great mastery, one can ignore spatial stillness and barrier obstructions, transforming into a beam of light, traveling unhindered. After cultivating the aurora technique, one can instantly escape almost any danger. 13th uncle, I broke through. Chu Pingfan came to Chu Xian, holding his wooden saber, head held high, saying, "Good. Very good, strive to break through to the D realm before year 20. Chu Xian patted his head, very pleased. I will definitely work hard. Chu Pingfan nodded firmly. His gaze was resolute. Cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest. Being solely focused on cultivation is actually not good. You are still young, don't be completely engrossed in cultivation. Chu Xian didn't want Chu Pingfan to only know cultivation. Such a childhood is not good. Although he knew Chu Pingfan had always been holding in resentment, he still tried his best to let him have some of the fun and warmth a child should have. Moreover, obsessively focusing only on cultivation is indeed not beneficial for cultivation. 13th uncle, I know. Chu Pingfan nodded happily. If you want to go out and play, you can go out and play now. Chu Xian beckoned for the Han Tian Jinpeng to come over. You can ride him out to play. Speaking of playing, Chu Pingfan's eyes lit up, showing interest. He was, after all, a child, still playful. For the past 3 years, because of Blade nurturing and cultivating the Tianji Dao scripture, and because he held resentment in his heart, he hadn't thought of going out to play. Go play. Cultivation isn't urgent for now. Chu Xian patted his head. Okay, 13th uncle. Chu Pingfan slung the wooden saber onto his back. No scabbard, no binding strap. The wooden saber was directly against his back, as if it were a part of his body. Holding the Tianling cat, the Han Tian Jinpeng enlarged its body. He mounted the Han Tian Jinpeng and left the courtyard directly. The Tianling cat is a wondrous beast of heaven and earth, its strength increases rapidly. And since it was a system reward, its cultivation speed is extraordinary. It's now at the first level of the Jin realm. And the Han Tian Jinpeng is at the third level of the Jin realm. With these 2 pets, plus Chu Pingfan who cultivates the extreme path, there's no danger for him in Nanzhou. After Chu Pingfan left, Chu Xian claimed the 300 years of cultivation, which poured into him. His strength rapidly increased. At a certain moment, it seemed he broke through a heavenly barrier, arriving in a new world. His soul was transforming. His physical body was also transforming. The aura of the great Tao poured in, Tao charm integrated into the rules. His domain was also changing, as if becoming a small world. Heaven and earth are me, this is the Tian realm. The domain of the Tian realm, its rules are more perfect, like a small world. Within this world, my will is the rule. Within the domain, I am heaven. This is the Tian realm. At a certain moment, Chu Xian's soul sensed an aura of destruction, surging from the rules of the great Tao. A tribulation of heaven and earth. The outside world was still calm and peaceful, with no sign of any tribulation of heaven and earth. But Chu Xian, who was breaking through, was facing a surging tribulation of heaven and earth. He frowned slightly. He had originally thought that during the breakthrough, due to the system, there would be no tribulation of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, the tribulation of heaven and earth came even more fiercely, and it surged directly from the aura of the great Tao. This could no longer be considered a tribulation of heaven and earth, but a higher-level tribulation of the great Tao. Chu Xian was not flustered at all. His accumulation, he dared not say it was the first in all history, but it was definitely very high. Even if the tribulation came from the great Tao, Chu Xian had no fear. His soul power surged, instantly constructing a domain, and the time plunder was activated, instantly slowing down the tribulation. A series of techniques were unleashed, smoothly passing the first wave of tribulation. As the first wave of tribulation passed, Chu Xian sensed his strength soar again. The transformation of his soul was accelerating. A strange wind surged from the aura of the great Tao, followed by fire, water, lightning, and so on, continuously emerging. In the end, even Chu Xian felt the pressure. His soul trembled. He madly circulated the immovable as a mountain technique, defending on one hand, while using the myriad tribulations tempering divine art, to continuously refine his soul and enhance his resistance. At the same time, various secret arts were unleashed. By now, he still hadn't consumed any treasures.
Chu Xian was resisting the tribulation surging from the aura of the great Tao. On the surface, he was still lazily lying on the chair, without any change, nor the momentum that should accompany breaking through to the Tian realm. Chu Xian continuously resisted the tribulation, while sensing his own continuous transformation, his strength constantly increasing.
Perhaps the higher the accumulation,
the deeper the understanding of the great Tao, the greater the increase in strength, when breaking through to the Tian realm.
Finally, as the last wave of tribulation passed, Chu Xian's breakthrough was complete.
Both his soul and physical body had undergone a transformation. His domain, even more so, had become like a tangible small world. This time, breaking through to the Tian realm took much longer than breaking through to the D realm. Even so, if word of this breakthrough speed got out, it would make all martial artists who had ever broken through to the Tian realm
envious and resentful. What kind of terrifying existence is this that makes our Tian realm expert exclaim impossible, absolutely impossible?
Turns out it was himself. Just now, Chu Xian broke through to the Tian realm.
Too fast, much faster than others breaking through to the D realm. Simply outrageous. Chu Xian let out a long breath. Finally broke through to the Tian realm. Indeed, staying home is good.
Staying home for less than 10 years, he has already broken through from the Fan realm to the Tian realm.
This speed is unmatched, right?
You broke through to the Tian realm, becoming the youngest Tian realm martial artist in history, and the fastest martial artist to break through to the Tian realm in history. Reward, small world upgrade, Yuan Chu Dao scripture.
An unexpected joy.
Chu Xian hadn't expected that after breaking through to the Tian realm, it would trigger a system reward.
And
he was actually the youngest Tian realm expert in history, and also the fastest person to break through to the Tian realm. Being the fastest to break through to the Tian realm was within Chu Xian's expectations. After all, in less than 10 years, he had broken through to the Tian realm. Throughout history, even the most heaven-defying prodigies couldn't achieve this. A life with cheats is just different. Chu Xian felt delighted in his heart, and was even more determined to continue staying home.
Claim rewards. First is the small world upgrade.
As the reward was claimed, the small world began to tremble.
Namo Buddha, Su Xianer, Dingyu, Wang Luo, and others hurriedly prepared to leave the small world. Don't panic, it's just an expansion.
Chu Xian's voice entered the small world.
Expanding the world? Not to mention Su Xianer and the other two, even Namo Buddha's eyes widened, utterly shocked. Owning a small world was already extremely astonishing. It could actually be expanded? My Buddha, Buddha's teachings are boundless. Namo Buddha put his hands together.
Upgrading the small world took only a few minutes, and it was already finished.
The upgraded small world
expanded to be equivalent to the Northern Territory, and its spiritual energy also increased. The strongest beings in the small world were elevated to the Jin realm. Heavenly treasures were countless, and their age much older. The Pingfan tree also grew with the small world's upgrade, doubling in height again, becoming even more lush and leafy. Chu Xian then claimed another reward, the Yuan Chu Dao scripture. It was a rhombus-shaped crystal, slightly larger than a fist, suffused with a profound and mystical aura, with Dao charm lingering around it, giving one the feeling of the birth of the great Dao. It has the effect of absorbing Dao charm, evolving Dao rules, and enhancing the world.
It can evolve into a great Dao realm.
After reading the introduction of the Yuan Chu Dao scripture, Chu Xian gasped. This was, by far, the most precious and highest-grade treasure in his possession. The Dao scripture itself, capable of absorbing Dao charm and evolving Dao rules, with the ability to evolve a world into a great Dao realm. And the Yuan Chu Dao scripture can record the aura of experts at or above the Dao realm. Once an aura is recorded, it can use the great Dao as a medium to allow Dao realm experts to communicate and exchange treasures. This is true treasure exchange. Even Chu Xian, who possessed countless treasures, couldn't help but feel excited after seeing the introduction of the Yuan Chu Dao scripture. After playing with the Yuan Chu Dao scripture for a while, he placed it in the small world. This way, the small world was connected to the great Dao. Unfortunately, without Dao charm to nourish it. Otherwise, the Yuan Chu Dao scripture could evolve Dao rules.
Strive to break through to the Dao realm soon.
Chu Xian set a small goal for himself. The Shen realm was no longer a big deal, the Dao realm was his goal. Only by breaking through to the Dao realm can he nourish the Yuan Chu Dao scripture and have a chance to evolve the small world into a great Dao realm. I wonder if the 9 territories have Dao realm experts. Breaking through to the Shen realm will take a relatively long time,
unless a major system reward is triggered. However, major system rewards are not so easily triggered. So far, what can certainly trigger system rewards is disciples cultivating rapidly and quickly breaking through realms. Now Chu Xian, Dingyu, and Wang Luo have all broken through to the D realm. The next cultivation reward for a breakthrough will only come when the three of them break through to the Jin realm. Only Chu Pingfan's breakthrough is worth looking forward to. If he cultivates the youngest D realm expert in history, the rewards will surely be very generous. Now that he has broken through to the Tian realm, the Wantian Jing can transmit living beings. I wonder if Emol Tian can be transmitted over and let him enter the small world to raise his cultivation to the D realm as soon as possible. Chu Xian sighed. He glanced at the fated secret realm in the courtyard. I wonder when it will attract a great luck bearer. Or perhaps he himself, relying on the Wantian Jing, can actively search for talented prodigies. In the following days, Chu Xian often used the Wantian Jing to randomly connect to various places, intending to discover cultivable prodigies. However, he never found any. It's worth mentioning that, after Chu Xian broke through to the Tian realm, the Wantian Jing's imprints increased to 9. There are still 6 blank imprints. Chu Xian tried to transmit living beings and found that he could only transmit beings below the Yi realm, and the spiritual power consumption was extremely massive. Beings above the Yi realm. With his current first-level Tian realm cultivation, he actually couldn't support it. This also meant he couldn't transmit Emol Tian over to send him into the small world for cultivation. As the 10-year mark drew closer, Chu Xian also added entertainment items for himself. For example, having Chu Xian dance or something. Chu Xian was very happy, finally gaining the master's attention again. And she happily told Chu Xian that she also knew music and could play the qin. So Chu Xian refined a qin, and also taught Chu Xian a soundwave technique, letting her play the qin for amusement. His days became increasingly comfortable. Dingyu and Wang Luo, this pair of senior and junior brothers, spent most of their time training and improving their strength in the small world. As long as the two of them, before the opening of the Zhanma Gudi, could raise their strength to the 9th level of the D realm, it would be fine. The Jin realm can be suppressed for a while, no rush to break through. Competing for luck and treasures is the main event. The triggered rewards will be more generous. Both of them are children of luck. For the luck and treasures of their respective regions, they should have a natural advantage. Then there is Ren Shanghe, who has recently been on the minds of many handsome men and beautiful women. This registered disciple, he hasn't checked on him for a while. Presumably, he should be close to breaking through to the Shin realm, right? Connecting to Ren Shanghe, he found life and death energy swirling around him, intertwining, with a faint hint of Dao charm emerging. He's about to break through to the Shin realm. To be precise, Ren Shanghe is currently in seclusion, breaking through to the Shin realm. However, the breakthrough process requires a considerable amount of time. It's unlikely he'll complete the breakthrough within 3 to 5 years. Chu Pingfan still persisted in diligent cultivation. Having mastered blade nurturing, the Tianji Dao scripture was formally initiated, and his strength grew stronger every day. For Chu Pingfan, daily life was very simple. Cultivating, teasing the cat, playing with the eagle, and eating snacks. Chu Xian taught the Aurora technique to Chu Pingfan. Similarly, the art of concealing one's presence was also indispensable. Cultivating the extreme path is rather special. Ordinary martial artists cannot tell. Even if Chu Pingfan doesn't deliberately conceal his aura, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to detect his cultivation level. Instead, it gives people the impression that he's an ordinary person, yet with a somewhat special feeling. Dingyu and Wang Luo found cultivating the Aurora technique rather difficult. They couldn't get started for a while. Chu Pingfan, however, quickly got the hang of it. The 10-year mark is getting closer. Chu Xian is full of anticipation. On this day, he took out the Wantian Jing and connected to Qin Ying's imprint. He found Qining cultivating on that cliff. The Longzhan Bati has already been successfully cultivated. Her graceful figure concealed immense power. Her slender arms had a slight muscular feel. Of course, that's all. She's still far from the image of a muscular beauty. Qining is already at the 5th level of the D realm. Chu Xian didn't meet with her. What if this fellow asks him for a way to restore his male body? How should he reply? Deceive him? Chu Xian was afraid he couldn't control his mouth and would lead Qining astray. He didn't disturb her, but turned his gaze to Namo Buddha. After the Yuan Chu Dao scripture was placed in the small world, it connected the small world to the great Dao. Namo Buddha could directly comprehend the great Dao in the small world. Now, Namo Buddha is already at the 9th level of the Tian realm. Another half a month passed. The 10-year mark is getting closer. And with Chu Xian's diligent cultivation, he is already halfway to the 2nd level of the Tian realm. Estimating, 100-year cultivation reward should allow him to break through to the 2nd level of the Tian realm. Continue to cultivate diligently. Swallowing a pill, Chu Xian lazily lay on the chair, cultivating. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Your disciple, Mo1 Tian, has had an epiphany in Buddhist doctrine, his cultivation greatly increased. Breaking through to the D realm. Reward, Xuan Dao Jing. What's going on? Mo1 Tian, this fellow, actually had an epiphany in Buddhist doctrine, and directly broke through to the D realm. And this time, the system didn't reward cultivation. Without rushing to claim the reward, Chu Xian immediately took out the Wantian Jing and connected to Mo1 Tian. The scene shifted to a dark cave and a barren mountain. A faint light seemed to shine from the depths. Dressed in a white monk's robe, spotless, Mo1 Tian sat cross-legged, suspended in mid-air, surrounded by Buddhist light. Behind his head, a halo of Buddhist Tao light even appeared. He looked like a bodhisattva descending to the mortal world, hands clasped together, muttering, chanting Buddhist scriptures. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. It's been a while since he last saw him. Mo1 Tian, this fellow, has changed so much. He's really become a Buddha. Tian Yen Kai. Mo1 Tian shouted. His glabella instantly bloomed with light, an eye opened, as if seeing through all illusions. Seeing this scene, Chu Xian couldn't help but marvel. Mo1 Tian truly has an affinity with Buddha. Has he comprehended the Tian Yen Tong already? Lu Bai Pu Las, that Buddha light, the white robe like snow, spotless, plus his not unhandsome appearance. He truly didn't look like a mortal. However, the next scene, Chu Xian almost bit his tongue. He saw Mo1 Tian, who had opened his Tian Yen, suddenly shout again, Dawei Tian Long. A Buddhist light dragon shadow rose from behind him. The well-informed Chu Xian was instantly stunned. The man, in order to trick someone into becoming his disciple, casually made up a Dawei Tian Long. Yet this demonic prodigy took it to heart, diligently comprehending it from Buddhist scriptures, and actually created such a divine ability. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, watching the Buddhist light dragon's shadow rise from behind Mo1 Tian, it transformed into a giant dragon, coiling around Mo1 Tian. The sound of the dragon's roar was vast, its power majestic. The cave collapsed, the mountain turned to dust. This Dawei Tian Long divine ability, its power is extremely impressive. This disciple is a bit unusual. Chu Xian fell into deep thought. When he was deceiving him back then, it seems he carelessly blurted out something about Dawei Tian Long, Shizuan Dizang. So Mo1 Tian, this fellow, had always remembered this phrase, diligently comprehending it from Buddhist scriptures, and actually created such a divine ability. The Buddhist light on Mo1 Tian receded, the dragon's shadow retracted into his body. Hands clasped, Umatba has become his catchphrase. He then left the barren mountain, walking barefoot, a begging bowl hanging from his waist, his face gentle, his eyes clear. After breaking through to the D realm, Mo1 Tian gained some confidence. He wanted to spread Buddhist teachings and convert the world's demons. Chu Xian was very pleased with this disciple, looking forward to him bringing system rewards next time. Closing the Wantian Jing, Chu Xian claimed the system reward. The Xuan Dao Jing can seek the great Dao, can find Dao achievers, can capture a wisp of a Dao achiever's aura. Chu Xian looked at the small mirror in his hand. On it was an illusory needle, as if condensed from the great Dao. It turned out to be a wondrous treasure that could explore the great Dao, and seek out Dao achievers. What is a Dao achiever? It should be a Dao realm expert. Chu Xian impatiently infused spiritual power, wanting to see if the 9 territories had any Dao realm martial artists, and where they were hidden. As the needle on the Xuan Dao Jing spun, Chu Xian felt his spiritual power gushing out like a flood, madly pouring into the Xuan Dao Jing. His soul power was also drawn, pouring into the Xuan Dao Jing. In just a few minutes, Chu Xian felt he couldn't hold on anymore, and hurriedly cut off the spiritual power input. The needle on the mirror's surface stopped. In just a few short minutes, he hadn't found any Dao realm existence, or anything or any place related to the great Dao. He swallowed a pill to recover his depleted energy. It wasn't enough. He would search every day to see if he could find a Dao realm expert. After the Xuan Dao Jing finds a Dao realm expert, it can record a wisp of their aura. Once a Dao realm expert whose aura has been recorded appears, Chu Xian can discover them through the Xuan Dao Jing. Moreover, after recording the aura of a Dao realm expert, Chu Xian can absorb this aura into the Yuan Chu Dao scripture.
He can communicate through the Yuan Chu Dao scripture, and even secretly, have the other party help him nourish the Yuan Chu Dao scripture. With the capabilities of these two treasures, the other party probably wouldn't discover it.
Next, Chu Xian would use the Xuan Dao Jing every day, intending to find the existence of Dao realm experts.
However, more than 10 days passed, and he still found nothing.
Could it be that the 9 territories truly have no Dao realm existence?
Chu Xian was very puzzled.
Since such a realm exists, there shouldn't be no experts in this realm. Could it be they all left the 9 territories? If they are not in the 9 territories, then where did they go? Could there be an upper realm?
Chu Xian was helpless. Wanting to fleece Dao realm experts but unable to, he felt extremely frustrated. He even lost interest in listening to Chu Xianer play the qin.
Chu Xianer was even more frustrated. How long has it been, and the master no longer likes to hear her play the qin? Master, shall I dance for you? Not interested. Chu Xian lifted his eyelids and said.
Chu Xianer stamped her foot, then squatted down in front of Chu Pingfan.
Little Pingfan, shall auntie dance for you?
Chu Pingfan held his wooden saber, looking simple and honest, and shook his head.
Auntie Su,
I don't want to watch, I want to practice my saber.
Chu Xianer was extremely annoyed,
and could only go to the small world to find Dingyu for training, to vent her anger on him.
Time flew by.
Since Chu Xian moved into the small courtyard, nearly 10 years had passed. Perhaps because the Chu family's development had been consistently thriving, or perhaps Chu Tianming missed his precious son Chu Chilua, he actually remembered he still had a grandson, who was left in the small courtyard. So, he had the head steward come to let Chu Xian return to the ancestral home.
Return to the ancestral home? Not interested. Chu Xian shook his head and refused. He was surprised. How did that old man Chu Tianming suddenly remember him? This is the family head's intention. Could it be that 13th young master, you intend to defy the family head? The head steward was surprised by Chu Xian's attitude.
I live very well here, I'm not going back.
Go back and tell him not to bother me again.
Chu Xian waved his hand, turning his back to the head steward.
You.
The head steward was a little angry, his whole body unconsciously trembled.
After all,
he sympathized with this young master from the bottom of his heart.
Just go tell him not to disturb me. Otherwise, I'll take Xiao Yuer and leave the Chu family with our belongings. Don't blame me for not giving a heads up.
The head steward's heart skipped a beat.
He could only helplessly return to the ancestral home. Bastard!
Just let him stay there forever.
Hearing Chu Tianming's roar from the ancestral home, Chu Xian couldn't be bothered to care. That old man hadn't roared for a while. Roaring occasionally is also beneficial. At least it can clear his mind. Tomorrow is the 10-year mark. Chu Xian was full of anticipation. The first 10 years, what will be rewarded?
The 7-year mark rewarded a portable small world.
The 10-year reward must be even more generous than the small world, right?
To celebrate his upcoming 10-year anniversary, he called Chu Xianer out and had her change into a new set of clothes.
The Linghua was also called over, all its flowers blooming, brilliantly beautiful, very charming.
Come, dance to liven things up.
Chu Xianer was flattered. Why was she suddenly asked to dance again?
And with such a grand display.
Could it be that he wanted her to serve him in bed next?
Thinking this, Chu Xianer's pretty face flushed, her heart pounded violently. She was both nervous and expectant. As she danced, her waist swayed more and more exaggeratedly, becoming increasingly seductive. Chu Xian watched and exclaimed, "This girl is acting strangely."
He flicked his hand, a tap on the head. He tapped Chu Xianer on the head. Ouch!
Chu Xianer clutched her head, her waist stopped swaying. She looked wronged at Chu Xian.
If you're going to dance, dance properly.
Don't do those inappropriate moves for children, Chu Xian scolded. Chu Xianer pouted and danced a few casual steps, then lost interest in continuing.
Perhaps feeling he was too strict, Chu Xian took out a can of tea leaves and had Chu Xianer brew it. This was the Daoyun tea rewarded by the system yesterday.
The tea contained Dao Charm, every sip was like Dao Charm, cleansing the body and soul, truly a treasure.
You should only drink 1 cup of this tea a month. More than that will be harmful to you.
Seeing Chu Xianer pour herself a cup of tea, Chu Xian spoke. Daoyun tea is good, however, if one's cultivation is too low. 1 cup will take a long time to digest.
Frequent drinking is actually harmful. Understood, master.
Chu Xianer sipped the tea and felt her soul become clear, her mind refreshed, as if a barrier had been opened. Certain incomprehensible insights became clear at this moment.
Her eyes lit up. The tea master drinks is indeed extraordinary.
After finishing his tea, Chu Xian lazily lay on the chair, waiting for the reward for staying home for 10 years.
10-year period is up.
You have stayed home for 10 years.
Please continue to set new records. Reward, Hundun Bummy Ti, Hundun Zhong.
Can you believe it? This useless young master has not stepped out of his house for a full 10 years. Not only was he not isolated from the world, but his disciples spread throughout the world.
The system even rewarded him with a special talent and physique. The otaku's name is Chu Xian. Just now, having received the 10-year reward,
he immediately checked the information on the Hundun Bummy Ti. Hundun Bummy Ti, born from chaos, eternally indestructible and immortal.
Can accommodate all Daos in one body, can overcome Tao tribulations. Very awesome.
Eternally indestructible and immortal, and can even integrate all Daos into one body, meaning he can cultivate all great Daos, and there will be no conflict due to the incompatibility of two great Daos. Truly worthy of being the reward for the first 10-year period.
Continue to check the second reward, Hundun Zhong, born from chaos, eternally undamaged. It can swallow the great Tao. The bell's chime can echo through eternity. Supreme defense, can overcome Tao tribulations, suppress Tao tribulations. Equally awesome. It is the supreme defense in the world. One chime of the bell can echo through eternity, spanning time and space. Chu Xian noticed that,
whether it was the Hundun Bummy Ti or the Hundun Zhong, both mentioned being able to overcome Tao tribulations.
This means,
possessing either the Hundun Bummy Ti or the Hundun Zhong, one can overcome this great tribulation.
Possessing both, naturally, there's no need to fear Tao tribulations. Chu Xian first claimed the Hundun Bummy Ti.
Instantly, it was as if he had arrived in a chaotic expanse, hazy, nothing there, no time, no light or darkness. Nothing at all, true chaos. Suddenly, purple chi permeated, brilliance shone, time seemed to be born at this moment.
Chu Xian felt his body also being born at this moment.
Endless chaotic chi permeated, his body gradually grew, gradually taking shape. An unknown amount of time passed. At a certain moment, the body was fully formed, purple chi poured in.
Time could not leave any trace on the body. Boom, boom. Chaos disappeared, consciousness returned. The moment consciousness returned, Chu Xian felt a huge change in his body, as if he had undergone an indescribable metamorphosis. Far greater than breaking through to the D realm, or the Tian realm, a much more significant transformation.
Chu Xian felt the strength of his physical body was already indescribable.
Divine weapons could not harm it.
Even Tao weapons seemed unable to harm him. Chu Xian had a hunch, at this moment, he could absorb all the power between heaven and earth. Whether it was spiritual chi, demonic chi, monster chi, or various evil, poisonous chi, etc., he could absorb them all for cultivation. This is the power of the Hundun Bummy Ti. What made Chu Xian even more pleasantly surprised was, he had actually broken through to the second level of the Tian realm, and he clearly felt his cultivation speed had increased by more than 100-fold.
Clenching his fist,
Chu Xian felt his strength had undergone a tremendous change.
An ordinary second-level Tian realm martial artist couldn't take a single punch from him. This reward is too awesome.
No matter how precious external rewards are, they are not as good as one's own strength.
Chu Xian then claimed the Hundun Zhong.
In his hand rested a small, unadorned bell, without a powerful aura, without the domineering presence to suppress everything. He couldn't help but want to ring the Hundun Zhong, to hear how its sound echoed through eternity. However, he discovered, with his current strength, he actually couldn't ring the Hundun Zhong.
On second thought, it made sense. If it could be rung so easily, how could it be called a treasure of chaos? Hundun Bummy Ti plus Hundun Zhong, Chu Xian instantly felt inflated. Even a Shun realm expert couldn't kill him.
Unable to suppress his excitement, he entered the trial illusionary realm, to test his strength.
He first chose Namo Buddha as his trial opponent.
Namo Buddha, who had already broken through to the 9th level of the Tian realm. His strength was top tier even among those in the same realm.
Chu Xian fought Namo Buddha in the trial for half an hour, and finally defeated Namo Buddha with his powerful strength.
The strength of the Hundun Bummy Ti was demonstrated in the trial.
With second-level Tian realm cultivation, he defeated Namo Buddha of the 9th level Tian realm by transcending realms. Chu Xian was now certain he was invincible within the Tian realm.
You must know, Namo Buddha cultivated Buddhist techniques, his Buddhist divine abilities were immensely powerful.
His spirit was also extremely strong. Among 9th level Tian realm martial artists, Namo Buddha was definitely at the peak.
Even so, he was defeated and killed by Chu Xian by transcending realms. Ending the trial, Chu Xian took out cultivation pills and directly poured a whole bottle into his mouth. Just that domineering. Previously, swallowing them one by one, the cultivation speed was too slow, not at all domineering. After obtaining the Hundun Bummy Ti, he no longer needed to be so effeminate. Pills were to be swallowed by the bottle. If he ran out, the system would reward more, no need to panic at all. You have stayed home for 10 years and 1 day. Reward, Daqian Daoqi Shu. Chu Xian claimed the reward. The Daqian Daoqi Shu is a refining scripture, recording numerous refining methods, like a myriad of pill scriptures. The difference is, this belongs to refining. Whether it's D weapons, Tian weapons, Shen weapons, or Dao weapons, none are a problem. Chu Xian asked himself, in terms of refining skills, is there anyone in the world who can compare to him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily refined Tian weapons. However, after mastering the Daqian Daoqi Shu, Chu Xian realized his previous refining level was simply trash. The Daqian Daoqi Shu, besides refining weapons, also includes methods for refining puppets, mechanisms, talismans, and so on. Chu Xian took out materials, and according to his own design, spent most of the day refining 2 puppets. The puppets looked no different from humans, clad in armor, wielding divine weapon-grade puppets. Their current strength is only around the 5th level of the Tian realm. Chu Xian wanted to nurture the puppets to have Shen realm strength, and the Yuan Chu Dao scripture was undoubtedly the best place to nurture puppets. Once the Ling Kuei are nurtured, he will have Shen realm subordinates, and can prepare for the Zhanma Gudi. Chu Xian sighed. He lacked a talented disciple in refining. Someone as lazy and reclusive as him wouldn't possibly work hard at refining. Refining these 2 puppets was also just a whim. You have stayed home for 10 years and 2 days. Reward, Wandao Jindian. Chu Xian was startled. Yesterday was about refining, today it's a reward related to formations and restrictions. Could the system be trying to fill all his deficiencies, making him a truly super awesome expert who embodies all Daos? Claiming the Wandao Jindian, it recorded countless formations and restrictions. Like the myriad pill scriptures and the Daqian Daoqi Shu, it contained numerous formation path principles. Chu Xian called Su Xianer, Dingyu, and Wang Luo out, and taught them basic formations, as well as some common formations and restrictions. Today, I will explain formations and restrictions to you. How much you can learn, whether you are interested, is all up to you. After activating the Shengshi Guanghuan, Chu Xian began to explain formations and teach formations and restrictions. After the explanation, each had their own gains. Pingfan, do you have any insights? Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan and asked. Chu Pingfan's talent was special. Although he looked dull and clumsy, in reality, he was not a foolish person. How could someone with exceptional extreme path talent be foolish? Some insights. Saber rises, formation falls. With a scream, the young man arduously moved to the front of an ancient tree and sat down. Damn it, the strange illness is acting up again. I don't know if I can survive this time. If I really die this time, it would be a kind of relief. The young man's name was Zhang Xian. He was exploring the ruins of an ancient sect with others, but unexpectedly, he was ambushed and nearly died. He thought his life was spared, but who knew he would encounter the relapse of his strange illness again? He still ended up in this state. Feeling the severe injuries his body suffered, his flesh and blood were almost charred black. His mental will also suffered considerable trauma. He wanted to take out pills to heal, but found his storage pouch was lost somewhere. Am I really going to die next door? His heart was filled with unwillingness. Zhang Xian struggled to sit up, but now, all over his body, only a small hammer nurtured in his dantian remained. What else could he do? That was the weapon he personally forged, most suited for him, and the hammer he used for refining. However, without pills, how could he treat the injuries on his body? If not treated soon, his foundation would be damaged, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he was just a collateral descendant of a refining family, and suffered from a strange illness, bullied since childhood. Clenching his teeth, he staggered to his feet. But the scorching heat in his bones intensified, as if being forged by fire. He lamented that his greatest achievement in life was still being able to forge a weapon that was connected to his heart. He thought this trip deep into the bone realm could change his destiny. But Xiang Xing's expression suddenly turned serious. He couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. A piece of charred flesh fell off his finger, revealing the finger bone. Xiang Xing discovered his finger bone was actually crimson, as if flames were burning. What on earth is going on? Xiangxing understood that the strange illness on his body was related to his crimson bones.
However, he didn't know what kind of strange illness this was.
He had searched through ancient texts but found no answer. The Xiang family was not a small family, with a long heritage and powerful strength. There were Tian realm experts in the clan, and it was a refining family. Even though his birth was not good, just a collateral descendant, during the family's talent assessment, the ancestral elder had also examined his body. But even he couldn't determine what his strange illness was. He was even rumored to be ominous. Therefore, he had always suffered discriminatory gazes, and was ostracized and despised by his peers. The name Xiang family monster had always accompanied him.
Xiang Xian looked at his crimson finger bone and couldn't help but squat down, holding his head.
He remembered the ostracism and scorn he had suffered since childhood, enduring all sorts of humiliations, not favored by elders.
The family's cultivation resources had nothing to do with him.
He had to earn everything himself. Among all the collateral descendants in the family, he was at the bottom.
Jiang Xian couldn't help but cry.
As he wept, some of the charred flesh on his body also peeled off, revealing crimson bones, like red-hot iron,
emitting a scorching aura. Xiangxing lay on the ground, struggling to open his eyes, looking at the sky, breathing hard. Perhaps, before long, he wouldn't be able to see the sky, or breathe anymore.
A woman's voice came. Then a graceful figure appeared in Xiangxing's eyes. Along with it came a faint, fragrant scent. It seemed to be the faint fragrance of pills, acquired from often being around spiritual herbs and refining pills.
Why is someone sleeping here in broad daylight? Wait, this looks like he's about to die.
Chu Xian remembered 13th brother often taught her, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda.
You meeting this young lady means your life shouldn't end yet.
She then took out a small bottle, preparing to apply medicine.
It just so happens I recently refined a top-grade rejuvenation pill.
Lucky you, kid. This pill, she had painstakingly refined for 7 days and 7 nights, using only top-quality medicinal herbs. Whether it's rheumatism, bone pain, or sprains and bruises, guaranteed to cure the illness upon application.
Chu Xian very confidently fed the young man a pill. As the medicinal effect manifested, a sizzling sound was heard, like water splashing on a red-hot iron. Chu Xian extended her finger and tapped on Xiang Xian's bones. Ouch, so hot. Why is there no reaction? Hey, can you speak? Chu Xian was puzzled. This shouldn't be. Xiang Xian opened his mouth but couldn't speak.
However, as the pill dissolved into his body, he felt a bit more comfortable, his injuries slightly controlled.
However, it still couldn't save him. Xiang Xian no longer held out hope. This alchemist was just a young girl, not much older than himself. How could she have the ability to save him? Chu Yu's bright eyes grew brighter.
Although she hadn't given this medicine to anyone before, it shouldn't have this kind of effect.
Xiangxing, lying on the ground,
at this moment, was like grasping at a life-saving straw. How he wished the beautiful lady before him could continue to increase the medicinal strength.
Please don't hold back just because I'm a mere flower waterer. Seeing Xiang Xian still motionless, Chu Xian panicked a little. Could it be that she had completely killed him? Better go home and find an expert. With that, she took out a large bag and stuffed Xiang Xian inside.
Carrying the bag, she returned to the Chu family estate.
Xiang Xian felt the cool air emanating from the bag, his pain eased,
and his injuries were somewhat controlled.
Moreover, the onset of his strange illness seemed to be receding. He had cheated death again. Xiangxing didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Especially, what would his fate be next? How would this young lady dispose of him? Study him as a monster?
Even so, in his current condition, he couldn't escape. 13th brother, I found a treasure.
I don't even know if he counts as a person. Yuner, why are you in such a rush? Chu Xian suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed.
After all, at this moment, Yunmei was already the recognized successor of the Chu family.
It was better to be more composed. Isn't it because I'm anxious to come back, to see my most beloved and invincible 13th brother?
Chu Yun, however, didn't think so, her face full of mischief.
And, I also brought back a.
Before she could finish,
she suddenly noticed many more people in the courtyard. Chu Yun blinked. When did 3 more people appear in the courtyard?
13th brother, they are. They are your 13th brother's disciples and maidservant.
Chu Xian introduced them. All right, Miss Yuner is your martial aunt.
Chu Xian turned around and solemnly introduced them to the 3.
You all introduce yourselves. Greetings, Martial Aunt Yun. I am Wang Luo.
Martial Aunt Yun, good.
I am Ding Yu. Greetings, elder sister Yun. I am the maidservant Chu Xian. After hearing this, Chu Yun wasn't surprised.
Indeed, my 13th brother has taken disciples.
Teaching and dispelling doubts?
Chu Xian smiled shyly.
Oh right. Yuner, what are you carrying that sack for?
A girl went into the mountains to gather herbs,
and upon her return, she actually used a sack to carry a wild boy. It made him exclaim, "Holy crap, my sister carried back a wild man." The girl's name was Chu Yun. At a young age, she was already designated by the Chu family, one of the 4 great families of the Qin state,
as a candidate for clan leader. It wasn't because of her figure, but her talent in refining medicine.
Just now, Chu Xian saw Chu Yun excitedly carrying a sack and running in.
He felt a bit surprised.
Yuner, what are you carrying that sack for?
Oh, I almost forgot while chatting just now. There's still this important matter unresolved. With that, she turned to look at the large sack behind her.
13th brother, Yuner came to find you specifically for him. He.
Then, Chu Yun actually pulled a strange person out of the sack. 13th brother, look, his bones are red, like red-hot iron, and very hot to the touch.
Chu Yun pointed to Xiang Xian's exposed bones, and asked in amazement, 13th brother, do you think he's a person? Everyone's gaze instantly turned to Xiang, on the ground.
They all looked astonished. They reached out and tapped on his exposed bones. The bones were actually red, and extremely hot. Wow, this person is so pitiful. He looks about our age, yet he has to endure such inhuman torment.
Chu Xian stared at Xiang Xian. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became.
A genius in refining has finally come to his door. He was about to gain another exceptionally talented disciple. Yes, this person has a special physique. And this physique causes one's bones to burn like fire, causing extreme pain. Those with weak willpower will die from the pain.
Master, then what's his situation? Is it a special cultivation technique? Chu Xian asked curiously. Everyone looked at Chu Xian, wanting to know the answer.
After all, this strange person with a special physique looked like he was about to die.
It's not a cultivation technique.
Chu Xian shook his head. This is not only a special physique, but also a very powerful talent.
Xiang Xian's lips twitched, wanting to speak but unable to.
Who is this person called 13th brother? He saw through me with just one glance.
If only I could speak now. Xiang Xian's heart was both nervous and excited.
Big brothers, isn't the top priority now to save me? Stop discussing the illness, hurry up and do something.
Chu Xian seemed to have heard Xiang Xian's thoughts.
You guys hurry up and get out of the way.
If you keep discussing his condition,
he'll really be beyond saving.
13th brother, it still has to be you. Master's insight is profound.
After a round of awkward flattery, everyone made way for Chu Xian. At this moment, the most excited was naturally this tormented and speechless Xiang Xing. 13th brother is wise. After you cure me, your majesty, I will perform 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations for you.
Just then, Chu Xian unhurriedly took out a golden D pill and handed it to Xiang Xian. This pill is not enough to completely cure you,
but it can pull you back from the brink of death.
The pill was gradually absorbed by Xiang Xian. It still has to be 13th father's doing.
The burning sensation all over my body has actually disappeared, and my body is gradually recovering
consciousness.
He really pulled me back from the brink of death.
After a long while, Xiang Xian felt he could move again.
He was so excited he was about to cry. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. Then he looked at Chu Xian, knelt on the ground with anticipation and nervousness. Young man, my soul was still present just now. I heard the conversation between 13th Master and everyone. I hereby thank 13th Master for saving my life. You're welcome, no need for such formalities.
My name is Chu Xian. Just call me Master.
Chu Xian showed a fatherly smile.
I still don't know your name. Young man Xiang Xian, thank you, Master, for your help.
From now on, I am willing to serve Master as a servant to repay this great kindness.
Another gain. In Chu Xian's eyes, Xiang Xing's origins and reasons were all perfectly clear. Xiang Xing, a collateral descendant of the Xiang family in Nanyu, Dongzhou.
Because his mother consumed fire-attributed Dao grain, his bloodline mutated, resulting in Tianshang Huagu.
He mistakenly entered an ancient transcontinental formation and accidentally arrived in Beiyu, Nanzhou.
Senior, is this really a special physique and talent? Why can't I feel it? Instead, it often tortures me. This is called Tianshang Huagu, a very special physique.
Chu Xian sat back in his chair. And if I completely remove the hidden dangers for you, only then can you escape the pain of these burning bones and completely transform, embarking on a path you've never imagined. Tianshang Huagu? Everyone was stunned. They had never heard of such a special physique. Xiang Xian was also stunned. He had searched through ancient texts and inquired everywhere, but never found an answer. In the master's eyes, his origins and reasons were all perfectly clear. Master not only saved my life, but can also make me stronger. Such kindness, I can't repay even if I work like an ox or horse. Xiang Xing, the process of removing the hidden danger will be extremely painful. You must persevere. Xiang Xing was stunned, then overjoyed. You're going to cure me completely? I can do it. Just then, Chu Xian waved his hands, spiritual energy enveloped a condensed ball of medicinal pills, and gathered in his palm. With the help of these pills, Xiang Xing should be able to reduce a lot of pain. Go! Chu Xian pushed out a stream of spiritual energy with one hand, which flew towards Xiang Xing along with the medicinal pills. What kind of divine operation is this? Xiang Xing hadn't reacted yet, but the pills and spiritual energy had already disappeared into his body. Is it starting already? So easily? But the next second, Xiang Xing only felt the domineering spiritual energy in his body was about to tear his soul apart. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. But having experienced countless pains and tortures, how could he give up at such a critical moment? Metamorphosis is today. Boom! Along with a domineering spiritual energy bursting out of the courtyard, everyone was shaken and couldn't open their eyes. Is this the potential of the Tianshang Huagu? So strong. This talent is definitely not inferior to ours. The spiritual light dissipated, Xiang Xing hovered in midair. Is it over? Did I make it through? Chu Xian looked at the transformed Xiang Xing, quite satisfied. That's right, you succeeded. Master, disciple Xiang Xian earnestly requests to be taken in. Refreshed, Xiang Xian plopped to his knees. Chu Xian didn't hesitate at all. Master accepts you. Quickly get up. You have accepted a disciple with the Tianshang Huagu. Reward, Dari Fenshin Ju. Chu Xian claimed the reward. This cultivation technique was perfectly suited for Xiang Xing, allowing him to perfectly unleash his talent. You accept this and cultivate diligently. After thoroughly activating your Huagu talent, Master will then teach you the way of refining. Xiang Xing had never received such favor in his life. Tears streamed down his face instantly. Thank you, Master. Greetings, Master. After getting familiar for a few days, and becoming acquainted with Dingyu, Wan Luo, and others, Xiang Xian came before Chu Xian, and bowed respectfully. Master doesn't have many rules. Your senior brother has already told you, right? Chu Xian was very satisfied with this disciple, Xiang Xian. In the future, any refining or menial tasks could be entrusted to this disciple. I know, eldest senior brother has already told me. The first rule upon entering the sect is to have no women in your heart. Xiang Xian nodded. Dingyu, that bastard. Chu Xian's face darkened. He had just accepted a disciple, and before he could even try to influence him, Dingyu had already led him astray. It was all his own fault. He endured it. Chu Xian didn't correct you. Just remember not to be a simp. Yes, Master. Xiang Xian probably understood what a simp meant. Master already knows your origins, and you carry a great karmic debt. Only by constantly strengthening yourself can you live up to your great fortune. That is also something for after you become strong. Chu Xian spoke earnestly to Xiang Xian. Xiang Xian's heart trembled. Master actually knows everything. This is a truly peerless expert. He must have peered into heavenly secrets and divined my origins. At the same time, he was puzzled. What great karmic debt did he carry? He raised his head and asked, Master, what great karmic debt does disciple carry? When you should know, you will naturally know. When you shouldn't know, there's no need to know. Just cultivate diligently. You just need to remember that with Master as your backer, there's no need to worry about any karmic debt. After speaking, Chu Xian turned and left. Yes, thank you, Master. Xiang Xian was deeply moved. Chu Xian was pleased. This child is very polite, and quite respectful of his master. Go, if you need any cultivation pills, just find your second senior brother. Yes, disciple takes his leave. Xiang Xian bowed and retreated, entering the small world to cultivate. Chu Xian felt that in terms of sheer willpower, Dingyu and Wan Luo were slightly inferior to Xiang Xing. 3 days later, Xiang Xing completely subdued the Huagu,
and activated the Huagu's talent.
Chu Xian taught him some of the refining methods from the Daqian Daoqi Shu,
including the supporting cultivation techniques and secret arts for entry-level disciples, such as the immovable as a mountain technique, myriad tribulations tempering divine art, dianxin nixing, etc. After teaching, he gave Xiang Xing a task to refine a Zimu Tongshuan Fu, and on this basis, to make improvements based on some records in the Li Daqian Daoqi Shu. It was a test for him. Alright, that little hammer you're nurturing, it has some growth potential, but it will take a considerable amount of time to transform.
Chu Xian spoke. Xiang Xian was shocked again. Shizhuan actually knew about the small hammer he was nurturing in his body.
On second thought, it seemed natural.
What kind of existence is Shizhuan? How could he not know?
He took out the small hammer. It was a fist-sized, square little hammer, carved with some patterns and lines.
Master,
this little hammer was refined by me when I was young. Over the years, it has long been connected to my heart. Although it's not a valuable item, it holds extraordinary significance for me. Please guide me, Master.
Seeing this small hammer, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh at Jiang Xian, truly worthy of being the child of fortune of Nanyu, Dongzhou.
So young, his cultivation not high, yet he could obtain such a treasure.
Master knows the significance of this little hammer to you, but its true power, you haven't unearthed yet. Listening, Xiang Xian was stunned. The true power of the small hammer?
That's right.
Chu Xian's stone finger lightly tapped. A stream of blue spiritual energy flew towards the small hammer.
The spiritual energy quickly enveloped the small hammer.
In a short while, the small hammer's body already showed visible cracks.
The small hammer was refined by Jiang Xian himself, but he was completely unaware that its core material was a special treasure. A treasure that could refine Dao artifacts and purify them into Dao artifacts.
Even Shen realm experts would be tempted upon seeing it. Careful, don't panic.
The core soul of your hammer hasn't been nurtured properly yet.
Moreover, you don't yet possess the ability to refine Dao artifacts.
So, up until now, this hammer, with a small stone as its core, is at best a low-grade D weapon. Moreover, the core of your small hammer has a chance to become a Dao artifact.
However, transformation is not something that can be achieved overnight.
The hammer body refined later is too crude.
Chu Xian raised his hand and beckoned. The small hammer landed in his hand. With a slight shake, the small hammer shattered, revealing the core material. Jiang Xian was heartbroken, instantly petrified.
But since it was his master who damaged it, he could only sigh softly.
Don't worry, careful. Master will not harm the little hammer. Master is just giving it a metamorphosis as well.
Just then, Chu Xian waved his hand again. A ball of silver liquid appeared in his hand. It enveloped the small stone.
Another round of operations. Not long after, the small hammer reappeared.
The materials used were more advanced, and it transformed from a D weapon to a Tian weapon.
Nua, it's like this.
Just then, a exquisitely beautiful small hammer appeared in Chu Xian's hand.
Xiang Xian was utterly shocked. It's that simple? He refined it with a wave of his hand? And it's a Tian weapon, truly worthy of being master. He threw the small hammer back to Jiang Xian. Nurture it well. Master has accelerated its transformation speed for you. Continue to nurture it within your body. Its destination is not as simple as a Tian Ding. Thank you, Master. Xiang Xian was extremely excited.
Then Chu Xian waved his hand, letting Xiang Xing cultivate on his own.
Another 3 months passed. Chu Xian finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Tian realm. His strength doubled again. Now, he could defeat Namo Buddha in 1 or 2 minutes.
If he went all out from the start, he could almost instantly kill him. Chu Xian began a new day of cultivation. Suddenly, your disciple, Mo Tian, spread the concept of equality among all beings.
Defeated a 1,000-man demon clan guard. Reward, Mo Dian. Something's not right. There's an unexpected gain. What's going on with this disciple, Mo Tian? Why does he seem less and less like a proper monk? Look closely, is this little monk the reincarnation of Tang Sanzang?
He can make people's souls scatter with just his mouth. The little monk's name is Mo Tian. He is a child of fortune from the demon realm. Just now, Mo Tian's slick moves earned Chu Xian an unexpected reward. But he always felt this disciple was becoming less and less like a proper monk. So he quickly took out the Wantian Jing
to connect to Mo Tian's location, to see what this little brat Mo Tian was up to. Outside a small city,
bodies littered the ground, the stench of blood filled the air. Among the corpses stood a bald man, his white robes spotless, his features refined, his eyes clear, yet with a hint of compassion. He held a jie dao, muttering Amatba. On the city wall, the city lord trembled, his face pale, looking at the compassionate-looking Emol Wan Tian. The terrified city lord kept repeating, You're a demon. Don't come over. Emol Wan Tian hung the jie dao back on his waist, bowed his head, Amatba. Benefactor, lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Why are you telling me to lay down my butcher's knife? Did you kill all these mushrooms? The city lord trembled. Good. This humble monk is compassionate. I was just helping them transcend, how could I kill? Emol Wan Tian smiled kindly, full of compassion. The city lord's heart almost collapsed. King compassionate? Won't kill? Were my guards killed by a dog? This bald head is a demon, a lunatic. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Emol Wan Tian, this fellow, is too damn demonic, truly worthy of being one of the children of fortune of the demon domain. Even after entering Buddhism, he's still so demonic. And did Emol Wan Tian misunderstand Buddhist teachings? Why is he so strange? Here, Emol Wan Tian coldly uttered 4 words, stubbornly unrepentant. With that, the jie dao was already in his hand again. It seems, it's necessary to purify your filthy soul. What do you mean? You're tilted? Isn't this clearly being a sore loser? The city lord's terrified eyes were filled with despair. Amitba. With a palm strike, vast Buddhist power surged, instantly destroying the city lord's physical body, leaving only the city lord's dazed soul. Baldy, didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? The city lord roared in terror and anger. His soul was about to flee, but a begging bowl covered him, and sucked his soul in. Benefactor, when did this humble monk kill you? Destroying your sinful body was to help you transcend. Wait for this humble monk to purify your soul and guide you to take refuge in my Buddha. If the city lord's soul could vomit blood, he would definitely have vomited blood for 3 lifetimes. This is the so-called transcendence? Holy crap! The city lord's soul cursed loudly in the begging bowl, and repeatedly rammed around, trying to escape Emol Wan Tian. Ignoring the city lord's curses, he arrived at a small hill. He sat cross-legged, the begging bowl in his palm. Looking at the begging bowl. Benefactor, this humble monk will now help you transcend and purify your sins. After speaking, he chanted Buddhist scriptures. Streams of Buddhist scriptures floated into the begging bowl. The city lord's soul screamed, covering his ears with both hands, rolling around in the begging bowl. Baldy, kill me. Kill me. I don't want you to transcend me anymore. It's too terrifying. Too unbearable. Too painful. No, benefactor, you must repent sincerely. After purifying your sins, you can take refuge in my Buddha. Emol Wan Tian continued to chant scriptures. Form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. In the begging bowl, the city lord's soul continued to let out mournful cries. Emol Wan Tian looked at the begging bowl in his hand, his gaze lowered, and sighed softly. Benefactor, your attitude is clearly insincere. It seems your understanding of my Buddha is not thorough enough. Thinking back, I was once as stubborn as you. It wasn't until Master's appearance enlightened me that I achieved great enlightenment. Emol Wan Tian's eyes were full of respect for Chu Xian. Seeing this, Chu Xian also got goosebumps. This Emol Wan Tian still has the nerve to mention me. It seems I need to find some time to correct this kid. If I continue to let him run wild, I'm afraid he'll go astray. Of course, if you can truly feel the Buddhist path created by my master, then everything this humble monk has done today is worthwhile. Seeing the rare moment of quiet, the city lord cursed loudly, Buddha your grandpa. I say, you damned bald donkey, why are you so perverted? Turns out you were taught by an even more perverted bald guy. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Insolent! How dare you insult my master? Emol Wan Tian's benevolent expression changed, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I will make you never reincarnate. He then began to chant scriptures, but it was no longer the scripture of transcendence. The city lord only felt. His soul seemed to be burned by something, the pain made him scream gibberish. Too painful, too unbearable. Kill me. His expression gradually contorted, his soul also gradually cracked, until it disappeared. Amitba. Benefactor, your sins are too heavy. This humble monk has purified all your sins, but you are gone too. You have no affinity with my Buddha. Emol Wan Tian sighed deeply, full of compassion. Chu Xian was speechless.
This Emol Tian is really too crooked, completely growing wild. And he noticed, Emol Tian is already at the second level of the D realm.
He hasn't cultivated in the small world, nor entered the time trial realm.
This cultivation speed is astonishing. Seeing Emol Tian's change, Chu Xian couldn't help but ponder.
Since they are children of fortune, why haven't Ding Yu and Wang Luo undergone such a huge change? Although both have exceptional talent and cultivate quickly, compared to Emol Tian, they seem much inferior.
Perhaps children of fortune should be allowed to roam free, instead of being cooped up at home. As children of fortune, embodying luck, they must obtain it through adventuring, the transformation and opportunities brought by their luck.
After Chu Xian figured this out, he decided in his heart to let Ding Yu and Wang Luo go out and adventure. Having figured this out, Chu Xian called Ding Yu and Wang Luo over. You two have cultivated to this point. I dare not say you are invincible in your realm, but you are top tier. Staying in the small world all the time, even with trials, is not enough.
It's time to go out and explore.
A man lets a woman hang on him, surprisingly, just to advance his career, and it's the kind of career where it's succeed or become a legend. The man is named Ding Yu, a disciple of Chu Xian, and just moments ago, Chu Xian decided to let his disciples go out and venture.
I, as your master, also know about the experiences of you two.
Those who need to go back and vent their anger should vent, those who need to train should train.
But the most important thing on this journey is to break through your own limits. This is the important task I'm entrusting to you.
With that, Chu Xian looked at Wang Luo. I, as your master, know your experiences. And you're also thinking of going back to suppress your enemies and vent the resentment in your heart.
You can go back now.
Wang Luo's eyes reddened. After breaking through to the Di Jing, he had this thought, with his strength and talent. Especially now, even with his Di Jing cultivation, he could already refine Tian Dan, looking at the entire Beiyu. In terms of alchemy, who could possibly compare to him?
Master, your disciple will definitely quell the sect's crisis. Wang Luo prostrated on the ground, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Though you two possess great fortune, and can turn misfortune into good luck, since you are my disciples, I will naturally give you some protection. Chu Xian waved his hand, a surge of power manifested and directly merged into their bodies. This is a wisp of my power as your master. Below the Shenjing, it will keep you two safe. If needed, you can strike this mark onto an enemy or a restriction. No matter how far the distance, or in what secret realm, I, your master, will intervene and destroy the enemy or restriction bearing the mark. The disciples understand. We respectfully obey master's teachings. After kowtowing, Ding Yu and Wang Luo, these 2 martial brothers, left the small courtyard and went off on their separate adventures. As for when they would return, Chu Xian's requirement for Wang Luo was to return before the Zhan Mogudi opened. As for Ding Yu, forget it, he's in Nanzhou. Whether he returns to the small courtyard is up to him. Sir, Su Xianer looked at him pitifully. She also wanted to return to Zhongzhou to suppress her enemies and beat up the bastard who once tried to covet her. To avenge the forced marriage back then, disrupt the Su family, and make that jerk, her father, regret it. If you leave, who will serve me? Chu Xian said, annoyed. What's the rush with your trivial matters? What do you think your strength is? Just wait until you reach the Tianjing before going back to suppress them. It won't take much longer anyway. Alright, Su Xianer thought about it too. What's the rush? Tianjing isn't that far off. Cultivating in the small world will only get faster and faster. Beside them, Xu Pingfan's eyes were also full of longing. He cultivated even more diligently. As long as his strength was great enough, he could go to Dongzhou to find his parents. He wanted to seek justice for himself. He was not useless, not trash. Both disciples, children of fortune, had been sent out. Chu Xian looked forward to what rewards they would bring him. Xiang Xian's strength was constantly improving, especially his artifact refining skills, which had made tremendous progress. It seems I can prepare for that plan now. It turned out Chu Xian planned to use the Master Talisman to connect to the Great Tao through the Yuanchu Dao Jing. In this way, it could accommodate the massive flow of information. But the difficulty was not small. It needed to be at least Dao artifact level, and not just any ordinary Dao artifact, to be strong enough and not be damaged. Chu Xian even cut off a section of the Pingfan Mu to serve as the core foundation of the Dao artifact. Chu Xian named this Dao artifact the Tian Daofu. It was the heavenly way controlling all communication talismans. To refine the Tian Daofu, Chu Xian had put in considerable effort. Xiang Xian watched from the side, occasionally assisting. He was extremely shocked by his master's methods. Refining a Dao artifact was so easy for him, and it wasn't an ordinary Dao artifact. Master is too powerful. Chu Xian spent half a month, and finally completed refining the Tian Daofu, though called a Fu talisman shape.
It was actually a 99-faceted diamond-shaped crystal, the size of a human head, emitting a faint glow, and it successfully connected with the submaster talisman.
Seeing this, Xiang Xian demonstrated the professional expertise of his artifact refining family.
I think we can classify them, for example, low-level refining methods,
high-level refining methods, and disposable communication talisman refining methods.
Disposable communication talismans are for confidential use, prepared for those with special needs.
Hearing this, Chu Xian greatly praised him, saying Xiang Xian was indeed very talented and thoughtful. Then the remaining other communication talismans were left for Xiang Xian to refine and research. Xiang Xian could be trained to be responsible for the Tian Dao Fu,
the implementer of the Tian Dao plan, as long as the communication talismans were promoted, and the plan was successfully implemented, then no matter which faction, as long as they used communication talismans,
there would be no secrets from Chu Xian.
Even if the refining method of the communication talisman was taught, as long as it belonged to the Tian Dao Fu refining system, no matter who refined it, information transmission must pass through the Tian Dao Fu.
The current Tian Dao Fu can only be considered the initial Tian Dao Fu.
As Chu Xian's strength increases, especially after breaking through to the Dao Jing, the Tian Dao Fu will be enhanced again, truly becoming like the heavenly Dao, spreading throughout the entire 9 domains. This grand plan, Chu Xian told no one, not even Xiang Xian. He only guessed some of it, but not all. You advanced through contemplation and initiated the Tian Dao plan without leaving home.
Reward, Divine Soul Dao Charm, and unexpected surprise.
It actually triggered the system's reward. Chu Xian was overjoyed.
Indeed, unintentionally, it's always easier to trigger system rewards.
And the rewards are never simple. The moment he claimed the reward, Chu Xian felt an incredibly profound artistic conception envelop his divine soul. His whole being fell into a state of wondrous enlightenment. His divine soul had a special affinity for the Tao. His cultivation level actually began to rise rapidly at this moment. By the time Chu Xian awoke from his enlightenment, his cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of Tianjing, and Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised to find he could clearly sense the existence of the great Tao,
and there was a faint Tao charm nourishing his body.
His divine soul emanated a strong Tao intent, as if his divine soul itself was the great Tao. His cultivation speed increased once again. Breaking through to the Xinjing was just around the corner. He took out the Kuei Tianjing.
Chu Xian planned to see what Ding Yu was doing.
When Ding Yu and Wang Luo left, Chu Xian had imprinted the mark of the Kuei Tianjing on both of them, precisely so he could see their situation at any time.
The scene unfolded. Ding Yu was on a mountaintop.
Brilliant red flowers covered the mountaintop, as if he had arrived in a kingdom of flowers. A beautiful figure stood before Ding Yu.
Han Meng, Ding Yu had gone to the Piao Hua Ji's territory.
What are you doing here at my Piao Hua Ji?
Han Meng looked at Ding Yu curiously.
Ding Yu looked at the charmingly smiling, stunningly beautiful, and gracefully figured Han Meng.
He pondered and said, "Can I ask you for a favor?"
Han Meng's eyes lit up. Ding Yu actually came to ask her for help. Great, tell me, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you. Hang on me and try, Ding Yu said seriously.
Hang on you? Are you King trying to defile me? Han Meng's face flushed red with anger. She took several deep breaths. Hang on you, how do I hang? You're not willing to help.
Ding Yu looked at her flushed face, anger seemingly in her eyes.
He frowned and said, if you're not willing, then forget it. I'll find someone else. I'm willing to help. Han Meng gritted her teeth and agreed. Isn't it just hanging on him? In the entire Nanzhou, besides Ding Yu, who else was worthy of her hanging on them? Since you're willing,
then come on. Ding Yu stood up straight, his expression solemn.
Han Meng looked at Ding Yu's solemn expression and became curious. Why did he want her to hang on him?
It wasn't for improper intentions. She composed herself and stepped forward.
She extended her jade-like arms and hooked them around Ding Yu's neck.
Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She secretly bit her lip, and her long, slender jade-like legs wrapped directly around Ding Yu's waist. Her whole body hung on him. Ding Yu felt the soft, delicate body hugging him.
His mind couldn't help but waver for a moment.
He muttered in a low voice, "A woman on my body, no woman in my heart.
Master, I am still too weak. I can't do it.
I still need to work harder, to see through the supreme and attain the 3 views."
This left the innocent-faced Han Meng completely bewildered.
She was, after all, a renowned beauty.
To be offered up like this, only to be used as an experiment.
On the other side, Chu Xian was also angered to the point of coughing blood. This guy Ding Yu is hopeless. I thought he had finally understood. Turns out it was just for this damn thing. I taught you so many things, spun so many tales for you, and this is the only sentence you remembered, and your purpose for doing this was just to test yourself, to see if you had achieved the state of having a woman on your body. But no woman in your heart, you damn bastard, destined to be alone. Look closely, this Dao Jing master, surrounded by Dao charm, in broad daylight, had a wisp of his aura forcibly extracted by someone. Just to build a Dao Jing chat group, uncles can endure it, but aunts can't. The person who extracted the master's aura is Chu Xian. Just now, seeing his disciple deeply engrossed in pursuing the realm of no woman in his heart, he felt so tired. To prevent Dingyu from becoming a simp, he ended up tricking him into becoming like this. Dingyu's expression was extremely solemn. He reached out and grabbed Han Ningming's collar, directly pulling her up and tossing her aside. I will definitely see through the Supreme and attain the three views. Dingyu's gaze was resolute. His figure transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring into the sky, and vanished in an instant. Han Ningming was furious, her aura erupted. All the flowers on the entire mountain turned to dust. Dingyu, you bastard, you scoundrel, Han Ningming, am not done with you. So infuriating, so detestable, Chu Xian was speechless. Dingyu was truly destined to be alone. Hopeless, he closed the Kuei Tianjing. Then, he connected to the mark on Wang Luo. Wang Luo had already left Nanzhou and returned to Beizhou. Chu Xian saw Wang Luo wearing a mask, very low-key, his cultivation also suppressed to the Xinjing. He was actually participating in Beizhou's Young Talents Alchemy competition. This alchemy competition was jointly organized by several major powers in Beizhou. It was one of Beizhou's grand events. The Wang family, as Beizhou's long-standing alchemy family, powerful and influential, was one of the official organizers. The Wang family's talents also participated in this competition. In every alchemy competition, the Wang family almost always took the top 3 spots, showcasing the style of Beizhou's #1 alchemy family. Wang Luo, wearing a mask and using the alias Wang Qi, participated in the alchemy competition. Truly a child of fortune, skilled at pretending to be weak to crush stronger opponents. The routine of face slapping was predictable. In the finals of the alchemy competition, Wang Luo would crush all the prodigies. He would especially rub the Wang family's geniuses' faces in the dirt, making the Wang family a laughingstock in Beizhou. His ex-fiancée, who had abandoned him and broken off the engagement, would be filled with regret. Chu Xian saw through it all at a glance. The subsequent development of the alchemy competition, how Wang Luo would prepare for the face slapping, he closed the Kuei Tianjing, not paying further attention. He took off the Wan Tianjing and first connected to Qining. The graceful Qining, beautiful with a wild temperament, was already at the 5th level of Dijing, about to break through to the 6th level of Dijing. Qinying's strength was growing rapidly. Then, he connected to where Ren Changhe was. At this moment, Ren Changhe was surrounded by life and death. His entire body's spiritual power was undergoing a transformation. He was not far from the Xinjing. Chu Xian continued to use the Wan Tianjing to randomly connect to various domains. He found nothing major. After putting down the Wan Tianjing, he threw out the Sun Dao Jing, infusing spiritual power. The pointer on it began to spin. It spun round and round. Just when Chu Xian thought this time would also be fruitless, suddenly a bright spot appeared on the mirror's surface. As the pointer spun, the bright spot became clearer and clearer. Chu Xian became excited. He had actually detected a Dao Jing expert. Just detecting it now, his divine soul power was already reaching its limit. He hurriedly moved that wisp of aura into the Yuan Chu, Dao Jing, established a connection, and closed the Sun Dao Jing. He swallowed pills to recover his depleted energy. For now, he didn't bother with that Dao Jing expert. Before communicating with the other party, he needed to figure out how to fool them. How to make the other party believe he was a super big shot. Dao Jing, after all, was different from Tianjing and Xinjing, not easy to fool. In a distant, unknown place, in a cave dwelling filled with Dao charm, sat a skinny old man, who suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hands, a force of Dao principles enveloped his body. Light shone in his eyes. Which fellow Taoist is prying into this old man? Seeing no response for a long while, he frowned. Vaguely, he felt that the other party had extracted a wisp of his aura. What kind of treasure was that? He tried to deduce it several times, wanting to trace its whereabouts and uncover the truth. However, everything before him was hazy. He even suffered rejection from the great Tao. It seemed if he forcibly tried to investigate, he would be struck down by the great Tao. Too terrifying, the opponent's strength was above his own. Fellow Taoist, you've contacted me for no reason. I wonder what the matter is? After realizing the opponent's strength, the old man's tone softened as he asked. Seeing no response for a long time, the old man's frown deepened.
He felt a little uneasy. Was it a blessing or a curse? Should he consult a few close friends? The Tao cultivator tried to make contact again. After a long while, a message finally came through. Words directly materialized in his Tao charm. Little friend, don't be so restless. Since fate brought you here, then stay. This is your opportunity, little friend. The old man was annoyed. He wasn't weak among Tao Jing cultivators. Yet the other party called him little friend. But thinking that the opponent's strength was above his own, he was probably a truly old monster, he frowned. Reluctantly, he replied, "May I ask for Senior's respected name?" The other party seemed to fall into deep thought. After a while, another message came through. Countless little fellows like you, or even stronger than you, once called me the eternally undying, forever immortal, handsome and unparalleled, greatly virtuous and mighty, supreme holy, first great Tao venerable of all heavens and myriad realms. Ing Kong's brow twitched. What an impressive title.
But he had never heard of such an expert.
Little friend, cultivate well.
In the future, more people will come here to communicate. After the message was delivered, the unknown existence fell silent.
Ing Kong frowned and thought, was it an opportunity, or a scam?
Or perhaps a disaster?
Should he reveal this matter to a few close friends? Discuss countermeasures together. What if it really is an opportunity? Let's test it next time. With that said, he infused his Tao charm into a jade talisman, as a medium for receiving and transmitting messages.
Chu Xian didn't communicate much with the old man. After all, it was a Tao Jing existence. To be cautious, he didn't even show his form, nor transmit his voice. Ultimately, he had found the first Tao Jing expert.
This meant the 9 domains did have Tao Jing cultivators.
He just didn't know where they were hiding. The Sun Tao Jing didn't show the distance. This meant the other party was extremely far away, perhaps even, very likely in an independent small space. He had captured a wisp of the other party's aura. Maintaining this wisp of aura relied on the other party's Tao charm. And it was passive. The other party couldn't sever the Tao charm connection. Of course, this bit of Tao charm connection wouldn't become a burden. Thus, it was like the other party was constantly using their Tao charm to help Chu Xian nurture the Yuan Shu Tao Jing. Keep up the good work. Connect a few more Tao Jing experts and pull them together. This would be a Tao Jing chat group. For the next month, Chu Xian did not detect any other Tao Jing experts, but he already knew the name of that Tao Jing expert.
Ing Kong, then let's go fool him again. Little friend, how is your cultivation progressing?
Seeing Chu Xian's message appear again after a month, Ing Kong immediately tried to ask him for guidance. Actually, he was probing his reality. Whether he was truly a formidable old monster. As a result, when Chu Xian heard his question, he couldn't help but be stunned. Tao Jing cultivators were just so. Their understanding of the great Tao was so low, not even as good as his own. Having a Tao Jing mighty figure continuously provide you with profound Tao charm for your cultivation, what kind of experience is that? The Tao Jing mighty figure was named Ing Kong. Just now, Chu Xian found the questions he asked were quite good.
He couldn't help but be stunned. Tao Jing cultivators were just so.
Their understanding of the great Tao was so low, not even as good as his own. Or perhaps the other party was doing it intentionally. On second thought, Chu Xian understood the cultivation techniques he practiced.
Various comprehensions were all instilled by the system.
And his divine soul's Tao intent had deepened. His comprehension of the great Tao had reached an extremely high realm. The only thing lacking was his cultivation realm. Therefore, even though his cultivation realm was insufficient, he could still enlighten the Tao Jing cultivator Ing Kong. Just like he could enlighten Ren Changha back then. Of course, Chu Xian dared not guarantee that he could answer all of Ing Kong's questions. After all, his cultivation was still too far from the Tao Jing. To avoid revealing any flaws, Chu Xian only gave Ing Kong a little guidance, and didn't let him ask other questions. Even so, Ing Kong immediately became much more respectful. He believed him to be a senior old monster. Ing Kong was excited in his heart. This was a great opportunity. Luckily, he hadn't gone to those close friends. This opportunity must be firmly grasped in his own hands. Thank you, Senior, for your enlightenment, little friend Ing. Cultivate well. The great Tao is boundless. One must constantly temper one's own Tao charm to advance further, to more effectively comprehend the great Tao. Chu Xian said thoughtfully. He wanted Ing Kong to actively nurture the Yuan Shu Tao Jing with his Tao charm. From the moment he enlightened him, Chu Xian had already thought it through. To use this opportunity to fool him. Please enlighten me, Senior, on how to temper Tao charm. Ing Kong respectfully said. Tao Jing cultivators cultivate Tao charm, understand Tao principles. Naturally, it is by continuously condensing Tao charm. continuously strengthening and condensing Tao principles.
Can Tao charm also be tempered? He had never heard of it.
Very simple, continuously consume Tao charm, continuously condense Tao charm. Every process of consuming and condensing Tao charm will lead to new comprehensions of the great Tao, just like artifact refining.
Only through constant forging can powerful artifacts be refined.
Tao charm is the same. By repeating this process, one's capacity to bear Tao charm will increase. Although Chu Xian was fooling Ing Kong, he wasn't just making things up. There was a certain basis to it. In the process of repeatedly consuming and condensing Tao charm, new comprehensions would indeed emerge. It would also increase the capacity for Tao charm. Ping Jiankong seemed lost in thought.
Senior, I understand, you are teachable.
Chu Xian looked very pleased. He kept staring at the Yuan Chu Dao Jing,
waiting for the Yuan Chu Dao Jing to absorb Ing Kong's consumed Tao charm. To ensure that the Yuan Chu Dao Jing could smoothly absorb Ing Kong's consumed Tao charm,
he added, consuming Tao charm in battle is not the best strategy. Self-dispersing Tao charm and recondensing it is the correct path. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Ing Kong took a deep breath. He vibrated his entire body, Tao charm continuously being expelled, continuously vibrating and dissipating his entire body's Tao charm. In the blink of an eye, he had consumed 1/3. Chu Xian saw the Tao charm and the Yuan Chu Dao Jing instantly increase several-fold. The Tao principles became even more condensed. He was overjoyed in his heart.
He had indeed successfully fooled Ing Kong.
As long as Ing Kong consumed Tao charm like this every few days, it wouldn't be long before the small world could be upgraded again. Tao Jing experts are all treasures, one is too few. He must find a few more to contribute to himself. The first time Ing Kong actively dispersed and expelled Tao charm from his body, he was very cautious, fearing something might go wrong. After all, he had never heard of anyone actively dispersing Tao charm.
Who knew if there would be problems? The dispersed Tao charm vanished in an instant.
He vaguely sensed it seemed to have returned to the great Tao.
After dispersing 1/3 of his Tao charm, Ing Kong tried to condense Tao charm. Wisps of Tao charm emanated from the great Tao.
At this moment, Ing Kong entered a state of profound and mysterious comprehension. Like when he first broke through to the Tao Jing, that profound and mysterious comprehension, he had new insights. The bottleneck that hadn't loosened for years even showed a slight loosening.
Chu Xian looked at the overflowing Tao charm and Tao principles from the Yuan Chu Dao Jing.
It was increasing more and more. He was overjoyed in his heart.
Ing Kong is truly a diligent person.
As the Tao principles overflowing from the Yuan Chu Dao Jing began to gradually perfect, the small world, every once in a while, would undergo new changes, but unfortunately, he hadn't found any other Tao Jing experts.
Chu Xian let Nanwu Fachuo cultivate next to the Yuan Chu Dao Jing.
Being closer to the Tao charm would help him break through to the Xinjing sooner. Your disciple Dingyu mistakenly entered an ancient forbidden land, his fortune sword. Reward, 500 years of cultivation. The system's reward came suddenly. Chu Xian was stunned. Dingyu mistakenly entered an ancient forbidden land, his fortune sword. Indeed, children of fortune must be allowed to roam free. This brought him a reward. Claim reward.
500 years of cultivation poured in.
He smoothly advanced to the 5th level of Tianjing. His strength surged again. He was one step closer to the Xinjing. Chu Xian began to look forward to the rewards Wang Luo would bring him. He took out the Kuei Tianjing and first connected to Ding Yu's mark. A smooth surface appeared in the mirror. It was a secret realm. Colorful lights flickered. Each streak of light was a streak of sword chi. And at this moment, Ding Yu was sitting cross-legged in the center of the light. A sword floated before him, its body as black as ink. It carried a malevolent aura, not seeming like a good sword. It must be the divine sword of this ancient forbidden land. At this moment, that malevolent sword was acknowledging Ding Yu as its master. Ding Yu was cultivating a great sword technique. It should be the inheritance of the ancient forbidden land. Whether there were negative effects, Chu Xian didn't care. Ding Yu was already at the 4th level of Di Jing. And he was a child of fortune. How could he be so easily affected? Moreover, Ding Yu still had the divine sword he had bestowed within him. Its level was no lower than that malevolent sword. Chu Xian then checked on Wang Luo. He had smoothly entered the semifinals. And he had raised his cultivation to the 1st level of Di Jing. It appeared as if he had broken through during the competition. His actual cultivation had already risen to the 3rd level of Di Jing. Chu Xian looked forward to him bringing system rewards. Truly his disciple. Very good at showing off. He knew to continue cultivating. Time flowed like water.
Another half-year passed. This day, Xiang Xian came out of the small world.
He began to accumulate, preparing to break through to the Di Jing.
Chu Xian was already at the 5th level of Di Jing. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Chu Xian was very stable. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. The speed at which the rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhou were recovering suddenly accelerated somewhat. He had a hunch. The changes in the rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhou were probably related to Dingyu. He didn't know what this guy had gotten himself into again. 13th brother, Chu Yun, has returned. He feels he has accumulated enough. However, the rules of heaven and earth are incomplete, and he cannot break through to the Di Jing. Chu Xian let him enter the Qinkuan space. At this point, there was no need to hide it from Chu Yun. The fact that he was a powerful big shot. Chu Yun had an as expected expression. His guess was correct. 13th brother is very strong. Another half-year passed. Chu Yun was the first to break through to the Di Jing. Chu Xian told him to keep a low profile and not reveal his true strength. Then he mentioned matters concerning the Zhan Imogudi, and he passed on to Chu Yun the secret techniques for refining new lines, as well as explaining to him the subsequent cultivation methods of the Diluo Di Jing. And his cultivation doubts, Chu Yun did not go out to adventure again. He occasionally guided the Chu family's alchemy team. Most of the time, he was in the small courtyard, or he entered the small world with Chu Xian to cultivate. A month after Chu Yun broke through, Xiang Xian also broke through. His first task after breaking through was to refine the interdomain communication talisman he had been pondering before, calling it the Wan Yu Fu, and refine puppets to set up a communication talisman production line. For mass production, Chu Xian also called Bao Hongyan over and began to have He Yu Lu sell communication talismans. The recovery of Nanzhou's heaven and earth rules has accelerated. The opening time of Zhan Mogu Di will be earlier. It's time to make arrangements. The Tian Dao plan officially begins. How strong is Mo Wantian with his heavenly eye opened? At that time, his whole body will radiate golden light, his figure slightly levitating. With one move, Dewei Tianlong, he can crush demon experts across realms. It's a matter of minutes, just now. As soon as He Yu Lu launched the communication talisman, all forces in Nanzhou purchased it. And they bought several sets at once, especially the highly confidential disposable communication talismans. Several major forces bought a large batch, regardless of cost, and they marveled at the power of He Yu Lu to be able to develop such a communication talisman. Chu Xian was waiting for the right time to launch the Wan Yu Fu, to secretly control all the intelligence in the Beiyu. Less than half a month after the communication talismans were sold, Chu Xian learned many secrets of some major forces. For example, Qin Kayun had already used the backup plans left by Qin Ning, and successfully recovered to the Di Jing cultivation level. Bai Xingshan's young master, Bai Shaokong, had secretly left Nanzhou and entered Beizhou's Jiujianshan to cultivate. Chu Xian also learned from this. After the battle in Nanzhou, Jiujianshan had moved its main forces to Beizhou. Now it is Beizhou's #1 sword Dao sect, named Jiujianzong. It has always maintained contact with Nanzhou's Jiujianshan. Jiujianshan's half-Di Jing experts of successive generations would go to Beizhou after a certain number of years. Jiujianzong broke through to the Di Jing. Besides Qin State's intelligence, Chu Xian also obtained some hidden information about the Diqian Empire. For example, the power behind the Diqian Empire and its supporters was Zhongzhou's Diqiangong. Chu Xian asked Chu Xian a bit about information regarding Diqiangong. Diqiangong was actually Zhongzhou's most powerful faction. It was always rumored to have a Shunjing ancestor. Chu Xian felt the rumors were not unfounded if nothing unexpected happened. Back then, the one who intended to use the demon race's invasion to turn the tide at a critical moment and plotted for the Beiyu human king position, the human race's Shunjing expert, was probably from Diqiangong. Or perhaps, Diqiangong was founded by him. The initial implementation of the Tian Dao plan was proceeding smoothly, starting first from Nanzhou, to completely control all information transmission in Nanzhou, under the surveillance of the Tian Dao Fu, for the purchased communication talismans. Some experts might still harbor distrust. Next is to release the refining method for the communication talisman. They should feel at ease with ones they refine themselves, right? By then, truly hidden secrets will be transmitted through communication talismans. A month later, a 3-star tower master came to Nanzhou. He came for the communication talisman. After all, with the launch of the communication talisman, He Yu Lu would surely make a fortune. Its intelligence transmission capabilities would also increase accordingly. The way intelligence is sold will also change in the future. Such an important communication talisman refining method must be firmly kept in their hands. This 3-star Tower Master came to Nanzhou to oversee Nanzhou. A 6th level Dijing cultivation was not low. Chu Xian had Bao Hongyan carry a wisp of power, and easily brought the person under control. Next,
he just needed to gradually bring Heiyu Lu's experts under his secret control, as long as it didn't deviate from the plan.
Chu Xian didn't care about other matters. Another half-year passed since the implementation of the Tiandao plan.
During this period, Chu Xian had another brief exchange with Ing Kong. Chu Xian's favorable impression of Ing Kong greatly increased. He was a diligent cultivator. The Yuan Chu Dao Jing had undergone some changes, nurtured by his Dao charm.
The small world was not far from upgrading. Dao charm almost permeated the small world. Dao principles became more perfect.
Nanhwa Fatua benefited greatly from this. He was only half a step away from the Xinjing.
Nanzhou was already under Chu Xian's control. What plans each faction was making, what actions they were taking, he could find out from the Tiandao Fu. Major hidden forces like Jiu Jianshan also obtained communication talismans.
Communication became much more convenient. Chu Xian learned that various major forces were already preparing to return to Nanzhou. Chu Xian sent a message to Du Yuan,
asking him to secretly enter Heiyu Lu and become a guardian. To wait for an opportunity. If ancient ruins appeared in Nanzhou, Heiyu Lu would definitely have the most up-to-date information. Du Yuan and Heiyu Lu could get intelligence at the first opportunity. Dingyu was still in that ancient forbidden land and hadn't come out. He was currently comprehending the great sword technique. The Beizhou alchemy competition hadn't concluded yet. It was about to enter the final round. Wang Luo had already attracted the attention of various major forces. Many forces had extended olive branches. After all, on the surface, Wang Luo was a rogue cultivator genius. The rogue cultivator Wang family also extended an olive branch. They even intended to marry a direct-line daughter to him. When Wang Luo's identity was revealed, the Wang family would absolutely lose all face, becoming the laughingstock of Beizhou. Wang Luo's former fiancé's family also extended an olive branch. Chu Xian eagerly awaited the arrival of the final round. How Wang Luo would perform, how he would crush the Wang family. How he would make the Wang family and his former fiancé's family lose all face. They would probably become angry from embarrassment and send experts to assassinate Wang Luo. This day, Chu Xian had just finished cultivating. He was about to take out the Sun Dao Jing to routinely probe around. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Your disciple Mo Wantian's Guomo Shuemai has transformed, birthing a Buddha star. His fortune has transformed, affecting the MOU's fortune. Reward, Shenhundig Daoyu, bloodline transformation, birth of a Buddha star. And it even affected the MOU's fortune. What exactly did Mo Wantian do? This guy truly has an affinity with Buddha. He keeps comprehending Buddhist Dharma and even birthed a Buddha star. Chu Xian didn't check the reward. He immediately took out the Wan Tian Jing and connected to Mo Wantian's location. The scene appeared, a sea of corpses met his eyes, demonic chi billowed. Buddha light shone, a battle was taking place. One of the people was naturally Mo Wantian. The other person had a strange appearance. He should be from the Tian Mo Zhu, with a 7th level Dijing cultivation. While Mo Wantian was close to the 3rd level of Dijing, he was still a little bit away. In terms of cultivation, Mo Wantian was several minor realms behind. But Buddhist Dharma had a restraining effect on demonic power. Thus, the two were fighting intensely. That 7th level Dijing Tian Mo Zhu man was not an ordinary Dijing, he should be at the Prodigy level. Mo Wantian, in his white monk robes, was still spotless. However, after fighting for so long, his consumption was very high. He cultivated Buddhist power. Demonic pills from the MOU had very little effect on him. He lacked pills to recover Buddhist power. Now, Mo Wantian was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Buddha, I want to see how this Buddha of yours will survive under my hand. Damn bald head, you killed my younger brother. Go to hell. Mo Wantian's heavenly eye suddenly opened. Golden light shone, his figure levitated, with a loud shout, De Wei Tian Long. A dragon's roar sounded. Behind Mo Wantian, a Buddha-like dragon shadow soared out, coiling and looking down. It charged directly at the Tian Mo Zhu youth. At this moment, Mo Wantian's aura surged. Buddha light blazed, he actually broke through to the Dijing. 3rd level, right hand holding a precept blade, left hand holding an alms bowl. The Buddha-like dragon shadow coiled around him. He directly suppressed the Tian Mo Zhu youth. The Tian Mo Zhu youth's face changed drastically. That Buddha-like dragon shadow was too powerful. He didn't know what kind of secret technique it was. It directly suppressed him. Even his demonic power couldn't circulate smoothly. from today onwards. This humble monk is no longer Mo Wantian, this humble monk is MOFO. As Mo Wantian's voice fell, a unique aura faintly emanated from his body. He looked solemn and dignified, yet with a hint of demonic nature. The Tian Mo Zhu youth was terrified. What the hell is this? Cold sweat dripped from his head. He didn't even have time to flee or beg for mercy. He felt his lower body become unstable. A tyrannical force tore at him, pulling him forward. Suddenly, his physical body shattered, all his previous arrogance gone. The miserable scream stopped abruptly. His divine soul was also sucked into the alms bowl. Mo Wantian, or rather MOFO, took a few breaths and quickly left the battlefield. He found a remote place and opened a cave dwelling. To recover and heal, Chu Xian watched this whole scene. He sighed in his heart. Mo Wantian truly had an affinity with Buddha. And not an orthodox Buddha, a bit demonic, and with a strong killing intent. MOFO suited him well. From this battle of MOFO, Chu Xian discovered his shortcomings. It was time to patch up his weaknesses. For example, the refining method for pills to recover Buddhist power. For example, restriction formations, etc., Buddhist sect restrictions. How could he not know them? At the same time, it was time to bestow upon him a Buddhist fruit status. Preparations made. Chu Xian manifested a passage and met with MOFO. MOFO opened his eyes and respectfully prostrated on the ground. Disciple greets master, rise. Chu Xian's solemn voice came. Regarding this matter, I, your master, already know. Since you have birthed a Buddha star and comprehended Buddhist Dharma, today, I, your master, will bestow upon you a Buddhist fruit status. The disciple mutated, and the master actually received a system reward. The disciple's name was Mo Wantian. At this moment, he put his palms together, respectfully saying, "Thank you, master, since you have comprehended the Dewei Tianlong Dharma. I, your master, will bestow upon you the Dewei Shangfo fruit status." Chu Xian waved his hand, and prayer beads were transmitted over. At the same time, the engraved restriction formation secret manuals and Buddhist pill refining methods were also transmitted over. MOFO respectfully received them. "Thank you, master." He again put his palms together and prostrated on the ground. Everything that needed to be given was given. Chu Xian closed the Wan Tian Jing. Then he checked the system's reward, Shinhan de Dao Yu. Roaming the Great Dao for no more than 1 day. Chu Xian's heart pounded violently. The system is awesome, the Great Dao is boundless. Now he could actually roam the Great Dao. It was like directly entering the Great Dao, after roaming the Great Dao and returning. Breaking through to the Xinjing should be no problem at all, an unexpected joy. He had thought breaking through to the Xinjing would still take a considerable amount of time. He never expected Mo Wantian's bloodline to transform, birthing a Buddha star, triggering changes in the MOU's fortune, and activating a system reward. And such a generous reward at that. Chu Xian incorporated the Yuan Chu Dao Jing into his divine soul and immediately claimed the reward. In an instant, he felt his whole being fall into a profound state of wondrous comprehension. At the same time, countless Dao charms and Dao principles swirled around him. His divine soul's Dao intent had already deepened, now it was even more entwined with Dao. Filled with Dao charm, as if he were the incarnation of the great Dao. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Xian found himself in an unknown place. Beneath his feet, it was hazy, boundless, like a great river. Or like the sky. He only felt countless Dao principles swirling around him. Dao intent filled him, Dao charm had almost submerged him. Within the chaos of his divine soul, a faint light emanated. This is the great Dao. Chu Xian closed his eyes. He opened them again and looked around. He only felt a hazy texture. However, he couldn't see anything, the great Dao is formless. Yet he was on the formless great Dao, looking down at his feet. Treading through the haze, as if unknowable, unseen river water flowed beneath his feet. Or as if clouds drifted past beneath his feet, Dao principles, Dao intent. Dao charm was endless, without end, without limit. Chu Xian marveled, this is the great Dao. He took up the Yuan Chu Dao Jing from his divine soul and held it in his hand. The surrounding Dao intent, Dao principles, Dao charm crazily poured into the Dao Jing. The Dao Jing emitted a vast light, Dao principles were perfecting. It was even nurturing a small great Dao within. Chu Xian praised his own cleverness. Indeed, bringing the Yuan Chu Dao Jing was the correct choice, directly nurturing it on the great Dao. Its evolution speed would definitely be incredibly fast, after his divine soul returned. The small world should be upgraded, and the connection between the Yuan Chu Dao Jing and the great Dao will become even closer. Even if the cultivation is strong enough, one can reach the great Dao through the Yuan Chu Dao Jing.
Chu Xian was overjoyed, holding the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, and with the Hundun Zhong in his divine soul, the Dao principles deepened on the great Dao.
Even the Dao realm couldn't threaten him.
He seemed no longer a divine soul body, but a walking great Dao. Not knowing how far he had walked, nor how much time had passed, suddenly, Chu Xian saw a figure standing not far away. The other person walked slowly, striding forward. There was someone on the great Dao. Chu Xian was astonished. Those who could reach the great Dao were naturally super bosses. As far as he currently knew, the Dao realm could not reach the great Dao, still in the stage of comprehending the great Dao.
Only cultivating Dao luck, cultivating the power of Dao virtue.
That person must be a supreme existence above the Dao realm.
Chu Xian hesitated whether to go up and greet him.
Although he had hyped up his own reputation quite a bit, that was just bluffing people.
The one in front was a real big shot, not a fake like him. After a slight hesitation, Chu Xian decided to go up and say hello, get acquainted, and maybe ask for a wisp of the other's aura. Incorporating it into the Yuan Chu Dao Jing would allow for future communication. This way, the Yuan Chu Dao Jing's communication group would have a genuine big shot.
Chu Xian looked at his own divine soul body, brimming with Dao principles.
Entwined with Dao rules, as if one with the great Dao, and the other person?
Although brimming with Dao principles, entwined with Dao rules, compared to his current state, they were indeed much weaker. Moreover, that person walked slowly on the great Dao, seemingly struggling, while he walked with ease.
He should be able to assist him, right? Depending on the situation.
Bluff if possible, at the very least, don't appear inferior to the other party. Treating each other as equals is also acceptable. Chu Xian stepped towards the other person. Hong Yuanshu was walking step by step, comprehending the great Dao, making up for the deficiencies in his own Dao, and
carefully pioneering his own Dao forward.
Suddenly seeing someone strolling leisurely, nonchalantly walking over, he was instantly astonished. At a glance, that person seemed like a small, walking great Dao.
This person's strength was above his own. Hong Yuanshu stopped in his tracks.
Encountering a fellow expert of the same level, it was a good chance to exchange ideas. Especially since the other party was even stronger than him. Encountering someone of the same realm on the great Dao is an extremely rare event. Fellow experts are hard to find.
Perhaps few in the world could meet one.
It could be considered fate. Waiting for Chu Xian to approach, Hong Yuanshu was the first to cup his fists and salute, saying,
Hong Yuanshu greets fellow Daoist.
This was the respect of the weaker towards the stronger. Although he considered himself not much weaker, being a little weaker was still weaker. Chu Xian greets fellow Daoist. This time, Chu Xian didn't use the name he used for bluffing, but used his real name. The other party called him Dao Brother. Acknowledging he was slightly stronger, yet still of the same generation.
Chu Xian naturally wouldn't deny it, even though he was a fake. Alas, his divine soul was enhanced with Dao principles, entwined with Dao rules, looking like a big shot at first glance.
Hong Yuanshu searched his mind. He had never heard of such a strong peer.
He didn't know which era this existence belonged to. How many peer experts existed in the world, no one knew. Maybe some had been in seclusion for countless ages and just came out. He then asked, Dao Brother, how many Dao Yuan have you been opening the path for? Opening the path, Chu Xian understood clearly. Hong Yuanshu had already reached the realm of uniquely opening a path. It could be called the path opening realm or path opener. Of course, this path opening did not mean surpassing the great Dao. Nor did it mean detaching from the great Dao, but rather using one's own comprehension to independently carve out one's own path on the great Dao. It could barely be called parallel to the great Dao. Truly a genuine big shot. How many Dao Yuan of path opening?
Chu Xian calculated in his mind. Dao Yuan refers to time. It probably wasn't a threshold or realm within path opening. If there were no surprises, path opening had no specific realms. Strength could only be judged by the length of the path opened.
The great Dao is endless. How many Dao Yuan has it been?
Chu Xian pretended to be deep in thought. After a long pause, he said, I don't quite remember. Closing up, sleeping. I don't know how many Dao Yuan it has been.
Hong Yuanshu suddenly realized, just as he guessed.
This was a fellow Daoist who had been in secluded cultivation for years,
and had only recently emerged. Fellow Daoist Hong, how many Dao Yuan have you been opening the path for? Chu Xian asked. Nearly 2 Dao Yuan.
Hong Yuanshu sighed. I, Hong, at the end of the last Dao Yuan, entered the Dao realm, opened the path in the last Dao Yuan, until the end of this Dao Yuan. It's been nearly 2 Dao Yuan. Opening the path is hard. The great Dao is hard. Hong Yuanshu lamented endlessly. Opening the path for 2 Dao Yuan, he felt his progress was limited. Seeking the great Dao is a pleasure. At our level, opening the path is a pleasure, the path is under our feet, the Tao is under our feet, wherever we walk. Indeed, Chu Xian said with great masterly flair, seeking the great Tao, opening the path is a pleasure. Hong Yuanshu muttered to himself, then sighed, Tao brother's heart is calm, not anxious at all.
I've learned.
Chu Xian smiled faintly, but didn't want to stay any longer, after all, talking too much.
If he accidentally revealed himself as a fake, it wouldn't be good.
After all, regarding information about the path-opening realm, Chu Xian knew absolutely nothing. He had no basis for bluffing. If Hong Yuanshu asked him to discuss the Tao, it would be tragic. Besides, he didn't know how much time had passed. If time was up and his divine soul returned, he would miss the chance to establish contact with this big shot, Hong Yuanshu. So Chu Xian lifted the Yuanshu Daojing in his hand, smiling, I have a treasure, requiring only a wisp of aura. No matter the distance or spacetime, we can communicate with each other.
And our respective locations will not be revealed, it's impossible to know.
This is
a supreme treasure directly connected to the great Tao, fellow Taoist Hong, why not leave a wisp of aura?
We can communicate later. If you have fellow Taoists, you can also invite them.
Hong Yuanshu looked at the Yuanshu Daojing in his hand, secretly amazed. What kind of treasure was this? At a glance,
it was like seeing a nascent great Tao, and it had a mysterious connection with the great Tao. He became even more certain that Chu Xian was stronger than him. His opened path was wider, excellent. Hong Yuanshu raised his hand, letting a wisp of his aura fall into the Yuanshu Daojing. Instantly, he felt a connection with the Yuanshu Daojing. Messages could be sent and received through Tao luck. Of course, messages could also be transferred to a designated Tao artifact for display. Mortals cultivate for 100 or 10 years to advance one level. Even children of fortune advance one level per year. This man advanced 5 levels in nearly one day,
including breaking through to a new realm.
Just because he stumbled into the great Tao and obtained Tao luck, the man's name is Chu Xian. Just moments ago, while stumbling into the great Tao, he met a fellow Taoist.
The two chatted happily.
If you have fellow Taoists or little guys who have entered the Tao realm, they can also join, after being in seclusion for countless ages.
I also want some excitement. This is also a kind of Tao.
Mutually verifying each other.
The Yuanshu Daojing absorbed Hong Yuanshu's aura.
Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief internally. Finally established contact with a big shot. At the same time, he also set his sights on Hong Yuanshu's friends.
Or disciples, sure.
Hong Yuanshu pondered for a moment, thinking that it was currently the end of a Dao Yuan, so he nodded in agreement. Both being in the path-opening realm, even if Chu Xian was stronger, wanting to scheme against or assassinate someone also in the path-opening realm
was definitely not an easy task.
After all, path-opening realm experts were almost on par with the great Tao. How could they be killed just like that?
Therefore, Hong Yuanshu wasn't afraid if there were any conspiracies or tricks involved.
Chu Xian saw Hong Yuanshu agree and was overjoyed. The Yuanshu Daojing's communication circle was finally going to expand, and there would be big shots at the same level as Hong Yuanshu. This way, him, being a big shot at the same level as Hong Yuanshu, bluffing other Tao realm experts would be effortless. Moreover, after his divine soul roamed the great Tao, his strength would surely soar. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the Tao realm.
Tao brother, where are you heading? Chu Xian asked with a smile.
Just walking around the great Tao, haven't been here for a long time.
The great Tao is formless, yet holds scenery everyone wants to see.
Walking more, looking more, will bring new insights. He could tell now, this guy Hong Yuanshu had encountered a bottleneck, wanting to exchange ideas with him to gain inspiration. What Tao brother says is reasonable.
Hong Yuanshu sighed.
I, Hong, was too focused on opening the path, and instead fell into a rut. Thinking back, the 36 passes of the Tao realm were like 36 great mountains, each mountain higher than the last, in order to climb. I racked my brains, experienced 100 kinds of life, even split off a reincarnation body to cultivate another life. Only after countless difficulties did I reach the summit, stepping into the path-opening realm. Instead, I became lost, fell into a rut. Thank you for Tao brother's enlightenment.
Chu Xian listened silently, from Hong Yuanshu's reflections. He learned some information about the Tao realm.
So the Tao realm was divided into 36 passes. Looking back at the past, Hong Yuanshu became increasingly nostalgic,
sighing that each pass of the Tao realm was harder than the last.
Opening the path was 100 times harder. The great Tao is endless, we still need to strive hard.
Indeed, Chu Xian nodded, also sighing with emotion. In reality, he didn't feel any emotion of sighing or nostalgia at all.
After all, Cultivating from the mortal realm to the heaven realm took less than 10 years.
And he got stronger just by staying home. How would he know the hardships of cultivation? They had chatted enough, it was time to say goodbye. Chu Xian worried that time was up, and his divine soul would suddenly return, raising Hong Yuanchu's suspicions, so he took his leave. Hong Yuanchu didn't try to keep him.
The doubts in his heart had been answered. Just watching Chu Xian walk on the Great Tao, looking relaxed and cheerful, he was utterly shocked. The other party's strength was much greater than his own, he couldn't achieve that yet. He couldn't walk so easily on the Great Tao, nor could he stay for too long, until Chu Xian's figure was out of sight. He retracted his gaze, another Dao Yuan end. The Dao Yuan great calamity is coming, the 9 regions should have prodigies, competing for great fortune in the next Dao Yuan. To become the rule setter of the next Dao Yuan.
Chu Xian didn't know about the Dao Yuan great calamity.
Nor did he know how much time had passed. Chu Xian felt the Yuan Chu Dao Jing had reached the threshold of its first stage transformation. Recalling it into his divine soul, suddenly a pulling force surged. In a daze, when he regained consciousness, his divine soul had returned. Instantly, Chu Xian felt his cultivation rapidly soar. From the 5th level of the heaven realm, it instantly rose to the 6th level of the heaven realm. And there was no sign of stopping. Dao luck and Dao rules wrapped around his divine soul. The chaos indestructible body was also constantly absorbing. Dao luck was increasing.
The Yuan Chu Dao Jing also emitted a faint glow.
Chu Xian placed the Yuan Chu Dao Jing back into the small world. With the return of the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, the small world rumbled. It upgraded again, becoming filled with Dao luck.
The Dao rules also became clearer, the ordinary tree grew again.
Other heavenly treasures also grew along with it. And many heavenly treasures became wreathed with Dao luck. The mountain where the ordinary tree was located, many plants underwent further transformation, filled with Dao luck.
Dao principles permeated, surprisingly transforming into Dao trees.
The heavenly treasures on the mountain all became Dao fruits. A forest of Dao fruit trees grew. Manhwa Fachuo, amidst the small world's upgrade, under the washing of Dao luck, actually began to break through to the God realm.
Hong Long. Chu Xian's body rumbled. The chaos indestructible body became stronger.
The divine soul had completed its transformation, cultivation was still rising.
In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th level of the heaven realm.
Chu Xian slightly closed his eyes, comprehending the gains from this trip to the Great Tao.
Comprehending the changes brought by the realm increase, 9th level of the heaven realm.
The momentum of cultivation increase still hadn't stopped. At this moment, the spiritual power within his body began to transform. Willpower seemed to fuse with the spiritual power in his body. He was breaking through towards the God realm.
Chu Xian's entire body's spiritual power was transforming into divine power.
The spiritual power transformation completed. Chu Xian felt he had broken through a bottleneck, stepping into a new world.
God realm achieved.
After breaking through to the God realm, the cultivation increase still didn't stop. It continued to rise. His gains from roaming the Great Tao with his divine soul were too great. It couldn't be fully digested in a short time. Not only did it help him break through to the God realm, it also took a huge step towards the Dao realm.
2nd level of the God realm. The cultivation of the God realm lies in transformation.
Each level's breakthrough is a deeper comprehension of the Great Tao.
It's a transformation of divine power, a higher control over the pseudo-power of heaven and earth.
3rd level of the God realm. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the God realm, the momentum of the breakthrough finally slowed down. However, the gains and foundation from roaming the Great Tao were not completely digested yet.
Chu Xian let out a long breath, unexpected gains.
Breaking through to the God realm so quickly, he clenched his fist, feeling his brand new strength. He had an illusion of being invincible in the world, can't get arrogant, must stay steady. Chu Xian constantly warned himself, in the endless ages. Among the countless cultivators, he was still just a small shrimp. Not to mention path-opening realm experts like Hong Yuanshu, just the Dao realm was enough for him to look up to now. The Dao realm is divided into 36 passes, 1 pass, 1 world. 1 pass, 1 heaven. It can be said that the breakthrough of each pass is even harder than breaking through from heaven realm to God realm, and the improvement is greater. You broke through to the God realm, becoming the youngest God realm expert in history.
Reward, Xin Yuan Pill X1 box, Wenji Dao Zhe.
The system's reward arrived as expected, the youngest God realm in history. Also the fastest person to break through to the God realm in history. Chu Xian felt inflated. He also wanted to be the youngest Dao realm expert in history. I want to set records for later generations to look up to.
Chu Xian thought ambitiously. Xin Yuan pills are cultivation pills for the God realm. He didn't check them, but checked the Wenji Dao Zi. Dao Zi is a domain only Dao realm experts can touch. The Dao realm cultivates Dao Zi. Ultimately using Dao virtue to open up one's own Dao. The system really understands me, Wenji Dao Zi. Just by the name, you know it's very stable. Chu Xian checked the Dao virtue information. Wenji Dao Zi, stable, secure, everything maintains stability. Mastering Wenji Dao Zi, stable as a mountain, unmovable. Any attack cannot shake it, of course, this is relative. Simply put, the characteristic of Wenji Dao Zi is one word, stable. Chu Xian claimed the Dao Zi, instantly, a stable Dao Zi wrapped around his body. Wrapped around the Hundun Zhong, giving a very stable, immovable as a mountain feeling. Facing danger without panic, utterly stable. Chu Xian couldn't yet master this Dao Zi, but he could constantly comprehend it, and it could be passively triggered. Moreover, the Wenji Dao Zi could continue to be comprehended and grow, ultimately opening the stable Great Dao. This required reaching the Dao realm to continue comprehending and growing. Chu Xian, in the God realm, couldn't make the Dao virtue grow. After the breakthrough, Chu Xian took out a bottle of Xinyuan pills and poured them into his mouth. The chaos indestructible body rapidly refined the pills, accumulating the foundation for the God realm, looking towards the small world. Now the small world had completed its upgrade. The mountain area where the ordinary tree was located had birthed Dao fruit level heavenly treasures. Chu Xian waved his hand, turning this area into a restricted zone. Without his permission, no one could enter. The small world, besides spiritual energy, had begun to permeate with extremely faint Dao luck, and it had expanded more than 10 times. Already exceeding the area of the Beiyu, the small world had infinite potential. Chu Xian was confident that as the small world continued to upgrade, it would eventually become a world surpassing the 9 regions. This huge harvest originated from Mo Tian. Oh no, he could be called Mofo now. Chu Xian looked forward to what kind of rewards he could continue to bring him. In the small world, Nanwo Fatuo was still breaking through. His breakthrough speed, under normal circumstances, would probably take several years, perhaps even more than 10 years to complete the breakthrough. This was only because he was washed by Dao luck and the huge gains from the small world's upgrade that he could break through so quickly. Seeing this, Chu Xian threw a bottle of Xinyuan pills over. It could help him break through quickly. Thank you, my Buddha. Nanwo Fatuo cowed out in thanks. Thinking of his named disciple Renshangha, still breaking through to the God realm, now with Xinyuan pills, it was time to help him break through quickly, taking out the Wan Tian mirror. Connecting to Renshangha, greetings, world-honored one. Renshangha respectfully bowed. Chu Xian glanced at Renshangha, distance to breaking through to the God realm, was really just a tiny bit away. Even without the help of Xinyuan pills, he would definitely break through within 10 years. With a wave of his hand, a bottle of Xinyuan pills was transmitted over. Chu Xian was in a great mood now, naturally more generous. After breaking through to the God realm, it was time to show some generosity as a master. This Xinyuan pill can help you break through and cultivate. Given Renshangha's situation, one Xinyuan pill was enough to help him break through. The remaining pills could help him rapidly increase his strength. Thank you, Master. Renshangha was thrilled, prostrating himself on the ground, kowtowing respectfully. Only then did he accept the pills. This man had too many ideas. Even though he transmigrated to a country without electricity, he still managed to create a chat group. The group members inside all addressed each other as fellow Taoists. Even the strongest Dao realm boss known to the man currently was the weakest existence in the group, and worried all day that if he said the wrong thing, he would be kicked out of the chat. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, he connected with Qi Ning. It was the first time meeting Qi Ning in a long time. The restoration of heaven and earth rules in Nanzhou was accelerating. Qi Ning's current strength hadn't reached the peak of the Emperor realm yet. Taking advantage of his good mood, he gifted him 2 bottles of Emperor realm cultivation pills. Anyway, Emperor realm pills were useless to Chu Xian now. Greetings, Master. Qi Ning was very excited, finally seeing Master again. He had a chance to ask Master how to turn back into a man. However, Chu Xian didn't give him a chance to ask, directly saying, "Your cultivation is a bit slow. Master will gift you 2 bottles of pills." Saying that, he transmitted the Emperor realm cultivation pills over. Thank you, Master. Qi Ning was thrilled. The pills gifted by his esteemed master were definitely incomparable to ordinary Emperor realm pills. How do I change? Before he could finish, Chu Xian closed the Wan Tian mirror. Comfortable. After breaking through to the God realm, Chu Xian's confidence greatly increased. Moreover, wrapped in the Wenji Dao Zi constantly, comprehending and cultivating at flying speed, breaking through to the Dao realm wouldn't take many years. It's time to lure out the true controller of the Heiyu Lu. The Tian Dao plan should also be accelerated. Before the Zhanmo Valley opens, cover the entire Beiyu. Able to control any disturbance in the Beiyu. Chu Xian suddenly looked at the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, the two spirit puppets being nurtured inside. Due to the washing of Dao luck and refinement by Dao Zi from the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, they completed their nurturing ahead of schedule, gaining sentience. With a wave of his hand, the two spirit puppets flew over, transforming into a male and a female servant. They looked no different from real people, but if examined closely, one could still discover they weren't real people. Greetings, Master. The spirit puppets' consciousness foundation, combat techniques, etc., were all nurtured by Chu Xian's divine soul, absolutely loyal. There would be no rebellious thoughts. Moreover, the spirit puppets' intelligence was relatively simple, not as complex as real people. Both spirit puppets possessed God realm strength. Equivalent to ordinary second-level God realm experts. You are called Chui. You are called Chuer. Chu Xian thought for a moment, naming the two spirit puppets, the male Chui, the female Chuer. Chui, Chuer Greek Master. Go train. Chu Xian waved his hand, sending the spirit puppets into the trial illusion realm to gain combat experience. The trial increased the spirit puppets' agility and adaptability. It could also further promote their combat awareness and ability to handle crisis situations. The Yuan Chu Dao Jing's communication circle now had two people. One was a true big shot, an existence beyond the Dao realm, Hong Yuan Chu. The other was a Dao realm expert, Yin Kong. Chu Xian didn't know which pass of the Dao realm Yin Kong was at, but from Yin Kong's performance, it shouldn't be high. Perhaps he could start with Yin Kong to learn about information regarding Dao Yuan and aspects of the Dao realm. Just act as a senior and test him. First, introduce Hong Yuanchu, let Yin Kong know there was a big shot in the communication circle he had to look up to, and that he himself had a higher status than this big shot. This way, bluffing Yin Kong would be easy. In the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, group chat was possible, like a chat group. Chu Xian spoke first. Let me introduce little friend Yin Kong, this is fellow Daoist Hong Yuan Chu. Fellow Daoist Hong has opened the path for two Dao Yuan. Yin Kong already knew that the mysterious communication circle had one more person. He just didn't dare to greet first. Was waiting for Chu Xian's introduction. The name Hong Yuan Chu sounded somewhat familiar. Yin Kong's expression suddenly changed, muttering to himself, Hong Yuan Chu, could it be that legendary existence? Open the path for two Dao Yuan, who else could it be but him? Path opening realm. The legendary path opener. This is a super big shot. Even many Dao realm experts need to worship this existence. Yin Kong greets Senior Hong. Yin Kong said respectfully, to show respect, he even used Dao luck to condense a human figure prostrating on the ground, transmitting it to that communication treasure. Chu Xian saw it. Yo-ho, Yin Kong is so respectful. Clearly, he had heard of Hong Yuanchu's great name. Little friend Yin is polite, thanks to Dao brother Chu for the introduction. Hong Yuanchu replied, he hadn't heard of Yin Kong. Should be a nobody, whatever the reason, being able to enter Chu Xian's circle formed by this great Dao treasure. Could be considered his fortune, considered fated. Cultivation level wasn't that important, at his level of strength, he only looked at fate, not cultivation strength. Yin Kong's heart skipped a beat, oh no. Great virtue saint. Senior Chu is actually also a path opener. Even Senior Hong Yuanchu treats him respectfully, and I don't seem as respectful as Senior Hong Yuanchu. Hurriedly condensed another human figure, making a prostrating gesture. Thank you Senior Chu for introducing Senior Hong to little Inzi. Must be humble, must be respectful, this is a super big shot. This is his greatest fortune. Little friend Yin is too polite. Yin Kong is really tactful. Even calling himself Little Inzi. Those who didn't know might think he was a eunuch. Chu Xian felt even more that bluffing Yin Kong would be easier. Little friend Yin, what is your cultivation level? Which pass of the Dao realm? Chu Xian asked. Yin Kong felt a jolt in his heart. He panicked slightly. Could it be my cultivation is too low, unworthy to exist? Should I lie? But then he thought, lying in front of such big shots, isn't that courting death? Anxiously, afraid of being expelled, Junior is dull. Cultivated for nearly 1 Dao Yuan, currently only at the third pass of the Dao realm. Third pass of the Dao realm, among the 36 passes of the Dao realm, is indeed weak. And Yin Kong had actually cultivated for nearly a Dao Yuan. 1 Dao Yuan, exactly how many years is that? Chu Xian wasn't quite clear about this. Could only keep it in mind and wait for an opportunity to find out. Above average aptitude, acceptable. Hong Yuanshu spoke up, Dao brother Chu, I'll invite people in now. How about it? Sure. Chu Xian was overjoyed. This big shot Hong Yuanshu really had connections. Our communication circle uses the Great Dao as a medium. How about we call it the Great Dao Exchange Group? Great Dao Exchange Group suits the meaning. Hong Yuanshu approved. Soon, several different auras were incorporated into the Yuanshu Dao Jing. Then, Hong Yuanshu began introducing, this is fellow Taoist Koan He. Open the path for one Dao Yuan, this is fellow Taoist Ruo Xian. Same generation as me, Hong, open the path for nearly 2 Dao Yuan. Besides the 2 path opening realm experts, there were also several Dao realm experts. Xu Yang, Dao realm 30th pass, same generation as Hong Yuanshu. Is Hong Yuanshu's close friend. Piao Ruoyan, Hong Yuanshu's disciple, Dao realm 29th pass. Wu Fengsuan, Hong Yuanshu's disciple, Dao realm 28th pass. Shi Xian, Dao realm 26th pass, disciple of that Ruo Xian path opening expert. Among them, Ruo Xian, Pao Ruoyan, and Shi Xian were female. Yin Kong was so scared he didn't dare speak. In the Great Dao group, he was the weakest. Chu Xian exchanged pleasantries with the 2 path opening realm experts, while Hong Yuanshu's and Ruo Xian's disciples respectfully greeted him after getting acquainted. Chu Xian excused himself from the group chat. He was afraid that talking too much, if he touched upon a knowledge-blind spot, then he wouldn't know how to answer. So at this stage, maintain as much silence as possible. Waiting for his strength to increase, he immediately entered deep cultivation. Constantly comprehending the Wenji Dao Zi, his strength increased rapidly. However, breaking through to the Dao realm still required a period of accumulation. Every day, as usual, he took out the Sun Dao mirror, searching for the existence of Dao realm experts or treasures related to the Great Dao. Or binding them. In the Great Dao chat group, everyone knew each other. That wouldn't be very interesting. To liven up the group chat, must have Dao realm experts from various places, even different races. Only then would it be interesting. Chu Xian sighed. The group owner, really worried himself sick over this group, the Yuanshu Dao Jing. Under the nurturing of 3 path opening realm experts and multiple Dao realm experts, its transformation was accelerating. After further improvement, more functions could be developed. For example, using the Yuanshu Dao Jing as a medium, transmitting items through the Great Dao. Chu Xian even had a bold idea. Using the Yuanshu Dao Jing as the foundation, the small world as the starting point, to open up a new Great Dao. Parallel to the current Great Dao, if the plan succeeded, he would surely surpass the path opening realm in the future. Half a month later, Chu Xian was cultivating when the system's reward suddenly arrived. Your disciple Ding Yu has obtained the acknowledgement of the Emperor Meridian Spirit, cultivation soaring. Fortune transforming, reward, Shi Yun Rue. To see through the supreme, to see the 3 views, the man asks everyone he meets, are you male or female? Because his master told him, have no women in your heart, drawing the sword can slay gods. But the man encountered someone without gender, who even said, if he wanted them male, they'd be male. If he wanted them female, they'd be female. Just now, Chu Xian was also stunned. Ding Yu obtained the acknowledgement of the Emperor Meridian Spirit. Fortune transformed, taking out the Kuei Tian mirror, connecting to Ding Yu's mark. Found that Ding Yu had already left the ancient Forbidden Land. Currently somewhere in Nanzhou. It was the border area between Nanzhou and other continents. In front of him, squatted a tiny, only 1 chi tall little person, that was the Earth Meridian Spirit. Male or female? Ding Yu currently stared at the Earth Meridian Spirit and asked. The Earth Meridian Spirit looked aggrieved. I don't have a gender. If you want me to be male, then I'm male. If you want me to be female, then I'll be female. Let me think. Ding Yu frowned, muttering, if you are female and follow me, how can I still have no women in my heart, drawing the sword to slay gods? If I resist because you are female, it means my state of mind is incomplete. Unable to reach the state of having no women in my heart. Thinking this way, Ding Yu lowered his head and asked, can you be male for a while, and female for a while? Or when I want you to be male, you are male, and when I want you to be female, you are female? As soon as these words came out, the Earth Meridian Spirit was completely stumped. Is this a lunatic? How could there be such a strange request? It's over, I acknowledged a lunatic as my master. The Earth Meridian Spirit felt very broken inside. I'll just remain genderless. Fine. Ding Yu agreed, picked up the Earth Meridian Spirit, placed it on his shoulder, and continued forward. Chu Xian shook his head. Ding Yu was probably hopeless. Closed the Kuei Tian mirror, claimed the system reward. Shi Yun Rue, can carry fortune.
Can control fortune, truly a system product, the way of fortune, mysterious and profound, elusive, yet truly exists. Chi Yun Rue can actually change fortune, control fortune. Definitely a treasure, of course, wanting to change fortune, control fortune, even with Chi Yun Rue. Requires sufficiently strong strength. The lower the strength, the weaker the fortune controlled and changed, the stronger the strength, the stronger the fortune controlled. Chu Xian continued cultivating. At the same time, Xian was also working on the Tian Dao plan's communication talismans, steadily progressing. For now, no higher-level lords from Heiyulu came. Restricted by major powers from other continents, however, cross-continent communication talismans had already been sold to other continents. All major powers purchased them, especially those exploring in teams. Each person had a communication talisman. Now communication talismans were in short supply, too popular.
And the refining method, Xian also spread several communication talisman refining methods to Heiyulu.
Spies from certain major powers planted in Heiyulu had already quietly obtained 1 or 2 communication talisman refining methods. Only those refined by themselves were truly safe. Chu Xian understood the thoughts of these major powers well. They were all afraid the communication talismans had backdoors, that information would be stolen. However, they didn't know. Even the communication talismans they personally refined still couldn't escape the control of the Tian Dao talisman.
This is the Tian Dao plan. Everything is under the control of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao perceives everything. The Tian Dao plan's influence is too great.
Apart from Chu Xian himself, no one else would know. Playing with the Chi Yun Rue, Chu Xian suddenly had an idea. Su Xianer came from Zhongzhou, but was not the person carrying Zhongzhou's fortune. Could he use the Chi Yun Rue to change Su Xianer's fortune? Make her the daughter of fortune of Zhongzhou? This way, among the 5 continents of Beiyu, only the child of fortune of Dongzhou would not belong to his sect. Chu Xian decided to try, waving the Chi Yun Rue. A hazy glow flashed. A mysterious and profound strange rhythm drifted out. Landing on Su Xianer, Chu Xian controlled the Chi Yun Rue, wanting to enhance Su Xianer's fortune and transform it. Make her the daughter of fortune of Zhongzhou. Instantly, he felt his divine power being consumed madly. Divine soul power was also being consumed, at a very fast rate. Not much less than using the Sundao mirror. Chu Xian was secretly surprised. Changing the fortune of a whole continent was too difficult. In the end, Chu Xian could only stop, couldn't afford the consumption. Changing a continent's fortune, putting away the Chi Yun Rue. Chu Xian recovered his consumption, curious in his heart. Who exactly was the child of fortune of Zhongzhou? In his mind, uncontrollably, an absurd thought surfaced. Could it be Su Xianer's fiancé? Su Xianer fled Zhongzhou precisely because of him. The reason was he was forced into the marriage, ugly, and had a bad personality, poor reputation. Would there be an ugly freak among the children of fortune? Chu Xian fell into deep thought. Whether it was Ding Yu, Wang Luo, Xiao Liang, none were ugly. Xian just had strange bones. Naturally active bones. His appearance was also not ugly. Could it be that Su Xianer's fiancé wasn't really ugly? If it really was him, that would be interesting. Chu Xian smiled inwardly. With Su Xianer's cultivation speed and the foundation she possessed, she was no worse than a child of fortune. Moreover, as his maidservant, how could she lose to a child of fortune? Chu Xian continued cultivating. Every day, he took time to use the Sundao mirror to search for Dao realm experts. The people in the Great Dao chat group were ultimately too few, and most were acquaintances of Hong Yuanchu. Only Yin Kong was a stranger, and he was the small shrimp in the group, the weakest one. Probably when Yin Kong chatted in the group, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. 3 days later, Chu Xian was using the Sundao mirror to search for Dao realm experts when suddenly, the system's reward came. Your disciple Wang Luo showed off and face-slapped at the Beizhou alchemy competition, shaking Beizhou. Exulted, fortune increased, reward, Jinyun Dao Ding. The Beizhou alchemy competition ended? Wang Luo successfully showed off and face-slapped. Rose strongly? Chu Xian put down the Sun Dao mirror, took out the Kuei Tian mirror, connecting to Wang Luo's mark. In the image, Wang Luo stood on the alchemy platform, holding a heaven pill in his hand, refining a heaven pill with Emperor Realm cultivation. How could it not shake Beizhou? On the alchemy platform, experts gathered. All were top experts from major powers in Beizhou. Among them, someone's face was dark and ugly. Many experts cast mocking and sarcastic glances at him. That person must be an expert from the Wang family. Wang Luo said a showing off and face-slapping really made the Wang family lose all face. Rubbed into the ground, Wang family head, I, Wang Luo, have no relation whatsoever with the Wang family.
You have no right to point fingers at me. Little friend Wang is right, your Wang family already expelled him.
He's no longer a member of your Wang family.
An old man chuckled, right. Little friend Wang is not a Wang family member anymore.
The other experts chimed in agreement.
The Wang family head was so angry his aura erupted, looking like he was about to kill someone again. Wang family head, this is not the Wang family. A middle-aged man on the alchemy platform had a sharp aura, directly locking onto the Wang family head.
The rules of the Beizhou alchemy competition cannot be broken.
An expert from a major alchemy sect in Beizhou
also stared coldly at the Wang family head, whose heart chilled. Several auras locked onto him. If he dared to make a move, these people, in order to win over Wang Luo, definitely wouldn't hold back.
He regretted it endlessly in his heart. Wang Luo's alchemy talent was actually so astonishing.
Refining a heaven pill with Emperor Realm cultivation.
What kind of terrifying talent was this?
With this alchemy skill alone, countless experts stuck at the peak of the Reverence Realm would beg him. Even Heaven Realm experts would treat him as an honored guest. Besides, it was almost certain he would break through to the Heaven Realm himself.
The Wang family's loss was too great, and after this incident, the Wang family would become the laughingstock of Beizhou.
Even the laughingstock of the entire Beiyou. It was foreseeable. As long as Wang Luo didn't die for a day, the Wang family would have no chance to rise.
Choosing between Wang Luo and the Wang family, as long as they weren't fools, the experts of the major powers knew how to choose. This brat must die. The Wang family head's killing intent surged. Made up his mind. Must find an opportunity to eliminate this scourge Wang Luo.
Chu Xian didn't continue watching. It was expected that the Wang family would take action. Wang Luo naturally knew, other powers also understood.
They might even encourage the Wang family to act, then intervene to help when Wang Luo was in danger.
This way they could win Wang Luo over. No matter which power, possessing an alchemy genius like Wang Luo, their strength would increase. Chu Xian closed the Kuei-Tian mirror. Claimed the system reward, a small cauldron entwined with Dao rules, looking as if condensed from the Great Dao, appeared in his hand. Jinyun Dao Ding, entwined with Great Dao rules. Can refine pills, refine everything, suppress fortune. It is a powerful fortune treasure. Counting the URUE? Chu Xian now had 2 fortune treasures in his hand.
One changes fortune, one suppresses fortune. Chu Xian became even more convinced.
Children of fortune really need to be free-ranged to grow, and to more easily trigger system rewards.
Xiang Xian's current strength was low, and the Tian Dao plan couldn't do without him.
Otherwise, Chu Xian would also send him out.
Still too few disciples.
Must find a few more disciples with great fortune. Chu Xian was about to continue searching for Dao realm experts.
Su Xianer walked over with a troubled expression.
Sir, I don't know why, these past 2 days I feel rather uneasy.
It feels like something is about to leave me. Can you believe, this cute and naive little tiger is actually the ancestor of the Tian Huzu? A peerless overlord at the 16th pass of the Dao realm?
Yet now, he's been forcefully pulled into a chat group by the protagonist, just to liven up the group chat atmosphere, stir things up. Just moments ago, learning about Su Xianer's discomfort, Chu Xian was full of concern.
Since when did you start experiencing this?
Many days now. I didn't pay attention at first.
Thought it was due to cultivating too hastily. But recently, it feels more and more wrong. That feeling is just very desperate. Su Xianer, dressed as a maid, looked charmingly pitiful.
She had a special aura about her. At this moment, she was seriously recalling that feeling.
Chu Xian frowned slightly. Could it be from a few days ago, when I used the Qi Yun Rue to enhance Xianer's fortune?
If that's the case, the backlash should have hit me.
Why would it be Xianer?
At this moment, something seemed to be lingering around Su Xianer, affecting her.
Something's wrong.
Chu Xian's eyes flashed with golden light, Tianjin Shintong, heavenly insight divine eyes, to see what exactly was happening. Behind intricate strands of dark energy, a pair of invisible hands actually appeared, seeming to want to completely devour Su Xianer. So someone is causing trouble behind the scenes.
Chu Xian discovered Su Xianer's fortune was being affected by an unknown influence,
seemingly intending to weaken and seize her fortune. To possess such means, and specifically choosing Su Xianer to extract fortune from, it seems the person behind this
is most likely Xianer's former clan, the Su Jia. Regarding the way of fortune, Chu Xian didn't know much. Fortune is mysterious and profound. Even Dao realm experts cannot control it.
Unable to probe too deeply, unless they are experts specializing in the way of fortune.
Of course, it's also possible it's the other major power Xianer offended when she escaped the marriage before. The De Qiangong. Su Xianer possesses great fortune, and has the special Taiyin Xian Ti constitution. Affecting her fortune is not easy. Who exactly is using what means to affect Su Xianer? Chu Xian suddenly looked fierce. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Forget it. Chu Xian, don't care who you are, since you dare provoke me, then be prepared for complete annihilation of body and soul. Meanwhile, far away in Zhongzhou, inside the De Qiangong, a young man with a collapsed nose, a slightly crooked mouth, and asymmetrical eyes, held a glowing mysterious orb, calculating his own little schemes in his heart. Su Xianer, marrying you back then was doing you a favor. Yet you played the runaway bride with me, ignorant of your place. This time, with the fortune orb provided by your Su Jia, watch me drain all your fortune, ruin your path to the Tao. Then you'll obediently beg me to marry you. Suddenly, the orb he held in his hands shattered violently. His spiritual power raged uncontrollably, seeming like his body could explode at any moment. What's happening? The ugly youth let out a miserable scream. A loud bang echoed in the hall. The entire palace trembled. An old man appeared, coughing up blood, looking seriously injured. What happened? Am I going into Qi deviation? The old man was a Su Jia ancestral elder. At this moment, he was painfully recalling what went wrong just now. Looking up, he saw the Su family head had also arrived. His face was extremely grave and ugly. Why have you come? Ancestral elder, urgent news from De Qiangong. Says that person from De Qiangong is severely injured and crippled. The fortune orb also shattered. The family head hastily reported. Seeing this, the ancestral elder's expression changed drastically. This is backlash. What's more terrifying is, the fortune treasure actually shattered. This is one of the Su Jia's supreme treasures. Although it's just a treasure manifestation, this is a fortune treasure. Anything related to fortune is a supreme treasure, capable of stabilizing fortune. The Su Jia has lost the treasure that stabilizes fortune. Once we encounter calamity, without the fortune treasure stabilizing luck, the losses will increase exponentially. One of the ancestral elders glared furiously. Why lend the fortune treasure to seize that girl's fortune and force her back? How do we clean this up now? The Su family head's face was grim. The fortune treasure shattered. De Qiangong must give an explanation. Otherwise, the loss this time is immeasurable. And that detestable girl. We must find her, bring her back, and deal with her according to the rules. The old man paused deeply. With a wave of his hand, all right, don't worry about that wild girl for now. Go directly to negotiate with De Qian. We must get back the compensation we deserve. Also, don't mention the matter of me suffering backlash for now if possible. This matter must succeed, failure is not an option. After the ancestral elder finished speaking, he left indignantly. Seems that girl's fortune is extraordinary. She's simply someone we can't afford to provoke anymore. The scene at the Zhongzhou Su Jia. Chu Xian and Su Xianer were unaware of it, but Chu Xian knew. The person attempting to interfere with Su Xianer's fortune would definitely not have a good time. And Su Xianer also felt much better now. Half a month passed since the incident of Su Xianer's fortune being interfered with. Finally, on this day, the Sun Dao Jing tracked down a new Dao realm expert. The white dot on the mirror's surface gradually formed the shape of a tiger. Chu Xian was stunned. This time, the search found a non-human race Dao realm expert. Demon race, and tiger race at that. Moving this wisp of aura into the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, Chu Xian didn't immediately let the other party appear in the De Dao chat group. Instead, he first contacted them to understand the situation. Somewhere, in an unknown, distant place, on a mountaintop, lay a striped ferocious tiger. Even though it was just lying there, its aura retracted, that ferocity and domineering aura still spread out. Majestic looking. But when its slightly chubby head lifted, it gave off a somewhat naive feeling. Suddenly, the ferocious tiger woke from its sleep, letting out a roar. Hu Tai fiercely scanned the surroundings. Displaying his tiger might, his claws were also revealed, gleaming coldly. Just now, someone actually extracted a wisp of his aura. At this moment, he felt his Dao luck seemed to have established a connection with something. However, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find where that thing was or what it was. Encountered an expert? But Hu Tai wasn't panicked. He even felt contempt for the opponent, daring only to make small moves behind his back. He remained lying down, not getting up. Hu Tai, am just that brave. Little tiger? Suddenly, a message was transmitted. Manifesting within the Dao luck. Hu Tai transferred the manifested message to his paw. At this moment, he lifted his paw, looking at the message on it. He roared angrily, paw continuously slapping the mountaintop. Tiger eyes wide with anger, killing intent overflowing. Damn it. I am Hu Tai, ancestor of the Tian Hu Zhu. Peerless overlord of the 16th pass of the Dao realm. Which cowardly rat are you? Hiding your head, showing your tail, afraid to show yourself? Seeing Hu Tai's furious response, haha, so it's the little tiger from the Tian Hu Zhu. Being able to join the Digdao chat group is also your fortune. Hu Tai angrily slapped his paw, so hateful. How dare you look down on me, calling me little tiger? Damn it. For countless ages, no one has dared call him little tiger. Grandson, you just wait. If I catch you, you definitely won't have a good end. Such an irritable little tiger, truly naive and cute. I'm just afraid when you come, you'll be fine, but you won't be able to go back. Chu Xian wasn't flustered by Hu Tai's threat at all. Ignoring Hu Tai's roars, he pulled him into the Great Dao group. Immediately sent a message, announcement. Let's give the little tiger a welcome ceremony for joining the group first. Little tiger, hope you have fun in the group. Processing. Look. The girl is cultivating a strange technique. She placed herself inside a large wooden bucket, then closed her eyes tightly. Her cheeks slightly flushed, just as she was entering a good state. The atmosphere was ruined by a little tiger. The girl's name is Piao Ruoyun. She is the eldest disciple of the path-opening realm boss Hong Yuanchu. Just now, the long silent Digdao chat group. Hey. You have new messages, please check. Hong Yuanchu was focused on cultivation and didn't pay attention. Ding ding ding. New friend Hu Tai has joined the group chat. You can start chatting now. Piao Ruoyun was also busy cultivating a special technique. But after seeing the group message notification, she still showed interest. After all, there weren't many with the surname Hu, Tiger. Yin Kong watched silently, tears streaming down his face internally. A new group member has arrived. No, a new tiger. I just don't know what realm this newcomer is this time. Seeing everyone seem to be observing, Chu Xian introduced Hu Tai's cultivation realm again. Everyone please warmly welcome our new friend, the cute and naive Hu Tai of the Tian Hu Zhu, Dao Realm 16th Pass. Joining the Great Dao group, let's get acquainted. Meanwhile, Hu Tai entered the Great Dao group and continued roaring. And even intended to launch a map-wide attack. Damn it! The number one person of the majestic tiger clan. Saying I'm cute and naive? I'll bloody believe that. What Great Dao group? What are you things? Hiding and skulking. Dare to call yourselves the Great Dao? Come out if you have guts. Tiger Lord will tear you apart. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Humph. This tiger is an irritable simpleton. Hope he doesn't get beaten to death. I don't know where Dao Realm experts hide. Others should be able to find him, right? Dao Realm 16th Pass Cultivation. In the Great Dao group, he's the third from the bottom. The bottom one is undoubtedly Chu Xian. He's not even in the Dao Realm. So it's Hu Tai, that irritable, foul-mouthed little tiger is actually still alive? The first one to speak was Piao Ruoyun, Hong Yuanchu's eldest disciple. A female, judging by the tone, she knew Hu Tai. Hu Tai went berserk. Someone else called him little tiger again. Looks like he slept too long, hadn't been active, they forgot his tiger might. Fine. Don't you even ask around about my, Hu Tai, Tiger Lord's fame? Just these few crooked melons and split dates in your group. Courting death. State your names. Tiger Lord will come tear you up. Yo, you little tiger haven't changed that foul-mouthed habit yet? Want me, Piao Ruoyun, to help you change it again? Piao Ruoyun had just reached a good state in cultivation, feeling great. My name is Piao Ruoyun, do you remember? Piao Ruoyun? What kind of onion are you? Trying to show off in front of Tiger Lord? Hu Tai, in his anger, completely disregarded this woman. You call yourself Piao Ruoyun, floating like clouds? I might as well be Sha Chen Bao, Sandstorm. Wait a minute. Piao Ruoyun, this name. Why does it sound a bit familiar? Hu Tai was about to continue spraying insults. Suddenly, with a jolt, he subconsciously stood up. His paws stopped slapping the mountaintop. His tiger eyes widened immensely, not daring to move an inch. Hu Tai, speak up. Why no sound? Piao Ruoyun slowly opened her eyes, thinking it was a signal issue. Repeated again, Hu Tai, where are you now? Let's catch up, let's have a good, calm chat. Say something. Piao Ruoyun never imagined the previously arrogant Hu Tai was now nowhere to be seen. Turns out, he had already, with the speed of lightning covering one's ears to steal a bell, rushed to a pile of grass at the foot of the mountain, crying his eyes out. Piao Ruoyun. It's actually Pao Ruayun. Why is it Pao Ruayun again? Pao Ruayun is in here. A distant memory gradually surfaced. Back then, I was still a happy little tiger, frolicking freely in the forest that belonged to me. Until that woman appeared. At first, I resisted too, that woman. Tiger Tai's territory. Is it a place small shrimps like you can tread? Hurry up and roll over here, kowtow a few times to your tiger lord. Is that so? The woman sneered, humph. Clenched her fist. Looked at me with a cold face, then came a whirl of heaven and earth. Before I could even react, I was already picked up by that cold human woman, grabbing my tail. Little tiger, don't be so fierce. Otherwise, I'll peel your skin. Seeing I didn't speak, actually, I hadn't woken up yet, she actually used her tender white fingers to poke my belly. Look at your naive and chubby appearance, so cute. Repeat what you just said. Helplessly, had to act cute while starting to meow. Fairy sister. I'll never dare to be foul-mouthed again. I surrender, I surrender. Hu Tai almost broke out in a cold sweat. It was actually that terrifying woman. I'm not Hu Tai. I am Hu Tai, Fox Tai. I am from the Hu Zhu, Fox clan. I am a little fox, not a little tiger. Hu Tai hastily denied his identity. Hu Tai, quickly tell me where you are, I'll come find you. Haven't seen you for who knows how many years. Kind of miss you, seems necessary to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Pao Ruayun continued. Meow. Hu Tai completely chickened out. Didn't dare roar anymore, obediently sat on the ground, just wagging his tail. Fairy sister, my brain was oxygen deprived just now, I was talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, esteemed Elder O. Hong Yuanshu spoke up. Ruayun, is he that little tiger you caught back then and raised as a kitten? Yes, master. It's that naive, cute, but slightly irritable little tiger. Pao Ruayun ignored the technique she was cultivating. Stood up respectfully. Back then, I observed this little tiger, irritable yet naive, possessed great fortune, indeed. Being able to enter Brother Chu's great Tao group, his fortune is profound. Recalling past events from many years ago, Hong Yuanshu couldn't help but sigh. Master is right, this Hu Tai, if not for his profound fortune, with his irritable and naive personality, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Pao Ruayun was very happy to receive her master's approval. Hurriedly told Hu Tai to greet Master Hong. Hu Tai was extremely panicked. Even that terrifying big shot was in the great Tao group, and the one who called him Little Tiger just now was in existence on the same level as that big shot. I'm so panicked. Hu Tai felt he absolutely had to be cowardly at this moment. The reason he could live until now, and cultivate to the 16th pass of the Tao realm, besides fortune and talent, being cowardly was also key. Thinking back, to survive, he had acted cute quite a lot. Hu Tai greets Master Hong. Little Tiger was offensive just now, hope Senior can forgive me. No worries, won't argue with a little tiger like you. But Brother Chu inviting you into the group is your great fortune. Better thank Brother Chu. Hong Yuanshu recognized from the bottom of his heart this mysterious big shot Chu Xian. How could he steal the group owner's thunder in such a public setting? Brother Hong exaggerates. Our group is mainly for communication and exchange. Being able to come to this group is all fate. Besides, this tiger is also a young tiger cub. Tigers aren't afraid of people, right? Replied simply, continued to remain silent. Must maintain the demeanor of a big shot. Let these juniors chat in the great Tao group. Seeing this situation, the stone hanging in Hu Tai's heart finally fell. Thank you, Senior Chu, for your understanding. Junior will definitely get rid of this bad habit of speaking carelessly. Pao Ruayun was still asking about Hu Tai's location. Wu Fangsuan and Chu Xian also joined in. Finally, In Kong carefully participated in the topic. He was the scum of the group. Anyone could easily crush him. So he was extra cautious and careful, afraid one wrong word would get him hunted down and killed, in the great Tao group. He felt like he was back when he was weak, in that uneasy situation surrounded by experts. Junior In Kong greets big brother Hu Tai. Please take care of me in the future. Hu Tai's eyes lit up, so he wasn't the weakest one. There was someone weaker than him. After the initial panic, he calmed down. Pao Ruayun couldn't find his location through the great Tao group, so he was safe. Ah, little brother In. Big brother who will cover you from now on. If there's anything you don't understand, just come find big brother Hu. Hu Tai was very happy. With Hu Tai's joining the great Tao group, it became a bit livelier. Hu Tai was not only irritable, but also a simpleton. Extremely cowardly at critical moments, and also a chatterbox. He was the one who talked the most in the group. Perhaps excited about the great Tao group,
Or maybe pent up for too long, found something novel, full of interest. Chu Xian had been paying attention to the messages in the Great Tao group. The three path-opening realm bosses would occasionally say a sentence or two. Whenever this happened, Hu Tai would act cute to please the bosses. Truly a tiger spirit, forget it, let's continue cultivating. Suddenly, the system's reward sound rang out. Your disciple Wang Luo encountered a strong enemy pursuit, escaped into the Beizhou Valley. Obtained Fortune Earth Qi, reward, Epiphany of the Great Tao of Fortune.
Chu Xian was stunned. Wang Luo was being hunted? Didn't trigger the power he left him.
Should not have encountered a fatal crisis. Moreover, Wang Luo listened well, unless absolutely necessary, would never rely on the life-saving means he left behind.
Speaking of which, being hunted and still obtaining great fortune?
Seems children of fortune really need to be free-ranged.
Chu Xian didn't continue checking Wang Luo's situation. For a child of fortune, danger means opportunity.
They don't die so easily.
Chu Xian suddenly had a bold idea. If he could gather all the children of fortune, what reward would the system give? Regaining his senses, he thought,
forget it, focus on the present, eat one bite at a time. Still have to walk the path step by step. After all, I'm already floating high enough, must learn contentment. This time, the system's reward was an epiphany of the Great Tao of Fortune. The Great Tao of Fortune is elusive, mysterious, and profound. Among the many great Taos, it's one of the hardest to cultivate, hardest to gain epiphany and comprehend. Chu Xian was very excited. Epiphany of the Great Tao of Fortune meant he would obtain the methods of the Way of Fortune. Using the Qi Yun Rue and Jin Yun Dao Ding would become even easier. Able to exert their power even more, claim system reward. Instantly, Chu Xian entered a mysterious and profound state. In a trance, it felt like he had arrived on the Great Tao again. This was a mystical state of epiphany. Why is fortune hard to describe? Mysterious and profound. Cannot be accurately stated, don't know how long passed. Chu Xian woke up from the state of epiphany. At this moment, he had an understanding of fortune. Had a mysterious and profound clarity. With his current realm, wanting to completely penetrate its mysteries is truly harder than ascending to heaven. However, just being immersed in fortune here, also gained much insight into using the Rue and Dao Ding. Why not enjoy it? While thinking, a strand of mysterious and profound auspicious fortune she wrapped around Chu Xian's body. As if it could influence all fates. This is the Great Tao of Fortune. Chu Xian sighed. The Way of Fortune is too mystical, and too powerful. If one masters the Great Tao of Fortune, one can avoid countless crises, no longer encounter any danger. Wherever one is, fortune will be there. When encountering crises, experts will come to help. Killing people without needing to act personally. A very terrifying and profound Great Tao. By then, I am fortune, fortune is also me. Loving family, everyone is familiar with that, right? But have you ever seen a chat group that pulls in animals every few days? Yesterday it was a big tiger, today it's a little tiger. Tomorrow, a nine-tailed fox will be pulled in directly. This group is eternally indestructible, eternally imperishable, uniquely handsome, great virtue, great power. Supreme Holy, number one Great Tao venerable of all heavens and myriad realms, Chu Xian, created. Ostensibly, it's to facilitate communication among Tao realm and above experts in this world, but actually, it's to fool everyone into providing a continuous stream of Tao luck for his small world. Just now, Chu Xian took out the Wan Tian mirror, inputting spiritual power. Began randomly connecting to various regions. Recently, to search for Tao realm experts, he kept fiddling with the Sun Dao Jing. The frequency of using the Wan Tian mirror decreased. Must increase usage frequency. What if he connects to a child of fortune? The screen showed a wave of turbulence. Chu Xian closed the Wan Tian mirror, then continued inputting spiritual power, surging ocean, connected many times. Each time, gained nothing. Always saw a surging wave. Why does this Wan Tian mirror always connect to the sea? Could it be that after long use, it needs factory overhaul? Look at my universal repair little trick. Chu Xian didn't know. That surging ocean, exactly where in the 9 regions it was. Since it always connects to the sea, is the system hinting to me that there's something in the sea? But because my realm isn't high enough, I can't probe its mysteries? If that's truly the case, then I really need to carefully explore the 9 regions' various rivers, lakes, and seas. Wan Tian mirror, open. The screen showed a small, barren mountaintop. Chu Xian suddenly felt why this scene seemed so familiar. Zooming in, on that mountaintop lay a striped ferocious tiger. No way, it's Hu Tai again. Can the Wan Tian mirror connect to him twice? Is this simpleton tiger's fortune that ridiculous? The ferocious tiger on the mountaintop looked very similar to the Siberian tiger from his previous life,
just slightly larger. But looking closely, it didn't feel like Hu Tai.
This one looked even sillier than Hu Tai. Seeing the tiger, Chu Xian couldn't help but think of Hu Tai from the Great Tao group.
The ancestor of the Tian Huzu, always acting cute. The tiger lying on the barren mountain squinted its eyes, listless, as if having suffered some setback, lost the will to strive. This was a tiger that chose to lie flat. Better check with the Tianji Tan Yuan Shu. Can't look too much at simpletons like Hu Tai.
Chu Xian immediately checked the origin of the tiger on the barren mountain.
Tiger, Tianya, former young master of the Tian Huzu, the demon race's hegemon race.
Due to laziness, unwilling to transform, often maintained beast form. Was scorned, deemed beast nature unchanged, unteachable.
Stripped of the Tian Huzu young master position.
Because of losing the Tian Huzu young master position, his fiancée, the Qingjiaozhu princess, parted ways with him.
In grief and indignation, left the Tian Huzu clan, wandering the heavens. Tiger clan child of fortune. Chu Xian, just encountered the Tiger clan's child of fortune? Hu Tai's race?
Looking at the information from the Tianji Tan Yuan Shu, Chu Xian was speechless. This Hu Tianya is quite the oddball.
Which demon race doesn't transform? Chu Xian hesitated. Should he accept Hu Tianya as a disciple? This guy isn't quite proper.
But thinking of his identity as the Tiger clan child of fortune, Chu Xian didn't want to give up. After all, encountering a child of fortune
is very difficult.
Even if this Hu Tianya isn't a child of fortune, he's at least a grandchild of fortune. Being a bit naive is fine. Accepting him isn't a loss, but why is this tiger still sleeping?
What dream is he having?
Hu Tianya's eyes were slightly closed. Felt his tiger life was bleak, showing no fighting spirit.
He just wanted to lie down now, never wanted to move again. Young master position stripped.
Fiancé also rejected him, he felt very wronged.
What's wrong with revealing his true form? Why must he transform?
But thinking of the Qingjiao princess, that slender, graceful waist, that stunning face, now had nothing to do with him. No more chance to glimpse her beauty, he felt heartbroken.
Transform? He had thought about transforming too.
However, an inheritance from deep within his bloodline, from a certain ancestor, made him choose not to transform. The inheritance said, the Tian Huzu, only by maintaining tiger form, is safest, is strongest. Once encountering a strong enemy, when unable to win, can lower head and submit.
Can also roll over, revealing chubby belly. Showing one's harmless, and also cute side. This way, strong enemies would hesitate to kill. At worst, just captured as a pet. This move is especially effective against female experts. Ha ha ha.
Seeing Hu Tianya acting like a good tiger, cowering and acting cute even in his dreams,
Chu Xian was stunned. Damn, are you this straightforward? I haven't even spoken yet. Haven't threatened yet. Haven't even revealed a sliver of aura. And you're already submitting and acting cute? For some reason, looking at Hu Tianya's cute posture,
Chu Xian felt it was very familiar, extremely familiar.
Hu Tai. Hu Tai from the Great Tao group.
Every time the three-path opening realm expert spoke, he looked exactly like this.
Directly condensing this cute form with Tao luck. Damn, is this inherited? Chu Xian couldn't help suspecting. Could Hu Tianya be Hu Tai's son? But impossible. Hu Tai is who knows how many generations old ancestor of the Tian Huzu. How could he have such a young son? Besides, Hu Tai isn't in the Tian Huzu clan either. Chu Xian felt Hu Tianya's cowering cute posture was definitely inherited. Could it be awakening ancestral bloodline? Making his bloodline closer to Hu Tai? Thus inheriting from Hu Tai? Very possible. Little tiger, are you willing to enter my tutelage? Chu Xian had a headache. Accepting Hu Tianya as a disciple? This guy doesn't transform. Isn't he just like a tiger? Accept him as a mount? Too weak. Hu Tianya nodded furiously. Even let out a cute meow.
Chu Xian was instantly bewildered.
Damn it, you're a tiger, not a cat. Speak. You're a tiger, not a cat.
Chu Xian's face darkened. Master above, Hu Tianya greets Master.
What instructions does Master have? Junior will definitely do his utmost to complete them. Will absolutely not disappoint Senior in the slightest. This guy is quite clever.
Immediately acknowledged him as Master, very much in Hu Tai's style.
Alright. Quickly transform into human form for me. Don't pull this cute and cheap trick on me. In front of Master, you can rest assured and transform. Otherwise, you can only be a mount, not a disciple.
Chu Xian said with a dark face.
Yes, master. Hu Tianya nodded. The status difference between a mount and a disciple is self-evident. Hu Tianya wasn't stupid, naturally knew how to choose. Saw his figure shift. After a moment, a tiger-headed fellow appeared on the barren mountain, wearing striped clothes. Looking at the transformed Hu Tianya, Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Truly tiger-headed, still retaining the appearance of a tiger head. Only the body transformed into human form. Don't follow Hu Tai's ways. From now on, I am your master. Guarantee you'll win back the princess, surpass your ancestor Hu Tai. However, if master finds you pulling these cute life-saving tricks again, I'll just take you as a mount. Okay, master. Disciple Hu Tianya will never act cute again. Hu Tianya lowered his head and said, as soon as his voice fell, you have accepted the Tiger Clan Child of Fortune as a disciple. Reward, Gung Jin by Hu Ju, Metal White Tiger Art. As expected, the system's reward arrived. Naturally, it was the most suitable cultivation technique for Hu Tianya. Chu Xian checked the introduction of Gung Jin by Hu Ju. Cultivating this technique can enhance bloodline, transforming into the divine beast White Tiger. Specializes in killing techniques, masters the great Tao of Gung Metal. AI, this tiger really causes worry. Don't know if he'll go astray in the future. But regarding his own collection of Children of Fortune goal, another step closer. Still need to hurry. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Children of Fortune, heed my command. Quickly come to my side. Go! After a mysterious ritual, Chu Xian once again activated the Wan Tian mirror. Chu Xian finally searched out another Dao realm expert. Looking at the appearance revealed on the mirror surface, Chu Xian was stunned. What's going on? Is today Demon Race Day? Ching Chinger, Nine-Tailed Green Fox, Dao Realm 17th Pass Cultivation, one of the Fox clan ancestors. Another demon race. And a nine-tailed fox. Mentioning nine-tailed foxes, Chu Xian's mind couldn't help but conjure descriptions like enchanting all living beings, charming the world, etc. Are the nine-tailed foxes of the 9 regions like this too? Looking at the Sun Dao Jing, Chu Xian felt regretful. The Sun Dao Jing couldn't find information about Dao realm experts. Otherwise, one look would reveal the opponent's strength and appearance, but this time it's finally a proper person. Always getting tigers isn't good, let's pull her into the group first. Welcome Huzus, Fox Clans, Ching Chinger, Dao Realm 17th Pass, entering the loving family of the Great Dao Group. Sly Fox, you came too? Hu Tai saw it was his old acquaintance. His bad habit of speaking without thinking acted up again. Old Tai, are you looking for death? So many years, still don't brush your teeth? Do you still remember that old man full of ribs? The one who spent 10,000 years cultivating to the peak of the heaven realm, yet was still mocked as useless trash, Run Shanha? Today, he finally broke through to the God realm. Just now, Chu Xian was surprised to find the past year actually had 365 days. And he hadn't found any more Dao realm experts. Strength, however, increased by 2 levels. Reaching the 5th level of the God realm. Comprehension of the Wenji Dao Zi also deepened, and could preliminarily use the power of Wenji Dao Zi. What made Chu Xian regretful was, whether it was Dingyu, Wan Luo, or Mofo. None triggered system rewards for him again. Worth mentioning is, Chu Pingfan had already broken through to the 9th level of the True Realm. Currently accumulating for the breakthrough to the Emperor Realm. Chu Xian looked forward to him setting a record for breaking through to the Emperor Realm. The reward then would surely be generous. Bao Hongyan is here? Didn't expect just after promoting him to be the Heiyulu's Lanzhou representative, he dug up new intelligence. Chu Xian was daydreaming. Heard Bao Hongyan's voice from outside the door, Sir. Bao Hongyan requests an audience. Chu Xian rewarded his strong work ability. Let him cultivate in the small world for a period. Now just helped him break through to the earth realm. Simultaneously taught him the secret technique of refining heart and form. Implementation of the Tian Dao plan, various methods, Bao Hongyan contributed greatly, and his ability was outstanding. Therefore, gained Chu Xian's favor. Allowed him to report directly at any time. Did you dig up intelligence on the person behind Heiyulu? Chu Xian's voice came from the courtyard. Sir, subordinate was incompetent, the true controller of Heiyulu. Currently still no clues. Hearing this, Chu Xian became curious. Then why did you come today? What are you reporting? Subordinate is here to report intelligence related to the Jean Nemo Gudi. Bao Hongyan said respectfully. Jean Nemo Gudi? Are those few small powers causing trouble again? Chu Xian asked doubtfully. Now, the entire Beiyu was under the cover of the Tian Dao plan. Chu Xian became the observer behind the scenes.
Therefore, the secret matters he could learn about increased. Sir is wise. Lanzhou's 3 sects in 2 countries frequently communicate with their backing powers, discussing actions regarding the Zhan Mogudi. The major powers of Beiyu have also begun discussing the quotas for Zhan Mogudi. To decide the number of quotas, they even decided to hold a quota competition. Young talents from major powers will participate. Whichever power wins gets allocated more spots. Of course, rogue cultivators can also participate. After all, there are quite a few experts among rogue cultivators. Completely excluding rogue cultivators could easily cause trouble. Therefore, giving a certain number of spots to appease the experts among rogue cultivators. Bao Hongyan reported as detailedly as possible, afraid the master in the courtyard would miss the slightest bit of news. Chu Xian listened to Bao Hongyan's report, thinking inwardly, these powers aren't that useless after all. Still have some little tricks. Then decided to let Wan Luo and Ding Yu participate together. Xiang Xing should also participate. After all, a competition involving the entire Beiyu, the chance of triggering system rewards is high. Hongyan, your work efficiency is getting higher and higher. Come in and talk. Hearing Chu Xian affectionately call him Hongyan, and issuing an invitation to enter the courtyard, Bao Hongyan felt extremely honored. Yes, sir. Regarding the recent movements and secrets of several powers in Lanzhou, is there anything worth reporting? Facing Chu Xian, continued asking about some details. Bao Hongyan reported accordingly, no particularly valuable intelligence. Still the same old story, planting spies in each other. However, among the Qin family's upper echelons, one person has been infiltrated by De Qiangong. Do we need to remind the Qin family? No need, let them handle it themselves. We won't interfere. After all, it doesn't involve the direct interests of the Chu family. Chu Xian felt there was no need to intervene. Right, how is the usage of communication talismans in Beiyu? The movements of major powers in Beiyu were all under Chu Xian's control. Certain powers' secret operations, he knew them all clearly. But there were still some small powers Chu Xian couldn't be sure about. So he asked. Received Bao Hongyan's affirmative answer, completely covered. In Beiyu, nothing can be hidden from master. Nice. No one knew that what they considered secrets were not secrets at all to a certain someone. Seems the Tian Dao plan's implementation in Beiyu was very successful. Hongyan, you handled this matter well. This is your reward, pills for breaking through to the Emperor realm. Chu Xian casually threw over a bottle of Didan. For him to consolidate the Emperor realm. Thank you, master, for your great kindness. This reward directly stunned Bao Hongyan. You know, there are only a few Didan in the entire Nanzhou. Not to mention such high-quality Didan, and a whole bottle. After simple instructions, Bao Hongyan left. Chu Xian leisurely basked in the sun in the courtyard, humming a little tune. Your name disciple Rinshanghe comprehended the great Tao of Yin and Yang, life and death cycles, broke through to the God realm. Reward, 500 years of cultivation. The system's rewards suddenly arrived. Rinshanghe broke through to the God realm? A bit faster than expected. Surpassing Nanwo Fachuo, becoming the first person under Chu Xian to break through to the God realm. Io, not bad. Good things come in pairs. Seems it still has to be the old man. Don't look at him being quiet all the time, but he can always give me some unexpected surprises. Ha ha ha. Must give the old man an extra chicken leg. Let him keep up the good work. Chu Xian took out the Wan Tian mirror. Connecting to Rinshanghe, at this moment, Rinshanghe looked much more spirited, worthy of someone who broke through to the God realm. Greetings, world-honored one. Disciple Rinshanghe, thanks to world-honored one's teachings, finally broke through to the God realm. From the Wan Tian mirror came Rinshanghe's extremely respectful figure. Shanghe, you being able to break through to the God realm and regain your youth. Master is very gratified. Chu Xian used the Han Tian Shen Xiang, vast heaven divine image. A mysterious and unfathomable image stood before Rinshanghe. Rinshanghe was extremely respectful, prostrating on the ground. Disciple, thanks to Master's help, otherwise would have long been dried bones, let alone breaking through to the God realm. To repay Master's kindness, Disciple will definitely do his utmost in the future, willing to perform loyal service. Shanghe, you are thoughtful. Master indeed has a matter for you to handle. Recalling what Bao Hongyan mentioned just now, the Zhan Mogudi quota competition 10 years later, Chu Xian couldn't help but want to add insurance for his disciples. After all, having a God realm expert present ensures complete safety. The 9 regions are about to face turmoil. Go to Beiyu Nanzhou in 10 years, Master. What turmoil will the 9 regions face? Renshangha naturally didn't know about the matter of the small Jean Mo Gudi and the small Nanzhou.
So he asked. 10 years later, you will naturally know. Master will have arrangements then.
Chu Xian slowly said, these are Xinyuan pills, can help you consolidate your cultivation.
God realm is not your endpoint. In these 10 years, you must cultivate diligently, don't slack off.
Immediately transmitted over dozens of high-grade Xinyuan pills. Even a cultivation prodigy like Renshangha had never seen so many high-grade Xinyuan pills. Happily accepted them all. Disciple remembers Master's teachings.
All right.
Master has other matters to attend to, let's part here.
Chu Xian was preparing to close the Wan Tian mirror. The studious Renshangha, how could he let go of the chance to ask for guidance? Looked at Chu Xian with eager eyes.
Master, disciple still has some trivial cultivation matters.
Wish to trouble Master. Look at the blackboard. Your disciple Mofo spread Buddhist Dharma, converted 100,000 Buddhist followers. Dominating a region, reward, De Qian Hua Shen Shu, great thousand incarnation art. The system's rewards suddenly arrived. Converted 10,000 Buddhist followers?
Chu Xian was surprised.
Is this kid that sharp? How long has it been? Mofo has already converted believers.
And 10,000 at that, turning demons into Buddhas. Truly taking the first step, taking out the Wan Tian mirror.
Connecting to Mofo, inside a certain tribe in the MOU. At this moment, waves of chanting sound came from the tribe. Buddhist light enveloped the tribe, dispersing the dark demonic chi.
On a high platform, Mofo, dressed in crimson monk robes, sat cross-legged, solemn and dignified. Full of the demeanor of a high monk, below, regardless of gender or age, all were very piously chanting Buddhist scriptures. At this time, they were converting themselves, transforming their demonic power into Buddhist power, switching to cultivating Buddhist techniques. Mofo already had the cultivation of the 6th level of the Emperor realm. It had been half a year since he arrived at this tribe,
wanting to spread Buddhist Dharma in the demonic domain, turning demons into Buddhas.
The first thing he thought of was the various places in the MOU, the bottom-tier demon race members. These bottom-tier MOU demon race members had impure bloodlines, limited talent. Most reached their limit after breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, this was regarding their identity as demons. Once they had sufficient comprehension ability, a pious heart towards Buddha, their talent couldn't be low. Such a vast number of bottom-tier demon race members specializing in Buddhist cultivation
would inevitably produce many with deep understanding of Buddhist Dharma.
People with outstanding talent for Buddhist cultivation, especially those personally converted by him. Their comprehension of Buddhist Dharma and piety reached a not low level. After all, it's no longer their upper limit. Breaking through to the heaven realm is only a matter of time.
So Mofo came to the tribe, converting the demon race members in the tribe, spreading Buddhist Dharma. All beings are equal, not to mention turning all into the Buddhist race.
At least the MOU will be dominated by the Buddhist race, the demon race will decline.
Surviving in the cracks, Amitba. Benefactor, you have an affinity with my Buddha. Where did this bald head come from, swindling again here? After brainwashing our village, now you come here?
A voice full of curses came from outside the cave, causing some believers with weak willpower to waver in their faith.
Mofo calmly said, Benefactor, you are offending my Buddha, a heinous crime, you should lay down your butcher knife.
Take refuge in my Buddha, only then can you wash away your sins.
Damn you, you're the one committing heinous crimes.
The young girls in our village were also brainwashed by you. Now they've all shaved their heads to become nuns.
Where am I supposed to find a partner?
Bald head, take this. The newcomers slowly approached, everyone exclaimed.
Isn't this old Li's eldest son from the neighboring village? What's gotten into him? Why is he causing trouble here? Also, last month you flattened my uncle's city, and beat my uncle until his body and soul were destroyed. Calling it deliverance? Deliver your old mother. So the young man was actually here for revenge for the city lord who was destroyed by Mofo some time ago. Now that I've broken through to the true realm, I'm here to seek bloody vengeance from you. Just obediently accept your death. Baldy. As he spoke, true chi condensed in the young man's hand, ready to strike. My Buddha is merciful.
Mofo's expression remained unchanged.
Lightly sighed, gently pushed out a palm. A faint golden halo appeared in his palm.
A dazzling spiritual power shot out from the center of the halo towards the young man.
Hey! I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll lay down the butcher knife now.
I'll take refuge now. In just an instant, the young man spat blood. Unable to resist at all, he flew out of the cave.
Mofo looked at the puff of white smoke outside the cave entrance. Still just sighed lightly, Ba. Good.
This method stunned everyone, especially those indecisive ones. Too damn simple and brutal.
Is this the heaven-defying method of the great mighty Upper Buddha? Not even dregs left. Too terrifying. Goodness, goodness. This evildoer spoke wildly, disturbing my Buddha's peace. Truly sinful, sinful. Mofo stayed in the tribe. People in the tribe could only convert, not leave.
Immediately, Buddhist light enveloped the tribe. The sound of chanting began to rise. I have already helped him achieve deliverance. Now please be quiet, everyone.
Don't be.
Before he finished speaking, disharmonious voices sounded again from outside the cave.
You perverse bald donkey spreading heresy. Dare to harm my brother's life. I'll fight you.
Approaching closer, my goodness, it was old Li's younger son.
These two kids are quite tough.
The crowd started discussing again.
Isn't that right? This is the rhythm of lining up to enter the ancestral grave.
Saw that kid holding a kitchen knife in one hand, fist clenched in the other. Standing at the cave entrance shouting, I am already true realm second level. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I can still let you die a quick death.
Saw the Buddhist light bloom. A palm struck out, another bang. Directly sent the two brothers to reunite, Ba. Sinful. Seems I haven't done well enough. Cannot let all beings in the world feel my Buddha's great thorough enlightenment concept. Must try harder. Make further efforts for the universal salvation of all beings. As soon as Mofo said this,
it directly caused some with weak wills, easily swayed people, to be immediately converted and take refuge, specializing in Buddhist cultivation.
Demonic power began transforming into Buddhist power. After tasting the sweetness, became even more pious. Chu Xian's mouth twitched.
Worthy of being called Mofo, demon Buddha, truly full of demonic nature, he was thinking.
Is Mofo's method right or wrong? According to his style, how does it not resemble Buddha? It's more damn like a demon. He wants to convert demons to Buddha, not become more demonic than demons. Should I correct him or not? Chu Xian hesitated. Ultimately decided not to interfere for now. First check the system reward. Claim this De Qian Hua Shen Shu and see its effect. De Qian Hua Shen Shu, one thought transforms myriad bodies, enlightenment becomes incarnation. Incarnations number in the thousands, omnipresent. A very powerful incarnation technique.
Not an ordinary cloning method, cultivating the De Qian Hua Shen Shu, one person is 1,000 troops, incomparably powerful. Chu Xian claimed the reward, the De Qian Hua Shen Shu information poured in.
Immediately entered a mystical state of comprehension. After comprehending the De Qian Hua Shen Shu, Chu Xian's thought moved. Divine power surged in his body. Instantly, an incarnation appeared. The incarnation possessed 90% of Chu Xian's strength,
and its thinking was unified with Chu Xian's. Combat awareness was also unified. Chu Xian continued to split off incarnations. After a while, dozens of incarnations appeared in the courtyard. The weakest also had 60% of Chu Xian's strength. Splitting off so many incarnations, Chu Xian himself felt the consumption of divine power and divine soul power, but after one pill, quickly recovered. This De Qian Hua Shen Shu is extremely powerful, and it's a great art pointing directly to the great Tao. Splitting incarnations consumes little from the main body. It seems that mystically, the main power of each incarnation comes from the great Tao. Precisely because of this, the consumption for the main body is so small. With a thought, all incarnations disappeared, returning to the main body. Chu Xian felt slightly regretful in his heart. The De Qian Hua Shen Shu is certainly mystical and powerful. However, his incarnations couldn't leave the courtyard. He didn't dare gamble that after the incarnation left, it wouldn't be judged by the system as ending the seclusion record. So even though he had many ideas to cause trouble with the De Qian Hua Shen Shu, they couldn't be implemented. De Qian Hua Shen Shu, a great art pointing directly to the great Tao. Ordinary people would find it difficult to comprehend and cultivate, even Tao realm experts. Mastering it would be extremely difficult, let alone like Chu Xian, freely splitting off incarnations at will. Chu Xian thought of his disciples, all children of fortune, guys skilled at causing trouble. An incarnation technique is very suitable for them. Half a month later, Chu Xian suddenly received a piece of information. The Xia Wangting, evil king court, had changed masters. More accurately, the old evil king and young evil king stepped down. The power behind the Xia Wangting quietly arrived in Nanzhou, taking charge of the Xia Wangting. That person came from the Hanluanyu, Chaos Prison, De Xiagong, Great Evil Palace, and was the De Xiagong Xia Zi, Evil Son. The supporting power behind the Xia Wangting. Now, everything in the Xia Wangting was decided by the Xia. The old evil king was driven to the Han Luanyu to fend for himself. And the evil king, although still nominally the lord of the king court, actually had no power left. His situation probably wouldn't be too good. The most miserable was the young evil king.
For some unknown reason, the Xia just didn't like him. Severely tortured the young evil king for several days, leaving him half dead. Too tragic.
Finally, saved by a new wife who sacrificed her life, escaped the Xia Wangting, fleeing into the vast mountains, whereabouts unknown. After this huge change, the evil cultivators of the king court cheered.
The familiar king court was finally back.
Evil cultivators who rose due to the evil king's new laws initially were all ostracized, even killed. The change in the Xia Wangting wasn't very loud. It seems the Xia didn't want to expose too quickly the fact that the Xia Wangting had changed owners. Superficially, the evil king was still in charge. The Xia was very low-key.
Chu Xian indeed knew the Xia, worthy of the title Xia. In terms of brutality, not much less than the young evil king back then.
The Xia Wangting change came too quickly. Chu Xian realized Nanzhou was about to undergo changes. The people and powers who initially laid out plans for the Zhan Mogudi would all start appearing, before the Zhan Mogudi officially opened. There would be a round of contention. He didn't care how the evil king would fare.
Even less concerned if the young evil king would die.
1 month later, Chu Xian was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes.
The evil king had fallen. Immediately investigated through the Tian Dao talisman. Finally learned the reason for the evil king's fall. The young evil king was the evil king's biological son.
Being treated so brutally and cruelly by the Xia, how could he, the father, not be angry? So he was bent on retaliating against the Xia. Finally found an opportunity, launched a sudden sneak attack. As a result, the evil king fell. The cultivation gap between them was too large. Even a sneak attack was useless. Chu Xian shook his head. The evil king was truly tragic. The evil king wasn't considered his subordinate. Judging from the current situation, he was also a useless pawn. Dead is dead, no one would avenge the evil king.
And the young evil king lacked the ability to seek revenge.
Facing the Desiegang Xia, him, a mere down-and-out young evil king, where would he get the strength for revenge?
He wasn't the child of fortune of Nanzhou either. Unless the young evil king had great fortune and could rise against the odds, otherwise, revenge was hopeless.
Shaking his head, didn't continue paying attention to the Xia Wangting matters, finished cultivating. Chu Xian routinely took out the Sun Dao Jing to search. Dao realm experts. It had been a long time since adding new members to the Great Dao Group. The next transformation of the Yuan Chu Dao Jing was approaching. Adding a new member could accelerate the transformation process. The pointer on the mirror surface spun.
Originally thought it would be empty again. Suddenly, a faint dark shadow appeared on the mirror surface. Chu Xian was stunned. Why a dark shadow? Is it a special Dao realm expert? Helplessness in his heart. The Sun Dao Jing couldn't find information on Dao realm experts.
Could only, as usual, make contact first. Inside a deep, dark cave.
A figure, seemingly illusory yet real, sat cross-legged on a stone platform in the cave.
His body resembled a divine soul, yet wasn't a divine soul. Between illusion and reality, on his body, faintly emanated a wisp of cold aura. Suddenly, his body solidified, standing up. A grave expression appeared on his cold face, whispering sternly, "Who?" A gentle voice came, "Hello, little friend. I wander the great Dao searching for fated individuals. Little friend was fortunate enough to be contacted.
May I know which clan little friend is from? What is your cultivation?" Hearing this, the woman suddenly became nervous. "Who are you?" "I am a path opener. Would little friend be willing to share information?"
"I have a great Dao group, with path opening fellow Daoists inside, and Dao realm little friends. Would you be willing to enter?"
The voice was gentle, without any hostility, the tone of a benevolent senior. Path opener?
Yusu's heart leaped. He weighed the pros and cons.
Should he make contact? Could this be a trap? In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the great fortune of connecting with a path opener. Spoke, Junior Yusu, Dao Realm 13th Pass, from the Yuzu. Yuzu?
Chu Xian hadn't heard of it, probably a small clan.
But a race with a Dao Realm 13th Pass expert, how could it be unknown? Could it be because they were too low-key?
Dao Realm 13th Pass, in the Great Dao Group, besides Chu Xian, ranked second to last in strength. Even so,
still crushed In Kong, Chu Xian couldn't help but mourn for In Kong.
The first person to enter the Great Dao Group ended up being the bottom existence.
"Little friend Yusu, then please enter the Great Dao Group." Chu Xian moved Yusu into the Great Dao Group. "There's a new member." Little friend Yusu from the Yuzu, Dao Realm 13th Pass Cultivation. Chu Xian introduced in the group. Hong Yuanshu actually appeared immediately. Yuzu?
In the last Dao Yuan's great defeat, they were exterminated in the 9 regions.
To think there are still Dao Realm existences? Ruo Xian spoke next. Since there are still Dao Realm existences, fated by the Dao, why hasn't the Yuzu been active? Could it be little friend Yusu rose in the last Dao Yuan?
Yusu felt a jolt in his heart. He sensed the members in the great Dao group.
Their displayed names: Hong Yuanshu, human race Hong Zhu, ancestor Hong. Shu Yan, Hong Yuanshu's close friend.
Glancing through, all were top experts, strength all above his. Especially the 3 path opening realm experts, those were legendary existences.
Yusu greets human race Hong Zhu. Greets all seniors.
Hong Yuanshu sighed. In the last Dao Yuan, the Yuzu was also a strong race.
Especially their possession ability. Many human race prodigies were possessed by the Yuzu back then.
Caused quite a bit of trouble.
Yusu remains silent.
Back then, an incomparably powerful ancestor of the Yuzu died at Hong Yuanshu's hands.
Little friend Yusu, no need to worry. The great Dao left the Yuzu a sliver of life. We will not exterminate you completely. The past grievances have all dispersed like smoke.
Hong Yuanshu continued speaking. Yusu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid experts like Hong Yuanshu, upon learning the Yuzu wasn't extinct, would once again hunt down Yuzu experts.
That would definitely be a disaster. Thank you, Senior Hongzu. Yusu hurriedly thanked him.
In Kong looked at the messages in the group.
Almost burst into tears. Another new member joined the group. Yet he was still the one at the bottom. Everyone in the group is a big shot, only I am scum.
In Kong seemed to feel the Great Dao's deep malice towards him. Before entering the Great Dao group, he was an ancestor-level existence, incomparably powerful. People currying favor with him were numerous.
Peerless expert of the 3rd pass of the Dao realm.
After entering the Great Dao group, 3rd pass of the Dao realm was just a slightly larger ant.
Scum-like existence. In Kong greets Sister Yusu.
In Kong hurriedly greeted the new member. Must build good relations.
Everyone in the group is a big shot.
Maybe in the future, he'd need group members backing. Especially those few path opener bosses. If he encountered an attack from a Dao realm expert stronger than himself, he could bring out the backers from the group. Chu Xian silently watched the chat in the group the whole time. Yuzu suffered a great defeat in the last Dao Yuan, almost exterminated.
No wonder there are Dao realm experts, yet the 9 regions hadn't heard of the Yuzu's existence. Probably hiding in some corner, barely surviving.
And afraid of being discovered, leading to the complete annihilation of the Yuzu. In the long history of the 9 regions, who knows how many races have perished? And who knows how many races only have a spark left, barely surviving?
Currently ruling the 9 regions are the human, demon, and Yao races. Chu Xian couldn't help but think of Mofo. His plan of turning demons into Buddhas, after several years, would the demon race become like the Yuzu now? The Buddhist race replacing the demon race's position?
The Yao race also seemed to be in decline compared to their peak, the 9 regions. Currently, only the human race remained at its peak.
What will happen when this Dao Yuan reaches its end? In the next Dao Yuan, will new races rise? Chu Xian didn't know what the end of a Dao Yuan meant.
What kind of impact it would bring, he had a premonition.
The end of a Dao Yuan means the end of an era. Something big would definitely happen. At the border of Nanzhou and Dongzhou, in the vast mountains, a wretched figure trudged along. His pale face filled with extreme anger and resentment. Eyes bloodshot, aura chaotic. Clearly heavily injured, Xiazi. The young evil king gritted his teeth. Face distorted with hatred. Hand tightly clutching a communication talisman. The message on it told him the evil king had fallen. Xiazi. I will definitely kill you. The young evil king roared.
Crying while continuing to flee, however, feeling the increasingly dangerous aura behind him, he despaired. With his current strength and severely injured body, he couldn't escape at all.
Pucci suddenly stumbled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. An illusory figure appeared before him. Seemed like a divine soul, yet different from a divine soul. The young evil king's pupils shrank, hastily standing up. Wary of the figure ahead, the figure gradually solidified. A pale-faced young man appeared before him. Looking at the young evil king, seemingly contemplating something. The young evil king was secretly alarmed. The young man looked human, yet lacked the aura a human should have. His body faintly emitted an aura belonging to the Yuzu, not the human race. The young evil king retreated backwards, full of apprehension towards the young man.
He was severely injured now, easily taken advantage of.
Not bad either. Using this identity to investigate is also good.
The young man muttered to himself. Then his figure turned into an illusory shadow.
Suddenly lunged towards the young evil king. Get lost.
The young evil king raised his hand, striking with full force. However, the attack passed directly through the illusory figure.
Didn't block the opponent's pounce at all. Instantly, the young evil king felt as if possessed by something, gradually losing control of his body. Mental will was imprisoned. Seemed like the next moment, his mental will would be devoured and assimilated. The young evil king was horrified. What technique was the opponent using? To actually be able to possess.
Intense crisis washed over him. If he didn't act, he would soon be imprisoned.
Becoming a possessed puppet. Roaring lowly, letting out a beast-like roar.
A fierce glint flashed in the young evil king's eyes.
While his body wasn't completely out of control yet,
raised his hand, stabbed into his shoulder, blood gushed out, blood stain then became blood.
Transforming blood. Blood refinement. Blood-red aura instantly enveloped the young evil king.
The blood in his body seemed to boil. The power of blood refinement acted upon himself.
Although the young evil king didn't cultivate evil techniques, as the young evil king, how could he truly not understand evil techniques?
In a moment of crisis, the young evil king directly used his own blood as a medium, performed the blood refinement secret art, applying the blood refinement secret art to himself. Instantly, the young evil king felt his life force draining. Mental will burning, seemed like it could extinguish at any moment.
Fierce determination flashed, took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it.
Hands again stabbed several blood holes in his body. Blood refine.
Refine blood. Refine flesh. Refine spirit. A miserable scream came from within the young evil king's body.
At the same time, the young evil king felt his own flesh and blood, spirit, about to be refined away. Just as he was about to collapse, a force emerged from within his body, repairing his flesh, blood, and mental will. That was the power gained from refining the possessor. Feeling the possessor seemed to want to escape.
Madness filled the young evil king's eyes, spiritual power surged. Forefinger madly tapped points on his body. Imprison.
Directly imprisoned himself with spiritual power, preventing the opponent from escaping.
Let me out quickly. Madman. You're a madman. You'll die too.
The young evil king remained unmoved, and frantically performed the blood refinement art,
simultaneously gritting his teeth, continuing to move forward.
After refining the strange person possessing him, he felt his physical body had changed.
Had a feeling of becoming illusory. Seemed like refining the strange person also granted him some of the strange person's weird abilities. But that weird ability was very weak.
Almost undetectable, the young evil king panted heavily. Injuries worsened, 1/3 of his blood evaporated directly. Injury upon injury, and damaged his foundation. Seemed to have cut off hope of breaking through to the emperor realm. The young evil king bit his lip. Despair flooded his mind. How to avenge this hatred? He was lost. Looking back, should I go to the Qin kingdom? Seeing her before dying would be good too. But can I even see her? The young evil king smiled bitterly. Continued forward with stumbling steps. Suddenly, his foot found empty air. His whole body fell down. Dazzling light appeared before his eyes, enveloping him. At the last moment, the young evil king saw himself swept by the light into an ancient palace. Inside, don't know how long passed. The young evil king woke from his coma, raised his head, found himself inside a palace. Surroundings silent, feeling the weakness of his body. The young evil king endured the pain racking his body, climbing up. The palace layout was very simple. Ahead was a stone table. On it were bottles and jars. Seemed there was also a book. The young evil king's breathing quickened. I've encountered a fortune. This is a place of inheritance left by an expert. He cried tears of excitement. Seemed to see hope for his rise. Saw hope for revenge. Stumbling towards the stone table. Just walking this short distance, he felt exhausted, legs weak. Shows how severe the injuries were. The young evil king collapsed onto the stone chair, looking at the bottles and jars on the stone table, and a book, first checking the healing pills. He was overjoyed to discover, among the pills, there were actually pills to restore damaged foundation, even pills to enhance talent. Great fortune! The young evil king cried tears of excitement, standing up from the stone chair. Knelt on the ground with a thud. Senior. Junior will definitely inherit your legacy. Will not tarnish your name. Thud. 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 The young evil king kowtowed 3 times loudly, expressing gratitude to this senior. returned to sitting on the stone chair, tremblingly reached out, picked up a medicine bottle, uncorked it, poured out a pill. This was a pill that replenishes blood in yuan qi, a healing pill. It was an emperor pill. Had a very strong effect even on emperor realm experts. The young evil king was merely a true realm warrior. One emperor pill down, the depleted blood would quickly be replenished. Swallowing the pill, the young evil king sat cross-legged on the stone chair, began refining the medicinal power, muttering, "Xiazi, you just wait. I will definitely kill my way back. I will definitely kill you. So what if you are the Desiegong Xiazi? I, young evil king, have such heavenly fortune. Annihilating your Desiegong in the future might not be impossible. Senior, your kindness in remaking me, I, young evil king, will never forget. Whatever wish you have, I will spend my entire life completing it for you." The young evil king was moved to tears, looking at the secret manual on the stone table. He was full of anticipation. What peerless technique did Senior leave behind? Oh no, should call him master instead, said excitedly, reaching out his hand. Picked up the book on the stone table, Pixie Xianjing, Evil Warding Immortal Scripture. Immortal Scripture. A technique surpassing the legendary divine methods. The young evil king's hands trembled with excitement, opening the secret manual. 8 large characters entered his sight. To practice this art, wield the knife, self-castrate. Notice, man studies hard for 10 years. Today, he must wield the knife and self-castrate. Pink milk is the #1 evil general under heaven. When the young evil king saw those 8 characters, his whole person went stupid, mind buzzing. This is great fortune? A technique requiring self-castration to cultivate? Hands trembled even more violently, eyes turned red. Stared intently at the words on the manual. To practice this art, wield the knife, self-castrate. Below was another line of small text: sever roots, extinguish thoughts. With great perseverance, cultivate peerless art. Sever roots, extinguish thoughts? The young evil king's mind conjured that graceful figure. That stunning face, how could he bear to sever roots and extinguish thoughts? However, his mind then conjured the scene of being humiliated and tortured by the CSE. And the fallen evil king who avenged him, not severing roots and extinguishing thoughts, how to seek revenge. A difficult choice. The young evil king's heart was in agony. Face distorted, closing his eyes. In his mind, on one side was Chu Xian's face and smile. On the other, the pain of torture, and the fallen evil king. Ultimately, he chose revenge. Without powerful strength, how to survive in Nanzhou? How to see Chu Yun? The young evil king took out a small knife. The knife was extremely sharp. Gleaming coldly, one hand untied his belt, raised the small knife. Looked down, he closed his eyes in pain. Muttering, "Bao, from now on, I can only silently protect you, but rest assured, even if I am incomplete, I still love you. I will still go through fire and water for you. Bao, even if I sever roots and extinguish thoughts, it still won't change my love and longing for you." The young evil king opened his eyes again. Looked down at his little brother one last time. Making the final farewell, closed his eyes, swung the small knife down. The young evil king curled up, falling to the ground, letting out an inhuman scream, "Xiazi, I will cut you into pieces. I won't let you go. I will cut you too. Wow. I miss you so much." The young evil king's face twisted, enduring the intense pain and inner sorrow. Stopped the bleeding, bandaged, applied medicine, then sat back on the stone chair. Looked fervently at the Pai Xian Jing. Finally able to cultivate such a peerless technique. Opened the manual. Why is it a blank page? The young evil king had a slightly bad feeling. Continued flipping down. Finally, there were words. However, the moment he saw those words, the young evil king's breathing quickened, eyes bloodshot. Tears streamed down continuously, face twisted and contorted. On the 3rd page, it clearly read, even without self-castration, one can still cultivate successfully. There was also small text annotation, without experiencing the mortal world. How to temper the mind. Ancient peerless experts were all tempered through hardship, severing roots and eliminating desires. Those who cultivate this art are fools. Bastard. Old bastard. Vicious thing. Vicious thing. The young evil king threw the Pai Xian Jing onto the ground. Roaring madly, "This isn't just balls hurting anymore. Body hurts, flesh hurts, even mental will hurts." He roared madly, cursed madly. Wound tore open, completely unnoticed, vicious. He streamed tears. What kind of vicious thing would create such a manual to deceive people? The young evil king roared madly, cursing, eyes crimson. Tears flowed wildly. At this moment, the young evil king's heart suffered brutal devastation.
The inner pain far exceeded the physical pain.
Even being tortured by the CSZ in myriad ways did not harm him as deeply as this moment. After a long time, the young evil king stood up, panting, eyes lifeless, lips moved. Bow. I played myself.
Don't know how long passed.
The young evil king struggled to pick up the Pai Xian Jing, sat back on the stone chair. Physical incompleteness was already a fact. He could only accept it painfully. Trembling hands opened the manual. Seeing the first page, the young evil king felt even more pain, and regretted why he didn't flip a few more pages. Why did he cut himself after just looking at the first page? It's all CSZ's fault.
Yes. It's all him.
Made me blinded by hatred, leading to such foolish behavior.
Must kill CSZ. The young evil king gritted his teeth, continued flipping pages, flipped to the fourth page. It read, if roots are already severed, a fool. Foolish too, if roots are intact, mind complete, will achieve greatness.
Seeing this, the young evil king panicked slightly.
This peerless technique couldn't be uncultivatable after self-castration, right? If that were true, wouldn't he have cut himself for nothing? Hands trembled even more violently. Page 5, kowtow. Kowtow 3 loud times, the technique will reveal itself. The young evil king roared. Face distorted, old bastard. Vicious thing. Still want me to kowtow to you?
The young evil king wished he could tear the person who left the manual into pieces. Roared for a while, could only helplessly accept reality. Placed the manual on the ground, knelt on both knees.
This kneeling pulled at the wound.
Pained him so much his face twisted and contorted again. Kowtowed 3 loud times.
The manual glowed, text appeared. The young evil king picked up the manual, flipping through page by page. The words on the manual seemed to come alive, continuously jumping into his eyes.
Numerous technique comprehensions appeared in his mind. Don't know how long passed.
The young evil king returned from his state of comprehension, looked at the manual in his hand with a complex expression. In just a short time, he comprehended the technique.
Knew how to cultivate, as if the technique's comprehension was directly poured into him. Such means, beyond imagination.
This technique is very powerful, extremely powerful.
And cultivating it to mastery, upon reaching the God realm, can restore the fifth limb.
I can definitely restore my manhood.
Next, the young evil king began healing his wounds.
Only after recovering could he cultivate.
Simultaneously took out the weapon his predecessor left him. Embroidery needle and dagger. Looking at the embroidery needle,
the young evil king fell into deep thought. Why an embroidery needle? Always felt the Pai Xian Jing seemed a bit improper.
Young evil king's fortune deepened. Entered the fortune's secret realm you arranged.
Due to your prank, wielded the knife and self-cut. Reward, Di Shui Zhongxing Shu, blood drop rebirth art. Chu Xian was cultivating.
The system's rewards suddenly arrived.
Young evil king? Chu Xian was stunned. Young evil king? Actually entered the fortune's secret realm he arranged? And even wielded the knife and self-cut? Thinking of the prank back then, thought no one would be that stupid to wield the knife and self-cut after just reading one page. Turned out there really was a fool. Looked once and wielded the knife to self-cut. Young evil king, that cruel pervert, likes to tear apart beauties to feed fish, ended up cutting his own root. Chu Xian mourned for the young evil king for 1 second. Felt somewhat bad in his heart. However, the one who self-cut was the young evil king, then felt no guilt at all. Young evil king self-cutting, this is his retribution. Just treat it as his atonement. Checking the system reward, Di Shui Zhongxing Shu, 1 drop of blood can rebirth. Upon rebirth, retains 70% of main body's strength. Retains main body's talent and all abilities.
Completely an immortal secret art for recultivating and rising again.
And not limited to condensing just 1 drop of rebirth blood.
Can simultaneously condense 9 drops of rebirth blood.
As long as the 9 drops aren't destroyed simultaneously. After the main body falls, can rebirth.
If all 9 drops are preserved, after the main body falls, we'll choose the drop closest to the main body to rebirth from. Even if killed right after rebirth, the second drop, third drop will continue to rebirth. Truly an immortal secret art.
Chu Xian was overjoyed. Young evil king's self-cut was worth it.
Brought me such a powerful secret art. Claimed the reward, besides condensing rebirth blood for himself, can also condense rebirth blood for others.
Chu Xian called Su Xianer over. Condensed a drop of rebirth blood for her. Sir, what is this? Su Xianer looked puzzledly at Chu Xian's hand.
The blood extracted from her own body. Always felt this drop of blood had some inexplicable connection with her. Seemed to contain some unknown power.
Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. They say marrying a woman 3 years older brings gold bricks. Can you believe the young man actually hugged a whole gold mountain? Calculate just how much older this is. If such a gold mountain was given to you, would you hug it? Just now, Chu Xian looked shocked at Chu Xian. Extracting a drop of essence blood from her body, utterly confused. Sir, what is this? This is a drop of rebirth blood. Once your main body falls, you will rebirth from this drop of blood. Chu Xian was utterly shocked. What kind of technique is this? Sir, does that mean with this drop of blood, I won't die? Theoretically, yes. But don't think you can be reckless because of this, and get yourself killed. Chu Xian glanced at her. Next, Chu Xian also helped Xu Pingfan, Xu Yun, and Xiang Xian each condense a drop of rebirth blood. With the Di Shuai Zhongxingshu, the disciples under him were practically immortal. After going out, they could be as reckless as they wanted. At worst, die and rebirth again, Chu Xian pondered. Currently, the one in the most dangerous situation should be MOFO. Spreading Buddhist Dharma in the MOU, easily targeted for assassination. Necessary to ensure MOFO's life continues. If one day MOFO falls, and not long after rises again, his enemies would probably be terrified, right? Conversely, the Buddhist followers would become even more fervent. Cultivating Buddhist Dharma allows rebirth. This attraction is strong enough, right? Chu Xian took out the Wan Tian mirror. Connecting to MOFO, condensed 2 drops of rebirth blood for him. Gave 1 drop to MOFO, let him place it in a secret location. Once he falls, he will rely on this drop to rebirth. The other drop of blood, Chu Xian transmitted back, throwing it into the small world. Didn't continue paying attention to the young evil king's situation. Chu Xian continued entering deep cultivation. Striving to break through to the Dao realm soon, your disciple Hu Tianya broke through to the Emperor realm. Reward: 100 years of cultivation. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Chu Xian paused. Hu Tianya broke through to the Emperor realm. Indeed, children of fortune must roam. Only then can cultivation increase rapidly, claimed the reward. 100 years of cultivation, for the current Chu Xian, could only be considered adding a little accumulation. However, under the infusion of 100 years of cultivation, just enough to break through to the 6th level of the God realm, Chu Xian continued cultivating. Mainly swallowing pills, increasing accumulation, while comprehending the Wenji Dao Zi boom. Suddenly, the small world changed. Chu Xian stopped cultivating. Looked up, the small world was expanding. Currently upgrading, Dao luck vigorously filled the small world. Nanwo Fatua successfully broke through to the God realm. Chu Xian estimated the next transformation of the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, perhaps could use the Yuan Chu Dao Jing as a path to enter the Great Dao. One more transformation should be about enough. Chu Xian looked fervently at the Yuan Chu Dao Jing. Once he could enter the Great Dao through the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, his cultivation speed in the Dao realm would definitely be unprecedented. Would set a Dao realm cultivation record. The Yuan Chu Dao Jing was still transforming, like a nascent Great Dao, growing. After transformation, new abilities would be born. Members of the Great Dao group could transmit items through the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, directly transmit to the other party via the Great Dao connection, and all original owner's aura on the item, imprints, etc., would be washed away, re-imprinted through the member's aura in the Yuan Chu Dao Jing with the receiver's aura, truly incomparably powerful. Although he had many treasures on hand, the number that could catch the eye of Dao realm experts was still not enough, nor rare enough. Probably few could catch the eye of path-opening realm experts. Moreover, these treasures, Chu Xian was reluctant to gift them away. Unless he could earn back double, foundation still insufficient. Chu Xian sighed, this new ability of the Yuan Chu Dao Jing couldn't be opened for now, wait until his foundation was sufficient. Had enough understanding of the Dao realm, could bluff vigorously. Without worrying about being exposed, then opening the new ability wouldn't be too late. Hadn't used the Wan Tian mirror to connect to various regions for a while. Time to try my luck, maybe encounter a child of fortune. Accept them under my tutelage, increase the chance of triggering system rewards. Said, the Wan Tian mirror screen appeared, connected to a valley full of strange rocks and oddities. Chu Xian was surprised. The valley seemed covered by a layer of ripples, hiding unknown power. Upon careful sensing, it was actually power related to time. Instantly, Chu Xian thought of the legendary time illusion realm. Once, a person of great fortune mistakenly entered a time illusion realm. Cultivated inside for 100 years, while only 1 year passed in the outside world. Chu Xian's face was full of anticipation. Those able to enter a time illusion realm were undoubtedly individuals of great fortune.
It could basically be confirmed they were children of fortune.
The strange ancient ripples disappeared amidst a tremor. Two figures appeared in the valley. It was actually Xiao Liang and Lu Piapiao.
Chu Xian was stunned for a moment.
Immediately sighed. This fellow Xiao Liang truly possessed great fortune. The Wan Tian mirror actually connected to him a second time. Lu Piapiao was still in a divine soul state.
But her divine soul was much stronger. Her realm had actually risen to the 5th level of the heaven realm. Xiao Liang had even broken through to the earth realm, and was at the 5th level of the earth realm. An old vine was wrapped around his body, wrinkled vine branches. A few sparse, grayish-brown leaves. The old vine exuded an ancient aura. As if it had lived for countless ages, Chu Xian recognized it. That old vine was precisely the time-type heavenly treasure, Mantang. Where the Mantang grew, a secret realm with accelerated time would form. And the Mantang's own ability was to make all objects near it slow down, including attacks.
Xiao Liang actually obtained the Mantang.
Although the Mantang hadn't acknowledged a master yet, nor been refined, acknowledging a master was only a matter of time. Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Liang, this fellow's fortune was truly profound.
Looking at Xiao Liang now, he seemed to be more than just the child of fortune of 11 Zhou. Very likely the child of fortune of Beiyu, carrying the great fortune of Beiyu.
This should be a transformation he recently obtained.
Since it was Xiao Liang,
Chu Xian decided to accept him as a disciple, feeling a little regretful. Should have made Xiao Liang his disciple back then. If he had become a disciple back then, entering the time secret realm, obtaining treasures like the Mantang, would definitely trigger system rewards.
And the rewarded items would definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Liang must be accepted as a disciple.
Chu Xian made a decision. Immediately revealed himself, after creating the Jitian Di Xiao Shu, sacrifice heaven and earth little tree, back then. Decided that if he could meet Xiao Liang and Lu Piapiao again, he would pass the secret technique to Lu Piapiao. Now was the perfect time to pass the secret technique to her, and incidentally accept Xiao Liang as a disciple.
Oh? It's you little fellows again?
Chu Xian said with a slight smile.
Xiao Liang looked up, and with a thud, knelt on the ground. Lu Piapiao did the same. Xiao Liang felt somewhat nervous. One hand tightly gripped the Mantang on his body. This was a supreme treasure. Would that senior be tempted? He felt uneasy. Greetings, senior. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Chu Xian smiled kindly. Truly fated to meet again.
Saying that, he looked at Xiao Liang. You little fellow, are quite fortunate to obtain the Mantang.
Just luck. Xiao Liang was very nervous. Afraid this powerful expert would covet his Mantang. Chu Xian chuckled. Don't be nervous, just a Mantang. A mere plant doesn't enter my eyes.
Since we are fated, I'll help you make the Mantang acknowledge you as master. Saying that, he waved his hand. A stream of power was transmitted over, the power of time illusion. Xiao Liang felt a mysterious and unfathomable power attached to his body, a profound power.
Seemed somewhat familiar, then his heart jolted. Wasn't that the kind of power related to time that existed in the time illusion realm? Was it also the special power possessed by the Mantang?
He was horrified.
This senior was too terrifying.
Could control time with a wave of his hand. In just an instant, Xiao Liang felt a connection with the Mantang.
The Mantang actually acknowledged him as master? Thank you, senior. Xiao Liang said respectfully. This senior was too powerful. With a wave of his hand, it was the power of time,
made the Mantang acknowledge him as master, saving him countless time.
Since we meet again, it means we are fated. Are you willing to become my disciple?
Chu Xian asked, muttering in his heart.
This fellow Xiao Liang, wouldn't he use having Lu Piapiao as a master to politely refuse? Junior is willing. Xiao Liang cowed out happily. Master above.
Please, master, witness for disciple.
From today onwards, Lu Piapiao and I are no longer master and disciple. Lu Piapiao followed closely, also saying respectfully, Senior, little girl knows she is incapable of teaching Lianger. Since Lianger has become your disciple, little girl is unworthy to be his master anymore. Please, Senior, be a witness. Chu Xian was stunned. What kind of operation was this? Looked at Xiao Liang and Lu Piapiao with a strange expression. These two really weren't planning to continue as master and disciple, but intended to become Dao companions?
Xiao Liang has the makings of a protagonist.
All right, I'll be the witness. Chu Xian nodded. Xiao Liang was overjoyed. The gaze he directed at Lu Piapiao carried a different kind of affection. Lu Piapiao blushed slightly under his gaze. Chu Xian was speechless. How much older was Lu Piapiao than Xiao Liang? Damn, this isn't hugging gold bricks anymore, it's hugging a gold mountain. As for Lu Piapiao on the side, it's like an old cow eating tender grass.
Fortunately, both are cultivators, with long lifespans.
Age is not a distance. Chu Xian looked at Lu Piapiao. Do you have Wu? Lu Piapiao's face was full of shame.
Little girl is dull, failed to comprehend.
It was expected.
Chu Xian waved his hand, transmitting a small booklet over.
This is the Jian Di Xiao Shu. Lu Piapiao happily accepted it. Thank you, senior.
Chu Xian looked at Xiao Liang, since he accepted him as a disciple. Naturally had to teach him techniques, and the standard configuration of his sect's secret arts, just as he was about to use the Tianji Tan Yuan Shu, heavenly secret exploration art, to clearly investigate Xiao Liang's talent and aptitude, and pass him suitable techniques. The system's reward suddenly arrived. You accepted disciple Xiao Liang, due to his fortune transforming into Beiyu fortune. Reward, Zhan Dao Wu Ji, Battle Dao Unrestrained, Nie Xin Xing Mang, God-slaying Star Spear. Indeed. Xiao Liang's fortune transformed, became the child of fortune of Beiyu. And the system rewarded a rather special technique. Zhan Dao Wu Ji, this showed Xiao Liang's talent was very suited for combat. Even more suited for combat than Dingyu, who had the Tian Xing Jian Mai, Heavenly Star Sword Meridian, talent, understood combat better, had the makings of a protagonist. Chu Xian claimed the Zhan Dao Wu Ji and Nie Xin Xing Mang. Nie Xin Xing Mang was a long, orchid blue spear, its tip bloomed like a point of starlight, then used the Tianji Tan Yuan Shu. Xiao Liang, 11 Zhou Xiao family's fated son, born with battle drum, battle star, battle soul. After reading Xiao Liang's information, Chu Xian could only sigh, this fellow Xiao Liang was awesome. So far, Xiao Liang was the disciple most skilled in combat among his disciples. Due to the technique he cultivated, his strength might not be as good as Dingyu and others. Once he cultivated Zhan Dao Wu Ji, he would be the one with the strongest combat power among the disciples. Dingyu would even be inferior, among those of the same level, perhaps only the Ji Dao technique cultivated by Chu Pingfan could contend with him, born with battle drum, battle star, battle soul, simply unbelievably awesome. Born for battle. Accepting Xiao Liang as a disciple was indeed a wise decision. The first human king of Beiyu is very likely to be Xiao Liang. He will definitely shine in the Zhan Mogudi, crushing countless prodigies. Chu Xian looked at Xiao Liang with great satisfaction. Since you have entered my tutelage, Master will impart techniques to you. The technique you currently cultivate is too low level. It doesn't match your talent. Lu Piapiao heard this, her face embarrassed. Xiao Liang's technique was taught by her, and she considered it currently the most suitable technique for Xiao Liang's talent. This technique, in her era, was also a renowned peerless divine method. Yet, in this senior's mouth, it became too low level. Too low level was probably a polite way of saying it. In senior's eyes, it should be too trashy. Thank you, Master. Xiao Liang's face was full of anticipation. Such a terrifyingly strong master, what kind of peerless technique would he impart to him? The technique Lu Piapiao taught him was certainly powerful. However, for some reason, Xiao Liang always felt this technique couldn't calm his mind. Chu Xian raised his hand and pointed. The ability of the Shangshi Guang Huan, prosperous age halo, attached to a stream of power, directly transmitted the Zhan Dao Wu Ji into Xiao Liang's divine soul. Xiao Liang's battle intent instantly boiled. His whole person seemed to be transforming. Battle intent almost materialized. Even Lu Piapiao beside him was incomparably shocked. Battle intent almost took form. That senior, what peerless technique did he impart to Xiao Liang? Xiao Liang's face was full of enjoyment, comprehending Zhan Dao Wu Ji. Only woke up from comprehension half an hour later. He marveled at the power of Zhan Dao Wu Ji. As long as he cultivated this peerless technique, he was confident his combat power would increase tenfold. Thank you, Master, for imparting the technique. Xiao Liang kowtowed several times loudly in excitement. Get up. Since you are Master's disciple, how can you be shabby? Chu Xian then passed all the standard secret arts to Xiao Liang. Simultaneously, also passed the Nie Xin Xing Mang to him. Of course, to avoid attracting too much attention, Chu Xian used a little trick, concealing the divine brilliance of the Nie Xin Xing Mang, making it look like an ordinary long spear. Xiao Liang held the Nie Xin Xing Mang, his heart even more shaken. Outsiders might not see the power of Nie Xin Xing Mang. However, he could sense it. How powerful this long spear was. Definitely divine artifact level. Even above divine artifact. Xiao Liang was thrilled. Is this the treatment for becoming a big shot's disciple? Back then, for spirit medicine, for a treasure artifact, he spent countless efforts, went through hardships, cultivating diligently. The 9 regions are about to enter great change, only strength can ensure self-preservation.
Crisis accompanies opportunity, don't disappoint master. Lan Zhou will have opportunities, grasp them well.
Chu Xian was about to end the connection. Suddenly saw Lu Piapiao looking at him expectantly. So he took out a thin veil and transmitted it over. This is a divine soul treasure, can help your divine soul remain indestructible. Since you are already in a divine soul state, comprehend well. Sacrificing to the heaven and earth little tree, restoring your physical body is a small matter.
Thank you, senior. Lu Piapiao said happily. Chu Xian nodded. Lu Piapiao was almost becoming Xiao Liang's Tao companion.
Who knows, one day she might also call him master.
Can't be too stingy, just a small divine soul secret treasure.
Not worth much, place the Wan Tian mirror mark on Xiao Liang. Can maintain connection at any time. Before closing the Wan Tian mirror, Chu Xian mentioned, you have several senior brothers. When you meet them in the future, you will naturally recognize them.
Disciples of the same sect cannot harm each other. Yes, master. Chu Xian closed the Wan Tian mirror,
looking forward to Xiao Liang bringing him surprises. This time, he didn't bluff Xiao Liang.
This disciple shouldn't go astray. Xiao Liang didn't leave the valley, but cultivated Zhan Dao Wu Ji in the valley, and various secret arts taught by Chu Xian. Lu Piapiao, on the other hand, cultivated the Ji Tian Di Xiao Shu, entrusting her divine soul to heaven and earth. This day, Chu Xian stayed in the courtyard, watching the winds and clouds rise. 1 month passed since accepting Xiao Liang as a disciple. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Your disciple MOFO spread Buddhist Dharma, converted 1 million Buddhist followers. Reward, Buddhist attendant X1. Chu Xian was surprised. MOFO was worthy of being the child of fortune of the MOU, and giving birth to a Buddhist heart further influenced the MOU's fortune. Indeed good at causing trouble. The chance of triggering rewards is higher than anyone else. How long has it been?
Already 1 million Buddhist followers.
MOU Huafo, MOU transforming into Buddha, has great prospects. Chu Xian checked the reward. Buddhist attendant, like a puppet, yet not a puppet.
Can sense the Buddhist thoughts of all beings, can evolve, current strength, 5th level of the God realm. Worthy of being a system product, truly extraordinary.
Buddhist attendants, a total of 2, divided into left and right Buddhist attendants.
Chu Xian claimed the Buddhist attendants, golden body, bald head, imposing.
Wearing large Buddhist beads, solemn and dignified, wearing tight-fitting monk robes. Muscles bulging, greetings, my Buddha. The Buddhist attendants respectfully bowed. Chu Xian nodded, waved his hand, sending the Buddhist attendants into the small world. Scene changes to the border of Nanzhou and Dongzhou.
Within a vast mountain range.
The place where the young evil king once fought the Yuzu youth. An illusory figure suddenly appeared.
The illusory figure gradually solidified, transforming into a white-haired old man.
With the old man's appearance, a cold aura permeated the surroundings. The Yuzu disappeared here? Did the possession fail? Will our clan be exposed because of this?
This Dao Yuan is about to end.
Can't wait any longer. Our clan must seize the opportunity. Start with Lan Zhou.
The white-haired old man's lips moved, emitting some strange sound waves. Not long after, figures appeared one after another.
Great clan elder, a group of Yuzu members, gathered behind the white-haired old man, only over 100 people.
They were male and female, also children, strength varied. Among them, the white-haired old man was the strongest. His aura hovered between the peak of the heaven realm and the God realm, only half a step away from stepping into the God realm. The great clan elder looked at the clansmen behind him. After experiencing great calamity, the Yuzu barely survived in the 9 regions.
Over 100 Yuzu members already accounted for 1/3 of the remaining Yuzu in the 9 regions.
The once incomparably powerful Yuzu now declined to this state. Lan Zhou is about to undergo great changes. The entire 9 regions are also about to undergo changes.
Our Yuzu's opportunity has come. To survive, even to rise, we must be low-key. Must change identity, wait for the right time. The great clan elder looked at the Yuzu members, waved his hand. Spiritual power condensed into a map. It was the map of Nanzhou. On it, all major powers were demarcated.
Among them, in a region of the Qin kingdom.
Deliberately pointed, the place pointed to was precisely Chu Prefecture. The great clan elder spoke.
After investigation, the entire Nanzhou, most suitable for our Yuzu is the Chu family of Chu Prefecture.
Our purpose this time is to possess the Chu family. Replace the Chu family's existence in Nanzhou.
For a long time in the future, we are Chu family members. Henceforth, act according to the Chu family's ways.
Absolutely must not expose the Yuzu identity. Otherwise, extermination is imminent. Do you all understand? The Yuzu members chorused, understood. We are Chu family members. The Chu family is us. From now on, the Yuzu no longer exists. The great clan elder was very satisfied.
My Yuzu has barely survived for long ages.
Most of the 9 regions have forgotten my Yuzu.
As long as my Yuzu maintains a low profile, appearing as humans, we will surely await the opportunity to rise. Saying that, he waved his hand, spiritual power swept out,
enveloping the Yuzu members behind him.
The great clan elder's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot.
Heading towards Chu Prefecture, throughout Nanzhou.
The Chu family was a very special family.
Low-key, not strong.
And in the Qin kingdom, had sufficient safety. Wouldn't be attacked by powerful forces. Most suitable for the Yuzu to possess and replace, whether it's the Qin kingdom, the Qian empire, or other major powers, all had their foundations.
Easy to expose the Yuzu identity. The Yuzu only had over 100 members.
The targets for possession were naturally the direct members of the Chu family. High status, talented direct descendants, the great clan elder was very confident. With his strength, enough to ensure the Yuzu silently possessed the Chu family direct line. In the future, the Chu family would be one of the Yuzu's main bases.
Chu family residence, small courtyard, Chu Xian was cultivating. Suddenly opened his eyes, showing surprise. A cold aura was rapidly approaching the Chu family residence. The newcomer's aura was strange, and strength not weak.
Approaching the god realm, he was very curious.
How did such an expert come to the Chu family again? Can you believe, the childhood nightmare Guizhu that made countless people tremble with fear? Was actually this harmless-looking young man accidentally created? The young man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, he was still wondering, the Chu family isn't strong. And very low-key now, how could they be targeted?
However, the one targeting the Chu family this time seemed not to be human.
And that sinister cold aura was very unique. Moreover, that figure was like an illusion, like a shadow. Seemed to have no physical body. Could it be a ghost? Chu Xian's first thought was of ghosts. Isn't this very similar to the ghosts rumored in his previous life on Earth?
However, the 9 regions had no such thing as ghosts.
The opponent had already reached the Chu family residence in an instant.
Was about to use means to seal off the Chu family residence.
Chu Xian was helpless. Why is someone else coming to my door again?
Since the evil cults quieted down, no one had attacked the Chu family's door anymore. Now, a strong expert came right away.
Thanks to his rapid strength increase.
Otherwise, encountering the opponent before breaking through would have been troublesome.
How to continue staying home so steadily? Yuzu great clan elder was just about to use a technique to prevent any accidents from happening to the Chu family scenery.
And transmitting information, however, before he could act, he felt his hair stand on end.
A force of great terror arrived instantly,
including him and the clansmen enveloped by his spiritual power.
All were imprisoned and suppressed.
Turns out, Chu Xian was sitting peacefully in the small courtyard.
A divine power clone manifested, directly imprisoned and suppressed the newcomer, easily handled.
The great clan elder was dazed, with a look of despair. This small Chu family, why would it hide such great terror?
Are human experts mentally ill? Clearly incomparably strong, yet unbelievably low-key.
Appearing at critical moments to ambush people.
It was also such a human expert back then. Suddenly appeared and tricked the Yuzu once, now again. In the small courtyard, the Yuzu members stood trembling.
Behind the great clan elder, their faces filled with confusion and despair.
Didn't the great clan elder say this trip was a sure thing? Just a small Chu family, why does something feel off? Even the great clan elder fell. It's over. My Yuzu is doomed.
The great clan elder's lips trembled.
Body shaking. The originally illusory body trembled. Almost scattering, Chu Xian looked at these over 100 Yuzu members.
Tianji Tan Yuan Shu, Yuzu existed for long ages, then defeated in a great calamity, barely surviving. Yuzu great clan elder, half-step god realm, intended to possess Chu family members.
Scheme for fortune treasure, await opportunity to rise. Chu Xian was surprised, so this is the Yuzu? Looks similar to humans. The only difference, perhaps, is their illusory bodies.
Like the ghosts rumored in his previous life, coincidentally, I have a connection with the Yuzu.
The Sun Dao Jing found Yuzu, pulled him into the Great Dao group.
Now the Yuzu great clan elder led his clansmen to the Chu family, looking at the trembling Yuzu members.
Chu Xian suddenly had a bold idea.
The 9 regions have no ghosts.
I can create a Guizhu, ghost clan. Chu Xian was tempted, but to transform the Yuzu into Guizhu wasn't an easy task, although the Yuzu resembled ghosts.
They weren't ghosts after all, must create a technique that the Yuzu could cultivate.
However, transforming into ghosts is like transforming demons into Buddhas. Your keen insight, brainwave opened wide, wish to transform Yuzu into Guizhu. Reward, Huang Quan Gu Jin, Yellow Springs Ancient Scripture.
The system's reward suddenly arrived.
Chu Xian was overjoyed, triggered system reward. Hurriedly checked the reward, Huang Quan Gu Jin, Ghosts Grand Canon. Divine souls cultivating this art can transform into ghosts, Yuzu cultivating this art can rapidly transform into Guizhu. Chu Xian finished reading the introduction of Huang Quan Gu Jin, marveled at this technique's strangeness and power. If ghosts appeared in the 9 regions, then in the short term, it would cause many warriors to panic, difficult to handle. The Yuzu before him only numbered over 100. Transforming into Guizhu shouldn't be too difficult. Once ghost transformation succeeded, then under his command, he would have Guizhu subordinates at his disposal. Chu Xian muttered in his heart, from now on, not only Buddha ancestor, but also damn ghost ancestor. Looked at the Yuzu members.
Chu Xian smiled with narrowed eyes. Seeing Chu Xian grinning foolishly, the great clan elder's heart trembled. Felt a chill, a premonition of great disaster. Seemed the Yuzu was about to disappear from heaven and earth. This human great expert, my clansman and I were just passing by.
The great clan elder wanted to argue a bit.
Chu Xian smiled reassuringly.
Don't panic, I have no ill intentions. Yuzu ah.
Chu Xian sighed. Feigning profoundness, the Yuzu has no future.
No matter how you scheme, what means you use, ultimately cannot obtain life from the great Tao. Indeed. The great clan elder's face turned ashen. This big shot wants to exterminate the Yuzu. Gritting his teeth, human expert. My Yuzu is not without experts. If you truly want to exterminate my Yuzu, aren't you afraid my Yuzu experts will, at all costs, slaughter humans?
At this point, he could only act tough. Chu Xian shook his head and chuckled. I have no intention of exterminating your Yuzu.
Besides, I also know your Yuzu experts. They also call me Senior. The Yuzu great clan elder's face changed repeatedly. Senior. If you want to blame, just kill me alone. Spare the rest of my Yuzu, leave my Yuzu a path to survive. He chickened out, even his own Yuzu big shots had to call this person Senior. How could he act tough? I said I have no intention of exterminating your Yuzu. On the contrary, I wish to, from the great Tao, fight for a sliver of life for your Yuzu.
Chu Xian sighed. Yuzu wishes to seize great fortune and rise.
Must remove the name Yuzu, transform into Guizhu. Are you willing? Just change the name? The great clan elder asked cautiously. If it's just changing the name, that's no problem. Although no longer called Yuzu, they are still Yuzu. Transforming you, ghostly, into Gue, ghost, can obtain great fortune. Guizhu is stronger than Yuzu. This is the foundation for your Yuzu's rise. Chu Xian said. Pointed a finger, transmitting information about the Guizhu into the great clan elder's divine soul. The cold aura on the great clan elder's body instantly spread. After a long pause, he regained his senses, face full of shock. So this is Guizhu. Has some characteristics of Yuzu, yet much stronger than Yuzu, with more abilities. If it's truly as introduced, how powerful would Guizhu be? But the birth of Guizhu is different from Yuzu. Divine soul bodies can also transform into Guizhu. If transformed into Guizhu, Yuzu would truly cease to exist. Blood ties are not completely gone. Yuzu's fortune will still be carried on. The great clan elder was tempted, seeing the great clan elder hesitate, unable to make a decision. Chu Xian slowly said, the disappearance of the name Yuzu is already destined. If you all transform into Guizhu, it can still be said you've preserved the roots of Yuzu. Yuzu cannot pass this Dao Yuan. The great clan elder's heart pounded. He naturally wouldn't suspect an expert like Chu Xian would deceive him. Yuzu cannot pass this Dao Yuan, cannot rise. Only by transforming into Guizhu is there a sliver of hope. The great clan elder struggled internally, after a long pause, asked again, Human race senior, why do you want to save my Yuzu?
Chu Xian smiled faintly, I value fate. Your Yuzu ancestor had a connection with me, you all came here.
Regardless of purpose, it is also fate. I will preserve a sliver of life for your Yuzu. Do you think the current Yuzu still has value to me? After a long pause, the great clan elder said with a complex and respectful tone, "Senior, we are willing to transform into Guizhu." Wise choice. Chu Xian wasn't surprised by the Yuzu's choice. "I will now impart to you the method of the Guizhu." Raised his hand and pointed. Transmitted some cultivation methods from the Huangquan Gujin to the great clan elder, then waved his hand. Moved the Yuzu members into the small world. And demarcated a separate area for the Yuzu to cultivate. It was a dark valley in the small world. Just right for cultivating the Huangquan Gujin. "Thank you, Senior." The Yuzu members all expressed their thanks. Regardless of this human expert's intentions, not exterminating them was worthy of thanks. Then, the great clan elder passed the cultivation method of Huangquan Gujin to every member of the Yuzu. Henceforth, the Yuzu began cultivating Huangquan Gujin in the dark valley, their spiritual power constantly transforming into sinister and terrifying power. As soon as the great clan elder started cultivating, he realized the power of this technique. Had to admit, stronger than Yuzu, more promising. And if they successfully transformed into Guizhu, they would become natural-born Guizhu. Not ghosts transformed from divine souls. If the Yuzu wanted to become strong, must transform into Guizhu. The great clan elder's eyes became determined. Scene changes to a dark cavern. Yuzu was cultivating, while paying attention to the movements in the great Dao group. Suddenly frowned. "What's wrong? Why has my connection with the Yuzu changed?" She frowned. The Yuzu wasn't exterminated. Fortune, on the contrary, increased, yet for some reason, her connection with the Yuzu underwent a strange change. This change was very peculiar. Even a Dao realm expert like her couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't be a bad thing. Fortune increased. Means the Yuzu became stronger. Pu Songling never dreamed that the Guizhu he wrote about his whole life was actually founded by this young man. And the first ghost in the world was this voluntarily transformed little old man from Yuzu to Guizhu before him. Just now, the little old man was the first to complete the transformation. His whole person became sinister, strength soared. Fortune transformed, stepping into the god realm in one go. From today onwards, the Xian Yuan era begins, Guizhu transformation. Our clan shall identify as Guizhu. Yuzu no longer exists. All clan members shall revere Mr. Chu Xian as Guizhu. Those who disobey shall be dealt with according to clan rules. The great clan elder, having enjoyed the Guizhu benefits first, eagerly announced the Guizhu's first decree to his clansmen. Obey the great elder's holy command. Everyone without exception agreed, rubbing their fists, eager to try. Wow! This Guizhu aura is simply too domineering. I like it so much. Great elder, you just transformed into Guizhu, how does it feel? Tell us. The impatient little girl was named Yuer. Remember her, she will appear later. Yes, yes. Great elder, we are all so envious. Everyone else also chimed in, helplessly. This great elder, whose hair and beard were already white, quickly searched his lifelong vocabulary of adjectives in his mind. After a long pause, stammered, feels exceptionally refreshing. Whole person feels much brighter. And already stepped into the god realm. These things I never dared to dream of before, all thanks to Sir. Not bad, old fellow. Didn't forget to flatter at the end. You created the first ghost in the 9 regions. Becoming Guizhu, reward, Fengdumi Jing, Fengdu Secret Realm, Gui Wangyin, Ghost King Seal. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Creating the first ghost in the 9 regions indeed triggered rewards. I'm probably the first person in the entire 9 regions to create a new race. Checked system reward, Fengdumi Jing. Sinister and terrifying ghost dwelling place, forms a small world. Guizhu's strength will be enhanced here. Cultivation speed doubled, can upgrade Gui Wangyin. An ink black seal with patterns of 100 ghosts entwined. Contains powerful Dao Zi, can suppress 100 ghosts. With this seal, no ghost dares disobey. Wielding this seal is equivalent to wielding the position of Fengdu Ghost King. Also the Fengdu Ghost King's Dao artifact. This is great. Guizhu finally has its own small world and territory. Fengdumi Jing is very similar to the legendary In Chao Difu, Underworld. And it can be upgraded. It's time to go see them. Everyone, hope you've been well. In a flash, Chu Xian arrived at the small world. The great clan elder came before Chu Xian. Prostrated on the ground, greetings, Guizhu. Unaware of Guizhu's esteemed arrival, subordinate was truly discourteous. The sinister great clan elder's face was pale and bloodless. His aura extremely gloomy and formless. Gave a horrifying feeling. Chu Xian looked astonished at this sinister, very terrifying fellow.
Reminded him of Mr. Vampire he watched as a child. But couldn't show fear, no matter.
You are the first ghost in the 9 regions. I bestow upon you the title of the first Ghost King. This seal is yours. Wield this seal, command all ghosts. After all your clansmen complete their transformation, I will grant you all a domain. Thank Goezu for your grace.
From this moment on, the Yuzu Great Clan Elder was history. Now he was the Fengdu Ghost King. Right, I see a girl named Yor in your clan, quite talented. After she completes her transformation, have her come see me in my courtyard. Chu Xian had been paying attention to the situation of the remaining Yuzu members. Among the Yuzu members, a young girl caught Chu Xian's attention.
She only had true realm 9th level cultivation after transforming into Guezu. Actually directly broke through to the earth realm. The speed of transforming into Guezu was faster than other reverence realm, earth realm Yuzu experts.
This meant she had special talent for Huang Quan Gujin.
Obey Guezu's holy command. The Ghost King respectfully watched Chu Xian leave. The next day, Chu Xian was guiding Chu Pingfan's practice in the courtyard.
Pingfan, you must remember, there's always someone stronger. Don't get complacent just because you achieved a little.
Yes, 13th uncle. Pingfan will definitely cultivate even harder. Absolutely will not disappoint 13th uncle's expectations. Chu Pingfan's eyes showed firm determination.
Suddenly, a soft voice interrupted the men's conversation.
Yor, by Guezu's command, comes to greet Guezu.
Good, polite. Looking at the dark shadow transmitted from the small world, Chu Xian was secretly pleased. Only one day.
Yor completed her transformation, indeed the woman I favored.
Among all Yuzu members, her talent is the strongest.
Can be nurtured specially. 13th uncle, she is. Chu Pingfan beside him asked curiously, introduce. This is Yor of the Guezu. Chu Xian, sandwiched between the two, looked like a matchmaker.
Little girl Yor greets young master.
I am Chu Pingfan, greetings Miss Yor. But miss, what is a ghost?
Hearing about ghosts for the first time, Chu Pingfan, already a young teenager,
showed no fear at all. A ghost is like me.
Saw Yor open her small mouth, revealing a mouthful of small tiger teeth, about to perform a ferocious ghost pounce. Chu Pingfan looked at her beautiful face, her delicate appearance evoking pity.
Clearly a very pretty girl, showdown. Don't see any difference from me. You're not afraid of me like this? Yor was completely unaware her current appearance was purely acting cute.
Chu Pingfan clenched his manly little fist. I'm very strong, miss, you should show me something that truly scares me. Chu Xian shook his head, chimed in from the side, Yor, just show him your true strength.
This nephew of mine is indeed very strong.
Hearing this, Yor was embarrassed, cheeks flushing red. Then, with a somber face, a very serious expression.
Then it's little girl's impoliteness.
As soon as her voice fell, Yor's whole body erupted with waves of cold spiritual power, as if possessed by thousands of ghost soldiers,
or as if millions of wandering ghosts and wild spirits were unleashed.
Yor stood at the center of the ghost eye, fists clenched, shoulders squared,
muttering a chant. Chu Pingfan was surprised. So this is a ghost? Indeed has a sinister aura, but doesn't look very strong.
Before Chu Pingfan could react, Yor had already summoned a giant skeleton ghost. Under the dark purple Dao robe, one couldn't see through at a glance just how terrifying an existence it was.
Humph.
With Yor's command, the skeleton ghost still used the ferocious ghost pounce move.
Floated towards Chu Pingfan, circling around Chu Pingfan. Suddenly pounced towards Chu Pingfan, performing ghost possession. Chu Pingfan was indeed a newborn calf, unafraid of ghosts.
Facing something he had never seen before, his expression didn't change.
Humph. With a light snort, saved him. Chu Pingfan felt cold all over. About to lose control of his body at any moment, he shouted loudly. A powerful aura erupted from his body.
Saber light glinted within his body, his whole person like a saber. And the wooden saber always strapped to his back also bloomed with a strange aura. Yor's eyes blankly, was forced out of Chu Pingfan's body. Yor's figure became illusory, disappearing on the spot. However, that spiritual power saber strike carried a special spiritual power. Extremely powerful, even if she became illusory, she still suffered a strong impact.
One shout repelled my main body? Yor was stunned. First time performing the ghost possession art, and performing it on someone with lower cultivation. Actually failed.
Alright, Pingfan, Yor, stop fooling around. You two are similar in age, cultivate together from now on. Lest it be boring. Chu Xian timely stepped out to act as peacemaker.
afraid the two hot-blooded youngsters would rub off more intense sparks. Pingfan, you're younger than me. Remember to call me sister in the future. Jiao Yi Hui, wouldn't miss any chance to take advantage. 1 month later, all Yuzu members had transformed into Guizhu. Chu Xian watched the whole process. After all, creating a new race was no small matter. Better to pay more attention. The Yuzu subordinates you accepted have all transformed into Guizhu. You created a new race in the 9 regions. Reward, Yinji Daoze, Dao Principle of Yin. The system's reward arrived. It was actually Dao Zi. Yinji Daoze. Doesn't this complement my one, stable? Knowing this, isn't it complementary? Transforming Yuzu into Guizhu was indeed a wise decision.
Chu Xian gave himself a thumbs up for his wit, claimed the reward.
A profound, seemingly invisible, yet also seemingly dark Dao Zi appeared on his body. Chu Xian entered a state of comprehension, carefully comprehending Yin. Ji Daoze discovered the Yin Ji Daoze rewarded by the system was rather peculiar. Besides being the Yin of Yin and Yang, it also contained the Dao principle of insidious. 1 stable, 1 Yin, can complement each other, outwardly stable as a mountain, secretly ambushing people, comprehending both Dao principles simultaneously. Cultivating simultaneously, foundation further improved, time flies. The 15-year period arrived. Chu Xian sighed, time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, stayed home for 15 years, spent 15 years. Cultivating from the mortal realm to the 6th level of the god realm, such cultivation speed should make everyone envious. So staying home is good. Steadily becoming stronger, you have stayed home for 15 years. Strength has greatly improved, please continue to work hard. Reward, Sun Dao Jing upgraded to Hundun Yuan Dao Jing, Chaos Origin Dao Mirror. The system reward for staying home for 15 years arrived. Chu Xian was stunned for a moment, already stayed home for 15 years? Dao Ze aside for now. Let me see how awesome this Sun Dao Jing version 2.0 is. Hundun Yuan Dao Jing, upgraded from Sun Dao Jing. Possesses the ability to deduce heavenly secrets, the great Dao, search for path openers. Gu Daozhe, ancient Dao practitioners, and obtain information, appearance of the searched individual. The function Chu Xian had longed for was finally perfected. In the future, when searching for experts, no need to probe their information. Can directly know the identity of the searched individual, cultivation, and appearance. Chu Xian also noticed, on the system's introduction, a new term appeared, Gu Daozhe. He already knew about path openers. What were Gu Daozhe? Sages who opened the path even longer ago? How long ago to be called Gu Daozhe? Chu Xian took out the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing. Overall, not much different from before the upgrade. Just an added layer of chaotic aura. Let's try the upgraded Sun Dao Jing. How efficient is it at searching for experts? Chu Xian input divine power into the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing. Instantly felt divine power and divine soul power rapidly consuming, when Ji Daoze and Yin Ji Daoze also had Dao luck flowing into the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing. The pointer on the mirror surface spun, round and round. Just when Chu Xian was about to collapse, a black dot appeared on the mirror surface. Then, an image appeared on the mirror surface. On a black stone bed, sat an old man with ink-black disheveled hair. His whole body wrapped in pitch-black Dao rhyme, demon race? Is it a Gu Daozhe? As the image appeared, the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing stopped absorbing divine power and Dao Zi power. Information was also displayed on the mirror surface. MO2, Demon Clan Ancestor, one of the ancient demons. Path Opener, opened the path with 2 Dao Yuan, Path Opener. Chu Xian was overjoyed, the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing was indeed powerful. Found a path-opening realm expert on the first try. This Hundun Yuan Dao Jing is worthy of being an upgraded version. Found a path opener on the first try. And using the Yuan Dao Jing, it even displayed MO2's image. While MO2 was completely unaware. Shows the high level of the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing. Chu Xian stared at MO2, lost in thought. This way, with another path-opening realm expert in the Great Dao Group, the next transformation of the Yuan Chu Dao Jing time will be shortened. Distance to passing through the Yuan Chu Dao Jing and entering the Great Dao is one step closer. Chu Xian didn't greet MO2. Directly pulled him into the Yuan Chu Dao Jing. This would also serve to intimidate MO2, as expected. MO2's expression changed. Who are you? MO2's expression changed drastically. Without his knowledge, his aura was actually connected to something. And he couldn't even trace who the other party was. Dare to mess with me behind my back? Ha ha. You have joined the Dao chat group. Let me introduce the new group member. It's MO2, Path Opening Realm. Everyone get acquainted. Chu Xian said in the Great Tao Group. Then said to Mo2, "This is the Great Tao Group. Fellow Taoist Mo2, only those with fate can enter this group. There are also several path-opening realm fellow Taoists here. What the hell is this broken thing? Able to play tricks without me noticing?" Mo2 disliked this feeling of being controlled, feeling displeased. "Who exactly are you, Your Excellency? Why resort to such despicable means?" Facing Mo2's questioning, Chu Xian chose selective deafness. He'd stay silent first, see what sparks this Mo2 could create with them in the group. Also to intimidate him, seeing the group owner didn't speak. Mo2 immediately entered berserk mode. "Damn it. If you don't speak up, I, Mo2, am not to be trifled with." Mo2, Demon Race's Brute. Hong Yuanchu was the first to appear. Other Dao realm experts all silently lurked in the group. Path-opening realm superbosses had entered, it wasn't their turn to speak yet. This voice. Hong Yuanchu. Mo2 quickly understood the Great Tao Group. Shocked in his heart by the group's inscrutability and power, became somewhat more wary of Chu Xian, the group owner. "It is I. You dare be presumptuous again?" Hong Yuanchu's face was full of arrogance. Should know the opponent's approximate strength in his heart. "Is this your little island's conspiracy?" Mo2 still stared irritably at the chat group. These two know each other? Maybe they were from the same era? Now there's a show to watch. Chu Xian silently lurked in the group. At this moment, using the phrase watching a show unafraid of raising a knife to describe him was most fitting. "What conspiracy?" Hong Yuanchu chuckled lightly. "When did the demon race's brute become so timid? This is fellow Taoist Chu's treasure, only the fated may enter." "Who's afraid of you?" Mo2 snorted coldly. "You are indeed still the same as back then. Besides making small moves behind the back, never daring to confront head-on. If you have guts, fight me again to decide the victor." Hong Yuanchu chuckled. "What undecided victory? Just a brief exchange." Seems that brief exchange back then left quite a psychological scar on you. "If we had really fought back then, how could you, Mo2, be my opponent? You fart. Really fought? Did you forget how your junior brother died at my hands?" Mo2 was flustered and exasperated, engaging in a war of words, paused for a moment, then continued to spray. "Hong Yuanchu, don't give me that nonsense. All day long, you just know how to act tough. If you have guts, come over. Let's have a real fight. If I don't crush you." Then another round of mutual tearing. Chu Xian was speechless. Why is this Mo2 fellow like a troll? As soon as he entered the group, he started spraying at everyone. Made Chu Xian, this path-opening realm expert, furious. My goodness, the Great Tao Group instantly became lively. Mo2 single-handedly took on Hong Yuanchu, Chu Xian, Kuan-He, and didn't fall behind at all. Chu Xian even suspected. This fellow's open path, could it be the path of spraying? Other Tao realm experts all silently lurked in the group. Especially Yin Kong, trembling, he was the weakest in the group. Why are all the newcomers at this boss level? When will a small shrimp come so I'm not at the bottom anymore? Watching the group members argue happily, Chu Xian sighed. This Mo2 fellow's mouth cannon is indeed extraordinary. Spraying people wildly in the Great Tao Group. Pulling Mo2 into the group was the right choice. Path openers arguing in the group, communication requires Tao luck. Everyone got excited, Tao luck gushed. The Yuanchu Dao Jing could obtain more Tao luck nurturing. So to accelerate the Yuanchu Dao Jing's upgrade, an active Great Tao Group is also an important way. Hong Yuanchu was also quite angry. Why didn't I realize before this Mo2 fellow's mouth is so cheap? Dao brother Chu. Mo2 is too presumptuous this time. You are the group owner, can you kick him out? Hong Yuanchu finally couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't understand why Dao brother Chu would pull such a brute into the group. Really a headache, but once in the Great Tao Group, one couldn't leave. Perhaps only Chu Xian, the group owner, could expel people. Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Expel Mo2, this troll? How is that possible? This is a path-opening realm expert. Clearly an active member of the group. A troll, a mouth cannon. With him in the group, it's lively. Dao luck gushes. The Yuanchu Dao Jing can obtain more Dao luck. Kicking him out would be a huge loss. But since Hong Yuanchu spoke, naturally can't refuse directly, still have to give some face. Can't let the goodwill between us become problematic. Besides, most members in the group were brought by Hong Yuanchu. Also considered helping me quite a bit. Just how to refuse, Chu Xian needed to ponder. Mo2, towards Chu Xian, this mysterious group owner, felt somewhat apprehensive in his heart. To be able to directly extract a wisp of his aura, and pull him into the Great Tao group. Strength definitely above his own, since he entered the group, how could Mo2 bear to leave?
Besides, several acquaintances like Hong Yuanshu were here.
When bored, could spray them for amusement.
Chu Xian spoke at this moment.
Fellow Taoists, since you are acquaintances, arguing is fine. The Tao is within it, perhaps inadvertently there will be inspiration, will have new understanding.
Spoke with the tone of an old senior.
Hong Yuanshu and the others fell silent.
They all considered Chu Xian a senior in their hearts. Opened the path earlier than them, strength naturally also above theirs. Chu Xian continued in the same tone, able to enter the Great Tao group, is a fated opportunity within the Great Tao's workings. Also considered a kind of fate, in the future, you all will know. Those who can enter the group also have fortune. Saying this, Chu Xian continued to maintain his mysterious silence.
Hong Yuanshu and the others stopped arguing, silently contemplating
the hidden meaning in Chu Xian's words.
Fortune?
The cultivation of a path opener lies in opening the path, lies in comprehending the Great Tao.
What kind of fortune is useful to them?
Although this was so, they didn't doubt Chu Xian's words in their hearts. Perhaps this existence who opened the path long ago knew some path opener's fortunes, comprehend on your own. Seeing the group quieted down, Chu Xian quickly posted a concluding remark. Immediately gained a group of little fanboys. Thank you, group owner, for your guidance.
We are thoroughly impressed.
Alright, the path openers have temporarily stopped arguing. My realm might not be much to look at, but my mouth is already invincible.
Chu Xian was quite satisfied with his performance today. Chu Xian closed the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing, recovered his consumption. Continued cultivating, first time using the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing.
Explored and found a path opener, Chu Xian's confidence greatly increased.
The probability of exploring Tao realm experts will also inevitably increase.
Just as he said, those able to enter the Great Tao group must have profound fortune. Considered fated individuals, he couldn't possibly explore all path opening realm and Tao realm experts. Without leaving home, you taught the third 16-year-old Emperor realm warrior in history, reward, 1,000 years of cultivation.
Tai Chu Dao Jing, origin Tao scripture.
Without leaving home, you taught the first 16-year-old Emperor realm Ji Dao warrior in history.
Reward, Nieji Daoze, annihilation Tao principle. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Ping Fan broke through so quickly?
Years of careful teaching finally reaped rich rewards, but it was also expected.
Ping Fan's efforts over the years were not in vain. Among his peers, already an invincible existence.
And the Ji Dao Ping Fan cultivated is an exceptionally rare Dao in the world.
The power of the Ji Dao's Emperor realm is also more special than other Daos, incomparably domineering. Future prospects are limitless. Chu Xian didn't claim the reward immediately,
but waited for Chu Pingfan to consolidate his cultivation. 3 days later, Chu Pingfan stood before Chu Xian, 13th uncle. I broke through to the Emperor realm.
Pingfan, congratulations. So many years of cultivation weren't in vain. 13th uncle didn't dote on you for nothing. Chu Xian looked at Chu Pingfan with a gratified expression. But Pingfan, don't get complacent. After all, this is just the beginning, the road ahead is still long.
And you've been cultivating all along, without any training or combat experience.
From today onwards,
you can go to the Trial Illusion realm to train, constantly hone your combat awareness and fighting spirit, absolutely must not slack off.
Yes, 13th uncle. Pingfan will go to the Trial Illusion realm now.
Chu Pingfan couldn't hide the excitement in his heart, and all this was created for him by 13th uncle Chu Xian. In Chu Pingfan's heart, 13th uncle occupied the most important place. Even his parents were not as important. After all, he was practically raised by Chu Xian, taught and nurtured by him in terms of affection, even closer than his rarely seen parents.
After sending Chu Pingfan off, Chu Xian then checked the rewards.
First looked at the Tai Chu Dao Jing. This would be his future cultivation technique, Tai Chu Dao Jing. Origin of the Great Tao, born from chaos. Begins in annihilation, upon reaching great mastery, can be born in chaos, open up the true Great Tao. Even if the Great Tao is annihilated, can still return from annihilation's beginning.
Taking off. Chu Xian was overjoyed after comprehending the Tai Chu Dao Jing, let alone guiding Tao realm cultivation. He could even guide path-opening realm experts. By then, who would still doubt him? He would be a true super boss. No longer need to worry about being exposed. No longer need to worry about path openers like Hong Yuanshu seeking him for Tao discussion and him having no insights. Lowering his senior boss demeanor, Chu Xian was thrilled in his heart, but didn't immediately claim the Tai Chu Dao Jing, but first claimed the 1,000 years of cultivation reward, enhancing his God realm foundation. This way, comprehending the Tai Chu Dao Jing would be twice as effective. Come on. Let the experience come more fiercely.
Chu Xian claimed the 1,000 years of cultivation reward. Cultivation poured in. Strength continuously climbed. Chaos indestructible body frantically devoured power.
Foundation became deeper and deeper. Divine power began to transform. A wisp of Dao luck was born. Mystically, seemed to sense the great Dao. Could absorb Dao luck. Nurture oneself. Nurture Dao Zi. Chu Xian opened his eyes. The opportunity to break through to the Dao realm finally arrived. God Realm Foundation was full, reached the limit of the God Realm. It's time to claim the Tai Chu Dao Jing. Comprehension of the Tai Chu Dao Jing poured in. Chu Xian involuntarily began to circulate the method of the Tai Chu Dao Jing. A mysterious and profound feeling welled up in his heart. Comprehension continued. In a trance, seemed to arrive on the great Dao again. Seemed he could touch the great Dao by reaching out his hand. Endless comprehension continuously poured in. Great Dao luck also poured in accordingly. Chu Xian's divine soul underwent further transformation. Chaos indestructible body frantically absorbed Dao luck. When Ji Daoze, Ji Daoze, also continuously grew under the nourishment of Dao luck. Dao Zi power continuously integrated into divine power. Chu Xian's breakthrough continued. And comprehension of the Tai Chu Dao Jing also continued. This was the longest time Chu Xian had ever spent in comprehension. The longest time needed for a breakthrough, day after day. Just waiting for divine power to transform into Dao Zi power, Dao luck to fill his body. Divine soul transformation completed. Establishing a mystical connection with the great Dao. Able to draw Dao luck from the great Dao into his body. Thus breaking through to the Dao realm, a full 10 days later. Chu Xian finally woke from his comprehension. At this moment, his aura changed. Eyes seemed able to see through everything. Seemed to have already understood the essence of the great Dao. Body filled with Dao luck. When Ji Daoze and Ji Daoze surrounded him, already completely under his control, Dao virtue power replaced divine power. Dao realm experts control Dao virtue power, surpassing heaven and earth rules. God realm experts are mere ants in the eyes of Dao realm experts. Dao realm achieved. You stayed home and urgently broke through, becoming the youngest Dao realm warrior in history. Reward: Ji Daoze, De Chena Dao Fei, Great Seizing Dao Art. You stayed home and urgently broke through, becoming the fastest Dao realm warrior to break through in history. Reward: Shi Guang Dao Zhe, Time Dao Principle. Divine soul roams the great Dao of time. Struck it rich. With the breakthrough, the system's rewards followed. Set 2 records. Chu Xian's mentality was very stable, even though 2 more Dao Zi were added. Entering the Dao realm with 5 Dao Zi. Probably unprecedented, right? Chu Xian continuously comprehended himself. Even tried to fuse when, yin, and time, these 5 Dao principles. After all, besides these 5 Dao principles deepening, he also had a great Qian. That Dao art nurtures Dao Zi at the speed of a golden rock swallowing. Ordinary warriors barely nurture 1 Dao, while he was like riding a rocket. Being the historically youngest Dao realm warrior was already a thing of the past. Chu Xian was full of anticipation for Dao realm cultivation. He also wanted to set the record for the fastest breakthrough to path-opening realm in history, and the record for the youngest path opener in history. What would the system rewards be then? Too exciting, but for now, still need to improve himself first. This time's reward, roaming the great Dao of time, was different from last time's roaming the entire great Dao, but separately roaming the great Dao of time within it. This is very helpful for improving his own time plunder and time illusion. No time to lose, set off immediately. Chu Xian waved his hand, bringing over the Yuan Chu Dao Jing. This time, going to roam the great Dao of time, he also brought the Yuan Chu Dao Jing. Not only can it nurture the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, if he encounters path-opening realm experts again, he can pull them into the great Dao group. Remembering the system rewarded Shi Guang Ji Zhou, Boat of Time, bring it too. What if it's useful? In just an instant, a mysterious and profound feeling emerged, an inexplicable, incomprehensible feeling appeared on his body. Ah! Is this the great Dao of time? So magnificent! The next moment, Chu Xian found himself in a river of dazzling light. Like a vast, boundless river of light, constantly flowing. Looking down, it was a river composed of light. This was simply a vast, boundless river of light. Even walking here for hundreds of millions of years, it would be impossible to see its end. Chu Xian strolled aimlessly on the great Dao of time. Comprehending time, increasing the power of the time Dao Zi, worthy of being the great Dao of time. Not only is the scenery magnificent and splendid, the feeling within it is even more profound and extraordinary. Just being here for a moment, his own time Dao Zi was about to upgrade. Too abnormal. But he liked it very much. Chu Xian stood on the great Dao of time, staring at the Yuan Chu Dao Jing, suddenly somewhat curious. Hong Yuanchu and the other path openers, had they ever set foot on the great Dao of time? Now that he had stepped into the Dao realm, and cultivated the Tai Chu Dao Jing, in terms of understanding and comprehending the great Dao, Hong Yuanchu and the others couldn't compare to him, so no need to worry about exposing his true situation. Therefore, he took the initiative to speak in the group for the first time, sending an invitation to several path openers. I am currently roaming the great Dao of time. Would fellow Daoists like to join? For a long pause, no movement in the group. Even the troll Mo2 didn't respond at all. Why no reaction? Chu Xian wondered. Although on the great Dao of time, it didn't hinder message transmission, didn't hinder chatting. How would he know everyone's shocked expressions at this moment? What? Great Dao of time? Dao brother Chu can actually roam the great Dao of time? Is the group owner that awesome? My disrespectful actions back then. Why do I understand less and less of what this group discusses? Have I regressed? I might have cultivated a fake Dao realm. After a long pause, Hong Yuanchu finally spoke. Dao brother Chu, you are on the great Dao of time? Yes, fellow Daoist Hong, would you like to join? Hong Yuanchu was very shocked. Just how strong was this Dao brother Chu? Why could he roam the great Dao of time? That was the great Dao of time. Even he couldn't set foot on it. More accurately, he couldn't, from the great Dao, enter the Dao belonging to time. He didn't cultivate the way of time, great Dao of time. Dao brother Chu, forgive me, Hong is dull, never comprehended time. Cannot enter the Dao belonging to time from the great Dao. Group owner cultivates the great Dao of time? Mo2 also spoke in shock. Chu Xian understood. The great Dao of time was too powerful, not everyone could cultivate it. Even path openers, not everyone could enter the great Dao of time. The silence just now was just due to shock. After figuring it out, Chu Xian began to bluff several path openers, further elevating his senior expert demeanor. This great Dao of time is very easy to master. Just one of the great Daos I've walked. Presumably different from the Daos you all are on? The great Dao in Dao brother Chu's mouth, could it be the kind parallel to the true great Dao? Not a certain great Dao? Too powerful. Someone can actually open up a miniature version of the great Dao. Not a certain great Dao. No wonder he finds the great Dao of time not difficult. This is a super expert. Dao brother's talent. Hong admires. I, Mo2, submit to no one. Rua Xian, little woman, I can even press her down and rub her. Only submit to brother Chu alone. Mo2, you're looking for death. Rua Xian's face flushed with anger. Mo2, this bastard. Humiliating her as soon as he opens his mouth. Too hateful. Chu Xian humbly said, everyone is a seeker on the path of the great Dao. Having passed judgment, still value peace. Just as he was about to continue bluffing, suddenly saw on the great Dao of time, points of light suddenly appeared, like waves. A jade-white thing flashed past on the great Dao of time. Chu Xian's heart jolted. There's a living being on the great Dao of time. A living being appeared on the great Dao of time. Chat later. Sent a message to the great Dao group. Whether it was Hong Yuanchu and the other path openers, or other Dao realm warriors, all were startled. There's a living being on the great Dao of time? What living being can live on the great Dao of time? Especially Hong Yuanchu and the others, their expressions grave, hearts horrified. Even after opening the path for such long ages, never encountered a living being on the great Dao. The great Dao was too profound. Seemed forever impossible to explore clearly. And Dao brother Chu actually encountered a living being in the great Dao of time. What did this mean? Called out in the group several times, no response. Several path openers could only wait for Chu Xian's message. Chu Xian sat on the boat of time. Arrived at the place where the mysterious creature flashed past. Looked around, didn't find that mysterious figure. Curious in his heart, that figure just now, was it a creature in the great Dao of time, or a path opener cultivating the way of time? Judging from the figure that flashed past just now, Chu Xian leaned towards it being a creature in the great Dao of time. Fellow Daoist, would you come out for a meeting? He was very shocked. How could there be living beings in the great Dao? Are they beings evolved by the great Dao? Not far away, light rippled. Like water ripples, the boat of time arrived instantly. Still didn't see that figure. Chu Xian took out the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing. Wanted to deduce what kind of creature it was. Just then, a few hundred meters away from him, a head emerged from the flowing light.
The moment he saw that head, Chu Xian was stunned. It was that head that spoke first.
Are you calling me dragon? That's right. The head that emerged was very similar to the dragons of legend.
Chu Xian's heart pounded wildly, still controlling the boat of time.
Slowly approaching, this fellow Daoist, your appearance is so abrupt, isn't it a bit?
Simultaneously, the Han Dun Yuan Dao Jing aimed at the dragon head,
deducing its information.
After a while, information appeared on the mirror. Long Jun, Time Imperial Dragon. Time Great Dao Creature, Path Opening Realm, resides in the Great Dao of Time.
Time is indestructible, Imperial Dragon is immortal. Chu Xian gasped.
Encountered a truly near-immortal existence. It is indeed a bit abrupt, but your sudden appearance here also makes me a bit uncomfortable.
Long Jun tilted his head, curiously looking at Chu Xian, especially his boat of time.
Logically, on the Great Dao of Time, he was invincible.
But for some reason, he had a feeling.
That mysterious little boat seemed able to trap him.
Is that so? Fellow Daoist, come up and talk first. Soaking in water will be a bit awkward. Chu Xian's body was very honest, extending his hands to get close to Long Jun. This was a super boss, much more formidable than Hong Yuanshu or Mo2.
A creature of the Great Dao.
My name is Long Jun. My name is Chu Xian. The two seemed to feel a sense of familiarity. Long Jun boarded Chu Xian's boat of time. Chu Xian always felt this person was extraordinary. Fellow Daoist Long is a creature of the Great Dao. This is my first time meeting one. Chu Xian's face was full of curiosity. Creature of the Great Dao? Nothing good about it.
Nowhere to play, very boring.
Long Jun sighed. Chu Xian instantly grasped some basic information.
First, Long Jun most likely had never left the Great Dao. Perhaps due to some restrictions, or perhaps he actually didn't know how to leave the Great Dao.
Second, Long Jun was simple-minded, without much scheming. Good to ignore. Fellow Daoist Long jests.
Creatures of the Great Dao live forever. It can be said, as long as the Great Dao is indestructible, they are eternally immortal.
How can ordinary cultivators compare? Could it be fellow Daoist Long has never met anyone else?
Chu Xian feigned surprise.
Haven't met anyone on the Great Dao of Time.
Long Jun counted on his dragon claws.
Counting you, you are the first person I've met on the Great Dao of Time. You are the fifth person I've met in total. Chu Xian understood.
Long Jun hadn't met any path openers on the Great Dao of Time. Most likely because there were no path openers of the Way of Time, and he had left the Great Dao of Time before. Encountered path openers elsewhere.
Fellow Daoist Long Jun, you can go play outside the Great Dao. Why stay bored in the Great Dao all the time? Chu Xian asked the main question.
Why can't creatures of the Great Dao leave the Great Dao?
Long Jun grabbed his dragon whiskers, looking somewhat annoyed and helpless. How to leave? There's no road. What if I get lost? Besides, I feel leaving the Great Dao will be uncomfortable. Anyway, it's very annoying.
From Long Jun's words, Chu Xian roughly understood why he always stayed in the Great Dao.
Chu Xian couldn't help but think of fish leaving water.
Didn't expect this Great Dao of Time to have such restrictions.
Then, fellow Daoist, why not discuss the Dao with other creatures of the Great Dao? Could it be only fellow Daoist Long is here? Chu Xian asked directly with curiosity.
Anyway, Long Jun was simple, without scheming, a naive newbie.
Asking directly wasn't improper. Yes, only me. Long Jun nodded, saying this. He raised his head. Laidao, Lightning Strike Island, I, Long Jun, am unique.
Not very familiar with other creatures.
Don't know if they are still in the Great Dao. Fellow Daoist Long Jun, meeting his fate.
From now on, you and I are close friends.
Chu Xian's face showed sincerity.
One day, if I find a way for fellow Daoist Long Jun to escape the Great Dao, I will definitely help fellow Daoist Long Jun leave.
Thank you so much, fellow Daoist Chu. Long Jun was overjoyed.
Rolled around a few times on the Great Dao of Time, fellow Daoist Chu. From now on, you are Long Jun's sworn brother.
If you have any difficulties, just come find me. You're too kind, too kind. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Long Jun's attitude.
Although I temporarily cannot help fellow Daoist Long Jun leave, but I have a treasure that can let fellow Daoist Long Jun
chat with others on the treasure.
But first, I need a bit of Brother Long's Dao principle to connect to the treasure.
Brother Chu, take as much as you want.
Long Jun was thrilled. Full of anticipation, when excited, he liked to give treasures. So, he stuffed some more treasures into Chu Xian's hands.
Too generous. Chu Xian sighed.
Long Jun, as a spirit of the Great Dao, indeed had many treasures.
And their level was all great Dao level. Not to mention Dao realm, even path openers would be tempted.
Such a generous Long Jun who loves to give treasures, Chu Xian felt it necessary to remind him.
Can't let people fool him, fellow Taoist Long Jun, the outside world is complex, you must not reveal all secrets. Don't casually gift treasures. Treasures like these are very precious. One item can make people fight to the death. Don't gift them casually. Chu Xian instructed Long Jun, telling him how to guard against flattery. Don't casually gift treasures, etc.
Long Jun nodded frequently.
Felt Dao Brother Chu was truly a good person. If it were someone else, who would remind him like this? Dao Brother Chu, rest assured, I definitely won't be deceived. Nor will I casually gift any treasures to people. When happy, just gift some trinkets. Thus, Chu Xian was relieved. Took out a ball of Dao luck from the Yuan Chu Dao Jing and gave it to Long Jun.
Fellow Daoist Long, if you meet others in the future, or fellow creatures of the great Dao, you can also use this to extract a wisp of aura.
Connect to the treasure, then you can communicate. Let Long Jun input a wisp of aura.
Chu Xian looked at the messages in the great Dao group.
Smiled, this is Long Jun I pulled in. Fellow Daoist is the Time Imperial Dragon, time is indestructible, Imperial Dragon is immortal. Anyone with questions about time can ask.
Hong Yuanchu and the others' hearts trembled.
A creature of the great Dao was pulled into the group by Dao Brother Chu. Then Dao Brother Chu, wouldn't he? The other Dao Realm warriors were all shocked. Stared fervently at the great Dao group. Hello everyone, I am Long Jun.
Long Jun discovered the great Dao group.
He directly condensed the message onto a scale. Little Paw typed messages on it. For this novel toy, Long Jun was thrilled, rolling around on the great Dao of time. Stirring up waves, Brother Long, are you satisfied? Chu Xian was also very happy. This trip to the great Dao of time was a bountiful harvest. Satisfied, satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Long Jun was overjoyed. Again, a clanging sound of gifts being stuffed into Chu Xian's arms. Chu Xian subtly reminded Long Jun not to suffer losses when pulling people into the group in the future. Long Jun understood, sighing in his heart. Dao Brother Chu is truly a good person.
Took so many treasures from me, felt bad.
Reminded me I could use the opportunity of joining the great Dao group to ask for some treasures, that's good. Brother Long, I have to go back. When I find a way for you to be unrestrained and able to leave the great Dao, I will contact you immediately. Okay, Brother Chu. We'll meet again. The two reluctantly bid farewell.
Chu Xian continued to roam the great Dao of time.
After a while, felt the sensation of returning. In a daze, he was already back in the small courtyard. Body shimmering with light, time wrapped around him. He seemed to be sitting in time itself. The first thing after regaining his senses was to instruct Chu Xian to cook a pot of delicious food. Large portion. 10 times the usual amount. Long Jun gave me so many treasures.
Make some delicacies for him to taste, give and take is how things last.
Chu Xian, hearing the instruction, didn't ask much. Began preparing ingredients. Soon, the delicacies were ready. Chu Xian at Long Jun in the great Dao group. Daoist Long Jun, I'm sending you some food. Just to satisfy your cravings. Long Jun was delighted. New things to eat. Dao Brother Chu, are you coming to the great Dao of time again? No.
I'll transmit the items to you through the great Dao group.
Chu Xian said. Transmitted the box over.
Although Long Jun was on the great Dao of time, it didn't hinder the Yuan Chu Dao Jing's ability to transmit items. This was also the power of the Yuan Chu Dao Jing. Directly connected to the great Dao. Dao Brother Chu can transmit items through the great Dao group? Hong Yuanchu and the others were also shocked. Using just a wisp of aura as a medium, can transmit items, can it be used for attacks? Can transmit items. Transmitted items will have the original owner's aura erased, and can be imprinted with the receiver's aura,
and won't leak traces or heavenly secrets, involves the great Dao. Fellow Daoists, no need to worry about attacks and such.
Chu Xian naturally knew what Hong Yuanchu and the others were afraid of.
The great Dao group has rules, as long as one cannot surpass the great Dao, cannot override the rules. Hong Yuanchu and the others looked. Sighed in relief in their hearts. Felt they had worried too much just now. Both being path-opening realm experts, how could Chu Xian be so powerful? Relying on a wisp of aura as a medium to attack someone of the same realm? Long Jun had already received the food. Eating while sending messages, delicious. Delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious.
Seeing the group members chatting enthusiastically, Chu Xian was relieved. After breaking through to the Dao realm, he became idle.
The De Qian Na Dao Fei, great seizing Dao art, didn't require deliberate cultivation. Always drawing Dao luck into the body, nurturing Dao Zi. Only needed to spend some time comprehending Dao Zi. Increased comprehension of Dao Zi. With more free time, Chu Xian's mind began to become active. The Tian Dao plan should also be further advanced. It's time to completely control He Yu Lu. Chu Xian called Bao Hongyan over, asked him to formulate a plan, considered a test of his ability. Bao Hongyan was excited, but also somewhat worried. Afraid his ability wasn't up to par, since following Chu Xian received much attention, benefits were too many. Strength sword, the He Yu Lu system was very vast. Interlocking, each department had its own secrets. Level by level, directly under command. To find the true person behind the scenes, could only control level by level upwards, perhaps. Only a 9-star lord would know the controller behind the scenes. Only then could contact Bao Hongyan. Stated his views and analysis. Chu Xian nodded. Besides fishing them out level by level, indeed no better way. After all, he couldn't leave the courtyard and act directly. Since the communication talisman was launched, still hadn't received any information about the controller behind He Yu Lu. Shows the opponent is well hidden. Seems indifferent to such a big change in He Yu Lu. Very much an expert's demeanor. Chu Xian directly condensed a ball of Dao Zi power. Let Bao Hongyan carry it and leave. Step by step, to lure out the controller behind He Yu Lu. After arranging things, Chu Xian waited for news in the courtyard, 13th uncle. This day, Chu Pingfan came out of the small world. The young man was already at the 3rd level of experiencing. Although not much time passed in the 9 regions, however, he had trained in the small world for several years. He had also become much more composed, perhaps due to natural disposition. Chu Pingfan still looked naive and clumsy. But also quite cute. He was also a rather taciturn person, which indeed matched his temperament. 13th uncle, I want to go to Dongzhou. Chu Pingfan said respectfully. Chu Xian looked at him. Thought it through? He knew this day would come sooner or later. Pingfan cultivated so hard, wasn't it to vent this anger? Wasn't it to go to Dongzhou to save his parents, and face-slap his mother's family? 3rd level of the Earth Realm, strength not weak, ordinary 9th level of the Earth Realm probably wasn't Chu Pingfan's opponent. More importantly, he was only 16. I've thought it through. Chu Pingfan clenched his fist. To this day, he couldn't forget that scene from his childhood. If you've thought it through, then go. Chu Xian nodded. Remember, regardless of the other party's identity or background, no need to care, kill if necessary. Of course, don't just kill. Yes, 13th uncle, I know what to do. Chu Xian nodded. Chu Pingfan, this child, was still very simple-hearted. Yuer poked her head out from Chu Pingfan's shoulder. Weakly said, Grandpa Ancestor, I want to go too. Chu Xian looked at this clever and cute female ghost. Calling him Grandpa Ancestor, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. However, he was the Guizhu, founder of the Guizhu. Calling him Grandpa Ancestor was perfectly fine, approved, go. Yay! Thank you, Grandpa Ancestor. Yuer was very excited. Floated around Chu Pingfan, little brother Pingfan, if anyone bullies you, don't be afraid, I'll cover you. Chu Xian still valued Yuer greatly. Currently the #1 prodigy of the Guizhu, talent very suitable. Cultivating Huang Quan Gujin, in the future, rely on her to lead the Guizhu to rise. Competing for great fortune. Chu Pingfan was going on a long journey. Chu Xian came out of seclusion, refined a pile of pills. Let Chu Pingfan take them, Xiang Xian. Refined many formation seals. The lowest restriction was also an Emperor weapon secret treasure, belonging to his newest original great killing weapon. Although one secret treasure could only be used once. However, its power was extremely strong. Su Xianer found herself having nothing good to give. Chu Yun gave pills, weapons. Xiang Xian gave secret treasures, what should she give? This was very depressing. Chu Pingfan was taken care of by her since childhood. She was very fond of Chu Pingfan. After thinking for a moment, Su Xianer picked some heavenly treasures she was tending to. Stuffed them to Chu Pingfan. These are all good treasures. Can be useful at critical moments, keep them well. Must return safely. Thank you, Aunt Su. Chu Pingfan respectfully bid farewell to Su Xianer. Seeing someone off for 1,000 li, eventually there's parting. Chu Yun and Su Xianer reluctantly went to see him off. Xiang Xian stood at the courtyard gate, sighing endlessly. He had thoughts of returning to Nanzhou, Dongzhou to show his prowess. Tell those people he was a genius, not a monster. Vent the pent-up anger in his heart. Chu Xian's gaze looked into the distance. Chu Pingfan's trip will surely stir up storms, attract countless troubles. A tall tree in the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Especially towards his mother's family, he had no good feelings. Perhaps the other party would consider Chu Pingfan a hidden danger necessary to eliminate, and it's not far from the opening of the Jean Mogudi. Some people behind the scenes are probably preparing to act like the human race's god realm experts and the demon race's god elders. Once Chu Pingfan's heaven-defying talent is discovered, to ensure their plans are not disrupted, perhaps they will find a way to nip Chu Pingfan in the bud. Shu Er. A figure appeared before Chu Xian. Master. Cultivating beside the Yuan Chu Daojing, nourished by the Yuan Chu Daojing's upgrade, Chu Yi and Chu Er's strength soared, completing their transformation. They could no longer be called puppets. Now their strength was already at the 7th level of the God Realm. More importantly, although Chu Yi and Chu Er were at the 7th level of the God Realm, they contained Dao Luck. At critical moments, they could use Dao Luck to unleash powerful strength. Even 9th level God Realm experts would have to retreat. You secretly follow Pingfan. Yes, Master. Chu Er's figure flickered and disappeared. Xiang Xing beside him was shocked. World-honored one actually has such powerful attendants. Heaven Realm Cultivation? Or God Realm? Chu Xian looked at the dazed Xiang Xing. Cultivate well, God Realm is not the end. Yes, Master. Xiang Xing returned to the small world full of fighting spirit. Chu Xian pondered. When to let Xiang Xing return to Nanzhou? After the Dongzhou Zhan Mogudi opens, children of fortune can't stay home, must go out and roam. Ding Yu and Wang Luo haven't triggered system rewards for a while. Is it because they haven't roamed enough? Or because I broke through to the Dao realm, and the conditions for triggering rewards increased? At this time, Chu Yun and Chu Xian are also returned, just in time. This is for you. Chu Xian waved his hand. The bracelet refined from timescales was completed. Casually gifted it to Chu Yun. Thank you, 13th brother. Chu Yun put on the bracelet, overjoyed. He now knew nothing Chu Xian gave was ordinary. This bracelet, besides being crystal clear and snow white, with fine patterns, seemed to have no special features. Precisely because of this, it appeared even more extraordinary. Chu Yun lingered in the courtyard for a while, returned to the ancestral home to guide the Chu family's alchemy team. In the Chu family, Chu Yun was practically the sole authority. No one would disobey her words. Chu Tianming was even more obedient. Spoiled this precious granddaughter rotten, it had been a long time since hearing Chu Tianming's roars. Seems the Chu family was developing smoothly. No troubles bothered him, Chu Xian thought for a moment. Still decided not to anger old man Chu Tianming, lest he really anger him to the point of bursting a blood vessel. Half a month passed since Chu Pingfan went to Dongzhou. Chu Xian was just thinking of taking out the Kuei-Tian mirror to see where Chu Pingfan had reached in Dongzhou. The system's rewards suddenly arrived. Your disciple Dingyu mistakenly entered the ancient Diling Zhu, Earth Spirit Clan, Secret Realm. Was revered as the son of Diling, Fortune Transformed, Reward, Pai Di Shu, Earth Splitting Book. Chu Xian was stunned. Dingyu, this kid, triggered system rewards? Mistakenly entered the ancient Diling Zhu Secret Realm? Diling Zhu is an unfamiliar race. Chu Xian had never heard of it. And Dingyu was even revered as the son of Diling. Didn't rush to claim the reward, first opened the Kuei-Tian mirror. Connecting to Dingyu's location, the image opened. Amidst a profusion of purples and reds, Dingyu wore a snow-white carved hat, held a precious sword, the Earth Meridian spirit squatted on his shoulder. And below Dingyu, stood a few dozen people. Chu Xian noticed their ears were different from humans. And their figures were smaller, with flowers actually growing on their heads. Each braided pigtail had a flower blooming at the end, of various colors. Chu Xian even sensed from these people the aura of plants. This is the Diling Zhu? A race born from the transformation of some kind of plant. Chu Xian was very curious. How was Dingyu revered as the son of Diling? Dingyu looked at the Diling Zhu people below, feeling helpless. Didn't I just steal a few fruits? And triggered some phenomena. How did I become the son of Diling? It's all the Earth Meridian spirit's fault. Brought me to this place. And even instigated me to steal things to eat. The Earth Meridian spirit squatted on Dingyu's shoulder. Feeling very wronged, it was clearly Master himself who was greedy. Yet blamed it on him. What is the Diling Zhu? Dingyu didn't know, at least currently, he couldn't afford to offend them. Son of Diling it is then, at least for now. Beneficial and harmless, and even respected by the Diling Zhu. Although the Diling Zhu were few, their strength was not weak. God Realm Great Clan Elder X1, Heaven Realm Elders X5.
The rest were Reverence Realm and Emperor Realm.
Not a single one below Emperor Realm.
A very powerful force.
Great Clan Elder, does my Di Ling Zhu have Jian Dao, Sword Dao? The Di Ling Zhu from the inherited ancient records. The Great Clan Elder nodded, yes, yes. My Di Ling Zhu once had a Jian Dao genius ancestor. He left behind the Di Ling Jian Dao. Ding Yu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Then quickly take me there. Ling Zi, please follow me. The Great Clan Elder led Ding Yu towards a direction. Ding Yu followed behind the Great Clan Elder, eyes darting around. Spirit herbs everywhere. Even more countless spirit fruits. Sweet taste, truly a treasure land. Must scrape a fortune before leaving. After returning, Wang Luo won't have to worry about lacking spirit herbs for alchemy anymore. Ding Yu mentally calculated how to find an excuse to leave, and how to scrape a fortune when leaving. The Di Ling Zhu's strength was too great. If he openly scraped treasures, probably wouldn't fare well. He couldn't be sure the identity of son of Di Ling could protect him, Ding Yu always felt. The process of him becoming the son of Di Ling was a bit ridiculous. He was human. How did he become the son of Di Ling? And it was even said to be designated by the Di Ling ancestors. Ding Yu even suspected if there was a conspiracy involved. Following the Great Clan Elder, arrived before a towering ancient tree. Ding Yu looked up, the ancient tree several thousand zhang tall. On it hung fruits the size of human heads, emitting a faint glow, making Ding Yu a bit greedy. Ever since eating the Di Ling Zhu's spirit fruits, he became obsessed with spirit fruits. Such an ancient tree. The fruits on it must be of very high grade. Must be very delicious. Wondered if his identity as son of Di Ling could let him eat one or two. The Earth Meridian spirit was also drooling. Ling Zi, that is Di Ling. Jian Dao.
The Great Clan Elder stopped. Ding Yu regained his senses and looked. Under the ancient tree stood a statue, handsome and elegant. Holding a sword, the sword emitted a gentle glow, and was surrounded by illusory flower petals. Ding Yu saw its extraordinariness at a glance. Ling Zi, you may sit 3 qi before the ancestor's statue. Sincerely worship the ancestor, you will surely gain something. The Great Clan Elder made a pleased gesture. Ding Yu muttered in his heart, won't there be danger? He couldn't ask directly. Thinking he was already the son of Di Ling, there shouldn't be danger, so he carefully approached, step by step. Finally arrived 3 qi before the statue. Chu Xian stared at the Di Ling Zhu ancestor's statue. The statue was wreathed in faint Dao rhyme. The Di Ling Zhu ancestor was a Dao realm expert, but didn't know which pass of the Dao realm his cultivation was at. Had he already fallen? Ding Yu becoming the son of Di Ling was inseparable from his fortune. The main reason was probably related to the Earth Meridian spirit. Suddenly, the statue seemed to come alive, eyes opened. Glow shone, flower petals bloomed from the sword in its hand. Wisps of qi erupted, like thousands of threads, instantly sealing Ding Yu within. Intense crisis instantly enveloped him. Ding Yu's expression changed drastically. Cursed inwardly, indeed, there's a problem. Me, a human, how could I become the son of Di Ling? I don't even have Di Ling bloodline. In a moment of crisis, Ding Yu reacted quickly, raised his hand and grabbed. The statue's sword pointed at Ding Yu. She sealed the surroundings. The Great Clan Elder didn't know what exactly happened inside. Seeing the statue show phenomena, the Great Clan Elder became even more convinced. Ding Yu was the son of Di Ling. Received the ancestors' approval. Will surely lead the clan back to the 9 regions. Regarding the Di Ling Zhu's future, the Great Clan Elder was full of anticipation. And Ding Yu, facing the crisis, reacted immediately, raised his hand and grabbed. Instantly grabbed the Earth Meridian Spirit. Directly choked the Earth Meridian Spirit's neck. Choking the Earth Meridian Spirit until it almost died. If I die, he dies too. If you threaten me, I'll choke him to death directly. Ding Yu stared at the statue and sneered. Demai Jiling, Earth Meridian Spirit, burst into tears. Damn, I'm blind. Acknowledged such a master. Demai Jiling's heart was broken. How did I acknowledge such an unreliable master? The statue was also stunned. What kind of operation is this? The sealing chi even showed some disorder. Don't think you can kill me instantly. Even if you kill me, he will die too. Ding Yu continued to sneer, unafraid. The statue fell silent, arm began to lower, divine soul fluctuations transmitted a message, just a test. Why did you want to choke him to death? You are Ling Zi. Don't think I would harm you. Ding Yu smiled awkwardly yet politely. A misunderstanding? Impossible, right? I sensed danger just now. I'm human, don't you know? You want me, this Ling Zi? Stop trying to trick me. Ding Yu seemed to see through everything.
Actually, the real Lingzi is the Earth Meridian Spirit.
It just acknowledged me as master.
That's why I was elevated to the position of Lingzi. As long as you kill me, the Earth Meridian Spirit will be free. Naturally, it can then ascend to the Lingzi throne. You and he share Will and Woe, naturally you are Lingzi. Huazu, Fire Clan, Lingzi has always been human.
The statue was also on the verge of collapse.
This generation's Lingzi just doesn't seem right. Dingyu was stunned. Lingzi has always been human? Pointing at the Earth Meridian Spirit, then him? Notice, this female warrior just saved a little straight man from several bullies.
Then, squirming her body, wanted to strip naked for the little straight man to admire. Just because she didn't get a thank you from the little straight man.
So she called him a fool. The little straight man's name is Chu Pingfan. Not yet an adult, how would he understand these things? Dega Biao is an adult, so he'll check things out for everyone first. Just now, Dingyu suddenly felt unhappy. This won't do. He's the Lingzhu, Spirit Lord, I'm the Lingzi, Spirit Son. Doesn't that make him the master? This is the rule. The statue also got a little angry. No way. How can I be a step below him? I am the master. Dingyu said unhappily.
Seeing the statue's chi begin to rise, with a squeeze of his hand, choked the Earth Meridian Spirit's tongue out. Don't threaten me.
Otherwise, kill him, and you won't have a Lingzhu. Conditions. State your conditions. The statue was furious. Simultaneously, also complained inwardly about the Earth Meridian Spirit. What kind of person did you choose? Aren't you tired following such a person? Disgraceful. Previous Lingzi all shared Will and Woe with Di Ling, lived and died together. None were this troublesome. Conditions can be discussed. That's better. Dingyu loosened his grip slightly.
Let the Earth Meridian Spirit catch its breath, lest he choke it to death directly. The Earth Meridian Spirit looked resentful. After some bargaining, conditions were successfully reached.
Dingyu also obtained the Di Ling Jian Dao inheritance,
mastered another powerful sword Dao, leaving the statue. After returning to his residence, the Earth Meridian Spirit questioned him. You choked me too hard.
Give me 30%. Too little. I want 40%. 35%. No more.
The Earth Meridian Spirit cursed inwardly.
Too damn black-hearted.
Chu Xian was speechless watching.
Dingyu, this kid, worthy of being a child of fortune, heart too black. Closed the Kuei Tian mirror, didn't continue peeking. Dingyu, this kid, wouldn't die, checking the system reward, Pai Di Shu. One leaf, one land boundary, possesses the power to split Earth. Can open up land on the Great Tao, forming its own land boundary. After reading the Pai Di Shu's information, Chu Xian was overjoyed. A treasure. Able to open up land on the Great Tao. What does this mean? It means can directly open a cave dwelling on the Great Tao.
Chu Xian claimed the reward. The Pai Di Shu was an ancient book,
emitting an ancient and heavy aura.
Chu Xian held the Pai Di Shu.
Could feel the heavy aura within, flipping open a page. As if a piece of land appeared, brushed his hand across the page.
A stream of earth-splitting power poured into the small world.
Boom! The earth-splitting power erupted. In just a blink of an eye, at the border of the small world, a new land boundary was opened up. Chu Xian was utterly shocked. The Pai Di Shu was too strong. He had no doubt.
If in chaos, holding the Pai Di Shu could definitely open up a continent.
This was a true supreme treasure. Chu Xian even suspected
the Pai Di Shu was no weaker than the Hundun Zhong. With the Pai Di Shu, in the future, when he could travel to the Great Tao via the Yuan Shu Dao Jing, he could establish a foothold on the Great Tao with this. Could even split off a divine soul to permanently reside on the Great Tao, constantly.
Comprehending the Great Tao, perfecting Dao Zi, and nurturing Dao Zi.
The split divine soul could constantly communicate with the main body through the Yuan Shu Dao Jing.
Consciousness could switch at any time.
As if he himself had physically arrived on the Great Tao. After recognizing the power of the Pai Di Shu, Chu Xian had already begun contemplating his future cultivation on the Great Tao.
Chu Xian cultivated the Dechen de Dao Fei,
Great Thousand Great Tao Art,
and the Hundun Bumia Ti, Chaos Indestructible Body, that Tao was fast.
Far surpassed ordinary Tao realm warriors. Even so, if he wanted to rapidly increase his cultivation, also needed a long time of accumulation. If he could reside permanently on the Great Tao, then cultivation increase would surely be 1,000 li a day. Chu Xian stored the Pai Di Shu in his divine soul for nurturing.
Together with the Hundun Zhong, Dingyu, this kid, is still alright.
Worthy of being the eldest disciple under my tutelage.
Brought me such a treasure. Indeed. Children of fortune should be free-ranged outside. Only then is there a higher chance of triggering system rewards. Chu Xian began to look forward to Wan Luo, Mofo, and Hu Tianya's performance. Xiao Liang also needs to work harder. Hasn't triggered system rewards since becoming a disciple. Chu Xian took out the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing and began searching for Dao realm experts. The members in the Great Dao group were still too few. More people make it livelier. When the group is lively, the Yuan Chu Dao Jing receives more Dao luck, upgrades faster. The system's rewards suddenly arrived. The young evil king who mistakenly entered your fortune's secret realm broke through to the emperor realm. Reward, a ball of Dao luck. Chu Xian was stunned. He had almost forgotten about the young evil king who entered the fortune's secret realm. This fellow broke through to the emperor realm? Not bad. With his cultivation speed, revenge is hopeful. And the system didn't reward cultivation anymore. But a ball of Dao luck isn't little. Comparable to Chu Xian cultivating for half a month. Hope the young evil king, though physically disabled, remains strong-willed. Can bring me some surprises. Chu Xian thought silently. Hundun Yuan Dao Jing. Didn't find any Dao realm experts on it. Chu Xian could only regretfully put away the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing. He decided, use the Hundun Yuan Dao Jing once every day. Scene changes to Dongzhou. Compared to Nanzhou, Dongzhou was more prosperous, heaven and earth rules complete, spiritual qi abundant. Martial Dao flourished, unlike Nanzhou's largely barren land. Dongzhou was dotted with large and small sects and powers, and dynasties and kingdoms. Chu Pingfan had been in Dongzhou for some days now. He was inquiring about his mother's family. Qi family, an incomparably powerful family in Dongzhou, located in Zhongjun of Dongzhou, the most prosperous and powerful place in all of Dongzhou. Hey! This kid is silly and strong, him it is. When Chu Pingfan was passing through a small city, he was targeted by several ruffians. Strength only mortal realm, however, looking at their attire, should be from some power. Chu Pingfan's face darkened. He was already so low-key. Yet someone still found trouble with him. Did he have a naturally bullyable face? Yuer was even more annoyed. Actually said my fan is silly. Too much. I'll let them know the terror of ghosts. The few ruffians were about to act. To capture Chu Pingfan, suddenly felt cold all over. As if some terrifying thing was staring at them. Couldn't help but shiver. Go die, grandma. A long whip suddenly lashed out, sending the few ruffians flying. Bang, evil gang. People are getting more and more outrageous, even attacking ordinary people. The one who acted was named Yu Beibei. Pretty face, reverence realm 3rd level cultivation. Chu Pingfan was stunned for a moment, looking at the young girl. Didn't know whether to say thank you or not. The other party, after all, acted out of kindness to help. Just that he didn't need it. So, struggling with this situation, should he thank her or not? Hey! Fool! I saved you, shouldn't you say thank you? Yu Beibei clapped her hands. Seeing the dazed Chu Pingfan, suddenly a little displeased. But seeing Chu Pingfan's naive and taciturn appearance, suddenly lost the mood to argue, waved her hand, forget it. Won't stoop to your fool's level. Chu Pingfan was annoyed. You're the fool. Hey! You're not convinced? Believe it or not, Grandma will turn you into a pig's head. Yu Beibei clenched her fists, hands on hips, threatening. And our little straight man just snorted lightly, too lazy to bother with you. Fool! You're so weak, not afraid of death? Still running around. Hey! You fool actually dare to disobey. Yu Beibei waved her hand, a whip appeared in her hand. Raised the whip, wanting to lash out, but then paused, forget it. You fool, just an ordinary person. One lash from me and you'll be split in half. Then I would have saved you for nothing. Just as she was about to turn and leave, suddenly heard from beside Chu Pingfan. An annoyed female voice, you're the fool. Before she could react, felt cold all over. Seemed something entered her body. Then lost control of her body. Yu Beibei was terrified. Eyes wide, wanting to call for help. But couldn't utter a single word. Her thoughts and consciousness were clear. Watched her own body joyfully run to Chu Pingfan's side. Even reached out, wanting to hold that fool's arm. Chu Pingfan pulled his hand away, glared at Yuer, stop fooling around. Yu Beibei was shocked to find herself speaking. And one hand was even clutching her chest. Looking like she was about to undo her clothes. The words spoken scared her even more. Fan, want to see her body? How about I take off her clothes for you to admire? No. Not in public. The girl was terrified, roaring internally. She wanted to call for help but couldn't. Could it be implying it can be shown privately?
although completely unaware what means the other party used to control her body, but clearly felt the other party was inside her body. Such means were simply unheard of.
Don't mess around. Stop fooling around. Get out of her body quickly. Chu Pingfan's face darkened.
Raised his hand, wanting to poke Yuer's forehead.
Realized she was currently possessing Yu Beibei's body. Could only retract his hand. She called you a fool. I want to punish her a little. Just let her lend me her body for 3 days, okay? Yuer hummed, then asked Yu Beibei, hey, what's your name? Yu Beibei found she could speak. First thought was to call for help, but was horrified to find. As long as she wanted to call for help, she immediately couldn't speak.
Seemed the unknown existence in her body could read her strong intentions.
My name is Yu Beibei. I am from the Yu family. At this time, she could only hope bringing out her family name could intimidate the other party. Yu family? Chu Pingfan looked at her in surprise. Is it the Yu family, one of the 3 major families of Dongzhou?
Yes. Yes. I am Yu Beibei, 3rd Miss of the Yu family. Yu Beibei just revealed her identity. The unknown existence in her body spoke. Fan, she's Miss Yu family. How about you sleep with her? This way you'll be half a Yu family member.
As soon as these words came out, Yu Beibei was terrified. Chu Pingfan's face turned green with anger. Gone to Dao, damn great Dao. What are you thinking in your head? She's an old girl, how could I fancy her? Yu Beibei was furious. Old girl? Stinky fool. Who are you calling old girl? You're about the same age as my Aunt Yun, Aunt Su, much older than me. To me, if not an old girl, what is she?
Chu Pingfan righteously said, let her go.
What's the point of you possessing this old girl? No. Who asked her to call you a fool? If you admit you're a fool, then I'll let her go.
Chu Pingfan shut up, he wasn't a fool.
So, superficially, Yu Beibei traveled with Chu Pingfan. In reality, it was still Yuer accompanying Chu Pingfan, heading towards Zhongjun.
Chu Pingfan wanted to stomp all the so-called prodigies of the Ji family underfoot. Tell that person. The so-called prodigies of the Ji family were trash.
3 days, the 3rd day Yuer possessed Yu Beibei. Only 10,000 li left to Zhongjun.
This distance, for an Emperor realm expert, wasn't actually far.
Chu Pingfan and Yuer didn't travel fast.
Along the way, learning about the customs and traditions of Dongzhou,
and the situation in the cultivation world. It's been 3 days, let this old girl go.
Chu Pingfan was harassed to no end. Suggested again, Yu Beibei was about to go mad with anger. This simpleton, always calling her old girl, infuriating.
Fan, you really won't sleep with her? She's a bit old, but looks alright. Just had this thought. Yuer controlled Yu Beibei.
Making seductive poses, stop fooling around. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared, you family girl,
come with this old man. Several figures suddenly appeared. The leader had a twisted scar on his face. Wore a black robe, giving off an evil aura. 5th level Emperor Realm Warrior. Yuer's upper body emerged from Yu Beibei. Looking at the black-robed old man, Fan, should we save her? Chu Pingfan thought for a moment. Last time she helped us drive away the flies. This time, save her once, we won't owe her anything. Yuer nodded, makes sense.
Yu Beibei, however, was so scared her face turned pale.
After regaining control of her body, immediately cried for help, Granny Fan. Come save me. However, all was silent. You family girl, stop calling, obediently surrender.
The black-robed old man sneered. Approaching step by step, Chu Pingfan's hand gripped the wooden saber hilt.
Looked at the black-robed old man.
13th uncle told me, retarded villains all die from talking too much.
You talk so much, you definitely won't live long. The black-robed old man's nose was crooked with anger. Yu Beibei was also stunned. You really are a simpleton. He's an Emperor Realm expert.
In her eyes, Chu Pingfan, at best, was at the peak of the mortal realm. And that unknown woman could only deal with people of her cultivation level, facing an Emperor Realm expert, undoubtedly dead.
Granny Fan, who was secretly protecting her, was nowhere to be found. The opponent wanted to capture her alive, wouldn't take her life. The simpleton was undoubtedly dead. Little brat. Go die.
The black-robed old man raised his hand, a palm condensed from spiritual power,
directly slapped towards Chu Pingfan.
A mere mortal realm can be extinguished with a breath.
Crack.
In heaven and earth, seemed like a sharp chi flashed past. The palm condensed from spiritual power shattered.
One of the black-robed old man's arms was severed at the root. Who? The black-robed old man's heart pounded with fear. Chu Pingfan held the wooden saber. Looked at Yuer, should we kill him? Will killing him cause trouble? I hate trouble. Kill him.
If we don't kill him, he'll always be thinking of revenge.
That will be even more troublesome. Yuer thought for a moment, had an idea.
We can destroy the corpse and eliminate traces to avoid trouble.
His divine soul, I'll control and extract it. Refine him into soul fodder.
The black-robed old man was stunned.
Immediately realized something was wrong, just as he was about to flee, then saw Chu Pingfan. Raised the wooden saber, a terrifying chi suddenly appeared.
The spiritual power blade was unavoidable, only had time to abandon his physical body. Divine soul fled out, however, as soon as the divine soul fled, felt cold all over. A terrifying and horrifying aura enveloped him. Then, an unknown sinister power directly swept over his divine soul, his last consciousness. He saw his own divine soul transforming into pure power. Looking at the black-robed old man's corpse, Chu Pingfan threw out a round ball, whizzed to above the corpse. The round ball instantly turned into a large fireball. Terrifying flames swept out. The corpse instantly turned to ashes.
Yu Bei was completely stunned. An Emperor Realm expert. So easily fallen.
Directly destroyed, corpse and traces. The gaze she directed at Chu Pingfan changed.
Yuer revealed her form, coming to Chu Pingfan's side. Do you want it? Chu Pingfan shook his head. Yuer directly swallowed the soul fodder, began refining it.
After refining this ball of soul fodder, her cultivation would at least increase by a small realm.
Yu Bei saw Yuer's appearance for the first time. You're a divine soul? Yuer's ghost body looked indeed quite similar to a divine soul.
I'm a ghost, not a divine soul.
Ghost? Yu Bei was stunned. Never heard of ghosts in the world. Yuer ignored her.
Figure disappeared, perching on Chu Pingfan's shoulder.
All right, the crisis is resolved, we can go. Chu Pingfan also waved at Yu Bei. We don't owe each other anything anymore.
Yu Bei, however, was like she discovered a new continent.
How could she leave?
Besides, her protector, Granny Fan, was nowhere to be found.
Only by following Chu Pingfan was it safe.
What's your cultivation level?
How old are you? But received in none of your business from Chu Pingfan. What are you going to Zhongjun for? I'm familiar with Zhongjun. I can help you. Yu Bei wasn't stupid.
Chu Pingfan called her old girl. Age definitely much younger than hers, able to kill Emperor Realm experts.
Must also be Emperor Realm. Such a young Emperor Realm expert was simply unheard of. I'm going to challenge the Ji family. Stomp the Ji family into the ground,
Chu Pingfan said proudly.
Understood.
You have a grudge with the Ji family.
Yu Bei patted her chest. Little brother Fan, rest assured, sister will definitely help you. Chu Pingfan was unceremonious. Then how will you help me? Publicly challenge the Ji family peers? Defeat them all. Stomp them hard on the ground. Make the Ji family lose all face.
Yu Bei boldly stated what she wanted to do but didn't dare to do.
Chu Pingfan was thoughtful. This idea is good. Scene changes.
Arrived at Zhongjun, the Ji family, one of Dongzhou's three major families. The matter of being challenged at their door had already spread throughout Zhongjun. Streets and alleys were all discussing it. Heard on the first day, all Ji family prodigies under 30 were crushed. One punch each, knocked down on the arena, couldn't get up for a long time.
Yes. Later, the Ji family's Emperor Realm Juniors acted, but all below third level lost. Yes.
And Yu Bei of the Yu family is also helping behind the scenes.
She's the fiancée of Dongzhou's prodigy Ling Baiyun. AI.
This is really going to trample the Ji family's face on the ground. Thus, the Ji family's upper echelons had to take it seriously.
This wasn't just a simple farce among juniors.
The Ji family had first sent a message to the Yu family head,
asking what the Yu family intended to do.
As a result, the Yu family head replied, "This matter is unrelated to the Yu family. It's just little girl, out of gratitude for saving her life, repaying that little friend's kindness. This matter is a grudge between the Ji family and that little friend." Since it was unrelated to the Yu family, then the Ji family had nothing to worry about. Just the matter of challenging Ji family prodigies had already spread throughout Zhongjun, and the Ji family suffered consecutive defeats. At this time, if the older generation acted, they would surely be ridiculed.
Even said the Ji family juniors were useless.
As one of the three major families of Dongzhou, the Ji family still valued face greatly.
Unless face truly couldn't be salvaged. Otherwise, the older generation wouldn't act yet. A remote corner of Zhongjun, inside a small shop. Shu Yuan's face was much more haggard than before. Looked at the alley outside the shop, face bitter, came to Dongzhou. Still hadn't seen his wife once. The Ji family hadn't completely disowned him as a son-in-law either. Just needed him to show ability, gave him this shop. As long as he could manage the shop well, had outstanding business talent, then the Ji family would acknowledge him as son-in-law. As for cultivation talent, the Ji family wasn't lacking. Chu Yuan wasn't considered too outstanding among Ji family prodigies. Therefore, gave him a path in business. As long as he had ability, the Ji family would acknowledge him. At first, everything went smoothly. Chu Yuan was ultimately a prodigy. Learned from Chu Chorua, still had some skills. The shop quickly picked up, however, a love rival appeared. Yesterday, that love rival came to cause trouble, beat him up, and smashed the shop to pieces, so, the shop that just picked up instantly declined again. The Ji family called him talentless, unworthy to be a Ji family son-in-law. Recently, he heard again. The Ji family was preparing to marry his wife to that love rival. Because the other party didn't mind the Ji family miss had been married before, shameful. Chu Yuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Chu Yuan was very worried this situation would continue. The other party would either use him to threaten the Ji family miss, or go to the Nanzhou Chu family, using Chu Pingfan to threaten. Recently, heard a young man came to challenge Ji family prodigies. Chu Yuan could only hope this young man could delay time. Even disrupt the Ji family a bit. Closed the door, he walked towards the Ji family. To see that young man challenging the Ji family. So many years passed. His cultivation had already risen to the 9th level of the true realm. However, still too far from breaking through to the emperor realm. So this is a Ji family prodigy? Useless trash, inferior to Chu Pingfan's hand. Holding a wooden saber, stood before the Ji family gate, gaze sharp. Notice. This man was secretly watching action movies at home alone. The kind with two people. Just as the climax was about to happen, he was discovered by a young woman, who even recognized the male lead in the movie. The male lead's name is Chu Pingfan, not yet an adult, just now. With his own strength alone, he crushed the Ji family, one of Dongzhou's 3 major families. All young talents, attracting countless warriors to watch. Many people gloated, happy to see the Ji family embarrassed. The larger the family, the more grudges. The Ji family upper echelon's faces were very ugly. If they didn't defeat the challenger soon, the Ji family would lose all face, prestige would be greatly diminished. Tian Chang, you go. Ji family head, Ji Xingming, spoke. Yes, father. Dressed in light blue, tall and imposing Ji Tiancheng strode out of the Ji family. With Ji Tiancheng's appearance, all onlookers among the warriors were shocked. It's actually Ji Tiancheng, the Ji family's strongest prodigy. 100-year-old Emperor Realm expert. Already 9th level Emperor Realm now. The peerless prodigy most hopeful of reaching the Heaven Realm. This has thoroughly enraged the Ji family. Chu Pingfan looked at the approaching Ji Tiancheng, gripped the wooden saber tighter, opponent's realm higher than his. Yet Chu Pingfan was unafraid, ready to fight? Come on. Yu Beibei saw this scene from the crowd. Somewhat worried, hastily transmitted a message, hey, simpleton. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Ji Tiancheng is very strong. Chu Pingfan ignored him. Ji Tiancheng stopped outside the Tenjiang range. Looked coldly at Chu Pingfan. I'm very curious. Who sent you to provoke my Ji family? Don't think you're invincible in the Emperor realm. Chu Pingfan held his saber. You are the Ji family's strongest prodigy? It is I, Ji Tiancheng. Admitted without hesitation. No one in the Ji family objected either. Very good. Today I will stomp you underfoot. Tell the Ji family prodigies are all chickens and dogs made of clay. Useless trash. Chu Pingfan's aura surged. After all, the aura of the 3rd level was fully displayed. Scenes from childhood flashed in his mind. Today, he wanted the Ji family, those people, to know. The little waste they once looked down upon. Now wants to stomp their so-called prodigies underfoot. Chu Xian sat on the reclining chair, leisurely watching what was displayed by the Kuei Tian mirror. The scene before the Ji family gate, like watching a movie. Pingfan came to the door. Waist rises, crushes prodigies. Face slapping a major family. A good show. Ji Tiancheng's strength in the Emperor realm wasn't weak. Worthy of being the Ji family's strongest prodigy. Chu Pingfan's realm was a bit lower. However, before he broke through to the Emperor realm, his physical body was already comparable to an Emperor realm warrior. Emperor pills were eaten like snacks. In terms of foundation, those who could compare to Chu Pingfan, few could be found in this world. Besides, Chu Pingfan cultivated the Ji Dao, and was a genius in Ji Dao. Fighting above his level was not difficult. Chu Xian estimated this great battle.
Chu Pingfan would break through to the 4th level of the Emperor realm during the battle.
Regarding Chu Pingfan's safety, Chu Xian wasn't worried at all. It's little Pingfan. Chu Xian was surprised for a moment,
then happily stared at the Kuei Tian mirror, unable to move her feet. Soon sat beside Chu Xian, watching the Kuei Tian mirror.
Displaying the scene before the Ji family gate, shameless boasting. State your name, I'll leave you a whole corpse. Ji Tiancheng snorted coldly.
Chu Pingfan stepped forward, announced loudly, from Nanzhou Chu family.
My name is Chu Pingfan. This year's 16. 3rd level Emperor Realm Cultivation.
Today, I will use my strength to tell the world.
Ji family prodigies are nothing but trash.
At this moment, Chu Pingfan no longer concealed himself.
She fully revealed. Countless experts present, their expressions changed drastically at this moment. 16 years old. When Chu Pingfan no longer concealed himself, all experts present sensed it. Chu Pingfan was indeed just a teenager. Emperor Realm 3rd level.
A 16-year-old emperor.
What kind of monster is this?
Chu Pingfan continued stepping forward.
My father is named Chu Yuan. My mother is named Ji Qiaowei. I am the one your Ji family once detested, the little waste and little trash. Today, I will let the world know.
The Ji family's so-called prodigies are not even as good as me, this little trash.
All onlookers were shocked.
The youth before them was the rumored Ji family Mrs. Useless husband, the son of the son-in-law not acknowledged by the Ji family.
Such a peerless monster, detested by the Ji family, regarded as little trash, waste. Are the Ji family people blind? Many people showed schadenfreude smiles.
All clan elders within the Ji family, their faces changed.
Especially Ji Tiancheng. His face became extremely complex and grim. What did you say? Don't try to disturb my mind and kill. Ji Tiancheng attacked.
Chu Pingfan's wooden saber, Qi, spiritual power, as if a nascent great Tao spread out.
Forward, unstoppable. One slash.
Slashing out, figure shifting.
Saber strikes, like a cage, enveloped Ji Tiancheng. Saber edge like jade.
Ji Xinling and other Ji family upper echelons all came to the gate. How is this possible? Ji Xinhai looked like he had seen a ghost. Even though Chu Pingfan grew up, he recognized him at a glance. This youth was that naive and clumsy,
wooden-looking child from back then. That naive and clumsy, wooden-looking temperament was too obvious. Are you sure it's him? Ji Xinling asked in shock. Yes, it's definitely him.
Ji Xinhai still found it hard to believe.
That child who was clearly a waste back then, why did he suddenly become a peerless monster?
A 16-year-old Emperor Realm expert.
Probably couldn't find a second one in the entire 9 regions. Chu Yuan, walking towards the Ji family, was completely dumbfounded. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. Pingfan? He couldn't believe it. How could it be? How old was Chu Pingfan? 16 years old. Already 3rd level Emperor Realm Cultivation. He rushed madly to the Ji family gate. Saw the young figure in battle. Tears couldn't help but flow. It really was Chu Pingfan.
The battle had reached a fever pitch. Chu Pingfan, with 3rd level Emperor Realm Cultivation, actually withstood Ji Tiancheng's attacks and grew stronger as he fought. The qi on his body also began to intensify. Even his entire person emitted light. Ji family prodigy. Mere chickens and dogs of clay. Useless trash. Chu Pingfan roared, with a loud boom. Broke through to the 4th level of the Earth realm. Saber light soared to the heavens. Powerful qi swept in all directions. In heaven and earth, it was as if a great saber appeared, wanting to shatter the firmament. Saber and sword clashed. Ji Tiancheng's sword was almost sent flying. His entire person was sent flying backwards. However, Chu Pingfan transformed into a ray of light. Instantly caught up, another slash. When Ji Tiancheng blocked the second slash, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe he was actually defeated by someone of a lower realm. Third slash. This slash was even stronger. Ji Tiancheng could only barely resist. Enough. A reverence realm Ji family elder attacked. Blocked Chu Pingfan's attack, sending him flying. Chu Pingfan's figure transformed into a streak of extreme light. Instantly childish, old undying thing. Bullying the weak. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Then threw out a round ball from his hand. The round ball exploded. Flames surged. A roaring fire dragon rushed out, bombarding the Ji family elder. Not good. The Ji family elder's expression changed drastically. Hurriedly resisted. His entire person was sent flying. Flames still unextinguished on his body. Already suffered considerable injuries. Chu Pingfan stood before the Ji family gate.
pointed his saber at the G family gate, coldly said, G family prodigies. Worse than trash. Useless. Who else? After a roar, the smoke dissipated. The youth before them, with soaring spiritual power, was named Chu Pingfan. But his strength was not ordinary, because just now, with just a small round ball, he heavily injured a reverence realm ancestor who suppressed him by an entire realm. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Ji Tiancheng actually lost, and was defeated by someone of a lower realm. Fourth level of the Earth realm already possessed such powerful strength. Once he breaks through to the 9th level of the Earth realm, he'll be invincible in the Emperor realm. Chu Pingfan's name is destined to shake Dongzhou, even Beiyu. A 16-year-old peerless monster of the Emperor realm. Even that peerless prodigy from the Lin family probably wouldn't be this youth's opponent. Such a monstrous youth was actually regarded as a disgrace by the Ji family, the Ji family's third miss. Ji Xiaowei's son. Chu Xian was also shocked by Chu Pingfan's powerful strength. She knew Chu Pingfan's strength was great, but never expected it to be this strong. Chu Xian, however, was not surprised by this. Ji Dao was inherently incomparably powerful. Besides, Chu Pingfan was a top prodigy in Ji Dao, a natural talent for Ji Dao. Your nephew Chu Pingfan displayed the might of Ji Dao, shaking Dongzhou. Reward, Nieji Dao Zhe, Annihilation Dao Principle, upgrade. The system's rewards suddenly arrived. Nice. Chu Xian was overjoyed. The Nieji Dao Zhe upgraded. Dao Virtue upgrade equals further perfection, equivalent to the Dao Ze power of the second passive Dao realm. Although Chu Xian was still at the first passive Dao realm cultivation, however, already possessed Dao Ze, upgraded to the level of the second passive Dao realm in advance. Towards Chu Pingfan, this nephew, Chu Xian was increasingly satisfied. Indeed, didn't dote on the wrong person, knows how to bring rewards for 13th uncle. The two continued watching the live broadcast, and at this moment, the situation before the Ji family gate changed. Before the Ji family gate, Ji family head, Ji Xinming, walked out. Good, wild brat. You have the capital to be arrogant. But this is not the place for you to be arrogant. Half of the Ji family blood flows in your body. You shouldn't bring shame to the Ji family. Today, I will discipline you properly on behalf of Qiaowei. Chu Pingfan's gaze was sharp, without any sign of retreat or fear. Looked directly at Ji Xinming, coldly said, What does the Ji family have to do with me? And what do you have to do with me? You are not qualified to discipline me. Saber edge sharp. Even if the strength difference was huge, he was unafraid. Where are my parents? The Ji family must give me an explanation. If my parents are harmed, one day, I, Chu Pingfan, will flatten the Ji family. Ji Xinming's face was grim. Gaze icy, killing intent flashed past his face. A prodigy that cannot be used by the Ji family, and can even threaten the Ji family, must die. Bastard! Do you know what you're saying? Ji Xinming's heaven realm aura erupted. But he's your maternal grandfather. You dare be so rebellious? Pa! Chu Pingfan spat on the ground. When did you ever have me, this maternal grandson, in your heart? Saber edge pointed at Ji Xinhai behind him. Sneered, who was it back then, who said I was just a piece of trash, a waste, a disgrace to your Ji family? Today, I stomped your Ji family's so-called prodigies on the ground, and I became your maternal grandson? Can you be any more shameless? Ji Xinming's face changed again and again, angrily said, Bastard! Today, I will, on behalf of your mother, teach you, this unfilial descendant, a good lesson. Raised his hand, about to suppress Chu Pingfan. Even the most monstrous Earth realm is still just Emperor realm. Don't! A figure rushed out from the crowd. Chu Yuan. Father! Chu Pingfan was overjoyed. Pingfan! Chu Yuan looked at Chu Pingfan, filled with emotion. Countless feelings in his heart, didn't know where to begin. Pingfan, don't act yet, let father talk to your maternal grandfather. Then pulled Chu Pingfan behind him. Ji family head, Pingfan is young. If there's anything inappropriate, I, as his father, will take the punishment. Ji Xinming narrowed his eyes. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Chu Pingfan was too monstrous. If he became a Ji family prodigy, given time, when Chu Pingfan grew up, the Ji family would surely become the #1 family in Dongzhou. Even the #1 family in Beiyu wouldn't be impossible. Of course, all this was predicated on Chu Pingfan's attitude towards the Ji family. If he detested the Ji family, the more monstrous he was, the more disadvantageous it was for the Ji family. Chu Pingfan, however, pulled Chu Yuan behind him. Chu Yuan had no strength to resist at all, feeling sorrowful in his heart. This is the consequence of being weaker than others. Even lacked the confidence to teach his son, "Father, why be polite to him? What's so great about the G family? The G family can't hurt me. If he dares to hurt me, let alone the G family having no god realm, even if they do, they will surely disappear from this world." With his decisive words, Chu Yuan was stunned. He didn't know what Chu Pingfan had experienced these years. Entrusted him to Chu Xian back then, but Pingfan, your mother. His father. Don't worry, mother will be out soon. Not only Chu Yuan was stunned, Ji Xinming was also stunned. Where did Chu Pingfan get this confidence? Ji Qiaowei was under house arrest. Even a heaven realm expert couldn't possibly sneak in unnoticed. This wild brat is too presumptuous. But judging from his cultivation, must have a master teaching him. Chu Pingfan alone wasn't to be feared. If it involved the power behind him, it would surely bring disaster. To resolve today's situation, can only find a way from Ji Qiaowei's side. Just then, two figures suddenly flew out from the Ji family. One's face was haggard, yet still didn't diminish her beauty and elegance. The other person was actually Ji Tiancheng, who returned to recuperate from his injuries. Xiaowei. Chu Yuan was overjoyed. Since last parting, he hadn't seen his wife again. Chu Yuan. Mother. Ji Qiaowei was overjoyed. Tears couldn't help but flow, rushed over. Embraced Chu Pingfan, even though many years had passed. And Chu Pingfan had grown up, yet still recognized him at a glance. That naive and taciturn temperament was too easy to recognize. Tian Cheng. What are you doing? Ji Xinming was full of doubt. Why did Ji Tiancheng bring the person out? However, Ji Tiancheng didn't answer him. Chu Pingfan broke free. Father. Mother. This is not the place to talk. I'll take you away from here first. Good. Good. My fanner has grown up. Ji Xiaowei nodded. Chu Yuan embraced her. The family of three turned to leave. Ji Tiancheng even seemed prepared to escort the three away. Want to leave? You people are looking down on me, the Ji family head, too much. Xiaowei. Come back to me. Ji Xinming was furious. Raised his hand, a giant spiritual power palm grabbed over. As a result, a figure flashed past. Ji Tiancheng blocked under the giant palm. Precious sword held to his own neck. Ji Xinling was stunned. All Ji family members were stunned. The onlookers were naturally also stunned. Didn't understand what Ji Tiancheng was doing. Could it be a sudden attack of conscience? Couldn't bear to break up the family of three? Or couldn't stand his father's actions, so wanted to threaten with death? Tian Cheng. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Ji Xinming was stunned. But he was, after all, a heaven realm expert. After a brief moment of shock, quickly noticed something was wrong with Ji Tiancheng. His divine soul is dormant. There's a faint cold aura in his body. Wild brat. What means did you use exactly to make Tiancheng like this? Ji Xinling was furious. Figure rushed, directly grabbed towards Ji Tiancheng. Intending to control everyone, take them back to the Ji family for handling. Chu Pingfan waved his hand. You heir. Come out. We're leaving. That's right. The one controlling Ji Tiancheng was naturally your. Okay, Pingfan, I've had enough fun. As soon as the words fell, Yuer threw Ji Tiancheng's body towards Ji Xinling. Figure flickered, returned to Chu Pingfan's side. Revealed her ghost body. What is this thing? How did this person come out of Ji Tiancheng's body? Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you sure that's a person? Ghost. There's a ghost. As soon as Ji Tiancheng regained consciousness, screamed in terror. Ji Tiancheng screamed in terror, completely lacking the demeanor of a top prodigy, like a frightened child. His heart was currently terrified. That kind of body out of control, divine soul cold and trembling. Consciousness was clear, he knew what he was doing. Yet couldn't stop it. His body no longer belonged to him. He was terrified, whole body trembling. Tian Cheng. What exactly is going on? Ji Xinming, seeing the prodigy he personally raised, making a fool of himself in public like this, eagerly wanted to find out the truth. It's that woman's doing. Ghost. Ji Tian Shenping, hearing this name for the first time in his life, yet felt inexplicably terrified. At that time, I was recuperating in the courtyard. That woman who called herself a ghost suddenly floated in. Used evil arts to control my body. Released Xiaowei. Evil and unorthodox ways. Everyone has the right to punish. Ji Xinming had already figured out the whole story. Rubbing his fists, about to avenge the family's shame. Not only did you disturb my Ji family's peace, but also cast evil arts here. All of you, stay. Ji Xinling's figure moved, about to rush over. Just you, this rotten old man? Wishful thinking.
Chu Pingfan raised his hand and waved. The cultivated Tianji Daojin, heavenly extreme saber art, revealed without doubt.
Simultaneously, round balls scattered in all directions. Your, however, hands flew, forming a seal. A sinister and terrifying aura instantly descended. Sanluo Guiyu, sinister ghost domain. Bloody skulls were seen. A boundless sea of blood surged forth. Boundless, even more terrifying screams. Chanting voices answered. At this moment, ghosts officially appeared in the 9 regions. And the round balls scattered in all directions exploded with a boom, transforming into rushing fire dragons. Intertwining, forming a great formation. Superimposed with the Sanluo Guiyu, instantly sealed the area before the Ji family gate, obstructing Ji Xinling's steps. This was a method Chu Pingfan and Yuer had long prepared. A one-time burst great formation. Blocking a heaven realm expert for half a moment wasn't a big problem. Chu Pingfan grabbed Chu Yuan and Ji Xiaowei with one hand. Yuer perched on his shoulder. Figure transformed into a streak of extreme light, flying away. From the original spot, Chu Pingfan's voice echoed, Ji family prodigies. Useless trash. All jokes. This grudge ends here. If the Ji family is unwilling, can continue to seek revenge from me. Before that, be prepared for the Ji family to be flattened. Ridiculous Ji family. Ha ha, the Ji family was undoubtedly going to become the laughingstock of Dongzhou. Actually scorned such a monstrous genius. Regarded him as waste, trash, as a result, was challenged at their door.
Directly crushed the prodigies they prided themselves on.
The younger generation. Dongzhou was shaken.
A 16-year-old Emperor Realm expert will surely trigger the actions of many powers. And that mysterious and terrifying ghost was particularly eye-catching.
In the small courtyard,
Chu Xian didn't continue watching what Chu Pingfan did next.
Closed the Kuei Tian mirror. When Yuer acted and shocked the onlookers, it triggered the system's reward. Your Guei Zhu descendant Yuer made a shocking move. Guei Zhiming, ghost's name, manifests in this world. Reward, Inji Dao Zhe, In Dao Principle, upgrade. I.O. Not bad. There's an unexpected harvest.
Chu Pingfan saving his parents' matter temporarily came to an end. This day, Bao Hongyan suddenly sent a message.
A Heaven Realm Cultivation 9-star lord quietly came to Nanzhou, summoned all Nanzhou lords, but didn't issue any orders, very strange.
Asked Chu Xian whether to control him. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. Pondered for a long time. The person behind He Yulu
detected some abnormality?
Since a 9-star lord came, naturally, have to control the other party.
Ordered Bao Hongyan to strike first. Half a month later,
unexpected news came. The 9-star lord confessed.
And that controller behind He Yulu also came to Nanzhou, appearing silently,
and directly sent a message to the Nanzhou lords. Wanted to meet their master behind the scenes, but because there was no contact with Bao Hongyan, therefore, didn't trigger Chu Xian's Dao Rime power. So there was no such thing as being controlled by Zhongxia Zhonghui. The other party was very cautious. Chu Xian was truly surprised.
This person behind He Yulu was very extraordinary. Actually deduced from clues that something had happened to the Lancao He Yulu. Deduced that He Yulu was being devoured. Where exactly was the flaw? Zhong Hunin, soul imprint, wouldn't be discovered, no flaw exists. Then, it could only be that the other party, from the changes in He Yulu, detected something amiss. Such keen observation. No wonder could create He Yulu, and become Beiyu's largest intelligence agency. Spreading throughout Beiyu. Many major powers didn't dare to easily fall out with He Yulu. Turn hostile. Since the other party came to Nanzhou to see me, then let's meet. Chu Xian called Chu Xian out. To make tea for himself, and also to entertain guests, courtesy first, then force? Sir, are guests coming? Chu Xianer asked doubtfully. Guests actually coming to visit Chu Xian? Simply inconceivable. Yes, the person behind He Yulu has arrived. Chu Xian looked at the courtyard gate, smiled, come in and sit. Didn't you come to Nanzhou to see me? The woman only drank a cup of green tea with suspicion. The next second, her jaw dropped. Agreed to satisfy all the male lead's requests, just now. Someone came to the sky above Chu Xian's courtyard. The newcomer was exceptionally beautiful, but her face was pale and bloodless, dressed in a black robe. Couldn't hide her slender figure. Pale face, no expression. Miss, how should I address you? Chu Xian looked at the black-robed woman who appeared at the door. Surprised for a moment, face devastatingly beautiful. Only pale and bloodless, a sickly appearance. Hey you, cultivation merely 9th level Emperor Realm cultivation. As soon as the young lady opened her mouth, knew she was a big shot in Hey Yu Lu. But Chu Xian was very surprised. The controller behind Hey Yu Lu didn't even have Heaven Realm cultivation and suffered from hidden illness, yet could still control Hey Yu Lu for years. Seems this woman is not ordinary. Your Excellency, why devour my Hey Yu Lu? A voice, weak yet unyielding. She seemed like a fragile duckweed. Yet, despite wind and rain, still unyielding. Sit down and have some tea first. Chu Xian greeted Hey Yu. We'll talk about official matters later. Because intuition told him, this was a beauty with a story. Pointed to the 3 cups of tea prepared on the paper table, looked up. Come down and have a cup of tea. Mere 5th level God Realm, strength very average. No need to hide. As soon as these words came out, Hey Yu's expression changed slightly. In midair, a figure appeared, a white-haired old man. Looked coldly at Chu Xian, unconcealed killing intent. This young man looks so ordinary. How did he see through my secret technique? Seems not an ordinary character, pondered for a moment. Landed beside Hey Yu, raised his hand, preparing to make Chu Xian pay for his arrogance just now. Why bring hostility? Chu Xian smiled, I don't like hostile gazes. God Realm experts are not qualified to be presumptuous before me. Grandfather. Don't be rash. Seeing the white-haired old man about to explode with anger, Hey Yu quickly pulled the old man's hand, speaking softly. The old man took back his gaze, sat down beside Hey Yu, but still remained vigilant towards Chu Xian. This young man clearly looks like an ordinary person. Strange. Chu Xian looked at Hey Yu and the old man. Maternal grandfather protecting maternal granddaughter, controlling Hey Yu Lu from behind. Interesting combination, the story within should be very exciting. Immediately cast Tianji Tan Yuan Shu, Heavenly Secret Probing Origin Art. Hey Yu was born with a deficient divine soul. One of the Zhongyu, Central Region, great fortune holders. From the Ji family, an ancient human king lineage of Zhongyu, Zhongzhou. Illegitimate daughter of the current Ji family head, despised. Seeking a supreme treasure to repair her divine soul, came to Beiyu. Secretly controlled Hey Yu Lu, leading Hey Yu Lu to rise. So that's how it is, Hey Yu Lu wasn't founded by her. But she seized it, controlled it. Hey Yu Lu rose rapidly in her hands, Hey Yu being able to come here. Probably also related to the fortune secret realm. Mystically attracting great fortune holders. Chu Xian already had a plan in mind. Hey Yu is very suitable as the executor of the Tian Dao plan. Hey Yu felt somewhat uneasy at this moment. Chu Xian's gaze seemed to see through her inside and out. Took a deep breath, calmed her complicated emotions. Spoke, we have both appeared as you requested. Now please answer my question. What exactly are your intentions towards Hey Yu Lu? As far as I know, Hey Yu Lu wasn't founded by you, right? Chu Xian smiled, indeed not. My previous Hey Yu Lu was also very powerful. After I took over, I perfected the intelligence system, etc. No matter what, Hey Yu Lu belongs to me. Hey Yu's tone remained calm and waveless. No major emotional fluctuations. Chu Xian, however, knew. The reason she was like this was due to her deficient divine soul. And once emotions fluctuated greatly, probably would trigger some situation. Therefore, she was used to controlling her emotions. Chu Xian feigned indifference. Is that so? Hey Yu, what did you say? Who exactly are you? The old man suddenly stood up. Aura about to erupt. Hey Yu patted his shoulder. Still calmly said, Grandfather, no need for this. The old man's chest heaved a few times. Finally listened to his granddaughter and sat down again. But anger still couldn't be hidden in his eyes. Shows the current Ji family head did considerable harm to Hey Yu. Or rather, Hey Yu's mother. That's why she was so angry. Chu Xian seemed not to see the old man's anger. Still spoke to himself, you're not old, not yet 100, right? 9th level Emperor Realm cultivation isn't weak. Emperor Realm isn't a hurdle for you, just a pity. Cultivation, for you, is exceptionally difficult and painful. You were born with a divine soul. Unfortunately, the divine soul is deficient. This deficiency isn't a crippled soul due to injury. You're kind of deficient divine soul. Difficult to mend completely, am I right? The old man still stared wide-eyed. Aura almost erupted again. Hey Yu soothed him. Even though her own face also changed. Still tried her best to maintain a calm emotion. Born with a divine soul, and divine soul deficient, only 2 people in this world know. Even her father doesn't know. Mother has already fallen.
The other party knowing, clearly saw it. Being able to see her divine soul is interesting, not surprising. But being able to see she was born with a divine soul, not something an ordinary expert can see. This person is too terrifying. Seems he has seen through everything about her. What exactly is his purpose in doing this? Seeing the two stunned, Chu Xian continued, came to Beiyu. Controlled Heiyu Lu, established intelligence system, the ultimate goal is to find a treasure to mend the divine soul, right? Heiyu regained her senses, but didn't deny. Chu Xian's style reversed, yes, I'm very curious. How did you discover something went wrong with Heiyu Lu? Heiyu took a deep breath, calmly said, very simple. I understand all operations of Heiyu Lu, 1 star and above. I know clearly the abilities and conduct of the lords. Naturally can detect from clues. And I have an extraordinary intuition. Then did your intuition tell you Heiyu Lu is about to change? Chu Xian finished a cup of tea. Looked up at Heiyu. Heiyu was silent for a moment. The current Heiyu Lu, I no longer care. Gifted to you. You are. Her grandfather was anxious. Heiyu shook her head. Stopped him from continuing, looked at Chu Xian. I just want to know, do you have any other purpose? Chu Xian pointed at the teacup, talked so much. Have some tea first. Okay. Hey, you picked up the teacup. You error, it's alright. Grandfather. Hey, you smiled, closed her mouth and drank from the teacup. Suddenly, eyes lit up, looked at the teacup, showing a shocked expression, this tea. Thank you, sir, for the tea. Hey, you stood up, respectfully bowed. Chu Xian smiled, this tea only nourished your divine soul. Repairing a divine soul is also easy for me. Letting you rise, return to Zhongyu, overlook Jijia, reclaim your dignity. What? A cup of tea can nourish the divine soul? And even mend it? The old man couldn't believe it no matter what. Could only open his mouth wide, stunned. On the other side, Heiyu had already bowed deeply. Ji Heiyu kowtows, imploring sir to help little girl mend her divine soul. Afterwards, will definitely repay with all my might. Chu Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. Mending a divine soul is easy to say. Just that I have a small request. He. This expression, could it be? Hey. Don't misunderstand. I wanted to ask you, are you willing to formally kowtow and acknowledge me as master? Heiyu hesitated slightly, then immediately kowtowed. Disciple Ji Heiyu pays respects to master. Thud. 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 3 loud kowtows. Forehead turned red, emotional fluctuations a bit large. A trace of pain flashed across her pale face. Grandfather froze on the spot, then remained silent. Granddaughter had always been assertive, and her intuition was sharp. Several times avoided disaster, several times found supreme treasures. His breakthrough to the 5th level of the God realm was also related to this. This time, acknowledging a master, presumably also judged by intuition. Knew the master before him was no ordinary person. Good. Quickly get up. Chu Xian was very satisfied. Called Xiang Xing out, this is your 4th senior brother. By order of initiation, you rank 7th. Buzz. Xiang Xing appeared before everyone with hands behind his back. Living person transformed. Grandfather's jaw, which had just closed, dropped again. Greetings, 4th senior brother. Heiyu was very surprised. She actually had senior brothers. Hello, 7th junior sister. Xiang Xian stared wide-eyed, curiously sizing up Heiyu. Master actually took a female disciple. Right. I prepared a little meeting gift for junior sister. Saying so, Xiang Xing fumbled in his pocket. Suddenly handed over a puppet, little junior sister. This is a meeting gift, a small puppet personally refined by senior brother. Take it for self-defense. Thank you, 4th senior brother. Heiyu smiled politely. Didn't show the expected emotional fluctuations, no need to be polite. It's just a small token. Xiang Xing didn't care either. He only had refining in his heart, no women, so didn't care about Heiyu's attitude or expression. Grandfather beside him watched with a shocked face. Is that a heaven soldier level puppet? Xiang Xing is only at Emperor Realm Cultivation. Actually refined a heaven soldier level puppet. With this puppet, isn't he invincible in the same realm? Little Xing, take good care of little junior sister in the future, understand? Chu Xian briefly instructed a few things. Then let Xiang Xing return to the small world to continue cultivating. You accepted a disciple with a natural divine soul. Possesses the talent to execute the Tian Dao plan. Reward, Tian Dao Ju, Heavenly Dao Art. The system's reward arrived.
Chu Xian covered his face and smiled, hee hee. Even the system thinks Yuer is Tian Dao, the best executor of the plan. Seems her future is limitless. Yuer, since you have acknowledged me as master, master will naturally resolve your divine soul hidden danger. Chu Xian raised his hand and waved. Grabbed a fruit from the small world, Daogua, Dao fruit. Wuhan Daogua, martial soul Dao fruit. And a ball of Dao luck also appeared in his hand. The grandfather and granddaughter duo were both shocked. That was a legendary treasure. The other party casually took it out, looking very casual, as if it wasn't a precious treasure. Hey, you showed a rare look of joy. Her choice was indeed correct. Even though due to emotional fluctuations, her divine soul felt empty and stinging, she didn't care at all. From now on, no longer need to suffer from a deficient divine soul. Eat it. Chu Xian handed the Daogua over. Hey, you reached out and took it. Respectfully thanked, Master. The Daogua melted in her mouth, turning into a stream of power. Directly nourished her divine soul. The deficient divine soul was nourished, slowly mending. However, seemed to lack staying power. Unable to completely mend the divine soul, seeing her return to Zhongyu, revenge was close at hand. With Heiyu's roar, her body flew up hundreds of meters. Didn't know where it was flying, but Heiyu stopped. Grandfather's face was full of panic. How could this be? Yuer. What happened to her? Yuer is too eager for success. Chu Xian stared at Heiyu, instantly understood everything. Turns out, it was because she was desperately absorbing Dao Rhyme from the Daogua, but because her divine soul had been deficient for too long, causing her divine soul to be unable to be nourished now. Then what to do, sir? Grandfather hesitated, anxious and incoherent. Rest assured. My, Chu Xian's, disciple, even if body and soul are annihilated, I can bring him back to life. Chu Xian's gaze was firm. Single hand waved, a ball of Daoluck entered Heiyu's body. Daoluck nourished her divine soul, causing the originally somewhat stagnant mending speed to recover again. Heiyu's entire person entered a wondrous state. The process of mending her divine soul was also her moment of enlightenment. Chu Xian raised his hand and passed the Tian Daoju into her divine soul, and transmitted a message: cultivate this art. Suppress your realm. Increase your foundation. Don't rush to breakthrough. Yes, Master. With Master here, don't panic about anything. Chu Xian poked Heiyu's forehead ding 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 3 times, making Heiyu's face flush. Yes, Master. Man, at the beginning, possessed a system that got stronger the more he stayed home. The rewards for staying home were even more outrageously abnormal. Even the tea the man drank daily was, with 1 sip, able to directly make a God realm expert forcibly break through a bottleneck. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, he accepted a female disciple in the true sense. After all, Xining and Manhwa were a bit borderline. Doesn't count. After a simple exchange of greetings, Chu Xian waved his hand, moved Heiyu into the small world. Go comprehend again. The woman's grandfather, regarding Heiyu's disappearance, didn't enter berserk mode this time, but bowed deeply. Thank you, sir, for saving Yuer's life. Chu Xian pointed at the teacup. You can have a cup of tea. Then go back and guard Heiyu Lu. The old man didn't hesitate, picked up the teacup and drank it all. In an instant, many comprehensions welled up in his heart. Strength actually improved somewhat. Breaking through to the 6th level of the God realm was no longer out of reach. Shocked in his heart. Just 1 cup of tea had such divine effect. What kind of cultivation did he have? Thank you, Mr. Chu, for the tea. This old man was presumptuous earlier. Hope Mr. Chu doesn't blame. You're welcome. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Then, this old man won't disturb sir. We'll go back and guard Heiyu Lu for sir. Watching the old man leave, Chu Xian knew Heiyu Lu had completely fallen into his control. The Tian Dao plan could also be accelerated. The following days, Chu Xian kept an eye on Heiyu's situation. Found she had already started, at the moment her divine soul was mended, to cultivate the Tian Dao Ju. Although Heiyu was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm cultivation, however, due to her incomplete divine soul, true strength was barely at the 1st level of the Earth Realm. With the mending of her divine soul and cultivation of the Tian Dao Ju, she seemed to start from the Earth Realm, accumulating and cultivating all over again. When she finished cultivating, returning to the 9th level of the Earth Realm, strength will soar. After Heiyu successfully cultivates, the Tian Dao plan will be executed by her. With her ability, can surely quickly spread the Tian Dao plan. And she is from Zhongyu, Zhongzhou, understands the 9 regions better. how to spread to other regions, she will naturally have a way. Suddenly, a nearby mountain peak rumbled. Seems the recovery of Nanzhou's heaven and earth rules has already shown signs of acceleration. The opening of the Zhanmo Gudi is getting closer, and Nanzhou has new ancient ruins appearing with the recovery of heaven and earth rules. Seems Nanzhou's heaven and earth rules are about to be fully restored. The war between major powers is also imminent. However, this time, with me, Chu Xian, in Nanzhou, I call the shots. Chu Xian looked confidently into the distance. All right, heroic words spoken. Still, first check on the disciples' situation. After all, I can't go out to fight. Chang He. Recently, have to cultivate diligently. Don't disappoint master's expectations. MOFO. Stop messing around with useless things. Cultivate diligently. Xining, how have you been recently? Eating well? Sleeping soundly? Your disciple Wan Luo obtained the ancient Pill King inheritance. Void heaven fire purified, fortune transformed. Reward, fortune Daoze. Chu Xian was stunned. Wan Luo, this kid, is truly a lucky star. This kind of heaven-defying fortune Dao, finally going to be mastered by me. I now have 6 Dao Ze. You know, the fortune Dao has always been difficult to cultivate, and most cultivators of fortune are ultimately devoured by fortune. Among the many great Daos, the most elusive, one of the most mysterious great Daos. Quickly, let me see my good beloved disciple. Chu Xian took out the He Tian mirror, connected to Wan Luo's location. Ever since Wang Luo rubbed the Wang family's face in the dirt, causing the Wang family to lose all face, encountered various conspiracies and pursuits, finally, mistakenly entered a valley, actually obtained the ancient Pill King inheritance. Image unfolds. Wang Luo held an ancient small cauldron in his hand. The evolved void heaven fire was burning the small cauldron, and beside him stood an old man with a wizened face, white beard flowing. This was just an illusion. The illusion left behind by that ancient Pill King. However, even if just an illusion, strength was still very strong. Suppressing God Realm experts was not a problem. Wang Luo's expression was focused, continuously condensing pill seals. He was refining pills. At this time, Wang Luo cultivation had already risen to the 8th level of the Emperor Realm. Chu Xian just glanced, discovered Wang Luo had already mastered a very profound alchemy art among the myriad pill scriptures. This alchemy art was also recorded. Wang Luo hadn't mastered it back then. Now, he had actually mastered it, and was currently crossing realms, intending to refine a god pill with Emperor Realm cultivation. He refining heaven pills with Emperor Realm was already very monstrous. Now actually wants to refine god pills. If truly successfully refined, then he will surely be one of the most awesome alchemists in the 9 regions, even the only one. 3 hours later, Wang Luo's alchemy reached the later stages. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Consumption was extremely huge, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Give it to me, Chang. Finally, the small cauldron spat out a pill, only one. Barely reached the threshold of a god pill. Wang Luo pointed his hands to the sky, issuing a final command. Watching that golden pill leap out, he showed a look of pleasant surprise. He actually refined a god pill. Wang Luo, I indeed didn't misjudge you. You actually refined a god pill with your Emperor Realm cultivation. Truly a heaven-sent genius. Just that you really won't acknowledge me as master? Suing said with regret. Junior being able to achieve this is also largely due to Senior's guidance, but I'm truly sorry, Senior. I already have a master. Won't change allegiance. Wang Luo's face was full of apology. Your talent in alchemy is outstanding. Your master, no matter how strong, may not be able to guide you in alchemy. Suing still refused to give up. No. Senior. My master is omniscient. Alchemy, even more so, has reached an unattainable height. Wang Luo said solemnly. Oh yo, this ancient Pill King still wants to fool my disciple? You, a remnant illusion left after falling from the Dao realm, dare to act presumptuously before my system's son? Hearing Wang Luo's righteous refusal of the other party, Chu Xian was very satisfied. Suing sighed. Didn't believe Wang Luo's words at all, shook his head slightly. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't acknowledge me, my inheritance has been passed down. Considered a wish fulfilled. Paused for a moment. If in the future, your cultivation is accomplished, go to Zhongyu, give the token I gave you to the Tian Xinggong, Heavenly Star Palace, Princess. If Tian Xinggong is no longer there, then forget it. Senior, rest assured. Your entrustment, I, Wan Luo, will definitely accomplish.
Wan Luo said solemnly. Chu Xian didn't continue watching.
Roughly understood the situation and let it be.
After closing the Kuei Tian mirror, Chu Xian claimed the system reward. A mysterious, invisible, elusive Dao Zi wrapped around his body at this moment.
Countless comprehensions about fortune continuously emerged.
Chu Xian slightly narrowed his eyes, began comprehending the fortune Dao. Chu Xian believed his female disciple had read Journey to the West on the day of apprenticeship. Specially tapped his forehead ding 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 3 times. Originally thought something unexpected would happen. As a result, on the 3rd watch that day, an accident indeed happened.
Just now, Chu Xian eagerly claimed the reward. Began comprehending the fortune Dao Zi. By the time he mastered the fortune Dao Zi, half a month had passed. This was the first time Chu Xian spent so long to master a Dao Zi. Shows the mystery and elusiveness of the fortune Dao Zi. Is this the great Dao of fortune? Feels like being in the sky. Feels like stepping on clouds. After mastering the fortune Dao Zi, Chu Xian, regarding the fortune Dao, truly entered the threshold, could see fortune with the naked eye. Just comprehending the changes in fortune.
Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the great Dao.
Turns out, the Qi Yun Rui, Fortune Rui Scepter, and Jin Yin Dao Di, Fortune Suppressing Dao Cauldron, on his body resonated with the fortune here. Actually automatically came out to absorb fortune. Is this, treasures automatically upgrading? Seems in a few days. Should be able to use them as I wish.
Unleash their power.
Looked around.
Searched for a while, the system didn't give any prompts.
Forget it, anyway, they've been strengthened. Whether there's a system prompt or not doesn't matter. These cloud-like things underfoot have become transparent. Can even clearly see the things below. The fog gradually dissipates. Chu Xian discovers. The things below look a bit familiar. Jiu, that's right. It is Jiu.
Chu Xian suddenly startled. This Qi Yun Great Dao is simply too magical.
No wonder it feels like being in the sky. This Dao is meant to overlook the entire Jiu.
The Qi Yun of the entire Jiu is under the feet of this Dao, if this Dao is not here.
Jiu has no Qi Yun. Without Qi Yun, all things perish. On second thought, if I master this Dao, wouldn't I be truly invincible in the world? Just as he was daydreaming, Chu Xian noticed a beam of light shooting in from below. The position of that light was from Nanzhou of Beiyu.
Seems to be from Nanzhou's Zhan Mo Gudi. Looking closely, it's not a single beam of light, but martial arts.
In a certain direction in Nanzhou, there exists a martial arts group's light of Qi Yun, very ancient and old.
Like a self-contained light of Qi Yun, this martial arts light
corresponds to the Qi Yun supreme treasures of the 5 continents of Beiyu.
Belongs to the Qi Yun of ancient Beiyu, condensed into a supreme treasure. After such a long period of nurturing,
its Qi Yun has already transformed. Its level is even higher.
Beiyu's 5 great Qi Yun supreme treasures gather at Nanzhou's Zhan Mo Gudi.
Seems Nanzhou is about to have another major incident. An incident even bigger than the Zhan Mo Gudi battle back then. If Beiyu's 5 continents Qi Yun supreme treasures return,
whoever obtains a Qi Yun supreme treasure will fuse with a portion of the current Qi Yun, obtaining great fortune.
Great fortune, sir, it's dinner time. Chu Xian was stunned. Dry rice person, dry rice soul. No major event can affect my dry rice. Then let's rest for a bit first. Later, I'll organize the other Dao Zi I've mastered. If I can successfully fuse them, I can open up my own exclusive great Dao. Chu Xian stretched. Going out to show off the dry rice process is too brutal. Let's take a satisfied selfie. Thinking about it like this makes me a little excited. If successful, I'll be famous for eternity. Master, Yuera requests an audience.
Just as I was lost in thought, your disciple came.
Yuera wants to see me? Could it be she misunderstood the implied meaning of my ding 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 that day?
No, as a master, I must be reserved.
Yuera, what happened? Is there a problem with your divine soul again? No. Master, I have good news for you.
As she spoke, Heiyu's cheeks actually flushed slightly, her face no longer so pale. Emotions also fluctuated on her face.
Undisguised joy. Her proud figure looked even more alluring under the moonlight. Good news? Chu Xian's first reaction was, the deficient divine soul is mended? Yes, Master. My divine soul is now whole.
Heiyu smiled happily, her eyes like crescent moons.
And I vaguely feel like I'm about to break through. Heiyu, thanks, Master. That's simply too good. Master was still worried you encountered difficulties again. Master congratulates you here. Towards this,
currently the only female disciple under his tutelage. Chu Xian had high hopes. Since you have recovered, Master will entrust the Tiandao plan to you for execution. Chu Xian also narrowed his eyes, unable to hide his inner joy. When Heiyu heard about the Tiandao plan, her jaw dropped in shock. Chu Xian raised his hand and waved. A talisman seal from the Tiandao Fu flew over, landing in his hand. This is the Tiandao Fu seal. The content of the Tiandao plan is within. You understand it first. Chu Xian briefly mentioned the plan. Of course, he didn't mention the core content. Even so, with Heiyu's intelligence, she was utterly shocked. Master's grand plan. Heiyu was shaken by the Tiandao plan. Just how strong is Master, to be able to implement such a plan? Now, you return to Heiyu Lu to execute the Tiandao plan. Jiu will usher in great changes. This is your opportunity. Seize it well. Master, please rest assured. I will execute the plan well. Heiyu took a deep breath. Respectfully said, fists secretly clenched. Finally, Zhongzhou. She will eventually return. Once the Tiandao plan succeeds, what is the Renwang Shijia, human king lineage? Compared to her, who controls the entire Beiyu, what is the Ji family? Master trusts your ability. Chu Xian waved his hand. Go, cultivate well. If you don't understand, come back and ask me. If it's inconvenient outside, you can also cultivate here, as long as you can control and execute the plan. Yes, Master. Heiyu left excitedly, after delegating the tasks. After Heiyu Lu's system and functions were perfected, he would return to continue cultivating. This was the Holy Land. With the communication talisman, he could better hide behind the scenes, control Heiyu Lu's operations. After Heiyu left, Chu Xian continued cultivating, waiting for the 20-year period to arrive. Another 10-year period, what rewards will there be? A year passed in a flash. In this year, Chu Xian continuously absorbed Dao into his body, and fused and split Dao Zi. Cultivation progressed rapidly. Already sensed the threshold of the second pass of Dao Jin. The threshold was sensed, yet breakthrough was still distant. Breakthrough for each pass of Dao Jin was too difficult. Even if Chu Xian's comprehension was sufficient, still needed considerable time to accumulate foundation. Chu Xian was like this, the cultivation of other Dao Jin warriors. One can imagine how difficult it is. No wonder Ying Kong is still stuck at the third pass of Dao Jin. Even with Long Jun's time acceleration disk, still needs considerable time to break through to the fourth pass of Dao Jin. You know, before this, Ying Kong's comprehension was already sufficient. Half a foot stepped into the Dao Jin Siguan, fourth pass of Dao Realm. Even so, plus time accelerated cultivation. Accumulating foundation is still too difficult. He is still the one at the bottom of the Dao group. Meow. Tian Mei Miao ran over, rubbing against Chu Xian's leg. Chu Xian looked down. Tian Mei Miao's strength was already at the peak of Tian Jin. This kind of improvement speed, if spread out, would scare people to death. Tian Mei Miao, what's wrong? Hungry? Meow meow meow. Tian Mei Miao looked well behaved at Chu Xian. You want to break through to Xinjing, God Realm? Chu Xian took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Tian Mei Miao. Can help him quickly break through to Xinjing. Meow. Tian Ling Mao, Sky Spirit Cat, grabbed the pill bottle with its paw. Rubbed against Chu Xian's calf a few times, an expression of utter satisfaction. After a while, Shi Ling Hua, Spirit Devouring Flower, walked over, tail wagging. All flowers bloomed, exceptionally beautiful. Yet also seemed somewhat demonic. Shili Walla. Shili Walla Walla. You want to go to Fengdu Guiyu, Ghost Capital Ghost Domain, to cultivate? Chu Xian could actually communicate without barriers. Shili Walla Walla. Alright, know you like the spiritual chi there. Allow you to go to Fengdu to cultivate. Chu Xian was speechless. Shi Ling Hua went to Gue Wangu, Ghost King Valley, once. After devouring sinister ghost chi, he fell in love with that cold aura. But there's one condition, don't devour Guizhou, Ghost Clan. Those are all my subjects. Chu Xian was still counting on the Guizhou to grow stronger, contend for Qi Yun. For the name of Gue to resound through Jiuyu. If Shi Ling Hua devoured some, it would be heartbreaking. There weren't many Guizhou members in total. Losing even one is a huge loss. Shi Ling Hua nodded. Guizhou cannot be devoured, but Master's treasure. Haven't used one Tianjing, Myriad Heaven Mirror, for a while. Chu Xian was just about to take out one Tianjing. Connect with Rin Changhe. Hey, you suddenly sent a voice message. Ding 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 ding. Master, the major powers of Beiyu have decided. In 1 month,
The quota competition will be held in Nanzhou. Many famous rogue cultivators have already entered Lanzhou in advance. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Jean Mogudi's quota competition actually started early?
Jean Mogudi's quota competition starting early
also means the various parties' layout for Jean Mogudi. The participants from back then will also appear one after another. Just how outrageously strong does one have to be to let a young man single-handedly occupy 100 lands?
The young man's name is Xiao Liang, one of the male lead's disciples.
Just now, Chu Xian looked up at the sky. Nanzhou's heaven and earth rules recovery has accelerated again. The various participants in the Jean Mogudi layout.
It's about time for them to appear, the quota competition.
Although all Dijing rogue cultivators can participate. However, the major powers of Beiyu have set up checkpoints. Only by breaking through these checkpoints, rogue cultivators are qualified to participate. Except for rogue cultivators with strong backing. Rogue cultivators with no background at all, wanting to break through checkpoints, participating in the quota competition,
is not an easy task. Chu Xian opened one Tianjing.
Discovered Ren Changhe was already preparing to come to Beiyu, so didn't pay further attention.
With the opening of the Jean Mogudi competition, whether Ding Yu or Wan Luo, both will participate.
Xiao Liang naturally wouldn't be an exception.
They all participated as rogue cultivators. Chu Xian was very much looking forward to the performance of his disciples. Hopes to trigger system rewards in the quota competition.
The scene shifts to a vast grassland in Nanzhou. Currently, the arena for the competition is being built. This place is far from Lanzhou's human settlements. Belongs to a desolate area, responsible for building the competition arena. Naturally, it's Nanzhou's Sanzong Sangua, 3 sects 3 kingdoms.
Behind them are Beiyu's super major powers.
The road to Nanzhou is open. The first checkpoint rogue cultivators face is to come to Nanzhou through the road. Can't even reach Nanzhou. What qualifications to participate in the quota competition? Major powers are all on the road to Nanzhou. Stationed experts. Since Zhu Jie's rogue cultivators set up checkpoints.
Naturally, rules were also set.
Above Dijing cannot act. Besides that, can fight solo or group fight.
At this moment, on the road from Shizhou to Nanzhou,
an ordinary-looking young man is heading towards Nanzhou.
He is Xiao Liang, with his true identity concealed.
How could Nanzhou's grand event lack him? At the pass to Lanzhou, a Dijing 9th level expert looked at the approaching Xiao Liang.
Sneered, as a rogue cultivator, you should have some awareness.
Not everyone can participate, young man, you should leave. This old man won't make things difficult for you. Xiao Liang was expressionless.
Advanced step by step, a long spear held in hand.
Yo ho! Kid, you're not convinced? Mere rogue cultivator. Better know your place. Don't you know 12 Dijing rogue cultivators have already fallen here?
Xiao Liang asked, how old are you?
What's your strength? The other party, hearing this, became even more contemptuous. Listen well.
This old man broke through to Dijing in 500 years.
Now, with 3,000 years of Dijing 9th level cultivation, was once a prodigy of a generation. Never thought.
Xiao Liang sneered disdainfully.
He. 500 years to break through to Dijing? 3,000 years to reach Dijing 9th level? Just trash. You're looking for death. Spearlight flashed. The battle ended in a blink.
A figure was pinned to the ground at the pass. Face full of disbelief, Xiao Liang continued forward.
Single-handedly broke through. Another Dijing 9th level expert came to block. Still defeated in an instant. After 3 consecutive defeats in an instant,
the Dijing experts guarding this passage all knew a powerful rogue cultivator had arrived.
The experts among them acted normally.
If a rogue cultivator breaking through checkpoints could win 3 consecutive times,
or defeat the strongest among the guards, would be allowed to pass, Xiao Liang's strength was too great. The blockers were defeated too quickly.
The major powers Dijing warriors guarding the passage were unconvinced in their hearts,
felt it was too shameful, thus directly ignored
the unwritten rule of passing after 3 consecutive wins. You can take 3 of my spear strikes, consider yourself someone.
Xiao Liang looked at the youth defeated by him and said, 3 spear strikes. Everyone was shocked. Who is this rogue cultivator? Must have a strong backing. Otherwise, how could he have such powerful strength? Even a prodigy-level Dijing warrior was defeated in 3 spear strikes. Strength beyond imagination. A young man walked out, blocked Xiao Liang's path. Very good. Such an expert among rogue cultivators, rare to see.
If you can defeat me, consider this checkpoint passed. The young man held a long spear in his hand. Discussion arose from the crowd. It's Xiaoping of the Xiao family, one of the Xiao family's top prodigies. The opponent probably has to stop here. More than that, Xiaoping is ruthless. If he loses, he's dead. Not necessarily, he must have a strong backer. So what if he has a strong backer? Xiaoping didn't break the rules. He has the Xiao family backing him. A mere rogue cultivator expert. Dare to oppose the Xiao family? Xiao Liang ignored those discussions, corners of his mouth curled up, showing a disdainful smile. Xiao family, Xiaoping. Just an arrogant good-for-nothing. This is really asking for death. Xueping's face darkened, killing intent awe-inspiring. Xue Liang sneered. You, Xueping, are narrow-minded, standing out. Isn't it just to kill me? Even if I win, you won't let me pass smoothly. Your little tricks can't fool me. Go die. Xiaoping suddenly attacked. A spear thrust came. Fast as lightning. Actually had the meaning of a sneak attack. Among the onlookers, many showed contempt. Xiao Liang held his spear, unmoved. As Xiaoping's spear approached his body, 3 chi away, suddenly slowed down. The slow power of time. To strike Xiaoping with the greatest possible force. Destroy his state of mind. Crush his arrogance. Xiao Liang used the power of Mantang, slow vine, for the first time. As Xiaoping's attack slowed down, contrary to this, Xiao Liang's spear thrust out extremely fast. A very ordinary, simple strike. Yet it was this spear strike. Instantly pierced through Xueping. Directly sent him flying. In the eyes of outsiders, Xueping sneak attacked, but was instantly counter-killed. Directly sent flying by one spear strike. Defeated cleanly. Not even a shred of resistance. Even worse than those defeated before. Onlookers were all stunned. Looked in disbelief at the defeated Xueping. Sneak attack, fine, but to be defeated so thoroughly. No resistance at all. Xueping's strength is a bit weak. Someone couldn't help but say, not just weak, very weak. I even suspect him. Was his mighty reputation hyped up by the Xiao family? Hard to say. Heard the Xiao family is declining generation by generation. For face, it's possible to hype up a top prodigy. Xiaoping was also somewhat stunned, with his strength. Naturally couldn't detect the slow power of time. That brief moment. Only felt as if he hesitated for a moment. Then was sent flying by a spear. Hearing the surrounding discussions, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Looked at Xiao Liang with eyes full of resentment. What are you all stunned for? Attack together. Are you really going to let him break through? Xiao Liang sneered, trash. Killing you would dirty my spear. Held his spear and continued forward. So what if it's a siege? After all, you can't stop my steps. Chu Xian occasionally paid attention to the rogue cultivators breaking through checkpoints. Many Dijing rogue cultivators either lost and retreated. Missed the quota competition. The quota is related to the 5 continents Qi Yun supreme treasures of ancient Beiyu's Qi Yun. Undoubtedly the most precious supreme treasures. Also the focus of competition among major powers, whoever it is, or whichever power obtains a Qi Yun supreme treasure, will rise strongly. If all 5 continents Qi Yun supreme treasures are gathered, very likely to rise and ascend to the position of Beiyu's human king. Once the 5 continents Qi Yun supreme treasures are gathered, very likely to rise and ascend to the position of Beiyu's human king. The most important step of the Tian Dao plan is also within. Besides the Tian Dao plan, Chu Xian also wants to be the biggest manipulator behind the Jean Mo Gudi situation, and the biggest beneficiary. The 5 continents Qi Yun supreme treasures must belong to someone under his command. Beiyu's first human king must also be his disciple. Chu Xian took out one Tianjing. Time to notify Qining. Let him prepare early. Lanzhou's grand situation is about to begin. Chu Xian notified Qining. Yanji Nanzhou's heaven and earth rules recovery accelerated. Must prepare early. Just closed one Tianjing. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Your disciple Xiao Liang, one person, one spear, single-handedly dominated 100 lands. Battle intent boiling. Transformed into a battle god fragrance. Reward, Zhanji Dao Zhe, battle Dao principle. Awesome. Chu Xian was amazed seeing the system reward. Xiao Liang, worthy of being a natural battle drum, battle heart, battle soul, and single-handedly occupying 100 lands is simply outrageous. This combat power is already stronger than Dingyu, right? Xiao Liang is breaking through checkpoints? Chu Xian took out Kuei Tianjin Lai, peeking heaven mirror, calculated the distance of the passage from Shizhou to Nanzhou. began to actively probe the situation there. The image unfolded. A sound of slaughter. A figure shimmering with golden light. Majestic and unparalleled figure, Han Tianjin Di, heaven-shaking earth array, rampaging. Invincible. And inside the golden light figure was Xiao Liang, holding Nish and Xian Mang, God-extinguishing heartlight. Xiao Liang rampaged through the crowd. Countless Di Jing warriors were sent flying upon contact. Battle to this point. Xiao Liang also suffered considerable injuries. However, these injuries were just superficial wounds to him. Mantang's ability to slow down attacks. Xiao Liang would only use it at critical moments. After all, using Mantang also consumed energy. With his current strength, simply couldn't unleash Mantang's full power, could only use it at critical moments. Just what kind of black-hearted plan is it, to make Chu Xian exclaim in surprise? Capitalists would weep hearing it. Just now, Xiao Liang had already broken through the encirclement. This battle is destined to shake Beiyu. Countless major powers shocked. Will definitely become the most powerful contender for the Qi Yun Jibao, Fortune Supreme Treasure. Xiao Liang's battle god spear thrust forward, directly exploding. Battle intent roared. Swept in all directions. One spear forced back a Di Jing expert. Figure flashed. Already broke through the encirclement. Ha ha. Shizhou Di Jing has no one to fight. Xiao family is even more full of trash. Xiao Lian laughed wildly. Young man, too arrogant. Not good. A voice came. Then, a giant hand slapped down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Indeed, major powers all have this kind of attitude. A reverence realm expert attacked. Shameless old trash. Xiao Liang cursed angrily. Nieshan Xingwang, God-extinguishing Star King, shone brightly. Battle intent boiled. One spear, as if to pierce the firmament. Palm shattered. Xiao Liang flew out, but spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Arrogant brat. Can't leave you alive. The attacker's expression changed drastically. Too monstrous. Single-handedly fighting hundreds of Di Jing warriors, consumed greatly. Injuries also not light. Under such circumstances, actually broke his attack. He was at the 3rd level of Reverence Realm Cultivation. Even though his attack just now didn't use full power, it was enough to prove the opponent's strength and monstrousness. Now that he offended someone, once the opponent grows up, he will surely die. A fist bombarded towards Xiao Liang. For a one-hit kill, this fist used full power, ensuring Xiao Liang could be killed. However, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Didn't even see the figure, bullying a junior, what's the point? That fist disappeared silently. The attacker's expression changed drastically. Strong expert. Suddenly felt his whole body tighten. His heart pounded with fear. Opened his mouth to call for help, then bang. Physical body turned to blood mist. Divine soul was also annihilated. On a large mountain beside the passage, a powerful aura rose. Tianjing, Heaven Realm. Every passage has a Tianjing expert guarding it, however. The aura that just rose quickly subsided. The other party chose to stop. The attacker's strength was even greater than his. And he didn't find the other party's traces. This was terrifying. Better save his own life. Anyway, the one who died wasn't from his own sect. Even less so his own junior. Died is died. Seeing this, Confucius expressed confusion. Laozi was also confused. Chu Xian, however, knew. This was all thanks to Lu Piapiao acting behind the scenes. In the Tianjing realm, he was almost undefeated. Unless the opponent could temporarily shatter heaven and earth rules. Interrupt his state based on heaven and earth rules. Otherwise, Lu Piapiao would be invincible. Chu Xian closed Kuei Tianjing, didn't continue watching. Looked forward to Xiao Liang's performance in the quota competition. And his performance in the Zhan Mo Gudi, Qi Yun Jibao competition. Claimed Zhanji Daoze. In an instant, battle intent boiled. As if born for battle. Mastered another Dao Zi. Strength enhanced again. Chu Xian was very satisfied. Xiao Liang single-handedly occupied 100 lands. The news of successfully breaking through the checkpoint instantly spread throughout Beiyu. Ever since the communication talisman and Beiyu Recent Bang, Beiyu Hot News List, created by Heiyulu, instantly could be transmitted to many warriors' hands. This Recent Bang was created by Heiyu's people after Chu Xian mentioned it. Specifically summarizes major and minor news in Beiyu within a day. And hot news. For this, Heiyulu also launched Recent Fu, Hot News Talisman, sales.
can grasp the dynamics of Beiyu's cultivation world at the first instance. After more than half a year of promotion, not to say everyone has a Risun Fu. At least, mounted warriors have Risun Fu in their hands. Didn't even need Chu Xian to point it out. Heiyu was already preparing for the next step, Risun Fu charging. When warriors become dependent on Risun Fu, uncomfortable if they don't read the news for a day, Heiyu Lu will launch monthly fee packages, annual packages, etc. Only by paying fees in time, can continue to receive subsequent messages. Chu Xian, hearing Heiyu explain the next step of the plan, couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she's called Heiyu, Black Moon. She's truly black enough. Schemes one after another. Has the cutting leaks mentality of capitalists from his previous life. After Chu Xian finished listening, made some suggestions for Heiyu's plan. Form a complete system, for example, certain hot news. Important news only shows the first half. To read the full content, need to pay extra. Of course, for convenience of purchase. No need to run to Heiyu Lu branches to pay every time. Can open VIP treatment, pay an extra monthly fee. Can then read important news. Can also undertake advertising business, push messages for people. Whoever wants to become famous, find Heiyu Lu. Based on how many people the push covers. The wider the reach, the higher the fee, etc. Heiyu was dumbfounded after listening. She always thought her business methods were very high level. To maximize profits, her heart was black enough. Unexpectedly, compared to Master, she was completely a kind person. Worthy of being Master. Heart truly black enough. Chu Xian's words seemed to open a new world's door for her. Many wonderful ideas instantly emerged endlessly. Master, do you think I should reduce the benefits for Heiyu Lu personnel? Increase their work hours and abilities? Link rewards to business efficiency? For example, must complete a certain amount of business to get benefits and rewards. For example, will be punished for not completing business. If a certain loss is caused, can even strip them of part of their cultivation, as compensation to Heiyu Lu. My goodness! Capitalists would weep hearing this. Too damn ruthless. Chu Xian straightened his face. Can't let this female disciple become a black-hearted female demon. Can't instill more business experience in her anymore. He didn't want to cultivate a black-hearted female demon. Especially, can't exploit his own people. Hey you, don't be black-hearted. If you treat your own people like this, will you still have affection in your heart? Everything in moderation, don't go too far with your own people. In one's life, affection is indispensable. I pity you. This is also the great Tao. Heiyu's heart understood, respectfully said. World-honored one taught well. Heiyu went astray. Knowing the way back from a wrong path is good. Chu Xian nodded. World-honored one pointed it out. Hey, you knew what to do. Chu Xian continued nodding. Everything needs a limit. You grasp it yourself. World-honored one, I understand. Chu Xian was gratified. Heiyu, after all, had an extraordinary experience, not so easily swayed. Fortunately, corrected in time, Heiyu retreated. Continued to promote the execution of the Tian Dao plan. Not long after, Heiyu Lu thoughtfully launched a business in a timely manner. A certain prodigy walked out of a Heiyu Lu branch, touched his storage pouch, heartbroken and unable to breathe. Heiyu Lu is too black. Transmitting a message to 1 million people actually costs 1 million. Low-grade spirit crystals equals 1 spirit crystal per message. Outrageously black. Not enough spirit crystals. He even took out several precious spirit herbs to substitute spirit crystals. I can definitely do it. Just need to single-handedly defeat 10 Emperor Realm experts to become a little famous. The prodigy, full of fighting spirit, headed towards the checkpoint. Notice. The man just gave some pointers. This Lanzhou's largest intelligence agency then possessed its own unique cutting leaks system. Just because he was a transmigrator, saw through various schemes of capitalists in his previous life, this life. He also wanted to experience the joy of being a capitalist. The man's name is Chu Xian. Just now, before a certain Heiyu Lu branch, a pale-faced man with minor injuries looked at the message on the Risun Fu in his hand. Face became extremely ugly. A certain sex prodigy single-handedly broke through Nanzhou's checkpoint. One person occupied the land. Strength astonishing, worthy of being a certain sex top prodigy. He was furious. He single-handedly occupied 12 Emperor Realm lands. Why no news about him? Rushed into Heiyu Lu to demand an explanation. Roared, Heiyu Lu's information is incomplete. The Lord was calm. directly placed the price list before the other party, pointed. Million spirit crystals for pushing the business of breaking through Nanzhou's checkpoint. Young man, don't be rash. Besides one person occupying 100 lands, other news isn't of much value. If you want people to know, naturally have to pay something. My Heiyulu has always been known for reliable intelligence. Now launching this business is also for your consideration. Don't think the price is expensive. You know, using a talisman to transmit a single message costs quite a bit of gold. Besides, if you become famous, you can also gain something. For example, your elders think you are a talent worthy of nurturing. Increase efforts to cultivate you. No pain, no gain. The man was stunned. Heiyulu had such an operation? And what the Lord said made so much sense. Became famous, showcased his powerful talent and combat prowess. Surely would receive more attention. I am a top prodigy who single-handedly occupied 12 Dijing. Gritted his teeth, took out his storage pouch. Give me 100. No. 2 million messages. Okay, no problem. As a result, Lin Jin, the Heiyulu Lord, took out another sign. Pointed at the packages on it, promoting, distinguished guest, look carefully. Do you want the review service? You know Heiyulu's reputation. Prodigies reviewed by us receive more attention. Look, this VIP package service, want to activate it? Can receive the most accurate, most insider information at the first instance, including but not limited to certain confidential information about powers and prodigies. The man was tempted. Touched his storage pouch, gritted his teeth. Buy everything. By the time he walked out of Heiyulu, his mind was dazed, always felt he was tricked. Yet also felt Lin Jing spent it well. Touched his shriveled storage pouch, almost empty inside. So poor he almost couldn't afford pills anymore. The Heiyulu Lord looked at the row of people before him. You all saw that, right? Just promote like that, understand? Understood, Lord. Under the manipulation of this black hand, Heiyulu, countless prodigies began to break through Nanzhou's passage. Originally, the prodigies of various powers guarding Nanzhou's checkpoint also quietly left to try other passages. The whole event was a mess. Where was it still a checkpoint set for rogue cultivators? All became a place for prodigies of various powers to become famous. And Heiyulu made a fortune. By the time the upper echelons of those major powers reacted, strictly prohibited it, the matter then came to an end. Many experts gritted their teeth at Heiyulu, too damn black. Our own prodigies are also fools, right? Actually got tricked like this. Chu Xian sighed. Heiyu really had a way. Used Xiao Liang's hot event, acted quickly. Swiftly harvested a bunch of leaks, made a fortune. Capitalists would exclaim good fellow. Upon seeing it, before the passage from Nanzhou to Zhongzhou, Dingyu looked at the Risun Fu in his hand, fell into silence. Xiao Liang single-handedly occupied 100 lands, strength too great. He was fired up. Single-handedly occupying 100 lands. He, Dingyu, could also do it. I, Dingyu, have no woman in my heart. A peerless prodigy who can slaughter gods by drawing his sword. How can I lose to others? Sword cultivators have always been powerful. How can I not seize this opportunity to display the might of sword cultivators? Not far away, a graceful figure walked over. Han Meng. Dingyu. Han Meng gritted her teeth. Ever since being thrown off by Dingyu last time, he was almost exploding with anger. Swore to beat Dingyu up fiercely. This bastard is too hateful. For this, he pestered. Only then did Master agree to let him leave Nanzhou, go to Zhongzhou Paohuaga, floating flower pavilion, to break through to Dijing. Beiyu's major powers entered Nanzhou. Han Meng returned accordingly. Now he was already at the first level of Dijing cultivation. The first thing upon returning was to find trouble with Dingyu. Single-mindedly wanted to beat him up fiercely, vent the pent-up anger in his heart. Han Meng was very confident. He was Dijing. Dingyu, no matter how strong. Absolutely no possibility of breaking through to Dijing in Nanzhou. As long as not Dijing, then definitely not his opponent. Dingyu. Finally found you. Han Meng gritted her teeth. Dingyu looked back. Stunned for a moment. You're that Piao Hua Ji's. Han Meng pondered for a long moment, asked, can you do me a favor? He wanted to try again. How far was he from seeing through the third pass of Jiandao? Last time, Han Meng hung on him. Caused his state of mind to change. Unable to achieve the realm of woman on body, no woman in heart. Now, after several trials, Jiandao received a huge improvement again. Just right, before breaking through the checkpoint. Try his Jian Dao realm again. Did it break through? Han Meng almost exploded with anger upon hearing this. Still coming? Sneered inwardly, now he was not the same as before. The person who could be casually thrown off. Help, right? Okay. Let's see if you, Dingyu, can withstand it. Let you witness the might of Di Jing. Prostrate yourself beneath this young lady. Okay. What do you need my help with? Dingyu's eyes lit up. Showed a smile. Miss Han, you are truly too kind. You, this friend, I, Dingyu, acknowledge. Come. Hang on me again and try. No problem. Han Ming's face was all smiles. Sneering inwardly. Secretly vowed to make Dingyu, this Stan, beg for mercy. Stan walked over demonically, extended a jade arm. Lord Dingyu's neck. Slender, powerful jade legs wrapped around Dingyu's waist. And squeezed hard. Wanting to make Dingyu scream for mercy. Han Meng hung on Dingyu. Face couldn't help but blush, breathing became a little rapid. Secretly bit her silver teeth. Legs wrapped around Dingyu's waist began to secretly exert force. Wanting to make Dingyu scream for mercy. However, as he continuously increased force, already reached Di Jing power, Dingyu still showed no reaction. Han Meng was secretly shocked. Dingyu's physical body was too strong. Yet, no matter how strong, if not Di Jing, still couldn't resist her Di Jing power. Dingyu felt the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, and the fragrant scent entering his nose, heart completely unmoved. Heart calm and waveless, not moved by beauty. His heart was like a cold sword edge. Yet not devoid of emotion. Even if Han Meng's legs exerted force, no matter how hard she squeezed him, Dingyu remained calm. Wei Jian, tiny sword, in heart. At this moment, Dingyu understood. A flash of inspiration in his mind. Seemed to grasp what Master said, no woman in heart. Drawing sword can slaughter gods. This mysterious and unfathomable Jian Dao realm. At this moment, Dingyu was full of spirit. Laughter hearty. Ha ha ha. I, Dingyu, am destined to be a godslayer. Master. I'm about to reach the realm of no woman in heart. Drawing sword can slaughter gods. Han Meng's face was flushed. Already at full power at this moment. Yet Dingyu remained unmoved. Even laughed wildly. He was stunned. Dingyu was Di Jing? How did he break through? When did he break through? Did he also obtain a great fortune? Otherwise, why break through so quickly? Why could he break through to Di Jing in Nanzhou? Before he could figure it out, a hand had already grabbed his collar. Just like last time. Han Meng hadn't finished speaking. Body uncontrollably flew up. Was casually thrown aside by Dingyu. Still no power to resist. Han Meng was so angry she almost exploded in midair. Thank you for your help, Miss Han. My, Dingyu's, Jian Dao has advanced another big step. I'm also going to break through the checkpoint. Single-handedly occupy 100 lands. Said Dingyu, laughing wildly. Figure transformed into a swordlight, flying away. Dingyu. Han Meng climbed up, aura exploding. Wantonly venting the anger in her heart. Bastard. Don't you go. Dingyu came out of Nanzhou, yet returned to Nanzhou. Headed towards the checkpoint, everyday rogue cultivators came to break through the checkpoint. The major powers warriors guarding the passage were already used to it. Seeing Dingyu approach, didn't pay much attention. Look. Another greenhorn. 2 Di Jing warriors whispered. These days, even cats and dogs want to break through the checkpoint. Doesn't look like an expert at all. How many experts can there be among rogue cultivators? Heya. Some time ago, came to break through the checkpoint. Single-handedly occupied how many Di Jing Prodigy Xianko, profound inscriptions? Are true rogue cultivators from major powers. Can be counted on one hand. Yes. The one who shocked Beiyu by single-handedly occupying 100 lands. Might be a rogue cultivator. However, behind him is a Tianjing expert. Cannot be regarded as an ordinary rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators with such strong backing. Breaking through our Zhongzhou passage is just a formality. This greenhorn, let alone breaking through the checkpoint. We can scare him half to death just by speaking loudly. Ridiculous. Dingyu walked step by step, suddenly drew his sword. One arrow stepped forward. Flew towards those 2 chatterboxes. The first blocker was sent flying with 1 sword strike. The second also flew off with 1 sword strike. Immediately, Zhongzhou passage was in an uproar. Countless Di Jing warriors ran out. Among them, many were prodigies of Zhongzhou's major powers. This person is so strong. Although those intercepted before were ordinary characters.
But at least they were Di Jing 8th or 9th level contestants. Ding Yu held his sword, Zhong Tian Jian heavenly sword body, sword intent surged. Like a divine sword emitting supreme sword intent. Your Zhongzhou prodigies only have this much strength? Then I'll let He Lu publicize it well for you. Zhongzhou's prodigies all gasped. This person is definitely a top expert. A monstrous existence. Behind him, either a peerless prodigy of some major sect, or backed by a peerless expert. Regardless of which situation, the guards above Di Jing could no longer act. So, everyone made way. As for whether the other party came with challenging intentions, they didn't care, no reason to help others become famous. Ding Yu looked, this isn't right. I came to challenge for territory. These people aren't fighting, how can I challenge for territory? How can I show strength no weaker than that fellow? Nanzhou's most monstrous talent should be me. Arrogantly said, I want to fight 100. Those who dare not fight are trash. Retreating only shows Zhongzhou has no prodigies. All trash. I'll have He Lu widely spread it. Can't stand it anymore. This fellow is too arrogant, too insolent. If we don't teach him a lesson, is he bullying us, thinking Zhongzhou has no one? One of the voluptuous women walked out, swaying her slender waist. Sneered, arrogant brat. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Everyone looked at the sound, discovered it was actually Lingyan Fairy of Piaohua Gu, claimed to be invincible within the 9th level of Di Jing. Seems this time that kid is doomed. Ding Yu looked, waved his hand dismissively, Piaohua Ge's women, step aside. For Miss Han helping me twice, I won't beat up your Piaohua Gu. You're presumptuous. Shameless boasting. Watching the voluptuous woman go mad with anger, spiritual power erupted from her body. Flower petals, the power of graceful jade, displayed. Instantly swept towards Ding Yu. So troublesome. Sword light pierced heaven and earth, like a streak of lightning across the sky. All flower petals shattered. Lu Yi, green field, collapsed. Directly pierced towards the woman. The voluptuous woman's face was full of disbelief. Then her entire person flew backwards. Blood spurted wildly. Just one strike. What kind of monstrous existence is this? The onlookers, Zhongzhou's prodigies, all their faces changed drastically. This person is no weaker than that one from Shizhou Passage. But no matter what kind of monster he is, daring to insult Zhongzhou is unacceptable. Kill. Since the other party wants to challenge 100 Di Jing, then fight. Zhongzhou's prodigies were all enraged. All attacked with full force, holding nothing back. The battle erupted. In the originally slightly empty passage, Ding Yu single-handedly faced the siege of 100 Di Jing. Sword light crisscrossed. Sword intent rained down like drops. Siege of 100 Di Jing. Actually couldn't do anything to him. Heaven and earth are mine. Myriad sword torrent. Ding Yu waved his hands, sword light bloomed, enveloping him. And the sword light increased, sword intent transformed into a giant sword. With a loud boom. Sword light like a surging torrent. Sword intent filled the passage. Domineeringly broke through the siege of 100 Di Jing. Your disciple Ding Yu single-handedly faced 100 Di Jing, myriad sword torrent shook Beiyu. Reward, Laiji Dao Zhe, rending Dao principle. I.O. Not bad. Chu Xian was stunned. Ding Yu also went to break through the checkpoint? And single-handedly faced 100 Di Jing. Not falling behind Xiao Liang. Actually already mastered myriad sword torrent. This domineering offensive sword art. Xiao Liang seems unable to suppress Ding Yu. Alright. Worthy of being eldest senior brother. Chu Xian joyfully comprehended the Lai Ji Dao Zhe. Added another Dao Zi. He was currently pondering whether to let Xiang Xian also try. With Xiang Xian's current strength, facing 100 Di Jing was no problem, just send out the puppets. Just such a deliberate request. Probably wouldn't trigger the system's reward. Chu Xian could only dismiss this thought. Wonder if Wang Luo will try. Wang Luo's combat power was relatively weaker. After all, his talent was in alchemy. Xu Pingfan, however, had strong combat power. After all, he cultivated Ji Dao. Just that his cultivation was lower, hadn't broken through to Di Jing 9th level. Probably couldn't pass the 100 Di Jing checkpoint, somewhere in Nanzhou. Xiao Liang looked at the message on the Ri Sun Fu, eyebrow raised. Someone's strength was actually no weaker than his. He cultivated Zhan Dao Wu Ji, Battle Dao Infinite. An incomparably powerful cultivation technique. Believed no one in the same realm could compare to him. Now, seeing someone whose strength was no weaker than his first thought was of the senior brothers he hadn't met yet.
Could it be one of the senior brothers? Somewhere in Beizhou, Wang Luo looked at the information on the Risun Fu. He knew immediately that person was Dingyu. Looked up towards Nanzhou.
He felt he should also try, in terms of combat power.
He was indeed inferior to senior brother Dingyu, however, was his strength weak? No.
And definitely far surpassed those of the same realm. The power of Void Heaven Fire was incomparably strong.
And he also refined.
Special pills integrated with formations and restrictions
can be used. Relying on these methods to pass the 100 Dijing checkpoint. Not difficult. Thinking this, Wang Luo roused his spirits. Headed towards Nanzhou, time to go back.
My original Jindan formation pill restriction pill is also due for its debut.
He wanted the Wang family to live in regret. Let certain people clearly hate him to death, yet be helpless. He wanted the entire Beiyu to know him. Wang Luo is a true alchemy genius, a peerless monster who opened up a new alchemy Dao. Wang Luo took the Dongzhou passage. The battle quickly erupted. Dongzhou passage's Dijing warriors were ruthless. Must suppress these monsters. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem they were really trash?
Dongzhou Passage had Dijing experts from Tiandingshan, Heavenly Cauldron Mountain, as witnesses. Attacked ruthlessly, but had to keep taking pills.
Didn't care about injuries at all. Even swallowed pills that burst potential. However, they faced Wang Luo. Wang Luo transformed into a fireman.
Void Heaven Fire burned in all directions.
Hands waved, my pills floated around him. Arrogantly laughed. Alchemy is not just refining medicine. You know nothing about alchemy. Look at my Jindan. Jindan.
Various pills scattered in all directions.
Exploded with a boom.
Various killing formations, restriction formations, illusion formations appeared one after another.
A large group of people fell into the formations and restrictions. The Dijing warriors originally surrounding Wang Luo. Instantly, 90% were gone. The people from Tiandingshan were dumbfounded. Pills can be like this? How are they refined? Beiyu was shaken once again.
Especially Jindan.
The appearance of Jindan. This kind of pill beyond comprehension refreshed the common knowledge of all alchemists. More warriors ran to Heiyulu,
asking if such special pills were for sale.
Beizhou Wang family once again became a joke. Your disciple Wang Luo, alchemy shocked Beiyu. Reward, Rongji Daoze, Fusion Dao Principle. Chu Xian was overjoyed. These disciples of mine are quite capable. Triggered system rewards again. Not in vain my painstaking cultivation. Another Dao Zi. Rongji Daoze possesses the ability to fuse everything. Of course, this Rong definitely has an upper limit.
Impossible to fuse things of a much higher grade than oneself.
After Chu Xian claimed the Dao Zi, now mastered a total of 9 Dao Zi. The Dao Zi required to open a miniature Great Dao. Took another step forward. After comprehending Rongji Daoze,
Chu Xian tried, with Rongji Daoze, to fuse all Dao Zi into a small Great Dao. After trying several times, finally succeeded in fusion.
The fused Dao Zi, power even stronger. With Rongji Daoze assisting Chu Xian, fusing and splitting Dao Zi became easier.
Among the disciples, Xiao Liang broke through the passage, Dingyu broke through.
Wang Luo also broke through, no more disciples broke through. Xu Pingfan's cultivation was ultimately weaker. If he also had Dijing 9th level cultivation,
then breaking through the passage could also be done.
Could also shake Beiyu.
No more disciples will break through the passage. Chu Xian no longer paid attention, but observed Nanzhou's situation. As the recovery of heaven and earth rules accelerated,
all parties had already begun to enter the game.
Jean Mogudi involves Beiyu's 5 continents, Shiyun Supreme Treasure. Anyone who received the news, none were unmoved.
Chu Xian had a premonition. Besides the currently known powers, there will surely be other unexpected powers participating. Breaking through the passage into Nanzhou is the first checkpoint rogue cultivators face, and in the elimination rounds, advancing to the end is another checkpoint. Only by entering the quota allocation battle and achieving at least one victory can one obtain a quota to enter Jean Mogudi. Xiao Liang will not participate in the elimination rounds.
Dingyu and Wang Luo naturally also, if willing. They wouldn't even participate in the quota quantity competition.
Jean Mogudi, enter if you want, which power can stop it? Chu Xian looked at the quota competition. Just a farce, immediately lost interest.
The main event is still when Jean Mogudi is about to open. When Qining returns, this round after round of quota competition.
Probably will take several years before the prodigies of major powers compete for the final quantity. Ding Yu and Wang Luo returned. The two returned together. Greetings, master. Get up. Chu Xian was very satisfied with these two disciples. Come, let me introduce you, Xiang Xing, Hey you. Greetings, two senior brothers. Hey you sighed inwardly. Worthy of being master's disciples. Fierce men who single-handedly broke through 100 Dijing checkpoints. Indeed monstrously extraordinary. Greetings, little junior sister. Junior brothers Ding Yu and Wang Luo returned the greeting, then. Wang Luo casually took out a few bottles of pills as a meeting gift. Ding Yu wasn't left behind either. This fellow, in the Di Ling Zhu secret realm, scraped quite a few treasures. Thank you, two senior brothers. We're family, no need to be polite. Wang Luo waved his hand. Seeing the two senior brothers' attention wasn't on her, Hey you couldn't help but doubt her own looks, as little junior sister. The anticipated scene of senior brothers fawning over her didn't happen, especially eldest senior brother Ding Yu. In his eyes, seemed there were no women at all, let alone being attracted by her looks. But on second thought, that's right, if easily swayed by beauty and fawned over her, then wouldn't deserve to be master's disciple, wouldn't deserve to be her senior brother. Master. There's someone very strong. I feel his strength is no weaker than mine. Ding Yu said with emotion. Chu Xian smiled, naturally, Xiao Liang, natural battle drum, battle heart, battle soul, and possesses treasures like Man Tangjin. How could his strength be weak? That's your junior brother Xiao Liang. What? Our junior brother? Ding Yu and Wang Luo were shocked. Hey Yu was also extremely shocked. Xiao Liang's strength, she knew better than others. Besides you all, master also accepted a few disciples outside. Chu Xian smiled, named disciples, too. And one servant, you will meet them in the future. Ding Yu and Wang Luo were stunned, looked at each other in confusion. Could it be master once left the small courtyard? Since acknowledging master, they had never seen master leave the small courtyard. Master is too powerful and mysterious. Accepted such monstrous disciples without leaving home. Ding Yu felt pressure. Must cultivate diligently. Absolutely cannot be surpassed by junior brothers. Notice. This man with radiant light above his head has broken through to Daojin. This is his first display after breaking through. Must call a few more people to cheer. Coincidentally, the disciples are all here. Master will explain the way of cultivation for you. How much you can comprehend depends on your fortune. Ding Yu, Wang Luo, Xiang Xing, Wen Yan hurriedly sat down respectfully, listening attentively. Hey Yu also sat down. This was her first time listening to master explain the way of cultivation. Chu Xian sat upright in his chair. Han Tianshan Xiang, heavenly god image, displayed. His entire person looked like a true peerless great expert. Shangshi Guang Huan, prosperous age halo, activated, covering everyone. Dao rhyme lingered. Mouth contained Dao righteousness. As soon as he spoke, Ding Yu and the others entered a wondrous state. Had a deeper understanding and comprehension of cultivation. Certain bottlenecks and incomprehensible areas instantly understood. Reverence realm was already a smooth path. No more bottlenecks, even Tianjing would have no obstacles. Just need enough cultivation, enough accumulation, then can break through. Chu Xian stopped explaining. Shangshi Guanghuan still active. Looked at everyone immersed in comprehension. Silently picked up his teacup and took a sip. This was his first explanation after breaking through to Daojin. Cultivation is different from the past. He spoke of the Dao. The true meaning leading to Daojin, of course, Ding Yu and the others' realms were low. Unable to comprehend profound depths. Reaching Tianjing in advance was already the limit. Chu Xian was considering taking some time to gather all his disciples and explain the Dao once more. Now that he was already Daojin, transmitting people over with one Tianjing was not difficult. However, this matter also had to wait until after Jean Mogudi. Xiao Liang had arrived in Nanzhou. Chu Xian decided to let him come pay respects and get acquainted with Ding Yu and the others. Beiyu Wu Zhou, 5 continents of Beiyu. Qi Yun Ji Bao, fortune's supreme treasure. No matter what, cannot fall into others' hands. Whether Ding Yu or Xiao Liang, both have sufficient strength to compete. Besides, Qi Ning is not an ordinary person. After all, he was the great Qin emperor who once unified Nanzhou. Definitely left behind backup plans regarding the Qi Yun Ji Bao. After deciding, Chu Xian let Chui make a trip. To bring Xiao Liang, he thought of Du Yuan. Du Yuan, who just broke through to Tianjing, should also meet him. Chu Xian's impression of Du Yuan was very good. Got along well with him back then.
since he had already become a disciple under his tutelage.
Aptitude wasn't bad either, then cultivate him.
At least become a Xinjing expert, then instructed Chui.
To also bring Du Yuan, Xiao Liang was cultivating on a certain mountain peak,
waiting for Zhan Mogudi to open, to enter and compete for fortune. Find supreme treasures, Lu Piapiao stood by, guarding.
Her gaze towards Xiao Liang was full of tenderness. Suddenly, a figure appeared, silently. Lu Piapiao's expression changed drastically, the newcomer was too strange. Suddenly appeared, she hadn't noticed at all beforehand. Figure flickered, about to cast GT on Di Xiaoshu, borrowing heaven and earth minor art, to entrust her divine soul to the rules of heaven and earth. Xiao Liang also stood up immediately. Mantang's ability was about to be pushed to the extreme. Briefly delay a bit. Master sent me to pick you up. Chui spoke coldly. Who is your master? Xiao Liang calmly said, Master. Chui finished speaking, raised his hand and waved, directly including Xiao Liang and Lu Piapiao. Wrapped in divine power, figure disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Du Yuan was in the Deqian Empire, guarding He Yulu's branch.
He had just broken through to Tianjing not long ago. Felt his decision back then was extremely wise.
If not for decisively becoming Master's disciple servant, how could he have broken through to Tianjing in such a short time?
Even whether he could break through to Tianjing was unknown.
Master is truly too powerful. Just cultivating him a little, became a Tianjing expert. Xinjing is also not unattainable. Du Yuan decided, must serve Master well. Cannot slack off in the slightest. Suddenly, a figure silently appeared before him. Before Du Yuan could react at all, was directly whisked away. Xiao Liang was Chu Xian's disciple, so Chui would still say something. Facing Du Yuan, wasn't so polite, didn't even speak, directly carried him away. Who are you? Du Yuan was greatly alarmed. What kind of expert is this?
I have no strength to resist at all.
Even peak Tianjing couldn't do it, right? Xinjian, divine sword/god realm?
Definitely a legendary Xinjing expert.
Rumor has it Jiuyu hasn't seen Xinjing, could it be a lie? Why would Xinjing target me? Master wants to see you. Chui replied. Du Yuan was stunned. Then thought of Chu Xian, its master. He was instantly thrilled.
Ding Yu and the others were still in comprehension.
Chui had already brought the person back. Master, the person is here. Chu Xian nodded.
Chui returned to the small world.
Xiao Liang saw Chu Xian with his self-illuminating divine artifact, and that Han Tian Shen Xiang immediately kowtowed.
Xiao Liang pays respects to world-honored one.
Du Yuan was dazed for a moment. Also knelt down with a thud. Du Yuan pays respects to Master. Chu Xian smiled slightly. Get up and sit.
Your senior brothers and sisters are still in comprehension, since you're here.
Master will explain the Tao for you once. Thank you, Master. Xiao Liang was thrilled. Chu Xian looked at Lu Piapiao and Du Yuan. You two sit too, listen together, how much you can comprehend. Depends on your fortune. Thank you, Senior. Master. Shangshi Guanghuan activated. Chu Xian explained the Tao for Xiao Liang and the other two once. The three gradually entered a state of comprehension. The first to wake up was Du Yuan. His aura was somewhat restless, seemed about to break through. Just that he kept suppressing it.
Afraid breaking through at this moment would affect others.
Chu Xian looked at him, smiled. Little Du woke up? Break through if you want, it won't disturb them. Yes, Master. After receiving permission, Du Yuan began to break through.
Broke through from Tianjini Zhong, first level of Heaven Realm, to Tian
Jin Air Zhong, second level of Heaven Realm.
He just broke through to Tianjin not long ago.
This, broke through another level? Du Yuan sighed with emotion.
Worthy of being a super awesome boss.
One lecture made me break through.
Half a day later, Lu Piapiao woke up, her realm also broke through. In her divine soul state, she actually recovered in an instant.
Physical body, not an ordinary physical body,
but a physical body condensed from a kind of rule power.
Can transform into rule power at any time.
Her entire person entrusted to the rules of heaven and earth, she cultivated a kind of state beneficial to other warriors.
Not long after, Xiao Liang also woke from his comprehension. Thank you, Master. Xiao Liang benefited greatly from this enlightenment, kowtowed excitedly. Chu Xian called out Ding Yu and the others. Let them get acquainted.
Ding Yu personally saw on the recent Bang hot news list the number one person who single-handedly occupied 100 Di Jing. Battle intent surged.
Junior brother. Come, let's fight. Okay. Xiao Liang readily agreed. Chu Xian let them go to the small world trial secret realm. Mess around. Go all out. Only Chu Yun was left in the courtyard. Stayed for a while, then returned to the Chu family ancestral home. He wanted to guide the Chu family's alchemy team in refining pills, and guide some Chu family juniors in cultivation. The current Chu family, Chu Yun, was practically the sole authority. Whatever decision she made, no one dared to disobey. Can you believe it? I won't let you go even as a ghost. This sentence actually came from here. Just now, Xiao Liang and the other two entered the small world for the first time. All were shocked. Heavenly treasures everywhere. Tianjin level spirit beasts weren't rare. Further away, a ball of golden light shimmered, seemed like a powerful existence. Dingyu pointed at the ball of golden light, acting as a guide. That's senior brother FO, he's quite special. Cultivation is already Xinjing, don't know the specific level. Xiang Xing then said, to the north, there's a sinister valley. He is Gue Wangu, Ghost King Valley. Fengdu Gue Wang, Fengdu Ghost King, is also Xinjing. Xiao Liang and the other two were utterly shocked. All were Xinjing cultivation. Du Yuan felt ashamed, even more grateful to Chu Xian. I'm so weak. He was still willing to accept me as a servant. Among all servants, I'm the weakest. If not for being human, Master definitely wouldn't accept me. Must cultivate diligently, strive to break through to Xinjing as soon as possible. The one who brought us here is. Xiao Liang asked. He's even more special, created by Master. We don't know the specifics, his name is Chui. Xinjing 9th level. Wang Luo said with emotion. Created by Master? Xiao Liang was utterly shocked. Just how strong is Master? Actually created such a powerful existence? You'll know in the future. Come. Let's go to the trial secret realm and fight. Dingyu pulled Xiao Liang into the trial secret realm. The two fought fiercely in the trial secret realm. Spears and swords clashed. In the end, Dingyu won by a narrow margin. Paid a heavy price to kill Xiao Liang. In a blink of an eye, the 20-year period was about to arrive. Chu Xian was full of anticipation. What rewards will there be in 20 years? At this time, new members were added to the Didao group. Among them, another path-opening realm expert was added, belonging to Didao creatures. Was pulled into the group by Long Jun, named Guiran. Is a Didao Xian Gui, Great Dao Mystic Tortoise. Met Long Jun while wandering the Didao. Was pulled into the group. As soon as he entered the group, transmitted gifts to Chu Xian. Didao creatures probably held back for too long, had little contact with people, therefore, very fond of chatting in the group. Chatted more enthusiastically than a group of Dao Jin warriors. Even sent some gifts, thus. Those Dao Jin group members became even more active. The Dao Yun obtained by Yuan Chu Dao Jing also increased accordingly. However, still some distance from upgrading. Chu Xian was still at the first pass of Dao Jin cultivation. Hadn't accumulated enough, Dao Zi hadn't completed transformation, but already close to the second pass of Dao Jin. Such cultivation speed, if other Dao Jin warriors knew, would probably be so shocked their jaws dropped, feeling like trash. Which Dao Jin warrior's breakthrough isn't measured in tens of thousands of years? The quota competition elimination rounds have ended. The quota quantity competition will begin in a month. Chu Xian couldn't even be bothered to pay attention. Currently, his main focus was Nanzhou's Heaven and Earth rules, waiting for the right time to imprint the Tian Dao Fuyin, Heavenly Dao Talisman seal, replace a portion of the original Heaven and Earth rules, then slowly devour the entire Lanzhou Heaven and Earth rules. Replace them with Tian Dao rules. Completely control everything in Lanzhou. This day, Chu Xian was cultivating. Promoting the transformation of Dao Zi, the system's reward suddenly arrived. Your ghost granddaughter Yuer, leading 100 ghosts, broke through the night pass. Stepped over countless experts. Shook the entire Beiyu. Reward, Huaji Dao Zhe, Transformation Dao Principle. Chu Xian was stunned. Yuer leading 100 ghosts broke through the pass? Shook the entire Beiyu? Unexpected joy. Didn't dote on Yuer, this ghost granddaughter, in vain. Actually brought me unexpected rewards. Took out Kuei Tianjing, peered towards Dongzhou's passage. At this moment, Dongzhou passage was in chaos, sounds of ghost wails echoed from time to time. Sinister aura permeated the passage. Among them, several Dijing 3rd or 4th level warriors were possessed by ghosts, lost control of their bodies, attacking everywhere, causing trouble. The Tianjing expert guarding Dongzhou passage was entangled by a black-clothed person. The two sides were in a standoff. No time to spare to suppress the chaos. Linjin Nei Bing Lai, internal sickness coming. I said, I won't let you go even as a ghost. A piercing female voice echoed through the passage. On a certain mountain peak in the passage, a young man's face was terrified, schwa. Suddenly, a figure appeared, red clothes like blood. A pale-faced woman appeared before him. Sinister and terrifying ghost she raged. The red-clothed woman raised her hand. Slender jade fingers had long, cold nails. Sinister ghost chi permeated. Directly grabbed towards the young man's chest. Help! Lin Jin screamed in terror. Madly retreated. Terror filled his heart and mind. Couldn't even unleash his full strength. Seemed to have become an ordinary person. This is one of the characteristics of ghosts, can cause terror. Those with weak willpower are easily disturbed. Unable to unleash their full strength. Presumptuous. Just then, a fist imprint bombarded over. Blazing fist power directly sent the red-clothed woman flying. Ghost chi dissipated. The newcomer, dressed in white, face stern, frowned, looking at the wretched Lin Jin. Big brother. Kill him quickly. Kill him quickly. Lin Jin found his pillar of support, overjoyed, hid behind the white-clothed man and shouted. The red-clothed woman's face was sinister. Gritted her teeth, looking at the white-clothed man. Lin Baiyun. You want to protect him? You can protect him for a while. Can't protect him for a lifetime. Lin Baiyun frowned and said, why did you become a so-called ghost? I'm actually very curious about ghosts. Why not come with me? Humph. Lin Baiyun. I am a vengeful ghost, only here to claim a life. I advise you not to meddle. My Guizhu is not to be trifled with. The red-clothed female ghost was very wary of Ling Baiyun, whether easy to trifle with or not, I don't know. You all have already alarmed the entire Beiyu. Soon, experts will arrive. I think they are all very interested in ghosts. Lin Baiyun smiled, looking at the Tianjing expert confronting the black-clothed person guarding the passage. That's Yu Jia's person, right? Your Guizhu is related to Chu Pingfan? Speaking of Chu Pingfan, Lin Baiyun's face turned ugly. Just then, a figure appeared. I'll hold him off, you kill him. It was Yuer. Sun Luo Guei. Yuer attacked. Instantly entangled Lin Baiyun. The battle was extremely fierce. Yuer actually couldn't gain an advantage for a while. Chu Xian watched the situation in Dongzhou Passage. Roughly understood what happened. The red-clothed female ghost was persecuted by Lin Jin. To preserve her chastity back then, directly blew up her physical body. Left behind the words won't let you go even as a ghost. Divine soul escaped, happened to meet Yuer. Turned her into a vengeful ghost, cultivated Guizhu cultivation techniques. Tonight, Yuer led the Guizhu back to Nanzhou, incidentally helping the red-clothed woman seek revenge, thus the matter of 100 ghosts breaking through the pass. However, according to the current development of the situation, soon, experts will arrive, with Yuer and other ghosts' strength. Probably going to be bad. Chu Xian waved his hand. Fengdu Gui Wang and 2 Tianjing Guizhu appeared. Go make a trip, bring Yuer back. Yes. Gui Wang carried the Gui Wangyin, Ghost King seal, and 2 Tianjing experts instantly departed, since Guizhu has appeared in the world. Should also display some strength. You probably couldn't guess in your wildest dreams. This man who stayed home for 20 years, never stepped out of his house, a shut-in. What kind of stimulation did he receive? Finally discovered he couldn't keep up with the times anymore. Even sighed, young people these days sure know how to have fun. Everyone can guess in the comments section. Guess boldly. Just now, in Dongzhou Passage, Lin Jin kept screaming miserably. Yuer fought while retreating. However, as the passage warriors regained their senses, calmed their minds, began to counterattack, soon, the ghosts fell into a disadvantage. Far away, the aura of a partial gene expert had already arrived. Yu Jia's expert was about to fall. Yuer was anxious. Must call for help. Just then, 2 powerful ghost auras swept through the passage, shaking all warriors. Who? Lin Baiyun madly retreated. Not far away, 2 10-meter-tall, hideous and terrifying vengeful ghosts instantly descended upon the passage. Tianjin's aura revealed without doubt. We are Guizhu. Those who died unjustly, divine soul unextinguished, can all enter my Guizhu. Become vengeful ghosts to seek revenge. Terrifying ghost wails echoed in all directions. Some rogue cultivators clenched their fists. Become vengeful ghosts. As long as the divine soul is unextinguished, can become a vengeful ghost. Have a chance to seek revenge. This undoubtedly offers another way out in despair. One after another expressed willingness to join.
Chu Xian had been paying attention to the situation.
The reason for sending Gue Wang
was to guard against possible Shunjing experts.
As a result, such a major event, no Shunjing appeared. Could it be Beiyu has no Shunjing? Otherwise, the appearance of Guizhu, this new race, they don't pay attention? Or is it because the Guizhu led by Yuer are all transformed from the divine souls of human warriors, therefore, didn't act? Gue Wang returned. Guizhu gained over 100 new members,
although transformed later.
But after all, they belonged to Guizhu members. Talent perhaps much worse than the Guizhu transformed from Yuzu. Among them,
there were still one or two with decent talent.
Gue Wang brought all Guizhu members back to Fengdu's secret realm, taught more Guizhu techniques, and enhanced their strength. Grandpa Ancestor, I'm back. Yuer stood cutely before Chu Xian.
Looking very obedient, Chu Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head.
Yuer, well done. Added new members to Guizhu. Secretly pleased, didn't dote on Yuer in vain. Appoint her as Guizhu Shang Envy, Saintus. In the future, Guizhu will be under her command. In terms of talent and potential, Yuer is much stronger than Fengdu Gue Wang. Yuer, how could you bear to leave Pingfan? Du Gu, brother Du, is back. Chu Xian asked with a chuckle. Yuer and Chu Pingfan were almost inseparable. Now returning alone.
Must be something, Yuer pouted.
Grandpa Ancestor, there's an old girl pestering Fanfan every day. Should I turn her into a ghost? Fanfan already said he doesn't like old girls. She still keeps coming over. So annoying.
And heard she has an engagement.
For Fanfan, she actually wants to break it off. Her fiancé is not simple, very strong.
Before Fanfan went to Dongzhou, he was known as Dongzhou's #1 prodigy.
Yuer chattered endlessly, all complaining about Yu Beibei pestering Chu Pingfan, so annoying. However, although her tone disliked Yu Beibei, yet also liked possessing Yu Beibei's body, controlling Yu Beibei's body to flirt with Chu Pingfan.
Chu Xian listened with a strange expression.
How did he feel that the relationship between Chu Pingfan, Yuer, and Yu Beibei was a bit off? Yuer squirmed and continued to ask, Grandpa Ancestor, is there any way to let that Yu Beibei not be affected, after I possess her body? Chu Xian was speechless. Yuer came back alone just for this matter. Yu Beibei wasn't even Dijing. Yuer was already Dijing 9th level.
Strength improved beyond imagination.
Actually, also within Chu Xian's expectations, Yuer's talent was terrifying. Probably devoured some remnant souls in Dongzhou, refined some divine souls. Such rapid strength improvement was inevitable. Guizhu's cultivation was inherently different from Jiuyu warriors. She a Dijing 9th level ghost, possessing someone not even Dijing,
even if she suppressed her ghost chi,
would still bring considerable influence to Yu Beibei. Yuer continued to squirm. I want a book. Said I went to Dongzhou to strengthen Guizhu, but I don't want him to control me. Chu Xian understood. Those Tianjin Guizhu elders were all her elders. Went to Dongzhou, Yuer could only obey. Had no autonomy. That's why she came back to find Chu Xian, alright? As you wish.
Chu Xian waved his hand. Fengdu Nijing, Fengdu Illusion Realm, directly moved out.
Held in his palm. All Guizhu members inside came out of Fengdu. Cowed out on the ground. From today onwards, Yuer is Guizhu Saintus. Status no less than Gue Wang. Also not under Gue Wang's jurisdiction. Carrying Guizhu's Qi Yun.
Chu Xian waved his hand. A sinister gray little bell appeared before Yuer.
This is Sheng Unveiling, Saintus Bell.
Can suppress souls, absorb souls, control souls.
100 ghosts dare not disobey. Yuer was overjoyed. Took the bell, cowed out on the ground. Thank you, Grandpa Ancestor. Other Guizhu members kowtowed to Yuer. Greetings, Saintus. Yuer beamed with joy, waved her hand. Get up. No need to be polite.
Played with the bell in her hand, extremely happy in her heart. This was a supreme treasure.
And had a mental connection with her. No one could snatch the bell away. Chu Xian then pointed at one of Guizhu's Tianjin 6th level elders. You temporarily follow Yuer, obey Yuer's orders, understand? Yes.
That Guizhu elder respectfully bowed. Chu Xian waved his hand. Fengdu Nijing and the ghosts returned to the small world.
Yuer put away the bell, looked at Chu Xian, and squirmed again. Grandpa Ancestor, is there any way to make Yu Beibei unaffected? Chu Xian was speechless. Why do you insist on possessing her? Isn't she pestering Fanfan? And she's very pretty.
I just like controlling her body and playing with Fanfan.
Very interesting. Yuer's cheeks flushed slightly, and her fiancé is a bit annoying. I possessed her body, helped her break off the engagement, defeated her fiancé, following Fanfan around in the future. Being an old maidservant, isn't that good? Chu Xian's mouth twitched. You are controlling Yu Beibei's body, playing with Chu Pingfan. What kind of thing is this? Don't know what Chu Pingfan is thinking. Actually not resisting. Look at his naive, wooden-looking young man. How can he be so playful?
Chu Xian sighed in his heart.
Stayed home for so many years, never stepped out. Can't keep up with the times anymore. Old. Young people these days sure know how to have fun. Looking at Yuer's expectant gaze, Chu Xian sighed.
Forget it, let the young people play however they want. I'll just help them out, her strength is too low.
At least Di Jing said, took out a pill,
refined it again, handed it to Yuer. This pill can help her quickly break through to Di Jing. Also, I'll teach you a minor art, you teach it to her. In the future, sharing her body
won't have any adverse effects anymore. With Chu Xian's current realm, wanting someone to quickly break through to Di Jing wasn't difficult at all. Besides, Yu Beibei's talent wasn't bad. Next, Chu Xian guided Yuer's doubts again, taught her even more profound secret arts in Huan Quan Gu Jinyu, Yellow Spring's ancient modern netherworld. Yuer's battle with Lin Baiyun, Chu Xian saw it, therefore made up for Yuer's shortcomings. Made her ghost power even stronger. Ghost body further enhanced, thank you, Grandpa Ancestor. Yuer was overjoyed. I'm going back to Dongzhou.
Go!
Chu Xian waved his hand, watching Yuer leave.
Chu Xian narrowed his eyes, the reason for helping Yu Beibei so much. Besides you two, there was another factor.
Yu Beibei's fiancé was Dongzhou Lin family's Lin Baiyun, known as Dongzhou's #1 prodigy. He was Dongzhou's Qi Yunjizi, son of fortune. Chu Xian's move was to try to transfer Dongzhou's Qi Yun to Chu Pingfan, make Chu Pingfan replace Lin Baiyun, become Dongzhou's Qi Yunjizi. Thus, Beiyu Wuzhou, only Zhongzhou's Qi Yunjizi wasn't someone under his command.
Yu Beibei and Chu Pingfan are entangled, and Yuer and Lin Baiyun have also formed a grudge. The conflict between Lin Baiyun and Chu Pingfan is also inevitable. Chu Xian tried to see if he could change Yizhou's, one continent's, Qi Yun. With his understanding of the Qi Yun Dao, Chu Pingfan has a chance to replace Lin Baiyun, become Dongzhou's Qi Yunjizi. Qi Yunjizi, due to profound Qi Yun, has a natural advantage. Survives crises, the stronger he gets, the stronger he becomes. Especially the enemies of Qi Yunjizi, often suppressed by Qi Yun. Chu Pingfan cultivates Ji Dao. Ji Dao is very special, carries Ji Dao's great Qi Yun, naturally unaffected by Qi Yunjizi. So, Lin Baiyun and Chu Pingfan contend, won't have an advantage in Qi Yun Dao.
Unable to form suppression against Chu Pingfan.
Then, it's a contest of their respective strengths. Chu Pingfan's strength improves rapidly.
Fought many times in Dongzhou.
Already advanced from Di Jing 4th level to Di Jing 6th level.
Realm still weaker than Lin Baiyun. However, relying on various trump cards, still unafraid. The breakthrough point is on Yuer. Chu Xian took out Qi Yun Rui Lai, Rui Scepter. Dao Yun poured in. Gently waved the Qi Yun. Dao Zi power wrapped around the Qi Yun Rui. Invisible, mysterious power instantly permeated out. Towards Dongzhou. Just a gentle nudge will do. Chu Pingfan should have a chance of success.
Chu Xian put away the Qi Yun Rui, no longer paid attention to Dongzhou matters.
Tianling Mao, Sky Spirit Cat, lay on the courtyard wall, somewhat bored.
Ever since Han Tianjin Pang, Heavenly Golden Rock, went to find Chu Pingfan.
Tianling Mao lost a playmate, go find Chu Pingfan.
Chu Pingfan also preferred eagles. So Tianling Mao just felt life was dull. De Qin Di Gong, Great Qin Imperial Palace.
Qin Keyun frowned. Looked at by Xiaokong and Xin Yuan Feng below. You two cannot go to the Chu family. Xin Yuan Feng, Di Jing 9th level, Zhou Jianshan Jianzi, 9 Sword Mountain Sword Son. His identity was even more extraordinary. You little fox, timid as ever. Who are we? What's our strength now?
The fellow you're afraid of is just Di Jing.
Xin Renfeng looked disdainfully at Qin Keyun.
Qin Keyun was furious.
Angrily said, say that again. I'm not a little fox anymore. All right, don't meddle in our affairs. Obediently wait for Big Brother to return. Xin Yuan Feng ignored his anger, let's go. We'll go meet the person the little fox mentioned. By Shao Kong and Xin Yuan Feng left, oomph. Qin Kayun snorted coldly. But was helpless, she couldn't stop the two. Could only hope they wouldn't provoke Chu Xian, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Xin Renfeng and Bai Shaokong walked with unhurried, unrestrained steps. Slowly approached the Chu family. Third brother, back then, old Chu and the other two, to fool big brother and ensure the plan's success. Have they completely fallen? Bai Shaokong asked. That final layout, because he had already suffered heavy injuries, by Shangshan Jiangwang, White Saint Mountain River King, didn't participate. Chu Yizhao, Chu River Picture, all fell. Xin Yuanfeng sighed and said. Then big brother, he. Bai Shaokong said worriedly. Don't worry. Big brother, what kind of person is he? How could he make a mistake? Believe he will return soon. Shi Yuanfeng patted his shoulder. Looked up at the Chu family, frowning. If that person is from the Chu family, then fine. If not, then cannot be left alive. Bai Shaokong nodded. Both were at Dijing 9th level cultivation. In the same realm, their strength was incomparably powerful. Didn't put the Chu family in their eyes at all. When approaching the Chu family land, found a cute cat squatting on the ground. Bai Shaokong smiled. This cat looks quite well behaved. How about we catch it and give it to the little fox? Don't give it to the little fox. Sixth sister should also like it. Catch it and give it to her. Xin Yuanfeng said with a chuckle, raised his hand and grabbed towards Tianling Mao. Suddenly, his shoulder sank, a furry thing. Suddenly squatted on his shoulder. His heart sank with it. Bai Shaokong's heart also sank. The moment Xing Yuanfeng acted, that cat disappeared. From the corner of his eye, saw on Xing Yuanfeng's shoulder. A furry thing squatted, who? In an instant, the aura on both of them erupted, about to suppress Tianling Mao. Pa. Before the aura could erupt, only felt a soft little paw patting their heads. That speed was so fast. In an instant, didn't even know how many times they were patted. Xin Renfeng and Bai Shaokong fell to the ground. Heads swollen like pig heads. Xin Renfeng's expression was horrified. Swollen eyes only left a slit. Saw Tianling Mao's well-behaved and cute appearance. Felt scared in his heart. What kind of cat is this? Too terrifying. His Dijing 9th level strength actually had no power to resist at all. Bai Shaokong was the same, terrified in his heart. Vaguely regretted not listening to Qin Kayun's advice. The two lay on the ground, bodies weak, unable to move. All their strength seemed to have disappeared. Tianling Mao raised a paw, reaching towards Xin Yuanfeng. The paw grew larger and larger, scaring Xin Renfeng until his breath stopped. It's over. Haven't even seen Big Brother yet. Going to fall at the hands of this cat. Third brother. Bai Shaokong could only watch helplessly. That cat paw picked up Xing Yunfeng. Sent him flying, falling in the distance. Then, that cat paw reached towards him. Ha! Bai Shaokong fell beside Xing Yunfeng. Only felt sore all over. Trembling voice said, Third brother, how are you? Still not dead. Ask the little fox for help. Bai Shaokong wanted to take out the communication talisman to call for help. Useless. Xin Yuanfeng stopped him. This cat is too terrifying. Strength far surpasses Dijing. Asking Qing Kayun for help is useless. Tianling Mao squatted before the two again, extended its paw again. Cat paw hooked the two, in an instant. Arrived at a mountain peak outside the Chu family land. Threw Xing Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong on the ground. Tianling Mao's body transformed, like a calf. Lay on a large rock, little paw waved. A fan, a specially made comb. Placed before Xin Renfeng and Bai Shaokong. A ray of divine power light shone. The injuries on the two instantly healed. All their strength returned. However, the two dared not act at all, but looked in shock at the fan and comb. That was actually a divine artifact level supreme treasure. Xin Renfeng carefully spoke. Ha! Tianling Mao slapped him to the ground with one paw. Bai Shaokong swallowed, revealing a charming smile. Cat eye, you want us to brush you? After all, not a Jianxiu, sword cultivator. Heart like Ling Long, exquisite jade. Some Tianling Mao raised its paw. Rubbed his head, looking teachable. Okay, cat lord. Bai Shaokong immediately picked up the comb and began to brush Tianling Mao. The comb was very special. With each brush, wisps of lightning sparked. Tianling Mao's fur became increasingly smooth and soft. Xin Renfeng climbed up, picked up the fan, squeezed out a smile on his face. Cat lord, I'll fan you right away. Voila! The fan moved. Cool wind caressed Tian Ling Mao. As if a gentle force was massaging, it's a treasure. Xian Renfeng's eyes burned, staring at the fan in his hand. For Tian Ling Mao, the wind fanned out was for massaging. However, this fan's wind possessed powerful destructive physical body, and the ability to seal divine souls. Although a divine artifact, yet very special, Xian Yuanfeng fanned without effort. Of course, its power couldn't be unleashed either. Ha! Tian Ling Mao slapped him to the ground again with one paw. Nyobu man, ox not full/dissatisfied? Xian Yuanfeng wasn't attentive. Third brother, be serious. Bai Shaokong couldn't bear to see Xian Yuanfeng continue to be beaten. Reminded, Tian Ling Mao had acquired 2 cat slaves, enjoyed massages every day, living a very comfortable life. Chu Xian glanced, couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Ignored Tian Ling Mao's prank. Xian Renfeng and Bai Shaokong were very aggrieved. This cat wouldn't let them leave. The original idea of sneaking away the divine artifact fell through. Sadly discovered, are we really going to become cat slaves? 3 days, no news. Qin Kayun's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Somewhat worried about Xian Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong. But he dared not personally go to the Chu family. What if Chu Xian detained him? Took out the communication talisman. Sent a message to Xian Yuanfeng. Long time no reply. Qin Kayun became increasingly worried. And at this moment, something that worried him even more happened. The Chen Empire Dijing experts attacked. Zhou Jianshan's Dijing warriors had already entered the Qin state border. And the Xiazi, Scorpion, of Xia Wangting, Evil King Court, also arrived at the Qin state border. Qin Kayun could only set off for the Qin state border. Sent another message to Xian Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong. The Qian moves. Qin state in danger. The Qin Empire border. Several Dijing warriors faced off in the air. One side was Dijing warriors from Zhou Jianshan. The other side was from the Qian Empire. Or rather, from Zhongzhou de Qiangong, Central Continent Great Qian Palace. Neither side acted. However, de Qiangong's warriors also didn't retreat. Always maintained a high-pressure stance. The matter of Qin state and de Qian facing off at the border spread throughout Nanzhou. The major powers of Beiyu all watched silently. Major powers had long inheritances. Naturally knew some ancient matters. Now was not the time to take sides. Xia Wang, Evil King, stood aside, watching the show. No intention of siding with anyone. This standoff continued until the quota competition ended, still not over. Everyone knew Nanzhou's situation was about to change. One day, Nanzhou suddenly trembled. A mirage-like scene appeared in a corner of Nanzhou, desolate and ruined. Like a land of death, Jean Mogudi, Battle Demon Valley Land. Looking at the appearing ruined, giant ruins, the experts of major powers all had grave expressions. The major situation affecting Beiyu was about to arrive. Jean Mogudi had already revealed a corner. Not far from opening, Chu Xian stood in the courtyard. Looked towards Jean Mogudi from a great distance. Played with the Tian Daofu in his hand. The time is almost here. Ren Changha had already arrived in Beiyu. Chu Xian let him enter Nanzhou and await orders. Qining also embarked on the journey back, this life. He carried the prestige of the Runwang Shijia, human king lineage, Luo family. Must turn the tide, avenge himself. Ding Yu, Xiao Liang and other disciples sensed Nanzhou's unusual movements. Walked out of the small world, stood respectfully before Chu Xian. Jean Mogudi is about to open, this is a fortune. Also the beginning of great changes. Chu Xian spoke calmly. All disciples, including Chu Yun, listened quietly. Inside Jean Mogudi involves the ancient Qi Yun of Beiyu's 5 continents. Supreme treasure. Whoever gets the supreme treasure will have a chance to ascend to the position of Beiyu's first human king. Heiyu's eyes flashed with light. Beiyu human king position. First human king. If he can ascend to the human king position, what is Zhongyu Renwang Jijia, Central Region Human King Ji family? Chu Xian continued, this matter continues in ancient layout. Originated from a certain human race Shinjing back then, must use the demon race invasion. Emerge at a critical moment to turn the tide, plotting for the human king position. Back then, De Qin Dizun, Great Qin Emperor, Qining, who unified Nanzhou, and Beiyu's major powers, laid out this scheme, foiling his conspiracy, thus continuing to this day. You all can participate in competing for the fortune supreme treasure. Cannot fall into others' hands. Chu Xian looked at Dingyu. Several human king positions are not important. Besides, Zhou Yu is about to undergo great changes. The human king position isn't suitable for everyone.
Nor will whoever obtains the supreme treasure necessarily become human king.
Dingyu held his sword.
Master, Yuan Wang, Origin King, or whatever, I don't care.
I, Dingyu, only have the sword in my heart. As long as my sword is strong enough. Human king? So what? If I don't like it, just kill him. Chu Xian looked at Dingyu with approval. This time, although he was fooled.
But have to say, in terms of sword Dao intent,
few could match his persistence. I'm not the one to be human king. Wang Luo chuckled. Xiao Liang pondered for a moment, shook his head.
He didn't pursue it, let nature take its course.
Among the few, only He Yu, regarding the human king position, had a persistent thought. Chu Xian glanced at him. He Yu, don't be limited by the human king position. He Yu's heart suddenly understood, regained her senses. Compared to controlling Tian Dao, what is the human king position? Almost lost myself. Thank you, Master, for awakening me. Chu Xian continued, the Qining from back then has reincarnated and reborn. About to return to Nanzhou. Damn. Is Master a god? Even knows the Daqin Dizun from back then has reborn and returned. Everyone present, their jaws dropped. Chu Xian completely ignored everyone's dropped jaws.
Continued, he is now Master's named disciple.
Master once promised him.
Above Di Jing cannot interfere in the Qi Yun Jibao competition.
You all are the top among Di Jing. Qi Yun Jibao cannot fall into others' hands. Master, you mean we should help Qining? Yes, Di. Xiang Xin asked. This is his scheme. Whether to help or not is up to you. The competition for Qi Yun Jibao is also up to you. Qinying's strength won't be weaker than yours. Chu Xian pondered for a moment, just do your own thing.
Qining has his methods and backup plans.
May not need your help.
Dingyu, hearing this, was full of excitement. Hearing Master say this, I really want to meet this junior brother I've never met.
Chu Xian smiled naively. You are all my proud disciples. All top existences in Di Jing, just ensure Qi Yun Jibao doesn't fall into outsiders' hands, that's all. Then waved his hand, all go.
Lan Zhou is about to experience upheaval.
How can you all be absent? Yes, Master.
Dingyu and other disciples respectfully bowed and left.
13th brother. I also want to go see Jean Imogudi. How could Chu Yun miss such a grand event? Flew away. Go.
Chu Xian nodded. Chu Yun's strength, although relatively weaker, however, in Di Jing, still belonged to the strong group. But you must bring Tian Mei Miao, sweet beautiful Miao, for protection.
No problem, 13th brother. Chu Yun then searched around the courtyard. Xiao Bai, little white. Xiao Bai, come quickly. He never imagined, the current Tian Mei Miao
was on the mountain peak outside the Chu family land, enjoying a two-person death massage, hearing Miss Yuner's call. One paw slapped by Xiao Kong and Xin Yuan Feng to the ground.
Put away the comb and fan. Figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. Bai Xiao Kong and Xin Yuan Feng stood there panting.
Watched helplessly as the comb and fan disappeared.
Instantly, heart ached so much they couldn't breathe. Respectfully served Tian Ling Mao for so long. Wasn't it just coveting the divine artifacts? As a result, this cat didn't give any chance at all.
Served as a cat slave for so long in vain.
Fortunately, this cat didn't kill them, quickly run away. Xin Renfeng and Bai Xiaokong hurriedly ran away, never daring to come again. Chu family is very strange. Tian Mei Miao instantly appeared before Chu Yun. Stared wide-eyed, cute appearance, Xiao Bai. Shall we go out to play? Chu Yun happily picked him up. He knew his own strength. Also knew Tian Ling Mao wasn't simple, with this cat around. What was there to be afraid of? Meow. Let's go out to play. Can't do without you. 13th brother won't even let me out. Later, I'll take you to Jean Imogudi. Let's go stroll around there. Chu Yun carried Tian Ling Mao and left.
Su Xianer, however, stayed in the courtyard.
Aren't you going to see the excitement? I'll stay here with Sir. Su Xianer smiled charmingly, as you wish.
The courtyard quieted down, the small world also quieted down.
Disciples all left. Zhang Gong still secretly protected He Yu. The 20-year period arrived. Chu Xian looked forward to the reward for the second decade.
You have stayed home for 20 years, heart steady as a mountain.
Reward, a ball of Hundun Ji Qi, Chaos Qi. Finally here, a ball of Hundun Ji Qi. Quickly, let me see my 20-year reward. Chu Xian got up to check the Hundun Ji Qi. Hundun's origin Qi, can evolve Dao Zi, fuse Dao Zi, refine Dao Zi. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Can evolve Dao Zi. Fuse Dao Zi and refine Dao Zi. Han Dun Ji Qi can accelerate the transformation of Dao Zi. Can evolve new Dao Zi. This is just the most basic function of Han Dun Ji Qi. Han Dun Ji Qi has endless miraculous uses, truly a supreme treasure, especially for his Han Dun Bu Mia Ti. Even more so, has the miraculous effect of enhancing cultivation speed. Chu Xian claimed the reward. A fist-sized ball, hazy, chaotic. An indescribable ball of qi appeared in his hand. Han Dun Ji Qi entered his body. A rumbling sound echoed. Han Dun Bu Mia Ti began to grow, continuously strengthening. The speed of absorbing Dao Yun rapidly soared. Dao Zi lingered, drawn into the Han Dun Ji Qi, actually fused into a small prototype of a great Dao. And under the refinement of Han Dun Ji Qi, Dao Zi underwent transformation, growth speed extremely fast. Chu Xian comprehended the changes brought by Han Dun Ji Qi, and after the fusion of Dao Zi, the comprehension brought by evolving into a miniature great Dao. The transformation of Dao Zi is a sublimation. Chu Xian entered a wondrous state. The Han Dun Zhong, chaos bell, in his divine soul spun rapidly, emitting a hazy glow, as if a great Dao was suppressed within it. As Chu Xian entered a breakthrough state, the prototype of a Dao Zi began to appear. Under the nourishment of Dao Yun, rapidly grew. Soon grew into a complete Dao Zi. Then was drawn into the Han Dun Ji Qi, Li Ji Dao Zhe, establishment Dao principle. 3 days later, Chu Xian woke from the wondrous state. Cultivation had smoothly broken through from Dao Jin first pass to Dao Jin second pass. Comprehension of opening a great Dao in the future became even more profound. Han Dun Ji Qi permeated his entire body. And Dao Zi lingered within the Han Dun Ji Qi, sometimes separating, sometimes fusing. From now on, Chu Xian fusing and splitting Dao Zi will become effortless, and cultivation speed further increased. The speed of Dao Zi transformation increased by more than 10 times compared to before, worthy of being the origin qi of the beginning of chaos. Chu Xian silently comprehended the cultivation speed, breaking through from Dao Jin second pass to Dao Jin third pass. With the current cultivation speed, even with Han Dun Ji Qi refining Dao Zi, still needs several decades. For other Dao Jin warriors, breaking through one pass in several decades is a very terrifying speed of improvement. Chu Xian, however, wasn't satisfied with this. Several decades is too long. And this ball of Han Dun Ji Qi isn't inexhaustible. Each transformation of Dao Zi consumes Han Dun Ji Qi. With the size of this ball of Han Dun Ji Qi, Dao Zi, transforming 3 to 5 times will consume it all. Want to shorten the breakthrough time? Besides sufficient Han Dun Ji Qi, Yuan Chu Dao Jing is still of utmost importance. Only by passing through Yuan Chu Dao Jing to enter the Great Dao can one quickly break through Dao Jin, reach Dao Jin path opening realm at an extremely fast speed. Chu Xian's gaze turned to Yuan Chu Dao Jing. With the addition of new group members and the activity of the Dao group, now, Yuan Chu Dao Jing's transformation speed has been accelerating. Still needs considerable time to complete transformation, so, want to further accelerate Yuan Chu Dao Jing's transformation and increase cultivation speed. Triggering system rewards is still the focus. The opening of Zhan Mo Gu Di will be an opportunity. And Tian Dao rules integrating into Nanzhou Heaven and Earth rules, devouring Nanzhou Heaven and Earth rules, is also key to triggering system rewards. Chu Xian silently calculated and planned in his heart. Look closely. Just how strong is this man's punch? Can actually turn a generation of empresses into a flatboard. Just now, after Chu Xian broke through, placed more attention on the Tian Dao plan. Always paying attention to the situation in Zhan Mo Gu Di, Lanzhou's Heaven and Earth rules recovery has been accelerating. That desolate and ruined valley gradually revealed itself in a corner of Nanzhou. The Qin Empire border indeed changed. Actually encountered the invasion of unknown experts from Diqiangong. The standoff between the two sides lasted for a period of time, until the arrival of Diqiangong Shengzi, Holy Sun. The situation changed. Where is Qin Ing? Only saw that unknown expert, stepping on the Diqin national border steel. Shouting, Qin Kayun soared into the air, arriving before the standoff. Looked at Diqiangong Shengzi, frowned beautifully. Who are you? Humph. You are that Diqin Nu Di, Empress? Tell Qin Ing to roll out and see me. Qin Kayun showed no weakness. You are not qualified to see him. With Diqiangong Shengzi's faint presumptuous. Boom. Right hand slightly raised. Countless blood-colored spiritual power gathered at his fingertips. One palm strike. Terrifying red light shot towards Qin Kayun. "Fortunately," he exclaimed, "this man is too fast." Exclamation was exclamation. Qin Kayun waved her hand to resist. Nine-tailed illusionary shadow wrapped around her. Seemed to have neutralized it. But her heart clearly felt some lingering fear. This man is really strong. That attack just now already made me activate the Sanwei Shouhu, three-dimensional guardian. But I feel he didn't even use his full strength. Seeing his first attack neutralized, Shangzi Qingya, Holy Sun Green Sin, smiled. Not bad, not bad. Some skill. Then what if I insist on seeing him? As he spoke, the spiritual power in his palm, from several strands before, intensified into a ball. Qin Kayun, seeing this scene, could only clench her fists to hide the fear in her heart. Xining. I, Chao Tianyi, have come. The grudge of destroying the Dao should also be settled. If you're a man, roll out for me. De Qiangong Shengzi Chao Tianyi made a strong entrance. On the other side, Qin Kayun had already revealed her nine-tailed guardian form, prepared to try her luck again. Unexpectedly, Chao Tianyi's mouth twitched. Sneered, "Jie. Recognized me? Too late." Only saw Chao Tianyi press close to Qin Kayun. Didn't know what he did to her body. Made Qin Kayun's pupils widen. Pooh, the ultimate form of the nine-tailed fox couldn't resist at all. Body pierced through. Instantly heavily injured, sent flying back. Spat blood, face contorted in pain. The Xianji, mysterious place? Already razed to the ground. One punch heavily injured Qin Kayun. Zhou Jianshan's Dijing warriors, all their faces changed drastically. Di Zun, Emperor. Where are you? Ha ha ha. Looking at the fallen Qin Kayun, Chao Tianyi's laughter echoed through the entire forest. De Qin has always been such a bunch of soft-shelled shrimps. Chao Tianyi. What did you say? Everyone rubbed their fists, all eager to try. Let's see the strength of De Chen Shengzi. Sword light like a rainbow. Several Zhou Jianshan Dijing warriors attacked simultaneously, killing towards Chao Tianyi. Humph. Ants. Chao Tianyi snorted coldly. One punch blasted out. Behind him, a giant illusionary shadow appeared. Might like a rainbow. Killing towards the Zhou Jianshan warriors. One punch directly scattered the sword light. Another punch sent one flying. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Jianshan Dijing warriors, all were sent flying by punches. Ha ha. Xing. You schemed in every way, yet ultimately fell. Chao Tianyi, not seeing Qining appear for a long time, immediately laughed wildly. Since you're dead, then De Qin has no reason to exist anymore. Then raised his hand and grabbed. Linli, spiritual power, condensed into a giant hand. Grabbed towards the heavily injured Qin Kayun behind. Qin Kayun's face was deathly pale, somewhat desperate in her heart. Why hasn't Di Zun returned? Could he really have met with an accident? Shameful. Presumptuous. A roar came. Sword light streaked across the sky. Your opponent is me. Spiritual power shattered. Sword light didn't stop. Like a bolt of lightning, pierced towards Chao Tianyi. Xing Yuanfeng. Is Zhou Jianshan Jianzi? Someone among the Xing Yuanfeng onlookers spoke. Xing Yuanfeng. Zhou Jianshan's current Jianzi. Peerless prodigy. Old Bei Tianjing warriors, however, their gazes were grave. They knew Xin Yuanfeng was extraordinary. That was De Qin Dizun's close friend, known as Beiyu's #1 sword Dao prodigy. However, Chao Tianyi was ultimately that legendary person. Reborn. Will Xin Yuanfeng be his opponent? Probably, even if Qining returns, might not be his opponent. After all, Qining back then wasn't Xinjing. Xin Yuanfeng. Beiyu's #1 sword Dao prodigy back then. Chao Tianyi sneered. Raised his right hand to block the descending sword strike. His entire person bloomed with golden brilliance, as if transformed into a golden man. Palm actually filled with sharp qi. The moment the sword edge touched his palm, spiritual power collided. Space trembled. The great battle instantly erupted. After a loud bang, Chao Tianyi stood firm, steadily pinched the powerfully descending sword strike, revealed an evil smile. Facing Beiyu's #1 sword Dao prodigy's full power strike back then, Chao Tianyi actually counterattacked. Can't run this time, right? Xin Yuanfeng was greatly alarmed. He was already unable to move, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chao Tiany's golden light seemed to be a condensation of jade power, a kind of jade secret art. At this moment, Xin Yuan Feng, every moment, was enduring the simultaneous attacks of over 100 Dijing 9th level warriors, even if just equivalent to ordinary Dijing 9th level warriors. However, the attack power was still extremely terrifying. Xin Yuan Feng knew he couldn't break through the saber edge encirclement, showed a shocked expression. Recognized it was De Qian Gong, Great Qian Palace, the rumored incomparably powerful offensive divine art. Nieshan Dao Gang, God extinguishing saber aura. Boom! Chao Tiany's golden fist light bombarded into the Nieshan Dao Gang. Xin Yuan Feng fully resisted. However, blocking the fist light, was injured by the Dao Gang. That sword user lost. Ding Yu, watching from not far away, said calmly. Xin Runfeng stared at this familiar yet unfamiliar man before him, as if surviving a calamity. Dared not easily advance. Trash is ultimately trash. At this moment, Chao Tiany was extremely arrogant, completely disregarded everyone. Trash talking is meaningless. If you have guts, kill me. Xin Yuan Feng knew he was no match, but couldn't show it. Okay. I'll grant you your wish. Chao Tiany's palm flashed with golden light. About to deliver the killing blow. Chao Zhe, Chao Thief. A roar came. By Shao Kong, battle intent surging. One punch blasted out. By Shang Xinquan, White Saint Divine Fist. Don't be rampant. Your Bai Yi, Lord Bai, will meet you. Chao Tiany couldn't dodge in time. Was caught by Shao Kong's throat. Unable to move. Humph. Chao Tiany is just a so-so. By Shao Kong never dreamed. The opponent was actually so weak. But the next second, he was slapped in the face. Chao Tiany actually appeared unharmed on the empty ground not far away. Waved mockingly at himself. The man he was holding also disappeared. Didn't give himself a chance to unleash a big move. Chao Tiany originally thought these few before him could still give him some surprises. Now it seems the word trash is a compliment to them. Just one flash made the peerless Prodigy duo grit their teeth. Third brother. Let's fight him. By Shao Kong, how could he endure such humiliation? Immediately wanted to perish together with this man before him. Shao Kong. Yuan Feng. We're here. From the woods not far away, came the sound of reinforcements. Chao Tiany followed the sound. Looked, it was actually Pang Xinghai from Xinghai, Starsea, back then, and Pang Qiguang of Qishan Meng, Strange Mountain Alliance. The four met, after a brief exchange, were about to launch a general offensive. Chao Tiany felt troubled for the first time. The smelly fish and rotten shrimps from back then finally gathered. Saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. Today, I will completely annihilate you. Among the crowd not far away, Ding Yu and the others watched the battle in the field. This Chao Tiany is very strong. Xiao Liang narrowed his eyes, indeed very strong. Xiao Liang nodded gravely, Wang Luo helplessly expressed. He couldn't beat him, but he couldn't do anything to him either. Facing Chao Tiany, even if he couldn't win, Wang Luo, relying on Jindan, Dingdan, and other special pills, could leisurely entangle and retreat. Xiang Xian chuckled. Held a puppet in his hand, in terms of real strength. I'm inferior, but I have puppets. Ding Yu and Xiao Liang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Both relied entirely on their own strength. Wang Luo and Xiang Xian weren't. Especially Xiang Xian had already refined Tian Bing, Heavenly Soldier, puppets. Could unleash a Tianjing level attack. Although relatively weak. And couldn't last long, however, relying on this Tian Bing puppet. He was absolutely invincible in the same realm. Unless before he used the puppet, he was heavily injured or even killed. However, Jiang Xian, Artisan Heart / Xiang Xian, himself wasn't weak, wanting to instantly kill him. Almost impossible. Hei Yu's face showed no expression, due to habit. It was difficult for emotions to show on her face. Watched the distant battle. Secretly assessed her own strength. With Tian Daoju's power. Attacking with full force, slightly suppressing Chao Tiany wasn't a big problem. Xu Yun held Tian Lingmao, watching Chao Tiany and the others fight. Sighed with emotion, too strong. He considered himself a strong expert in Di Jing, now comparing. Only then realized the gap was ultimately somewhat large. Better just watch the show. Xi Ning, you still haven't come out? Could it be you really fell? Chao Tiany fought while scanning the surroundings. Shouted loudly. At this moment, a young man holding a sword flew over. Step by step, walked towards Chao Tiany. With each step, Aura strengthened by a fraction.
Sword intent also began to rise.
It's Yu Bai Long. What is he doing? Many warriors were shocked. Yu Jia's current leading figure. Peerless prodigy Yu Bai Long. However, just then, a figure appeared. Blocked his path. You want to stop me? Yu Bolong looked coldly at Lin Baiyun. Your Yu Jia made a choice, my Lin family will naturally respond. Yu Bailong, this road is blocked. Lin Baiyun sneered. Since that's the case, then let me experience the ability of Dongzhou's #1 prodigy. Yu Bolong attacked angrily. Lin Baiyun also didn't back down at all. The battle erupted. Both sides were filled with anger. Many onlookers were shocked. Lin Baiyun actually came out to stop Yu Bailong? Aren't Yu Jia and Lin Jia in-laws? Right. Recently heard rumors. Yu Jia's young miss, Yu Bebe, likes someone else. Yu Jia intends to break the engagement. So it's Ji Jia's wife. Yes. I heard that too. The official warriors suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Baiyun was so angry. With his arrogance, only he could look down on others and propose breaking the engagement. How could he tolerate being rejected by others? And it was during the engagement period, fiancé liked someone else, and was intimate with someone else, equivalent to putting a green hat on him. Yu Bolong was blocked by Lin Baiyun. And Chao Tianyi, 1 against 4, still didn't fall behind. Bai Shaokong's injuries weren't light. Xing Yuanfeng was the same. Both were affected to some extent. However, Pang Xinghai and Pang Qiguang, both were powerful Dijing warriors. Working together, also barely held off Chao Tianyi. Ha ha! Lan Zhou was so lively. Just then, a group of people walked over. The leader was a young man. Forehead had a black flower pattern mark, appearing evil. Held a crescent moon-shaped sharp blade in his hand. All Beiyu experts' faces changed color. Powers from Yu, outer region, and the aura on the other party made some knowledgeable experts involuntarily think of a certain power. Instantly, faces became very ugly. Shi Beizhou Tian Shangzong, Western Region Northern Continent Heavenly Saint Sect. Humph. Several old generation warriors snorted coldly. Gaze icy, why? Not welcoming me? Mo Honlu coldly swept his gaze over the warriors present. Xia Zi narrowed his eyes, looked at Mo Honlu and sneered. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Tian Shangzhong's, Heavenly Saint Sect's, bastard. You're looking for death. Mo Honliu's face instantly darkened. Xia Zi was unafraid, fan in hand, swaying. Ji Xiao Dao, Ji Filial Dao / Ji Laughing Dao? Who doesn't know? Shi Beizhou Tian Shangzong is a mix of human race and Tian Mo Zhu, Heavenly Demon Clan, blood. If not a bastard, what is it? Die. Mo Honliu's figure moved, transformed into a black shadow. Instantly arrived before Xia Zi. The crescent moon blade in his hand transformed into a circle of light, swept towards Xia Zi's neck. Shua! Xia Zi's fan opened, unafraid, met the attack. The great battle erupted. Chu Xian looked at the image in the Kuei Tianjing, eyes narrowed. That Mo Zushin Lao, Demon Clan God Elder, appeared. Mo Honlu, Shi Beizhou Tian Shangzong. A human race with Tian Mo bloodline, power belongs to mixed blood. He also knew, if pure Tian Mo Zhu, no matter what, couldn't participate in the Qi Yun Ji Bao competition. Therefore, reincarnated and reborn in Shi Beizhou, became Tian Shangzong Shangzi, Holy Son. So strong. Chu Xian sighed. Whether Chao Tianyi, Xia Zi, or Mo Honlu, all were incomparably powerful. Far surpassed Dijing warriors. Xin Renfun's strength was already very strong. However, Chao Tianyi and the other two were stronger by more than just a notch. None are normal people, strength also cannot be judged normally. Chu Xian smiled. Xia Zi was also the reincarnated body of a certain Xinjing, different from Chao Tianyi and the others. But a reincarnated body of a Xinjing split soul. The other party split off a portion of their divine soul, reborn and reincarnated. This was to let the split soul reincarnated body obtain supreme treasures, become stronger, then fuse with the main body, breaking through to a higher realm in one go. Such a grand scheme. Chu Xian tapped on the Kuei Tianjing. Several hidden figures appeared in mid-air. They are. Chu Xianer was surprised. Those few, at a glance, were peerless experts. One of them was He Yu's maternal grandfather, Zhang Gong. His figure hidden not far from He Yu, the other few. One was from Diqian Gong, one was from Tian Shangzong, and one was from Jiu Jianshan, He. Xinjing, usually unseen, now all came out.
If no Xinjing participated, Chu Xian would find it abnormal, after all.
This involved a prison's 5 continents Qi Yun Bao. Judging from the current situation,
Qin Ying's side, Xinjing was at a disadvantage. Of course, Beiyu's other powers
should all be more inclined towards Qining.
After all, regarding Chao Tiany's demon race invasion back then,
plotting for the Run 1 position, they were dissatisfied. Chu Xian sat in the courtyard, watching the battle at Qin state border, brewed a pot of tea, ate pastries, very leisurely.
Su Xianer sat beside him, also watching with great interest.
Xia Zi and Mo Honglu. Still in a great battle, no victor decided.
Both sides held back some strength. Not yet time to fight with all their might. Ding Yu and Xiao Liang watched the two in battle.
Couldn't help but sigh, besides myself.
There are actually such powerful Di Jing warriors.
You said our junior brother Qining, will he be their opponent?
Ding Yu said with doubt.
Hard to say.
Xiao Liang shook his head, as far as I know.
Qining, at his peak, wasn't Xinjing.
Even if Master accepted him as a named disciple,
probably his strength isn't comparable to theirs.
Heiyu spoke, he controls Heiyulu, and is from Zhongyu Zhongzhou, knows more hidden secrets.
Should we help out? Sang Xian asked, depends on the situation.
Anyway, Qi Yunji Bao can only belong to our sect.
Cannot fall into others' hands.
Ding Yu caressed the sword in his hand. Those few Qi Yunji Bao, Master must have some use for them.
Cannot fall into others' hands. Heiyu nodded slightly. Thoughtful, you said. Are there any Xinjing around? Wang Luo looked around and asked. Isn't Senior Zhan one?
Ding Yu glanced towards Zhang Gong's direction.
Smiled, whether there are Xinjing or not, doesn't affect us anyway. Don't forget, Master said, above Di Jing. Not allowed to participate.
Xiang Xing tapped the puppet in his hand.
Hey, he smiled, with my ability, who can contend with me?
Ding Yu and the others were speechless.
Xiang Xing's puppets could indeed sweep Di Jing. Xia Zi and Mo Honglio's great battle ended. Neither gained an advantage.
Chao Tiany, before leaving, left a message. 3 days later, I will come to Qin State again.
If Qining isn't here,
then Qin State has no reason to exist anymore.
Xian Runfeng and the others all had grim faces.
Simultaneously, worry in their eyes.
Big brother, he wouldn't really have met with an accident, right?
De Qin Di Gong, Qin Kayun heavily injured, face deathly pale,
was taking medicine to heal. And Xian Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong also went to heal. 3 days later, if Qining didn't return, there will be a fierce battle. Zhou Jian Shanzong sect master, and other upper echelons,
all had grim faces and worried expressions.
Qining wouldn't really have met with an accident, right? Without him, this pillar of support, how to fight Chao Tiany. The scheme back then was laid out by him. The grudge of destroying the Tao. How could Chao Tiany let it go? De Qin Dizun will not disappoint. An extremely old elder in Zhou Jianshan spoke, if there really is an accident, my few old friends and I will join forces. No matter what, cannot let Chao Zhe obtain the supreme treasure,
especially Nanzhou supreme treasure.
Pang Xian Hai.
Peng Qiguan, the two were silent for a moment, then spoke, Qishan Meng.
Will act.
Zhou Jianshan Zhongzhu pondered and asked,
who exactly was the traitor back then? Pang Xinghai gritted his teeth. Back then, only so many people participated in the planning. Most have already fallen.
Besides us few who touched the core secrets.
The rest have all fallen. Whoever hasn't fallen is the traitor who leaked the news back then. Peng Qiguang said hatefully, if not for the traitor leaking the news, how could it have come to this?
Zhou Jianshan Zhongzhu's face was grave. Jianzhu, swordmaster, has returned.
How about letting him personally act and kill Chao Tiany? A figure suddenly appeared, tall and imposing. Face clear and handsome, no aura revealed at all.
De Qiangong's old ghost also returned, and a few of the same realm.
I cannot act. Greetings, Jianzhu. Everyone bowed. One of Zhou Jianshan's founding ancestors. A peerless expert of Xinjin.
Before this, had been secluded in Huangguyu, desolate ancient region. Also returned to Beiyu because of the Zhan Mo Gudi situation.
Hope Qining is alright. Zhou Jianshan Jianzhu sighed.
His figure then disappeared. God realm experts vaguely sensed Jiu seemed to have some changes, therefore began to walk out of Huangguyu. 3 days later, Chao Tiany attacked again.
Xian Renfeng and the others could only meet the challenge. This time it wasn't Chao Tiany alone. There was also an Emperor realm expert from Diqiangong.
I will return in 3 days, if Qining doesn't appear,
Then we'll have to discuss the John Mogudi. Whether to let you all in or not. Chao Tianyi laughed maniacally and left.
Xian Renfeng and the others all felt powerless. Before this, they all felt they could hold their own, even if defeated. It wouldn't be so unbearable, but reality was cruel. Without Qin Ning, this backbone, they were simply vulnerable. De Qin Di Gong. Qin Kayun sat cross-legged on the bed, her face pale. Seriously injured and not yet recovered, she muttered, "Master, where are you? Why haven't you returned yet?" Suddenly, the door opened. A beautiful figure walked in. Qin Kayun looked up. Instantly, her heart trembled. The newcomer had peerless beauty, exuding an air of heroic spirit, peerlessly elegant. She had an innate imperial aura about her. Compared to the newcomer, Qin Kayun felt that she, the De Qin Empress, was a joke. She was the true peerless empress. In a daze, she stood up, startled and alert. Behind her, the illusion of Jiao Wei appeared. "Who are you?" "Little Fox has grown up," Qin Ning sighed with emotion. A fair hand reached out, stroking Qin Kayun's head. Qin Kayun was completely stunned. Her mind rumbled, "Di Zun, is it you?" Qin Kayun was dumbstruck, a look of disbelief on her face. Qin Ning narrowed her eyes in pain. "It's me," Qin Kayun cried. She threw herself into Qin Ying's embrace, crying bitterly. "Di Zun, you must avenge me." Emperor threw herself into Qin Ying's embrace. Qin Kayun found it unacceptable. "Where is my Di Zun's broad chest? Why is it so bouncy?" "It's over, my mighty Di Zun is not coming back." "Di Zun, master, why are you?" Qin Kayun reached out and pressed Qin Ying's chest. Still unable to believe, the peerless beauty before her could be her Di Zun. Qin Ying stroked her head. A long sigh. Fate plays tricks on people. She now didn't dare to face her own descendants. "Then should I call you Di Zun's sister from now on?" Qin Kayun looked up, her eyes blinking. "No." Qin Ying gritted her teeth and tapped her on the head. "You are now considered my, Qin Ying's, descendant. How can you call me sister? Continue calling me master." "All right, master." Qin Kayun secretly touched Qin Ying's chest. Then looked at her own, instantly ashamed, couldn't compare. Qin Ying glared at her fiercely. "Don't fidget." Qin Kayun felt complex and excited, an indescribable feeling. "Di Zun, master, brother Xian Yuanfeng and the others can't stop old thief Chao. Aren't you going to show yourself?" Qin Ying had a pained and complex expression. No face to meet her former brothers. She is now a woman's body. How should she face her former brothers? Tragic. Gritting her teeth, "It's all Chao thief's fault." She rubbed Qin Kayun's head and instructed, "News of my return must not be leaked. Don't tell anyone. If possible, I will act in secret, master." "I understand, I won't tell anyone," she said. Her hand restlessly moved towards Qin Ying's chest again. Comparing it to her own again, she sighed in her heart, "Worthy of Di Zun, even as a woman, she's more endowed than me." Then Qin Kayun briefly introduced the current situation in Nanzhou and Beiyu. At the same time, she gave a recent Fu Di to Qin Ning, from which one could obtain important information about the entire Beiyu. Finally, she asked with doubt, "Master, has Chu Zun fallen?" Qin Ning looked at her. "Why do you ask?" Qin Kayun hesitated. Still, she told her about Chu Xian. "He is very strong. I suspect it's related to Chu Zun." Qin Ning frowned. "Chui Zhao sacrificed his life force and divine soul back then to block Chao Thief's attack for me. He has completely fallen." "It absolutely cannot be him. I'll go see him." "It can't be Chao Thief's conspiracy," Qin Kayun hurriedly reminded. "Xing Renfeng and Bai Shaokong went once, the result is unknown. They refused to talk about it, probably suffered some hardship." "Don't worry, I know what to do." Qin Ning left to Qin Di Gong. Headed directly towards Chu Jun, Chu Xian watched Xing Yuanfeng and the others beaten miserably again. Tiskskedin shook his head. These few brothers of Qin Ning are not bad. However, Chao Tianyi is ultimately a god realm reincarnator. His foundation and talent far surpass theirs. Besides, Chao Tianyi in the past was not just an ordinary god realm expert. He was also a strong one among god realm experts. Looked up outside the Chu family land. Qin Ning has arrived. He was unwilling to see Qin Ning now. What if she asks him for a way to turn back into a man? Then how to fool her before the Jean Imogudi ends? Just maintain the mystery. Shui, go remind her. "Yes, master." Shuyi's figure flickered and disappeared from the small courtyard. Qin Ning was heading towards the Chu family. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, blocking her path. The Luo Jiazu Lao protecting her in secret all appeared, staring gravely at Shui. How did the opponent appear? They didn't notice at all. This place is related to master. "Do not disturb." Shui looked at Qin Ning and said. Qin Ying's beautiful brows furrowed. Pondering, she asked, "Your Excellency's master is, could it be?"
Shui nodded. Since Master agreed, he will do it. Also, a reminder, Master has other disciples in Nanzhou. After speaking, her figure disappeared on the spot. Xining turned and returned to Daqin Digong. The Luo family's elders looked puzzled. Who exactly was that mysterious person? That god realm ancestor of the Luo family did not leave, but was in mid-air above the Chu family land, looking down on the entire Chu family. In his eyes, the Chu family was too weak. In Dongyu, it would only be considered a small family. Qin Ying's identity, the Luo family's upper echelons all knew. Although she was a reincarnated person, however, she after all had Luo family bloodline, belonging to the Luo family's direct line. Moreover, she had some connection with the Luo Jiaoran Wang. Regardless of the reason, the Luo family would definitely support her. Whether she can ascend to the Beiyu Renwang position is aside for now. Just the Beiyu's fortune treasure is enough to make Qining a pillar figure for the Luo family's future. The former Daqin Dizun, that was Beiyu's peerless figure. Once she rises, she can surely guarantee the Luo family's continued glory, even take it a step further. And Qining also has a mysterious and unfathomable master. Luo Ming looked down at the Chu family, did not enter rashly. Chu Xian ignored Luo Ming, let him do whatever he wants. Merely 5th level of the god realm. Let alone Shui, Shu'er, or the left and right Buddha halls. Even Nanhwa Fotua could suppress him now. God realm is no longer in Chu Xian's eyes. Zhan Mogu Di is about to open. Chu Xian must spend a bit more effort on the Tian Dao plan. Painfully separated a little bit of chaos chi, injecting it into the Tian Dao Fu, to upgrade the Tian Dao Fu, at the same time. With the increase of Dao principles and new rule conceptions, all need to be re-refined into the Tian Dao Fu. Qining returned Loki, did not meet her brothers. Presumably, she didn't know how to face her former brothers. In the old brother's eyes, she, this incredibly mighty big brother, had turned into a peerless beauty. No matter how one thought about it, it was incredible. Qining couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Xin Yuanfeng and his brothers were stationed at the Daqin border. Those days were truly hard. Chao Tianyi attacked every few days. Later, Xiezi also attacked several times. Mo Honglu also followed and attacked twice. Each time they were suppressed and beaten, becoming more and more frustrated. Of course, with Qining not appearing for a long time, they also began to despair. Big brother might have really met with an accident. This day, Chu Xian, as usual, took out the Handan Yen Dao Jing, searching for Dao realm or stronger experts. On the mirror's surface, the pointer spun and stopped at a certain moment. The screen showed an island with birdsong and fragrant flowers. A few people lived there. And in a pavilion in the center of the island sat an elegant middle-aged man, elegantly dressed. Beside him sat an exceptionally beautiful woman, snuggling beside the man, her eyes full of affection. Occasionally, her gaze drifted to the few people outside the pavilion. Chu Xian saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh, what a loving couple. Perhaps this is love. Information appeared on the mirror surface. Luo Qingbai, Dongyu's second Renwang, Dao Realm, 15th level cultivation. Received path opener Koan He's inheritance, ascended to the throne of Dongyu Renwang. With great righteousness and great wisdom, he uniquely opened a path, forging his own Dao. It's actually Luo Renwang, ancestor of Qin Ying's lineage. Couldn't help but glance outside the Chu family land, that Luo Jia God realm ancestor still hiding in midair. Wonder which generation descendant of Luo Qingbai he is. A peerless expert at Dao realm 15th level, truly fate. And Luo Qingbai is also Koan He's disciple. Dongyu's second Renwang. Koan He was once Dongyu's first Renwang. Chu Xian touched the Handan Yen Dao Jing lightly. Information about the family member beside Luo Qingbai also materialized. Cultivation not strong. Dao realm second level cultivation, Luo Qingbai's beloved. Touching the Handan Yen Dao Jing again lightly, information about other people on the island appeared one after another. Worthy of a Renwang, how could he have only one beloved? Luo Qingbai has a total of 4 Dao companions. The one in the pavilion should be the main consort, also the one with the strongest cultivation. There's another Dao companion. Dao realm first level cultivation. The remaining 2 have reached the God realm limit, but haven't stepped into the Dao realm. Dao luck faintly breathes on them. Did not continue watching. Directly pulled Luo Qingbai into the great Dao group. Luo Qingbai, who was being intimate with his beloved, his expression suddenly changed. Swish, he stood up. Qingbai, what's wrong? Luo Qingbai's expression changed repeatedly, revealing excitement. He then sat down and waved his hand. I need to be quiet. His Dao companion left the pavilion upon hearing this. Having been a couple for so long, they naturally understood each other well. Whenever Luo Qingbai encountered uncertain matters and needed to think, he would be like this. Chu Xian spoke in the great Dao group.
Welcome the newcomer Luo Qingbai, Dao Realm, 15th level cultivation.
Did not mention he was Koan He's disciple. Luo Qingbai? Koan He was the first to come out. Is it Dong Yu Ren Wang Luo Qingbai? It's me. Luo Qingbai replied in the group, simultaneously understanding what this great Dao group actually was.
I am Koan He, you are considered my disciple. Being able to enter the great Dao group is your fortune. Luo Qingbai was shocked.
Master Koan He, it is I. Koan He's Dao luck surged, evolved himself a bit to prove his identity.
Disciple Luo Qingbai pays respects to master, no need for excessive courtesy, able to enter the group, this is your fortune, Chu Xian timely spoke.
It's actually fellow Daoist Koan He's disciple.
Fate indeed, for my young disciple to be fortunate to encounter Dao brother Chu is his great fortune. Luo Qingbai immediately thanked Chu Xian.
Someone even master respects, how could he be simple? Chatting. Never a lack of Long Jun and Gui Ran, there's a newcomer.
Call me Senior Long Jun, in my meeting gift for you, there's also me.
Senior Gui Ran, greetings Senior Long Jun, greetings Senior Gui Ran.
Luo Qingbai respectfully greeted, as long as the world-honored one tacitly approves, then he is a strong person, worthy of his respect. Long Jun and Gui Ran separately transmitted treasures to Luo Qingbai. Luo Qingbai in the pavilion suddenly sensed great Dao fluctuations. Then 2 items appeared. And he couldn't sense where the items came from, shocked in his heart. Then great joy, didn't expect that even after breaking through to Dao realm, he could still obtain such great fortune, accepted the 2 supreme treasures. One is a time supreme treasure, one is a defensive supreme treasure. Chu Xian watched the chat in the group, sighed, Luo Qingbai is indeed worthy of being a Ren Wang, so damn clever. Just received treasures, immediately started flattering. Every time he flattered, he would overtly or covertly bring up his master Koan He. Luo kid, quickly come greet your grandpa Mo2. Mo2 felt sour. This human kid, compared to his own demon clan's juniors, is better at sweet talk, better at currying favor. Old demon, step aside, Koan He spoke. Luo Qingbai by now had already figured out the people in the great Dao group. All are Dao realm experts. Among them, the few led by master are legendary path-opening realm existences. And the group owner is even more mysterious and unfathomable. Chu Xian watched the lively great Dao group, as the group owner himself. A mysterious and unfathomable expert is not suitable for idle chatting in the group. Not suitable for bluffing people in the group to get information or anything. So, I must create a SMF account. Chu Xian immediately pondered, what kind of SMF account to create? Of course, it can't be too strong, nor too weak, at least it can't be weaker than Yin Kong, just let him continue to be at the bottom. Must figure out where these Dao realm experts are hiding and cultivating. For what reason are they no longer active in Jiuyu? Tricking Yin Kong only revealed a vague idea, did not completely resolve the doubts. Those who can cultivate to Dao realm, how could they be naive newbies? Chu Xian frowned, pondering what kind of persona for another SMF account. Su Xianer walked over, smiling, Mister, the Chu family's little ones don't even know what it's like outside Chujun. Spoiled by being cooped up by the Chu family, haven't seen the world, Chu Xian heard this. A flash of inspiration in his mind, that's right. The SMF account can have a super awesome background. A persona of being confined somewhere by elders, never seen the world. Got it. Mister, got what? Su Xianer was puzzled. It's nothing, you go play aside. No need to bother with those little ones from the Chu family, Chu Xian waved his hand. Ignoring the muttering Su Xianer, Chu Xian condensed a ball of Dao charm, submerging it into the Yuan Chu Dao Jing. Then changed the aura within the Yuan Chu Dao Jing. Cultivation set to Dao realm 6th level, a bit stronger than Yin Kong. Name? Let's call him Shui Padian. Chu Xian touched his face. Looking at the members in the great Dao group, he smirked. I'm creating a SMF account to fool you all. Chu Xian didn't immediately add the SMF account to the group. Just added Luo Qingbai today. This new SMF account's persona background is too strong. Need to find a suitable time to pull it into the group. Looking outside the Chu family land, at that god realm ancestor of the Luo family. Luo Qingbai's descendant? Can fool him a bit. To run errands for himself or something. Can even fool the entire Luo family. To work for him, Luo Ming kept staring at the Chu family. He always felt that within the Chu family there seemed to be some incomprehensible aspects, and he also wanted to see where that person came from. Even visiting would be fine. Suddenly, before he could react, he had already appeared in a small courtyard. Didn't even know how he got there. Luo Ming instantly was horrified. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying expert in the world? Even peak god realm experts couldn't do it by far. To bring him over with a single thought. Why does Nan Zhou have such a terrifying existence?
Even in Huang Guyu, he had never encountered such a terrifying expert. A dignified God realm expert, now drenched in cold sweat.
Chu Xian was enveloped in seven-colored divine light. Behind him was the Han Tianshan Xiang. His body seemed entwined by the Great Tao, its appearance unclear. A single glance felt like directly looking at the Great Tao. Don't be nervous. Chu Xian's voice was gentle. Which generation descendant of Luo Qingbai are you? Luo Qingbai? Luo Ming's body trembled. Nowadays, Zhou Yu knows of Luo Renwang, but very few people know his name as Luo Qingbai. And the other party's tone, Luo Qingbai, in his mouth, seemed like a junior, senior. I am Luo Qingbai's fourth-generation great-grandson, Luo Ming. Chu Xian chuckled lightly, very casually said, so it's little fellow Luo Qingbai's great-grandson.
Your cultivation is a bit poor. Little fellow Luo Qingbai, his own great-grandfather, was just a little fellow in his eyes. Definitely a super terrifying fellow.
And he knew his great-grandfather. As for poor cultivation, Luo Ming admitted it, nearly fifth level of the God realm. In the eyes of such an existence, he was naturally a lacking junior. Dull aptitude, ashamed, Luo Ming lowered his head. It can be seen, you are far worse than your great-grandfather. Chu Xian nodded.
Luo Ming's mouth twitched slightly. This senior speaks too bluntly.
Chu Xian, with a reminiscent look, slowly said, back then, that little fellow Luo Qingbai was clever and sweet-tongued. Very efficient in handling matters. As his descendant, you actually haven't inherited many fine traditions.
A bit pitiful, Luo Ming's waist bowed even lower.
The big shot before him, unexpectedly, was once the supreme existence who guided his own great-grandfather. His heart thumped. Perhaps this would also be his fortune. Just a little guidance, or a small sweetener, would be enough for him to break through to God Realm's 7th level or above.
Chu Xian spoke of some past events with Luo Qingbai. Briefly mentioned that with Luo Qingbai's master Koan he was a good friend with much fate. Then pretended to ask casually, Luo Qingbai's descendants? Where have they all gone? Have they broken through beyond God Realm? Reporting to senior. Grandfather's generation are all God Realm's 7th level or above. Long ago, they entered Huang Guyu. Junior hasn't seen them for a long time either. So the Luo family only has you, a little God Realm fellow, in charge?
Not exactly, there's also one of Junior's uncle generation who has also returned now. His cultivation is stronger than Junior's.
He is at the 8th level of the God Realm.
Chu Xian then briefly inquired about the Luo family's situation, understanding the Luo family's specific strength.
Luo Ming also answered one by one.
Chu Xian sighed, worthy of being a Renwang noble family.
Their strength is beyond imagination. This is the foundation of a Renwang.
Chu Xian waved his hand. A scene appeared. Little fellow Luo Qingbai is living quite a carefree life.
He has 3 more children. Luo Ming looked up.
His mind roared. On that island, an elegantly dressed middle-aged man, amiable, accompanied by family.
Isn't that his own great-grandfather and great-grandmother?
This senior indeed didn't lie to him. He really knew his great-grandfather. Chu Xian closed the screen.
Do you want me to pass on greetings to Luo Qingbai on your behalf? Little fellow dare not. How could I trouble senior?
Luo Ming hurriedly said. For little fellow Luo Qingbai's sake, I'll give you some guidance. Zhou Yu is about to undergo great changes.
Must prepare early.
Chu Xian said profoundly. Luo Ming's heart jolted.
Zhou Yu is about to undergo great changes.
No wonder some special things appeared in Huang Guyu. Many God Realm experts seem to be drawn, unconsciously leaving, returning to the 8 regions.
So Zhou Yu is about to have changes, senior. Could you please elaborate? Luo Ming asked cautiously. This is a heavenly secret. I am only telling you a little.
Chu Xian pondered for a moment. Qining has fate with me, is my named disciple. Since she is of your Luo family bloodline, and has connections with little fellow Luo Qingbai, then she can lead the Luo family through the great changes. Know that when the great changes come, even God Realm experts falling is common. Only those with great fortune can pass the great calamity. Qin Ying's aura is extraordinary.
Luo Ming listened respectfully, myriad thoughts in his mind. In the future, the Luo family must be led by Qining. Lead the Luo family through the calamity. Thank you senior for your guidance.
If senior has any instructions, the Luo family will go through fire and water to complete them. Luo Ming respectfully said. Chu Xian wanted exactly these words. And more importantly, if Qining leads the Luo family, then the Luo family naturally becomes a force under him. In the future, when the Tiandao plan is laid out in Dongyu, the Renwang noble family can play a significant role. You are thoughtful.
Take this item. If someone contacts you, you can try your best to assist.
A Wan Yufu floated before Luo Ming.
This is a specially made Wan Yufu. Chu Xian even secretly hid a wisp of Dao charm power inside.
As a super big shot, The things given naturally cannot be ordinary, thank you, senior.
Luo Ming accepted the Wan Yufu, extremely excited. This jade talisman looks extraordinary at first glance. This pill is bestowed upon you for cultivation.
Chu Xian waved his hand again, a bottle of pills floated before Luo Ming. Sure Yuan Dan, supreme pills for God realm cultivation. Yuan Changha and Nan Wuofo Tua, after taking this pill for cultivation, the speed of cultivation improvement
can make a group of God realm warriors extremely ecstatic. Luo Ming became even more excited. After receiving the pills, he directly knelt and kowtowed, go cultivate well.
Yes, senior, Luo Ming excitedly departed. The Luo family is destined to soar again. After deciding this matter, Qining is designated as the next Luo family head. Anyway, she won't marry out, and can use Qining to connect with this senior.
Successfully fooled Luo Ming. The Luo family indirectly became a force under him. After this Zhan Mogudi matter, Heyu Lu can use this to expand to Dongyu, with the Luo family's power in Dongyu. It's enough to support Heyu Lu in launching a series of plans. Can for the Tian Dao plan's implementation in Dongyu lay the foundation in advance. After the Beiyu's heaven and earth rules are encroached upon and replaced with Tian Dao rules, then Dongyu can be smoothly encroached upon. Mo Yu as Mofo as a shadow, can be implemented. Yao Yu as Hu Tianya, not a big problem. Chu Xian pondered a bit.
The plan is very stable, can be implemented slowly.
The key point is in Nanzhou. As long as Nanzhou can be implemented smoothly and silently, then future plans will all be smooth.
Chu Xian cast his gaze to a corner of Nanzhou, where Zhan Mogudi was located. There, spatial ripples vibrated, that battlefield is about to return from the rift space. Beiyu's major powers gathered, prodigies appeared one after another. Wonder whose hands the fortune supreme treasure will fall into. Xu Yun was here to watch the excitement.
Beauty, come to my de Xiagong, what do you think? Xia Zi actually sidled up to Chu Yun, smiling wickedly.
Xu Yun's beautiful brows furrowed, ignoring him.
Turned to walk away, but Xia Zi's figure flashed and blocked her path again. Don't go, beauty. Which power are you from? To catch my de Xiagongs, I is an honor for the power behind you.
Tian Lingmao stretched its claws,
considering whether to swat this fellow to death with one paw.
Just then, a long spear thrust over, blocking Xia Zi. There are really many who aren't afraid of death. Xia Zi narrowed his eyes, staring at Xiao Liang with chilling killing intent.
Xia Zi, right? Get lost, Xiao Liang sneered. Courting death.
Bloodlight bloomed, a sinister and bizarre blood claw grabbed directly towards Xiao Liang. One spear strike shattered the blood claw. Xiao Liang snorted coldly, spear light bloomed. Instantly broke through Xia Zi's protective power, stabbing towards his throat. The two sides instantly battled together.
It's Xia Zi. Who dares to fight him? Not Chao Tianyi, nor Mu Honlu, who has the strength. The battle between Xiao Liang and Xia Zi quickly attracted nearby warriors' attention. I recognize him. It's that spear Dao expert who monopolized the 100 lands trial.
Does it look like him? Nonsense. He changed his appearance when he went through the trial back then.
This should be his true appearance now. Many experts from major powers looked over, all shocked. So strong. Actually fighting Xia Zi without falling behind at all.
Worthy of the one who monopolized the 100 lands, and the major powers of 11 Zhou. Someone recognized him, it's that Xiao Liang from the Xiao family.
Xiao Liang is actually so strong. The Xiao family doesn't even want such a prodigy? The Xiao family experts from 11 Zhou had gloomy faces. Towards the current Xiao family head, they were very dissatisfied. Xia Zi is merely so-so, Xiao Liang smiled contemptuously. Ha,
what a prodigy who monopolized the 100 lands, also merely a so-so.
Let's settle the score in the valley, Xia Zi sneered. Did not continue fighting, Xiao Liang is very strong. Ordinary strength cannot win.
And he couldn't possibly at this time use his trump card secret techniques. The scene of Xiao Liang fighting Xia Zi, Chu Xian naturally saw it.
And Xia Zi actually dared to harass Chu Yun, this is courting death. Chu Xian remembered Xiao Xiawang in the Fortune Secret Realm.
So many years have passed, cultivating arduously in the Fortune Secret Realm, Xiao Xiawang's strength improved rapidly. Has already broken through to the 9th level of the Earth Realm, temporarily unable to break through to the Reverence Realm. It's time for him to come out. He is Chu Yun's simp, and Xia Zi is his enemy. Will Xiao Xiawang spare Xia Zi?
There's a good show to watch. Ha 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 ha. Zhan Mogudi trembled. Spatial ripples undulated, then within the ruined, boundless valley, a brilliance flashed and disappeared.
Everyone was shaken. Supreme treasure. The Fortune Supreme Treasure. After such a long time has passed, the Fortune Supreme Treasure must have undergone a transformation.
And there are definitely more than 5 regions fortune supreme treasures inside. It will inevitably derive some lower-level fortune treasured chi, even fortune earth chi. Chao Tiany's gaze was fervent. Obtain the fortune supreme treasure, even without the Ren Wang position's blessing, he might also break through his shackles. And then touch upon what he couldn't comprehend back then, the mysterious and unfathomable supreme realm. Years ago, in Huanggu Yu, he obtained a fragmented scroll. From it, he learned that above the God realm exists an even more mysterious and powerful supreme realm. It's just that he could never glimpse that realm. And he hadn't cultivated the God realm to perfection either. Learn from the fragmented scroll, if one obtains great fortune, there's a chance for God realm perfection, and touch that supreme realm. Even break through to the supreme realm. For this, he silently left Huanggu Yu, returned to Beiyu, secretly planning everything. Using the demon clan's invasion, the Beiyu human race fell into great calamity. He made a strong appearance, turning the tide. Ascended as Beiyu's first Ren Wang, with the Ren Wang's dignity, blessed by the human race's great fortune, to reach that supreme realm. All these plans went exceptionally smoothly. At that time, Jiuyu's God realm experts were all in Huanggu Yu, seeking the path ahead. The demon clan's god elders were the same. He believed that with his God realm power, he could definitely turn the tide at the critical moment, in the God realm. He was not a weakling. For this plan, he even secretly destroyed the cross-domain Great Formation, preventing human race experts from other regions from quickly reinforcing Beiyu. As a result, because Qining ruined his plan, threw away the 5 regions' fortune, especially Nanzhou's fortune. He, with the identity of Diqin Dizun, Nanzhou's first great unified Dizun's fortune, forcibly extracted Nanzhou's fortune, causing his plan to fail. And a demon clan god elder appeared. Finally, it evolved into the Zhanmo Great War. Qining, you really deserve to die. Chao Tiany's eyes glinted with killing intent, looking at Xan Yuanfeng and the others, his gaze ice cold. Mo Honglu was excited in his heart. He didn't care about the Run Wang position. He also couldn't ascend to the Run Wang dignity. He was not pure human. Back then, for the supreme treasure, and also for that legendary supreme realm, he gave up his Tianma clan identity, reincarnating as a human-demon hybrid. It was for the supreme treasure. Without human bloodline, one cannot obtain the human race's fortune supreme treasure. A hybrid ultimately still has human bloodline, can also obtain the supreme treasure, receive the supreme treasure's fortune blessing. Only need to seize 1 or 2 of them, then he can implement his plan, explore where the path ahead lies. Xian Renfeng and the others gritted their teeth, watching that fleeting brilliance. Their hearts were bleeding. They had paid too much for this setup. As a result, Big Brother unexpectedly met with an accident and couldn't return. Regardless, even if they die, they can't let Chao Tiany get his wish. Xian Renfeng gritted his teeth. Alright. Then we'll fight him to the death. Pang Xinhai and the others all nodded gravely. Chao Tiany's icy gaze swept over. Coldly said, since Qining is already dead, the enmity of obstructing my Tao in the previous life shall be borne by you all. Chao Tiany said, walking step by step towards Xian Yuanfeng and the others. Xian Yuanfeng and the others' faces were grim, but they met him without the slightest fear. Zhou Jianshan, Xishan Meng, Yu Jia and other Emperor realm experts followed. These were all from back then the powers that ruined Chao Tiany's conspiracy. Other powers leaning towards Qining. Because Qining was not present, they hesitated at this moment, did not immediately take a side. Major powers without God realm experts to oversee them, rashly taking sides is very disadvantageous. Mu Honglu, you should also contribute. Xin Ying's remnants and his people should be cleared out. Then you and I will decide the victor. Chao Tiany looked at Mo Honglu and said coldly, alright, it's time to clean up Xin Ying's side. Mo Honglu smiled. Licking the crescent blade in his hand, he walked over step by step. Xian Renfeng and the others' hearts sank. Mo Honglu's power was undeniable. Therefore, Peng Qiguan looked towards Xiazi. Do you think they will join forces against you? Xiazi's eyes flashed, then he smiled. No need to sow discord. My Disyaegong is also Qin Ying's enemy. Saying so, he actually stepped forward. It's time for revenge. Pang Xinhai and the others' faces were grim, too passive at this moment. A sound of a sword whistling rang out. 2 identical-looking young men slowly walked out, blocking Xiazi's path. Since you are from Disyaegong, then you are an enemy of my Jiang family. Xiazi, your opponents are us from the Jiang family of Zhongzhou. Chao Tiany narrowed his eyes. Has the Jiang family made its choice? My Jiang family only targets Disyaegong. After a moment of silence, the Jiang Jiashuangju spoke. Hopefully so. Chao Tiany said indifferently, then golden light erupted from his body. Niashin Dao light surrounded him. Niashin Jingquan, chilling killing intent, charged directly towards Xian Yuanfeng and the others. And now is the time to clean up the trash. The great battle between Emperor Realm experts was imminent. Simply a fool's dream, the forces on Zhou Jinshan's side. Heaven Realm experts were also poised for action. Perhaps before Zhan Mogudi even opens, a Heaven Realm Great War will erupt, then let's try it. Chao Tianyi gave the order. Instantly erupted with a peak state roar, kill.